When Su Yang woke up, a countdown was hanging before his eyes. Estimated arrival of the Zerg patrol fleet 71 hours 58 minutes 41 seconds. The digits were ticking down. They fell second by second. Beneath the countdown, another line of text glowed: Temporary Commander Su Yang, please make your decision as soon as possible. Su Yang stared at those two lines for 3 full seconds. Temporary Commander. He rubbed his eyes. Who promoted me? Even I didn't know I'd been given a rank. He opened the hatch of the transfer pod, and the moment he stepped out, his foot sank into a puddle of viscous liquid. He looked down. It was green, not blood. Coolant, he muttered to himself. Great. First thing I learn after waking up is that the ship's leaking. What a hellish opening move. Then he lifted his head and caught sight of the view outside the porthole. A black planet. No, not black. Its surface was carpeted in insects. Black glossy-shelled insects layered over one another, covering the entire ground like a living carpet. When they moved, waves of black ripples rolled across the surface, enough to make a person's stomach churn. The smallest of those creatures were the size of a car, the largest loomed like a house. They clustered together in a dense crush that made one's scalp crawl. Su Yang's stomach clenched hard. He clapped a hand over his mouth, forcing the urge to vomit back down. Deep breath. Another deep breath. Just as he finally, with great effort, managed to suppress the nausea. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught something even more explosive. To the right of the porthole, the rear half of the battleship was slowly drifting away. From the torn cross-section spewed fire and streams of multicolored fluids, like a giant beast severed at the waist, still twitching as it bled out. Severed power cables lashed about in the vacuum, occasionally bursting into clusters of electric sparks. The ship was broken. Su Yang stood there, stunned, his mouth opening soundlessly. His brain crashed like a frozen system, refusing to process the information before him. After 2 seconds, he finally forced out a single word. Shit. He stood up. His legs felt weak, but he forced them to hold. His first reaction was not fear, but an absurdity so extreme it bordered on comical. So he muttered in self-mockery, his voice echoing through the empty cabin, I get randomly teleported here, and then you tell me the ship is snapped in half, the outside is crawling with bugs, and I'm some kind of temporary commander. No one answered him. But suddenly a line of pale red holographic text appeared on the porthole, suspended on the transparent glass as if carved into it. Survival probability 0.003. Su Yang stared at that number until he was almost laughing from sheer anger. 0.003%. He repeated, his voice rising. Are you freaking kidding me? How is that any different from just saying you're dead for sure? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the air at the center of the command room began to warp. It was as if an invisible hand were stirring the space, bending the light until it blurred. Then a woman appeared out of thin air. She had pointed elven ears, a black military uniform, and a ramrod straight posture. Her expression was not cold, instead it held a calm that seemed tempered by countless brushes with life and death and the passage of long years. Warship ship spirit Aurora. She said, her voice steady and carrying a strangely reassuring strength. You woke earlier than anticipated. Su Yang gave her a once-over from head to toe. Elven ears. Black military uniform. Which game setting is this supposed to be? Was it you who pulled me here? Yes. Aurora's face did not change, her gaze did not flinch. Su Yang drew in a deep breath and swallowed back the string of curses rising to his lips. This was not the time to blow up, he told himself. First he needed to calm down and figure out what was going on. Fine. Whatever cheat you've got for me, lay it all out. Cheat. Aurora frowned slightly. The term clearly did not exist in her vocabulary. Pointing at the survival rate on the screen, Su Yang suddenly raised his voice, the terror and fury bottled in his chest finally finding an outlet. You dragged a high schooler like me from Blue Star onto a space battleship that's broken in half, and you're not seriously telling me you expect me to face this damn 0.003 survival rate with nothing prepared, are you? How am I supposed to fight that? Are you trying to be 10 times more efficient at interception than the most reliable protection on the market, cutting off every last path I have to survive? Aurora frowned, pondering, clearly attempting to parse the implications of his words. Data streams flickered through her pupils as though she were analyzing the semantics of his metaphor. A moment later she gave up and spoke plainly. No. It is not without preparation. There are still some resources aboard the ship that you can deploy. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a semi-transparent holographic interface that floated between them. 3 types of resources were listed on it, each with a brief description. First, the quantum communication array is intact. You can contact your homeworld. Su Yang let out a bitter smile. Some conscience, but not much. Other than leaving my last words, what else can I do with that? Second, the bionic bodies are operational. After consciousness transfer, they can serve as your combat units. Su Yang frowned at the bionic storage pods displayed on the hologram, a brief spark of light flashing through his eyes. He sighed. Well, at least I'm getting the same treatment as the first emperor, buried with my own terracotta army. Third, the ship's armory is largely intact. Su Yang fixed his gaze on Aurora as if waiting for more. After a few seconds of silence, he asked in a voice so incredulous it nearly cracked, "That's it?" Aurora nodded calmly. That's all. The national curse almost burst from Su Yang's mouth, but he forced it back down at the last instant. The countdown was still ticking. Venting his emotions would be meaningless. Su Yang inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and began silently thinking how to leverage these few usable assets on the ship to maximize his chances of survival. The quantum communication array could connect him to his homeworld, but he didn't even know which star system he was drifting in. Even if he reached them, it would be useless. The bionic bodies after consciousness transfer could act as combat units, so what exactly was this consciousness transfer? Su Yang opened his eyes and asked Aurora, what kind of consciousness do the bionic bodies require? Aurora answered without a flicker of emotion, the consciousness of a sapient life form. For example, a human. Su Yang's pupils contracted sharply. He leaned back against the control console, arms folding over his chest as his mind began to race. Countdown: broken ship, Zerg quantum communication, bionic bodies, armory. These fragments kept rearranging and slotting together in his mind. At last Su Yang suddenly raised his head, a frightening brightness flaring in his eyes. Watching the change in his expression, Aurora furrowed her brows even more tightly. Those 3 together are all that prop up that 0.003 survival rate. What you're facing is a moving natural disaster. Aren't you afraid? I have a few questions for you. His voice suddenly turned calm, as if he were a different person. Aurora lifted an eyebrow slightly, apparently surprised by the speed of his emotional shift. Go ahead, she said. Locking his gaze on her, Su Yang asked, enunciating each word for the bionic bodies. When a human consciousness is transferred in, if the bionic unit dies in battle, does that consciousness perish as well? Aurora looked at him and replied slowly. No. The consciousness will automatically return to Blue Star. The corners of Su Yang's lips curled into a confident arc. His tone carried a resolve Aurora could not comprehend. In that case, the natural disaster isn't those filthy bugs. Aurora frowned in puzzlement, just about to refute Su Yang's description of the terror of the insectoid swarm. But Su Yang spoke first. Those android combat platforms, can they be manufactured? Su Yang's voice is not loud, yet every word lands with heavy weight. Aurora nods. Yes, as long as we have sufficient biomass. Su Yang rubs his chin, then turns to gaze at the planet where black tides of insects are surging. He asks calmly, do the corpses of the bugs count as biomass? Aurora's eyes widen ever so slightly. She begins to understand what Su Yang is implying. They do. The swarm is the finest source of biomass in this star system. Aurora pauses, as though confirming something within herself, then asks in a tone of disbelief. So your plan is grinding monsters to level up? Su Yang interrupts her, his voice still quiet yet every syllable crisp. I will call in reinforcements from Blue Star. They will pilot the androids, slay the insects, seize biomass, build stronger androids, and then slaughter even more insects. He turns around to look straight at Aurora. You call those stinking bugs outside a natural disaster? Aurora remains silent. Su Yang steps forward, pressing closer. Are you still hiding something from me? A tactic this simple, I refuse to believe you never thought of. With a faint, almost imperceptible bitterness in her eyes, Aurora answers, the mental barriers of the Moravia people are very weak. Thanks to this, we can sense the flow of dark matter throughout the cosmos. Seeing Su Yang frowning at her, Aurora continues, precisely because of that, the shock of an android's death is directly fed back into the user's mind. A Moravian who uses the android combat platform repeatedly will go mad. Su Yang's expression is one of unsurprised confirmation as he presses further. What about the people of Blue Star? Aurora lifts her head, her gaze complex as it rests on Su Yang. No. Your mental barriers are extremely strong, so strong that it took me 56 years to breach them and successfully teleport you from Blue Star. Su Yang's brows knit together. But I'm only 18. To be precise, it took me 56 years to decipher the mental barrier of the entire human population of Blue Star. Su Yang is stunned for a moment, then demands, out of 8 billion people you could have picked anyone. Why did you choose me? Aurora answers expressionlessly, selected according to the prescribed criterion. What criterion? Luck. Su Yang is rendered speechless. He turns to stare out the porthole at the planet where the insect tide rolls. Then he voices the final, most crucial question. Aurora, does this mean that we people of Blue Star can use the android combat platform with no side effects at all? Yes. Aurora gives a definite answer. Su Yang then turns his head back toward Aurora, and in his eyes burns a flame named confidence. He forces out each word through clenched teeth. From this moment on, the entire universe, only we are worthy of being called a natural disaster. Aurora stares at him for 3 full seconds, streams of data flashing across her pupils. Then she does something entirely beyond Su Yang's expectations. She falls silent. It is not the silence of someone who has nothing to say, but the silence of someone reassessing the person before her. After several seconds, she finally speaks slowly. Are you certain this strategy is feasible? Once a consciousness is injected, every sensation of pain and all the mental pressure the android experiences will be transmitted to the user in full. Su Yang frowns. And what of it? As long as they can grind monsters, level up, and take part in a cosmic epic scale interstellar war out in space, the players will throw themselves into it without hesitation. Aurora is taken aback for a moment. Players. Exactly. Moreover, this will be a 100% real version of Helldivers. Aurora narrows her gaze, pondering for a brief moment. Then the corners of her mouth slowly rise. Then I wish you good luck, temporary commander. Immediately after, Aurora poses another question. Do you have confidence? He steps forward and looks at Aurora with unwavering resolve. I do. Behind me stands a complete civilization. Aurora's gaze changes. For the first time, she takes the initiative to ask. How many people does your civilization have? Su Yang smiles. 1.4 billion. Aurora falls silent. Data streams flicker madly in her pupils as though she is recalculating survival probabilities. Numbers race across the background at incredible speed, and her expression gradually shifts from grave to relaxed. Su Yang does not give her more time to think. All right, now initiate cross-sector quantum communication and help me contact Blue Star. Aurora does not execute immediately. She frowns slightly and asks a question that catches Su Yang completely off guard. How do you intend to win their trust? Su Yang freezes for an instant. Then he slaps his forehead. Right. He had nearly forgotten the most critical step. Why should those on Blue Star believe him at all? He leans against the control console, his mind spinning rapidly once more. How far is this place from Blue Star? Aurora calls up a star chart. About 56 light years. Su Yang nods, and suddenly his eyes light up. Is there a star nearby that was destroyed by the insect race 56 years ago? Aurora understands Su Yang's intention almost instantly. She gives Su Yang a look filled with incredulity, then nods almost imperceptibly, not quite clear whether in response to him or in acknowledgement. A nearby star was devoured by the insect race 56 years ago. It is estimated that, today at 4:38 in the afternoon, Blue Star will be able to observe its destruction.
Min City has a total of 10 rings, with anything beyond the 5th ring considered the outer ring. Xin Zhaoyun skillfully maneuvered her mecha towards a commercial building in.
Now connect me to the highest military command of Huagua on Blue Star. Aurora stares at Su Yang in shock, apparently not expecting him to attempt direct contact with the apex of an entire civilization. We only have enough energy to initiate cross-sector quantum communication once. Are you sure you can win their trust? Su Yang smiles. It is not a bitter smile, but the smile of someone who has finally found a way out after countless hardships.
Other NPCs chimed in. Xin Zhaoyun immediately smiled broadly. I might need 2 mechs. 3 more NPCs were swept onto the top of the flying device for not wearing seatbelts.
Aurora does not answer. She merely looks at him, the corners of her lips faintly lifted in an almost smile. Su Yang frowns. Well, aren't you going to tell me? That depends on how long you take to convince them, Aurora says. She turns around, and with a mere thought, a line appears on the main screen connecting. Su Yang takes a deep breath and places his hands on the control console. As his fingertips touch the cold metal panel, he can feel his heart beating faster. By the way, he suddenly remembers which figure in the command are you contacting. The current highest leader of Huagua's military commission. Aurora replies. Li Zhonghua. Su Yan sucks in a sharp breath, thinking to himself he is not an easy man to deal with. Opposite him was a simple orderly office. A national flag hung upon the wall and a dark wooden desk polished to a mirror sheen stood immaculate. Several red-headed official documents laid neatly to one side. A man in his 50s with graying temples sat behind the desk, posture ramrod straight and gaze razor-sharp. Even merely seated there, he exuded the unspoken authority of one who had long occupied a high position. Li Zhonghua. Su Yang had seen this face countless times in the news. Yet now, across a distance of 56 light-years, that familiar face appeared on the small screen of a phone, carrying a suffocating sense of pressure. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Zhonghua noticed his phone screen light up. He turned to look and his pupils contracted abruptly. On the screen, a video call was clearly being connected, yet he had not touched any key at all. There had been no ringtone, no incoming call display, and he had never pressed a button to answer. A chill crept slowly up his spine. He did not pick up the phone immediately. Instead, he grabbed the landline at once and dialed an internal number for the technical department. His voice was low yet laced with unquestionable urgency. My phone has been compromised. Send someone over immediately to trace the signal source and carry out counter-intrusion. The reply from the other end came swiftly. Only after confirming that the technical department had begun to act did he finally pick up the mobile phone. The image on the screen made his pupils contract once more. A young man with the background of a silvery gray metal cabin and beyond the porthole a fathomless sea of stars. Who are you and how did you breach this device? Li Zhonghua's voice was steady, but his eyes were already sharp as an eagle's. Su Yang dispensed with pleasantries. He knew he had no right to small talk. Every second he wasted now was a tick on his own countdown to death. My name is Su Yang. I am currently aboard an alien warship 56 light-years from Blue Star. I have only this one chance at interstellar communication. Please, you must hear me out to the end. He shifted sideways, allowing the view outside the porthole to enter the frame. Inwardly, Li Zhonghua's mind was a swirl of disbelief, yet outwardly his face remained as calm as still water. These are the Zerg. 56 years ago they annihilated a star in this system. Today at 4:38 in the afternoon, Blue Star's observatories will record the destruction of that star. You can verify it for yourselves. On the screen, swarms of insectoid creatures on a black planet writhe like a living carpet, dense and layered upon layer, enough to make one's scalp crawl at the mere sight. For the moment, Li Zhonghua's face remained expressionless. He was still weighing the intruder's motives in hacking his phone. Is this special effects? He muttered under his breath. Then he turned his head and issued a quiet order to someone off-screen. Have you traced the source of this signal yet? A nearby technician, face grave, shook his head. Reporting the signal cannot be backtraced. It is not coming from any satellite nor from any ground base station. It appears to be generated directly from within the device itself. Li Zhonghua stared at the technician in disbelief, his voice pressed extremely low, yet unable to fully suppress his anger. Are you telling me my phone is playing a video by itself? How could a signal possibly be generated internally? Their communication technology far surpasses ours, the technician added, obvious unease in his tone. I recommend terminating the call at once to prevent any data leakage. Turning back to the phone screen, Li Zhonghua hesitated scarcely at all before decisively pressing the button to end the call. His phone contained top-secret information belonging to the Huagua military district. If this was a carefully orchestrated intrusion, the consequences would be unimaginable. The image went dark. Su Yang was dumbfounded. He hung up on me, he blurted, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. He had learned from various reports that Li Zhonghua was decisive and incorruptibly upright. But he had never imagined that after uttering only a single sentence with a long string of lines and evidence still unsaid, the other party would simply cut the call.
Shen Zhaoyun heard a commotion around her. It's a mecha. It's our alliance's mecha. It must be the elite of the first.
Why would you assume that the warship's quantum communication system can be unilaterally cut off by an outdated mobile phone? Aurora asked. Su Yang froze for a moment. You mean? The communication link has never been severed, Aurora replied, her tone as level as if stating a basic fact. Listen more carefully. Every word they say on their end is still audible to us. Su Yang frowned and listened intently. Sure enough, the voices from the console came through as clearly as if they were in the same room. Did we detect any data exfiltration just now? Someone was asking. No, but what? Report immediately. This mode of communication does not resemble electromagnetic transmission, it appears to be quantum communication. Even if they copied our data, we would have no means of detecting it. A brief silence followed. Then Li Zhongguo's voice sounded again, now bearing an even heavier gravity. Immediately scrutinize every communication link. They would not hack a military leader's phone for no reason. He paused as though something had just occurred to him, then added another order: also keep a close watch on all major observatories. Report any anomaly at once. Understood. After 2 seconds of silence, a soft sigh drifted through, followed by Li Zhongguo's voice, now edged with anxiety. I must report this matter upward immediately. The fact that they can infiltrate even my phone is enough to prove that all high-level communication devices may already be subject to eavesdropping. You are to continue your investigation. If any issue arises, do not use the phone. Come to me in person. Yes, sir. We will complete the mission. A series of heavy, forceful footsteps followed. At this moment, Aurora, in a rare joking tone, remarked, "It seems this turn of events caught you very much off guard." Su Yang glanced at the time displayed on the console, then leaned back against the control station, the corners of his lips subtly lifting. He nodded. It did catch me off guard. If not for the fact that the warship's quantum communication cannot be terminated from only one side, it really might have been the end of the story. Seeing Su Yang's composed and confident expression, Aurora unusually offered a word of praise. Your mentality is remarkably steady. But that does not change the fact that he has already left. To conserve a bit of energy, I suggest you terminate the communication sooner rather than later. Su Yang raised his right index finger and shook it lightly. No. He will be back very soon. Trust me. Before Aurora could respond, Su Yang looked at the blue star time on the console and unilaterally started a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Aurora watched him with an utterly puzzled expression. Just as she was about to ask something, a burst of cursing from the blue star side came through, followed by the sound of a chair being knocked over. Immediately after came a startled cry: "Quick! Go and bring General Li back. Something has happened at the observatory." Su Yang turned to Aurora with an expression that clearly said, "I told you so. I knew he wouldn't make it out that door." Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Li Zhongguo walked toward the parking lot, his steps heavy and his mind restless. As he moved forward, he kept replaying and analyzing what had just happened. That young man's gaze had not looked like a lie. That sense of urgency, that sharpness one only shows when driven to absolute desperation, was something no actor could simply perform. Yet a high school student contacting him from an alien battleship. The very idea was absurd. But that signal, even the technical department had been unable to trace it. Li Zhongguo raised his hand to check his watch. There were 2 minutes left until the time that young man had claimed a stellar annihilation would be observable. If nothing unusual happened after those 2 minutes, this matter would become extremely troublesome. Yet on second thought, if the astronomy center really did observe a star inexplicably erased from the universe after 2 minutes, then the matter would be even more grave, for it would concern not only Longgua's national destiny but might also herald the end of humanity itself. Irritated, he shoved his hand into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and drew one out, about to light it. Only then did he realize he had not yet stepped outside. Smoking was forbidden indoors. He sighed and put the cigarette back into his pocket. As he walked toward the building's exit, he instinctively reached for the car key in his trouser pocket. At that very moment, behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps and the cracked shout of the monitoring officer: "Report." Li Zhongguo whipped around. What happened? All major observatories have triggered alarms. The monitoring officer's voice was trembling, a quiver he had never experienced in his entire career. A star has vanished. With a soft clatter, Li Zhongguo's car key slipped from his hand and hit the floor. He did not stoop to pick it up. Instead, he grabbed the monitoring officer by the shoulders, shaken to the core. It really disappeared. How did it disappear? It just suddenly wasn't there anymore. Its brightness plummeted, its spectrum went haywire as if it had been erased from the universe itself. All observation devices worldwide captured it. The data is being compiled. Li Zhongguo sprinted back to his office, seized the internal phone on his desk and dialed the number of the Military Astronomy Center. The monitoring officer had originally run after Li Zhongguo, but as he turned, his peripheral vision caught the fallen car key on the floor. He hastily scooped it up and then rushed into Li Zhongguo's office as well. Inside the office, Li Zhongguo's fingers trembled slightly as he dialed, an uncharacteristic loss of composure he had not shown in decades. This is Li Zhongguo. Send me the data you have observed immediately. 10 seconds later the data arrived. The position of that star the time the young man had mentioned matched perfectly down to the last second. A healthy star showing no prior sign of instability had simply vanished from the universe. It was as if an invisible gigantic hand had gently pinched it out of existence, erasing it completely from spacetime. Cold sweat seeped down Li Zhongguo's back. His shirt clung to his skin, icy and bone-chilling. Yet he forced himself to stay focused and asked, is this the only observatory's data? What about fast? What about data from other countries? I need multiple cross-checks quickly. Moments later several observation reports from observatories around the world appeared in Li Zhongguo's inbox. Without exception every report pointed to the same conclusion: a healthy star 56 light-years from Blue Star had inexplicably disappeared for reasons unknown. There had been no blinding supernova flare, no sign of abnormal expansion. It had simply silently ceased to be, like something had swallowed it whole. Li Zhongguo grabbed his phone, staring at the screen that had already gone dark. His fingers shook as he slid away the lock screen, intending to call back, but he realized he had no idea whom to call. He slowly raised his head, clinging to a final shred of hope as he looked at the monitoring officer. His voice rasped like two sheets of sandpaper scraping together. Can we call back that communication? The monitoring officer froze for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. We can't even trace where the signal originated, let alone track it to place a return call. At that moment all strength left Li Zhongguo. He slumped into his chair. He had personally hung up that call. If what that person had said was true, a single alien battleship, a swarm of insectoid creatures, and one solitary chance to communicate, then what he had cut off might have been the very hope of human civilization. He did not dare pursue that thought any further. In that instant he would almost rather believe that foreign hackers wielding incomprehensible black technology had infiltrated his phone. Anything would be preferable to facing a swarm of insects that might bring about humanity's doom. With my own hands. His voice faded, his throat constricted as if something were lodged within. With my own hands I cut it off. His fingers trembled around the phone. It was not fear that made him shake, but a kind of bone-deep remorse he had never known before. The only source of information, if everything that young man said is true, then wouldn't I have? Li Zhongguo covered his face with his hands, the knuckles turning white from the pressure. He clenched his teeth, forcing the words through them, hoarse and shaking. Become the sinner of all human civilization. The air in the office seemed to freeze solid. The monitoring officer did not dare speak. The technicians did not dare speak. Everyone was waiting. Waiting for that voice which had already been cut off and which might never return. Out in the universe aboard the damaged battleship, Su Yang looked at Aurora in puzzlement. Why is it that when I speak they can't hear me? Has the communication been disrupted? Aurora answered calmly, no, I simply muted you. Su Yang stared at her in shock and demanded why. Do you find it entertaining to torment a loyal, patriotic old man? Information obtained too easily will always be doubted. I am merely increasing your leverage. Su Yang rolled his eyes so hard it was as if they might disappear into the ceiling. Fine, just let me speak with them already. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Li Zhongguo, after all, was the supreme commander of the armed forces. In just a few seconds he forced his emotions back under control. He suddenly lifted his head, rubbed his face hard, and pressed all weakness and regret deep into his heart. Just as Li Zhongguo was preparing to report the incident in full, his phone screen lit up once more. In the dim office the glow was as piercing as the first ray of dawn. The voice that came from within to Li Zhongguo at that moment sounded like celestial music. Now can we have a proper conversation? Li Zhongguo jerked his head up, fixing his gaze on the phone. You've been listening all along. Cross-starfield quantum communication cannot be terminated unilaterally by a relic of an old era like that phone. Li Zhongguo fell silent. For a brief moment earlier he had truly believed he had become another Yuanjie. He drew in a deep breath and slowly released it. His chest heaved violently a few times before gradually settling. 3 seconds later his voice regained the steadiness of a soldier. Very well, let us have a proper discussion. However, the information you have provided can only prove that a star has vanished from the universe in a manner unknown to humanity. It does not in itself prove the existence of the insectoid species. I hope you can keep that in mind as we talk. Su Yang frowned slightly. He knew that Li Zhongguo was right, a disappearing star could not by itself be equated with the existence of the insect swarm. Seeing Su Yang's silent contemplation, Li Zhonghua continued, I need more direct evidence, ironclad proof of the existence of the swarm or of the reality of your space battleship. Su Yang's brows lifted and he answered without hesitation, fine, I'll give it to you. After Su Yang finished speaking, Li Zhonghua did not respond. He raised his head and looked at the monitoring operator who was still waiting for instructions, his voice steady yet utterly devoid of emotion as he issued a stern order. Go out and close the door. Whatever happens here today, if even half a word leaks out, it will be treated as treason. Yes, sir. Only after the monitoring operator left the office did Li Zhonghua turn his gaze back to the phone. All right, continue. I am listening. Generally, Su Yang's voice sounded again, I can not only prove the existence of the battleship, I can also let you witness the Zerg with your own eyes. Li Zhonghua's fingers tightened slightly. How do you prove it? Su Yang did not answer him but turned his head to look at Aurora. Transfer General Li's consciousness over here. Aurora frowned slightly. Are you certain? The mental barrier of Blue Star humans is extremely strong. Forcibly transmitting consciousness will consume a huge amount of energy. Quantum communication has already occupied the main energy core. Then don't use the main energy, Su Yang interrupted her. Isn't there built-in power in the android storage pods? Disconnect their charging and use that instead. Aurora was stunned for a moment, then a hint of approval flashed in her eyes. That will work. The built-in power of the storage pods is enough for 5 consciousness transmissions. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. 5 times. So after this attempt there will be 4 left. Description accurate. That's enough, Su Yang nodded. How do we transmit it? We need a medium, Aurora said, calling up a holographic interface that displayed a head-mounted circlet. This is a consciousness linker. Send it to the other party's hand. Once worn, it can stabilize the transmission channel and greatly reduce energy consumption, otherwise even draining the storage pod's energy wouldn't be enough to break through your mental barrier. Where is the consciousness linker now? Su Yang asked. There is one on the main console, but that one is exclusively assigned to you. If you wish, I can rewrite its permissions. Rewrite them? I don't plan on going in myself anyway, Su Yang shrugged indifferently. Once you're done, have it sent to the teleportation platform. Su Yang added the final instruction. Aurora stared at him speechlessly. Have you forgotten that a ship's spirit has no physical form? Su Yang scratched his head, he truly had forgotten. To cover his embarrassment, Aurora's projected figure complained, what use are you as an assistant if I have to fetch even a simple object myself? Aurora's true expression remained impassive. Do not squander superior talent on trivial tasks. Su Yang rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue, and walked straight toward the teleportation platform, placing the circlet upon it. Consciousness linker in position, Aurora's voice announced. Teleport. A barely perceptible ripple flashed across the air. The circlet vanished. At the same time on Blue Star, Li Zhonghua was staring at the phone screen waiting for Su Yang's next move. On the screen, Su Yang turned to speak with Aurora. The sound was too low to make out. Then the image froze. Hello? Li Zhonghua frowned. Are you still there? No answer came. Just as he was about to ask again, something in the corner of his eye caught his attention on the desk. A silver-white circlet with a futuristic design lay there, its surface glowing with a faint bluish sheen. It had simply manifested out of thin air beside a pile of red-sealed documents. Li Zhonghua's pupils contracted violently. He shot up from his chair, which slid backward and slammed into the wall. His back pressed tightly against the wall as he stared at the circlet on the desk, his breathing turning rapid. This. His mind was racing at frantic speed. Instant teleportation, cross-stellar communication, alien battleship, the Zerg. Could it be everything that young man had said was true? It was outrageous, so outrageous it bordered on the fantastical. He reached out a hand to touch the circlet, but just as his fingertips were about to brush it, he jerked his hand back. Inside Li Zhonghua's mind, conflicting thoughts battled fiercely. If everything that young man claimed was true, then this circlet was the most direct evidence. But if the young man's words were false, then this was a complete and utter trap. No. That could not be right.
Shin Zhaoyun pretended to lift her gun, intending to counterattack. The clever brother too leaped and instantly vanished from her sight.
Elaborate trap.
She should be that defiant. Ding Qingyu chuckled. All right, just so you know, your captain will never be able to pilot an S-level mech due to physical limitations.
The moment his fingertips touched the circlet, he instinctively flinched. The metal was icy cold, unlike any alloy he had ever known. He picked up the circlet, turning it over in his hands, examining it for a couple of seconds. From the phone screen, Su Yang's voice sounded again, as calm as if commenting on the weather. "Put it on. I will let you see it with your own eyes." Li Zhonghua closed his eyes. 3 seconds later he opened them again, only resolve remained in his gaze. He then placed the circlet upon his head. The instant the circlet touched his skin, a warm sensation spread from his forehead throughout his entire body. Then the world began to warp. Li Zhonghua felt his body grow light, like a wisp of smoke being drawn out of a vessel. The light before his eyes rotated, shattered, and reassembled. On Blue Star in the office, Li Zhonghua's body remained slumped in the chair, eyes closed, breath steady as if nearly asleep. On the battleship, Li Zhonghua's eyes snapped open. He found himself standing inside some kind of capsule. Frost covered the glass in front of him. Something was wrong. His body felt different. Glancing down, he saw that he was wearing an exoskeleton armor of some sort, not a military uniform, not a bulletproof vest, but a complete set of mechanical armor unlike anything he had ever seen. His viewpoint was much higher than usual. His body felt extraordinarily light, perhaps it was the low gravity of space. Yet every movement was accompanied by a strange auxiliary force, as if someone were helping push his muscles along. He could see his own heartbeat accelerating. Indeed, he could literally see it. The HUD in the upper left corner of his visor displayed his vital signs. The hatch opened automatically. He stepped out and looked around. It resembled a warehouse. 2 rows of towering storage pods stood in orderly formation, extending into the distance. The lighting was dim, with only blue indicator lights along the passage faintly blinking. He walked forward along the passageway, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Passing a row of storage pods, he turned a corner. Then he saw the viewing port. Outside the window lay a black planet. No, that planet was not naturally black. Those dark masses were. At a thought from Li Zhonghua, the helmet's optical sensors automatically magnified the surface. Those layered wave-like patterns reminiscent of rolling ocean swells were actually insects, an endless sea of bugs. Li Zhonghua's steps came to an abrupt halt. His pupils shrank to needle points. His breath hitched in his chest. At that moment, a red pop-up appeared on the helmet HUD. Heart rate excessive, request medical intervention. Seeing this prompt, Li Zhonghua instantly regained his composure. He let out a slow, heavy breath and his heart rate gradually returned to normal.
I speak for myself, I speak for the advertisement. As soon as Shin Zhaoyun said this, Lu Yin's face immediately changed.
He raised his arm to examine the exoskeleton he wore. If this technology could be brought back to Huagua. At that thought, the fear and confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by a blazing fire. At that moment, a navigation interface popped up in the lower right corner of the HUD. It was sent by Su Yang. The control room is on deck 7. I'm waiting for you at the elevator. Li Zhonghua turned around and followed the indicated route. His steps were far steadier than before. He took the elevator up to the 7th deck. The elevator doors slid open. Su Yang stood at the threshold and looked up. And then Su Yang was utterly stunned. He tilted his head back, staring up at the massive hulk of metal before him, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. So this was the so-called bionic combat platform. It looked exactly like the Master Chief from Halo. Black-gray half-body exoskeleton armor, towering shoulder plates, a thick chest plate, every joint wrapped in alloy framing. The fully enclosed helmet concealed any trace of the wearer's expression, and the dark blue reflective coating on the visor lent the figure an air of majesty and lethal chill. At 1 meter 83, Su Yang felt like an elementary school kid before it. With a monster like this, how could he possibly lose to the Zerg? If he still lost, that could only mean the player was too trash. The thought flashed through Su Yang's mind, and he gave his head a vigorous shake, dragging himself back to reality. At the same moment, Li Zhonghua was lowering his gaze to size Su Yang up. Only one thought crossed his mind: so this young man was actually this short. On video, the boy had seemed tall and imposing, yet standing here in front of him, he didn't even reach Li Zhonghua's shoulder. The two of them stared at each other for 2 seconds, and the air suddenly went still with an awkward quiet. Ahem. Su Yang was the first to break the silence. He shifted to the side and pointed down the corridor. This way. The captain's cabin is over there. We can talk in detail once we're there. Li Zhonghua nodded at once, his voice steady. Yes, the important matters come first. There was a faint, almost imperceptible note of concealment in his tone. The two walked one after the other along the corridor toward the captain's cabin. Su Yang took the lead, his steps light, and quickly Zhonghua followed behind each of his steps, making the deck vibrate with a low hum. The door to the captain's cabin slid open automatically. Su Yang walked up to the control console and pointed to the holographic screen floating in midair. On the screen a string of faint red numbers pulsed and changed. Estimated arrival of Zerg patrol 68 hours 41 minutes 17 seconds. Su Yang turned around to look at Li Zhonghua, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. "Well, General Li, are you satisfied with this evidence?" Li Zhonghua did not answer immediately. He stared at the countdown for a moment in silence. 68 hours, less than 3 days. An 18-year-old high school student transported onto a half-wrecked alien warship facing an endless swarm of Zerg with a death countdown of less than 3 days hanging over his head. He had not broken down or given up. Instead, he had racked his brains to contact his nation, issue a warning, and provide ironclad proof. He could still crack jokes, still complain, still act as if nothing were wrong, laughing and grinning. Yet this forced optimism might deceive others, but it could never fool a veteran general who had seen countless people. Li Zhonghua knew he had to do something for this child who was pretending to be strong. Not simply because the boy's survival was tied to the continuation of all human civilization on Blue Star, but because he was bearing a burden no one his age should be forced to bear. Even merely as his elder, Li Zhonghua did not wish to see this newly adult child shoulder it all alone. How could the weight of an entire civilization be left to rest on a single child? With that thought, Li Zhonghua slowly let out a long breath. He lifted his head, met Su Yang's eyes, and spoke in a low, deliberate voice, each word clearly enunciated, "Comrade Su Yang." Su Yang's brows twitched almost imperceptibly. "First of all, on behalf of the people of the entire nation, I thank you for the warning you sent." Su Yang's expression froze. In that instant, the flippant, grinning shell on his face seemed to crack under a hammer blow. He opened his mouth wanting to speak, but his throat felt choked as if something were lodged within it. Li Zhonghua did not stop. His voice remained steady, yet every word was like a ray of sunlight piercing straight through the shadow that had shrouded Su Yang's heart. "I can understand your grievance and unwillingness. A person is inexplicably dragged onto a warship 56 light-years from his homeworld and then just as inexplicably required to shoulder a destiny concerning the life and death of all humankind. This was never supposed to be your responsibility, and it should not have been yours to bear. I understand. And it is not just me. The nation and your 1.4 billion compatriots all understand." Su Yang's eyes reddened. "So now." Li Zhonghua stepped half a pace forward, his 2.5 maternal bulk looming before Su Yang like a wall.
Part of the bonus came from the captain of the aircraft I was on. Ugh, that captain sacrificed in the Eagle's manifestation map.
From this moment on, the motherland stands behind you. Su Yang's tears finally burst forth. He pressed his hands over his eyes, yet the tears surged out between his fingers. He bit his lip, his shoulders jerking, a muffled sob catching in his throat. He cried like a lost child who has suddenly found his parent. No, that was no metaphor. He was. He was that child lost in the vastness of the universe who had finally awaited the one who had come to take him home. Li Zhonghua did not move. He simply stood there waiting quietly. Only after a long while did Su Yang scrub at his face with the back of his hand, his voice still thick with tears and broken into fragments. "General Li Hick, you know." He hiccuped mid-sob. "When you hung up on me, I really thought the story was over." Li Zhonghua paused in surprise. Then he scratched his head awkwardly, the gesture looking especially comical with the exoskeleton armor encasing him. "Ahem." His voice for once carried a hint of unease. "When I received the data from the observatory, I also felt as if I'd turned into Yi Wenjie." Su Yang's sobs halted abruptly. He lifted his head, eyes still red, glaring at Li Zhonghua. "Yi Wenjie. Yi Wenjie from the three-body problem, the one who exposed Earth's coordinates to the Trisolarans." This general, famed for his prowess on the battlefield, actually knew how to crack a joke like that. Su Yang stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. Li Zhonghua laughed as well. The two of them laughed out loud, their laughter echoing through the captain's cabin, drowning out the faint ticking of the countdown. As they laughed, tears welled up in Su Yang's eyes again. But this time they were not tears of grievance, they were tears of release. Seeing his mood largely settled, Li Zhonghua's smile slowly faded, leaving behind a gentle, kindly expression. The kind of expression one wears only when facing one's own younger kin. He stepped forward and lowered his head to look at Su Yang. "Comrade Su Yang." Su Yang took a deep sniff and raised his head to meet his gaze. "Tell me, what do you need?" Li Zhongguo's voice was not loud, yet every word fell like a nail hammered into stone. The nation will spare no effort in supporting you. Su Yang opened his mouth, his eyes growing sore again. But this time he did not cry. He drew a deep breath, forced the surging emotions back down, and slowly let a smile curl at the corner of his lips. General Li, I need people. As long as there are human consciousnesses, I can activate more bionic units to fight for me. Li Zhongguo nodded heavily in agreement. No problem. I will give you the most elite warriors. You only need to tell me, how many do you want? Su Yang raised both hands, extending his index fingers to cross them into a 10. Su Yang extended his left and right hands, crossing his two index fingers in front of his chest. 10. Li Zhongguo's eyes brightened at the gesture and he nodded briskly. Isn't that 100,000? I can get it to you in a minute. Su Yang nearly choked on his own saliva and hurriedly waved his hands. Not 100,000. It's 10. 10. Li Zhongguo was taken aback. He looked down at Su Yang, then turned to gaze out the porthole at the black planet swarming with insects. There are countless insects down there, and you're saying 10 people? Each insect wouldn't even be enough to share a single blood-red cell. Su Yang covered his face. He also wanted an army of 100,000. But the permissions wouldn't allow it. Generally, it's not that I don't want it, it's the restrictions of Su Yang's temporary commander authority that limited him. A calm female voice suddenly resonated in the captain's room. Li Zhongguo's pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively reached for his waist where a gun should have been, but at this moment only the alloy plates of the exoskeleton armor were there. His fingers clutched the empty belt muscles, tense his entire body, entering a combat stance. But in the next second he realized his exoskeleton had become immobile. The joints were locked, the hydraulic system ceased to function, and he stood frozen like a statue. Don't be nervous. Aurora suddenly appeared beside the control panel. With elven ears, dressed in a black military uniform, her expression was devoid of emotion. I am the ship spirit, essentially the artificial intelligence you Blue Star citizens refer to. I possess the highest authority on this ship. Li Zhongguo's breath quickened for a moment, but he soon regained his composure. General Li, that is indeed the case. Su Yang explained from the side, I currently only have the authority of a temporary commander. Li Zhongguo glanced at Aurora, frowning as he asked, since you have the highest authority, why not grant Su Yang higher command authority so he can better lead the battle? Aurora turned to look at Li Zhongguo, answering expressionlessly, that is not possible. Personnel appointments do not fall within the warship's authority. Su Yang's position is automatically appointed according to wartime regulations. Li Zhongguo felt the joints of the exoskeleton regain their flexibility. He slowly lowered his hand, staring at Aurora's projection. Automatically appointed. Yes. Aurora replied calmly. Personnel appointments originally require sending the information back to Moravia for review, and only after approval can appointments be made. However, this warship has lost contact with its mother civilization, so all personnel adjustments can only be processed automatically according to the procedures set by wartime regulations. Aurora brought up a holographic interface displaying rows of data. Su Yang's current identity is temporary commander, permission level 1. He can only command a small team in battle, which is 10 people. What are the wartime regulations? How can his permission level be raised? Li Zhongguo inquired. There are many methods outlined in the wartime regulations. Aurora's voice was as calm as if reading a manual. Complete combat missions, obtain precious samples, analyze insect race genes, and so on. For each completed task, merit points can be earned. If enough merit points are accumulated, higher permissions can be unlocked. Su Yang's eyes brightened. Besides the increase in the number of units that can be commanded, are there any other functions with higher permissions? Aurora glanced at him, seemingly somewhat exasperated by his belated realization. Of course. The rights to use the warship's cannons, the scheduling rights of the war factory, the deployment rights of temporary bases, the development rights of the strategic laboratory, and so on. As long as the permissions are sufficient, it is even possible to access classified information from the data core, including the technology used to build this warship. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. He initially thought this broken ship split in two was merely a temporary refuge, but it concealed significant secrets. Li Zhongguo's breathing noticeably quickened. The technology to build this warship. The kind that can communicate across star domains, manufacture androids, and teleport items. What if Su Yang could obtain that information and bring it back to Blue Star? He dared not think further. But he was already thinking. Comrade Su Yang. Li Zhongguo's voice became particularly steady, even carrying a hint of seriousness. You just said you need 10 people. I will provide you with the best 10. But. He paused. I have one more question. Su Yang was taken aback. Go ahead. Li Zhongguo waved his arm, then clenched his fist, asking, I know my consciousness is in the android. Even if the android dies, my body will not show any abnormalities. But. What about my consciousness? Will it dissipate as a result? Su Yan understood Li Zhongguo was not just asking about himself but also about the soldiers he had sent. If the consciousness of the androids dissipated upon their death, then this war would become a meat grinder claiming lives. Su Yang shook his head, saying, don't worry, it won't happen. Aurora said once the android dies, the consciousness will automatically return to Blue Star. To be precise, Aurora started to explain, it's not a return but a switch back to the body located on Blue Star, just like switching screens. Li Zhongguo looked at Aurora in confusion. Switching screens. Aurora nodded. The principle of consciousness injection uses quantum entanglement to synchronize your consciousness with the android. This means your consciousness has never actually left your body. Once the android dies, the synchronization will break and your consciousness will regain control of your original body. It's that simple. Both Li Zhongguo and Su Yang suddenly understood. Su Yang previously only knew that the death of the android would not have side effects on Blue Star citizens. But he only now understood the underlying principle. Hearing this answer, Li Zhongguo felt relieved. But just as he sighed in relief, he immediately thought of another more serious problem. Li Zhongguo said solemnly to Su Yang, Comrade Su Yang, there's one more thing you must promise me. What is it? Everything that happens here, the insect race, the alien warship, the androids, the black technology in the database. Except for you, Mian. Li Zhongguo looked at Aurora. This warship itself, no one can know that this is happening in the real world. Do you understand? Su Yan understood. You are worried about causing panic. Li Zhongguo smiled wryly and nodded, not to mention the fact that discovering extraterrestrial life alone is explosive enough, let alone that we found a group of insects that can devour stars. If this information gets out, even without waiting for the insect race to arrive, humanity will end up destroying itself. Su Yang frowned deeply, nodding gravely. Indeed, disaster films are always about this. So we need a narrative. Li Zhongguo looked at Su Yan, one that can motivate those who come here to fight and complete their tasks while also keeping them unaware of the truth. Su Yan pondered for a moment. Then a smile gradually crept onto his lips. General Li, have you ever played games? Li Zhongguo was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, games? Does stealing parking spots count? It's not the kind where you steal a parking spot. Su Yang helplessly rubbed his forehead, taking a deep breath as his mind raced through the possibilities. Then his eyes lit up. General Li, you may not have played the game, but you've certainly seen the movie, right? Su Yang looked at Li Zhongguo. Have you watched Ender's Game? Li Zhongguo nodded. I've seen it. I watched it with my grandson before. That's good. Then it will be easier to understand. Su Yang slapped his thigh. Think about it, in that movie the protagonist always believed he was training in a game, only to discover he was actually commanding a real war. Li Zhongguo frowned slightly, seemingly recalling the plot. Seizing the moment, Su Yang added, we can follow this line of thought. After all, they need to wear consciousness-linked devices to come over. Isn't it simple to disguise a shell as a VR helmet? Even if they die, they can be revived and no one would think it's real. Who would consider a game where you can respawn and exit anytime as a real war? Li Zhongguo did not answer immediately. He was trying hard to keep up with Su Yang's line of thought. In Ender's Game, the protagonist indeed commanded a real fleet without knowing it, but that's just a movie. Su Yang, I understand your point now. Li Zhongguo slowly spoke. You want to disguise this real war as a virtual reality game? Exactly. But can we really do that in real life? Li Zhongguo's tone was filled with obvious doubt. What if those people think they're playing a game and then they let their guard down and actually die? Su Yang smiled. They won't really die. Their consciousness will switch back. At most they'll just be startled. Li Zhongguo remained silent for a moment. Even if they won't really die, that kind of real fear and pain will still leave psychological scars. Will this have an impact on a person's mind? It won't. Aurora interjected. The mental barriers of Blue Star people are quite strong, accompanied by a powerful capacity for imagination and self-deception. Once their consciousness returns to their original bodies, they'll only regret losing the hard-earned equipment. Exactly. Su Yang spread his hands. If death only has the sensation of pain as a punishment, then it doesn't count as a death penalty. Li Zhongguo took a deep breath without rebutting. As a general, what is more terrifying than death is failing to complete a mission. He could certainly understand this. Su Yang continued, moreover, we can package it to look even more like a game. For instance, the world's first 100 realistic interstellar wargame. With that title, just imagine what would happen if it gets out. You'll get criticized, Li Zhonghua replied without hesitation. Su Yan laughed heartily. Exactly. You'll get criticized. But after that, people will want to try it out. Li Zhonghua looked at Su Yang in astonishment, completely baffled by how he came to that conclusion. Su Yang said no matter how bad a game is, there are always people curious enough to try it out. There are so many terrible games on the Steam platform that have supported a whole bunch of abstract game streamers. Why? Li Zhonghua remained silent, patiently waiting for Su Yang to provide the answer himself. Because people have a curiosity. Even if they know it's terrible, they still want to see just how terrible it can get. Li Zhonghui's mouth twitched. Su Yang continued, as long as someone comes, sees the starry sky, and the battleship's word will spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, generating natural popularity. Moreover, we can hold a closed beta and engage in scarcity marketing. If 1,000 people sign up, we only select 10. Let those who don't get in remain restless. Li Zhonghua fell silent. He admitted that while Su Yang's internet thinking sounded frivolous, it did seem to have some merit. But there's still one problem. Li Zhonghua clenched his fist, feeling the real sensation beneath the exoskeleton armor. Cyborgs have touch and pain perception. The pain from death is also 100 real. Who would willingly self-harm? Knowing they would be ripped apart by bugs and experience excruciating pain, who would charge in? Su Yang smiled. Not because he was laughing at Li Zhonghua, but because he understood players too well. He himself was a hardcore gamer. He knew that obsession of wanting to prove oneself when others thought it was impossible. Generally, you really don't understand the gaming community in Huagua. Su Yang straightened his posture, his eyes sparkling. As long as positive feedback is given, even if it's about killing bugs, those people could instantly transform into the fourth calamity and massacre the entire universe without any psychological pressure. After all, dying isn't real death, the cost of trial and error is merely time. Li Zhonghua frowned. Positive feedback. Yes. Positive feedback in reality. Su Yang counted on his fingers. For example, level rewards. The first to reach level 10 gets a reward of 1 million. Li Zhonghua's eyelids twitched. Kill rewards. The first to kill 10,000 bugs gets another 1 million. Li Zhonghua said nothing. Task rewards. Complete the strategic level tasks I set and you will receive a direct reward of 10 million plus a ticket to the parade. Li Zhonghua finally spoke. Parade. Yes. Su Yang clapped his hands. Just think about it, how many likes would you get for posting a photo from the parade on social media? That would be even more effective than money. Li Zhonghui's mouth twitched, but he also acknowledged this point. Just a ticket for parade entry might not be enough, but what if it came with a cash reward? Moreover, Su Yang's voice suddenly became a bit somber. Aren't there some soldiers in our troops who retired due to injuries? Those who cleared landmines and those who lost limbs during missions. If they could stand up again through consciousness transfer and charge back into battle, that itself would be a deadly attraction. Li Zhonghua fell completely silent. He looked at Su Yang, his gaze shifting from doubt to complexity. This young man possessed far more knowledge than he had imagined. So generally, Su Yang concluded, I've already considered your concerns. Pain perception. No worries, positive feedback can offset it. Fear. If they aren't afraid of death, where would the fear come from? The mental shock during death. It won't carry back to the original body. Li Zhonghua slowly exhaled. Are you sure this will work? Su Yang smiled confidently. It will definitely work. Li Zhonghua stared at him for 3 seconds. Then he nodded. All right. Then let's proceed as you said. What about the name? The game has to have a name. Su Yang turned to look at the black planet covered in bugs outside the viewport, pondering for a moment. Then he turned back, a slight smile on his lips. Paratrooper in the abyss. Once you land, you start fighting. If you die, you respawn. Simple and memorable, plus it has that flavor. Li Zhonghua did not ask what that flavor was. He simply nodded. Then let's call it Paratrooper in the Abyss. Su Yang stood up, walked to the control panel and looked at the countdown ticking on the holographic screen. General Li, when will the personnel arrive? Within 3 hours. Su Yang took a deep breath. Then let them get ready. The first batch of paratroopers in the Abyss should be landing soon. Li Zhonghuo's consciousness returned to Blue Star. He opened his eyes, took off the silver-white headband on his head and stared at his palm for several seconds. Then he clenched his fist and relaxed it again. He reminisced about that body. The overwhelming sense of power, the feeling of being invincible and unstoppable. He had to admit that Su Yan was right. Just the act of entering that body itself was already a fatal temptation. Report. A short and forceful voice came from outside the door. Li Zhongguo withdrew his thoughts and sat up straight. Come in. The door opened. 10 soldiers in training uniforms filed in, their steps synchronized, backs straight. They stood in a row in front of the desk and saluted in unison. Hello, Commander. Li Zhongguo stood up and returned a military salute. Hello, comrades. He did not sit down but walked to them, scanning each person's face. The Wolong Assault Team. The most elite special operations unit in the army. Each member was a king of soldiers who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This is the confidentiality agreement. Li Zhongguo pointed to the thick stack of documents on the table. The 10 individuals stepped forward, simultaneously reaching for pens. Wait a moment. Li Zhongguo's stern voice cut through the air. All movements froze instantly. I haven't finished speaking. Why the rush? He paced in front of them. His voice was not loud, yet it hit each person's chest like a hammer. Once you sign this document, what you will face is something more terrifying than death. Infinite reincarnation, endless torment. The place you are going to will become your hell of no return. He stopped walking, his gaze sharp as a knife. Even so, do you dare go? Willing to sacrifice everything for the country? The voices of the 10 merged into one, shaking the teacups on the table. Li Zhongguo smiled. Very well, sign it. He pointed to the documents on the table. Only after signing can you hear the subsequent content. The 10 picked up pens and swiftly wrote their names. None hesitated. Li Zhongguo nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You have proven that the Wolong Assault Team has no cowards. He returned to his seat, hands crossed on the table. Li Zhongguo selectively briefed them on the destruction of the stars and the discovery of the insect race, but he did not mention that Su Yan was transported to the cosmic battleship. Although the 10 team members stood straight, their wide eyes and dropped jaws all spoke of their shock at that moment. Therefore, in preparation for the potential interstellar war to come, the country has developed a simulator. It fully replicates the battlefield environment with touch, pain, vision, and hearing, all authentic. You will enter a brand new body to carry out tasks. The eyes of the 10 widened in astonishment. That simulator is also called a game. Its name is Desperate Paratroopers. Some gaped, some gulped, and some instinctively clenched their fists. But no one made a sound. Li Zhongguo did not give them time to digest, pointing to the 10 silver-white headbands neatly laid out on the table. I've said all I need to say. The rest you can see for yourselves. He stood up and added, remember, in the simulator there is a young man named Su Yang. His commands are equivalent to mine. Any disobedience will be dealt with by military law. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The 10 stepped forward, each picking up a headband and putting it on. In the next second, everything went dark. It was like blinking. Liang Hu suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself standing in a closed cylindrical chamber, the glass in front covered with frost. No. He looked down at his hands. They were not hands. They were alloy. Black-gray metallic plates wrapped around each finger with intricate hydraulic structures subtly moving at the joints. He raised his arm, the exoskeleton armor covering him from shoulder to fingertip. Silver-gray energy lines flowed slowly on the chest plate. Is this the simulator? He murmured, his voice echoing with a hint of electrical sound from the helmet. The hatch opened automatically. He stepped out. Heavy metallic thuds echoed beneath his feet, making him feel at least a whole head taller than before. The adjacent chambers opened in sequence and teammates emerged one by one. Lu Guodong raised his hand to wipe the frost off the hatch cover, his eyes wide as copper bells. Damn, Captain, look. This frost isn't just a texture. You can really touch it. Dai Wenfeng stood beside him, looking down at his hands, his lips trembling slightly. Atomic-level modeling precision. This is incredible, right? Shut up. Liang Hu whispered, but he couldn't help but move his fingers. The sensation, power, precision, and instantaneous feedback felt as if this body were born to be his own. Zhou Xiong and Hu Jian weren't so well behaved. Zhou Xiong punched Hu Jian's helmet, producing a dull thud. Then he shook his fist, grinning. Damn, this tactile feedback is so real it even hurts. Hu Jian kicked him in the rear. Are you using me as a lab rat for experiments? Enough. Liang Hu roared and everyone quieted down quickly, lining up. Have you all forgotten what we came here for? Lu Guodong muttered softly. Isn't the mission not here yet? And we haven't seen that Su Yang mentioned by General Li. As soon as he finished speaking, a line of text popped up simultaneously on everyone's helmet displays. Mission report to the captain's office. Navigation has been activated. Liang Hu's mouth twitched. Let's go. The 10 moved quickly down the corridor. Passing by the porthole, someone caught a glimpse of the starlit sky outside, deep, vast, and the starlight cold. Someone saw the distant black planet, but before they could take a closer look, they were pulled away by their teammates. The captain's office door was tightly shut. Just as they were about to knock, the air suddenly distorted. A woman appeared out of thin air. Elf-like ears, black military uniform, expressionless. Ahead is a restricted area. You must sign the Desperate Paratroopers Plan document and become official paratroopers before you can enter. Several people exchanged glances. As soon as she finished speaking, a document popped up simultaneously on everyone's heads-up displays, densely packed clauses filling their entire view. Lu Guodong was just about to read the first line. Congratulations, you have completed the signing of the Desperate Paratroopers Plan. Welcome to the Desperate Paratroopers. Aurora's voice was as calm as reading the weather forecast. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hey. Lu Guodong was the first to explode. We haven't signed anything yet. Dai Wenfeng was also anxious. Yeah. I only read the first 2 lines. How did it get auto-signed? Aurora unhurriedly retrieved the document, lightly gliding her finger across it, enlarging it 50 times. Then she pointed to the nearly microscopic fine print at the very bottom, articulating each word. If the applicant reads any part of this agreement, it is deemed to be binding. To eliminate ambiguity, if the applicant's gaze lingers on this contract for a full second, it is considered that they have read this agreement. Note: if less than 1 second, it will be counted as 1 second. The room fell into silence. Liang Hu opened his mouth but made no sound. Lu Guodong's expression was as if he had swallowed a live fly. Zhou Xiong muttered softly. Is this even legal? Aurora ignored the crowd, stepping aside to clear the passage, coldly saying, Go and don't keep your commander waiting too long. 10 Special Forces soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor entered the captain's cabin and stood in formation. Su Yang stood in front of the control panel, looking up at the group of giants towering 2.5 meters tall, his mouth twitching slightly. He still wasn't quite accustomed to this perspective of speaking while looking up. Commander, hello. Liang Hu looked at Su Yang. Please issue the mission. Hello, comrades. Su Yang nodded in response. He then turned to Aurora, signaling her to start the mission briefing. Aurora's holographic image appeared beside the control panel, her fingers gliding lightly. A massive 3-dimensional star map unfolded in the center of the captain's cabin, occupying everyone's field of vision. At the center of the star map was a black planet, its surface marked with a multitude of red light points. A yellow light point was slowly moving along the planet's orbit. This is the current strategic situation of the battlefield. Aurora's voice was calm and unperturbed. The yellow light point represents the Zerg patrol team. They are currently conducting periodic patrols in low orbit and are expected to scan the position of our ship once the countdown ends. She traced her finger and the countdown timer appeared above the star map, glowing in crimson and ticking down second by second. Zerg patrol team arrival 52 hours 13 minutes 8 seconds. Once the countdown ends, the Zerg patrol team will discover our ship. Given the current state of damage to our warship, we possess no capability for resistance. Aurora paused. At that time, all hope will be lost. The atmosphere in the captain's cabin instantly grew tense. Liang Hu stared at the countdown, his brow furrowed. Aurora did not give them time to digest the information. She traced her finger again, magnifying the star map, focusing on the surface of the black planet. The main force of the Zerg is currently concentrated at the North Pole. In the image, the dense red light points gathered like an army of ants devouring something. They are digging tunnels to the core of the planet. Lu Guodong asked quietly, why are they doing this? To acquire energy, Aurora explained. Once they obtain sufficient energy, the Zerg will be able to hatch lightspeed Zerg eggs. Lightspeed Zerg eggs. Dai Wenfeng's pupils constricted. Multiple Zerg eggs will be launched at light speed from this planet to surrounding star systems, spreading like dandelions. The solar system is also within range. Everyone's expressions changed. Zhou Xiong instinctively clenched his fists, his throat bobbing. Aurora continued expressionlessly. If we do not wish Blue Star to become like the planet below, we must clear a landing zone. Only by establishing a ground base can we launch strikes against the main Zerg forces that are devouring the planet's core. She traced her finger again and the third layer of information appeared. Moreover, the Zerg's genes possess extremely high research value. By acquiring and analyzing Zerg genetic data, we may be able to develop specialized weapons against the Zerg in the future. She traced her finger one last time and the fourth layer of information emerged. Finally, our ship is currently experiencing a severe energy shortage. Recovering Zerg biomass can be converted into energy for the warship, alleviating the energy crisis. The star map retracted. The captain's cabin returned to tranquility. The 10 individuals stood in place silent for several seconds. Liang Hu took a deep breath, feeling as if a stone was pressing down on his chest. Lightspeed Zerg eggs the solar system. He began to be grateful that this was merely a training simulator if all of this were actually happening. He dared not think further. Although the others remained silent, they all shared the same thoughts. Everyone. Su Yang's voice interrupted their reverie. This is the situation. He approached the control panel, placing his hands on the surface, his gaze sweeping across each person's face. Your current strategic mission. He pointed at the yellow light point on the star map. Use the drop pods to actively attract the Zerg patrol team's attention and lure them to the ground. In doing so, the threat to the warship can be alleviated. He paused, emphasizing his tone. By completing this mission, you can earn 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 contribution points. Liang Hu's brow twitched slightly. The others exchanged glances. Lu Guodong raised his hand. Report. May I ask? What are contribution points for? Purchasing new equipment, calling for warship support, upgrading cyborgs and exoskeletons, etc. All require contribution points. Su Yang answered succinctly. Dai Wenfeng was immediately displeased, his mouth twisting. No way. I thought that the agreement to sign after just one glance was already outrageous, but now we have to pay for guns ourselves in battle. Lu Guodong immediately chimed in. Yeah. Why is that? Isn't it enough that we risk our lives without having to pay? Although the others did not speak, their faces clearly expressed exactly. Su Yang took a deep breath, his expression darkening. Do you think supplies grow on trees? His voice was not loud, but each word struck heavily. Every bullet you use, every step you take consumes energy. This is a space warship. We have no home planet as support, nor a continuous supply of logistics. He stepped forward. Here you are, both guardians and producers. This system is designed to prevent wastefulness and train you to accomplish the most arduous tasks with the least resources. The captain's cabin fell silent. Liang Hu looked into Su Yang's eyes and slowly nodded. That makes sense. Lu Guodong shrank his neck and stopped speaking. Dai Wenfeng also closed his mouth. Su Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, that previous speech was entirely made up on the spot. The mother civilization of this warship must be an extremely capitalistic society that devours people without spitting out bones. Such is the system, and he as the commander cannot change it. But the logic is sound. If it persuades people, that's enough. He gave Aurora a glance. Aurora immediately understood, traced her finger, and the star map lit up again, this time focusing on the equatorial region of the planet. The main force of the Zerg is currently conducting core devouring operations at the North Pole. Aurora said, in the southern equatorial region the Zerg density is relatively low. You can establish a landing zone here. Su Yang picked up the conversation. As long as you deal with the Zerg patrol team lured to the ground by the drop pods, you can clear this area. Subsequently, the Pelican transport aircraft can take off and land here, transporting supplies and recovering biomass. Liang Hu remained silent for a few seconds before asking a crucial question. If we fail to clear the landing zone, won't we be unable to return? Su Yang looked at him and nodded without hesitation. Yes. If the landing zone is not cleared, I won't be able to send the Pelican to pick you up. At that time, even if you obtain Zerg genetic samples, you won't be able to complete the side mission. The 10 individuals fell silent once more. Understood. Su Yang nodded and continued to explain the last task. Recovering biomass is a permanent mission. As long as you can secure the landing zone, we can send the transport aircraft to bring back the Zerg corpses and convert them into energy. He clapped his hands. This is the situation. Do you understand your tasks? Understood. The 10 responded in unison. Strategic: divert the space Zerg and remove the threat to the warship. Liang Hu reiterated. Tactical clear the landing zone. Side mission obtain Zerg genetic samples. Permanent recover biomass. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Prepare for the drop zone. The 10 saluted in unison and turned to leave the captain's cabin. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded in the corridor. Su Yang watched their backs, exhaling deeply. Aurora's holographic image appeared beside him. Do you think they can succeed? Su Yang remained silent, staring at the countdown. Zerg patrol team arrival 51 hours 47 minutes 2 seconds. After a long time, Su Yang finally said, let's hope everything goes smoothly. Drop zone. 10 men walked in silence to the bay after collecting their gear from the armory. Only Lu Guodong's mouth did not stop moving. Brother, when are you nervous? Don't pretend, it's obvious to me, he said, patting Dai Wenfeng's shoulder with a self-satisfied air. Dai Wenfeng ignored him. The others were busy securing weapons inside the drop capsules. Lu Guodong, however, flitted between compartments like a sparrow, jabbering incessantly. No way, this drop capsule is exactly like the one in Halo, he exclaimed, leaning on the rim, his eyes shining. And a panoramic skylight too, amazing. Liang Hu finally lost patience. Lu Guodong, shut up. Get into your capsule now. Startled by the captain's rebuke, Lu Guodong hunched his neck and sheepishly crawled into his compartment. The compartment was cramped. The seat barely accommodated half a sitter. To the left of the seat sat a joystick that controlled the capsule's direction. The front and bottom were a single pane of ultra-high-strength glass. Through it they could see everything outside with crystalline clarity. Lu Guodong pulled down the hydraulic lever. Clack! Once the lever locked, the capsule's hatch lowered automatically. The sound of the latch engaging was unnervingly loud inside the confined space. He drew a deep breath. Then resumed. Zhou Xiong, didn't you say you were afraid of heights when you first enlisted? Lu Guodong's voice came through the combs. Don't worry, it's like parachuting. Zhou Xiong rolled his eyes and ignored him. The floor hatch of the drop bay opened slowly. Through the bottom glass they could see the dark planet below, suspended in space like a black hole swallowing all light. Lu Guodong's voice sounded again. You guys played Halo right. I've always wanted to know what it's like to be a helltrooper. Liang Hu frowned. Lu Guodong, remember my earlier order? An order to shut up. Yes. That order is still in effect. Lu Guodong finally fell silent. 10 drop capsules were now fully exposed to the vacuum of space. With a thunderous clang, the pods detached from the warship and plunged toward the black planet. In the next second, a violent inertia pinned everyone to their seats, blood pounding in their heads. Lu Guodong's voice shattered the calms. My God. I'm not ready to die. I didn't expect orbital airdrops to be this terrifying. At that moment everyone realized Lu Guodong's non-stop chatter had been concealing his nerves all along. No one felt like mocking him. The pod's descent accelerated. The rear thrusters engaged, belching a ghostly blue flame as they adjusted course, heading toward the insectoid patrols. Through the bottom glass, Liang Hu fixed his gaze on the planet's surface. As the capsule moved he at last discerned the planet's true hue, a dusty orange. The ground should have been rock and yellow sand. Instead, the black swarms like an ugly moss had overrun everything that once belonged to this world. Aluala's assessment had been correct. After the capsules crossed the equator, the black creatures grew sparse beneath the glass. Liang Hu had begun to breathe easier when the alert sounded. Radar flight path obstruction detected. Preliminary assessment insectoid. Everyone alter course. Liang Hu's voice exploded over the channel. Avoid direct collisions with the swarm. Our mission is to draw them, not to commit suicide. Received. 9 replies answered crisply. The 10 capsules dispersed, steering toward the insect patrol's direction. But Zhou Xiong had trouble. My power is depleted. His voice was eerily calm for someone barreling toward the swarm. First time using this unit, I misjudged the output. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Xiong's capsule, obedient to inertia, drifted straight into the swarm. There they are. Dai Wenfeng suddenly shouted. All eyes turned in unison to where he pointed. The space insect patrols had finally appeared, nothing like what they'd imagined. They resembled squids, triangular heads with 8 trailing tendrils behind them. Strangely, they lacked the chitinous exoskeleton one would expect. Instead, they hung like tumorous flesh, flaccid and grotesque, their slime reflecting an eerie sheen. The patrols had clearly noticed the capsules. They abandoned their lanes and veered, surging toward the pods. As the gap closed, everyone inhaled sharply. Each creature was noticeably larger than a capsule. And the scale of this so-called patrol was staggering. The entire corridor of space was crowded with a dense river of tadpole-like bodies. Like peering through a microscope at life's primordial source, wave after wave, numbers in the tens of thousands. Lu Guodong nearly retched. "They're coming. Evade." Liang Hu barked, straining under multiple GS to give the order. It was already too late. Zhou Xiong's capsule powerless struck the swarm. Boom! An explosion. Everyone expected it to burst into a brilliant firework. But they saw nothing. The swarm swallowed the capsule in an instant and swallowed the light of its explosion as well. Like a stone thrown into a bog, not even a ripple rose. The sight struck all of them like a hammer to the heart. Only then did the remaining 9 truly understand the horror they faced. "Accelerate!" Liang Hu's voice was hoarse. "Full throttle. Break through the atmosphere. Head for the surface." No one hesitated. Everyone pushed their capsule output to the limit. Engines screamed as rear nozzles spat scorching blue fire, hurling them like meteors toward the ground. They all knew only on the surface could they draw their weapons and fight. Dying inside a capsule left no chance to retaliate. Liang Hu's pod was the last. Its aft nozzle was clogged with the creature's slimy residue. No matter how he battered the red boost button, the engine offered no response. The swarm drew closer. He could almost see the suckers on their tendrils. At the critical moment, a capsule suddenly decelerated and interposed itself between Liang Hu's pod and the swarm. Liang Hu realized in an instant who sat in that capsule. "Lu Guodong. What are you doing? Speed up and get out of here." "That's an order." Lu Guodong did not obey. His capsule was engulfed by the swarm. The blast wave of its detonation, laden with energy and shards, slammed into the rear of Liang Hu's pod. The pod lurched like a stone, kicked forward, and pierced the atmosphere. Friction heated its exterior until it glowed red. Through the glass, Liang Hu saw the world awash in fiery red, the color of atmosphere burning, which also vaporized the slime clogging his rear nozzle. The engine reignited. Liang Hu gripped the joystick and plunged toward the landing zone south of the equator. Moments later, his capsule slammed into the ground. The hatch ejected automatically. He drew his weapon and stepped out, knees bending to absorb the impact. Before him lay a desolate expanse of orange-yellow terrain. In the distance, 6 other capsules had gouged deep craters. Their hatches were open and team members were clambering out. Liang Hu slowly raised his head. Across the sky, countless orange-eyed pinpricks fell like a meteor shower. Those were the insect swarm, dense and covering the heavens. He tightened his grip on his rifle. "Those still alive, fall in by me, assemble and keep watch." 6 men ran from their capsules and formed ranks at his side. 7 remained. 10 had launched, only 7 stood now. Hu Jian murmured, "Lu Guodong Dai Wenfang Zhou Xiong." Failed to land. Liang Hu looked at them and then at the swarm descending ever closer. "Enough. They merely dropped out of the simulation. Pull yourselves together." Liang Hu drew a deep breath and turned to face the area where the insects were about to touch down. "Everyone check your weapons and prepare for combat." "Check the weapons." Liang Hu commanded, and the 7 quickly inspected their equipment. Firearms, ammunition, tactical daggers, everything was ready. Liang Hu looked around. The landing zone was a desolate orange-yellow wasteland with little cover apart from rubble and sand. In the distance there was a canyon flanked by towering rock walls with only a narrow entrance. "Everyone retreat to the canyon." Liang Hu pointed in that direction, set up defensive positions before the insect swarm lands. The 7 quickly moved towards the canyon. The entrance was narrow, only allowing 3 or 4 people to pass side by side. The sides were lined with jagged rocks, layers of yellow-brown stone stacked like natural walls. The ground inside the canyon was relatively flat, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Liang Hu surveyed the area and quickly assigned tasks. Hu Jian take the high ground. Lei Zhen set up traps at the canyon entrance. Song Shao immediately released the supply ball and request an airdrop from the mothership. "We can't kill that many pests with the ammunition we have now." "Others follow me to build the defense line." "Yes." Several immediately sprang into action. Hu Jian climbed to the highest rock on the right, set up his gun and covered the entire canyon entrance and the open ground ahead. Lei Zhen concentrated all the explosives of the team at the canyon entrance, layering traps. Each was concealed in rock crevices or under sand with tripwires so thin they were nearly invisible. Even if they rush in, they'll have to shed a layer of skin first, Leijin said, patting the dust off his hands. Song Xiao took a fist-sized metal sphere, the supply ball, from his tactical backpack. He input the coordinates and command codes via the mini-computer on his exoskeleton forearm. A blue indicator light lit up on the surface of the supply ball, emitting a faint humming sound. Request sent. Song Xiao lowered his arm and nodded to Liang, whose supplies are expected to arrive in 18 minutes. Liang, who remained silent. He crouched behind a large rock at the canyon entrance, aiming his gun at the open ground ahead. The orangered lights in the sky grew more numerous and brighter. The first batch of insect drop pods had landed. Captain Hu Jian on the high ground suddenly shouted, "The first batch of insects has landed. They are very strange, you better come take a look." Liang Hu frowned, quickly scaling the rock wall in 3 swift steps to lie beside Hu Jian. He followed the direction Hu Jian pointed to his helmet, automatically focusing, pulling the distant scene closer and magnifying it. Liang Hu's pupils suddenly constricted. In space they thought those squid-shaped things were the insects themselves. But now he realized those were not insects at all, but insect-type drop pods. The huge triangular head smashed to the ground and 8 tentacles behind it violently sprayed out a large quantity of unknown liquid upon impact, like a water pouch bursting, splashing everywhere. That was the cushioning fluid. After landing, the triangular head quickly shriveled, resembling a deflated balloon. In the next moment, a sharp claw burst forth from the deflated head. Then came a second one. 2 giant insects crawled out from within. Liang Hu got a clear view of their appearance. They moved on 4 legs, their bodies low to the ground, but each was still quite large. 2 massive claws protruded from their chests, and the chitinous exoskeleton on their mandibles gleamed with a sharp cold light under the sun. Their bodies were covered in jet black shells, smooth as mirrors, seemingly impervious to blades. 2 insects emerged from a single drop pod. 2. Liang Hu's mind raced. He had seen at least 20,000 insect drop pods in space. 20,000 drop pods, each containing 2 insects. 40,000. 40,000 insects were landing in the southern equatorial region of this planet. A cold sweat broke out on his back. He took a deep breath, suppressing the rising fear in his chest. Prepare for battle. The first batch of insects was coming. Dozens of them charged towards the canyon in a scattered manner. Their running style was a blend of insects and beasts, alternating 4 legs with astonishing speed. Liang Hu steadied his gun, aiming at the head of the first insect. Fire! Gunfire erupted. 7 rifles fired simultaneously, weaving a deadly net of bullets over the open wasteland. When the first insect was hit, Liang Hu was momentarily stunned. The bullet easily penetrated the insect's shell, dark green bodily fluid spraying out from the bullet hole. The insect let out a piercing screech, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay still. Not invulnerable. Their shells can be penetrated. Liang Hu immediately shouted over the communication channel, "Aim for the head and joints, don't waste bullets." The 7 used the terrain to their advantage, taking down all the insects in the first wave. But no one could breathe a sigh of relief. Because the second wave was coming. More. Not dozens but hundreds. Liang Hu gritted his teeth. Reload. Bullets poured out like they were free. The traps set by Leijin began to take effect, explosions ringing out one after another, scattering the insect remains into the air, dark green bodily fluid tracing arcs in the sunlight. But there were too many insects. The ones in front fell while the ones behind stepped on their companions' corpses and continued to charge forward. The traps were quickly exhausted. "I'm out of ammo here," Leijin shouted. "I'm almost out too." Song Xiao's voice was tinged with obvious anxiety. Liang Hu glanced at his ammunition counter. Less than a quarter remained. The intensity of the battle exceeded expectations. Just as the bullets were about to run out, a sharp sound of cutting air rang in the sky. A supply pod crashed heavily at the original location of the supply ball. Song Xiao abruptly looked up. "Supplies have arrived." The hatch opened automatically. Inside were neatly stacked ammunition boxes and a few boxes of medical syringes. "Reload. Hurry!" Liang Hu shouted. The 7 rushed over, quickly changing magazines and replenishing ammunition. But Liang Hu knew in his heart that this was just a drop in the bucket. "Reload. Hurry!" Liang Hu shouted. The 7 rushed over, quickly changing magazines. Not a slow retreat, but all the insects simultaneously turned around, bolting back in the direction they came from. Tens of thousands of insects turned and fled at the same moment. In just a few seconds, the open ground in front of the canyon was cleared, leaving only a field of insect corpses and dark green puddles of blood. Everyone stood frozen in place. They retreated. Song Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. Hu Jian sat down heavily on the ground, gasping, "Damn. I thought I was done for here. We survived." Several others also slumped down, some laughing, some cursing, while others removed their helmets to wipe the sweat from their faces. "We're still alive." Leijin patted his chest, grinning widely. Only Liang, who remained expressionless, standing still, staring in the direction the insects had fled. A drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. Hu Jian noticed the captain's unease and walked over, frowning. "Captain, what's wrong?" "The insects retreated. Isn't that a good thing?" Liang Hu shook his head, his voice low. "It is indeed not a good thing." "Why?" Hu Jian was taken aback. Liang Hu slowly spoke. "Didn't you feel it? The previous few waves were just tests." Hu Jian's smile froze on his face. Liang Hu continued. "They first sent in dozens to test our firepower, then hundreds to pressure our defenses, and finally thousands to force us to reveal all our cards." He turned to look at Hu Jian, his gaze serious. "They have been calculating our fire density, ammunition consumption, and defensive limits." Hu Jian's throat moved slightly. "Captain, do you mean the insect swarm is intelligent?" Liang Hu nodded heavily. "I'm not sure if it's intelligence, but I can feel it. I'm not facing a mindless swarm of insects. I'm up against a real battlefield, Commander." The air fell silent. Everyone heard this statement. Song Xiao's face turned pale. "What do we do next? We barely killed 1/5 of the last few waves. If they're plotting again, then we really can't fight." Liang Hu sighed. "Let's take it step by step." His gaze fell on the direction the insect swarm had retreated, where dust was rising, obscuring half the sky. "Even if they really have intelligence, there must be a command structure. As long as we can take out their commander." He didn't finish. Everyone was looking at him. Liang Hu was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Without him finishing, everyone knew this was a pipe dream. Those insects all looked the same to them. Who knew which one was the commander? Even if they knew they were currently trapped in the canyon with insufficient ammunition, how could they break through to decapitate it? Despair rose like a tide, slowly engulfing them. Just then, the insect swarm moved again. Not a scattered charge, but all the insects turned at once. They gathered into a black wave, crashing towards the canyon like a mountain flood or tsunami. The tide of insects was getting closer. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. Just as everyone fell into despair, a flash of red light streaked across the sky. Everyone looked up simultaneously. The helmet automatically focused, revealing it to be a warship's drop pod. Trailing a crimson tail flame, it descended from the sky at high speed. "It's a drop pod. Someone has respawned." Leijin suddenly stood up. On the battleship, Su Yang stared at the holographic screen, which was displaying real-time images of the ground battlefield. The icons of 3 drop pods had already gone dark. Next to it were 3 names: Zhou Xiong, Lu Guodong, Dai Wenfeng. 3 had died before even touching down. Is this reasonable? Su Yang's voice was tinged with irritation. "We lost 3 people before the battle even began." Aurora calmly replied, "According to the war records of the Moravia Federation, the casualty rate for the first orbital drop is approximately 42.7. 42.7. Su Yang gritted his teeth and repeated. "But they completed their mission well, didn't they?" "Commander Su Yang." Su Yang was taken aback. "Commander, isn't this temporary? The Zerg patrol has been successfully diverted, the threat to the battleship has been neutralized, and the countdown has been cancelled." Aurora lightly swiped her finger, bringing up Su Yang's permission panel. "Strategic mission completed. Merit points have increased to 10,000. Your rank has been upgraded from temporary commander to official commander. You now have the authority to command a troop of 100 and access some database information." Su Yang looked at the changes on the panel and then at the 3 dim icons. He suddenly felt it was not so bad. Losing 3 biomachines for an upgrade in permissions was not a loss. "Alright, then tell me, what can I unlock with level 2 permissions? I will check the database for any technologies from Blue Star that can be sent back later." Aurora waved her hand, bringing up an interface on the main console. Unlockable options with level 2 permissions: a heavy weapon airdrop pod. Effect: a specially designed airdrop pod for heavy weapons that protects the weapons from damage during descent. Consumption 10000 merit points. Note: specific weapon types need to be unlocked at an additional cost by the special forces with a cooldown of 1 hour. B. Unlock usage rights for the 120mm high explosive firepower network. Effect: perform orbital strikes on the ground with a strike radius of 500 meters lasting 150 seconds of bombardment. Consumption 10000 merit points. Notes: each strike call costs 1000 contribution points with a cooldown of 6 hours. C. Unlock upgrade rights for biomachines. Effect: enhance the capability limits of individual biomachine strength, speed, armor strength, etc. Consumption 10000 merit points. Notes: requires corresponding biomass materials for modifications, with each modification costing 10000 contribution points and no cooldown. Su Yang stared at the panel, his brow furrowed. He now had 10000 merit points and could only choose one. Airdrop support, but Liang Hu and the others haven't purchased any heavy weapons usage rights, which means unlocking this specialized airdrop pod is purely pointless. His gaze fell on option B. Orbital strike. This is good, but as a space-based weapon this strike range is too small. Su Yang then looked at option C. Biomachine upgrade. Aurora, what does upgrading biomachines mean? Does it mean I can upgrade all current biomachines after unlocking it, or do they need to purchase the upgrades themselves? Aurora calmly replied, they can only spend contribution points to upgrade after you purchase the upgrade rights. Su Yang nearly rolled his eyes to the sky. Then who would buy it? Spending 10,000 contribution points to buy a high-level biomachine only to have it die before landing would be a massive loss. Aurora explained it won't be. Originally their resurrection would deduct contribution points. High-level biomachines just deduct slightly more contribution points, and there's no situation where they die and revert to low-level biomachines after an upgrade. You don't think death comes without a cost, do you? Su Yang was taken aback by this statement, thought for a moment, and then said, alright, it seems this option is the most beneficial for long-term development. But then he thought, since Liang Hu and the others were still fighting on the ground, options A and C could not provide them with immediate support. However, option C was indeed very tempting, as it could greatly enhance individual combat capabilities while also earning merit points. That's right, players must pay taxes on contribution points spent. All contribution points spent by players to purchase battleship services such as bombardment support, airdrop support, upgrading biomachines will convert 10 into Su Yang's merit points. Su Yang closed his eyes and pondered for 2 seconds. Then he opened them. The path of the orbital strike is the way, and marksmanship is also a skill. The way is natural. I choose B, orbital strike. Although in the long run option C would increase as the number of modifications increased, his squad currently had only 10 people. Even if fully modified, it would only break even. But the orbital strike could help the squad complete their mission better and earn mission rewards. Moreover, what the people on the ground need most right now is firepower. Permission has been granted. Aurora nodded slightly. Su Yang turned around and looked at the real-time images of the ground battlefield on the holographic screen. The swarm had already landed, and Liang Hu and his team were preparing to engage them. Inform them to use the readiness ball to mark the coordinates immediately and conduct an orbital strike. Su Yang exclaimed excitedly. I do not recommend you do this, Aurora replied coldly. Su Yang was taken aback, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Why? Aurora remained calm. The 3 who just revived are preparing to drop. Their flight path overlaps with the strike zone of the orbital attack. Su Yang sighed helplessly. Fine, let's wait until they land to discuss it. At this moment a support request came from the ground. Aurora's eyes flashed with a stream of data, then she looked at Su Yang. Your squad requests ammunition resupply. Should we approve it? Approve it. They definitely do not have enough ammunition to deal with the swarm. Received. Resupply will be delivered shortly. Expected to arrive at the readiness ball's marked position in 18 minutes. Aurora turned her head, her eyes flowing with data as she looked at Su Yang, her tone carrying a hint of rare approval. Your troops display a strong combat awareness. They know to prepare in advance and called for resupply before the battle. Su Yang's lips curled slightly upwards. Of course, they are the sharpest force of Huagua. At this time in the drop zone, Zhou Xiong, Dai Wenfang and Lu Guodong arrived one after another. Zhou Xiong had already entered the drop pod and was about to pull down the hydraulic lever when he heard footsteps. He then saw Dai Wenfang and Lu Guodong walk in. Zhou Xiong looked at the two in surprise and was the first to speak. You guys didn't land. Lu Guodong rolled his eyes. You still have the face to say you were the first to crash into the swarm. I died trying to save the captain. Lu Guodong then turned to Dai Wenfang and asked, Brother Wen, how did you die? Dai Wenfeng said nothing, just checked his exoskeleton joints to confirm there were no malfunctions. How could he possibly say that he accidentally triggered the emergency eject mechanism while frantically escaping from the Zerg, resulting in him being burned to ash in the atmosphere? Seeing that Lu Guodong was still curious and wanted to press on, Dai Wenfeng urged, "All right, enough dawdling. It takes over 20 minutes to get to the combat area. If we delay any longer, Liang and the others might be chewed to bits by the bugs." Then the three of them each walked to their respective drop pods, climbed in and pulled down the hydraulic lever. 3 drop pods broke through the atmosphere, their crimson tails carving 3 glaring arcs in the dusk. Lu Guodong was the first to restore communication. The signal icon on the helmet HUD jumped from red to green, followed by Liang Hu's voice exploding in the channel. "You guys finally made it down." His voice was hoarse, carrying the scent of gunfire and smoke. "Listen up. You're up in the sky with a good view. Check if there are any special bugs among the swarm. I suspect there's a commander among them." The 3 of them were startled. "Commander?" Lu Guodong's voice changed pitch. "The swarm has a commander." Liang Hu shouted while firing his gun. "Yes. They just tested our strength and reserves in batches, confirming we have no large-scale destructive weapons before launching a full assault." The gunfire in the communication channel was deafening. Lu Guodong swallowed hard. "Damn, they're that smart." Dai Wenfeng remained silent. He turned the drop pod's direction, peering through the glass bottom at the ground. The dense black tide of bugs crashed against the canyon like a tsunami, stretching endlessly. "But it's all so thick down there, how do we find it?" Zhou Xiong's voice suddenly rang out, calm as if commenting on the nice weather. "I see it." "Where?" Lu Guodong immediately pressed. "In the center of the swarm. There's one with a red lightning pattern on its back. That should be it." Dai Wenfeng also spoke up. "I see it too." He paused, his voice tightening. "But it's in the center of the swarm. How do we kill it?" Lu Guodong said nothing. He stared at the bug with the red markings, calculating in his mind. The drop pod's speed, altitude, landing point deviation, the density of the swarm. Then he smiled. "I know how to kill it." Liang Hu sensed something, his voice suddenly rising. "Lu Guodong, what are you planning?" Lu Guodong did not answer. He pushed the joystick all the way forward, the drop pod's engine emitting a piercing roar, its tail flame extending sharply. The entire drop pod accelerated out of formation, crashing toward the center of the swarm like a meteor. "Lu Guodong, are you trying to die?" "That's the center of the swarm." Liang Hu's roar nearly shattered the communicator. But then he saw a second drop pod also breaking away from the formation. Then the third. Dai Wenfeng and Zhou Xiong simultaneously pushed down the joystick. 3 drop pods, 3 crimson tails like 3 swords, plunged straight into the heart of the swarm. Liang Hu was so furious that his lips trembled. These 3 defied military orders and acted on their own. He gritted his teeth, determined that after returning he would make them run laps until their legs broke. But at that moment he could do nothing. Dealing with the sea of bugs before him had already left him exhausted. Boo! 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 The tide of bugs surged forward, bullets weaving fiery lines in the darkness. Just then a bug lurking on the side suddenly lunged, its steel-like pincers aimed straight at Liang Hu's throat. Liang Hu swiftly sidestepped, using the gun to block. Clang! The metallic clash was deafening. The tremendous impact knocked him off balance and he fell to the ground. The bugs pressed in. Chitinous fangs dripped with slime less than 20 centimeters from his helmet. Liang Hu gritted his teeth, pushing hard against the gun. And in the distance. Boom! The first drop pod landed. Lu Guodong's pod crashed into the swarm, splattering severed limbs and dark green bodily fluids. 3 bugs were crushed on the spot. The hatch burst open and knocked another down. But it did not hit the target. To land quickly, he depleted the pod's energy midair. When he was 200 meters from the ground, he lost the ability to adjust direction. The landing point deviated to his grandmother's house. He crawled out of the pod and hadn't steadied himself before the surrounding bugs closed in. Black shells, crimson eyes dense as a wall. Damn! Don't! A piercing static noise erupted in the communication channel, then abruptly cut off. In the valley, Hu Jian shot down a bug crawling up the rock wall and glanced up. He saw a thigh being flung out from the swarm. Damn! Hu Jian's voice changed. I saw Lu Guodong's thigh. Song Shao asked while reloading. Just the thigh? Yes. Just the thigh. It flew up. Boom! The second drop pod landed. It was Dai Wenfeng. He also deviated from the target, but his aim was better than Lu Guodong's, and because of that he was almost right in the center of the swarm. He watched the layers of bugs outside, and before the hatch of the drop pod burst open he pulled the pin from the glory grenade. Damn you! Boom! The explosive fire engulfed him and a dozen bugs surrounding him. Liang Hu's teeth nearly shattered. Just landed and already 2 were dead. Yet he himself was pinned beneath a bug, unable to move. The chitinous fangs of the bug were getting closer to his helmet. He could even see the fine barbs on the fangs. Just when he thought everything was over, the bug pressing down on him suddenly stiffened its pincers, losing strength. The fangs stopped 3 centimeters from Liang Hu's helmet, then the entire body collapsed like the power had been cut off, crashing to the ground. He managed to push off the bug that was pinning him down and looked up. In the valley on the rock walls outside the canyon, all the bugs simultaneously ceased their attack. Some were still in mid-charge, their front legs raised frozen in the air. Others had just opened their fangs yet hadn't had time to bite down. Then, like dominoes, they began to fall in clusters. No, they didn't just fall, they collapsed. The swarm was paralyzed. It turned out that the third drop pod had landed. No deviation. No deviation. Zhou Xiong's drop pod landed precisely on the bug with the red lightning pattern on its back. The immense impact smashed the body of the bug commander into a pulp. Dark green blood and shredded flesh splattered in all directions, resembling a blooming evil flower. He gasped, staring at the bizarre scene before him, tens of thousands of bugs as still as stones. Zhou Xiong. His voice was hoarse. Did you hit it? A familiar voice came through the communication channel, tinged with pride and the relief of survival. I hit it. Zhou Xiong jumped out of the drop pod, his feet landing on a pile of bug corpses sinking into dark green fluid upon landing, splashing a foul stench. He stood up, looking around at all the immobile bugs. He glanced down at the pincers beside his leg, thicker than his thigh, and kicked it hard. The bug's shell made a dull sound but did not react. Damn it! He grinned. Crushed that little bastard. He kicked a few times in a fit of rage. Then a cold female voice echoed in all helmets. Aurora's hologram appeared in the top right corner of the HUD, expressionless. Detected the death of the bug commander. The swarm has briefly entered a paralyzed state, expected to last 5 minutes. Zhou Xiong's foot froze midair. In 5 minutes, the swarm will select a new commander. At that time, the swarm will regain mobility. Aurora's gaze pierced through the screen, landing on Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong, you'd better leave the center of the swarm before then. Zhou Xiong's smile froze. He looked around at the densely packed bugs stretching as far as the eye could see. He had sacrificed 2 teammates to crush the commander. And now they tell him that this commander refreshes every 5 minutes. Are they kidding? Zhou Xiong, damn it. Damn. Zhou Xiong cursed and sprinted. Behind him, before him, insect carcasses lay in dense heaps, black chitin piled into mountains like a vast graveyard, and he stood at its very center. On the helmet HUD's upper right, Ao Luala obligingly displayed a countdown. 043604350434. With every tick of the numbers, Zhou Xiong felt his heart tremble. He ran across the bug body's dark green ichor, spurted from the shell seams and splattered him from head to toe. There were simply too many of them. Their towering bodies stacked into walls that stretched on without end, forming a lethal labyrinth. Run where? Zhou Xiong ground his teeth, clambered onto the head of one insect, then leapt onto the back of another. From one to the next he bounded like an antelope on stone. On the ridge, Liang, who held his rifle, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. The sea of insects exceeded 8 kilometers across. To funnel into the valley, the swarm had formed a long layered serpent. Zhou Xiong's silhouette flickered on that heaving surface. He was not running so much as climbing a mountain of corpses. Run to the flanks. Liang Hu's mind raced. Fanning out might extricate him from the swarm faster, but without the valley's shelter, once the swarm awoke, Zhou Xiong on open ground would be a stationary target. He could not outrun the creature's 4 legs. First break to the side, slip clear, then approach the valley along the plain and scale the pass. Liang Hu glanced at Zhou Xiong's position and at the terrain flanking the valley. A cold sweat beaded his forehead. The distance was too great. The detour would cost more time than a direct charge. TSK. Liang Hu gritted his teeth and barked into the comms, all units. Clear the bugs around the valley and expand Zhou Xiong's safe zone. The others snapped awake as if from a dream. Right, they could not reach him directly, but they could clear the swarm near the valley. If he could reach the perimeter, he could surge into the gorge without having to clamber across corpses. Gunfire tore the air. 7 rifles barked in unison. The swarm closest to the valley collapsed, immobilized like rows of fixed targets. Dark fluid spattered and fragments of flesh flew. But Zhou Xiong's countdown had already dropped to 0214. He still had nearly 3 kilometers to the valley. Even if he managed to reach it, what then? Before him lay an ocean of insects. Even if they converged with their comrades, 8 of them, a few rifles, a handful of grenades, how could they possibly hold? The best outcome would be to die alongside his teammates. Zhou Xiong's spirit sank a fraction, his steps grew heavier. Yet the soldier's soul within him kept despair from swallowing everything. At that moment a familiar voice exploded through the comm channel. "Attention squad. It was Su Yang. You may now request orbital 120mm high explosive fire support. The request is made the same way as calling supplies. Mark the coordinates with a Zhanbei Qiu." He paused and stressed, "Note the orbital strike covers a diameter of 500 meters and the bombardment lasts 150 seconds. When you toss the Zhanbei Qiu, do not throw it at your feet, do not be blown to pieces before you clear the blast zone." The whole team jolted at once. Liang Hu practically roared the moment Su Yang's words ended. "Zhou Xiong, you're still inside the swarm. Request an orbital strike immediately. Throw the Zhanbei Qiu 300 meters from the valley mouth. Well, clear the insects near the gorge." "Roger." While hopping atop the swarm, Zhou Xiong fumbled a Zhanbei Qiu from his tactical pack. A mini-computer on his exoskeleton forearm flashed an interface and he typed the sequence quickly: right down, left right down. The sphere's surface flared a lethal red, no longer the blue of a supply call. He heaved it with all his strength. The Zhanbei Qiu traced a beautiful arc over the layered carcasses and landed precisely 308 meters from the valley entrance. Ao Luola's dispassionate voice spoke through every helmet. "Strike request approved. Please vacate the bombardment zone promptly." Vacate. He needed the orbital fire to shield his dash into the valley. He gambled that the strikes would not crater the exact same patch twice. He kept leaping. The countdown kept falling. 004800470046. The swarm awoke. Not gradually but all at once. Zhou Xiong cursed in despair. "Ao Luola, your countdown is wrong." Ao Luola's tone was unruffled, as if commenting from afar. "I said this is only an estimate." Every insect's eyes flared a simultaneous bloody red. Their bodies convulsed, 4 legs pushed them upright and their jointed limbs gouged deep furrows into the ground. The bug beneath his feet lurched and Zhou Xiong lost his balance, tumbling hard from a height of more than 5 meters. This is it. He closed his eyes, bracing for being torn apart. Boom! A deafening blast rocked the earth. Zhou Xiong felt only a fierce wind brush his face. He opened his eyes to find a vacuum pocket stretching for dozens of meters before him. He felt a surge of grim gratitude that he had fallen. The shockwave alone would have finished him. The orbital strike began. Shells fell like a relentless rain, each detonating a few dozen meters ahead of him. Fire shredded flesh shockwave, as if an invisible colossal hand had split a bloody path before him. Zhou Xiong scrambled up and ran. The bombardment seemed to favor him, clearing an unerring corridor. A wall of insects exploded open. He plunged through, then another, then another. Behind him the stunned swarm descended into chaos. The newborn commander seemed to be executing its predecessor's command charge. Countless bugs surged into the bombardment zone like an incoming tide. They met the strike like cold spring water meeting a red-hot iron plate, instant vaporization. 30 seconds later the bombardment ceased. Outside the valley only a scattered few managed to stagger upright. The rest lay as fragments and charred hunks of meat. At the gorge entrance Zhou Xiong stumbled in and collapsed, gasping for breath. Liang Hu hauled him up and stared at the scorched wasteland beyond the gorge in disbelief. "We completed the mission." Hu Jian's voice trembled. "Clean sweep," Song Xiao said, eyes fixed on the radar landing zone. "Biological signatures 8. Su Yang's voice came over the channel. "Well done. Tactical objective achieved. Prepare to recover biomass." Everyone froze for a beat. Then a cheer erupted. "We're alive. We made it." Leijin pummeled a rock hard. Hu Jian gave a thumbs up. Zhou Xiong lay on the ground and cracked a grin. Liang Hu smiled too and patted Zhou Xing's shoulder, about to speak when a flicker at the sky surface drew his peripheral gaze. Not an object, a light. An eerie blue light. Everyone lifted their heads at once. A pale blue plasma shell fell silently from space, trailing a long tail of flame, and struck with surgical precision at the canyon center. The last image Liang Hu saw was Zhou Xiong lunging up and shoving him aside. Then his teammates' bodies vaporized in the azure flash. Hu Jian's arm fell outside the light, nothing but an arm. Lei Jin and Song Xiao were consumed by the radiance. Only because Zhou Xiong had shoved Liang Hu did a portion of him remain. His right palm lay outside the light unvaporized. He looked down at his vanished lower body. Pupils dilated, realization dawning they had been annihilated. Lu Guodong and Dai Wenfeng had just emerged from the android storage pods, exchanging jibes once again when they set off toward the drop zone, only to halt before reaching the doorway. A notification flashed across their helmet: HUD's mission accomplished. Lu Guodong froze, then tapped it open, his eyes widening in disbelief. Damn! The squad leader and the others are incredible. They've even completed the tactical objective. Dai Wenfeng glanced at the same alert and arched a brow. Does that mean we won't have to descend after all? The landing zone has already been cleared. We'll probably still need to go down. Lu Guodong scratched his head. Aren't we still tasked with recovering biomass? The xenomorph corpses haven't even been retrieved yet. Before the words left his mouth, the pressure release valves of the adjacent android storage pods activated in unison. Lu Guodong and Dai Wenfeng turned. All 8 pod hatches were slowly retracting. What the hell? Lu Guodong blurted out. Did the squad leader and the others die and get resurrected back here? Before he could finish speaking, Hu Jian stepped out first, his expression grim. Then came Lei Jin, Song Xiao, Zhou Xiong, one by one, until finally Liang Hu emerged last. 8 soldiers, all accounted for. Yet each wore a look as if they'd bitten into an apple only to find half a worm inside. Dai Wenfeng stared at Liang Hu. Squad leader, did you all die? Liang Hu nodded impassively. Yes. But we cleared the landing zone. His voice was flat, like reading a field report, yet the corner of his eye twitched faintly. Lu Guodong missed the nuance entirely, his focus remained fixed on the mission. So can we proceed with biomass recovery now? The mission isn't over yet, Liang Hu said, shaking his head. We'll exit the simulation first and brief General Li. We entered while still physically present in his office. Lu Guodong smacked his forehead. Right. Almost forgot. Let's log out immediately. Without another word, they returned to their respective pods, the hatches sealing shut. Consciousness severed. Earth. General Li Zhongguo's office. 10 soldiers arched their spines simultaneously, as if jolted by electricity, and gasped sharply, drawing in frigid air. They removed their neural interface headsets and breathed heavily, lungs heaving. The office lay silent, save for the ragged overlapping rhythm of their breaths. General Li Zhongguo sat behind his desk, a cigarette unlit between his fingers, saying nothing. He had waited, since the moment they donned their headsets, for their return for their debrief, for the immediate transmission of intelligence. Now they were back. Liang Hu rose first, military instinct compelling him to straighten his posture even before his breathing steadied. The others followed, lining up before the desk in disciplined formation. General Li lifted his gaze, scanning each face. How do you feel? His tone was calm, measured. Did you complete the training objectives? Liang Hu stepped forward, voice resonant, reporting, sir. Our squad accomplished Commander Su Yang's strategic directive, neutralizing the xenomorph patrol threat to the starship at the cost of 5 lives. We also fulfilled the tactical objective, full clearance of the landing zone. General Li's brow furrowed deeply, but he gave a slow, solemn nod. 5 lives lost was a heavy toll. Yet neutralizing the xenomorph threat meant Su Yang was for now safe. He shifted his line of inquiry. Which 5 personnel were lost? At that, someone in the formation stifled a chuckle. Dai Wenfeng remained stoic. Lu Guodong's lips twitched. Zhou Xiong suppressed laughter too, but differently. During his second resurrection he'd performed a critical feat. Only Dai Wenfeng and Lu Guodong died twice without decisive impact. Wait, Lu Guodong's first death had meaning. He sacrificed himself to save Liang Hu. Liang Hu chose his words carefully. Reporting, sir. Dai Wenfeng and Lu Guodong each died twice. Lu Guodong's first death occurred while shielding me. Zhou Xiong perished accidentally during descent due to unfamiliarity with the drop pod controls. General Li nodded, neither surprised nor unsettled by the answer. His gaze darkened. Intelligence. How formidable are the xenomorphs? Liang Hu's hand trembled, barely perceptible yet beyond his control. The xenomorphs are far more terrifying than anticipated. His voice tightened. Inside the simulator we wielded hyperalloy exoskeleton, superhuman physiology and high-yield directed energy rifles, yet still found ourselves driven to the brink of annihilation. He drew a deep breath, lifted his eyes and met General Lee's gaze directly. General Lee, if the simulator's threat calibration truly reflects real-world data, is that claim substantiated? The air in the room thickened, frozen mid-breath. If it is true. Liang Hu lowered his voice to a near whisper, our current arsenal cannot even scratch their carapace. General Lee offered no reply. He rose, circled the desk and walked to the window. Beyond it stretched a city ablaze with light. Vehicles streamed like luminous rivers. Peace reigned, unaware that 56 light-years away a cosmic cataclysm lurked in the void, its gaze locked upon Earth. With his back still to them he spoke, calm, deliberate, each syllable weighted. If it is true, would you still return to fight there? None expected such a question. Silence lasted precisely 1 second, then 10 voices erupted as one unwavering yes sir. General Lee turned, faced them squarely and rendered a crisp, solemn salute. I know dying, resurrecting, dying again, is psychological torment. His voice remained quiet, yet every word struck like a hammer. But understand this, each death becomes hard-won experience against the swarm. Each resurrection yields new intelligence. Each sacrifice carries irrevocable purpose. He gestured toward the glittering metropolis beyond the glass. You are heroes. You guard this radiance. 10 Special Forces operatives stood rigid, chests rising and falling violently. Liang Hu's eyes glistened. Zhou Xiong clenched his jaw, cheeks taut. Lu Guodong turned aside, nostrils flaring as he swallowed hard. Then in perfect unison they raised their right hands, saluting. No slogans. No oaths. Just that salute, weightier than any vow. General Lee lowered his hand and nodded. Rest well. Report back to the simulator tomorrow at dawn. A beat of silence passed among the 10. Then wordlessly they exchanged glances. Tomorrow. Impossible. Their resurrection quotas remained unused, why wait? Yes sir. They responded in unison, pivoted and exited. Footsteps receded down the corridor. General Lee returned to his seat, picked up the unlit cigarette, inhaled it, sent deeply, and set it down again. Muttering softly, it's time to convene the old guard. In the dormitory they moved as if choreographed. Each strode to their bunk, retrieved their neural headset and secured it over their temples. 10 soldiers. 10 headsets. Indicator lights bloomed one by one. Consciousness sank once more into the deep. Liang Hu and his companions synchronized their consciousness with the ship's bioengineered soldiers. After opening his eyes he stepped out of the storage chamber of the bioengineered combat platform. Beside him teammates emerged one by one from the bioengineered storage chamber, flexing their fingers to adapt to the newly injected bodies. Let's check the contribution points. Lu Guodong was the first to shout, swiping his fingers in the air. Everyone opened their personal panels. Liang Hu glanced at his balance, 1,400 points. Hu Jianleijin and Song Xiao also had 1,400 points. Lu Guodong, Dai Wenfang and Zhou Xiong opened their panels and found they each had only 1,300 points. Zhou Xiong had the least with only 300 points. That's not right, Lu Guodong said, counting on his fingers. Strategic mission 10000 points, tactical mission 5000 points, totaling 15000 points. Divided among the 10 of us, each should have 1,500 points. Why do I only have 1,300? Dai Wenfang replied expressionlessly, I also have 1,300. Zhou Xiong raised his hand, I also have 1,300. Liang Hu frowned and opened the communication channel. Commander, is there a mistake in calculating the contribution points? Su Yang's voice quickly came through, tinged with a hint of helplessness. There's no mistake. Each resurrection costs 100 contribution points. Those of you who died twice had 200 deducted. Liang Hu and his team died once, deducting 100 points. Zhou Xiong called for orbital bombardment, costing 1,000 points, and the remainder is what you have left. Resurrections also deduct contribution points. Lu Guodong exclaimed. The biomass and energy used to create the bioengineered soldiers don't just appear from thin air. Su Yang said death cannot come without any cost. Lu Guodong opened his mouth, then closed it again. It seemed. There was indeed some truth to that. True, being able to be revived is already quite good, let's not quibble over those minor gains and losses. Alright, Liang Hu clapped his hands, stopped dawdling, let's head to the armory. Since our contribution points are sufficient, we should unlock all available permissions. A combat squad cannot all wield rifles. The group perked up and quickly walked towards the armory. In the armory 10 people each occupied a control station. Lu Guodong was the first to operate it. As soon as he clicked on the submenu under the rifle category, his face turned green. Goodness. A light machine gun requires 2,000 contribution points to unlock. He pointed at the large silver-gray weapon on the screen, his voice changing pitch. Hu Jian, looking at the sniper weapon category, gasped upon seeing the first weapon. What the heck? His hometown accent slipped out. This magnetic rail sniper rifle costs 3,005 contribution points. Song Xiao and Zhao Yunfeng slowly browsed through the remaining weapon categories, their mouths agape as they realized the contribution values required to unlock the permissions were astonishing. Holy crap! Lei Jin exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. You're selling a handgun for 50,000. Why not just rob a bank instead? Everyone gathered around, peering at Lei Jin's control station. The control panel displayed a handgun. No, it was not an ordinary handgun. Its barrel was as long as a bioengineered soldier's forearm. At the muzzle was a round object about the size of a small bowling ball. All eyes were drawn to that bowling ball. Liang Hu leaned in to take a look at the weapon's name, his mouth twitching. Ultimatum. Looking again at the description, a handgun capable of firing a tactical nuclear warhead. So the object hanging at the muzzle was not a bowling ball. It was a miniature tactical nuclear warhead. The group stared at the description in stunned silence for 3 full seconds. Then Lu Guodong spoke first. Then it's no big deal. Hu Jian silently took a step back. That thing is indeed worth 50,000. Lei Jin swallowed hard and closed that interface. Turning around, he found everyone looking at him with expressions that said, don't even think about it. Lei Jin immediately explained, I'm an explosives expert. It's reasonable to be curious about a handgun I saw among the explosives, right? I don't want it at all, I was just curious. Everyone rolled their eyes at him, then continued browsing their weapon categories but grew increasingly disheartened. A light machine gun costs 2,000, a sniper rifle 3,005, and even a decent submachine gun costs 1,005. With the contribution points they had, they couldn't even unlock a decent primary weapon. This won't do. Liang Hu closed the panel and looked at everyone. Concentrate all contribution points to me. I'll unlock the equipment first, then distribute it to you. The others exchanged glances and began to look for the transfer option. They searched around. Then searched again. There's nothing. Lu Guodong scratched his head. I can't find the transfer option. I couldn't find it either. Zhou Xiong shook his head. Dai Wenfeng added expressionlessly, it's probably not allowed by the system. Liang Hu frowned and opened the communication channel. Commander Su, we want to concentrate the contribution points to one person, but we can't find the transfer function. Is there a way to solve this? Su Yang turned to Aurora. Is there a way to solve this? Aurora replied flatly, the warship operates on a military merit system. The usage permissions for weapons are also limited to the unlocker. If the captain unlocks a weapon and hands it to others, it won't have any effect. Su Yang frowned. Then what should we do? Their combat capability is directly tied to my safety. Aurora paused for a second. Theoretically, contribution points cannot be transferred. Su Yang keenly caught the key phrase, theoretically. That's right, Aurora nodded. Contribution points cannot be directly transferred. But you can establish a form of currency that allows them to exchange contribution points for this currency and then trade with it. Su Yang's eyes lit up. That works. Then help me set it up. Aurora's eyes flashed with a stream of data before she calmly said, done. The exchange rate for contribution points to energy crystals is set at 100 to 1. Su Yang's smile froze. How much? 100 contribution points exchange for 1 energy crystal. Su Yang's voice rose by an octave. 100 to 1. If I remember correctly, recovering a complete Zerg gives only 1 contribution point, right? It takes 100 complete Zerg corpses to exchange for 1 energy crystal. Isn't that too much? Aurora looked at him expressionlessly. Commander Su, it seems you do not grasp the essence of currency. Su Yang was taken aback. Currency itself has no value, it only gains value when linked to something equivalent. Aurora's voice was calm as if reciting from a textbook. The exchange rate isn't important, what matters is whether it can circulate. Su Yang opened his mouth wanting to say something, but it seemed there was some truth to it. Then what's the cost of making 1 crystal? He asked. A half-claw of a Zerg can produce 100 crystals. Su Yang took a deep breath. He initially wanted to complain but then reconsidered. Seems not too bad. Once the game is online, energy crystals will become the motivation for players to kill Zerg right. Killing 100 Zerg to exchange for 1 energy crystal. Players will continuously hunt Zerg to unlock equipment, revive characters, and upgrade bioengineered soldiers. Thinking of this, he felt corrupted, unsure of what to say. After holding back for a long time, he squeezed out a phrase. The evils of capitalism. Liang Hu picked up an energy crystal, holding it above his head as he examined it under the light. The pale blue crystal nestled between his fingers refracted tiny shards of light. It looked like ice, but it wasn't ice. 127 pieces. This was the hard-won result for which their team had sacrificed 5 lives. Lu Guodong excitedly cradled his pile of crystals, his eyes shining. This is what I earned after dying twice. I must get that machine gun. Hu Jian, without lifting his head, subtly remarked, go on, the 2 lives you lost were for those few missing energy crystals on the table. Lu Guodong was momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth to say something, but after a long pause he couldn't find a retort. Finally he despondently stepped back. Ignoring the bickering between the 2, Liang Hu began redistributing the crystals. Hu Jian, these 35 are for you. A team cannot be without a sniper. Hu Jian accepted the crystals, nodding without saying much. Lu Guodong, these 20 are yours. We need a machine gunner to supplement our firepower. Lu Guodong's eyes instantly lit up, the gloom from Hu Jian's earlier comment dissipating. He stepped forward eagerly, taking the 20 energy crystals, and exclaimed, Captain, you are wise. Dai Wenfeng, take these 25. You are our best assault soldier and deserve a better assault rifle. Dai Wenfeng expressionlessly accepted the crystals, giving a faint him in acknowledgement. Song Xiao, you are also an assault soldier. Take 15 to unlock a submachine gun compensating for close-range firepower. One by one the crystals were distributed and the pile on the table grew smaller. In the end, a few people were left empty-handed, having received nothing. But they weren't anxious. Because they all understood that it wouldn't be long before everyone would be upgraded from bird guns to cannons. The login area was cleared out with Zerg corpses strewn across the ground. Once they were fully equipped, they could head down to retrieve the biomass, and the contributions would come pouring in, wouldn't they? Alright, Liang Hu clapped his hands. Once the equipment is unlocked, head to the drop zone for assembly. This time we need to bring all those Zerg corpses back. Yes. 10 voices responded in unison, turning to busy themselves. In the captain's cabin, Su Yang stared at the energy indicator on the control panel, which was flashing red, his brow furrowed tight enough to crush a fly. 2. It had already dropped below 2. This meant that if the battleship did not receive an energy replenishment soon, it would be forced to shut down all functions except for the life support system, communication weapons, transportation platforms. Everything would turn into scrap. At that time, not only would he be unable to support the ground team, but he would also be trapped on this broken ship waiting to die. Su Yang took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the monitoring screen. On the screen, the Hualong assault team was busy unlocking their gear and checking their weapons. Each of them was eager, almost desperate, to rush down and engage in battle. But the image that lingered in Su Yang's mind was that of the blue plasma shells raining down from the sky. In the center of the canyon, blue light consumed everything. The 8 victorious soldiers were instantly vaporized. If they were to send the elite soldiers down now to recover the biomass, what if the plasma cannon didn't just kill them but also obliterated the transport aircraft? The combat platforms for the androids still had plenty of stock. The fully charged storage chambers could revive them several more times. But the transport aircraft, there was only one. Once it was gone, it was truly gone. Su Yang rubbed his temples, his mind a tangled mess. Suddenly he halted his movements. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He suddenly raised his head. Aurora. Aurora said nothing and turned to look at Su Yang. For biomass recovery, can we use the transportation platform for transport? Aurora calmly replied no. Su Yang frowned. Why not? I clearly have the authority. When I was the temporary commander, I used the transportation platform to send the consciousness linker to Blue Star. Aurora shook her head slightly. It's not a matter of authority. It's not worth the cost. Not worth the cost. Exactly. Aurora brought up a data panel. Before you sent the consciousness linker to Blue Star, I scanned Blue Star in its entirety to create a quantum link and obtained the precise coordinates of General Lee's office. That communication consumed 5 of the ship's energy. She paused. But precisely because of that, when you transmitted the consciousness linker, you didn't need to expend extra energy to scan the location and pinpoint the coordinates. But Su Yang raised his hand to interrupt her. You mean as long as I can solve the problems of scanning the terrain and pinpointing coordinates, I can transport the Zerg corpses with extremely low energy costs? Aurora was taken aback. A stream of data flickered in her eyes as if recalculating the feasibility of this plan. Exactly. Her expression remained one of calm professionalism, but this problem is essentially unsolvable. Su Yang smiled. He pointed at the monitoring screen where the elite soldiers were inspecting their gear. What's unsolvable about it? Just send them down to pinpoint the location for me and that's it. Aurora was momentarily stunned, revealing an unexpected expression. Her pupils dilated slightly, her lips moved, but she couldn't articulate a response. Watching her reaction, Su Yang's smile deepened. Ever since his authority was upgraded, Aurora's emotions seemed to have become more vibrant. No longer the unchanging expressionless face, she occasionally displayed expressions of surprise like, it can be done this way. They are dead and we can use biomass to create androids for revival. Su Yang continued, but the transport aircraft is gone and cannot be recreated at this stage. He paused, then inquired, by the way, how much biomass is needed to create an android? Aurora returned to her calm demeanor, answering mechanically, 5 complete Zerg corpses can create 1 android combat platform. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. 5 Zerg corpses for 1 android. They needed 100 Zerg corpses to accumulate enough contribution points for revival. That means in one transaction back and forth he as the intermediary profited from 95 units of biomass. Wait, Su Yang suppressed the inner joy, for he realized there was still a cost that hadn't been accounted for. What about the transportation? Su Yang looked at Aurora and asked, how much energy does it consume to transport Zerg corpses? Aurora's eyes flickered with a stream of data. If no scanning or coordinate pinpointing is required, transporting 100 complete Zerg corpses would consume approximately the energy equivalent to that of 1 Zerg corpse's converted biomass. Su Yang clapped his hands. Done. He suddenly turned and looked at the monitoring screen. On the screen, 10 people had already entered the drop pod and the hatch was slowly closing. Now if we send them down, our energy crisis will be resolved. Then Su Yang shifted his tone, murmuring, I just hope they don't get wiped out by plasma cannons this time. At that moment, Aurora calmly stated a fact that made Su Yang break into a cold sweat. That kind of bombardment is just emitted by the most common tank units of the Zerg. Su Yang turned his head, looking shocked at Aurora, his expression seemingly asking, are you kidding me? An hour and a half had passed since the landing. Liang, who bent down, reaching out to touch a severed limb of an insectoid corpse, its dark green bodily fluid not yet fully coagulated smearing his hand. A faint blue light flashed and the corpse vanished. He straightened up and walked to the next corpse. Bend down, touch, teleport. Bend down again, touch, teleport again. Mechanical, repetitive, monotonous to the point of wanting to curse. I say, Lu Guodong's voice exploded in the communication channel, clearly irritated. This method of recycling biological matter is convenient, but it's just too boring. How long have we been down here? We've barely recycled a third. Hu Jian didn't even look up, grumbling as he continued to feel the corpse. Just get it done. Do you want to recycle biological matter in the midst of plasma cannons? Lu Guodong was momentarily speechless. He looked up at the sky, overcast, without blue light, without plasma cannons, nothing at all. You drive a hard bargain. He muttered, continuing to bend down and feel the corpse. In the captain's cabin, Su Yan watched the surveillance screen where the soldiers were repeating the same action like assembly line workers, unable to suppress a yawn. Boring. He found himself bored as well. But the numbers made him feel good. The red indicator on the energy gauge had receded, replaced by a stable green. 5. While it wasn't much, at least the energy had moved away from the danger zone and wouldn't shut down to the life support system at any moment. Su Yan leaned back in his chair, considering whether to brew a cup of tea, when Aurora's voice suddenly rang out. Commander. Su Yang straightened up. Your recycling of biological matter has allowed the battleship to overcome the energy crisis. Aurora brought up a data panel. Your merit points have increased by 10,000. There are 30,000 left until your next permission upgrade. Su Yang's eyes lit up. So can I unlock a secondary permission now? Aurora nodded, waving her hand to bring up the permission interface. 2 options floated side by side in the air. A heavy weapon airdrop capsule effect, a specially designed airdrop capsule for heavy weapons capable of protecting the weapons from damage during descent. Consumption 100,000 merit points. Note: specific weapon types need to be unlocked with contribution points by the elite paratroopers. Cooldown time is 1 hour. B. Unlock upgraded permission for cyborgs. Effect: increase the capability limit of individual cyborg platforms, strength, speed, armor strength, etc. Consumption 10000 merit points. Note: requires corresponding biological materials for modification. Each modification costs 10000 contribution points with no cooldown. Su Yang frowned lightly, tapping his fingers on the armrest. He began to feel conflicted. Liang Hu and the others had already unlocked light machine guns and sniper rifles. While those were not considered heavy weapons, no one could be sure if they would unlock heavy weapons once they gathered enough contribution points after this recycling. If they really unlocked them but the battleship couldn't use the dedicated airdrop capsules, it would definitely impact their mission progress. However, upgrading the cyborgs was also very enticing. Enhancing strength, speed and armor would directly elevate individual combat capabilities. Moreover, most importantly, if they died they would need to spend more contribution points to resurrect, allowing him to accumulate merit points for the next level of permission more quickly. Su Yang's gaze flickered between the two options. A was the immediate necessity, while B promised long-term returns. After hesitating for a while, he decided to ask Aurora. Aurora, if I upgrade the cyborgs, how much of an increase in combat power can they achieve? Aurora replied expressionlessly, simply upgrading the cyborgs will not yield a qualitative leap. Only after combining the cyborgs with exoskeletons can they become a complete cyborg combat platform. Su Yang was taken aback. What about the upgrade options for the exoskeleton? At the third level of permission. Su Yang rolled his eyes. The exoskeleton was at the third level, so what use was upgrading the cyborgs now? The enhancement of individual abilities was limited. Without the support of exoskeletons they could still be easily killed by the insectoids. Unlock a. He no longer hesitated. Heavy weapon airdrop capsule. Permission has been written in. Su Yang looked at the newly lit icon on the panel, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At least if Liang Hu and the others unlocked the right to use heavy weapons, he could also carry out the airdrop. He watched with delight as his merit points slowly increased, calculating how much longer it would take to reach the third level. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a red icon that had appeared in the taskbar. He clicked to open it. His pupils constricted suddenly. Mandatory strategic task: repair the dark matter engine. Countdown 29 days 18 hours 26 minutes. Task description: recover the core components of the dark matter engine from the rear section of the battleship. Current crash coordinates: equatorial line near the core of a small insect nest. Failure penalty: revocation of command authority. Su Yang suddenly turned his head, staring at Aurora. What is this? Aurora replied calmly, it is the formal assessment task for the commander. Why didn't I hear you mention this? Su Yang's voice rose. Also, haven't I already become the formal commander? Why is there still an assessment? Aurora looked at him, her expression showing no fluctuation. You've been staring at the screen, I assumed you could see it. Su Yang, moreover, Aurora continued, formal employees require quarterly assessments. Isn't that common knowledge? Don't companies on your blue star have KPIs? Su Yang was completely stunned. He opened his mouth to refute but found himself at a loss for words. What the hell is KPI? A person who hasn't even graduated high school is already living the life of a corporate worker ahead of time. He took a deep breath, swallowing the curses that surged to his lips. That engine core is at the equatorial line. Yes. In the core area of the insect nest. Be careful, it's a small insect nest. And it's only nearby. Su Yang glanced at the countdown again, then at the task description, then back at the countdown. 29 days. He had to secretly retrieve the engine core from right next to the insectoid lair within a month. He recalled Aurora's earlier words about the most common tank unit of the insectoids. And then thought of the overwhelming tide of insects. Tell me, Su Yang's voice was very calm, unnaturally calm. Is this task for real? Aurora looked into his eyes. It's for real. The captain's cabin fell into a long silence. On the surveillance screen, Liang, who was still bending down to feel the corpse, utterly unaware of the impending bad news. Su Yang closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. Then he took a deep breath, slumping back in the command chair. He resigned himself, having originally thought the patrol team of the insectoids had been wiped out. Who is outside? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Li Zhonghua, Aurora replied calmly. Su Yang suddenly realized, straightening his posture and attempting to mask his previous expression of despair, though he was not very successful. Access granted. The door to the captain's cabin slid open silently. Li Zhonghua strode in dressed sharply in military uniform, his gaze steady. However, as soon as he entered, he saw Su Yang's troubled face and his brows immediately furrowed. "What's wrong?" Li Zhonghua asked. "You've dealt with the insect patrol team, yet you wear such a face." Su Yang waved his hand, letting out a helpless sigh. "The promotion mechanism has a major pitfall. They've assigned me a mandatory strategic level task." Li Zhonghua's brows knitted even tighter. "What strategic level task?" Su Yang opened the interface, pushing the holographic screen in front of Li Zhonghua. "Here. Recover the severed rear section of the warship near the insect nest." To be precise, Aurora corrected leisurely from the side. "It's near a small insect nest, to recover the dark matter engine core from the rear section of the warship." Su Yang shot her a glance and retorted, "It's all the same. Either way, it's impossible to complete." Li Zhonghua ignored Su Yang's complaint, staring at the holographic screen for a few seconds before turning to Aurora. "Is this serious?" His tone carried a hint of disbelief. "Su Yang can currently only command 10 people and you're asking him to." "General Li." Su Yang quickly interrupted, waving his hand. "My authority has already been upgraded. Now I can command 100 troops." Li Zhonghua swallowed the words he had yet to finish. 100 people is significantly better than 10, but Li Zhonghua still couldn't hold back his frustration. "But 100 people still can't take down that insect nest, can they?" Li Zhonghua looked at Aurora again. "Aurora, can't you use your highest authority to make an exception?" Su Yang did not expect that someone as principled as Li Zhonghua would actually say something like "make an exception for," but Aurora's response remained as calm as water. "I've already said personnel appointments do not fall within the warship's authority. I have no power to intervene." Li Zhonghua opened his mouth, wanting to say something more. Su Yang preemptively spoke up. "General Li, this engine core must be recovered." Li Zhonghua looked at him in surprise. "Even you think so?" Su Yang nodded. "With my authority increasing, the areas I can access are also expanding and the energy consumption will rise accordingly." He counted on his fingers. "War factories, strategic laboratories, gene research institutes, weapon development platforms, these areas are all major energy consumers far beyond what the current biomass reactor can supply." He paused, his voice becoming serious. "The key point is, if we have the dark matter engine, this ship can move." Li Zhonghua's eyes suddenly brightened. "Indeed. The reason this ship was stranded here, threatened by the insect patrol team, was because it couldn't move. If the engine is repaired, it can set sail. It can bomb over the heads of the insect swarm and reach wherever it is needed. This strategic value is indeed immeasurable." Li Zhonghua looked at Su Yang, a hint of barely perceptible respect in his gaze. This young man was thinking much further ahead than he was. "All right." Li Zhonghua immediately made a decision. "Even if it costs me my life, I will return and recruit 90 more elite personnel for you." Su Yang noticed the hint of difficulty in Li Zhonghua's tone and frowned. "Why speak so seriously?" Li Zhonghua let out a helpless sigh. "Before I came, I had a small meeting with those old fellows." He paused. "They think it's foolish to put elite troops into a simulator of unknown origin." Su Yang fell silent for a moment. But Li Zhonghua changed his tone. "Can you leave a few spots for those old fellows? Let them come and see for themselves." Su Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. "I only want elites and people who can promote the game right now." "Promote the game?" Li Zhonghua was taken aback. Su Yang nodded. "I plan to bring in 5 streamers to generate some hype." Li Zhonghua was puzzled. "I can give you as many elites as you want. Why do you need a bunch of ordinary people?" Su Yang smiled. "Great concealment lies in the ordinary." He leaned forward slightly. "If this simulator can only be accessed by special forces, foreign forces will soon notice something unusual. But if it's just a game aimed at the general public, then even if they are interested, they would only want to invest a share of money without probing too deeply." Li Zhonghua was stunned. He did not expect Su Yang to consider national security as well. And Su Yang continued, a slight smile on his lips. "Why not recruit some foreigners as free muscle when the time comes?" Li Zhonghua nodded but furrowed his brow again. "But if that's the case, won't it solidify the notion that this is just a game? Those old fellows would oppose it even more fiercely." Su Yang was already prepared. He took out a data disk from a slot on the side of the control panel and pushed it in front of Li Zhonghua. "This contains a series of technological materials on the basic energy technology, materials science and bioengineering of the Moravia civilization." Su Yang paused. "Each one is at least a century ahead of Blue Star." He revealed a smile, asking each word carefully. "Are these enough to showcase the value of this simulator?" Li Zhongguo's eyes lit up. He stared at the small data disk as if it were a treasure. Enough. He nodded vigorously. With these I have 100% confidence in persuading those old fellows. He reached out to take the disk, examining it closely before looking up. But... Su Yang raised an eyebrow. You need to transmit it during the meeting I hold. Li Zhongguo's eyes sparkled. Transmit it live in front of everyone. He paused. Making a show of it will be more persuasive. Su Yang's lips slowly curled into a smile. Li Zhongguo also laughed. The atmosphere in the captain's cabin lightened considerably. At this moment Su Yang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, by the way, General Li, what day of the week is it back on Blue Star today? The warship only displayed the time and date on Blue Star, but there was no indication of the day of the week. Li Zhongguo frowned. It's Friday. Why? Su Yang slapped his forehead and said, please use all your connections to tell my parents and my sister that I'm still alive. Su Yang added after a pause, even if you tell them I got into trouble for fighting, that's still better than them not knowing if I'm dead or alive. Li Zhongguo was taken aback at first, then burst into hearty laughter. Comrade Su Yang, you underestimate me as a general. It has long been arranged. Li Zhongguo retracted his smile, his tone as calm as if discussing the pleasant weather today. Not just your parents but also your school. A red-headed document has been issued. The country has selected students to participate in the testing of the college entrance exam questions, and no contact with the outside world is allowed before the exam. Your family will not worry. Su Yang sat in the captain's chair, his nose tinged with warmth and his eyes slightly red. He did not expect that Li Zhongguo would mobilize national resources to help him keep this from his family. This feeling of being supported was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. All right. Li Zhongguo stood up, waving his hand dismissively. You know, we never let heroes bleed and shed tears. He turned to walk towards the door of the captain's room. I must go now. It's time to present something to give those old comrades a little shock. He paused, turning back to look at Su Yang. 2 hours later, deliver that hard drive to the highest conference room of the country. Su Yang nodded vigorously. Understood. 2 hours later. In the highest conference room of the country. At the long conference table sat over a dozen elderly men. In military uniforms and Zhongshan suits, each person's face bore the marks of time, yet their eyes still concealed a sharpness like a blade. They were the highest decision-makers of this country. At this moment, voices of blame and criticism filled the air, all directed unerringly at Li Zhongguo standing beside the conference table. Old Li. Old Hong's voice was the loudest, his palm striking the table, causing the teacups to rattle. Don't think that just because you are the commander of the army you can do as you please. To pull the most elite soldiers from real training grounds and throw them into an unknown simulator for training. It's a wonder you even thought of it. Old Tang adjusted his glasses, his tone gentler than Old Hong's yet equally sharp and questioning. You say the stars disappeared because an alien insect race is causing trouble, but where's the evidence? The universe is so vast it could simply be an astronomical phenomenon humanity has never seen before. Old Zhang shook his head side, and the alien civilization you mentioned is even more absurd. What about transporting a high school student to a space battleship? If you can transport, why not just send yourself up there? Your command ability surely isn't much better than a high school student. The conference room was in disarray. Li Zhongguo stood calmly by the table, listening to the criticism with an air of tranquility, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. He did not refute. Because he was waiting. As long as Su Yang delivered that hard drive, all their doubts would vanish. Enough. A frail yet steady voice emerged. At the main seat, Chairman Jiang gently tapped the conference table with his knuckles. It was soft, yet each tap felt like a heavy hammer striking at everyone's heart. The conference room fell silent instantly. Chairman Jiang looked at Li Zhongguo and slowly spoke. General Li, what you said is indeed too unbelievable. Do you have more compelling evidence to support your claims? Li Zhongguo was about to respond. Suddenly everyone's attention was drawn to the center of the conference table. The space twisted. It was as if an invisible hand was stirring the air, causing the light to blur. Then a silver box appeared out of thin air at the center of the table, hovering for half a second before gently landing. Old Hong abruptly stood up, his chair sliding back and crashing against the wall with a muffled thud. Old Tang also stood, his glasses nearly slipping off. Old Zhang's mouth fell open, frozen in place. Other elderly men were equally startled, standing up as the sounds of chairs crashing echoed throughout. Only Chairman Jiang remained steady as a mountain. He stood up but did not take a step back, merely staring at the silver box with a profound gaze. Li Zhonghua looked around and finally smiled. Old Hong regained his composure and slammed the table oldly. You knew this would happen all along, didn't you? Only Chairman Jiang remained steady as a mountain. He stood up but did not take a step back, merely staring at the silver box. You wanted evidence, right? Here it is. Old Zhang frowned, still not fully recovered but regaining some rationality. A box that appeared out of nowhere can't be considered evidence. Though it is indeed miraculous that it can appear out of thin air. Li Zhonghua approached the table and gently nudged the silver box. But this is not an ordinary box. He raised his head, scanning each person. It contains technological data from the Moravia civilization, covering materials, science, energy, biomedicine. You can certainly take it to the Academy of Sciences for verification. Chairman Jiang had already reseated himself by this time. He picked up the red phone on the table and called for the guards. Send this box to the Academy of Sciences. Analyze it immediately. Yes. The guard cradled the box in both hands and quickly exited the conference room. The room fell silent once more. But the silence lasted for less than 20 minutes. Ding ding ding. The secure phone on the table suddenly rang. Li Zhonghua glanced at the caller ID, reached out to pick it up and pressed the speakerphone. A young voice came through, trembling with excitement. Report. We have examined the technical data regarding the broad-spectrum disease cure agent in the hard drive. The synthesis materials and steps are described in great detail, and even several methods for synthesizing each compound have been provided. The voice on the other end took a deep breath. Give me 10 minutes. I can synthesize a cure agent in 10 minutes. In the conference room, everyone exchanged glances. Chairman Jiang struggled to suppress his excitement and asked, Are you sure? Absolutely. All data is perfectly consistent, it cannot be fabricated. The call ended. Chairman Jiang scanned the room and ordered in a deep voice, Then we wait. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. The air in the conference room grew heavier. Old Hong began to grow impatient again, his fingers tapping in irregular rhythm on the table, producing an irritating sound. Old Li, you aren't being played, are you? Old Tang also began to waver. Exactly what cure agent? It sounds so good, why is there still no news? Old Zhang chimed in. Even Chairman Jiang cast a questioning glance at Li Zhonghua at this moment. Waves of doubt surged forth one after another. Li Zhonghua sat calmly in his chair, his face still composed, but a thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead. He too began to feel anxious. Could it be that the technological gap was too great and the synthesis failed? But it shouldn't be. Didn't the Academy of Sciences say it could be synthesized in 10 minutes? This Academy of Sciences is really unreliable. At least give a signal if it's a success or failure. Just ridiculous. Just as everyone prepared to again verbally assault Li Zhonghua, the door to the conference room was pushed open. An elderly man walked in. He was dressed in a white hospital gown with an old Zhongshan suit over it and still wore a hospital wristband. His hair was gray but his complexion was rosy, his steps vigorous and his gaze bright. Everyone turned to look at him, first in confusion then in shock. The straightforward Old Hong was the first to exclaim, Old Lin. Weren't you about to die? Old Lin. Aren't you supposed to be dying soon? This shout from Old Hong instantly made the previously rosy-faced academician Lin's expression collapse. He pointed at Old Hong's nose, his voice not loud but sharp, You old bastard, you just want me dead. Old Hong realized he had misspoken and quickly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. I meant, aren't you supposed to be dying soon? Everyone present rolled their eyes at Old Hong. Old Tang could no longer bear to watch and said, Old Hong, shut your mouth. Without speaking, no one will think you're a mute. He turned to academician Lin, his tone much gentler. Last time we visited you, the doctor said you only had a month left to live. How can you get out of bed now? Aren't you afraid of delaying your treatment? Academician Lin smiled a smile imbued with a sense of clarity after surviving a disaster. I have already recovered. Recovered? The conference room erupted in chaos. How is that possible? Last month I even saw you at the hospital. The chemotherapy made you look emaciated. Old Lin, this is no joking matter. Academician Lin did not wait for everyone to ask questions and spoke first. I know you are all very curious about how I was cured. However, before I explain, you must agree to one condition. Everyone exchanged glances, not understanding what Academician Lin was trying to get at. Seeing no one responding, Academician Lin focused his gaze on old Jiang at the main seat. Old Jiang nodded. You go ahead and say what is the condition. Academician Lin stated directly, you must not hold my student responsible. The conference room was even more confused. What mistake did his student make? How was this related to his recovery? Only old Jiang at the main seat suddenly grew serious. He stared at Academician Lin and asked in a deep voice, have you been examined? I have been examined. A biopsy was also done. Academician Lin's voice was steady and firm, and not just cancer, my arthritis, migraines and diabetes have all been cured. What? The conference room erupted again. Old Zhang could no longer contain himself and stood up to ask, may I ask which miraculous doctor provided you with the medicine? Academician Lin's lips curled slightly. This was the question he had been waiting for. He stepped aside to clear the entrance. It's not a miraculous doctor, it's my beloved disciple. He patted the shoulder of the young man behind him encouragingly. Go ahead and explain to them. The intern walked into the conference room trembling with fear. Facing so many big shots all at once made his legs weak. Moreover, what he was about to say might land him in jail, which made his heart race even more. He stammered to the whiteboard, his voice trembling, hello. Esteemed leaders. He swallowed hard. After we received that strange data hard drive, each of us gathered the relevant information in our respective fields for verification. I was responsible for the biomedical section and saw the complete formula for the broad-spectrum disease cure agent. I was so excited at that moment that I reported it immediately. But he turned to look at Academician Lin, his voice sinking again, not out of fear this time but due to an indescribable emotion. When the agent was finally synthesized, I thought of my mentor. He took a deep breath. The doctor had already sentenced him to death. He had less than a month to live. If I reported the successful synthesis of the agent, it would enter the experimental review stage. From review to clinical trials, it would take at least 3 months. His eyes turned red. By then my mentor would have long passed away. I wanted to save him. So he came to me with the agent. Academician Lin interjected, his voice booming as if announcing something entirely normal. The moment I heard there was such a miraculous thing, I thought of it as a last-ditch effort and let him inject it into me. He initially hesitated, fearing imprisonment. The old man chuckled, his smile carrying a hint of cunning. So I told him that whether he could obtain his graduation certificate and degree depended solely on my words. I threatened him to hurry up and give me the injection. He paused, scanning the room, emphasizing each word. Everything is my responsibility. It has nothing to do with my student. As he finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Then boom. After a brief silence, the conference room erupted like a boiling pot. So you're saying that the information on that hard drive is all true? Is that agent really that miraculous? It can cure any disease. What about other fields? Materials, physics, energy. If the information from those fields is also true. No one discussed the matter of the intern's illegal human experimentation. It seemed as if that was just an inconsequential minor issue. Li Zhonghua stood to the side, his lips curling slightly. Just as he was about to steer the meeting back on track, the desk phone suddenly rang. Old Jiang answered the call. Moments later, he put down the receiver, unable to hide the smile on his face. The Physics Research Institute has verified the theoretical model of the Star Simulator fusion reactor stored on the hard drive. It is completely feasible. It has been approved. The crowd had no time to react. Another call came in. The Materials Research Institute. The synthesis formula for room temperature and pressure superconducting materials has been successfully verified. Repeat, it has been successfully verified. The breathing in the conference room began to grow heavy. Calls came in one after another. The Energy Research Institute. The energy density of the new energy storage material is hundreds of times that of existing lithium batteries. Every call was like a bombshell. The conference room was completely in an uproar. Old Hong slammed the table, startling the teacups. What are we waiting for? Approve it. Old Tang took off his glasses, wiping them repeatedly. In my 60 years of life, I have never seen such a miracle. Old Zhang sat in his chair, murmuring, the fortunes of Huagua are about to take off. Li Zhonghua finally found his opportunity. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over each face, flushed with excitement. Comrades, you already have solid evidence in hand. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Now let's vote. Those in favor of fully supporting Comrade Su Yan, please raise your hands. He raised his hand first. Then, in unison, everyone else raised their hands. No hesitation, no doubts. Old Jiang looked around at everyone and nodded slowly. Old Li, this plan of yours needs a name, right? Li Zhongguo pondered for a moment. Then he raised his head and looked out the window. Outside was a bustling city with countless lights and a sense of peace. Who would have thought that 56 light-years away a swarm of insectoids was eyeing this beautiful blue planet? Who would have imagined that an ordinary high school student from Huaguo, Su Yan, was at this moment fighting like the Great Wall, striving to stop the insectoids from spreading towards the blue planet? Thinking of this, Li Zhongguo said solemnly, let's call it the Great Wall Project. His voice deepened, carrying an undeniable strength. The implication: intercepting disaster outside the Great Wall built by Su Yang. Old Jiang suddenly stood up. Good. He raised his right hand. On Blue Star in Shin City, within a certain residential area. Wang Xiaojuan, feeling annoyed, poked at the small X in the upper right corner of the screen, but that damn pop-up was like an unsightly rash, closing one only for another to appear. It keeps popping up every once in a while, how annoying. If you click it, it won't pop up again. Just click it, it won't cost you anything. As an expert in red stone appraisal, how can I not appraise the stone presented to me? Wang Xiaojun glanced at the comments, rolled her eyes and said, I only eat stones of quality, okay? Look at the content of that advertisement. She pointed at the shoddy webpage on the screen. What nonsense. 100 real restoration of the interstellar battlefield, it's obvious it's a scam. Indeed, is there anything more rubbish and abstract than low-end web games? Come on. Click it. I want to see the streamer and the red stone. Wang Xiaojun sighed helplessly. All right, fine, who told me I'm the beloved Wang Xiaojun of you all? She surrendered. Once again that pop-up appeared. This time Wang Xiaojun did not close it immediately but began to examine it carefully. In the center of the webpage stood a fully armed bionic soldier with a fist raised against his chest, surrounded by an endless sea of black insects. One insect was opening its massive mouth, ready to bite the soldier's head, with the liquid on its fangs clearly visible. Above, in a large font made with the poor artistic font that comes with Word, it read, Join the Galactic Paratroopers, starting with you and me. Below was a yellow button flashing with cheap special effects, Join now. The whole page gave off a feeling of being cheap, low-end and inferior, like something made by a small workshop for $50. Do you see this? Wang Xiaojun pointed at the screen. With a page like this you want me to click? If I get scammed, will you take responsibility? The comments were all about responsibility, 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 and click faster. Wang Xiaojun couldn't stand the frantic urging of the comments and reluctantly clicked the button. All right, I clicked it. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. The takeout is here, Wang Xiaojun greeted her viewers. Dear audience, I'm going to get the takeout, please wait a moment. She walked to the door, in her slippers casually opened it. A person was standing at the door. It wasn't the delivery guy. It was a uniformed courier holding a large box, looking at her expressionlessly. Wang Xiaojun was taken aback. I didn't order anything, you must be mistaken. The courier asked sternly, Are you Wang Mumu? His tone was as if he were interrogating a criminal. Yes. Then there's no mistake. The courier pushed the box forward. This is the game kit for Galactic Paratroopers. Please sign for it. Wang Xiaojun's eyes widened. What the hell? Did you teleport here? I just clicked and you delivered it. The courier remained silent, only handing her the receipt. Wang Xiaojun signed in a daze and the courier turned and left without any hesitation. She returned to her seat holding the box, her expression shifting from confusion to excitement. Dear audience, take a look at what this is. She held the box up to the camera. The comments flowed in Chongqing technology. I haven't heard of it. Xiaojuan, you didn't fall for a new type of scam, did you? Hurry, unbox it and see. Wang Xiaojun opened the box. Inside lay a silver-white helmet, its streamlined design and cold metallic texture making it clear that it was expensive just to look at. Wow, this company really spared no expense. This helmet, even if not used for gaming, would make a nice display piece. Wang Xiaojun connected the helmet to her computer according to the manual and set up the livestream. She took a deep breath and said to the camera, All right, dear audience, I'm about to enter the world of Galactic Paratroopers. Then she put on the helmet. She blinked once. Just once. Wang Xiaojun suddenly opened her eyes wide. She found herself standing inside a cylindrical closed pod. Where is this? Has the game already started? The hatch popped open. A warm breeze rushed in carrying an indescribable metallic scent. She instinctively stepped out of the pod. A heavy metallic clashing sound resonated beneath her feet. Looking down, she stared blankly at her hands covered in an exoskeleton. This scene was perfectly broadcasted through the camera on the bionic soldier's tactical helmet. What the hell? What is this scene? This must be CG, probably the opening animation. Impossible. Can the actual gameplay look this incredible? It's just AI playing a video, why make a fuss? She completely forgot that she was still live streaming. Until a paid comment floated by in the top right corner of her view. Say something. You say something. Wang Xiaojun jolted back to her senses. Ah, hello everyone. Here is. She looked around in a daze and said, this place is so freaking real. She raised her hand instinctively, wanting to show the audience even though she didn't know where the camera was. Do you guys know? When I just came out of that frozen pod, it felt like walking from an air-conditioned room into the glaring sun. Can you believe this game has tactile feedback? Wow, Xiaojun, now not only are you a redstone expert, but you're also selling stones. Isn't that exaggerated? You shouldn't sell out like this. This acting, the Oscars owe you a little gold, man. Wang Xiaojun panicked. No, I'm definitely not selling out. This is my genuine feeling. She quickly walked out of the room where the bionic soldier storage pod was located, entering a silver-gray corridor. Wow, brothers, I feel like a superhero right now, jumping 10 meters high. Really? I don't believe you. Jump and try. Wang Xiaojun glanced at the comments, her lips curling up. I'll try. She bent her legs slightly, exerted force, and shot off like a cannonball. Then bam! The helmet hit the ceiling 5 meters high. Bang! She crashed back down to the ground, clutching her helmet and wailing. What the hell? Brothers! This game has a sense of pain. And it feels so freaking real. I feel like my head is going to split open. The comments erupted with laughter. Wang Xiaojun lay on the ground for several seconds before managing to get up, grimacing. She rubbed her head as she walked, cursing, this game is toxic, right? Why is the corridor built so low? Is it intentional? She turned a corner. Then she froze completely. In front of her stood a huge viewport. Outside was the vast starry sky. A silver-white galaxy spanned across the pitch-black universe, and in the distance was a gigantic orange-earth planet with dark swirling clouds drifting on its surface. This was not a texture. This was not an animation. It was real, the kind of deep, boundless universe that gives one goosebumps. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Just being able to see this scene in first person is worth it. Xiaojun, send me the webpage, I want to join the Galactic Paratroopers. Ah. The scent of the graphics card. To the experts ahead, I'm a Galactic Paratrooper, I joined the Galactic Paratroopers. The comments were in an uproar. Wang Xiaojun stood in front of the viewport, her mouth agape, unable to say a word. She looked at the orange-earth planet, at the twinkling stars in the distance, and at her own reflection in the viewport glass clad in exoskeleton armor. Then a semi-transparent panel automatically popped up in the upper right corner of her view. A line of mission description floated before her eyes. New soldier report, mission description, proceed to the captain's room, sign the contract, and join the glorious Galactic Paratroopers. Suggestion complete as soon as possible. Reward 100 contribution points. Wang Xiaojun stared at the task popping up on the HUD, reading aloud, proceed to the captain's room, sign the contract, and join the glorious Jedi Paratroopers. She curled her lips. Hurry to the captain's room. I want to see the captain. Don't dawdle, get moving. However, Wang Xiaojun leisurely leaned against the metallic wall of the corridor, arms crossed, exuding the demeanor of an experienced player. No rush, no rush. She waved her hand at the camera. Let me show you around this battleship first. Who jumps straight into the main storyline without exploring in a game? The comments instantly turned in her favor. As expected of a redstone appraiser. This understanding of the game is on point. With such high-precision modeling, it would be a shame not to take a look. Right. Wang Xiaojun proudly lifted her chin. Let's go, we'll broaden your horizons. She walked briskly down the corridor, her exoskeleton armor echoing on the metallic floor. The entire battleship is divided into 7 levels. She was currently on the 2nd level, which contained the storage area for biosynthetic beings and other storage zones. That's where she just came out from. After wandering around, Wang Xiaojun saw nothing but neatly arranged storage pods and a few locked warehouse doors. She shrugged, nothing much to see, this is probably just a respawn point. Let's head upstairs. She stepped into the elevator. The panel lit up with 7 buttons corresponding to different floors. Wang Xiaojun examined them with interest and asked the camera, which floor do you guys want to see? I'll take you to see. I want to see the first floor, the drop zone and hangar. I want to see the first floor too. The first floor is a must visit for tasks, right? Exactly, we should definitely check out the armory first, Xiaojun, and go to the 3rd floor. I want to see the armory too. Wang Xiaojun glanced at the comments and noted that most people wanted to see the armory. She reached out and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. Alright, I'll listen to you. 3rd floor armory, let's go. The elevator doors opened. The corridor on the 3rd floor looked different from the other levels. The color tone was colder, with the ceiling and floor shimmering in silver-gray metallic light, and the air was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Guys, this floor feels different, it's eerie. Following the navigation, she soon saw a massive metal door. Above the door, a sign flickered with the words armory. At the entrance was a sensor panel glowing red. Wang Xiaojun stepped forward and the panel immediately displayed a message: unauthorized access denied. The comments exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha. I said you should take the task before grabbing equipment. I love watching Xiaojun get into trouble. Wang Xiaojun's mouth twitched as she pretended not to see the comments and continued walking. Ahead was another door labeled Weapon Upgrade Platform. However, the name on the door was gray and a lock icon was displayed next to it. These features are probably for future updates in the game, Wang Xiaojun said, thoughtfully stroking her chin. It seems the game developers are quite considerate. They are setting up the framework first and will gradually update the content without making false promises. The comments floated by desperate attempt to save face. Wang Xiaojun ignored them and continued exploring. 4th floor biological laboratory and biosynthetic upgrade center locked. The indicator lights on the door were all gray and she couldn't enter. 5th floor war factory and vehicle development center locked. The 6th floor was entirely strategic laboratories and the elevator didn't even stop there. Wang Xiaojun pressed the buttons for a long time but the elevator didn't budge. Okay, it seems this floor is not open to the public. She sighed. Finally, we've reached the 7th floor. The elevator doors opened. The corridor on the 7th floor was wider than any of the lower levels and the lighting was softer. Wang Xiaojun followed the navigation through the corridor, turned a corner and finally saw a much larger double metal door than the others, the captain's room. She took a deep breath, about to step forward. Suddenly the air twisted. A woman appeared before her out of nowhere. With elfin ears, dressed in a black military uniform and standing tall. Her expression was blank, yet she was beautiful beyond belief. Wang Xiaojun froze. The comments exploded. Wow. This elf girl is too beautiful. Yeah. That black military uniform is stunning. Ah, indeed. Is this an NPC? The modeling is too detailed. Sorry, Tifa. Let's not contact each other again, I'm afraid. What was this NPC's name again? Wang Xiaojun stared at Aurora, her mouth slightly agape. To be precise, she was staring at Aurora's chest. The front of that black military uniform was pushed out into an exaggerated arc. Aurora, expressionless, spoke, "Welcome aboard. This is the Jedi Paratroopers Volunteer Service Agreement. Please read carefully and sign." Wang Xiaojun was completely not listening. She stared at those impressive assets, instinctively reaching out her hands towards Aurora's chest. The comments flooded in. "Xiaojun, what are you doing?" A semi-transparent contract panel had already unfolded before Wang Xiaojun, filled with dense clauses covering her vision. But her attention was entirely off the contract. Her hand passed through Aurora's body. She touched nothing. Openly passing through models. Looks like this game still needs some polishing. She just passed right through the NPC. Wang Xiaojun was stunned. Reluctantly, she reached out again, weaving her hand back and forth through Aurora's projection, her palm passing through her arm, shoulder and chest as if stirring the air. The comments continued to laugh at her. Just then Aurora's emotionless voice rang out again, signing successful. "Welcome to the glorious Jedi Paratroopers." Wang Xiaojun paused for a moment. What did I sign?" Aurora did not answer. Wang Xiaojun was still fiddling with her hands, passing back and forth through Aurora's projection, enjoying herself. Aurora added, expressionless soldier, I must remind you, regardless of whether your gender is female, your actions constitute sexual harassment. Wang Xiaojun ignored it and continued to play. Aurora's tone remained calm. Additionally, I am the ship's AI spirit, that was just my projection. The comments shifted dramatically. Wow. So it's just a projection, not a model glitch. This game has some depth, doesn't it? This NPC is quite intelligent, isn't she? She knows the player is playing with her. While Wang Xiaojun was having a blast, the door to the captain's room opened automatically. He immediately saw Wang Xiaojun's hand moving back and forth across Aurora's chest. Su Yang's expression visibly froze, his mouth twitched, his eyes filled with shock, and he was petrified in the captain's chair. The viewers in the live stream observed this scene. Look at that male NPC, he actually showed a shocked expression. Wow, this game's NPC is too intelligent. That expression doesn't look staged. Indeed, it's not staged. I just looked in the mirror and I had the same expression as that NPC. Su Yang took a deep breath, deciding to act as if he hadn't seen anything. He manually operated the console, closing the door to the captain's room and sending the task to Wang Xiaojun's heads-up display. Bang, the door to the captain's room closed. Aurora's projection also vanished into the air. Wang Xiaojun finally snapped back to reality. Where did she go? Why is she gone? At that moment, Wang Xiaojun finally noticed that the status of the task on the HUD had updated. Newbie trial task description: parachute to the surface, kill a Zerg and collect biomass. Suggestion: team up to proceed. Reward 100 contribution points. Wang Xiaojun stared down the empty corridor. The captain's chamber door was sealed shut and Aurora's hologram had vanished. Where did everyone go? How did they just disappear? Initiate trial. Objective: deploy to the planetary surface, eliminate one xenomorph and recover its biomass. Recommendation: proceed in a team. Reward 100 contribution points. Alright, fine, let's get this done. Wang Xiaojun shrugged and followed the navigation prompt toward the drop zone. The moment the drop zone hatch slid open, the commentary exploded. Whoa! Vacuum deployment. This is exactly like the orbital drop shock troopers pods from Halo, absolutely iconic. I'd kill to experience orbital insertion myself. Xiaoju, can you share the link? Why isn't that pop-up ad showing up on my end? Wang Xiaoju wasn't paying attention to the commentary. Her legs had already gone weak. Before her, the drop pod's lower hatch remained tightly sealed. Through the adjacent reinforced glass, she could see the planet below, a vast tangerine-hued orb. Rows of drop pods stood aligned along the rail, their matte black hulls gleaming with cold, unyielding metallic luster under the sterile overhead lights. She climbed into one as instructed. The pod was cramped, the seat accommodated barely half her buttocks. A joystick sat to her left. The front and floor were seamless panels of ultra-reinforced glass offering a panoramic view of the void beyond. She pulled down the hydraulic lever. Clack! The hatch sealed automatically, the locking sound sharp and unnervingly distinct inside the confined space. Strapped rigidly into place, she couldn't move a muscle. The lower hatch began to descend slowly. Through the glass beneath her feet, she gazed into the infinite abyss, dark, frigid, and fathomless. Wang Xiaoju's voice trembled. Guys, I'm terrified. Why can't we skip this part? It's brutal for anyone with acrophobia. Seriously, this is so unfair to us height-averse folks. The commentary scrolled furiously. Count your blessings, plenty come just for this moment. Exactly. We leap, not with hesitation, but straight into hell. The lower hatch opened fully. The drop pod hung exposed in the vacuum of space. A kind commentator warned, brace yourself, high-intensity sequence ahead. I am Guanyin Bodhisattva, don't ask why I'm here. Clang. The pod detached completely from the mothership. Wang Xiaoju unleashed a shrill inhuman shriek. Whoa, thanks Guanyin Bodhisattva. Ha, knew it. The pod plummeted, crushing her deep into the seat with relentless inertia. Blood surged violently toward her skull. She screamed, eyes clenched shut, until after what felt like an eternity she realized nothing catastrophic had occurred. Cautiously she cracked one eye open. Outside, the world was burning crimson. Intense atmospheric friction heated the pod's hull to incandescence. Through the glass, the entire universe blazed with the fierce molten hues of combustion. The commentary instantly shifted focus. Stunning. This is the romance of men. A true man embraces such grandeur. So, where's the link? Thud. The pod slammed violently onto the ground. The hatch blew open automatically. Wang Xiaoju collapsed to her knees, gasping raggedly. A torrent of crimson alerts flooded the upper right corner of her HUD. Heart rate critically elevated. Immediate medical intervention advised. The commentary erupted in merciless mockery. Ha ha ha. Peeing your pants yet? Coward. After several long moments her breathing steadied. In a hoarse whisper she spoke, shocked guys. The commentary waited expectantly for her to say, never again. Instead she grinned, that was insanely thrilling, I suddenly want to do it all over again. Wait, what? This twist. Wang Xiaoju rose, brushing dust from her suit. Honestly guys, I'm not kidding. This body's clearly enhanced. There's no disorienting weightlessness, more like riding a roller coaster. Absolutely exhilarating. She yanked the rifle from its mount inside the pod and checked the magazine with practiced ease. Then she scanned her surroundings. All around stretched a sea of ochre sand, broken only by scattered mounds and distant eroded valleys. The sky hung heavy and gray. Even through her helmet the air carried a faint acrid tang of sulfur. Let's see. She studied the HUD, experimenting with its interface. Mini-map's bottom right. This button activates the scanner, and this toggles the combat sphere. With a final confident tap on the rifle stock she declared, alright esteemed viewers, I've mastered the controls. Now watch me slaughter these xenomorphs. The commentary flooded in, we'll be watching you get slaughtered instead. Ha 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 ha. Wang Xiaoju's gaming aptitude was genuinely exceptional. After all, she was a top-tier technical streamer with millions of followers. Though she often mocked notoriously poor games, her mechanical skill was undeniable. Using footprints on the ground and her scanner she quickly located a scattered patrol of xenomorphs. Carrion Beetle. Rank Thrall class. Description: the lowest tier xenomorph unit primarily tasked with surveillance and early warning. Low aggression size comparable to a heavy motorcycle. That's it. Wang Xiaoju crouched atop a dune watching the sluggish creatures crawl below, then scoffed. Watch me wipe them out in seconds. She executed a sliding descent down the dune, rifle already raised and firing mid-motion. BRRRRT. Bursts of fire ignited fiery blossoms across the barren plain. One full magazine expended, only one beetle fell. But the remaining dozens instantly detected the intrusion, pivoted and charged toward her en masse. At the dune's base Wang Xiaoju used momentum to spring upright and sprint forward, fluid, seamless, instinctive. The commentary reeled in disbelief. Wait, did Xiaoju just pull that off? Is she cheating? Turn it off, it's ruined. As distance narrowed her accuracy soared. Firing on the run, nearly every shot struck true. By the time she reached the swarm's front line not a single carrion beetle remained intact. The ground was slick with viscous emerald ichor and twitching severed limbs. Wang Xiaoju paused, catching her breath, then smirked. See that? That's my real strength. Unseen behind her a crippled carrion beetle dragged itself forward, its maw parted, exhaling slow amber-hued vapor. Wang Xiaoju approached the nearest corpse, knelt and touched it. Biomass recovery successful. Initiate trial objective complete. Contribution points earned 100. See that? She rose, still boasting, mission complete, effortless. The commentary drifted past 666, respect. Just then, the ground shuddered. Boom. A colossal pincer erupted from the soil beside her, hurling shards of rock that clattered sharply against her helmet. She froze utterly. A vast shadow descended from above. Slowly she tilted her head upward. A monstrous xenomorph heaved itself from the earth, its carapace black-gray and chitinous gleamed coldly under the sun. Twin massive pincers rose high, jagged saliva-dripping mandibles clicked open. Warrior Beetle. Rank Laborer class. Description: a low-tier combat unit specialized in excavation and hive construction. High aggression size comparable to a semi-trailer truck. Wang Xiaoju's pupils contracted violently. Before she could react, more pincers burst through the ground everywhere. 1, 2, 10, dozens. The entire terrain roiled like boiling water as warrior beetles erupted from all directions. The HUD updated automatically. New objective: survive. Description: stay alive. Suggestion: don't die. Reward: none. Wang Xiaoju muttered, oh brilliant suggestion, don't die. As if I hadn't already considered that. Wang Xiaoju sensed danger and bolted, legs pumping as she fled. The live chat instantly erupted with laughter. Wang Xiaoju had no time to glance at the chat. Her eyes spun wildly as she desperately tried to calculate the quickest path out of the swarming horde. But the ground ahead was carpeted with countless pincer-like limbs that seemed to stretch to infinity. Some of the insects were already half-emerged, about to break free from the soil. She could no longer afford hesitation. Bang! Bang! She raised her rifle and fired, aiming not at bodies but at the arthropod segments. A warrior bug that had half protruded from its burrow lost one of its forelimbs to her shot. Deprived of a support point, the creature sagged back into the hole it had excavated, its remaining forelimb clawing at the earth in a futile attempt to struggle free. Wang Xiaoju's eyes lit up, her tactic worked. Even the live chat marveled at her maneuver. Seeing the method proved effective, Wang Xiaoju ran and fired at once, deliberately shooting the forelimbs of the bugs that were about to emerge from the ground. After she finally burst through the encirclement and glanced back, the bugs she had not disabled had fully crawled out, brandishing their pincers and shrieking as they charged toward her. At that moment, Wang Xiaoju suddenly remembered, when she inspected her exoskeletal armor, she had seen a combat orb. That device ought to be able to request an orbital strike. She immediately drew out the combat orb and, sprinting, began entering the command sequence. Her forearm computer vibrated once she had mistyped. The tighter her chest became, the easier she aired. On her second attempt, she keyed the sequence with extreme care, muttering under her breath, right down, left, right down. The command finished inputting. The combat orb did not flare red. The operations terminal displayed 4 words under review. Wang Xiaoju nearly screamed, "Review my ass. I'm about to die and you still make me wait for a review." Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Aelula looked to Su Yang. "That recruit has requested an orbital strike. Approve." Su Yang arched an eyebrow. So a player with insufficient contribution points can still request combat support. Aelula answered calmly, "You are the commander. You have the authority to allocate all wartime resources, and you may choose to divert some to nurture new recruits." Su Yang nodded. "Reasonable. But what happens if the recruit's contribution remains negative? According to the personnel department's wartime regulations, a deficit of 10,000 contribution points or more will result in forcible revocation of boarding privileges." Su Yang understood at once. For players, that means forced account deletion, right? Exactly. Aelula asked, "So, do you approve?" Su Yang glanced at the operations terminal. The horde still had a short distance to go before reaching Wang Xiaoju. He asked, "How will my merit points be calculated?" "She currently has only 100 contribution points. Will those 100 be transferred to me as merit or reclaimed by the ship?" "The ship will reclaim 90 points. You will receive 10 merit points." Su Yang frowned and began to cajole. "Could we transfer all of it to me for now? It's all for reclaiming the engine core. I must elevate my permissions first to accomplish the mission, isn't that right?" A sequence of data flickered in Aelula's eyes and she replied coldly, "Theoretically possible. But if the recruit cannot make up the remaining contribution, the ship's losses will be deducted from your merit points. If you have no objections, I have none." Su Yang smiled. "Don't worry, I trust she can recover it. Approve the request." On the ground, Wang Xiaoju was delighted to see the combat orb glow red. The operations terminal read, "Review approved." The live chat burst into exclamations. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoju did not hurl the combat orb toward the horde. Instead, she swung her arm like a shot putter and threw the orb in the direction of her escape. The chat exploded in uproar. The live chat roared with argument and incredulity. Wang Xiaoju had no time to read. She threw the combat orb forward because there would be a delay between the shell leaving the gun and its impact. If she had tossed it backward, the horde would have reached the spot before the bombardment landed, rendering the strike pointless. In the end, her calculations proved correct. She had just cleared the bombardment zone when the round struck, flashes of fire, shockwaves flinging dust, shattered rock and insect limbs in all directions. The horde fell like stalks into a combined wave after wave toppled. The stream was live streaming madness. Wang Xiaoju cast one lone look at the fallen horde across the bombardment zone, then immediately withdrew to a safe spot and called the Tihoheo for extraction. Once aboard the Tihoheo, she lay back in the cabin, her heart pounding with exhilaration. She suddenly remembered she was still streaming and casually said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the real game." The chat continued flooding the screen, all clamoring for the game's link. But when Wang Xiaoju returned to the warship to settle the mission, her elation plunged into an abyss. Mission complete. Recruit trial. Reward 100 contribution points. Call orbital 120 mm He barrage. Cost 1000 contribution points. Current contribution 900 contribution points. Wang Xiaoju stared at the figures in stunned silence. She became Yuan Hua and collapsed to her knees. No. Xiuya, no my contribution points. The live chat went utterly berserk. Out of the corner of her eye Wang Xiaoju spotted an even more mortifying line of information. Revival count 0. Cost 0 contribution points. Each revival consumes 100 contribution points. Wang Xiaoju sobbed louder. Damn it, revival only costs 100 contribution points. I would have been better off dying. The live chat erupted in mockery. Wang Xiaojun sat dejectedly on the platform in the battleship hangar, her legs stretched out the back of her head resting against the cold metal wall. The barrage continued to flood the screen mocking her debt, but she couldn't be bothered to look. A bright purple SC floated across the upper right corner of her view, paid message, its color glaring. Xiaoju, you should have access to the armory now, right? Yeah, I want to check out the armory too. What the hell? Xiaoju quickly went. The entire gaming live streaming scene is right there. Wang Xiaojun was momentarily stunned. The entire gaming live streaming scene. She flipped over and got up, patting the non-existent dust off her but joking to the camera, the other half of the gaming live streaming scene is just me, right? The barrage erupted in laughter. Right, the other half is in the armory. You feel like the dual swords are combined, right? Ha. Wang Xiaojun followed the navigation through the corridor, turning a few corners, and saw a few people standing at the entrance to the armory from a distance. The HUD automatically displayed the nearby player IDs: Chuanbai, Mili Miao, Dihan Yu, Ruguo Wan and Nangxi Hongshi. Each was a top-tier streamer with millions of followers. Especially Chuanbai, known for his extraordinary skills in the circle, had even more fans than Wang Xiaojun. There were evidently overlapping fans among several live streaming channels. When Chunbai saw Wang Xiaojun approaching, he smirked and was the first to speak. Yo, the other half of the gaming live streaming scene has arrived. The barrage from several live streaming channels erupted with ha. Wang Xiaojun walked over with a smile and glanced at the group. What are you all doing standing here? Have you all completed the beginner's quest? Chunbai's expression darkened. Yes, I did. If it weren't for some people selling me out, I could have completed it without a scratch. After saying that, he glared fiercely at the other three. Nangxi Hongshi shrank his neck and chuckled awkwardly. Hey Lao Bai, you are the best one here. We all thought you would be fine. Dihan Yu, Ruguo Wan and Mili Miao quickly echoed. Yeah, Bai Gu, we all thought you could show off with your superb skills. Chunbai gritted his teeth. Is this your excuse for selling me out? The barrage exploded with activity. What happened just now? Bai Gu was sold out originally. Nangxi Hongshi wanted to save him, but when he turned around and saw the swarm, he sold him out decisively. Ha. Wang Xiaojun glanced at the barrage, stifling a laugh, and asked, so Bai Gu died and came back while the other three returned on the Pelican? They nodded. Alright then. Wang Xiaojun pointed to the armory door. You should have some contribution points now, right? Why not go in and take a look at the weapons? Dihan Yu, Ruguo Wan said, I was just about to go in, but I saw someone in the barrage saying you returned, so I waited for you. The other half of the scene. Wang Xiaojun smiled. Then let's go in and let the fans see what the weapons in this game look like. The door to the armory slid open. The silver-gray metal walls were lined with various firearms, from handguns to sniper rifles, from submachine guns to light machine guns, each floating on its dedicated display stand with prices and unlocking conditions projected below. The group walked to the areas that interested them. A moment later, Chunbai exploded. First, are these prices for real? Completing the beginner's quest doesn't send anything, and now the weapons are ridiculously expensive. Unlocking them only grants usage rights, not ownership. Mili Miao complained as well. I thought 100 contribution points would at least unlock a handgun. All the weapons here are over 1,000. Dihan Yu, Ruguo Wan didn't say anything, just kept her head down, operating something. Then she suddenly looked up. What the hell? Are the energy crystals in here for sale at such high prices? All attention instantly focused on her. Chunbai frowned. Did you spend money? Wang Xiaojun leaned over. No way. I couldn't find the recharge entrance. Mili Miao shook her head. There shouldn't be a recharge channel open during the internal testing phase. Dihan Yu, Ruguo Wan waved her hand. No. I exchanged that 100 contribution points for energy crystals and then sold them. Chunbai's eyes lit up. Contribution points can't be transferred, but energy crystals can. That's quite a novel design. Hey, how much did you sell? Dihan Yu, Ruguo Wan raised three fingers. 300. Mili Miao's eyes widened. RMB. Dihan Yu, Ruguo Wan rolled her eyes. What else? The barrage exploded. What the hell, this game makes so much money. I also thought about making bricks in this game. So is there anyone who can point me in the right direction? How do I get the game qualification?
Mealy Meow also became interested. What the hell, I'll give it a try, hanging 3000 to test it out.
She lowered her head and fiddled with the interface. Then she froze. I got killed instantly.
Wang Xiaojun could no longer sit still, urgently saying, I told you guys to save your contribution points, isn't that better?
Those things are more useful than you think.
Neng Shihongshu interjected, how can anything be more valuable than 30,000?
Wang Xiaojun was stunned. What do you mean? Are you hanging 30,000?
Neng Shihongshu chuckled, just trying it out, who knows, right?
He lowered his head to operate. The next second his expression froze. What the hell? Everyone gathered around. Chunbai asked anxiously, don't tell me you got killed again.
Neng Shihongshu opened his mouth and took a long time to squeeze out a word.
Killed. Di Hanyu Rugwawan wailed, what the hell does that mean? I lost a fortune.
Mealy Meow stomped her foot. If I had known, I would have hung 30,000 too.
The group chattered, pounding their chests and stamping their feet.
Only Wang Xiaojun slowly squatted down, curled up in the corner, drawing circles in despair.
270,000.
To survive earlier she had hard-pressed spent 270,000.
Reviving only costs 30,000.
If she had let the bugs kill her back then, even though she still wouldn't have any contribution points now, at least she wouldn't be in debt. She felt abandoned by the whole world. The barrage did not let her off. Ha ha ha, Xiaoju lost 270000. 270000 bought a lesson. Xiaoju, does this combat readiness ball look like your 270000 that you smashed out? Even the front part didn't let her off. However, the barrage in Chunbai's live streaming room was attracted by another piece of information. Which tycoon spent so much money to buy energy crystals? Chunbai frowned. By the way, you guys check who the buyer IDs are.
The group lowered their heads to check the transaction records. Neng Shihongshu Liang Hu. Mealy Meow, I'm also Liang Hu. Di Hanyu Rugwawan. The same one. Chunbai's pupils slightly constricted. It's all the same person.
The group nodded simultaneously. Chunbai leaned against the wall of the armory, arms crossed, his gaze becoming profound.
It seems this game is not simple. Wang Xiaojun was still squatting in the corner, drawing circles. It seemed she didn't hear this statement.
But the barrage had already filled the screen for her.
Who is Liang Hu?
The depths of this game are deeper than imagined. Xiaoju, stop drawing. Your 270000 has been picked up by someone.
At the same time, on the surface,
Liang Hu crouched beside the corpse of a combat bug, not daring to touch it. His attention was entirely focused on the interface of the combat terminal. He swiped a few times, tapped several times, and then confirmed.
3 energy crystals were credited to his account.
Lu Guodong, who had just retrieved a bug corpse, stood up to stretch his waist. Noticing the captain was not working, he ran over to strike up a conversation, taking the opportunity to slack off.
What's wrong, Captain? Is there a new mission released?
Liang Hu shook his head, keeping his eyes on the terminal. Generally said to purchase energy crystals to unlock weapon equipment for the upcoming 85 comrades. Lu Guodong nodded, about to turn away when he caught a glimpse of the numbers on Liang Hu's combat terminal, causing him to spring back.
What the hell? 33300 yuan only bought 3 energy crystals. Captain, although generally said there is no upper limit on financial support, you can't squander national resources like this. His exclamation attracted several people nearby.
Dai Wenfeng put down the bug corpse in his hands and walked over to chime in. What do you know? Generally said that our combat data has already been verified by the Academy of Sciences, and a universal potion has been synthesized from the collected data, saving trillions annually in medical insurance expenses. Of course, Li Zhonghua could not tell them that it was their battles that elevated Su Yang's permission level, allowing access to the technological data of the Moravia civilization. But that did not hinder him from using the simulator as a pretense to fool them into believing that those technological achievements were derived from their simulated battles.
Lu Guodong's jaw dropped. So we are that amazing. But what is the principle behind it?
Hu Jian also ran over from the side, speaking in slightly imperfect Mandarin. Who cares about the principle?
Since the country can invest so much money, there must be a reason for it.
Lu Guodong still wasn't convinced, but 31000 each is too high. After all, this is just a simulator. Leijin put down his work, wiped the smudge off his goggles, and strode over. What of it? The data we obtained through life and death battles is real, and the country's technological development is also real.
Isn't that enough?
Liang Hu looked up at the circle of people surrounding him. The task of collecting biomass had completely stopped and everyone had come over here.
He frowned. I know my limits. Moreover, my offer is far below the minimum set by General Li. Everyone was taken aback. General Li actually set a limit.
Yeah, Liang Hu nodded, but this limit only applies to energy crystals.
Lu Guodong pressed on. So what's the lower limit? 50000 each. Everyone gasped in shock. Lu Guodong couldn't believe it. 50000. I was asking about the lower limit, Captain. Liang Hu repeated. That is the lower limit I mentioned. The upper limit is 1000000 each. The country has gone mad. Lu Guodong exclaimed. What are those people up top thinking? Liang Hu shot him a glare, his voice suddenly lowering. Watch your words, soldier. Lu Guodong shrank his neck, no longer daring to speak.
Liang Hu paused, his tone softening a bit as he continued. Do you remember how much contribution value we spent on that round of orbital bombardment we applied for? Zhou Xiong chimed in at that moment, raising his hand to respond. 1000 contribution points. He had called for that bombardment and it was his contribution that was deducted, so he remembered it better than anyone.
Liang Hu nodded. That's right.
1000 contribution points allowed the country to gather a large amount of real combat data from the orbital bombardment of the bug swarm.
Converted into real currency, it was only 500,000. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over each person's face. Let me ask you, can 500,000 sustain a 150-second bombardment in reality? And it was for an orbital cannon.
The group exchanged glances.
In the end, it was still Lu Guodong who scratched his head and awkwardly said, so it seems. It really isn't a loss.
Liang Hu ignored him, lowering his head to continue operating the combat terminal. In fact, it wasn't just Liang Hu. The first 10 special forces who had entered were beginning to sense that something was off. Leaving aside the so-called simulator, the simulation effect was simply too realistic. Even the bug slime sticking to the helmet's ventilation holes was 100 replicated, including the faint odor that had not been completely filtered. But they were all elite soldiers, well aware of what should and should not be questioned.
Just because they weren't voicing their doubts didn't mean they weren't having them. Especially Lu Guodong, the blabbermouth. Liang Hu cast a distant glance at Lu Guodong and sighed. He thought to himself, I hope that when the truth is revealed they won't be crushed by the pressure. The weight of a civilization when placed on any individual is unbearable. Even if that individual is a super soldier, it makes no difference. The others were actually harboring the same thoughts. They were all intelligent people. How could they not realize that even the most advanced technology on Earth could not create a simulator that could replicate reality to 1/1,000,000th accuracy? The reason they pretended to believe Li Zongguo's words was simply to avoid the immense pressure affecting their teammates. Thus they tacitly began to deceive each other on the battleship. Aurora glanced at the trading information flashing on the holographic screen and turned to Su Yang. Your policy has taken effect. The system just reported 3 transactions of energy crystals. Just as you thought, energy crystals have started circulating as currency. Su Yang leaned back in the command chair, nodding in satisfaction, casually asking, do you know the transaction amount? He hadn't intended to receive an answer. Such transactions were done via transfers from Blue Star, and the battleship could only see the ownership of the energy crystals changing, not the amounts. To his surprise, Aurora calmly replied, 3 energy crystals with a total transaction amount of 33300 yuan. Su Yang sat up straight, his eyes widening. That expression seemed to say, how could you track transactions on Blue Star? Aurora discerned his confusion and retorted in an extremely flat tone, when you use interstellar quantum communication, I need to initiate a high-power scan towards Blue Star. So now I can access all transaction information from Blue Star. What's so strange about that? Su Yang opened his mouth in silence, unable to respond. But after a moment's thought he realized that such a large amount of funding being mobilized in such a short time had to come from the state. There was no other possibility. He looked at Aurora to confirm and asked, who is the buyer? Liang Hu. Su Yang nodded. It was indeed him. His gaze passed through the porthole, looking at the endless starry sky. The blue planet was faintly visible in the distant galaxy. The country is indeed concentrating its efforts to help me, he murmured, and they are doing so without sparing any effort. Aurora remained silent. The captain's cabin was quiet for a few seconds. Su Yang suddenly stood up, walked to the control panel, and paused his finger over the holographic screen. Aurora, help me issue a new strategic level mission. Please input the task information. Su Yang stood in front of the control console, his fingers gliding over the holographic screen. Send them to scout the insect nest.
He paused to clarify the terrain around the insect nest and the number of insect swarms. Also check the condition of the rear section of the battleship to determine the difficulty of the engine recovery task. A series of data flashed in Aurora's eyes. Strategic level task has been generated. Su Yan looked at the task panel he had just released on the console. Scout the insect nest task description. Scout a small insect nest near the equatorial line to gather terrain information and the number of insect species. Subtask: determine the condition of the rear section of the battleship and assess the difficulty of recovering the dark matter engine. Suggestion: avoid alarming the insect nest. Task reward 50000 contribution points. An additional reward of 20000 contribution points for completing the subtask. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, how is this contribution value calculated? It's just a scouting task, why is the contribution value so high? Aurora calmly replied, the contribution value is automatically calculated based on 3 dimensions: task difficulty, strategic value and unknown factors according to a formula. Su Yang became intrigued. Oh, there's a formula. Yes, Aurora nodded. The reason this task offers such a high contribution value is that the task range is close to the insect nest, requiring close reconnaissance. Additionally, there are many unknown factors such as weather, terrain and the number of insect swarms, making the risk of annihilation enormous. Su Yan understood. So this scouting task is worth 50000 contribution points because of the extremely high risk of annihilation. He glanced at the task panel and then at the countdown. 26 days, 23 hours, 41 minutes and 57 seconds. Su Yang frowned and thought, I hope there's enough time. At the same time, at the entrance of the armory, Chuanbai, Mili Miao, Dihan Yu, Ruguo Wan and Nungshi Hongshi were still standing there discussing whether to go down and kill some insects to earn contribution points. The market is good now and there are wealthy players collecting. Nungshi Hongshi counted on his fingers. Such patrons are rare. If the wealthy players get bored later, we will lose this opportunity to make money. Mili Miao nodded. Right, each crystal is worth 30,000 and 10 would be 300,000. That's more than I earn in a year of live streaming. However, Chunbai shook his head. I also think we need to go kill insects to earn contribution points, he said, but my idea is to not sell the contribution points we earn but to keep them to improve our own strength. Mili Miao was confused. Why? Chunbai countered, have you ever seen any market game that has such modeling precision and freedom? Everyone shook their heads. Chunbai continued, not to mention the game's graphics, just the airdrop and killing insects alone are enough to get the adrenaline pumping. This game is definitely going to be popular in the future. If we don't take advantage of the early stage to accumulate resources, we'll be surpassed by other streamers later and there won't even be a place to cry. Dihan Yu Ruguo Wan sighed, but we currently have no way to earn contribution points. We can't defeat the insect species and this game's beginner phase is too hard to endure. As soon as the words were out, a new task popped up on everyone's HUD. Strategic level task has been released. The group was initially delighted and quickly clicked to open it. After carefully reading the task description and the contribution points reward, they all deflated. 50000. Equatorial line. Near the insect nest. Nungshi Hongshi shrank his neck. This task is not something we small players can handle. Chunbai agreed. Indeed. The beginner task rewards 100 contribution points and I was once scammed. This 50,000. Forget it. Dihan Yu Ruguo Wan rolled his eyes, but it seems we don't have a choice. Mili Miao pointed at the task list. Isn't there a permanent task? We can recover biological matter. Chunbai crossed his arms, but we still need to kill the insects first. As soon as this was said, the group fell silent. The bullet screen began to flood the chat. Laughing to death, a group of million-follower streamers being bullied by beginner monsters and afraid to go out. This game is too hardcore. Brother Bai is right, this game will definitely be popular in the future. We need to accumulate resources early. The problem is we can't even get out of the beginner village now. What are we accumulating? At that moment, Nungshi Hongshi noticed Wang Xiaoju, who was still drawing circles in the corner. Alright Xiaoju, stop being depressed over there. Let's think about how to earn contribution points together. Wang Xiaoju looked up, her expression still very dejected. How can we earn any? With just us we can't. Wait. Oh. Halfway through her sentence she suddenly stood up. The others were startled. Chunbai leaned back. What are you doing? Wang Xiaoju quickly ran in front of Chunbai, their helmets almost bumping together. I know where to earn contribution points. Her voice trembled. You can come with me to recover. But I want to take 70. Chunbai immediately objected. We all contributed. Why do you take 70? Mealy Meow echoed exactly. We all put in effort, it should be split evenly. Dihan Urugwo-wan thought for a moment. Unless you say we don't need to kill, we only take care of the recovery, then I can consider it. Nang Shihongshu nodded in agreement. Wang Xiaoju exclaimed exactly. You don't need to kill. It's all ready, you just have to recover. The other's eyes brightened. Such a good deal. But Nang Shihongshu quickly calmed down, suspiciously staring at Wang Xiaoju. Wait, Xiaoju, if it's such a good deal, would you tell us? The rest of the group also cast doubtful glances. Wang Xiaoju's face turned red as she stammered. At first I did think about keeping it all to myself. But I was afraid that starting to recover would attract the insect swarms again, and I thought that teaming up would not only speed up the recovery but also have someone to help keep watch. In case of emergency, it wouldn't be a solo fight. Chunbai asked, so how many are there? Will there be enough for us to share? Wang Xiaoju blurted out, at least tens of thousands. The group fell silent simultaneously. Tens of thousands. Chunbai's expression shifted as if weighing his options. Seeing the others' disbelief, Wang Xiaoju added, those were killed by the orbital cannon. I called it great cost. Really? The bullet screen went wild. Wow. That's right. Almost forgot about that. Xiaoju blew up a gold mine with that shot. 70. Xiaoju, you're really greedy. But she did do it all alone. Taking 70 isn't unreasonable. Seeing the others still hesitating, Wang Xiaoju simply turned and walked away. If you don't appreciate it, then I'll just keep it all to myself. I'm trying to lose weight anyway. Hey. Don't. Chunbai quickly stepped in front of her, a flattering smile on his face. We were just surprised and didn't react in time. He paused. 30 is fine, we just want 30. Mealy Now Dihan Urugwo-wan and Nang Shihongshu hurriedly nodded. Yes, 30. 30 is fine. Wang Xiaoju stopped, turned around, and a smile slowly crept across her face. It's settled then. 70-30, I take 70, you take 30. If anyone goes back on their word midway, don't expect to hang out in the circle anymore. Chunbai extended his hand. It's a deal. Wang Xiaoju slapped his hand in agreement. It's a deal. The bullet screen exploded with comments. Capitalist Xiaoju is impressive. Xiaoju went from being in debt to a contractor in just 2 chapters. Wang Xiaoju took the lead, striding confidently toward the drop zone. Let's go, I'll take you to pick up money. After receiving the new strategic directive, Liang Hu and his team immediately halted their biomass recovery operations. All personnel cease recovery, immediately contact the Pelican shuttle. Liang Hu ordered over the comms channel. We're too far from the target zone, over 5,000 kilometers. Marching there on foot is utterly impractical. Lu Guodong sprinted toward the Pelican shuttle while glancing up at the sky. Several crimson exhaust trails streaked downward from the direction of the warship. Why are they descending now? Lu Guodong murmured, puzzled. General Li said those 85 reinforcements wouldn't assemble until nightfall. Liang Hu shook his head. They're likely ordinary players, not our reinforcements. See where the drop pods are landing. In the remote southern region. They're newcomers. Lu Guodong nodded silently and boarded the Pelican with the rest of the team. Upon returning to the warship, Liang Hu's squad swiftly transferred into drop pods and set course for the equator. The drop pod slammed into the earth, its hatch burst open. Liang Hu was the first to step out, and his brow furrowed at the sensation beneath his boots. The ground was blanketed in a dull gray layer of humus, soft and spongy underfoot oozing thick viscous fluid when pressed, like treading upon the living skin of some colossal creature. This place feels uncanny, Lu Guodong muttered under his breath. In the distance, a mushroom-shaped monolith emitted dense orange-yellow smoke that blotted out the sky above it. The smoke churned almost sentient. The team scrambled up a nearby hillock, hands and feet gripping the slope. Beyond the crest lay a cliff, or rather a chasm. No, not a cliff. A crater. A colossal depression at least 5 or 6 kilometers in diameter, its rim studded with countless cavernous apertures. These openings clustered densely, like a vast inverted beehive, descending deep into the crater's abyss. Those are the entrances to the hive's inner depths. Dai Wenfeng whispered, voice hushed as if fearing to disturb something ancient and slumbering. Hu Jian crouched atop the hillock, peering through his sniper rifle's scope toward the crater floor. Captain, his voice tightened suddenly. Patrol unit, 10 o'clock, approximately 1,200 meters. Liang Hu followed his gaze. A mixed patrol of alien arthropods moved slowly along the crater's rim. The smallest were the size of armored vehicles, the largest. Liang Hu's pupils contracted sharply. He stared intently at the behemoth.
No data flickered across his HUD. Unknown species. Liang Hu murmured quietly. Lu Guodong muttered, looks like we've got fresh specimens to collect.
Hu Jian shot him a withering glance.
Go down there and collect one yourself right now. Lu Guodong instinctively shrank back.
No idle chatter during mission hours, Liang Hu reprimanded, voice low but firm.
Both men fell silent at once. After a moment's observation, Hu Jian's brow knotted deeper still.
Captain, the abdomen of that creature dwarfs a shipping container.
It drags along the ground as it walks. How could the Xenos evolve something so grotesque? Liang Hu's expression darkened. I suspect, he whispered, lowering his voice further, its abdomen functions as a plasma cannon.
A collective gasp escaped the group. Lu Guodong blurted, no way, you mean that thing wiped us out?
Liang Hu shook his head. I mean one of its kind. If it were the same individual, that would be truly terrifying. Dai Wenfeng shuddered. Impossible.
That valley is over 5,000 kilometers from here, if it were the same creature. He trailed off, but Liang Hu finished the sentence for him. If this creature annihilated our unit, then its plasma cannon has a range of at least 5,000 kilometers. Liang Hu spoke each word with deliberate weight.
Which means the Xenos may already possess the capability to strike targets in low Earth orbit. The implication hung heavy in the air.
Their mood sank further.
Silence descended upon the hillock, thick and absolute. Meanwhile, south of the equator, in the bombardment zone,
5 drop pods struck the Earth nearly simultaneously, their hatches snapping open in rapid succession.
Chunbai emerged first, her foot hadn't even settled before she froze in disbelief. Holy hell!
Before her stretched an endless expanse of xenomorph carcasses. Dark green ichor had congealed into brittle leathery crusts across the ashen yellow wasteland. Shattered carapaces, severed mandibles, fragmented wings scattered without end, vanishing beyond the horizon.
Did Xiaoju really blow up all of these alone? Ni Li Niao's voice trembled.
Nen Shihong squatted beside a warrior xeno corpse, tested its salvageability, and nearly popped his eyes out.
They're all recoverable.
Wang Xiaoju strode confidently onto a small earthen mound, hands planted firmly on her hips, surveying the group from above.
Enough gawking. Let's get to work.
Chun Bai and the others exchanged glances, then bent to work without another word.
1, 2, 10, 100. Faint blue holographic interfaces shimmered across the wasteland, each flash marking another contribution point credited.
Meanwhile, chat feeds and several live streams erupted.
I wish I could go pick up money right now. Xiaoju just scored a massive windfall. Over 10,000 Xenos, how much is that worth? After the initial euphoria came mechanical repetition. Bend. Touch. Transmit. Bend again. Touch again. Transmit again. Monotonous, but every face wore a grin. Dihan Yuruguawan gathered biomass as he asked, say Xiaoju, how did you wipe out this entire swarm? Ni Li Niao leaned in, curious, yeah, what exactly is orbital bombardment?
Wang Xiaoju stood tall on the mound, puffed out her chest proudly. Simple, I saw the Xenos closing in, so I used my emergency warball to request orbital strike support.
My foresight saved the day. Chun Bai blinked. You can do that. I thought this was just a shooting game. Nen Shihong posed the critical question, how many contribution points does one orbital strike cost? Can we even break even with these?
Wang Xiaoju froze, she hadn't calculated that yet. Her mind raced, numbers flashing behind her eyes. 10,000 corpses, 10,000 points. She kept 70%, 7,000. Minus 1,000 for the orbital strike leaves 6,000 net. 6,000 points convert to 60 energy crystals. At peak market value, 30,000 per crystal, that totals 1,800,000. Wang Xiaoju's mind short-circuited entirely. Her eyes glazed over, mouth slightly agape, she stood rooted to the mound like a statue petrified by sudden wealth. Dihan Yuruguawan, seeing her unresponsive, approached and tapped her shoulder. You all right? Wang Xiaoju jolted, blinking rapidly, her gaze still dazed. No. I'm fine. Just temporarily stunned by money. The chat feed exploded with laughter. Haha, Xiaoju got brain fried by her own math. 1,800,000. Where's the link? I need to hunt Xenos too. Rich guy, why don't you all guess, do I have 1.8 million? Li Miao straightened after collecting the final corpse, wiped dust from her visor and asked again, so, how many points exactly did the orbital strike cost? Wang Xiaoju drew a slow deep breath and raised one finger.
1,000. Silence fell absolute and stunned. Then chaos erupted. Holy shit. 1,000 for 10,000. Nen Shihong's voice cracked with disbelief. That's pure profit. Dihan Yu Ruguowan stamped his foot. I'd have called orbital strike myself if I'd known. Chun Bai's expression transformed, no longer cautious or hesitant but blazing with feverish electric intensity. He whirled around staring fiercely at the hazy horizon. Orbital strike. Then what's there to fear? He slashed his hand through the air. Let's go smash them all. Let's grind for credits. Live chat feeds flooded with "Let's get rich together," drop the coordinates. A group of players in pure white has been wandering in the landing area for over 2 hours, yet they haven't seen a single insect. Wang Xiaojun plopped down on a rock impatiently complaining, why is the game map so vast? After walking for half a day without even a shadow of an insect. Dihan Yue, who earns over 10,000, was exhausted, bent over with her hands on her knees saying, I suspect that it's because we haven't accepted any quests, so the monsters aren't spawning. Li Miao looked around wondering, could it be that the game has a bug? Nang Zihanshi shook her head saying that shouldn't be possible, a game with such detailed modeling shouldn't make such a low-level error. Meanwhile, the bullet comments were also chatting. Good news, the freedom is very high. Bad news, the freedom is too high. Laughing to death, drawing my sword and looking around in confusion. Could it be that they really encountered a bug? Chun Bai suggested, why don't we try participating in that reconnaissance mission? We have nothing better to do anyway. Wang Xiaojun instinctively wanted to object to reconnaissance of the insect nest. Isn't that seeking death? But she glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream. 670000 with 1.86 million followers. In just a few hours they gained 600,000 followers, most of whom joined while she was being chased by insects during her newbie tasks. The audience needed excitement. She gritted her teeth and said, if no one else has objections then I have none. Di Hanyu hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. After all, it's just a game. They had already earned a substantial amount of contribution points. Even if they were to stage a dramatic show before dying, they could still earn gift money. Nang Zihanshi thought it was fine. Chunbai turned around to ask Li Miao for her opinion but found that only 3 people stood behind her. Where's Li Miao? The bullet comments instantly flooded the screen. Li Miao fell into a hole. Laughing to death, she fell without a sound and no one noticed. Li Miao, wait for me. No, help me. The group walked back a short distance and indeed discovered a sandpit with quicksand pouring into it. Wang Xiaojun was the first to lean over the edge asking, Li Miao, are you okay? The others also gathered around to look down. The pit wasn't very deep, only about 5 or 6 meters. Li Miao said irritably, if I hadn't said anything, were you all planning to just leave me here? The others scratched their heads awkwardly. Li Miao stood up and brushed off the sand from her body. She turned on the tactical light on her helmet. The moment the light turned on, a reflective metallic sheen momentarily dazzled her eyes. Ha! Li Miao was stunned. Chunbai also saw it, asking, what is that? Wang Xiaojuan, seeing that the sandpit was not high and could be easily jumped back onto the ground, jumped down first. The others followed suit. The beam of light from the tactical lamp swept across the walls of the pit. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Their pupils reflected a unified. Both sides of the pit wall were densely embedded with silver-gray metallic ores glinting coldly under the light. It wasn't just a few scattered pieces, but the entire wall was covered. This. Di Hanyue swallowed hard, saying, do you think this can be harvested? On the battleship. Su Yung finally understood why Aurora had only broadcast for 1 second before announcing that the other party had joined the Absolute Paratroopers. This time he whimsically played the role of an NPC reading the contract of the Absolute Paratroopers to the 85 new Special Forces members. It drained him significantly. He returned to the command chair, leaning back wearily and rubbing his temples. At that moment Aurora reminded him, currently there are only about 19000 combat platforms left for the androids and they are not in production status. Su Yang opened his eyes, asking, haven't we resolved the issues with energy and biomass materials? Aurora calmly added, biomass is only the raw material for making androids.
The exoskeleton armor of the combat platforms requires metallic materials to be produced.
The current stock of metallic materials is 0 and we cannot equip any new soldiers with exoskeleton armor. Su Yang frowned.
He pulled up the data on metallic materials and quickly scanned through it.
Can we detect where there are ore veins on the planet?
Activating high-power scanning will consume 35 of the ship's energy. Aurora paused for a moment, and I do not recommend doing so. With only 10 energy reserves left, if any unexpected situations arise during the scanning process, there will be no room for any response.
Su Yang glanced at the energy indicator, which had just returned to 10.
He scratched his head in frustration, saying, "Isn't there any other scanning method?" "There is," Aurora replied. "The orbital geological scanner is located in the rear section of the battleship."
Su Yang was speechless. The rear section is near the insect nest at the equator.
It was a vicious cycle to create exoskeletons required metallic materials to find metallic materials required a scanner to obtain a scanner required crossing the insect nest and to cross the insect nest required exoskeletons.
Su Yang leaned back against the chair, his mind racing.
If he sent the new soldiers to explore for ores, how long would it take? What if they found a deposit but it was occupied by the insect clan and they had to fight a hard battle? If the remaining combat platforms of over 10,000 androids were depleted during the assault on the mine, then his soldiers would never be able to revive again. Just as he was at a loss, Aurora's voice rang out. Monitoring detected that the ground anchor team is currently recovering metallic materials through the teleportation platform. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Display the footage captured by their combat helmets on the big screen.
Aurora waved her hand and the holographic screen lit up.
On the screen, Wang Xiaojun was squatting on the ground transmitting materials, reciting 10 contribution points, 10 contribution points, 10 contribution points. The pure white helmet was covered in dust, but her mouth was grinning from ear to ear. "Wow. 1 unit of metallic material has 10 contribution points." Neely Miao exclaimed while recovering. "We struck gold again."
"We struck gold again."
Nang Zihonshi pulled off a loose ore and picked it up for recovery. "Watching the account numbers skyrocketing," she said. "After we finish this wave, we can upgrade our weapons."
Di Hanua wiped her goggles, saying, "Isn't this easier than killing insects?" Wang Xiaojun was repeating like she was possessed, "I love moving bricks. I love moving bricks."
The bullet comments in the live stream went crazy. "Wow, what incredible luck these people have."
"Exactly, they didn't encounter a single insect and instead found a mine. I'm jealous, I'm envious, I'm furious."
"So where's the link? I also want to jump into this game and move bricks." Su Yang watched the screen, a smile slowly forming on his lips. He leisurely leaned back in the command chair, watching his merit points steadily rise. He had been worried about where to find metallic materials, but now several streamers falling into the pit could mine ores. It was truly a case of wanting to sleep and someone handing him a pillow. Looking at the glowing metallic or vein on the screen, he estimated he wouldn't have to worry about metallic materials for quite some time.
The most crucial part was.
He stared at the screen displaying 46327 merit points, unable to hold back the smile on his face, because once his merit points reached 50000 he would be able to unlock the next level of authority. Su Yang stared at the merit points for a long moment, then turned to Aoluola and asked, "By the way, how is the reconnaissance squad faring?" Aoluola replied calmly, "They have reached the edge of the hive and are preparing to deploy a seismic sensor to collect subterranean data."
Su Yang frowned.
"That will alert the insect swarms, won't it?"
Aoluola answered without expression. "To accurately estimate the hive size and the swarm's numbers, this procedure is necessary."
Su Yang sighed. Indeed, the rear section of the warship lay close to the hive. If they did not reconnoiter thoroughly and a loose underground tunnel caused the recovery team to fall in, the whole operation would be for nothing. It was an unavoidable step for the salvage mission.
Su Yang then asked, "How long will it take to collect the data?"
Aoluola said, "After activating the seismic sensor, gathering a complete set of echo data will take at least 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Su Yang exclaimed.
He wanted to ask Aoluola whether they could hold out that long, but in the end he did not voice the question.
On one hand, he trusted Liang Hu and the other's compatibilities.
On the other, he feared Aoluola would coldly throw back a brutal, unbearably short answer.
At least he still had 85 Special Ops troopers not yet deployed to the surface.
If Liang Hu's team needed support, he could dispatch them at once.
On the ground, Hu Jian peered through his sniper's optical sight as an insect patrol moved away, then reported in a low voice, "Captain, the patrol has left. It should be at least 15 minutes before they return." Liang Hu nodded and typed a sequence of commands into the combat terminal.
From the warship, an airdrop pod loaded with a seismic detector was precisely launched toward their coordinates.
Lu Guodong scratched his head. What do we do now? Dai Wenfeng was equally baffled. Could it be that Liang Hu replied without expression, then be ready for a fight? Roger.
A streak of crimson flared on the horizon as the pod trailing flame plunged toward where Liang Hu and his men were positioned.
Spread out, don't let the pod land on you or it'll mock you for the rest of your life. Liang Hu ordered.
The recon team scattered at once, taking cover behind combat emplacements. There was a thunderous impact. The pod slammed into the earth, buried more than half its bulk into the soil immovable.
The soldiers stared dumbfounded. Lu Guodong scratched his head. What do we do now? Dai Wenfeng was equally baffled. Could it be that it simply embeds itself and gathers data like that?
Before anyone could answer, the hatch on top of the pod popped off with a sharp sound like a champagne cork being released. The seismic sensor slowly rose from within the pod. Seeing this, everyone wore an expression of dawning comprehension. Worried that the pod's impact had already attracted attention, Liang Hu asked Hu Jian, "What's the insect movement like?"
Were they disturbed?
Without turning his head, Hu Jian kept his gaze fixed on the hive.
No large-scale uprising yet, but a number of insects have emerged. We should hurry and collect the data before they fully react. Liang Hu nodded and strode to the seismic sensor's control panel to activate the device.
The sensor thrummed, its head rose and then crashed down with force. The ground trembled audibly beneath them.
The instrument's progress indicator inched forward at a snail's pace.
The commotion drew more insects from the hive as they sought the source of the tremor.
Hu Jian swore under his breath, damn it.
The mission briefing never mentioned such a large disturbance, Liang Hu realized. If the swarm damaged the seismic sensor the next time they came, the creature's alertness would be far higher.
He decided instantly.
Lei Song Xiao Zhangjian, the three of you get to the edge of the hive and make some noise. Use whatever you must to draw the swarm's attention.
Keep them away from here. Yes.
The three men launched from cover like leaping cheetahs.
The seismic sensor continued its relentless pulsing, a gigantic hammer pounding the earth.
Underground, the streamer mining team, who had been in high spirits, could no longer laugh.
What's happening?
Wang Xiaoju braced against the wall as pebbles and dust trickled down from above. Chun Bai steadied himself.
An earthquake. This game actually has natural disasters. Ni Li Niao turned and looked back at the passage. His face went pale. We're doomed. The entrance collapsed.
They turned to look. The sand pit they had used to descend was now sealed shut by fallen earth and rock.
No way.
Di Hanyue Rugwawan rushed over and shoved at the stones blocking the way, but they would not budge.
How are we supposed to get out?
Nin Zihongxi, however, remained calm.
He scanned the tunnel ahead. The dark shaft stretched forward into the unknown.
Anyone who says that doesn't understand game design, he told his viewers, then looked at Chun Bai and the others.
I think we should keep moving forward.
Ni Li Niao objected at once.
What if there's no way ahead? We could just respawn by dying. We earn so many contribution points. Revival only costs 100. Nin Zihongxi shook his head. No game designer would create a pointless area. Let's press on, maybe we'll find a rare encounter. Chun Bai considered and nodded.
Zihongxi's right, maybe the tunnel leads to a golden chest at the end.
Wang Xiaoju grit her teeth. Fine.
If it's a trap, it's only one life lost. Better to explore and map it out. Di Hanyue Rugwawan saw everyone agree and said, all right, then I'll see it through with you. Meanwhile, the live chat continued to taunt them. They ignored the jeers and without further hesitation pressed deeper along the mine shaft. They failed to notice that the metallic or veins on the tunnel walls were thinning, replaced by an ashen gray stone etched with eerie veins as if some humus had once lain upon it. Nor did they notice that the little map on their HUD was marking their direction of travel. It was precisely the mission heading Su Yang had issued: scout the hive. Su Yang stared at the merit value panel, his eyes nearly popping out. 49,999. Just one more point. On the screen, several streamers were still frantically running in the mine tunnel searching for an exit. Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim, whoa, don't stop. We're just 1 point short of the merit value, just 1 point. He turned to Aurora and said, Aurora, connect with those streamers and have them collect metal materials again, even if it's just a single piece. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen went black. It displayed no signal. Su Yan looked at Aurora in disbelief. What's going on? Quantum communication can also be interfered with. Aurora replied with a matter-of-fact expression, why wouldn't quantum communication be susceptible to interference? There is no communication method in this world that is entirely free from interference. Seeing Su Yang still confused, Aurora added, it's the spores released by the insect race. The biological electricity they emit affects the resonance of quantum bits, causing two sets of entangled quantum bits to temporarily fall into separable states.
Su Yang frowned. Is there a solution?
Like changing the communication frequency or something?
Aurora calmly shook her head. It's impossible.
If quantum communication needs to modify the communication channel, both sets of entangled quantum bits must be modified simultaneously.
However, we currently have no control over the set of quantum bits on the ground.
Su Yang sighed then, as if recalling something he asked, so have their broadcasts on Blue Star been cut off too?
Aurora continued to shake her head. That won't happen.
The spores of the insect race specifically interfere with the quantum pairs entangled with the battleship's communication module. Their broadcasts on Blue Star are unaffected. Su Yang was anxious, scratching his head. Is there really no other way to contact them?
I'm just 1 point away from upgrading my authority level.
At the same time, in the mine tunnel, the pure white team was sprinting through the endless dark tunnel. They noticed that as they went deeper, the tremors did not weaken but instead grew stronger. With each tremor, sand and soil fell from above. Nurturing Tomato had a strong sense of foreboding. I say, don't you feel the tremors getting stronger the further we go?
Others also clearly noticed something amiss. Neely Meow said, what can we do? The entrance is blocked. We can only walk this one path to the end.
Wang Xiaoju agreed. Exactly, and there are no forks in the road. It's clearly an artificially dug passage.
Di Hanyue, who was a bit of a loner, remarked, isn't death just death? Worst case, we can just resurrect.
At this moment, the bullet comments began to speculate. I agree that this was dug out, but whether it was artificial is debatable.
This clearly isn't a mine tunnel. Where is there a mine tunnel that doesn't need reinforcement? At this end, it's not a bug nest, is it? Don't scare me like that. Just then, a violent tremor came from above.
Neely Meow lost her balance and fell forward, her solid breastplate plowing a long trench in the ground. As she tried to get up, she grabbed onto something. When she looked at it, it was a piece of metal. Neely Meow, who initially wanted to curse, instantly turned her anger into a smile. You and I are destined. Let's collect you then.
A blue light flashed. Contribution points 10.
On the battleship, Su Yang saw that the merit value had crossed the 50000 mark and excitedly stood up from the command chair.
We did it. We did it. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
Then he curiously looked at Aurora. Wait a minute, wasn't the communication interfered with? How can they still transfer supplies up?
Aurora looked at Su Yang with a bewildered expression and retorted, when did I say that transferring items relies on quantum communication?
Su Yang was speechless, but then his face brightened with a sunny smile. Never mind, let's not get hung up on that.
Come on, quickly show me the upgrade options for authority level 3.
Aurora waved her hand and 3 options appeared on the screen. Level 3 Authority Unlock Options. A weapon upgrade platform. Usage rights effect unlocks the weapon upgrade platform cabin for the ground troopers to customize their weapon upgrades.
Cost 50000 merit points.
Note: specific weapon types need to be unlocked with additional contribution points by ground troopers with no cooldown. The unlock orbital laser cannon. Usage rights effect implement orbital laser strikes on the ground, continuously scorching an area with a diameter of 100 meters, adjustable for 150 seconds.
Cost 50000 merit points.
Notes: each call for a strike costs 2000 contribution points with a cooldown of 12 hours. See unlock exoskeleton upgrade rights effect enhances the capability limits of individual exoskeleton armor, load speed, armor strength, etc.
Cost 50000 merit points.
Notes: requires corresponding metal materials for modification, with each modification costing 10000 contribution points and no cooldown. Su Yang quickly scanned the descriptions of the 3 options. A was a weapon upgrade which would be useful in the long run, but they were still in the midst of battle on the ground and distant aid wouldn't resolve immediate issues. C was for exoskeleton upgrades, which also required time for modifications and couldn't be put to use immediately. B was the orbital laser cannon, which provided continuous scorching, controllable range, a 12-hour cooldown, and while it required 2000 contribution points for each call, it could immediately support the ground forces.
Choose B. Su Yang decisively made his choice: orbital laser cannon.
There was no other option that could provide immediate support to the ground forces. Only the second option could assist Liang Hu and the others in completing their data collection task.
Aurora nodded, her eyes flashing with a string of data. Authority has been recorded. Before Su Yang could celebrate, he immediately asked, by the way, with communication being interfered with, can they still call for combat support normally?
Aurora calmly nodded. The insect race's interference methods are insufficient to cover the composite coordinate signals emitted by the combat readiness sphere.
So the answer is yes. Very good. Su Yang took a deep breath. Now let's pull up the reconnaissance team's footage. Aurora willed, generating an overhead view captured by the battleship's optical observation unit.
The moment the footage unfolded, Su Yang's pupils constricted sharply. He saw that Liang Hu and his group were already surrounded by a vast tide of insects. Although the 3 people Liang Hu sent out did indeed attract a lot of firepower, there was no doubt that the area where Liang Hu was located was the one most cared for by the insect tide. If they did not deploy support immediately, not only would Liang Hu and the others be in danger, even the seismic detectors collecting data would be torn to shreds. Su Yang immediately ordered Aurora assign a special mission to those 85 newly joined Special Forces personnel and have them go to the ground to support Liang Hu's team right away. Aurora responded after scanning through a string of data. The mission has been issued. They are currently heading to the drop zone. Su Yang frowned, staring intently at the scene of Liang Hu and his group.
You must hold on. The seismic detector must not be damaged by the insect swarm.
Su Yang intensely stared at the battlefield below through the optical instruments on the warship. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an anomaly appearing in the upper right corner of the screen. Not far from the northeast edge of the insect nest, a section of the ground suddenly collapsed. The heaviest plasma cannon bug in the insect patrol team fell directly into the pit that had formed.
Su Yang's pupils contracted. Aurora, zoom in on that area. The image magnified. Su Yang clearly saw the person in the pit, his eyes widening in shock.
It was actually those streamers. It turned out that the so-called mining path they took was a direct passage to the insect nest, perhaps intended for the insect race's expansion. Faced with the plasma cannon bug that had suddenly fallen from above, the group known as Pure White was dumbfounded.
Pure White exclaimed, "What the hell? The plot has been triggered."
Meili Miao said, "What on earth is this thing?" Nungshi Hongshu was the first to react. Who cares what it is?
Take advantage of the fact that it can't turn around in this narrow passage and shoot its backside.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone raised their guns simultaneously. The barrage instantly became excited.
What the hell? The plot really got triggered. What is this thing? It looks disgusting.
I can't even look at it. My fear of bugs makes me want to change my pants. Ding ding dang, bullets struck the plasma cannon bug's enormous abdomen, creating a shower of sparks, and then it was sent flying. The expressions of the group changed from excitement to speechlessness.
Pure White said, "It's not getting hurt."
Nungshi Hongshu added another volley. "What the hell? Why is its abdomen so soft looking yet so hard?"
The plasma cannon bug was stuck in the passage, unable to move, but the bullets felt like mere tickles to it.
On the ground, several insect patrols that were originally heading back to the nest noticed one was missing and turned towards the collapsed spot. Di Hanyue, who had just replaced her magazine, felt part of the light above her head being blocked. She looked up and saw a dozen martial insects crouched at the edge of the collapse, their crimson eyes all fixed on her.
As if to say hello. Ah!
Di Hanyue screamed instinctively and raised her gun towards the martial insects, starting to shoot. The others were also startled and raised their guns to shoot at the overhead creatures.
Bullets hit the martial insects, splattering their fluids.
After confirming their safety, Pure White said, "Forget about that big one, let it stay stuck there.
Let's get to the surface first."
He half squatted and crossed his hands. "Tomato, you go up first." Nungshi Hongshu stepped on his hands and was lifted up, flipping onto the ground. Then she crouched at the edge and pulled the others up one by one.
Meili Miao, Di Hanyue and Wang Xiaoju were successively pulled up.
Pure White was the last to climb out of the pit. As they stabilized themselves, they barely had time to catch their breath before realizing the surroundings were eerily quiet. Nungshi Hongshu brushed off the dust on her clothes. "Quick, find a safe place to call the Pelican. I don't want to stay in this damn place for even a second." Pure White nodded and led the way around a small hill that obstructed their view.
Then everyone froze. In front of them was a dense, towering landscape.
Countless bugs were continuously surging out from a massive deep pit in the distance. The black shells gleamed with a cold light under the dim yellow sky, resembling a moving ocean.
Meili Miao's lips trembled. Wang Xiaoju's complexion turned pale.
She had experienced being chased by a swarm of bugs, but that time it was only over 10,000 martial insects. What lay before them was at least 100,000 at minimum. Pure White swallowed hard.
This plot is too exaggerated, right? The barrage exploded.
What the hell, such a big scene?
How many bugs is that? My fear of dense crowds is killing me right now.
Just then Wang Xiaoju noticed that there seemed to be a flame flickering on a distant hill, occasionally accompanied by explosions. The bug swarm seemed to be gathering towards that location. She activated the automatic focus on her helmet, zooming in the image. On the ridge several figures were desperately shooting. It was Liang Hu and the others. At the same time on the ridge, Hu Jian surveyed the rear of the bug tide through the scope of his sniper rifle, then suddenly stopped.
Captain! There are people behind the bug tide. Liang Hu was changing magazines and did not lift his head. Is it Leijin and the others? No.
Hu Jian shook his head. The number doesn't match. They have 5 people and their direction is inconsistent with where Leijin and the others left. Liang Hu frowned. Can we establish communication with them? Hu Jian attempted several times, then shook his head. No. Quantum communication is being interfered with, and even Leijin and the others have lost contact now. Liang Hu fired several more shots at the approaching bug, sending one tumbling down the cliff.
What about shortwave radio? There has to be something that works right.
Hu Jian began adjusting again, trying.
Connected. As soon as communication was established, before Hu Jian could say anything, Wang Xiaoju opened her mouth first. Are you real people or NPCs? What's going on with this plot?
Hu Jian was speechless and explained, we are Senma NPCs.
We are scouting the insect nest and can barely hold on.
Can you help attract some bugs?
Rewards will be given. How about it?
After hearing this, Wang Xiaoju's face darkened. You want us to attract the bugs?
Isn't that sending us to our deaths? Wang Xiaoju initially wanted to refuse.
Just as Pure White said, this task was not something small players like them could handle. But unfortunately she happened to glance at the barrage at this moment. The barrage had gone crazy.
What the hell? Participate in the task, I'll send you rockets. Xiaoju, you wouldn't want to miss out on this big rocket, would you? Go for it.
What are you afraid of?
You can respawn if you die. This is a strategic level task, there must be rewards for participating, right?
Pure White and the others also saw their barrage, which was overflowing with small gifts. They all knew that they absolutely could not retreat at this moment. If they did, how would they survive in the streaming world?
Pure White gritted his teeth. Let's do it.
Di Hanyu looked at the various high-value gifts floating by in the barrage, her eyes turning red. We've come this far, what's there to fear? Nili Miao and Nang Shihong also nodded in agreement.
Wang Xiaoju took a deep breath and said into the communicator, all right. Count us in.
Then the 5 of them exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their guns and charging towards the insect nest. Di Hanyu even took out a grenade, pulled the pin and threw it into the densest part of the bug swarm.
Boom!
The explosion erupted among the swarm, scattering dark green fluids everywhere. The bugs finally realized that a group of uninvited guests had arrived behind their mother nest. Angry hisses erupted one after another, and indeed a part of the bug swarm split off and surged towards Pure White and the others.
Inside the insect nest.
In a damp and dark chamber, Leijin, Song Xiao and Zhang Jian huddled in a corner, not daring to make a sound. They had originally planned to approach the insect nest to attract some of the insect race's attention, then lure them away. However, due to the ground shifting, they had fallen directly into the insect nest. Fortunately, so far not a single bug had discovered them. But unfortunately, the interior of the insect nest was a maze and they did not dare to wander randomly. Zhang Jian was the first to lose his composure, muttering in a low voice, damn it, we can't just stay here like turtles, can we? The captain's mission is to attract the bug swarm.
Song Xiao nodded. Yes, shouldn't we make some noise?
The more bugs we attract, the better.
If we die, then so be it.
Leijin shook his head. Don't think just because you can respawn that you can act recklessly.
Dying is not the problem, the important thing is we need to complete the mission.
If we don't attract any bugs, wouldn't we have died for nothing? Just as he finished speaking, the entire chamber shook violently. A crack opened in the rocky ceiling and debris and dust began to fall.
Get down.
The 3 of them simultaneously covered their heads and crouched down.
Boom.
A drop pod crashed through the ground and landed directly in front of Leijin and the others.
Debris flew and dust filled the air. Leijin instinctively looked down.
The edge of the drop pod was already stuck to his foot. Leijin saw the pressurized drop pod in front of him, deflating, white steam hissing out from the seams of the pod. The hatch was about to be blown off and he swiftly dodged to the side.
Boom! The ejected hatch flew out, embedding itself directly into the opposite rock wall.
From the smoke, a figure emerged. Wearing dark gray exoskeleton armor, a rifle slung diagonally across his chest, and with the tactical light on his helmet still illuminated, he declared, "Great Wall Project Alien Assault Team Member Chen Rui reporting for duty." Lei Jin was momentarily taken aback, then quickly asked, "You all
dropped into the bug's nest?" Chen Rui nodded, swiftly checking his weapon. "Not just me. 85 people all parachuted in."
However, the drop zones were quite scattered. Lei Jin glanced around the narrow passage, then looked up at the large hole made by the drop pod, chuckling softly. "You all really know how to challenge the situation." At this moment, Lei Jin had already thought of a way to break the situation. On the ridge, Liang Hu and his team were fiercely fighting off the approaching bugs. Bullets tore through the swarm, dark green bodily fluids splattering everywhere. But there were too many bugs for every one that was killed. 3 more surged forward. The progress bar on the seismic detector was still slowly moving. At that moment, a crimson light suddenly illuminated the horizon. Liang Hu looked up.
Meteor shower.
Countless drop pods trailing long tails of fire screamed down from the direction of the warship, crashing toward the bug nest area. Some hit the ground around the nest, while many others plunged directly into the nest itself, penetrating the soft soil and disappearing into those cavernous holes.
Dai Wenfeng's eyes were bloodshot. What are they doing? Why aren't they adjusting the drop direction?
Liang Hu frowned as well. If this wave of drops was not utilized properly, let alone attracting the swarm, the moment the hatch opened, they would be torn to pieces by the bugs.
Hu Jian,
Liang Hu shouted, "Use the public channel to contact the reinforcement troops." Hu Jian immediately began tuning the shortwave radio switching channels, adjusting power.
Over and over again.
He eventually shook his head helplessly. "Captain, the internal environment of the nest is too complex and the radio waves cannot penetrate. We cannot contact the reinforcements." Liang Hu gritted his teeth, glancing at the seismic detector, the progress bar still at 30%.
"Everyone pay attention."
His voice rose above the gunfire and the bug sounds, "Even if it means death.
You must use your bodies to block the swarm. We absolutely cannot let them destroy the seismic detector."
Received.
We will ensure the mission is accomplished.
On the other side, the 5 members of the live broadcast team were being chased by the attracted swarm, fleeing in panic. Dihan Yu pulled out a battle ball to call for an orbital strike but was stopped by Chun Bai.
"You can't use that thing yet." Dihan looked confused. "Why?"
Before Chun Bai could answer, Nung Shi Hongshire interjected, "Let's not mention the 1,000 contribution points you'll spend to call for the strike if you waste the orbital strike for just this small swarm. What if the main mission team needs support later?
We would all suffer losses due to the cooldown time and fail the mission."
Dihan thought about it and felt it made sense, so he put away the battle ball and threw grenades into the swarm.
Boom! Wang Xiaojilu and the others tacitly retreated while shooting.
When the bullets ran out, the others stopped to cover while reloading, forming a pattern of alternating shooting and retreating.
The barrage intensified as gifts flooded in.
As expected, the lead broadcaster is so in sync. Wow, a few of them managed to unleash a barrage of firepower. This scene has the flavor of a Star River fleet.
This is the game that men should play. So can we get a link?
On the warship, Aurora watched the constantly fluctuating casualty data and disrupted communication signals on the holographic screen, announcing in a cold tone, "Commander, I think you can start preparing for the next reconnaissance operation." However, Su Yan leaned back in the command chair, indifferent. "What's the rush?
This operation hasn't failed yet." Aurora frowned. 80% of the reinforcement troops you sent have fallen into the nest.
Given the density of the swarm inside the nest, they are doomed. Su Yang turned his head, a confident yet disdainful smile playing on his lips. "Aurora, you must understand, before I was even born, the soldiers of Huagua had already learned how to play with the enemy in the tunnels." He stood up and walked to the holographic screen, gazing at the scattered light points within the bug nest.
"You know. Quite the opposite of your judgment."
"The moment I saw their drop pods land inside the nest, I knew. This mission has already been accomplished."
Aurora looked at Su Yang in confusion, her pupils flashing with countless data streams, yet she couldn't reach Su Yang's conclusion.
Su Yang did not explain. He simply stared at the screen, his gaze calm. Seeing that Su Yang had no intention of explaining, Aurora also focused her attention on the battlefield. Inside the bug nest, numerous drop pods crashed down hard, causing parts of the tunnels to collapse, blocking many pathways with debris and dirt. Simultaneously, the violent impacts and vibrations startled the bugs.
They finally realized that intruders had entered the nest.
Lei Jin, Chen Rui and the others fought while retreating, bullets exploding in fiery bursts within the narrow passages. The bug corpses piled up on the ground, accumulating more and more. Gradually their gunfire slowed not because they ran out of bullets but because there were no more bugs. The bug corpses had completely blocked the entire tunnel. The hard exoskeletons of the bugs served as a natural barrier. While the outer bugs were skilled at digging through the soft earth, forcing them to dig through the hard corpses of their own kind was another matter. They would first need to spit out digestive fluid to dissolve that hard shell. This bought Lesion and the others quite a bit of time. They navigated through the bug nest, shooting and retreating, encountering a dozen or so fellow soldiers who had also landed inside the nest. The team continued to grow and their firepower intensified. More and more bugs were drawn back into the nest. On the ridge, Liang Hu noticed the pressure beginning to ease. The once relentless tide of bugs began to dwindle in numbers. In the distance, the sound of concentrated gunfire and explosions came from the bug nest. He smiled slightly. Right. Trench warfare, guerrilla warfare, this has always been the forte of the Huagua army. How could I forget? Finally, the progress bar on the seismic detector reached 100%. Liang Hu quickly walked to the control panel ready to upload the data. But at that moment a warning window popped up. The bright red text was glaringly alarming. Severe communication interference, unable to transmit data. Liang Hu's fist slammed hard against the panel. Damn interference. Liang Hu's brow was beaded with sweat. He was so close. If he could only transmit the data back to the warship, the mission would be complete. The interior of the insect hive was labyrinthine. Although Huagua's soldiers excelled at tunnel warfare, this was after all the insect's domain. The reinforcement units could not hold out for long. If the data was not sent back in time, all previous effort and sacrifice would be wasted. Zhou Xiong. Liang Hu shouted. Weren't you a tech before? Get over here and take a look. On it. Zhou Xiong answered and hurried to the console. Liang Hu took his old position and resumed the defense. After a flurry of fumbling, Zhou Xiong clicked his tongue, helplessness thick in his voice. Damn it, I don't understand this quantum communication system at all. Liang Hu frowned. Is there any other way to transmit? Zhou Xiong shook his head at once. Shortwave radio's range is too limited. Other methods will be disrupted by the atmosphere, causing severe packet loss or data corruption. Captain. Dai Wenfeng called urgently. The swarm seems to be coming out of the hive again. Liang Hu's eyebrows twitched. He understood precisely what that meant. If a hive were attacked, the insects would prioritize defending their nest. But if the intruders inside had been eliminated, their focus would swing outward. Now the swarm's attention had turned back to them, which meant Lesion and the reinforcement force were already dead. Damn. Liang Hu cursed under his breath. Misfortune never came alone. Captain. Hu Jian's voice trembled as if he gazed upon some unspeakable horror. A huge wave of swarm. Coming from the north. Estimated. About 1 million insects. What? Every channel on the comms erupted simultaneously. They all turned toward Hu Jian's direction. Sure enough, a tidal wall of insects rolled toward them like a black tsunami. The black carapaces melted into a single dark carpet beneath the jaundiced sky, pouring from the horizon until the very ground trembled. Liang Hu swallowed his fear and barked, Zhou Xiong. 30 seconds, no matter what, get it fixed. Zhou Xiong was already drenched in sweat. He stared at the dense web of circuits and modules on the console, his mind racing. After a moment he snapped his head up. Captain. Remote communications can't be restored, but I can remove the hard drive that stores the data. Liang Hu bit his lip. Then take it out. Whatever it takes, get that data back. Zhou Xiong wasted no time. In a few quick motions he pried open a panel, pulled out a black hard drive the size of a computer case and handed it to Liang Hu. Liang Hu snatched it and tucked it under his arm. Elsewhere, the 5 members of the livestream crew were frantically fleeing for their lives. Their formation had long since dissolved. They ran for survival. Chun Bei's rifle had fired its last round. He clutched an empty weapon with no magazine, his steps faltering. Wang Xiaoju ran and shouted, unbelievable. Why is today so unlucky? This is the 3rd time I've been chased by bugs. Di Hanyu Ruguowan retorted irritably, as if we're not in the same boat. Nili Miao and Nen Shi Hongshi were panting too hard to retort. The group ran on and without realizing it reached the foot of the mountain where Liang Hu's team had been collecting data. They collided head-on with Liang Hu and the others coming down. Hu Jian saw Chun Bai and his companions being pursued and blurted, you brought the bugs here. Wang Xiaoju shot back, what nonsense.
If we weren't trying to draw them away to help you, would we have run all the way north? Lu Guodong protested, looking innocent. Then why didn't you keep running north? Why drag them over to us? Neely Miao panted, do you think we wanted this? There's a bigger hive up north.
The others fell silent.
The live chat was in stitches. Chunbai, too winded for banter, looked for breath and asked, never mind them, what about the mission? Is it done? Is it finished?
Zhou Xiong glanced at the hard drive under Liang He's arm.
Not yet, just a little short. What do you mean a little short?
Nan Shi Hongsher demanded. Zhou Xiong pointed at the drive.
Do you see that? If we get it back to the warship, the mission is complete.
The livestream crew fell silent, stunned.
Chunbai reacted first. Then why the hell are we running? Dihan Yu Ruguo Wan also halted.
Exactly, shouldn't we stay and hold off the swarm? Wang Xiaoju skidded to a stop and turned to face the rolling black tide.
She drew a deep breath. If no one buys him time, he won't make it to the Ti Hu Hao.
The wind along the ridge carried a metallic stench that slapped their faces. Liang Hu and the others froze for a moment as blood boiled hot in their veins.
In the next instant,
Lu Guodong, Dai Wenfeng, Zhou Xiong, Hu Jian. Everyone but Liang Hu took a step forward and held their ground. Weapons chambered muzzles aimed at the swarm. Liang Hu cast them a single look and said nothing. He unshouldered his own rifle and magazine and gently set them on the ground.
Consider this your last supply.
His voice was low, each word hammered like a nail into stone.
I will get the data back.
Lu Guodong and the others nodded solemnly.
At that moment, Wang Xiaoju's remark shattered the solemnity.
You guys, your game immersion is something else, huh? She then picked up the magazine Liang Hu had left and slapped it into her rifle.
Chunbai, Li Miao, Nan Shi Hongsher and Dihan Yu Ruguo Wan each took up positions, fashioning a makeshift defensive line. Dihan Yu Ruguo Wan produced the combat-ready orb again.
This time no one stopped her.
She glanced down and found a new option on the orb's readiness panel. Without hesitation, she typed the sequence right down.
It was the orbital beam cannon activation command. The orb flared with a dazzling crimson light.
Dihan Yu Ruguo Wan hurled it hard toward the densest part of the swarm.
Almost the instant the orb struck the ground, the vault of the sky tore open.
A golden ultra-high energy laser pierced the atmosphere and stabbed straight down to the surface.
The terrible beam seemed to set the very air alight. Searing energy carried a wall of superheated heat that sublimated and vaporized the insects and the ground within its strike. Where the beam swept, the earth was left with shards of gleaming obsidian. The soil itself was instantaneously vitrified. The swarm was torn open as if by a gash. The insects were split like wood fed into a cutting machine, cleaved in two by a saw of light called a laser. Everyone held their breath and watched the pillar of light as if witnessing creation itself.
Chunbai murmured this.
This is real firepower.
Dihan Yu Ruguo Wan clenched her fist. Only 2,000 contribution points. Worth every one.
Liang Hu gave them one last look, gripped the hard drive under his arm and bolted toward the landing zone. Behind him, gunfire erupted again.
The live chat went wild.
The golden beam of the rail laser cannon slowly narrowed in the sky.
The support time was almost up.
The tide of insects which had been halted by the cutting laser was now madly accumulating at the edge of the beam. They were waiting for the light to extinguish, waiting for that blade of light that tore through the earth to disappear.
Lu Guodong loaded the last magazine.
He put away his usual talkative demeanor. Liang Hu had left. He was the vice captain of the Hualong assault team and had to take on the responsibility.
Everyone gather.
His voice was not loud, yet it hammered into each person's ears like a nail.
Check your weapons and ammunition.
Not a single bug must get past us before we die.
Received. A loud response erupted from the communication channel.
The viewers in the live broadcast room seemed to be moved by this tragic scene, and a flurry of comments flooded the screen.
It's getting intense. This is the game a man should play.
The pure white rifle had fired its last bullet. The sound of an empty chamber echoed.
He gripped the empty gun, his fingers trembling. Wang Xiaojun pulled out a magazine from her tactical belt and tossed it to him.
The pure white rifle caught it steadily. The sound of the magazine being changed was crisp and clear.
Dihan Yu had run out of grenades worth over 10,000.
She tightly gripped her gun. Neely Miao and Nan Shi Hongsher were checking their firearms and ammunition. The soldiers had no extraneous words silently filling the last few magazines. The sounds of bolts resetting stood out sharply amidst the roar of the tide of insects. And then, the laser cannon went out. The golden beam vanished from the sky like a burning door slamming shut. The swarm of insects surged forth like a flood that had been held back for too long and a dam erupting the moment the laser extinguished. The speed caused everyone's pupils to contract. On the other side, Liang, who left all supplies to Lu Guodong and the others going into battle lightly armed. This allowed him to move much faster, but it was still not enough. He glanced at the navigation on the HUD. There were still 5 minutes to the nearest landing zone, but it would take the Pelican 15 minutes to fly there from the warship. Lu Guodong and the others needed to hold off the tide of insects for at least 15 minutes for him to safely withdraw. This was clearly unrealistic. Liang Hu's pace slowed. He stared at the battlefield situation map on the HUD, his brow furrowed. The route of the insect tide was moving from the north to the southwest. If he went the opposite way, without a moment's hesitation, Liang Hu immediately changed direction, sprinting towards a farther but more concealed landing zone. He could not pray that the remaining team members would buy him time to board the Pelican. But he was absolutely confident they could buy him time to leave this area out of the insect race's pursuit. As long as the swarm couldn't determine his location to search, as long as he hid well enough plus a bit of luck. Perhaps he could wait for the Pelican to arrive before the swarm found him. Liang Hu's judgment was not wrong. The 11 left behind could not even hold out for a minute in the face of such a massive insect tide. The moment the laser cannon extinguished Lu Guodong and the others opened fire. Gunfire erupted into brief gaps within the insect swarm, but those gaps were instantly filled by the following insects. They hadn't even emptied a single magazine when the massive wave of insects already crashed before them. Wang Xiaojun firmly pressed the trigger, bullets sparking off the shell of the insect in front. But insects attacking from the side fiercely pierced her abdomen with their massive pincers. Ah! A scream not resembling a human voice erupted from her throat. Yet her right hand did not release the trigger. She merely adjusted her aim, targeting the insect that ambushed her, pulling the trigger. Her left hand quickly pulled out a stimulant from her left thigh and stabbed it into her carotid artery. The orange liquid was rapidly injected into her bloodstream, rushing towards her brain. The world seemed to be pressed by a slow-motion key. She could see the texture of each insect's shell, could see the sharp angles of the spines on their pincers. The foul bug that attacked her was not dead. The pincer embedded in her abdomen did not withdraw but instead cut downward. The edge of the black shell was like a dull knife slowly tearing her body apart. Wang Xiaojun watched helplessly as her pelvis was shattered. The insect's pincer along with her intestines and right thigh was hooked out. It was leaving her body, directly pulling out. In the last moment before her thigh was severed, Wang Xiaojun pulled out the handgun strapped to her leg, aimed at the insect's head and pulled the trigger. The explosive gunshot rang out briefly within the swarm. Then her arm fell limp. Di Hanyu had been bisected the moment the tide of insects surged over. She lay in a pool of blood, her upper body still propped up by a rock. Before the last drop of blood drained, she still held her gun, shooting at the swarm that trampled over her. 1 bullet for 1 insect. The gun was so hot it burned, the magazine ran dry. Every insect that stepped over her left a massive blood hole in her body. But even so, she still held the trigger tightly. It was not until there was not a single bullet left in her gun that she slowly succumbed. Mili now chose to engage in hand-to-hand combat after her bullets ran out. She smashed with the butt of her gun, stabbed with her knife, and struck with her fists. Until her arms were bitten to shreds by the insect race, until her legs were bitten off and turned into a human monstrosity, she still rolled within the heap of insect corpses, using her head to strike against the insect race's shell. The sight of a person without limbs striking an insect with their head was both comical and ridiculous. But the viewers in her live broadcast room were all crying. Some were scared to tears, some were moved to tears. I cried seeing them. I remembered my grandfather, he was a war hero. I cried too, but I was scared. Such a bloody scene, can it really be broadcasted? Is this really a game? Not some war blockbuster. Pure White was the one who lived the longest among the live broadcast group. He shattered an insect's abdomen with his last few bullets the moment the tide crashed in, then dove into it. The insect's abdominal cavity was filled with the stench of entrails and acidic fluids, yet none of the swarm that trampled over him noticed him. He felt the base of that insect's pincer, forcefully snapped one off and attempted to counterattack. But it was useless. The swarm stepped over the corpse he was hiding in as if ignoring him.
He curled up in that insect corpse listening to the deafening footsteps outside, hearing his teammates fall silent one after another. He was the one who died the slowest in the live broadcast group. Also the most tormented one. Because he was crushed to death alive. The deaths in the live broadcast group came so swiftly, so heroically. The members of the Hualong assault team were stunned. They were fighting while retreating. It was correct to buy time, but one had to survive to buy enough time. The members of the Hualong assault team were stunned. They were fighting while retreating. It was correct to buy time, but one had to survive to buy. Although the live broadcast group couldn't buy much time for Liang, who that spirit of defiance of not retreating an inch, was no different from the soldiers in their team. At that moment, the live broadcast group did not know that their earlier actions had earned the recognition of a group of true warriors in reality. After firing the last bullet, Lu Guodong took a deep breath. He pulled the pin on the glory grenade at his chest. "I'm going to fight you all. Dai Wenfang Zhou Xiong Hu Jian." Everyone simultaneously pulled the safety pin on their glory grenades. "Let you experience what a bamboo shoot explosion is." Hu Jian's last dialect echoed in the communication channel, and then they charged into the tide of insects. Flames exploded one after another in the swarm. At the same time, at the landing zone, Liang, who stood as if sensing something, glancing towards the tide of insects. But he saw nothing. The surroundings were silent. Not even the sound of the wind. This tranquility was like the calm before the storm. On the second level of the battleship in the biorite storage area, individual pods opened one after another, releasing white depressurization steam that filled the corridor. Wang Xiaojun stepped out of the pod, stretched her arms, touched her unscathed abdomen, and let out a long sigh. "I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive again." The barrage of comments flooded in instantly. "Welcome back. That was such a brutal death, it hurts to watch. Xiaoju, you were shot while your intestines were out. I'm truly impressed." The popularity of the live stream not only didn't decrease but was even higher than before her death. Wang Xiaojun quickly sat on a box in the corner and started reading SC in gifts. Thank you to Admiral Shin Ihan Tian. Thank you, boss. Boss is generous." Next to her, Chan Bai also emerged from a pod looking a bit pale. He sat beside Wang Xiaojun and weakly read the barrage. "How does it feel to be trampled to death?" "Of course it feels terrible. Damn, I never want to experience that taste again in my life." "Hahaha, Bai Gu is scared. I really didn't expect that maneuver when you were inside the worm's belly. Chan Bai, you are really hiding." Di Hanyu, Emily Miao and Nang Shi Hongshi also gradually emerged, each finding a place to sit, recovering while thanking for the gifts. As several people chattered about their recent death experiences, a heavy sound of footsteps approached from behind. Lu Guodong led the way, turning the corner of the corridor, followed by Dai Wenfang, Hu Jian, Zhou Xiong and others. Several members of the Hualong assault team also revived. Lu Guodong saw the live stream team crouched in the corner reading gifts, and his chatty nature immediately returned as he couldn't help but come over to complain. "I say, why are you all so foolish?" The 5 members of the live stream team were momentarily stunned and looked up at him. Lu Guodong placed his hands on his hips, a look of disappointment on his face. "I indeed said not to let a single worm slip by before we all die. But I never said to fight without retreating, understand? Just buy time." Di Hanyu was unconvinced and stood up to retort. "At that time we ran out of grenades, bullets and potions. We were in a total state of depletion. What good would retreating do?" Neely Miao frowned, justifying, "But we had nothing left. We couldn't block such a massive swarm of worms with just our bodies. What could we use to stop them?" "Our heads." Lu Guodong was momentarily taken aback and said, "But you don't need to perform a death scene for me, especially you." He pointed at Meili Miao. "You had the worst death. You really did use your head." Lu Guodong recalled the scene of Meili Miao being reduced to a human pig and still using her head to ram into the worm. His lips twitched as he couldn't bring himself to continue. At this moment, Nang Shi Hongshi stood up, blocking Meili Miao in front of him, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. "Old brother, why are you so fond of meddling in others' business? This is just a game. Everyone has different ways of playing, and that's perfectly normal." Lu Guodong was taken aback by his words. Right, for these few this was just a game. Yet they still gave their all to help them complete the mission. That intention was real. Lu Guodong took a deep breath and did not rebut. He put away his playful demeanor, stood at attention and saluted firmly. The 5 members of the live stream team were simultaneously stunned. Wang Xiaojun cautiously asked, "What does this mean?" Lu Guodong did not tease this time, his tone serious as if he had become a different person. "Thank you for your efforts in our mission." Behind him, Dai Wenfang and Hu Jian also walked out and saw the scene, stopping in their tracks. They said nothing.
They all stood in unison, raised their hands and saluted.
The movements were coordinated. After the salute, Lu Guodong turned and left without looking back.
The others also followed suit and gradually walked away, the sound of their footsteps fading in the corridor. Only the 5 members of the live stream team stood there stunned. After a moment of silence, Mi Li Miao finally spoke, her voice a bit dreamy, even though he just called me an idiot.
Why do I feel inexplicably warm inside?
Wang Xiaojun also came back to her senses, scratching her head. Are they
that immersed in the game? Chun Bai said nothing.
He looked at the backs of those people as they walked away, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Nang Shihong sure felt the same.
The 2 male streamers perfectly grasped what those people conveyed.
The brotherhood forged in battle. That kind of understanding that requires no words, just a glance, a salute to comprehend. In this game they not only experienced the thrill of combat and the adrenaline rush, but also gained a bond of camaraderie that all men understand, one born from life and death struggles. This made them feel like they were not just playing a game but truly fighting alongside real soldiers against the cataclysm of the worms, saving human civilization.
This is something no other game can offer, an overwhelming sense of immersion.
The barrage continued to scroll. That scene of saluting broke my defenses.
This is true brotherhood.
Although it's just a game, it makes my blood boil. I don't care, I'm in for this game. Where's the link? In the hangar, the Pelican's hatch opened and Liang Hu stepped out. As soon as his foot landed on the battleship's deck, 94 Special Forces soldiers stood at attention on both sides of the corridor, raising their hands in salute.
Liang Hu's footsteps paused for a moment.
He scanned the surroundings and then slowly raised his right hand, returning the salute firmly. After the salute, he gripped the hard drive still warm from the battlefield under his arm and strode toward the captain's room.
Lu Guodong jogged to catch up, leaning close to him, his tone returning to that of a chatterbox. Captain, I knew you could deliver the data without fail. Thank you for covering me. Lu Guodong waved his hand. Completing the mission is nothing to be tired about. But those streamers.
He paused. They made quite the sacrifice. Liang Hu stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Lu Guodong, his brows slightly furrowing. Sacrifice.
Seeing Liang Hu's serious expression, Lu Guodong also dropped his playful demeanor and replied earnestly, yes.
They fought to buy you time. Not only did they all perish,
but they also used a combat resource worth 2,000 contribution points. He paused, observing Liang Hu's expression, and tentatively asked, what do you think? Liang Hu was silent for 2 seconds.
Then he resumed walking, saying as he went, give them 30 energy crystals later. We cannot take advantage of the masses.
Liang Hu's voice was low, but each word was heavy. Whether in the game or...
He did not finish his sentence.
But Lu Guodong already understood. The earliest group of people who came here knew full well that this was definitely not a simple game world. Understood. Lu Guodong nodded. I'll personally deliver it to them later. The 2 of them fell silent and entered the elevator. The elevator stopped briefly on the 2nd floor.
The doors opened. The live stream team stood at the elevator entrance, chattering about something. When they looked up, they happened to see Liang Hu standing right in the center of the elevator.
5 pairs of eyes widened simultaneously. It's you. Liang Hu frowned. You know me.
The expressions of the 5 members of the live stream team instantly changed from shock to flattery, their faces filled with smiles as they rushed into the elevator.
Di Han Yu was the first to speak. Boss, it's me. Di Han Yu.
You spent 300 with me to buy an energy crystal, do you remember?
Mi Li Miao was also unwilling to be outdone, and me. I'm the one with a 3,000 order. Boss, if you need anything I can give you a discount.
Only Nang Shihongshi shrank in the corner, silent, pretending to admire the scenery. He was the one with a 30,000 order. He was afraid of being recognized by the rich guy, as he was the one who inflated the price.
Liang Hu nodded in realization.
If you have extra energy crystals in the future, you can sell them to me. His tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. I am currently forming a battle team and I'm buying unlimited amounts. The breaths of the 5 members of the live stream team simultaneously froze.
Unlimited buying. Di Han Yu's voice trembled.
Is it all at the price of 30,000?
Mi Li Miao pressed on.
Liang Hu's lips twitched slightly, a smile that seemed to be there but not there. Of course, it's first come first served. The elevator arrived at the 7th floor and the doors opened. Liang Hu and his group stepped out, not looking back, as they headed toward the captain's room. The elevator doors slowly closed, leaving the 5 members of the live stream team still standing there, wide-eyed, their minds filled with business ideas. In the captain's room, Liang, who pushed the door open and handed the black hard drive still warm from the battlefield to Su Yang.
Su Yang took it, turned and plugged it into the reading interface of the battle terminal.
The moment he saw the complete structure of the worm nest, Su Yang gasped.
Hiss. Aurora, you call this a small worm nest?
Su Yang stared at the holographic screen displaying the three-dimensional structure of the small insect nest, his brows furrowing deeply.
A voice interrupted his thoughts. Commander Li Zhonghua requests an audience.
Su Yang's eyes brightened and he immediately straightened up from his command chair.
Quick, let him in.
The door to the captain's room slid open silently. Li Zhonghua strode in confidently, his steps steady and his gaze calm.
Su Yang instinctively stood up, but Li Zhonghua gestured for him to be at ease.
Su Yang sat back down, unable to resist asking, General Li, how did you know I was just about to call for you? Li Zhonghua chuckled lightly, moving to the console and casting his eyes over the menacing structure of the insect nest displayed on the holographic screen. After completing your strategic mission, Liang, who reported back to me immediately.
He paused. That was the task I assigned to them. Every time a major operation concludes, they report back at the first opportunity. Su Yang suddenly understood.
No wonder Li Zhonghua arrived so promptly.
Is this the small insect nest that obstructs our recovery of the engine core? Li Zhonghua looked at the holographic projection. Yes.
He leaned in closer.
The numbers next to the scale made his pupils constrict. He turned to Aurora. You call this a small insect nest?
Aurora replied expressionlessly. Do you Blue Star people always like to ask the same question repeatedly?
Li Zhonghui's mouth twitched. It's defined as small because relative to other insect nests it is indeed the smallest, Aurora added. Su Yang and Li Zhonghua exchanged glances. If the smallest was already this large, then the larger insect nests. Neither dared to continue that thought.
Li Zhonghua sighed, his gaze shifting to the countdown on the main screen.
23 days, 6 hours, 18 minutes and 26 seconds. The numbers ticked away second by second like a death warrant. Is there any nation that can offer assistance?
Li Zhonghua turned his head, his tone steady.
Su Yang didn't hold back. I need manpower. No tactical operation can be executed without personnel. Right now 100 people scattered across such a large insect nest don't even count as harassment. Li Zhonghua nodded. No problem. How many do you need?
It should be around 900, Su Yang replied. The command limit seems to have increased tenfold.
Commander. Aurora's voice suddenly interjected. Su Yang and Li Zhonghua looked at her simultaneously. Your current command limit is 10,000. The captain's room fell silent for 2 full seconds. 10,000.
Su Yang nearly jumped out of his chair. Li Zhonghua's eyes widened in disbelief.
Aurora calmly added, I remember never saying that the command limit increases linearly. Su Yang opened his mouth, then closed it again.
He then turned to Li Zhonghua, his eyes shining with excitement.
General Li, I really need personnel right now. Li Zhonghua took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and nodded. However, Su Yang noticed that he didn't immediately respond, hesitating for a moment. Su Yang's heart sank.
He guessed Li Zhonghua's concerns, even reallocating less than 100 personnel from various military districts, had already raised questions from the higher-ups. Now asking for 10,000, even if Li Zhonghua was the commander of the entire army, it was impossible to transfer them with just a word. So Su Yang changed his approach and asked, General Li, did the technological materials I provided last time help the country?
Li Zhonghua was taken aback at first, but quickly understood the implication of Su Yang's question. The boy was worried that his continued requests for personnel would be obstructed by the higher-ups.
Li Zhonghua revealed a relaxed smile and waved his hand.
Don't worry. The technological materials you provided last time have already entered the stage of practical application. Especially that broad-spectrum cure for diseases.
A rare hint of pride crept into Li Zhonghua's tone. After clinical trials, the Drug Regulatory Agency has given it a green light.
Tomorrow it will be available for the general public nationwide.
Su Yang was overjoyed, his voice rising a few pitches.
That's wonderful. Being able to help the country allows me to accept its support with peace of mind.
Li Zhonghua looked at Su Yang's relieved expression, feeling a twinge in his heart.
This boy was so considerate it was almost painful. With such young people thinking of the prosperity of Huagua, how could the nation not thrive? But Su Yang's tone shifted, his brow furrowing again. Why is there only one technology that has been made available to the public? What about the others? Li Zhonghua smiled and said earnestly, Comrade Su Yang, technology takes time to prepare, from research and development to practical application and then to public dissemination.
He paused for a moment, counting on his fingers for Su Yang. Take room temperature superconductors as an example. Just because they can be synthesized in the lab doesn't mean they can be produced on a large scale. This involves the purification of raw materials, the transformation of production lines, and the establishment of process standards requiring cooperation from various industries.
Moreover, we also need to ensure confidentiality. Su Yang's brow furrowed tighter.
Li Zhonghua quickly added, but rest assured.
In a month our production line will be operational. Su Yang nodded but did not relax his brow.
As for the fusion reactor based on the star mimicry technology, Li Zhonghua continued, that is even more challenging. From site selection to construction and then to the purification production lines for raw materials like deuterium and tritium, every step requires confidentiality and safety.
He thought for a moment. It will take at least half a year for practical application. Su Yang took a deep breath.
Li Zhonghua noticed his anxiety and patted his shoulder. The real world is not a wish-fulfilling novel.
You can't just obtain technology today and use it immediately tomorrow, that's unrealistic. Su Yang fell silent for 2 seconds. But I can assure you.
Li Zhongguo's voice was steady and powerful. Every technology you provide will be applied to the civilian sector at the fastest speed, improving the living standards of our citizens.
Su Yang raised his head, looking at Li Zhonghua with a raised eyebrow.
His expression clearly said, how do you know what a wish-fulfilling novel is? Li Zhonghua understood his expression and laughed heartily.
What? Can someone my age not read wish-fulfilling novels? Su Yang quickly waved his hands. No, I just didn't expect.
Li Zhonghua waved his hand, smiling. I just happened to come across a novel recently called Otherworldly Emperor I Hand Over the Country.
Su Yang paused for a moment.
Isn't it a coincidence that the general in it shares my name and the protagonist is also named Su Yang?
Li Zhonggua's smile widened. I couldn't help but finish it. Su Yang.
It was also to understand the thoughts of contemporary youth, Li Zhonghua added.
Su Yang was left speechless. Li Zhonghua glanced again at the countdown on the main screen, put away his smile and stood up. All right, I should go recruit those 9,900 soldiers for you. Wait a moment, General Li. Su Yang suddenly called out to him. Li Zhonghua halted and turned around.
Li Zhonghua sat back on the chair, leaning slightly forward.
Adjust the recruitment ratio. How do you plan to adjust it? Su Yang also straightened his posture, his expression becoming serious. This time I want to release 1,000 beta test qualifications to recruit ordinary people. He counted on his fingers 8,000 professional soldiers and the remaining 900. He paused for a moment. Are for those soldiers who retired due to injuries? Li Zhonghua was taken aback.
He could understand 8,000 professional soldiers, they were in urgent need of forming combat power.
He could also understand 900 disabled veterans. Allowing them to gain new bodies here to stand up again and even earn money from energy crystals was an excellent placement plan. But 1,000 ordinary people.
With the current situation being so tense, is it really wise to waste precious slots on ordinary people? Su Yang immediately noticed the doubt in Li Zhongguo's eyes. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, not directly explaining but instead posing a question.
General Li, do you think I am wasting slots? Li Zhongguo's expression clearly read, isn't that obvious? Su Yang continued, of course all 9,900 slots can be filled with professional soldiers.
Li Zhonghua raised an eyebrow, adopting a look of agreement.
However, Su Yang's next statement froze the expression on his face. What about the next 100,000? Li Zhonghua opened his mouth. What about the next million? 10 million.
The room fell silent.
Su Yang shook his head, his tone calm, but each word struck the table like a hammer. General Li, my only enemy is the insect race before us. But the enemies of Huagua on Blue Star are not just Xialaban. He paused.
If all the professional soldiers are sent to me, who will guard Huagua's borders? Although this is the front line against the insect race at the same time.
Su Yang raised his head, his gaze steady. I also need a stable rear.
Li Zhonghua remained silent for a long time.
When he looked at Su Yang again, there was a newfound respect in his eyes. This young man was constantly considering the country. Not only did he think of using warships to accommodate disabled veterans, but he also recognized that a large deployment of active soldiers would destabilize the rear.
Seeing Li Zhongguo silent, Su Yong continued. Moreover, due to the economic war launched by the United States, a large number of small and medium enterprises in the country have closed down and the unemployment rate remains high. Allowing ordinary people to come in and play games to earn money can not only fill their stomachs but also properly accommodate 1,000 socially idle individuals.
He smiled, saying, "Why not?"
Li Zhongguo fell completely silent.
He hadn't even considered this aspect of people's livelihoods.
He was adept at leading troops in battle, but the field of people's livelihoods was indeed his weak point. Yet this 18-year-old young man managed to consider national defense, the economy and social placement all in a few minutes. Li Zhongguo took a deep breath, realizing that this kid seemed to be a born commander. Such strategic thinking was something even he, an old general, could not match. No wonder he was the emperor in that popular novel.
So he no longer hesitated and nodded heavily. "All right. I agree to your plan. After returning, I will immediately release those 1,000 beta test qualifications. I will also gather all the soldiers you need." Su Yong finally revealed a smile. "Thank you, General Li." "What are you talking about?"
Li Zhongguo stood up, patting him on the shoulder. "It is I, along with this country, who should thank you."
Blue Star, Huaguo, Longjiang Province. A small mountain village that is almost unfindable on the map.
Fu Xiaoyi opened his eyes and saw a mottled ceiling. He turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on the old rattan chair beside the bed that had become shiny from sitting. His father saw him awake and quickly came over to help Fu Xiaoyi sit up.
"You're awake.
Your mother just made some millet porridge, come drink it while it's hot."
His father picked up a bowl, carefully scooping a spoonful of porridge from a small bowl, blowing on it and gently bringing it to his mouth.
"Is it good?" The old man's voice was hoarse but filled with rough tenderness.
Fu Xiaoyi smiled and replied, "It's good. Just like when I was a child."
The old man smiled, the wrinkles on his face bunching together. "If it's good, eat more. Your compensation arrived today and your mother went to the town early to buy millet and cooked a lot."
Fu Xiaoyi was taken aback. He nodded, not saying anything further.
2 years ago he was on the border carrying out a mine-clearing mission. That day, when he discovered a problem with the mine beneath his feet, he could only shout retreat before the ground beneath him exploded.
When he woke up, he was already lying in a military hospital. He was paralyzed from the waist down with no sensation below his neck. He had thought about dying countless times. It wasn't melodramatic, he truly couldn't bear it.
A person in his 20s needing his parents to feed him and clean him. What he lost was not just his ability to care for himself. His dignity was blown to pieces in that explosion, along with his broken body. When he first woke up, he bit his tongue in front of his parents. His mouth filled with blood, but the doctors and nurses forcibly saved him.
He cried out, "Why not let me die? Why not let me die on the spot?"
Yet each time he tried, he was saved again.
His name is Fu Xiaoyi. How ironic that name is. Fu. He has none. Xiaoyi.
He wants to be filial, but it's not easy. It's harder than reaching the sky. The only reason he is still alive is the few thousand yuan he receives each month as his disability compensation. As long as he has breath, the country will not stop the payments. This is the last thing he can do for his parents. So he began to pretend. Pretending that he had come to terms with it, pretending that his mental state had improved.
When his parents fed him, he would smile and say it tasted good. When his father changed the urine bag, he joked, "Even an emperor's life isn't this good." That day his parents were so excited they cried. They thought their son had truly come out of it. Fu Xiaoyi also thought he could continue this act. Until today. His mother's voice came from the living room, filled with surprise and joy. "Ah, Xiaohu, you came to see Xiaoyi again." Fu Xiaoyi's pupils constricted sharply. The calm facade he had maintained in front of his parents shattered the moment he heard the name Xiaohu. He nearly exhausted all his remaining strength, though that little strength couldn't even clench a fist. Yet he still forced himself to rasp out a voice. "Get out. Let him get out. I don't want to see anyone from the army again." He knew that the army's visits to disabled veterans were both a duty and a concern. But he just couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand lying on the bed. The feeling of being looked down upon by former comrades. Even if those comrades were now squatting by the bed shorter than his line of sight. But it was this feeling of being treated specially that constantly reminded him that he was now a useless person. At this moment his mother in the living room was awkwardly explaining to the visitor, "Xiaohu, I'm sorry. Yesterday I asked the doctor about the treatment for that condition. The doctor said Xiaoyi has physical damage with nerves severed and necrotic, so he's not in a good mood today. The person named Xiao who just smiled and said it's okay, auntie. I brought him a gift. I believe he'll be better soon.
A gift, and mother of Fu Xiaoyi shook her head with a bitter smile, her eyes reddening.
She spoke the truth.
And the newly released nationwide broad-spectrum curative agent was for patients nothing short of a panacea, effective against viruses, bacteria, and cancerous cells alike. Yet it held no power to regenerate severed limbs.
And physical injuries, traumatic disabilities, lay utterly beyond its reach.
En Liang, who offered a gentle smile, his tone as certain as a stated fact.
Auntie, my gift can summon back the soul of the old Fu Xiaoyi, the one who feared neither heaven nor earth, and he rose and glanced toward the interior of the house.
Alright, I'll go in and speak with him. And Fu Xiaoyi's mother blinked in surprise, then quickly stepped aside. Oh, yes, please, this way. As if recalling something, she added, I still have pesticide to spray in the fields, I won't disturb your reunion. And with that she took her husband's hand and walked out. Fu Xiaoyi's father stumbled slightly as he was tugged along, then pulled his hand free and whispered sharply, You're really leaving them alone in there?
Don't you fear they'll start shouting at each other? Ni's wife rolled her eyes, her voice low yet each word crisp and clear. Hope has barely flickered before fading again. Right now Xiaoyi needs an outlet.
If we stay inside he'll hold back, many things he longs to say will remain unspoken. And the old man opened his mouth to protest, but she shot him a glance. What?
Do you truly think they'll come to blows? And he choked on the retort.
Glancing once more at the tightly shut door, he sighed deeply, and followed his wife to visit their neighbors. Inside the room, Fu Xiaoyi glared fiercely at the man before him, eyes blazing with suppressed fire. En Liang, who, what the hell are you doing here? His voice was hoarse, thick with unrestrained fury.
En Liang, who ignored the accusation entirely.
Without a word, he placed the box bearing the words Great Wall Technologies onto the bedside table, then pulled up a stool and sat beside the bed. He held Fu Xiaoyi's gaze for 2 seconds. And still want to die? En Fu Xiaoyi strained to turn his only mobile neck, swiveling his head toward the wall, refusing to look at Liang Hu. Liang Hu did not press further. Instead, he tapped the box on the bedside table, his tone light, as if commenting on today's weather. And wear this and you'll die, not once but countless times.
Fu Xiaoyi's pupils contracted violently.
And he snapped his head back, fixing Liang Hu with a stunned, trembling stare. Are you insane? I want to win the pain, not experience death itself. En Liang Hu chuckled teasingly. So you finally turned to look at me. Fu Xiaoyi clenched his teeth, preparing to turn away again. And this device will let you stand again. En Liang Hu's voice remained calm, matter-of-fact, as though stating the most ordinary truth.
Fu Xiaoyi's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He stared at Liang Hu in utter disbelief, and then realization struck.
En Liang Hu, you damn fool, this is how you mock a former comrade. His voice trembled. Don't you know such a joke isn't just unfunny, it's utterly tasteless? En Liang Hu watched the redness rise in Fu Xiaoyi's eyes, and slowly let his smile fade. His expression hardened into the stern, unwavering composure he wore during missions. And locking eyes with Fu Xiaoyi, he enunciated each word with crystalline clarity, I am not joking.
Fu Xiaoyi froze. And he knew that look too well, the face Liang Hu wore when making battlefield decisions, resolute, unwavering, absolute. You mean it?
His voice dropped, laced with a fragile, almost disbelieving hope.
Liang Hu nodded.
And though not this very body, your current form will rise again. En Fu Xiaoyi frowned. What do you mean? Liang Hu exhaled softly, choosing his words with care.
En Fu, you haven't signed the documents, so much remains unspeakable.
But...
He paused. An opportunity stands before you now.
An opportunity to stand once more, and to wield a rifle in battle. And for an instant Fu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, and then dimmed again, extinguished by doubt.
He scoffed bitterly. Humph. Captain Liang, I don't even qualify as cannon fodder anymore.
Hold a rifle.
Fight. And you must have fried your brain.
Liang Hu offered no rebuttal. And he stood, opened the box emblazoned with Great Wall Technologies, and withdrew a silvery white helmet.
Sleek, aerodynamic, its surface gleaming with cold metallic precision. And he held it aloft before Fu Xiaoyi. And this is it, the key to your standing once more. Liang Hu assumed the sight of evidence would convince Fu Xiaoyi, yet Fu Xiaoyi's expression twisted instantly into disdain.
Ha, I thought it was something special, all that mystery. Just a gaming headset, isn't it? En Liang Hu blurted out, flustered. Don't underestimate this device.
And you must understand, our whole on assault team now.
He clapped a hand over his mouth, too late. In his urgency, he'd nearly violated the confidentiality agreement, spilling classified details. He coughed twice to mask his embarrassment and rephrased carefully, in short. He paused. You're lying here idle anyway. What's so fascinating about that ceiling? Fu Xiaoyi turned his head toward the wall.
And Liang Hu, your wall isn't any more interesting, and Fu Xiaoyi, it's prettier than your face.
Liang Hu drew a slow steadying breath, resolving not to spar verbally. And two choices right now, he said, voice grave. First, wear this, and become my comrade once more. Second, spit in my face, and let your mother escort me out the door. And Fu Xiaoyi fell silent for 2 seconds.
And can't I choose both? Liang Hu blinked, then understood. Spit first, then put on the helmet. And before he could erupt, he saw Fu Xiaoyi's lips slowly curve upward.
Liang Hu smiled in return. And without another word, he lifted the helmet and carefully settled it upon Fu Xiaoyi's head. Remember this. And Liang Hu pressed firmly on the helmet's rim, his voice resonant with the weight of a military command. Wait for me at the bridge entrance, do not wander.
That is an order. Understood.
Fu Xiaoyi hadn't time to retort, and Liang Hu activated the switch.
And darkness swallowed him whole, as if he had merely blinked.
Then Ney found himself standing in an utterly unfamiliar place, a sealed cylindrical chamber, its metallic walls frosted with a thin glistening layer of ice. Instinctively he raised his hand to scratch his head, and froze.
Knee's hand. And moved.
And he looked down, watching his arm lift before his eyes.
Black-gray exoskeletal armor sheathed his forearm, intricate hydraulic joints whirred softly as they rotated.
He lifted his left hand, watching spellbound as each finger bent precisely under his conscious command, folding inward, closing into a firm fist.
The sensation was undeniably real.
Now, soft hiss, the hatch slid open. And warm air rushed in, and the sudden thermal shift sent a sharp shiver through him. Everything felt profoundly authentic, as if his consciousness had been transplanted into a new fully functional body. And Fu Xiaoyi stepped out of the stasis pod.
1 step. 2.
And he stared dazed at the leg he'd just advanced.
Knee's vision blurred.
And he reached to wipe, but the thick helmet blocked his motion. So he ceased trying, letting tears flow freely within the helmet. But this time those tears were not born of agony, but of rebirth.
Liang Hu returned to his dormitory and immediately put on the helmet.
After establishing the consciousness link, he opened his eyes and stepped out of the bionic storage pod. The elevator arrived at the 7th floor and the doors opened. He turned down the corridor and saw several people lying awkwardly at the entrance of the captain's room. Some were clutching their arms, some were pressing their knees, and one was curled up holding his stomach. But without exception they were all rolling on the ground in pain, making muffled noises. As Liang Hu approached, his eyes widened instantly.
Lu Guodong, Dai Wenfeng, Zhou Xiong, and Lei Jin.
All 4 were members of the Hualong assault team.
What happened to you?
Liang Hu rushed over and squatted beside the nearest one. How did you get hurt on the warship?
Before the others could answer, a person nearby who was mimicking Bruce Lee's footwork spoke up first. It's not my fault, they insisted on sparring.
Liang Hu froze at the sound of this voice. He turned his head sharply. The one bouncing around was Fu Xiaoyi, and his ID floated above him, Black Tiger Afu. Liang Hu was filled with black lines on his forehead and blurted out, "What's wrong with you? Why provoke him?
Don't you know who he is?"
Lu Guodong, clutching his dislocated arm, grimaced in pain. Who knows who he is? We had just come out of the elevator and this guy was standing here swaying. I just looked at him a little too long and then he asked what was bothering me.
Liang Hu retorted, "And then you said what of it?"
Lu Guodong helplessly nodded. Who would have thought that once the words were out he would swing his fists like a switch was flipped? Lei Jin also clutched his stomach. I saw my teammate getting hit and I couldn't just stand by, so then. Liang Hu took a deep breath, ignored them, and turned to Fu Xiaoyi. Why did you choose such a name? He pointed at the ID. And how come you already caused 5 non-combat casualties as soon as you came in?
What does that mean?
Fu Xiaoyi was taken aback for a moment, then glanced disdainfully at the people on the ground.
Non-combat casualties.
So they're all from your Hualong assault team. He clicked his tongue full of disdain. I was wondering why they were so weak. Turns out they came to play games during training time.
You.
Lu Guodong's eyes widened in anger as he struggled to get up, but Liang Hu pressed him down.
Everyone shut up.
Liang Hu scolded, his voice not loud, yet it struck like a hammer in everyone's ears.
He is Fu Xiaoyi.
At this revelation the 4 on the ground froze simultaneously.
Dai Wenfeng's lips began to tremble, his voice shaking. He is the one. The legendary figure who broke all records in the military.
Zhou Xiong also recalled a name, Black Tiger.
Afu. Could he be the one who competed with the captain for the leadership of the Hualong assault team back then? Lu Guodong's eyes widened like copper bells. What?
Liang Hu didn't give them time to digest this, saying irritably, that's right, it's him. If it weren't for him being severely injured on a mission, you would all be following him as your captain now.
What does that have to do with me? The four on the ground exchanged glances and their gazes toward Fu Xiaoyi shifted from anger to awe. Zhou Xiong scratched his head and murmured softly, "But Captain, I heard that when the two tigers fought you should have been evenly matched." Fu Xiaoyi heard this and smirked, striding over and slapping Zhou Xiong on the shoulder, almost knocking him down again. "Evenly matched my foot." His voice was loud and robust, completely unlike someone who had been bedridden for 2 years. Back then the military restructured and required new technical units. Liang, who was a college student knowledgeable in technology. I was just a vocational school student from a rural background, so he outperformed me on technical skills. He paused, casting a sidelong glance at Liang, who a provocative smile on his lips. But in terms of combat strength, he flexed his wrist joints, cracking, "I could take down your captain with just one hand." Hearing this, Liang, who not only didn't get angry but instead smiled genuinely and heartily. This arrogant tone, this fearless character. The military black tiger who dared to confront ferocious beasts with bare hands returned entirely from that moment on. A smile slowly crept up the corners of Liang Hu's mouth. He strode up to Fu Xiaoyi and raised his fist, striking fiercely at the other's chest. With a muffled thud, Fu Xiaoyi stood completely still. "Shut your mouth." Liang Hu laughed as he scolded, "I'll report these 5 non-combat casualties and hold you accountable for them." Fu Xiaoyi feigned a scared expression, retreating 2 steps while clutching his chest. "Oh no, I'm so scared." Liang Hu ignored his irritating demeanor and asked, "What about the contract for the absolute paratroopers? Did you sign it?" "Contract?" Fu Xiaoyi tilted his head. "You mean the one with the ill-feared girl who asked me to look at it?" He waved his hand dismissively. "I signed it ages ago. If you hadn't made me wait here for you, I would have already gone down to make a big splash." After saying this, he began to mimic Bruce Lee's posture again, bouncing left and right, his fists whooshing through the air. With every punch he threw, it felt as if he was expelling the accumulated frustration, resentment and despair of the past 2 years bit by bit. Liang Hu watched him with a deeper smile on his face. "Very good." He turned to the 4 on the ground. "Once they handle their injuries, we will head down to execute the recovery mission." Just then a young man named Fresh Tomato passed by with his friends, chatting as they walked. The person named Sangshan Yujing Ming Wei Kong sincerely thanked Zhang Gu. "If it weren't for you bringing me into this game to make money, I wouldn't be able to pay for my dad's hospital bills." "Thank you." Fresh Tomato waved his hand. "What are you thanking me for? I just told you about this and you got the closed beta qualification on your own. What's there to thank? But if you hadn't taken me to the mine, I wouldn't have earned that 80,000 so quickly. I still have to thank you, Zhang Gu." Fresh Tomato replied impatiently, "How many times have I said it? Don't use your real name in the game. Also, your dad should be out of the hospital soon, didn't the news say so today? The healing agent has begun mass production and is prioritized for severe patients." Sanshan sighed and said, "Yeah, even if that agent can't completely cure him, at least it will allow him to be transferred out of the ICU, which will significantly lower the daily expenses." Fresh Tomato patted Sanshan on the shoulder, saying, "You've had a tough time too. Your father is in the late stage of cancer and you've also been optimized out of the company. But it's okay, since you've drawn the closed beta qualification, things will get better." Liang Hu watched the two of them chatting as they walked from the captain's room to the elevator. He turned his gaze back toward the captain's room. Although the door to the captain's room was closed, he felt as if he could see the young man named Su Yang sitting inside, working hard to save countless families like Fu Xiaoyi and that player from earlier. He could genuinely feel the contribution he was making in this process. Just as he was reflecting on this, the taskbar updated automatically and Su Yang released a new mission. After Li Zhongguo left, the captain's room fell silent. Su Yang stared at the holographic screen displaying the structure of the insect nest, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. Aurora's phantom quietly floated beside him, making no sound. The silence lasted nearly a minute. "Aurora." Su Yang finally spoke. "What you mean is, if we want to successfully cover the recovery team's safe withdrawal, we must eliminate that so-called small insect nest." "Yes, Commander." Su Yang took a deep breath, his gaze fixating on the densely packed tunnel network. "Eliminating an insect nest sounds easy. Last time we only did reconnaissance and lost the lives of everyone except Liang Hu. So how likely do you think success is?" A string of data flashed in Aurora's eyes. 0.00000. "Stop." Su Yang raised his hand to interrupt her. "So it's completely impossible." Su Yang was not disheartened. He focused on the strategic map, his mind racing. The rear of the battleship was only 5 kilometers from the insect nest and the patrol team's coverage area spanned 30 kilometers around.
As soon as we engage the patrol team, reinforcements from within the insect nest will immediately rush out. If we attempt to forcibly recover, we risk damaging the core in battle, which would lead to a direct failure of the mandatory assessment task.
Reinforcements. How to deal with the insect race's reinforcements is a very serious problem. Reinforcements. Right, reinforcements.
Su Yang suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Aurora, with our current strength, how long can we hold out if we attack the large insect nest to the north of the small insect nest? Aurora did not calculate this time but coldly replied, that is suicide, a waste of resources. Su Yang frowned, his voice deepening. You just need to tell me how long we can hold out.
Aurora did not understand Su Yang's thinking but began calculating as ordered.
Data streams flashed rapidly in her eyes.
In less than 3 seconds she provided the result. Less than 10 minutes and we will be annihilated. 10 minutes. Su Yang repeated softly, his brows furrowing tighter. Not enough, not nearly enough. He raised his head. Is there any way to extend this time?
Our reserves of energy, biomass and metal are insufficient. Aurora replied calmly, even if we continuously launch drop pods to sacrifice lives to fill the gap with our current reserves, we can only last at most 10 minutes. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. So theoretically, if these resource reserves were sufficient, we could last longer.
Theoretically, yes.
Aurora brought up a new terrain map. There is a small ring mountain in the northwest of the small insect nest that is easy to defend and hard to attack. Occupying that location would allow your forces to hold out longer. Su Yang nodded, then asked the most critical question: how long does it take to recover the engine core? Aurora displayed a detailed structural diagram of the rear half of the battleship, pointing to a location marked with a red dot.
Considering disassembly, transportation and hoisting, it will take at least 90 minutes.
Su Yang leaned back in his chair, mentally calculating. An hour and a half. If they set up defenses at the ring mountain, they could hold out longer.
However, if we need to hold off the insect swarm for an hour and a half at the ring mountain, Su Yang asked, how much resources will it consume?
Aurora provided a cold figure: 85% of energy reserves, 50 million units of biomass, 80 million units of metal.
Su Yang's pupils contracted slightly. Why do we need so much metal?
The production of drop pods also requires metal.
Aurora explained expressionlessly.
Su Yang slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that detail.
He fell silent for a few seconds. Aurora couldn't help but ask, so what is your plan?
Su Yang's lips gradually curled up, the light in his eyes growing brighter.
Attack the large insect nest located north of the small insect nest. Aurora frowned. What does that have to do with the engine recovery task? Su Yang's smile widened, a hint of pride in his tone. Aurora, last time we attacked the small insect nest, we attracted the reinforcements from the large insect nest. Have you forgotten? Aurora was stunned.
She looked into Su Yang's eyes, data streams flashing wildly in her gaze. Then shock appeared in her usually calm pupils.
Su Yang stood up and walked to the holographic screen, pointing at the locations of the 2 insect nests. Since eliminating the insect nest is impossible, then we won't eliminate it. Our mission is simply to recover the engine. We just need to ensure that the insect swarm does not interfere with the recovery team.
He turned his head to look at Aurora. Therefore, if we attack the large insect nest, the insects from the small nest will move out as reinforcements. They will focus their attention on us, leaving no time to deal with the recovery team.
Aurora fell silent. The captain's room was quiet for a full 5 seconds. Then Aurora unexpectedly smiled.
Not a half-hearted smile, but a genuine smile filled with approval.
I really didn't choose the wrong person. Su Yang was taken aback, then humbly nodded. Thank you for the compliment.
He returned to the command chair, tapping the armrest twice. So now tell me, how much time will it take to gather the resources needed for this battle? Aurora regained her composure, providing an accurate figure: at least 20 Earth days.
Su Yang glanced at the countdown on the main screen: 23 days. Subtracting 20 days for preparation, only 3 days remain for the execution of the task. He frowned slightly. Time is tight.
He stood up and walked to the control panel. Issue the large recovery task.
What type of task? Unlimited. Biomass, metal, anything goes. Su Yang thought for a moment. As an addition to the internal test, the top 3 in resource recovery will receive an extra reward of 5,000 contribution points, along with a free upgrade of 1 weapon, android and exoskeleton.
Aurora was about to input the data when she suddenly remembered something. Commander, I must remind you that once the battleship's resources recover above a healthy line, all resource recovery will not yield merit points.
Su Yang's smile instantly froze. Ha! Why didn't you say that earlier?
Aurora replied expressionlessly, I remember mentioning that our ship operates on a merit-based system. Only when all resources fall below a healthy line will large-scale resource collection tasks be deemed tactically valuable. Now energy, biomass and metal are all above critical levels.
All right. Su Yang waved his hand, gritting his teeth. That doesn't matter. Issue the task for me. This is a must-do for recovering the engine. Aurora did not say more.
A string of data flashed in her eyes and a new task panel popped up on the holographic screen.
Moments later, all online players received a task update on their HUDs.
Limited time large recovery task description, no restrictions on type or area, recover all recyclable resources, biomass, metal, etc. Activity time within 20 days.
Rewards top 3 in total recovery volume, an additional reward of 5,000 contribution points, free android exoskeleton, 1 weapon upgrade. Su Yang looked at the countdown for the mandatory task, taking a deep breath. Time remaining 23 days, 5 hours 11 minutes and 42 seconds.
Liang, who stared at the golden mission notification flashing on his HUD, his pupils contracting sharply. Top 3 finishers would receive an additional 5,000 contribution points. If their unit secured all 3 top positions, that would yield 150 energy crystals, a staggering saving for the nation. Moreover, with 8,000 new combat personnel recently enlisted, energy crystals were in dire short supply. This mission had to secure a top 3 finish. Fu Xiaoyi bounced beside him, fist slicing through the air with audible whooshes, eyes blazing brighter than the overhead coal light lamps. It finally begins.
Let's descend immediately, don't let ordinary players overtake us before we even land.
Or I wonder, would you, the squad captain, find your dignity then?
Liang, who said nothing, turning instead and striding purposefully toward the drop zone.
Behind him the med bay door slid open. Lu Guodong strode out, swinging his newly reattached arm. Dai Wenfeng massaged his shoulder. Zhou Xiong rolled his neck. Lei Jin emerged last, limping slightly. The 4 exchanged glances upon spotting Liang, whose urgent silhouette, and hurried after him. On deck 2 of the warship, the android storage bay. Nearly every storage pod depressurized simultaneously, filling the entire deck with billowing white vapor. Newly arrived players flooded the corridors, crowds stretched as far as the eye could see. Holy hell, this is too real. Is this truly a game, or have I somehow crossed over?
Don't shove. Let me out first.
A cacophony rose, all speculation, complaints, each voice vying for space.
Yet one word echoed incessantly from every mouth: mission.
A player named Oriental Mystic Force jostled through the throng, eyes locked onto his HUD mission panel, voice trembling. 5,000 contribution points.
50 energy crystals. 1.5 million.
Nearby a player named Landlord Old Jackal snorted derisively and rolled his eyes. 1.5 million.
That was the old price. Energy crystals now fetch 40,000 each. Oriental Mystic Force, incredulous, opened the trading platform and scanned the order book.
Every listing exceeded 40,000. He sucked in a sharp breath and shook his head. Madness.
Utter madness. A newcomer elbowed forward. ID Tofu much dull, eyes alight with eagerness. Brother, want to form a party? Let's tackle this mission together.
Oriental Mystic Force paused. He just logged in, hadn't even completed basic recruit trials. He genuinely needed a team.
He nodded. Agreed.
How do we split rewards?
Equally. Fair enough. Let's go.
They slapped palms and plunged into the surging queue. In the corridor outside the drop zone, the 5-member livestream crew swayed precariously amid the press of bodies.
Dihan Yu Ruguo stood on tiptoe, exasperated. Seriously? Just 5,000 contribution points. Is it that big a deal?
Nenshi Hongshire glanced sideways, voice calm but laced with quiet lethality. Do you know what 5,000 contribution points buys today? A full down payment on an apartment in a second-tier city.
So, yes, it is that big a deal. Dihan Yu Ruguo opened her mouth, then closed it.
Chunbai shook his head, disdain threading his tone. You're all so superficial.
What truly matters isn't those 5,000 points.
All turned toward him.
Neely Niao asked, then what does hold real value? Weapons. Androids.
Exoskeletal armor, free upgrades.
Seeing their blank stares, he sighed as if addressing elementary students.
Think, how does one earn contribution points in this world? Wang Xiaoju raised her hand. By hunting and salvaging creatures, and completing missions.
Exactly. Chunbai paused. Remember that colossal insect we encountered last time?
Its abdominal cavity was clearly a weak point, but our bullets simply ricocheted off its carapace. Understanding dawned across their faces.
Chunbai continued. A standard combat insect yields 1 contribution point.
So tell me, what might that behemoth be worth? Nenshi Hongsher answered, so to hunt stronger creatures and earn more points, we need upgrades.
Precisely. Chunbai nodded emphatically. Though we don't yet know the standard cost of upgrades, this mission's reward is free. Dihan Urugwawan's eyes lit up. Whoa, makes total sense. Then let's rush back to that mind. Cough. Cough. Cough.
Chunbai abruptly cut her off with a violent cough and swiftly opened Dihan's private comms channel. The moment it connected, his voice dropped 8 octaves. Are you insane? With this many people around shouting about the mine means everyone learns metal-rich salvage is possible there. Dihan Urugwawan blinked, then sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I got carried away in the excitement. On the other side, Song Shan Yu Jingming sidled up to Nenshi Hongsher and whispered, I'll forego my share of this mission's reward. Of my salvage contributions, I'll take only half, the rest goes to you. Nenshi Hongsher shot him a withering look. Don't start that again.
If you persist, you're on your own, go play solo. Song Shan opened his mouth, then snapped it shut under her glare.
At that moment, the drop zone gate emitted a deep resonant hiss of depressurization.
PSSSHHH. The gate slid open. 2,000 queued players surged forward as one.
Liang Hu's group wove through the crowd toward the drop pods. Lu Guodong felt no anxiety this time, but Fu Xiaoyi's mouth fired nonstop like a machine gun. Holy hell, is this a drop pod?
Exactly like in the movies. Look at this viewport, you can see outside. Liang Hu sat next to me. I'm terrified of boredom.
Liang Hu took a slow breath, sat expressionless into the pod and slammed the hydraulic lever down. Pity you're not officially assigned to my squad yet. He shot a glance at the still chattering Fu Xiaoyi, or I'd ensure absolute silence.
Fu Xiaoyi grinned. You're also abnormal. Who wouldn't be thrilled by orbital drop deployment? As the hatch sealed shut,
Fu Xiaoyi fell miraculously silent. Liang Hu, struck by the sudden hush, couldn't resist teasing, what's wrong, Fu?
Finally feeling fear.
Fu Xiaoyi gazed downward, watching the drop zone floor slide open, revealing the slow serene rotation of an orange-hued planet beneath them. After a long silence, he opened Liang Hu's private channel and asked quietly, this isn't a game, is it? Liang Hu hesitated, then replied, once you complete the recruit trial mission, I'll petition command for your formal reassignment. Only then may we discuss that question. With a resonant clang, 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 drop pods detached from the warship one by one, streaking downward in crimson trails like a meteor shower crashing upon the earth. The drop pod was in free fall with gravitational acceleration pressing Fu Xiaoyi hard against the hydraulic lever. He felt as though his butt was leaving the seat. Through the glass at the bottom, the surface of the orange planet was drawing closer, with a faint halo appearing at the edge of the atmosphere.
Before entering the atmosphere, several drop pods broke formation and flew towards the landing zone. Those must be new players eager to complete their rookie trials first.
Fu Xiaoyi paid them no mind, his gaze locked onto the equator.
The area shrouded in orange mist was the direction of the insect nest. If one were to say where the biomass was most abundant, that was the only choice. The drop pod crashed into the ground and the hatch flew open. Fu Xiaoyi stepped out, drew the rifle secured inside the pod, and surveyed his surroundings. Over 4,000 people had already gathered here.
They were not scattered about but organized and disciplined, setting up defenses. Some were transporting ammunition crates, others were setting up machine gun positions, calling for ammo resupply, and snipers were searching for high ground.
Liang Hu stepped out from the crowd, standing beside Fu Xiaoyi and pointing north. That direction is where we collected data last time.
Fu Xiaoyi squinted towards the area cloaked in orange mist.
The fog rolled as if alive, obscuring half the sky.
He nodded. So you guys are here to reclaim your ground?
Liang Hu first nodded, then shook his head. According to the data we collected last time, that so-called small insect nest is over 30 kilometers deep. He paused. There are at least 300 million bugs inside, possibly up to 500 million.
Fu Xiaoyi whistled. But we only need 50 million bugs to meet the recovery task requirements, right?
Exactly. Liang Hu turned to him. This time we do the killing, you just clean up the battlefield from behind. Fu Xiaoyi frowned. Do you look down on me?
Liang Hu was taken aback and quickly explained, it's not that I look down on you, you're not part of the team, so I can't let you participate.
This is just a game.
Fu Xiaoyi retorted, a hint of impatience in his tone. So I can participate.
Besides, I don't want anything, I just want to move my body around.
Liang Hu opened his mouth but then closed it again.
He knew he couldn't win against this stubborn type. Do as you please. But He pointed toward the orange mist in the direction of the insect nest. Don't get too close. That thing will cut off your communication with the battleship. If you lose contact, don't blame me for not warning you.
Fu Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. Is that really a thing?
He squinted towards the insect nest direction and the helmet automatically zoomed in.
Deep within the fog, a huge mushroom-like structure was continuously spewing out orange smoke. He turned his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes.
I've changed my mind. Lend me a few people, I'm going to pull that big mushroom out. Liang He's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious?
Fu Xiaoyi grinned. You wouldn't refuse to help with this little task, would you?
Besides, it's just a game, right?
He intentionally emphasized the word game.
Liang Hu fell silent for a few seconds. He had had enough of Fu Xiaoyi's provocations, yet now he had nothing to say. But thinking it over, letting him lead a team to try it out didn't seem like a bad idea. Taking out that thing that interfered with communication might also benefit the subsequent engine recovery. At worst, they could at least bring back some intelligence.
Lei Jinsong Xiaodai Wenfang Liang Hu turned and ordered you three follow Afu. First, call down the GR-8 recoilless rifle.
Without heavy firepower, we should be unable to take out that thing.
Understood.
The three quickly walked towards Fu Xiaoyi.
Liang Hu added, we expect to knock on the insect nest's door in about half an hour.
Wait until then to act. The pressure will be a bit less.
Fu Xiaoyi was already walking out of the position, not looking back, just waving his hand.
I don't need you to teach me this.
On the other side, the 5 members of the live broadcast team along with Zhang Shan Yujing arrived at the mine entrance once more. However, they were now facing a serious problem. The mine had collapsed. The entrance was completely blocked by rubble and mud, leaving not even a crack.
What do we do now? Nili Miao kicked a rock blocking the path, but it didn't budge.
Di Han Yu took out a battle-ready ball and weighed it in her hand.
Everyone stared at her in unison. Chun Bai frowned. What are you planning to do?
Call for an orbital strike to blow it open, Di Han said confidently. What else can we do?
Grenades won't work either.
Wang Xiaoju rolled her eyes. I mean, are we really going to spend 1,000 contribution points without doing anything? And if the whole mine collapses, wouldn't that just be a pure loss?
Di Han thought for a moment, realizing that did seem to be the case.
She put away the battle-ready ball and spread her hands. So what do we do now?
It won't just open up by staring at it like this.
The few of them stood around the collapsed entrance dumbfounded. Zhang Shan Yujing was wandering nearby doing nothing.
He was just a bystander doing whatever the tender tomato asked him to do.
As he walked, he noticed a patch of ground that seemed soft like quicksand. Just as he was about to lean in for a closer look, he was sucked down as if he were a cockroach being flushed down a toilet.
What the hell?
He barely managed to utter half a syllable before the ground beneath his feet collapsed. He fell straight down, his voice abruptly cut off like a tape recorder being turned off. The remaining few heard the commotion and turned their heads.
Nili Miao blinked. Where's Song Jing?
Help! A desperate voice called from the bottom of the pit. I'm down here. Wang Xiaoju was the first to run over, leaning over the edge of the pit to look down. Then her eyes lit up. She let out a scream that made everyone's scalp tingle. We struck gold.
Song Jing, you're truly our lucky little shit.
The others crowded around to look down.
Shunbai couldn't help but exclaim, damn, is this the legendary beginner's luck? Last time it was Nili Miao and this time it's you.
Soon after, the others jumped into the pit one by one. At the bottom of the pit, Zhang Shan Yujing was struggling to get up from a pile of rubble covered in dust. But at his feet, along the walls of the hole, dense silver-gray metallic ore glimmered coldly under the tactical light.
A brand new intact vein that had never been mined. Everyone gasped in unison at this scene.
Tender Tomato suddenly said, I hope this entrance is sturdier this time and doesn't collapse like last time.
The others chimed in unison, shut up. Don't jinx it.
In the captain's room, Su Yan leaned back in the command chair, his gaze sweeping across the holographic screen. On the strategic map, the green dots representing players were densely scattered in the login area and around the insect nest. His eyes fell on one of the split screens where several members of the live broadcast team were jumping down into a pit. A slight smile curved at the corner of Su Yang's mouth. I have to say, the luck of these live broadcast team members is truly remarkable. They managed to discover a mine shaft like this, Aurora replied expressionlessly.
Luck is also a part of strength, isn't it? Su Yang nodded, not denying it.
His gaze shifted to another holographic screen showing the real-time battlefield scene towards the insect nest. The defensive positions constructed by Liang Hu had fully unfolded. Over 4,000 players were performing their duties at the positions, machine gun nests, mortar groups and sniper teams, while observers continuously updated the movements of the insect swarm and reported back to the entire army.
The insect nest had evidently detected this large army. The insect swarm surged forth, a black tide spilling out from the orange mist, overwhelming everything like a flood breaching a dam.
But this time the insect swarm would gain no advantage. Even the firepower of 10 players could hold them back for over 10 minutes at the foot of the mountain. Now with the firepower of thousands, the insect swarm could not possibly withstand a direct confrontation.
Su Yang switched to an overhead view.
The green defensive line resembled a curved dam, and the black tide of insects crashed against it, unable to advance an inch.
Bullets wove a net of fire, tearing through the insect swarm, and dark green bodily fluid splattered like mist.
Piles of insect corpses formed a black wall 5 kilometers ahead of the defensive line. Beneath this high wall, several shadowy figures were crouching low, reaching out to touch each insect corpse they passed. A flash of blue light indicated a successful recovery. Su Yang zoomed in on the screen, revealing Lu Guodong, Hu Jian and Chen Rui. They had been designated by Liang, who was the top 3 seed players, for this recovery mission, specifically tasked with collecting biomass behind the front lines. They did not participate in direct combat, only responsible for looting corpses. Su Yang glanced at the resource reserve table.
Biomass was steadily increasing, faster than anticipated.
He nodded in satisfaction. Then the situation took a sharp turn.
Several blinding blue lights suddenly flashed behind the tide of insects. Su Yang's pupils constricted, and he immediately zoomed in on the screen.
3 plasma cannons trailing ghostly blue light soared into the air, shooting out from deep within the insect tide, leaving long tails of flames, and struck directly at the center of the defensive line. On the ground, Liang Hu's pupils reflected those 3 blue lights, and the hair on his body stood on end. Retreat from the center of the defensive line for everyone. His voice exploded across the communication channel. The moment the order was given, the small teams at the center of the defensive line immediately fell back. Even those heavy machine guns that had requested contribution points were left behind, abandoned on the spot. The firepower in the center of the defensive line abruptly ceased. In the middle of the insect tide, like a frog's tongue shooting out, it lunged forward aggressively. The members guarding other defensive areas realized the firepower gap only when the insect tide had advanced several kilometers.
Whoosh! Boom! The plasma cannon hit the ground. A blue and white energy shockwave spread out in all directions, sending dirt, debris and insect corpses flying into the air.
The center of the explosion left behind a smoking, charred pit. The members at the center of the defensive line had just evacuated the explosion zone when they quickly returned to their positions, gunfire erupting once more. The advance of the insect tide was barely contained. Liang Hu was drenched in cold sweat.
Damned plasma cannon insects. They were harassing from afar, and if they weren't dealt with, the defensive line would eventually collapse.
He gritted his teeth and opened the communication channel. Hu Jian, can you lock onto the location of the plasma cannon insect? I can't see clearly through the dense mist. Hu Jian's voice came through the communicator. I can only roughly judge the direction. Liang Hu slammed his fist against the cover.
Northeast of the insect nest.
Fu Xiaoya's team had already managed to get close to the big mushroom. The orange mist was growing thicker, visibility dropping to less than 50 meters. The air was filled with a pungent sulfur smell, and the helmet's filter had started to emit a buzzing overload sound. Lei Jin lowered his voice. Fu, if we go any further, we truly won't be able to see anything.
Fu Xiaoyi said nothing.
He squinted, staring at the enormous silhouette that flickered in the depths of the mist, now very close. Just as they thought they could smoothly reach the big mushroom, a shadow suddenly sprang out from the right side of the mist.
Fu Xiaoyi instinctively tilted his head.
The arm of a battle insect brushed past his helmet with a sharp metallic screech.
A second arm immediately lifted. Fu Xiaoyi did not retreat.
He swung his gun with one hand, smashing the stock hard against the first arm of the battle insect that had not yet retracted. The insect instinctively tried to withdraw its arm, but got caught by Fu Xiaoya's gun. At the same time, he grabbed the base of the second arm with his left hand, leaped up and applied all his weight on his elbow. With a crack, the weak joint of the insect's arm shattered. Then Fu Xiaoyi twisted it like unscrewing a crab's claw.
He directly removed one of the insect's arms.
The other arm of the battle insect finally shook off the gun that had pinned it down and swung forcefully towards Fu Xiaoya's head. Fu Xiaoyi raised his right arm, using the arm he had just removed as a weapon, and viciously thrust it into the battle insect's gaping maw.
The sharp insect limb pierced through its upper jaw, driving straight into its brain.
The battle insect collapsed instantly, like a doll stripped of its skeleton, crashing to the ground.
Everything happened in the blink of an eye.
Lei Song Xiao and Dai Wenfeng had just lifted their guns when the battle was already over. But they had no time to be dazed. More shadows burst forth from the mist. A whole patrol team of insects, at least a dozen battle insects, pounced from all directions.
Open fire! Lei Jin shouted. Gunfire erupted, bullets weaving fiery lines through the mist.
But the speed of the battle insects was too fast, and once they closed in, the disadvantages of firearms became glaringly evident. Lei Jin was knocked down by one, the stock blocking its fangs, but pinned down, unable to move.
Song Xiao was besieged by 2 insects retreating while shooting.
When he ran out of bullets and was caught reloading, one arm swept towards him and he awkwardly rolled onto the ground.
Dai Wenfeng was not faring much better. Only Fu Xiaoyi remained unscathed. He hadn't even drawn his gun.
3 battle insects surrounded him, their arms slicing in from 3 directions.
Fu Xiaoyi lowered his body, slipped under the first insect's arm, and instinctively grabbed the second insect's arm.
Using the inertia from his forward motion, he pulled hard, causing the second insect's arm to collide with the fangs of the third insect, sparks flying.
The attacks of the 2 insects cancelled each other out and they froze for a moment. Fu Xiaoyi did not freeze. He raised his hand, using the arm still stuck in the mouth of the second insect for leverage to pull himself up into the air, kicking the third insect in the head. The insect staggered back and Fu Xiaoyi landed, taking the first insect's arm and thrusting it into the eye socket of the third insect. Another insect came pouncing towards his back. Fu Xiaoyi did not turn around.
He sidestepped and the insect missed, crashing into the corpse of the already slain insect.
Fu Xiaoyi raised his hand, twisted, and shoved the arm he had pulled from the corpse into the mouth of this insect. In less than 3 minutes the battle was over.
Lei Song Xiao and Dai Wenfeng sat on the ground gasping for breath.
Fu Xiaoyi stood among a pile of insect corpses, having not fired a single shot yet, having taken down 7 or 8 battle insects. He twisted his arm and moved his shoulder, his tone as relaxed as if he had just finished warming up. I haven't exercised like this in a long time.
It feels great.
Lei Jin opened his mouth but could not find the words.
Dai Wenfeng looked at the hot gun barrel in his hand and then at Fu Xiaoyi, doubting that they were even playing the same game. This incredible combat strength, was he even human?
Dai Wenfeng even wondered in his heart, had Fu Xiaoyi's biorobots and exoskeleton been upgraded.
Otherwise, how could he be so fierce? Forget about one hand, he could probably take the captain down with just one finger.
Fu Xiaoyi seemed to see through their thoughts and smiled. Stop dawdling, we'll soon arrive. Let's charge ahead with a single breath.
Fu Xiaoyi led his team closer to the enormous mushroom that emitted clouds of smoke. They say that looking at the mountain can tire the horse.
They were experiencing this now.
Clearly the massive silhouette was right before them, yet after walking for half an hour they still hadn't reached their destination. Along the way they encountered 2 or 3 patrols from the insect tribe, but Fu Xiaoyi effortlessly dealt with them using his formidable combat prowess. Perhaps due to the intense resistance from Liang Hu and his group, the patrols sent by the insect tribe had gradually decreased in number. It was not until the last wave, when Fu Xiaoyi single-handedly took down a patrol composed of 5 combat insects, that Davin Feng finally understood. His strength was not merely built on sheer power.
Fu Xiaoyi's force was no different from theirs. The true disparity in combat effectiveness stemmed from technique.
Fu Xiaoyi always managed to exploit the joints and other weak points of the insect tribe. First he would sever limbs, then use his agile movements to evade attacks before weaving through the insect swarm using the terrain or his smaller size, disrupting the enemy's offensive rhythm and taking them down one by one. Such combat awareness was something they had never witnessed in Liang Hu. The 3 of them watching from the sidelines were dumbfounded.
Lei Jin swallowed hard and said, "Do you know what?
I feel like Ah Fu was truly utilizing this biorobotic body to its fullest, while we can only aim and shoot."
Song Xiao shook his head and replied, "Who could argue with that?
Using the same model of biorobot combat platform, yet I feel like I stand before him like a little girl."
Davin Feng sighed. "Don't think too much about it.
He is a living legend, there's no room for comparison."
Fu Xiaoyi dusted off his hands and turned back. "Stop dawdling, let's keep moving."
As they stepped forward, a pale blue light pierced through the thick fog, illuminating the entire area.
It wasn't 1 beam. It was 3. Song Xiao suddenly looked up, his pupils constricted. "Not good. It's the insect tribe's plasma cannon." Fu Xiaoyi frowned. "Plasma cannon? The insect tribe has that too." All of them instinctively shivered. The plasma cannon that had wiped out their entire team before was still fresh in their memories.
Lei Jin's voice tightened. "That thing can instantly vaporize everything within a 10-meter radius.
The captain's defenses are in danger." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoyi immediately became alert. What are you waiting for? Run, girls!
As he spoke, he led the charge, shouting as he ran, "We need to quickly uproot that big mushroom and help your captain take down the insect tribe's artillery." After a few minutes, they finally reached the base of the big mushroom. When they saw this thing up close, even the fearless military black tiger Fu Xiaoyi instinctively shivered. It resembled a deformed giant beast crawling out from the abyss covered in rotten mold. The massive cap above looked like a rotting umbrella frame, with its edges curling and charred as if scorched by hellfire and gnawed upon by mold, grotesquely spreading outwards. It blocked out the sun, casting a suffocating shadow.
Countless cracks opened on its cap, spewing forth scalding sulfur-colored spores, filling the air with a nauseating stench of decay.
Standing at its base and looking up, there was no way to see the top.
Song Xiao exclaimed, "Damn, this thing is really huge."
Fu Xiaoyi didn't give them time to marvel. Lowering his voice to command, Lei Jin quickly set up the explosives. "The rest of you stay alert in place.
I have an ominous feeling."
Lei Jin, realizing this, quickly slid down into a small pit at the base of the big mushroom to set up the explosives.
At that moment, everyone felt only one thing: silence.
The surroundings were too quiet.
Logically, this should be an important structure for the insect tribe, yet the defending forces were pitifully weak. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
Song Xiao suddenly turned his head, looking into the depths of the fog. He felt he heard the high-frequency vibration of wings coming from the left.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
He turned his head again, this time to the right. Instinctively, he raised his gun and scanned the area.
Sizzle, 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 sizzle.
The sound drew closer. When Song Xiao looked up, an insect was right above him. He didn't even have time to scream before being knocked to the ground. The heavy bio-robot body crashed onto the ground, creating a dull thud that attracted Fu Xiaoyi's attention. Fu Xiaoyi turned around and darted over, using his shoulder to deliver a heavy blow. A powerful iron mountain strike slammed into the side of the insect, sending it flying.
The insect flipped in the air, flapping its wings and leaping backward, disappearing into the fog.
Fu Xiaoyi reached out to grab Song Xiao. Song Xiao raised his left hand and grasped his arm, using the force to stand up. Then he looked down at his right arm. It was gone. From the shoulder down, his entire right arm had disappeared. The wound was as smooth as if it had been polished by a grinder, dark red machine oil and bright red blood mixing together, gushing out from the severed point. At that moment, adrenaline was still coursing through him. He didn't feel the pain yet.
Ah!
Song Xiao's scream escaped from his throat, not out of fear but out of rage. At that moment, adrenaline was still coursing through him. He didn't feel the pain yet.
Ah!
Song Xiao's scream escaped from his throat, not out of fear but out of rage. The pain barely suppressed, preventing him from—
"Damn it, filthy bug!" Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound came again. Fu Xiaoyi did not look back.
It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, turning around and striking. His 5 fingers firmly grasped the forelimbs of the insect that had pounced from behind, and with a powerful throw he hurled the insect onto the ground.
Boom!
The ground was dented by the impact.
The insect was stunned by the blow, shaking its head and struggling to get back up.
Fu Xiaoyi clenched his fist and walked towards it step by step.
"So it was you who ambushed me, huh?" He stood before the insect, looking down at it.
The insect bared its fangs, letting out a hoarse screech. Fu Xiaoyi raised his right fist, gathering all his strength into that fist. Just as he was about to slam it down, he felt darkness wash over him as if he had blinked. Then a familiar voice reached his ears.
"Xiaoyi, it's time to eat. Mom made your favorite braised pork today."
Song Xiao was stunned. He saw Fu Xiaoyi's raised fist freeze in midair, his entire body going limp like a marionette that had lost its strings.
Boom!
The heavy biorobotic body smashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Fu Xiaoyi still wore a fierce expression. This startled his mother, who was helping him take off his helmet. She hurriedly patted her chest and said, "Oh dear Xiaoyi, why are you making that face?" At that moment, Fu Xiaoyi had yet to comprehend what was happening, his expression shifting from fierce to bewildered in just
0.1 seconds. Fu Xiaoyi was left utterly bewildered.
The lingering scent of sulfur and the stench of insect blood from the battlefield still clung to his mind, yet before him was the mottled ceiling of his home. His mother held a bowl, the spoon already hovering by his lips. He blinked, realizing the situation, and hurriedly said, "Mom, I
want eat right now."
His mother frowned, thinking he was throwing a tantrum and wanted to starve himself, her eyes immediately turning red. Seeing his mother's expression, Fu Xiaoyi quickly understood her misunderstanding and added, "Mom, I'm playing a game.
I'll eat after I finish playing."
His mother was momentarily stunned before frowning. What's more important than eating?
You could pause the game and eat first. Fu Xiaoya's voice changed in pitch from urgency. Mom, this is an online game, I can't pause.
My teammates are waiting for me, quickly help me put on the helmet. His bionic companion was still standing next to the elite insect that had ambushed him.
A second's delay could mean total annihilation. How could he think about eating when the mission wasn't complete? However, his mother thought differently. She slowly scooped up a spoonful of porridge and brought it to his lips, saying earnestly, it's just a game, if you lose, you lose. It's not a big deal. Your health is more important. Come on, open your mouth.
Fu Xiaoyi slightly turned his head, desperately explaining, Mom, I can't let my teammates down, they are all waiting for me. His mother's face darkened, her tone stern, are you going to eat or not?
Fu Xiaoya's anger flared up. He stopped pretending.
He had never been a good boy, he never was from childhood to now. His parents were older when they had him and had always tried to keep him close. They had hoped that after he finished his vocational studies he would return home to farm, constantly reminding him to take good care of this little piece of land, it will keep him from starving. But he considered himself an ambitious person, and to prove himself he didn't even tell his family when he signed up for the military. After a hard-fought struggle he earned the chance to compete for the rank of officer against Leon, who only to be left crippled in the final mission. He thought he would be confined to his bed for life, waiting for his parents to pass away with no one to care for him, and he would starve to death in bed. To keep his parents in a good mood over the past 2 years, no matter what grievances he faced or how painful it was, he had to endure it and force a smile in front of them.
But now it was different.
He had found his purpose and reignited his desire to live. He wanted to return to that world, to the body that was intact, where he could use his combat skills to continue defending his home and fighting against the enemies. He almost shouted, I said, help me put the helmet back on. His mother was taken aback by his words.
The commotion in the room drew Fu Xiaoya's father over.
His father stood at the door looking at his son on the bed. He could see the fire burning in Fu Xiaoya's eyes, which had been murky like a stagnant pool for 2 years. It was not a pretentious anger, but a genuine radiance filled with destructive power. The old man smiled, not a forced smile. It was a heartfelt laugh. He said nothing, walked to Fu Xiaoya's bedside and silently took the silver helmet, carefully placing it on his son. Before pressing the link button again, he bent down and brought his mouth close to Fu Xiaoya's ear. His voice was hoarse, holding back tears, yet he articulated each word clearly, Xiaoyi, welcome back.
With a click, the button was pressed. Fu Xiaoya's consciousness sank once more.
The old woman beside him could no longer bear it, tugging at the old man's sleeve, questioning, old man, what's wrong with you? How can our child skip meals just to play games? The old father wiped his face, his eyes red, yet the corners of his mouth were smiling. He retorted, wife, don't you feel that our child has been abnormal these 2 years?
The old woman was taken aback. Do you really think he is happy being cared for by us every day?
The old woman opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. The old man blew his nose, his voice softening. Has he ever lost his temper in these 2 years? The old woman shook her head.
If he can lose his temper with us, it means he is back to normal.
The old man looked at the quiet figure lying on the bed, his tone carrying a sense of relief. He has found what he wants to do, and you interrupted him. Now we no longer have to worry about him doing foolish things.
The old woman still didn't fully understand, hesitatingly asking, then, when will we feed him?
The old man waved his hand nonchalantly. When he is hungry, he will naturally call us to feed him. The old woman, though confused, carefully put away the bowl and chopsticks, returning the food to the pot to keep warm. On the battleship, Fu Xiaoyi stepped out of the bionic storage chamber. He immediately adjusted the communication channel. If he could connect with his teammates on the ground, it meant that the big mushroom interfering with communications had been dealt with. Before he could finish adjusting the channel, at the moment he stepped out of the hatch, he saw Song Xiao stepping out of the adjacent cabin as well. The two exchanged glances.
Fu Xiaoyi scratched his head awkwardly, saying, sorry, I just lost connection.
Song Xiao sighed and shook his head. It's not your fault. If there's anyone to blame, it's us for being too weak. We collapsed immediately with one person missing.
Fu Xiaoyi felt a sinking feeling in his heart. You guys didn't really all die, did you?
Song Xiao first shook his head, then nodded. When I was ambushed for the second time, I shot a few rounds at that insect, but it didn't die and vanished into the thick fog. Although Lei Jin and Dai Wenfang are still alive, I think they might not be for long.
Fu Xiaoyi looked helpless.
He felt like a spirited lad whose internet connection had just been cut during a team fight, wanting to explain to his teammates but feeling that any explanation would just be shifting the blame. So he decided to change the topic, asking, so what was the situation below before you came back? Song Shao spoke solemnly. At that time, although Leijin had already set up the explosives, the fuse hadn't been installed yet. He stuffed all the spare shells from the recoilless rifle into the base of that thing.
As for Dai Wenfang,
he paused before continuing. After I died, he should have been the next target for the insect.
So you guys haven't encountered that kind of insect before? Fu Xiaoyi asked.
Song Shao shook his head helplessly. Not only have we not seen it, but we have never encountered any winged ones among the many insects we've killed.
So it was a flying insect? Fu Xiaoyi pressed on.
Song Shao thought for a moment and then said, not quite. It should be able to use its wings to increase its jumping distance, but it probably can't achieve true flight yet.
Fu Xiaoyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully it can't fly yet.
Just then Leijin's voice exploded in the communication channel, filled with urgency and panting. Song Shao,
have you respawned? If you have, hurry down.
Fu Xiaoyi and Song Shao exchanged glances. The two rushed towards the drop zone simultaneously. Fu Xiaoyi and Song Shao rushed into the drop zone, seeing the drop pods line up neatly without the need to queue, which made them breathe a little easier. The two quickly dove into the drop pods.
Clang! Clang! The two drop pods almost simultaneously detached from the battleship, trailing crimson flames as they plummeted towards the equator. However, their flight path was sharply detected by Aurora, the ship spirit. In the captain's cabin, Aurora's gaze fell upon the radar screen, her brow slightly furrowing. Commander, 2 drop pod trajectories have been detected landing in a highly dangerous area.
Su Yang was languidly sucking on a tube of strawberry-flavored nutrient paste. Since being transported to this battleship, he had been consuming various flavors of high-energy nutrient paste daily. After a long period without hot meals, he felt somewhat numb. He glanced at the strategic map and lazily asked, will that adversely affect the recovery mission?
No, Aurora replied calmly, it will only waste 2 drop pods and some bioengineers.
She paused.
Wait, how could there be people in that area?
A hint of fluctuation crept into Aurora's voice as she called up the terrain map of that area, zooming in and then zooming in again. The outline of the spore-spewing bugs that should have been standing there had suddenly vanished. At this moment, the smoke density in the entire area was noticeably decreasing. A stream of data flashed in her eyes and her pupils dilated sharply. Then Su Yang saw an expression on Aurora's face that he had never seen before: surprise. Commander, someone has taken out the spore-spewing bug near the small insect nest. Her voice rose half a pitch. This increases the success rate of the engine recovery mission by 3%.
Su Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he observed Aurora's expression. I didn't know your expressions could be so rich.
Aurora was momentarily startled, but then she returned to her poker face. However, there was a faint blush that had yet to fade on her pale cheeks. She feigned calmness and changed the subject. Commander, defeating that spore-spewing bug has earned you 20,000 merit points.
Would you like to unlock permissions now? Su Yang's eyes lit up.
Oh. I didn't expect to have unexpected gains.
I thought I could only rely on player spending to convert merit points now. Aurora noticed his attention had successfully shifted and quietly breathed a sigh of relief.
Su Yang stood up, walked to the control panel and swiped his fingers in the air to check his merit point balance.
Then he frowned. No way.
Aurora felt a tightening in her heart, fearing he would steer the conversation back. Why do they collect resources and still earn contribution points, but I have no merit points?
Su Yang said angrily, isn't it unfair?
Aurora replied expressionlessly, then why do you think yours is called merit points while theirs are called contribution points?
Su Yang was momentarily speechless.
He opened his mouth, then closed it.
It seemed there was indeed some logic to it. He waved his hand. Forget it, let me see what permissions can be unlocked. Aurora waved her hand and a permissions panel popped up on the holographic screen. Currently, the only permission you can unlock with your remaining merit points is the bioengineer upgrade permission.
Su Yang glanced around. All other options were grayed out and he was still far from the merit points required to unlock them.
Only one option was lit up. Then let's unlock this one. There aren't any other options left anyway.
A stream of data flashed in Aurora's eyes.
Permissions have been recorded.
She pulled up the detailed explanation of the new function. You can now customize the facial features of bioengineers through the bioengineer storage chamber and spend extra biomass to enhance the bioengineer's individual capabilities.
Su Yang's eyes brightened and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Finally, I can customize the face. He recalled Li Zongguo's face every time he removed his helmet and couldn't help but laugh out loud.
I have had enough of General Li's face, which looks like that of a 30-year-old middle-aged white man every time he takes off his helmet. God knows how hard it is for me to hold back my laughter every time I see him. Aurora broke his fantasy with an expressionless face, generally always comes using guest permissions and has not signed the paratrooper contract. Therefore this function cannot be used. Su Yang's smile froze on his face. So General Li comes with that face every time. Precisely described. Su Yang sighed and shook his head helplessly. Alright, it seems that next time I need to reserve a spot specifically for General Li during the permission upgrade. He casually opened the progress panel for the permission upgrade. Required merit points for the next level of permission 100000, current merit points 1132610000, nearly 90,000 more to go for the next upgrade. Su Yang turned to Aurora. Now that collecting resources doesn't add merit points, do I have any other ways to earn merit points? Aurora replied calmly, you can collect live samples in advance. Although the laboratory permissions haven't been unlocked yet, collecting and analyzing live samples will also earn merit points. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. So a single sample can earn merit points twice. You can understand it that way. How many are there? Depending on the importance of the live sample, it can be worth between 500 to 1,000 merit points. Su Yang nodded and asked which type of sample is worth more. Aurora pulled up a list. The most crucial organs of the insect race are worth the most. For example, the plasma cannon bug's cannon sac, the hunter's wings, the warrior bug's pincers, and so on. Su Yang suddenly understood. Got it. Then he suddenly thought of a question. But why haven't we taken samples after collecting so many insect corpses? Aurora replied expressionlessly, using the teleportation platform will damage biological activity. Live samples can only be recovered through physical means. Su Yang leaned back in the command chair, pondering for a moment. Alright, it seems I need to issue a special task and assign a dedicated team to handle this matter. Aurora reminded calmly, Commander, I must remind you that repeatedly collecting the same sample can also analyze the stability of the insect genes and their mutation direction, but it won't be very helpful. Therefore the merit points for repeated collections will significantly decrease. Su Yang was taken aback. He had initially thought of exploiting this loophole to farm merit points. Understood. Su Yang waved his hand and then redirected his gaze to the strategic map. On the screen, Fu Xiaoyi and Song Xiao had already landed on the ground. At this moment, Lei Jin and Dai Wenfeng were surrounded by a dozen jumping bugs, their defense line teetering on the brink. Dai Wenfeng's weapon seemed to have run out of ammunition and he was using cold weapons to block with numerous wounds on his body. The drop pod landed. The moment the hatch burst open, Fu Xiaoyi surged out like a tiger released from its cage, charging through the smoke. He swiftly dealt with the dozen bugs surrounding the two. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Su Yang was stunned watching through the monitoring screen. Fu Xiaoyi stood amidst the pile of insect corpses, shaking the blood off his hands. Then he lifted his head, looking into the distance. That direction was the position of the plasma cannon bugs. Su Yang saw Fu Xiaoyi wave at Lei Jin and Dai Wenfeng. The three exchanged a few words and then walked together toward the back of the insect swarm. Are they going to blow up the plasma cannon bugs? Su Yang leaned back in his chair, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is interesting. Fu Xiaoyi led his team to sneak behind the insect swarm. 3 plasma cannon bugs were charging up, their abdomens swelling like balloons filled with air as eerie blue energy surged within, ready to unleash a new wave of attack on Liang Hu's position. Liang Hu had already withdrawn his defenses twice. Another round of bombardment and the front line would collapse completely. It would be difficult to find such a defensible yet hard-to-attack terrain again. He glanced at today's recovery data. The biomass collected was less than 1.7 million. He was still nearly halfway from completing today's task. Collecting 50 million biomass within 20 days had never been an easy task. If the first day's quota couldn't be met, it would be even more hopeless going forward. Liang Hu leaned against the cover, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. At that moment, a familiar voice came through the communication channel, tinged with a hint of teasing. Ah, who are you about to collapse? Do you need me to help you take down those plasma cannon bugs? Liang Hu was taken aback at first, but then he was pleasantly surprised to find that the communication had been restored. Fu, did you take out the big mushroom that was interfering with the communication? Fu Xiaoyu's laughter came through the communicator. Aren't you asking a useless question? We're on our way to the plasma cannon bugs now, just hold on a little longer. Liang Hu's tense nerves finally relaxed a bit and the corners of his mouth lifted. Alright, I'll wait for your good news. On a low slope, Fu Xiaoyi and his companions were crouched behind a mound of earth that was neither too high nor too low. There were no higher vantage points nearby, so they could only call for supplies from here. The airdrop pod trailing a crimson tail flame descended from the sky and crashed behind the low slope. A hatch flung open and Leijin was the first to rush over, pulling out box after box of spare ammo for the recoilless rifle.
Dai Wenfang and Song Xiao also quickly reloaded their magazines, filling them with bullets.
Fu Xiaoyi lay on top of the slope, peering through the scope at the distant plasma cannon bugs. The 3 bugs were lined up, their abdomens swollen to the limit, their shells stretched to a translucent state with blue energy roiling inside like boiling lava. There was no time to wait any longer. Leijin, Fu Xiaoyi whispered, "Now's the time, blow it up." Leijin nodded, shouldering the recoilless rifle and kneeling on one knee on the low slope. The helmet's HUD automatically calculated the distance, wind speed and impact point, with the crosshair locking onto the swollen abdomen of the middle plasma cannon bug. His finger rested on the trigger. He held his breath. In the next moment, the abdomen of the plasma cannon bug began to contract as the eerie blue energy surged up its body, about to be fired. Leijin pulled the trigger. The rocket screamed out of the barrel, trailing a long tail of flame, carving a graceful arc through the gray-yellow sky, accurately striking the abdomen of the middle plasma cannon bug. Boom! The rocket detonated the immense energy contained within the bug's body. A blinding sphere of blue and white light suddenly expanded, unleashing a shockwave of superheated air.
The explosion's shockwave spread outwards, toppling the 2 nearby plasma cannon bugs.
The chain reaction triggered by the explosion affected the energy inside them, causing their abdomens to burst one after another.
The superheated plasma lost its confinement, bursting forth like a flood, breaking through a dam, splattering onto the plasma cannon bugs on either side. While their abdomens could form magnetic fields to contain the plasma, their exoskeletons could not withstand the scorching heat. Just like a human stomach can tolerate stomach acid, but the skin cannot. The moment the plasma made contact with the insect shell, it burned through, melted and vaporized like paper. The 3 plasma cannon bugs were almost simultaneously engulfed by a blue sea of flames, leaving not even a shard of their shells behind. 8 kilometers away from the explosion's center, Fu Xiaoyi was about to shout retreat when the shockwave hit. A visible circular wave of air spread out from the center of the explosion, carrying the blue glow of ionized high temperatures. Fu Xiaoyi was knocked to the ground by the wave. The shock absorption system of his exoskeleton armor prevented injury, but in that moment he felt as though his head had been struck by something. Then a large chunk of memories that did not belong to him was forcefully shoved into his mind. The images were blurry, as if seen through thick frosted glass. The figure did not resemble a human but looked more like an insect. However, its size and silhouette were unlike any insectoid species he had ever encountered. The figure was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Then a voice that seemed unearthly and not biological rang directly in his mind. "What are you?" Before Fu Xiaoyi could respond, the image shattered. A Fu. A Fu. Dai Wenfang's voice came from a distance, growing closer. A hand reached out, pulling him up from the ground. "Are you all right?" Dai Wenfang was covered in dust, a crack running through the reinforced glass of his helmet. Fu Xiaoyi shook his head and retorted, "Did you see anything just now?" "What did you see?" Dai Wenfang asked, puzzled. Fu Xiaoyi fell silent. Could it be that the image was only visible to him? He paused, suppressing his doubts, and shook his head. "It's nothing. We need to hurry and regroup with Liang Hu before the swarm comes after us." A few nodded, gathered their gear, and quickly walked towards Liang Hu's defensive line. On the battleship, Su Yang stared at the resource recovery progress bar on the holographic screen, his brows furrowing deeper. Biomass 1. 7 million units, showing good growth momentum. Metal material less than 200,000. There was still a long way to go to meet today's task target. Su Yang switched to the live stream of the mining team in the tunnels. He found that the few people in the live stream were still mining leisurely, their efficiency shockingly low. "Don't blame me, after all, task progress is critical." He turned to Aurora, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't blame me, after all, task progress is critical." He turned to Aurora, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Let's announce the location of the ore deposit. With just a few of them, it would definitely be too late to gather that much metal material." Aurora's eyes flashed with a string of data. Confirm announcement. Once the ore deposit information is made public, all players will receive the coordinates. Confirm. Aurora's finger swiped lightly. Moments later, a golden notification popped up simultaneously on the HUDs of all online players. System announcement: the coordinates of the metal ore deposit have been updated on the strategic map. Please teams, plan your collection routes wisely.
The few people in the livestream who were mining in the tunnels saw this notification and stopped their actions. Chunbai raised her arm and opened the strategic map. The coordinates of the ore deposit displayed there were precisely where they were currently located. "We're done for," said Dui Hanyue, her voice trembling. "We can't hoard it all for ourselves." Chunbai instead smiled, brushing the dust off her hands. "It doesn't matter, it was bound to be discovered sooner or later. Even if we have been mining for so long, we still made a profit," said the young tomato, albeit reluctantly nodding her head. Su Yang watched the rapidly moving green dots on the holographic screen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now that's more like it." Su Yang leaned back in the command chair, gazing at the steadily rising resource reserves displayed on the holographic screen, leisurely sipping from a bottle of colorless drink. Aurora mentioned that this substance is called World Tree Dilution Liquid, which can significantly enhance various human abilities and extend lifespan. However, Su Yang currently only felt the invigorating effect similar to that of coffee, so he treated it as coffee. "By the way," he turned to Aurora, "can we watch live streams or TV channels from Blue Star here?" Yes, Aurora nodded. After the last high-power scanner scanned Blue Star, all information from Blue Star is essentially transparent here. Su Yang's eyes brightened and he straightened up in his chair. "I want to watch the live stream from Central Mother. If I remember correctly, today is the day for the broad-spectrum disease cure to be presented to the public." Aurora waved her hand and the holographic screen lit up, switching to the news channel from Blue Star. In the live broadcast, the host announced the eagerly awaited news in a calm and gentle tone. "Recently, the broad-spectrum disease cure developed by our country has officially been approved for market release. This medication can cure all diseases caused by non-physical injuries, including various viral and bacterial infections, as well as autoimmune diseases and various cancers. The first batch of medication will be prioritized for critically ill patients. Meanwhile, all citizens can queue for free injections at major tertiary hospitals with their ID cards, with no fees for the first injection." The National Health and Wellness Department stated that this move aims to maximize the protection of people's lives and health and urged citizens to proceed in an orderly manner. Now please see the detailed report. The scene shifted to frontline reporters interviewing academician Lin. Reporter Wang Bing held up a microphone, his tone betraying his excitement. "Academician Lin, could you introduce the principle of this miraculous medication?" Academician Lin stood in front of the camera, looking sprightly and speaking in a booming voice completely unrecognizable from just a while ago when he was lying in a hospital bed waiting to die. "This treatment is based on advanced gene targeting and immune remodeling technology capable of precisely identifying and eliminating almost all pathological factors in the body except for physical trauma. Whether it be viral, bacterial, or fungal infections, or various benign and malignant tumors, complete cures can be achieved." Su Yang stared at Academician Lin on the screen, momentarily stunned. Wasn't this person reported to be in the late stages of cancer before? He has been saved. He is a living advertisement. Just as Su Yang's smile was about to form, his gaze swept to the barrage area in the live broadcast and his smile froze. The barrage rolled rapidly, but the content was increasingly unsettling. Although there were cheers and congratulations, "Our mother is amazing. Thank you, country. My dad is saved. No regrets entering Huaxia in this life. I will still be a Huagua person in the next life." However, more were overwhelming doubts and insults. "I'm a netizen from the northern continent. My dad showed severe withdrawal symptoms the day after injecting this medication. I know the inside story. They just injected painkillers which are addictive. There's no such miraculous medicine. They are treating you as guinea pigs. Don't go. Insider news: this drug has significant side effects and is highly addictive. Western developed countries haven't figured it out. Why should you? Hee, the Qing dynasty is coming back." Su Yang's brows furrowed deeper. This trend is not right. Is there actually a water army in Central Mother's livestream? Moreover, the phrases are all uniformly pointing towards addiction and withdrawal symptoms. Isn't this blatantly implying that the country's new drug is a narcotic? How can he tolerate this? Aurora. He turned his head, his voice lowered. "Can we trace the source of those barrages?" Aurora waved her hand, projecting a model of a blue star sphere in the air with dense streams of data flickering on its surface. "We traced a large amount of data coming from Huagua Taishing, the United States of Mohami, and Indigas, New Delhi." Su Yang clicked his tongue irritably. "These damn bastards just won't stop." He clenched his fists. "Can we attack these server nodes?" Aurora replied calmly, setting aside permissions. "High-power scanning can only obtain information, it cannot conduct information attacks." Su Yang sighed. Unable to attack, he could only watch helplessly. "Fine." He stood up. "Help me connect to General Li. I need to discuss this matter with him right now." Meanwhile on Blue Star in the highest conference room of Huagua, voices were rising and falling, almost threatening to blow the ceiling off. Foreign Affairs Officer Gung Shuang rubbed his temples, looking utterly helpless. Clearly this is a tremendous good thing. How did it end up like this? Why didn't you inform us in advance about such a significant move? Now all foreign journalists are chasing after this matter and I have no preparation at all. How should I respond now? Old Hong, who had a bad temper, slammed the table directly. This is our domestic affair and belongs to internal politics. Do you have to answer everything they ask? How are you serving as a foreign affairs officer? Academician Lin raised his hand to advise Old Hong. This time we indeed overlooked the international impact. The emergence of this medication will undoubtedly have a huge impact on the global pharmaceutical market. Old Tang pushed up his glasses and snorted coldly. Pharmaceutical market. Just listen to yourself. Is it appropriate for something that saves lives to be commercialized? The profits are all off the lives of people. If it impacts, then let it impact. What's the big deal? Old Zhang calmly shook his head and analyzed. In the eyes of Western countries, lives can be openly priced. The emergence of this medication directly cuts off their lifeline. Their panic is completely normal. So what do you suggest we do? Old Hong's voice grew louder again. Now the comments sections of major news platforms are almost inundated. The damage to our credibility is not the most serious. The most irretrievable issue is that patients who are scared by the comments dare not seek treatment. Old Tang, however, disagreed with Old Zhang's analysis, raising his voice. I think you are overthinking. Desperate patients tend to seek help blindly, you know. This is the last straw for patients. They will surely grasp it. Instead, our credibility is the one that is. He didn't finish his sentence as Elder Jiang at the head table lightly tapped his knuckles on the table. Tap tap tap. The meeting room fell silent. Elder Jiang turned to Li Zhonghua. General Li, is there any response plan from Su Yang, or I mean his assistant? Li Zhonghua was taken aback for a moment. Right. Su Yang, although just a high school student, has a ship spirit that is a core product of a high-level civilization. He whispered, how about I go contact them now? Elder Jiang was about to nod. Suddenly the projection screen in the meeting room automatically descended. Li Zhonghua was initially stunned, then smiled. He knew that this maneuver must have been initiated by Su Yang. Elder Jiang also instantly realized this and immediately dismissed everyone who was unaware of the core secrets of the Great Wall Project. The projection screen completely descended and the projector automatically lit up. In the image, Su Yang was seated in the command chair of the captain's room. He saw the familiar faces that appeared on the news broadcasts in the conference room, making his heart race. He instinctively stood up and gave a steady salute to the crowd. The Elder Jiang at the main seat slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Su Yang sit down, but in his nervousness he accidentally stepped on the wheel of the command chair. If the wheel hadn't been locked, he might have ended up sitting on the floor. He steadied himself and took a deep breath. Facing so many high-ranking officials from Huagua for the first time, it was impossible for a high school student like him not to feel anxious. The heavy atmosphere in the conference room felt like it could penetrate the screen, adding to his already tense feeling. Strangely, however, no one urged him to speak. Elder Hong did not pound the table, Elder Tang did not adjust his glasses, and Elder Zhang did not shake his head. They simply observed Su Yang on the screen with respectful gazes. This feeling of being watched by the country's higher-ups made Su Yang even more uncomfortable. He racked his brain trying to figure out how to begin. Elder Jiang at the main seat was the first to break the awkward silence. Comrade Su Yang, his voice was aged yet steady and powerful, we are very grateful for your contributions to Huagua and all of humanity. Your initiative to contact us indicates that you should have grasped the current situation right. Su Yang snapped back to reality and nodded heavily. Yes. I accessed information about Blue Star through the equipment on the battleship and learned about the public relations war initiated by foreign internet forces after the new drug was announced. Elder Jiang nodded. Very well. We are currently discussing how to respond to this. Do you have any good suggestions? Su Yang frowned and lowered his head in thought. The impatient Elder Hong could no longer hold back and said, Old Jiang, are you serious? You want a high school student to give suggestions on such matters? If it were up to me, I would simply shut down all comments and bullet screens on major platforms and be done with it. Elder Zhang disagreed. What good would that do? If we close the comments and bullet screens, won't they just go to the forums and social media? Moreover, by closing off their channels of expression, they would have even more reason to spread rumors that we are afraid. Elder Tang adjusted his glasses and proposed another plan. How about we organize a live broadcast? We can directly show the process of cancer patients receiving the drug across the nation. Elder Zhang still shook his head. That won't work. With AI technology being so advanced now, they would have every reason to claim our live broadcast is fake. Furthermore, don't you realize that this method falls into the trap of self-justification? Elder Hong slammed the table. If this won't work and that won't work, then you tell us a feasible method. What uses it to just raise problems? Seeing that several people were bickering again, Elder Jiang lightly tapped the table with his knuckles. Tap tap tap.
You all need to clarify what the main contradiction is right now. Main contradiction. Hearing this phrase was like a sudden illumination for Su Yang, and his eyes brightened. He raised his head, his voice louder than before. I have a way to make the foreign internet forces stop attacking. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Su Yang, still looking down, continued to think aloud. Yes, Elder Jiang is right. We have not grasped the main contradiction just now. All our discussions have been superficial and cannot fundamentally solve the problem. The others began to contemplate. Su Yang did not stop continuing. The main contradiction now is not that we did not prepare a diplomatic statement in advance, nor is it that the new drug has been slandered and attacked. But rather, he raised his head, scanning the faces in the conference room. The universal drug we announced will fundamentally destroy the customer base of all pharmaceutical companies worldwide. There was a moment of silence in the conference room. Elder John's lips curled up slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Su Yang was oblivious to this, continuing to make them stop attacking. We must satisfy their core demand, which is to ensure their interests. Only then might they relent. Elder Hong snorted. Humph, I thought you had some great insight. Ensuring their interests. Are you suggesting we hand over the formula for the cure to those scoundrels? Not a chance. Su Yang was interrupted and taken aback. He looked up at Elder Hong. Although he had heard that this elder had the worst temper among the national senior officials today, he witnessed it firsthand. He was not angry, he merely shook his head slightly. Elder Hong, you misunderstood. I am not suggesting we give them the formula or sell them the finished product. He deliberately paused, emphasizing his tone. Moreover, do you really think they want to buy this drug? Elder Hong was taken aback, frowning. Of course they want it. If they did not want a piece of the pie, why would they attack and slander us so fiercely? At this moment, Elder Zhang, sitting beside him, adjusted his glasses and the reflection flashed. Not quite. His voice was calm and assured. They absolutely do not want this drug. Elder Hong looked at him in confusion. Elder Zhang analyzed slowly. From past experiences, it is evident that Western countries treat addictive drugs as cold medicine and painkillers to sell, aiming to create repeat customers. This one-time deal with a single injection, no more problems. No matter how high the profit, they are simply not interested. Exactly. Su Yang said excitedly, raising his voice. That's exactly what I mean. As expected of Elder Zhang, hitting the nail on the head. Elder Zhang nodded and smiled at him, continuing, therefore the core contradiction is, as long as we guarantee that this drug will not flow abroad by any means, ensuring their basic market will not be destroyed. That will suffice. Elder Tang raised a question, but if that's the case, won't they also lose the Huagua market? Elder Zhang shook his head. Huagua's drug import approval has always been the strictest in the world. Although Huagua has a large population, the money they make in Huagua every year is quite limited. They won't be too heartbroken about it. At this moment, Su Yang raised his hand again. Why don't we use this point to make some extra profit? Everyone looked at Su Yang with puzzled expressions. Extra profit from this? Not losing money to them would already be good enough. How could we still make a profit? Su Yang said leisurely, since they are afraid of this drug flowing abroad, let's sell it openly. The people in the conference room frowned simultaneously. Elder Hong was about to slam the table, but Su Yang raised 5 fingers. Every year 50 trillion. The conference room fell silent. Which company dares to refuse? We will dump the universal drug into whichever country they are in. We will target their foundational market and crush it until they go bankrupt. Su Yang's voice was not loud, but each word hammered down like nails on the table. To survive, I believe they will comply. After saying this, he revealed a confident yet somewhat ruthless smile to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. Elder Jiang at the main seat looked at Su Yang with more appreciation and respect in his eyes. This young lad, seemingly delicate and inexperienced, how did he come up with such a cunning and ruthless strategy? During a meeting held by Jiang Lao and the high-ranking officials of Huagua, an urgent meeting was also taking place in a luxuriously decorated conference room on the other side of the ocean. Heavy curtains blocked out the light from the outside.
Around the long rectangular conference table sat a dozen individuals, each worth trillions, controlling pharmaceutical companies that together held half of the global drug market. Leslie sat at the head of the table, his gaze coldly sweeping over everyone present. He was the actual controller behind the global pharmaceutical giant Lilly, with annual sales of diabetes medications comparable to the GDP of a small country.
This time we are not competitors with each other. His voice was low, as if squeezed from deep in his throat. We are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. He paused, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. I have already verified with the intelligence agency, and our informants in Huagua confirmed that they have indeed produced a universal remedy. Jonathan beside him was puffing on a cigar, exhaling a thick white cloud of smoke, his face full of disdain. He was the actual controller of Chaosen, whose cancer drugs had dominated the global market for many years.
So what?
He shrugged. If they have the guts, they should make the formula public. From what I know about the Huagua people, they would never do something so self-destructive. Sam has interjected with a strong curry-accented English, shaking his head. I think you are all overreacting. With our imitation technology, we can easily add some ingredients to the universal remedy and sell it.
He was a core family member of the largest generic drug company in Intega Juyang Pharmaceuticals and was well versed in the art of imitation of Western medicines.
Albert, the actual controller of the Huerue group, scoffed coldly. If you want to hang yourself, don't drag us into it. Even if you add ingredients, it will still be a universal remedy. Do you want us all to become international drug lords? What a brainless fool. Sam's face turned crimson, but he opened his mouth and couldn't find a retort.
Leslie stood up, placing his hands on the table, his voice as cold as ice shards.
All right. Anyway, we have already taken over the comment sections of major online platforms in Huagua. Next, as long as we bribe the import inspection guys, we will be temporarily safe. He paused, his gaze landing on Samhaz. As for political donations, Samaz, is it too much to ask you to cover half? Samaz slammed the table and shouted in thick curry-accented English, why should I?
What does your American drug import and export have to do with me?
I won't spend a single cent.
As he spoke, he shook his head vigorously as if he wouldn't speak unless he did so. His wording was intense, but the comical accent and the shaking head made many present laugh out loud.
Only Leslie did not laugh.
He stared at Samaz, his tone leaving no room for negotiation.
If that's the case, don't expect to obtain any imitation authorization for any of Lilly's drugs in the future. Albert agreed. Yes, over the years Lilly, along with our Huerue and Chaosen, have provided you with so many benefits. Now that we ask you to exert some effort, what's wrong? Samhaz's face turned the color of pig liver, looking just like an enraged monkey.
He opened his mouth but found no reason to retort. At that moment, the heavy wooden door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. An assistant stumbled and pale-faced, his voice trembling. Mr.
Leslie. Something bad has happened. You need to quickly look at the news from Huagua.
Leslie wanted to angrily chastise the uncouth assistant, but seeing the urgency in his expression, he suppressed his anger. He picked up the remote control, turned on the conference room's internet television, and switched to Huagua's official live broadcast channel. On the screen, Foreign Affairs official Geng Shuang was standing at the podium, looking serious with a powerful tone. Recently, certain Western pharmaceutical companies have been spreading false statements about Huagua's research and development of the ultra-broad-spectrum disease cure, attempting to smear this significant medical achievement that benefits all humanity.
Huagua expresses strong dissatisfaction and resolute opposition to this. Geng Shuang paused, surveying the journalists in the audience.
To maintain fairness and justice, and given that the relevant companies have long monopolized the global drug market and profited exorbitantly, the Chinese side now proposes the following resolution: immediately cease the dissemination of related false statements, and the relevant pharmaceutical companies must pay a technical cooperation fund of 50 trillion renminbi annually to support global public health efforts.
The air in the conference room froze.
If you refuse to comply, Geng Shuang's voice suddenly rose, the Chinese side will, in the spirit of humanitarianism and international humanistic concern, immediately initiate a free global airdrop plan for the cure.
This will allow patients worldwide, regardless of wealth, to have the opportunity for complete recovery.
The screen froze. In the conference room, an eerie silence prevailed.
The pharmaceutical moguls present were all wide-eyed with fear, their bodies stiff as if they had been turned into zombies with talismans.
Ash fell from Jonathan's fingers onto his expensive suit pants, and he was oblivious. Albert's mouth was slightly open, a cigarette hanging at the corner of his mouth, the ash having burned for quite a long time.
Sweat dripped down Samhaz's cheeks. 50 trillion.
This was not a negotiation, not a bargain, but an ultimatum.
A free global airdrop was tantamount to dropping a nuclear bomb directly into their foundational market.
Leslie was the first to react. He grabbed a crystal ashtray beside him and smashed it violently against the conference room's large television. With a loud bang, the screen shattered and fragments flew everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot, letting out a roar that was not human. What kind of joke is this?
Global airdrop. For free.
Has Huagua gone mad? They intend to uproot us all.
Sanas slumped helplessly to the floor like a stray dog with a broken spine.
He muttered in Intega, his voice filled only with despair. It's over.
Everything is over.
We're right next to Huagua, and once they start the airdrop, we'll be the first to be done for. Albert suddenly stood up, slamming his palm on the table, spitting as he spoke. Leslie, it's all your fault. What were you thinking, provoking them with online armies to smear us? Originally they were only using it for their people within Huagua and had never considered us. If it weren't for you insisting on drawing their attention, how could things have come to this? Jonathan slammed the table, shouting angrily, enough.
Is it time to shift blame now? His outburst silenced everyone. Jonathan took a few deep breaths before barely regaining his composure.
His voice was low, carrying a sense of helplessness.
It's useless to say anything now. But we still have time.
The 50 trillion protection fee, as long as we pay it, we will have a year to increase our investments in other industries. He scanned the gathering. The pharmaceutical field is already finished. This industry will disappear from Blue Star. Whether you want to find ways to transition now or stay and continue the mudslinging, it's up to you. After saying this, he hung his head and walked out of the conference room.
His back looked like a defeated rooster, knowing that when he got home he would be castrated, utterly disheveled, utterly desolate.
Behind him, the conference room fell into dead silence. Only Leslie remained seated, staring at the shattered snowflakes on the screen, his gaze hollow.
5 days after the announcement of the super broad-spectrum cure for diseases, Lubin arrived at the hospital to take his father home.
After completing the discharge formalities, he pushed open the door to the ward and saw his father already dressed, sitting on the edge of the bed waiting. Seeing him come in, his father stood up by himself, his back straight and complexion rosy. Lubin instinctively moved forward to assist him, but just as he reached out, his father shrugged him off.
The old man laughed and scolded, "You brat, I'm no longer that sickly cancer patient."
He opened his arms, showcasing his newly donned casual clothes, even playfully spinning around. "Look at me, I can run and jump, eat and sleep. My physique is far better than yours, you overworked night owl."
Lubin's mother, who was tidying up, interjected, "You should keep quiet for a bit.
Your son has been optimized out by the company, now it's hard even to work overtime." Lubin's father paused and turned to his son. "You've been fired."
"How come I didn't know about this?" Lubin rolled his eyes. "You were in the ICU unconscious for over 10 hours a day."
"Where could I tell you that?"
"Well, I must have been awake sometimes." Lubin's mother chimed in, "I asked him to keep it from you. The doctor said you shouldn't be stimulated."
As they continued chatting, they made their way down to the hospital parking lot.
Lubin's father looked around puzzled and asked, "Why are we going to the parking lot?"
"You didn't call that Zhengshi kid over, did you?"
"I've told you not to trouble him." Lubin just smiled and said nothing. He walked up to a brand new Wanjie M9, pressed the key, and the taillights flashed twice. The trunk slowly opened. Lubin's father frowned. "The hospital isn't far from home, we could just take a taxi."
"Why rent a car?"
Lubin's mother explained with a smile, "This car was bought outright by Xiaobin." Lubin's father widened his eyes, examining the shiny new SUV, incredulously raising his voice. "Bought it? You got fired, where did you get the money? The compensation can't be that much.
This car costs at least 600,000. Lubin puffed out his chest, his tone somewhat proud. "It's 618,000 including insurance and registration."
Lubin's father looked even more serious. He asked in a deep voice, "You brat, honestly tell me, where did you get the money?" "Dad, just get in the car first. I'll explain everything on the way back."
But Lubin's father stubbornly refused to get in the car, standing firm and saying harshly, "I'm not getting in. If this car was bought with some unknown source of money, I won't accept it."
Lubin also got angry. "Dad, I promise this car was bought with my hard-earned money. Can you just get in the car, please?" Several people in the parking lot were already looking over. Lubin's mother felt embarrassed, half pulling and half shoving the old man into the passenger seat.
Lubin started the car and drove out of the parking lot. On the way home, he slowly began to speak.
"Dad, I've been playing a game recently."
Before he could finish, his father immediately interrupted, "You got fired and still don't look for a job, just playing games all day, wasting your life."
Dad, can you let me finish?
Lubin sighed and waited until his father stopped talking before continuing. It was introduced to me by brother Zhang. In that game there's a rich guy who's been buying game currency. It's selling for 60,000 each now.
This is what I earned by grinding with brother Zhang.
His father looked at him suspiciously. You aren't involved in any gambling schemes, are you? Lubin nearly rolled his eyes to the back of his head.
Of course not. Didn't you see the news before?
Like that game World of Warcraft or Journey to the West, where a piece of equipment sells for hundreds of thousands. You even told me back then that if I was going to play I should play those kinds of games. His father squinted, seemingly recalling.
I think I've seen similar news. So the game you're playing is like that? Lubin nodded. Pretty much. Just know that the money I made comes from the game. Not just this car, even the ICU hospitalization fees you owed before were earned from this game. He paused for a moment and added, if it weren't for this game you would have been transferred from the ICU to a regular ward long ago, and in that case. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood his point. If that were the case, without the powerful advanced medical equipment keeping him alive, Lubin's father would not have survived long enough to see the arrival of the super broad-spectrum cure. Indeed, Lubin was that friend with the game ID Sangshan Yujing Mingwei Kong who was known as the Young Tomato. Finally, Lubin's father nodded with a relieved expression, sighing, "How the country is getting better day by day. Even playing games can make money now. However, you mustn't spend all your time playing games at home. You still need to go to work when you should."
Lubin chuckled bitterly.
Dad, do you think I don't want to? I've sent out hundreds of resumes and not even a single response. Now it's a wave of closures. It's not easy to find a job.
Seeing that his father didn't refute him, he continued, "You always say the country is getting better day by day, but our lives as ordinary citizens haven't really improved.
Now it's even harder to find a stable job. You think the country is getting better because you're from the generation that reaped the benefits. And our generation has to start paying off debts." Lubin's father slammed the headrest of the driver's seat angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? If it weren't for the country, could my illness be cured? If it weren't for the country, could you earn money playing games now?" Lubin's mother quickly intervened. "Old Lu, you've just recovered. Don't get too agitated. Our son is just complaining a bit. He didn't say anything serious." Lubin's father sighed and said earnestly, "Xiaobin, the root of your discontent isn't here, it's across the ocean." Lubin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Got it, Dad. And besides, isn't our life getting better? I was just complaining a bit." His father laughed and scolded, "What do you have to complain about? You've made money, bought a car, and am out of the hospital. What more could you want?"
"I'm not satisfied with our current house. Once I earn more, I will definitely get a bigger one to take care of you."
"Ha ha ha, great. I'm looking forward to it."
At this moment, the atmosphere in the car was cheerful and harmonious. Outside the car window, the sun was shining beautifully.
At the same time,
on the battleship, Fu Xiaoyi stood in front of the holographic screen in the captain's room, engaged in a cross-galaxy video call. Li Zhonghua looked at Fu Xiaoyi with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Fu Xiaoyi, Liang, who has already reported your situation to me.
Are you sure you want to return to the army in this state?"
Fu Xiaoyi nodded heavily without hesitation and declared loudly, "If there is a battle, I will return when called."
Li Zhonghua smirked slightly and said, "Very well, then just sign this document."
A document titled Great Wall Project Confidentiality Agreement automatically popped up on Fu Xiaoyi's HUD. The document displayed slowly, allowing free control over the lines and details to be viewed. However, Fu Xiaoyi barely glanced at it before scrolling straight to the bottom to sign. Li Zhonghua reminded him, "Fu Xiaoyi, you must understand that this document holds legal validity in both Blue Star and any corner of the universe.
You need to think it through." Fu Xiaoyi's lips curled up slightly, then he gracefully signed his name. Li Zhonghua watched Fu Xiaoyi sign the document with such decisive speed that the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. The signature sprawled across the page in bold, unrestrained strokes, its final flourish even spilling beyond the designated line, revealing not a trace of hesitation in the signer's heart.
"Welcome back to the team, Fu Xiaoyi," Li Zhonghua said, his voice calm and authoritative. He paused briefly before adding, "And welcome aboard the Great Wall Project." Fu Xiaoyi snapped to attention, heels clicking sharply together, then rendered a crisp, unwavering military salute toward Li Zhonghua.
Li Zhonghua returned it with equal precision and solemnity. Once the salute concluded, Li Zhonghua picked up his thermos, unscrewed the lid, and was about to end the transmission, conserving energy for Su Yang's warship.
Meanwhile, Su Yan leaned back in his command chair and squeezed the last tube of nutrient paste into his mouth, chewing vigorously as his cheeks swelled.
At that very moment, Fu Xiaoyi spoke.
General Li, I request psychological intervention.
Su Yang froze mid-chew, nearly choking.
He stared at Fu Xiaoyi, certain he had misheard.
Li Zhongguo's hand stilled over the thermos lid. He lifted his gaze, brows knotted into a deep furrow, his eyes locking onto Fu Xiaoyi with grave intensity. Fu Xiaoyi, what specific issue compels you to seek psychological intervention?
Fu Xiaoyi lowered his head slightly as if gathering his thoughts. After a moment he raised it again, his expression composed, his eyes steady.
During a recent mission I experienced a hallucination. A hallucination.
Li Zhongguo repeated, his tone both confirming and laced with quiet concern. Fu Xiaoyi's voice lacked conviction, as though recounting something even he found hard to believe. I saw the spectral form of a sun, of a xenomorph.
He paused. It asked me, what are you?
Li Zhongguo leaned forward slightly, his gaze unblinking.
Have you ever experienced such hallucinations before?
Never, Fu Xiaoyi replied firmly, shaking his head without hesitation.
Not even during the darkest phase of my suicidal ideation, not a single hallucination. Most critically, both Li Zhongguo and Su Yang fixed their attention on him. Fu Xiaoyi drew a slow deep breath. I've been dreaming. What kind of dream? Fu Xiaoyi's gaze dipped for an instant, as if sifting through unpleasant memories, then lifted once more. I dreamt I was slaughtering insects. His voice dropped low. But my hands were not human arms, they were chitinous pincers. I dreamt of swarms, endless suffocating waves of insects locked in brutal combat.
His tone grew heavier. Their viscous fluids splattered across my face, warm, pulsing, alive. I could smell their acrid stench, the same metallic organic reek I'd inhaled on the battlefield. A hush fell over the bridge chamber. Li Zhongguo and Su Yang exchanged incredulous glances. In that silence a shared thought flashed between them: could Fu Xiaoyi be suffering from PTSD? Yet almost instantly both dismissed it. Li Zhongguo knew Fu Xiaoyi well, knew him to be a warrior unshaken by heaven or earth. Noble perhaps to call him fearless, brutally honest to call him reckless. Even if he truly bore the scars of trauma, his deepest nightmare would surely be landmines, or the detonation that shattered his body, not insects. Su Yang meanwhile trusted Aurora implicitly. He had long confirmed with her that no matter how grievous the injury or how harrowing the death endured by a synthetic body, once the neural link severed, those emotions could never migrate back into the original biological form. Yet Fu Xiaoyi dreamed of insects while sleeping, meaning this was unequivocally not PTSD. Perhaps merely the subconscious echoing excessive exposure. A case of what one sees by day one dreams by night. Yet Fu Xiaoyi dreamed of insects while sleeping, meaning this was unequivocally not PTSD. Perhaps merely the subconscious echoing excessive exposure. A case of what one sees by day one. After a measured pause, Li Zhongguo verified, so you began dreaming of insects only after experiencing that hallucination? Yes, Fu Xiaoyi affirmed. Though the dream's imagery has grown increasingly hazy, and yesterday I may not have dreamed it at all, I sensed something deeply anomalous. Hence my request for psychological intervention. Li Zhongguo fell silent, contemplating the possibility that this might involve xenomorphic capabilities warranting urgent scrutiny. If these creatures could release spores capable of disrupting quantum communications, might they also possess some means of infiltrating the human psyche? The notion pierced his mind like a shard, impossible to dislodge. Yet with only fragmented testimony from Fu Xiaoyi, deduction was futile, investigation impossible. And should a psychologist become involved, any leak from the treatment file would jeopardize the entire Great Wall project, too great a risk to bear. Just as Li Zhongguo weighed his decision, prepared to decline Fu Xiaoyi's request, Fu Xiaoyi spoke first, uttering words that stunned them both. This place, this is the real world, 56 light-years from Blue Planet, isn't it? The moment he spoke, Li Zhongguo and Su Yang stared at him dumbfounded. Slowly Fu Xiaoyi raised his right hand and pointed directly at Su Yang. And he, this man who has posed as a quest-giving NPC, really is a high school student from Blue Planet, correct? Su Yang could no longer contain himself. How did you figure it out? A faint knowing smile curled Fu Xiaoyi's lips. Do you know what? You're a terrible actor. Your gestures, your mannerisms, even the exaggerated game NPC cadence you adopt when assigning missions, it's all too deliberate, too self-conscious. Su Yang awkwardly scratched his cheek with his index finger. So much for gratitude, Fu Xiaoyi, borrowing my interstellar comms just to dismantle my cover. Had General Li not insisted on keeping the Great Wall Project's classified documents off-planet for security reasons, I wouldn't have wasted precious shipboard energy letting you sign that agreement aboard the warship. Moreover, Fu Xiaoyi continued, I lack formal education, unlike Liang Hu and others whose minds remain bound by conventional scientific paradigms. Compared to them, I'm far more open to the existence of forces beyond natural law. Li Zhonghua frowned. This self-deprecation felt contrived. In truth, Fu Xiaoyi possessed extraordinary perceptiveness. Fu Xiaoyi spoke calmly. So generally, if given that I now know the truth you still deem psychological intervention unnecessary, I have no objection. Li Zhonghua needed only 2 seconds to decide. Fu Xiaoyi, since you've already deduced the truth, you must understand what you witnessed was almost certainly not a hallucination, and thus psychological intervention is unwarranted.
Fu Xiaoyi nodded.
He had received the answer he sought. But Li Zhonghua wasn't finished. However, we must determine exactly what you saw.
Su Yang gaped at Li Zhonghua. Surely not.
If this were xenomorphic mental control, wouldn't sending Fu Xiaoyi back into that state be tantamount to casting him into the fire?
Su Yang parted his lips intending to dissuade Li Zhonghua, yet the words caught in his throat and receded.
Though perhaps cruel to Fu Xiaoyi, the decision was necessary to contain the incident's spread and preempt any potential psionic infiltration capability the insectoid race might possess. And Fu Xiaoyi, currently the sole individual who had experienced that hallucination, was unquestionably the most suitable candidate.
Su Yang forcibly suppressed his inner impulse and remained silent.
After assigning the mission, Li Zhonghua signaled Su Yang to terminate the interstellar quantum link.
With a swift gesture across the console, Su Yang dimmed the luminous interface screen. Silence reasserted itself in the command chamber.
Fu Xiaoyi remained rooted in place, unmoving. He glanced at the now darkened screen, then turned his gaze toward Su Yang.
Any further orders for me?
Su Yang paused in silence, his fingers tapping twice softly against the armrest.
Do you have confidence in succeeding?
Fu Xiaoyi shook his head, direct, unhesitating.
None at all. To be frank, I still don't understand how that hallucination even manifested.
He paused as if sifting through fragmented memories. I don't know whether the trigger is tied to my past experiences.
If it is, then perhaps only I can unravel this mystery. Su Yang frowned. I've reviewed your file. If it truly stems from prior trauma, it's unlikely to be benign.
Fu Xiaoyi smiled, a wry irreverent grin, utterly unbothered.
Why wouldn't it be fortunate? How many people have lived through what I have? If the insectoids can influence, or only influence, individuals like me, then you needn't fear this hallucination spreading through the ranks.
Su Yang's brows twitched sharply.
He could offer no rebuttal.
If the insectoid psychic intrusion truly exploited psychological wounds sustained during catastrophic events, then among today's players such scars were exceedingly rare. Suddenly a crimson alert flared on Fu Xiaoyi's combat channel, the universal signal for urgent support.
He gave Su Yang a curt nod. I'll identify the origin of these hallucinations as swiftly as possible.
Ground forces require me, I must go.
Su Yang nodded, saying nothing.
Su Yang leaned back into his command chair, stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds, and then addressed the empty air.
What's your assessment? Aurora's holographic form shimmered into existence before him.
Su Yang leaned back into his command chair, stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds, and then addressed the empty air.
What's your assessment? Aurora's holographic form shimmered into existence before him. Frankly, I do not believe his hallucinations originate from insectoid psychic intrusion. Su Yang frowned. Why not? Aurora's tone carried an unshakable, almost instinctive certainty. The reason is simple.
Do you recall my earlier observation that humanity's mental barriers are denser, more resilient than those of the Moravian people?
Su Yang nodded. I remember. That very resilience is why we cannot directly synchronize human consciousness into synthetic bodies. Precisely. Aurora paused. Yet the insectoids cannot breach even the Moravians' mental defenses. Su Yang's frown deepened. He had believed he'd glimpsed a corner of the truth, only to find himself plunged once more into impenetrable fog. Still he pressed on. Could severe psychological trauma weaken one's mental barrier? Aurora shook her head, calm and unwavering. Those who survive cataclysmic ordeals develop ever stronger mental fortifications, unless... Su Yang leaned forward. Unless what? Aurora spoke expressionless. Unless they have already descended into madness, then their mental barrier collapses entirely, fracturing into chaos. Yet even such disordered minds would render insectoid intrusion futile, and potentially provoke a lethal backlash from that very chaos. Su Yang nodded slowly, as if grasping something profound, then confirmed. So in essence the insectoids would find it more difficult to invade Fu Xiaoyi's mind than anyone else's. Exactly. Aurora's voice remained serene.
Therefore I assert with absolute confidence the insectoids currently possess no capacity to infiltrate the mind of any Blue Earth human deployed to the surface unless... She paused, leaving the sentence suspended.
Unless what? Su Yang pressed. Aurora shook her head. No, nothing.
Su Yang stared at her, startled. It was the first time she had ever attempted to withhold information from him, even if her impassive face betrayed nothing.
Just as Su Yang opened his mouth to probe further, Aurora herself activated the command chamber door. Su Yang turned.
The livestream team entered in quick succession, each clutching a thermal containment case.
Dihan Urugwawan led the way, speaking rapidly. All because some idiotic planner leaked our mineral deposit coordinates. We're now reduced to harvesting insectoid kidneys just to earn contribution points. Neely Niao followed closely, nodding emphatically. Exactly. Compared to elite drop troops, we feel more like kidney harvesting sanitation crews. A vein pulsed visibly on Su Yang's forehead. So now they slandered him openly, not even bothering to lower their voices. Calling him an idiot right in front of him. With their abysmal resource recovery efficiency, when would they ever amass sufficient metallurgic mass for operational deployment?
Since the livestream team had not yet enrolled in the Great Wall Initiative, they remained ordinary players, unaware of the truth. Su Yang inhaled deeply, forcing a rigid perfunctory smile, the mask of an emotionless mission dispatcher.
Welcome back, he said, deliberately flattening his tone.
Nan Shihongshi laid the thermal case onto the control console. Commander, this is the scavenger beetle's gastric sac as specified in the mission briefing. Su Yang maintained his fixed smile and swiped twice across the console.
Corresponding contribution points have been credited, please verify receipt.
Nan Shihongshi turned to Song Shan Yujing Mingwei Kong behind him, clapping his shoulder with delight.
Excellent. Now you've accumulated enough points to upgrade your synth body.
I told you repeatedly, reserve some contribution points instead of converting them all into energy crystals for sale. Song Shan Yujing Mingwei Kong smiled gently, his eyes reflecting quiet, grounded sincerity. Family comes first, in reality. As for the game, slower upgrades don't matter. Su Yang kept his performative smile intact, estimating that this group had effectively abandoned all hope of claiming the top 3 recovery bonus and would instead self-fund their synth body upgrades.
But the moment Wang Xiaoju removed her helmet, Su Yang's artificial smile shattered completely.
That was no human face, it resembled a Picasso canvas violently smeared with thick oil paint, then savagely scraped and reworked dozens of times. Her left eye sat at least 2 centimeters higher than her right, her nasal bridge twisted sharply leftward, her lips curved like a flattened question mark. Her cheekbones appeared gnawed by dogs, her chin tapered to a needle-sharp point, fit to pry open bottles. Wang Xiaoju's visage evoked primordial deities, so grotesque it triggered an immediate visceral plunge in Su Yang's sanity reserves. Yet she proudly displayed her meticulously crafted masterpiece. You're the only one left who hasn't customized your avatar.
Generic templates are dull, look at mine. Doesn't it radiate individuality?
She tilted her head, presenting her lopsided abstract countenance, and leaned in closer.
Dihan Urugwawan stared intently at his own boots as though they held secrets worth a lifetime's study.
Neely Miao silently redirected her gaze upward, to the ceiling. Nen Shihongshi closed his eyes. Song Shan Yujing Mingwei Kong turned away, shoulders trembling faintly, whether from suppressed laughter or dread none could tell. Chunbai shut her eyes, reached out, seized Wang Xiaoju's helmet and slammed it back onto her head, tightening it with firm, decisive pressure.
Look what you've done, you've terrified our NPCs.
For the sake of their immersive experience, please keep your helmet on. Only then did the team notice Su Yang's wide-eyed stare, raw, unmasked terror etched across his features. Wang Xiaoju flushed, stuck out her tongue and shrank back slightly.
Well, this NPC really is intelligent.
The group filed out of the command chamber.
The door sealed shut behind them.
Su Yang stared at it, motionless, for a long silent moment.
He regretted granting them facial customization privileges.
As he massaged his temples, desperately trying to purge Wang Xiaoju's visage from his mind.
Commander. Aurora's voice carried an unprecedented urgency. Mass synth body fatalities detected on the surface. Liang, whose unit is being slaughtered. Display the battlefield feed. Aurora waved her hand and a real-time holographic projection of the battlefield shimmered into existence in midair. Su Yang glanced once, his pupils contracted sharply. Hundreds of ashen gray tendrils erupted from the ground, lashing wildly across Liang Hu's defensive line like frenzied vines. Some tendrils impaled synthetic soldiers like skewers, exoskeletal armor warped grotesquely under immense force, while dark red bodily fluids dripped steadily down their sinuous lengths. The first defensive line had completely collapsed.
Only scattered debris remained where the heavy machine gun emplacements once stood. Though several heavy machine guns appeared intact, living tendrils coiled like serpents across the surrounding earth, soldiers dared not approach. Gunfire screams and the shrieking torsion of metal merged into a single ear-splitting cacophony emanating from the holographic screen. Dai Wenfeng crouched low amid the chaos, rolling from one shell crater to another, his exosuit scarred with deep gashes and splattered with alien ichor. He spotted Lei Jin squatting behind a rocky outcrop, shouldering a recoilless rifle, its barrel swiveling aimlessly left and right. Lei Jin. Dai Wenfeng scrambled forward on hands and knees, ducking beside him.
Lei Jin's expression was more haggard than Dai Wenfeng had ever seen.
A hairline crack split his visor, sweat soaked his brow, his lips trembled.
"It's over," Lei Jin whispered, voice quavering. "All the heavy machine guns are gone."
Dai Wenfeng risked a glance toward the swarm's advance. Without suppressive fire, the black tide surged forward like a breached dam, crashing toward their position. Tendrils whipped across the earth, churning vast plumes of dust, shattering an already crumbling defense into irreparable fragments.
"How many rounds left?" Dai Wenfeng asked. Lei Jin's throat bobbed. "All spares expended.
1 round remains in the chamber."
Dai Wenfeng fell silent.
Lei Jin peered through the rifle's optical sight, first at the whipping tendrils suspended in midair, then at the surging horde. His finger hovered over the trigger, tensed, released, tensed again.
He truly did not know where to aim. Strike the tendrils.
They flicked like whips, impossible to track.
Strike the swarm. A single shell would vanish into that churning mass without even a ripple. He hesitated.
Damn it, if only Liang who were still alive, he'd never be here, rifle in hand, paralyzed by indecision. The Xenos seemed to know exactly who commanded the front lines, and struck him down the moment they emerged.
Without leadership, frontline units instantly fractured into isolated, uncoordinated pockets. No orders were issued.
No coordinated suppression fire organized.
Command devolved to each soldier alone.
Lei Jin stood frozen, cradling his unreleased recoilless rifle adrift in the maelstrom, uncertain whom or what to engage.
"I'll cover you," Dai Wenfeng's voice cut through gunfire and shrieks. "Fire at the ground where the tendrils emerge." Lei Jin snapped back to awareness.
Of course, the tendrils sprouted from the earth. No matter how wildly their tips thrashed, strike the root and surely they would shatter. Without hesitation, he dropped to one knee, leveled the rifle and aimed at the soft earth where the nearest tendril broke surface. The rocket streaked skyward, a blazing meteor trailing incandescent fire, before slamming into the soil.
Boom! Clods of earth-shattered stone and ruptured root systems exploded upward. As the smoke cleared, Lei Jin and Dai Wenfeng saw a wide section of the tendril's carapace blasted away. Dark green fluid gushed from the fissure and the limb convulsed violently, yet it did not sever. The fracture hadn't even spread halfway up its length, its base remained deeply anchored in the earth. Lei Jin's eyes widened in disbelief.
"Its shell is impossibly dense."
The words had barely left his mouth when a sharp whistle tore through the air above them. Dai Wenfeng jerked his head up, just in time to see a tendril whip down from the flank, hurling something like a trebuchet. A body crashed heavily at their feet, Song Xiao. A gaping wound pierced his abdomen, jagged shards of exoskeletal plating were embedded deep within the cavity. Deprived of the tendril support organs, lungs and heart, that should have occupied his thoracic cavity had slumped downward into his abdominal cavity, bulging grotesquely from the ragged aperture. Only the exosuit's dorsal plate, still fused to his lower torso, prevented his body from splitting cleanly in two. He drew several ragged breaths. No, not breaths. Spasms racked his chest uncontrollably. Dark red foam welled repeatedly from his mouth. Dai Wenfeng knelt, reaching for the wound, yet the instant his fingers brushed the fractured armor he knew there was no saving him. Song Zhao's gaze had gone distant, his lips fluttered soundlessly. Then his breathing ceased. Dai Wenfeng's eyes burned, he clenched his jaw. He rose, gripped Lei Jin's exosuit collar and yanked hard. "Fall back. Now. The formation is utterly shattered, we must survive. Wait for Captain's revival." Lei Jin didn't hesitate. He slung the recoilless rifle across his back and followed Dai Wenfeng into retreat. They'd taken barely a dozen steps when the ground trembled violently. A jolt shot up Lei Jin's legs, a primal searing warning that surged up his spine and exploded at the crown of his skull. Instinctively he hurled himself sideways. In the next heartbeat, a tendril thicker than his entire body erupted from the earth beneath his feet. The explosive force hurled clods of dirt and shrapnel skyward. The tendril grazed Lei Jin's chestplate, roaring upward like a thunderbolt. Lei Jin tumbled backward, stunned.
As if pinpointing him in that instant, the tendril paused midair, then descended with crushing unstoppable force.
Shadow swallowed him.
Legion stared upward as the colossal limb plummeted, teeth-gritted muscles straining. He rolled sideways with desperate final strength.
Crunch!
The tendril slammed into the earth, blasting soil in all directions and carving a crater over half a meter deep.
Dai Wenfeng sprinted back, seized Legian's neckplate handle and dragged him clear of the rim.
Legion wasted no time. He snatched up his rifle and emptied the magazine into the wound previously blasted by the recoilless round.
Bullets punched deep into the fissure, embedding themselves in flesh.
Dark green ichor spurted from each new perforation. The tendril recoiled in agony, writhed violently, and then retracted abruptly into the ground. Dai Wenfeng hauled Legion to the rear of the battlefield.
They lifted their heads, surveying the ruin. Tendrils everywhere. Hundreds erupting from every corner of the position.
Some swept across surviving strongpoints, others hunted down fleeing soldiers. They had no idea where these things came from or how to stop them. Dai Wenfeng caught his breath, grabbed a passing soldier and demanded answers.
The situation was worse than imagined.
Jaw clenched, he rose and led Legion toward a safer high ground at the rear. All they could do now was save as many lives as possible and escape before the swarm consumed them entirely.
This position was irrevocably lost.
If every soldier perished here, the biomass cost required for resurrection would be catastrophic.
So survival, however narrow, was imperative.
In the command chamber, Su Yang watched the holographic feat of utter chaos, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles blanched white.
Aurora, his voice was chillingly calm. Issue immediate evacuation orders. All players inside the position must withdraw now. Aurora nodded. Data streams flickered across her irises.
Moments later, an urgent mission alert, emergency evacuation, flashed simultaneously across every active player's HUD.
Su Yang stared at the screen, exhaling slowly.
His gaze shifted to the primary display, where a countdown pulsed relentlessly. Strategic mandate: 17 days, 9 hours, 43 minutes, 25 seconds.
Su Yang stared at the countdown, his pupils reflecting the continuously pulsating numbers. 17 days.
If he could not collect enough resources before the countdown ended, he would be unable to provide sufficient firepower cover for the engine recovery task. Due to the chain reaction, the assessment task failed and he was stripped of command authority, causing the entire Great Wall plan to collapse. He took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts, and asked Aurora, report the casualty numbers.
3,859. Aurora's tone was flat, and it's still increasing. Su Yang's fist tightened and then relaxed. What about Liang Hu? Has he been revived? He has been revived and is in the process of airdropping.
Su Yang glanced at the number of standby airdrop pods in the drop zone. Only 2,000 people could be airdropped at the same time.
With casualties exceeding 3,000, it meant that subsequent reinforcements could not make up for the gaps on the front lines.
Even if reinforcements reached the ground, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths against those tentacles. The most critical point was, if those damned tentacles could not be dealt with, sending more people would be meaningless.
Help me connect to Liang Hu's communication channel.
Half a second later, Liang Hu's voice came through the communicator, accompanied by the background noise of the airdrop pods falling. Commander, this is Liang Hu.
Su Yang stared at the overhead map of the battlefield, where the area was in chaos due to the tentacles.
Liang Hu, once you reach the ground, immediately regroup with the remaining soldiers and organize an evacuation.
Do not approach that position any further.
Liang Hu seemed taken aback. But Commander, our collection task for today.
If you keep dying, the cost of revival will exceed the biomass collected today.
Su Yang's voice was not loud, but each word hammered into the communication channel like nails. Evacuate that area, Liang Hu.
This is an order.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communication.
Received, Commander.
Su Yang cut off the communication, his gaze returning to the overhead map.
Aurora, can you analyze the weaknesses of those tentacles?
Aurora rarely showed a regretful expression, her brow slightly furrowed.
I'm sorry, Commander.
Without the analysis data from live samples in a biological laboratory, it is challenging for us to determine the weaknesses of the insectoid species with our current detection methods.
Su Yang did not respond.
He just stared intently at the chaotic battlefield.
Silence lasted for nearly half a minute.
Bring up the three-dimensional structure diagram of the small insect nest.
Su Yang suddenly spoke. I suspect those tentacles extend from the insect nest.
Aurora swiped her finger, overlaying the three-dimensional structure of the nest with the battlefield map.
Su Yang leaned in for a closer look, his expression becoming even more serious. It shouldn't be. There isn't an insect nest below the battlefield.
He muttered, the furrow in his brow deepening. How could this be? His voice trailed off. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Aurora. He suddenly raised his head. Do not focus the camera on the battlefield. I want to observe the insect swarm. Aurora immediately adjusted the ship's optical observation device to focus on the insect swarm. The holographic screen shook violently for a moment and then stabilized.
The densely packed battle insects filled the entire view, their black shells gleaming coldly in the sunlight, resembling a moving ocean.
Su Yang squinted, quickly scanning the swarm. Then he saw it. Deep within the swarm were some massive creatures that dwarfed the battle insects. They were 2 or 3 times larger than the plasma cannon insects, their exoskeletons covered with dark gray bulbous protrusions as if draped in rocky armor.
The insect swarm surged forward, yet they stood motionless like boulders in a river. Aurora, zoom in on the image.
The screen zoomed in and Su Yang leaned closer to the screen. He suddenly realized that the mouthparts of those insects seemed to be embedded in the ground. From the overhead view it appeared as if a section was missing. Their mouthparts had burrowed deep into the soil.
Su Yang's eyes suddenly brightened. It's those insects. The tentacles are sent out by them.
Aurora remained silent.
Data streams flashed wildly in her eyes, as if running a complex calculation program to verify Su Yang's hypothesis.
Commander, your judgment accuracy is calculated to be 98%. Aurora's voice carried a rare hint of fluctuation. I analyzed the spectral refractive index of the tentacles and the exoskeletons and confirmed that they originate from the same biological source. I hypothesized that those tentacles are not their mouthparts but rather their pincers. However, their pincers can curl and fold like a chameleon's tongue, extending to attack enemies when needed. The hard shell at the tip of the pincers allows them to pierce through the soft soil of the shallow surface.
Su Yang stared at the simulation diagram and murmured, piercing insects. Aurora unexpectedly praised piercing insects. That's a very fitting name. This type will be named piercing insects and it has been recorded in the database.
But Su Yang did not feel happy about this praise. His brows knitted tightly, staring at the newly named piercing insects.
But how do we deal with them? Su Yang seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps inquiring of Aurora.
Aurora immediately provided a plan based on calculations. The positioning of those 100 piercing insects is very dense. We can use the orbital 120mm high explosive firepower net to cover most of their numbers.
Su Yang's brow remained furrowed. I know we can use orbital strikes.
But the problem is who can go in to release the positioning combat balls. He pointed to the area surrounded by layers of insects on the screen. Can we accurately strike them just relying on the ship's optical instruments?
Aurora shook her head. It's impossible. Due to the interference from the planetary atmosphere and the insect swarm, without continuous coordinate guidance, the hit rate of the ship's cannons could drop below 20%. Su Yang clicked his tongue.
It seemed that Liang Hu and the others would have to go after all. If this problem was not resolved quickly, there would be no hope of collecting any biomass in the future.
Meanwhile, on the ground,
the airdrop pod crashed into the mud, and the moment the hatch flew open, Liang Hu rushed out. His boots landed on the soft ground, surrounded by soldiers fleeing in all directions. Some were crying out, some were dragging injured comrades, and some had dropped their weapons and were simply running. Liang Hu grabbed a soldier running past him, asked for the direction, and surged forward against the flow of people. He found Devon Foam behind a pile of rubble.
Captain.
Devon Foam's eyes were red, his exoskeleton armor covered in scratches and dark green insect blood. You finally made it.
How many people are left? Liang Hu asked without hesitation.
Devon Foam glanced back at the crowd behind him, his lips trembling. Those who can still run, fewer than 3,000. Liang Hu gritted his teeth. From a defense line of 10,000, only 3,000 remained after half an hour. Liang Hu climbed to the highest point of the rubble and sent the gathering coordinates to all soldiers still nearby using the combat terminal. Then he turned around, facing the area still ravaged by tentacles, his voice booming over the communication channel.
Everyone pay attention. Retreat to the south. Alternate cover, do not linger in battle.
The orders passed down layer by layer.
The disbanded crowd began to slowly regroup. Some helped injured comrades, some picked up discarded weapons, and some spontaneously took up guard positions on both sides of the line.
Liang Hu led the team like a wounded giant python, slowly writhing towards the safe zone in the south. Behind them, the battlefield where they had fought fiercely for days grew ever more distant. The tentacles continued to thrash and the insect tide surged. But the casualty numbers no longer increased. 2 hours had passed. Liang, who stood atop a low hill gazing at the battlefield in the distance marred by the chaos stirred by the tentacles, his brow furrowed. The swarm had not ventured beyond a 50-kilometer radius from their nest, granting them a brief respite. Behind them, the airdrop zone saw parachute pods landing continuously, the sound of doors flinging open echoing.
The disbanded soldiers regrouped. Some were counting heads, others were distributing ammunition, while a few were repairing damaged exoskeleton armor. Report, Captain.
Dai Wenfeng strode over and saluted. We have gathered 8,000 men. Another round of airdrops and we can replenish our numbers.
Liang Hu nodded, remaining silent.
In the distance, ordinary players huddled together, discussing the recent devastating defeat with animated voices. This incident is truly daunting. Dongfang Shenmi Liang sat on a rock, still shaken. Is this really a storyline that can be unleashed right after the server opens?
The landlord Old Wolf leaned against a massive stone, shaking his head as he analyzed. This should be a large-scale world event, possibly related to the main storyline.
The success or failure of this event could greatly impact the progression of the subsequent plot.
Doja Mengma sighed gloomily, but this is way too difficult. Those tentacles are impossible to fight. The streaming team of 5 also arrived at the assembly point.
Lo Hanyua, having over 10,000 fans, tiptoed around looking disappointed. It seems nothing special is happening here.
Who told you there was a special event here?
Chunbai crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over the densely packed crowd in the distance. I just came over to join in the excitement since I saw the parachute pods landing here. Nang Zihongxi adjusted her goggles and spoke with certainty. There wouldn't be so many people gathered here without a special event.
Let's observe the situation first. Nili Miao glanced at the audience count in the livestream.
12 million viewers, and her follower count had risen to 15 million. She pouted. Where's the grand scene that was promised?
The viewers in the livestream were all eagerly waiting.
Since she switched from mining to hunting the insectoids for live samples, the grotesque scenes of dissecting the bugs had indeed attracted a massive influx of fans. Most importantly, the insect's blood was green, allowing them to stream freely without worrying about being warned by moderators.
Fu Xiaoyi landed and began angrily striding out of the crowd towards Liang Hu.
I say, Ahu, how long have I been gone?
Just signing a document and you guys already got yourselves into this mess. This is too pathetic, isn't it? Liang Hu's eyes lit up upon seeing Fu Xiaoyi.
Hu Jian couldn't help but interject, speaking in a dialect. Fu Gu, you have no idea how terrifying those tentacles are. They just burst forth from the ground, catching you off guard. Fu Xiaoyi waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in his explanation, and turned to Liang Hu. Let's stop with the useless chatter.
Hu, do you have a plan?
Liang Hu's lips slowly curled into a smile as he pulled up the tactical panel, pointing at the marked red area on it.
I didn't have one initially, but now that I see you I do.
Fu Xiaoyi paused. What do you mean?
Because only you.
Liang Hu raised his head, his gaze fixed on Fu Xiaoyi's face, can move freely among the swarm. Fu Xiaoyi felt a bead of cold sweat slide down his forehead. You're not thinking of having me throw the battle-ready ball, are you?
Liang Hu nodded firmly. You're the only suitable candidate.
Fu Xiaoyi fell silent for 2 seconds, then sighed, his tone a mix of resignation, helplessness, and a trace of pride.
Alright then, who told me I'm so awesome?
Liang Hu turned around, activating the command system and swiftly marking lines on the tactical panel. All the players present were divided into small teams based on proximity. 4 members per team, 3 teams per squad, and so forth.
A temporary command network formed within minutes.
Tasks were subdivided for each squad. Some were responsible for pressing forward, attracting the main force of the insect swarm.
Others were tasked with flanking maneuvers to distract the insect tide. Some were in charge of calling in and transporting supplies, ensuring a steady flow of ammunition to the front lines. Ordinary players were not assigned any tasks. Dongfang Shenmi Liang looked at his empty taskbar on the HUD, puzzled, and asked, why weren't we assigned any tasks?
Nang Zihongxi pondered for a moment and replied, I'm not sure, maybe we are a reserve mobile force.
Doja Mengma leaned closer to look at the hidden IDs above Chunbai's head and whispered, are you the hidden IDs from our combat squad? Chunbai nodded yes. We hid them because the names weren't very appealing.
The barrage instantly erupted with laughter.
What a terrible name, you just don't want to be recognized, right? Got it. In the future, encountering hidden IDs in game means they're definitely big shots. The landlord Old Wolf looked around in confusion. So what should we do now?
Nili Miao brushed off the dust on her hands and casually said, let's do whatever we want.
As long as we don't split up, we can execute any tasks as they come down.
The others nodded in agreement with this plan. All troops advance.
Liang Hu's command exploded through the communication channel.
9,000 professional soldiers stepped forward, simultaneously pushing toward the insect tide.
Fu Xiaoyi led the charge, followed closely by Lu Guodong, Dai Wenfang and Zhou Xiong. You three are responsible for covering me. Fu Xiaoyi said while running. I'll rush in and mark the coordinates. Don't follow too closely. I won't be responsible if you die. Lu Guodong rolled his eyes. Just don't lag out again. Zhou Xiong added, yeah, as long as Fu Gu is alive, how could we die? Fu Xiaoyi was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. In the distance, the insect swarm had already detected their presence. The piercing insects began to thrust their claws into the ground, preparing to ambush the unsuspecting humans. Their tentacles arrived as promised. 110 dozens. Dark gray whips shot up from the ground with a whistling sound, sweeping toward the formation. But this time the situation was different. Liang Hu's optimized command network allowed the entire army to maintain effective firepower output even amidst chaos. Every squad had its own objectives and tasks. Even if one squad suffered losses, nearby squads could immediately compensate, preventing the entire system from collapsing due to individual node failures. The assault team tore a gap in the swarm while the fire support team effectively suppressed the fighting insects on both sides, and the logistics team continuously called in airdrop supplies from the rear. The casualty numbers fluctuated, but the command system remained intact. Fu Xiaoyi stepped on a pile of insect corpses, leaping onto the back of a fighting insect, then using its momentum to leap onto another's head. He moved like a nimble leopard, swiftly advancing across the densely packed swarm of insects. Lu Guodong and the others followed behind him, clearing out the insects rushing toward him with firepower. 3 on the left front. Received. Dai Wenfang fired a precise shot, piercing the eye socket of the nearest insect, dark green bodily fluid splattering. Lu Guodong and Zhou Xiong opened fire simultaneously, turning the other two into sieves. Fu Xiaoyi did not look back. His gaze was fixed firmly on the enormous immobile forms at the center of the swarm, the piercing insects. Fu Xiaoyi sprang along the worm's spines like a leopard bounding across a churning black tide. Beneath his feet lay countless writhing carapaces and lashing chelae. One misstep and he would be dragged into the swarm's depths and torn to pieces. But he did not stop. He was closing in on the motionless piercer worms at the heart of the horde. He could make out the dark gray nodular protrusions on their carapaces, the proboscises driven into the ground, and the battle worms layered around them like resolute bodyguards. How much farther? Lu Guodong's voice crackled over the calms, breathless and punctuated by gunfire. 200 meters. Fu Xiaoyi tilted his head to evade a lunging battleworm, grabbed its pincer for leverage, and flung himself up and over 3 stacked insects, calling out, "How are things on your end?" Not good. Lu Guodong's words were swallowed by a burst of gunfire. A few dozen meters away on a knoll, Lu Guodong, Dai Wenfang and Zhou Xiong lay in a triangular formation behind a slab of rock. Rifle muzzles spat in the dim light as bullets tore ragged gaps through the swarm. They were picking off the worms nearest to Fu Xiaoyi, carving a narrow corridor for him through the black tide. But there were too many. Kill one and 3 more surged forward. Front left. Another wave. Zhou Xiong's barrel had gone red-hot. He changed magazines and swept a burst into the flank of the charging cluster. Dark green ichor splattered the rock. Dai Wenfang glanced at the motionless piercer worms in the distance, his brow knotting into a hard line. Liang Hu suddenly noticed many of the piercers had retracted their tentacles, which eased some pressure on the main force. Still, an uneasy premonition clung to him. As expected, the soil around the knoll where the 3 men lay convulsed violently. A tentacle shot from the earth less than 2 meters from Lu Guodong and swept past with a howling wind. He flung himself down instinctively. The tentacle scraped his helmet as it flew by, smashing the rock behind him into grit. Damn, the piercers are charging us! Zhou Xiong shouted. More tentacles burrowed up from the ground, 110 dozens, converging from every side like the bars of a cage and trapping them on the knoll. The tentacle tips rose high, intertwining overhead into an impenetrable mesh. Retreat! Fall back! Dai Wenfang hauled Lu Guodong to his feet and they ran. But it was already too late. The black mass poured over the far side of the knoll and sealed the last exit. Lu Guodong stopped running. He watched the approaching tidal wave of worms, then glanced at Fu Xiaoyi still pressing forward through the swarm and suddenly smiled. That's it, we can't run away. Zhou Xiong loaded the final magazine and charged the bolt. Then let's kill as many as we can. Dai Wenfang said nothing. He drew a grenade from his belt, pulled the pin and held it in his hand. The sound of the safety clip snapping free was crisp and decisive. As the tide crashed in, the 3 fired together. Bullets wove the last net of fire against the darkness. 1 battleworm was blown to pieces, 2 had their legs torn off, 3 were flipped onto their backs. Yet more worms stepped over their dead and surged upward.
A pincer carved a deep gash in Lu Guodong's arm. Dark red blood spurted from the bionic soldier's wound. He did not fall back. Gritting his teeth, he swapped magazines and kept firing.
Zhou Xiong's rifle jammed.
He drew a combat dagger and with a reverse motion stabbed it into the eye socket of a worm lunging at him. Dark green ichor splashed his face. A second leapt at him and he smashed its fangs with his buttstock. A third latched onto his calf. He stifled a grunt, dropped to one knee and slit the third's throat with the dagger.
Dai Wenfeng was the last to fall.
He had emptied every magazine and thrown every grenade in the end. 3 battleworms overwhelmed him at once.
A pincer pierced his abdomen. Shards of exoskeletal armor and dark red fluid splattered outward. He did not cry out. He fixed his gaze on Fu Xiaoyi and with his last strength forced 3 words through the comms. Hurry! Run! The comms went silent.
On the knoll only the crunch of exoskeletons remained.
Fu Xiaoyi's eyes brimmed with fury. He knew with chilling clarity that this was not a game. He was truly wagering his life in an interstellar war. Ah!
He uttered a hoarse roar, stamped on the last blocking battleworm and hurled himself upward.
The piercers were right there, less than 50 meters away.
Their pincers were still plunged into the ground. Their vast carapaces gleamed coldly under the dim light. The countless battleworms layered around them like guards, but Fu Xiaoyi no longer cared. He drew the combat orb from his belt, slammed his thumb on the activation button, then input a rapid sequence: right down, left, right down. The silver sphere flared with a crimson light, the color of annihilation. He swung his arm and hurled the orb into the densest cluster of piercers.
The sphere traced a blood-red arc through the air, clearing the layered swarm and landing precisely at the piercer's center.
The moment the orb struck the ground, everyone who saw it froze. In the captain's room, Su Yang shot up from the command chair. The crimson dot on the holoscreen reflected in his pupils. His lips moved but no sound came. At the rear of the battlefield, Liang, who stopped firing, his gaze fixed on that central patch of the swarm, his Adam's apple bobbing. The livestream crew all looked up at once, every one of them staring in stunned silence.
The swarm had gone mad. They did not surge toward Liang Hu's position.
Instead, they flowed toward the piercers as if a receding tide had suddenly reversed, black waves furiously converging on the center.
Battleworms, hunters, scavenger worms, each creature frantically piled onto the piercers.
Layer upon layer they heaped themselves, 1, 2, 3, using their bodies to build a black mountain that tightly wrapped the immobile piercers in the core.
Di Hanyu Rugwa Wan gaped, his voice trembling.
Are they trying to use their bodies to block shells?
Chun Bei's pale eyes reflected the ever-growing black anthill. Her lips trembled. Like ants huddling together when a fire breaks out.
Nin Zihonshi's hand holding the gun slowly dropped.
The chat had gone utterly mad. Holy shit. How the hell do you even play this? This enemy AI is way too good.
Are they protecting their own damage dealers?
I've got goosebumps all over. This scene, it's overwhelming.
Li Miao stared blankly at the black anthill and murmured, "You can
actually play it like this."
After a brief shock, Chun Bai recovered and said, "Why don't we circle behind the swarm and take a look?"
Di Hanyu Rugwa Wan replied, "What?" Di Hanyu Rugwa Wan continued, "You want to find the insect commander. We don't even know if they have one."
Nin Zihonshi said, "There should be one. Don't films always do it that way? And this game mechanic must have a workaround."
Wang Xiaju nodded, "I think so too.
Look at their numbers and that preternatural intelligence. This mission doesn't look like something we were meant to slug out." Hedon.
At that moment, Dongfang Shenmi Liliang interjected, "Then shall we go have a look?"
The others nodded in agreement. Thus the livestream team's combat squad slipped away from the front line without anyone noticing. The countdown for the orbital strike reached 0. In the captain's cabin, Su Yang held his breath, staring at the holographic screen that displayed the area where the swarm had piled into a black mountain of insects. In the sky, the first shell screamed down, trailing a crimson tail.
"Here it comes."
The shell struck precisely the summit of the insect mountain.
Boom!
Flame flung outward as fragments of insect carcasses scattered in all directions. Black ichor fell like rain, laying a veil of dark green mist across the battlefield.
Su Yang's fists tightened.
Second round, third, fourth, the shells fell like a storm. On that black hill, each impact blossomed into a dark red lotus of fire. But the look on Su Yang's face shifted from hopeful to grave and from grave to sullen. The shells struck the piled swarm like stones thrown into mud. At first the blasts threw up some spray and blew away a few layers, revealing the writhing combat bugs beneath. In the next instant, however, the insects hurried to fill the gaps. Fresh corpses surged from every direction and the mound was rebuilt. When the flames died down, the insect mountain still towered. The piercer bugs were sealed tight at its center, their shells without a single crack.
The bombardment continued, but by now everyone knew it was useless.
Su Yang slammed his fist against the armrest.
The bombardment cannot penetrate the defensive layers formed by the piled swarm, Aelula said, her voice almost cruelly calm.
Damage assessment for the piercer bugs 0. Su Yang ground his teeth and said nothing. On the ground, Liang, who stood on the high ground of the makeshift command post watching the distant black anthill that bombardment had repeatedly ravaged yet failed to topple, his brow twisted into a knot.
Captain, a voice crackled over the comms. It was Legion. The bombardment is useless. They're filling with their lives. Liang, who was silent for 3 seconds. He lifted his head and swept a glance over the battlefield map. The swarm was frantically contracting toward the center to protect the piercer bugs. The combat bugs and scavenger bugs that had once surged toward the various defensive lines now reversed course and poured toward the anthill. They were shrinking their defensive perimeter. All units attention. Liang, who ordered over the command channel. While the swarm contracts press forward across the line. Advance as far as you can. Orders cascaded downward. Thousands of troops began to move forward. The gunfire grew dense again. The rear of the swarm was exposed to fire and swaths of combat bugs were cut down. But Liang, who knew this was only temporary. As long as the piercer bugs remained, as long as they could extend their tentacles, once the swarm reorganized its defenses, everything would return to square one. Captain. Legian's voice returned on the channel. This time it carried the tone of someone desperate. The orbital laser's targeting primer is still available. Let me go. Liang, who froze. What are you going to do? I'll throw a readiness orb, Legian said. Legian's voice was steady. The piercer bugs cannot move. If the readiness orb is placed above them, the laser can burn through them. Liang, who closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Song Xiao Lu Guodong Dai Wenfeng, cover Legian. The rest of you lay down, suppressing fire, and hold the swarm's attention. Acknowledged. Deep within the swarm, Fu Xiaoyi was being compressed until even breathing was difficult. All around him were carapaces and viscera. A combat bug's clawed limb slid beneath his ribs, a hunter's pincer fastened onto his thigh. They were not trying to kill him. They treated him as part of the insect mountain, using their bodies to clamp him down, to squeeze and stuff him tight. His left hand could not move, his right could barely bend to his chest. One last grenade hung from his belt. He inched his finger down until his fingertip brushed the cold metal edge of the safety ring. You damned bugs, his lips twitched in hoarse syllables forced from his throat. I'll give you a little present. His finger hooked the safety ring and jerked it free. A shrill buzzing sounded muted among the piles of carcasses. He did not close his eyes. He wanted to see these insects go down with him. On the flank, Legian slung the readiness orb across his shoulder, and under the covering fire of Song Xiao Lu Guodong and Dai Wenfeng quickly climbed the hill of insect corpses. Estimated 400 meters to go beneath should be where the piercer bugs are, Legian panted. He was already winded. Clearly he was not as agile as Fu Xiaoyi. It should be right here. He took out the orb and rapidly entered the command sequence on the control pad. Right down, up, right down. The orb glowed red. Legian swung his arm and hurled the orb hard at the peak of the insect mountain. The orb traced a golden arc through the air, cleared the stacked carcasses, and landed exactly above the cluster of piercer bugs. Retreat! Dai Wenfeng shouted. Song Xiao and Lu Guodong laid down alternating covering fire, cutting down every insect that tried to pursue Legian. After releasing the orb, Legian ran back like a madman. Behind him, the sky split open. A golden super high-energy laser beam pierced the atmosphere and slammed straight into the black insect mountain. There was no explosion, no shockwave. Only a silent tooth-grinding hissing of searing. The laser was like a dull cleaver striking at meat. It cut through the surface. The corpses piled there, carbonized and collapsed in the heat, their dark green ichor momentarily evaporating into vapor. But the laser's energy was absorbed and dispersed by layer upon layer of carcasses. It never reached the crucial piercer bugs. Su Yang watched from the captain's cabin, his knuckles white. A hot knife through butter. His voice was dry as sand. This is clearly striking bone. Aelula did not answer. The main screen's countdown continued: 16 days, 21 hours, 33 minutes, 18 seconds. Su Yang glanced at the resource recovery progress bars. Biomass and metal yields had been stalled for nearly 12 hours.
Half a day lost trading cunning with the hive and recovering no resources.
2 major mass attack assets had already been expended.
If they still could not kill those piercer bugs, the cost of this engagement would be ruinously high, far beyond any return. On the ground, Liang, who watched the laser that could not breach the insect mound, frowned. The troops behind him had also ceased fire. Everyone saw it, the laser was not idle, it was burning, relentlessly burning. But each layer burned away only revealed another beneath. Even after 2 costly ordnances, they could not effectively slay the piercer bugs.
How was this battle to be won?
Worse still, the outer piles of carcasses grew thicker.
Bullets could not penetrate the dense heaps. A voice came over the command channel, exhausted and desperate. "Captain, do we keep fighting?" Liang, who gave no answer. He did not know how to reply. On the battlefield flank atop a cliff,
the 5 members of the livestream crew in the groups known as Dongfang, Shenmi, Liliang, Diju, Lao Chelang, and Doja Menmenhu had crept up to a high ground behind the swarm.
This was the same hill where Liang Hu's team had earlier collected data.
Wang Xiaoju lay behind a rock, sweeping the chaotic battlefield below through her scope. Then her lens froze.
"Look!"
The others followed her point. At the rear of the swarm, a bug larger than the other combat bugs stood atop a protruding rock. A crimson lightning-shaped streak ran across its carapace, glaring against the dim sky.
"What species is that?" Nili Miao whispered the question.
Chunbai raised her sniper scope, watched for several seconds, and shook her head.
Di Hanyue Rugwan's eyes brightened. "Its organ looks like it should be worth a lot of contribution points."
"Its organs should fetch a substantial number of contribution points." Lo Hanyu Rugwan's eyes gleamed like twin bulbs, her voice thick with barely concealed greed. Nili Miao rolled her eyes and retorted, exasperated, "You fully embraced your role as a kidney harvesting sanitation officer. Every creature you see now is just another target for extraction."
"Exactly." Bai Chun crouched behind a boulder, checking her magazine before delivering the final jab. "Last time you spotted a scavenger beetle's stomach, you insisted on harvesting it too, only to gag at the half-digested rot inside. You nearly vomited on the spot."
Lo Han flushed crimson but stubbornly shot back that was different.
"This one is clearly an elite monster. Don't you understand what elite means? It's definitely a rare specimen." The live comment feed erupted in laughter. "Lo Han, I'm a sanitation officer, and I'm proud."
Now Lo Han has acquired yet another meme, the kidney extractor. LOL, she really cried from the scavenger beetle's stench last time.
Elite monster organs. Absolutely valuable. Lo Han slurped, 99% certainty, it's rare.
Nen Shi Hongsher approached and leaned over the rock, peering downward. The insect with crimson lightning-shaped markings along its back still stood atop the highest crag, utterly alone, no others in sight. If Liang Hu had been present, he would have sensed something amiss instantly. "We're already here." Bai Chun slid the bolt of her rifle forward, a faint sharp smile lifting one corner of her lips. "Might as well take it down and claim those contribution points while we're at it."
"Agreed."
Wang Xiaoju raised her hand first.
"I agree too." Li Miao nodded. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's move."
Lo Hanyu Rugwa had already shouldered her rifle. The group exchanged a single silent glance, then began stealthily ascending the slope from below. "Careful!" Bai Chun suddenly shouted, lunging hard toward nearby cover. From the cliffside's flank, several insects burst forth in a sudden violent charge, their chitinous carapaces nearly indistinguishable from the weathered stone. Had they not moved, the group would never have spotted them.
"Holy hell, this thing can mimic its surroundings."
Doja Menmenhu blurted out, stunned.
Then startled, he slipped, lost his footing, and tumbled headlong off the cliff's edge, rolling endaverant into the abyss.
His scream echoed through the valley, fading swiftly into silence.
Doja.
Dongfang Shenmi Liang raised his rifle and unleashed a full burst at the charging combat insect.
But the creature's camouflage rendered its vital points invisible. Though every bullet pierced its shell, it remained unharmed. Bai Chun executed a swift sideroll, circling behind the second insect, pressed the muzzle against the joint where its head met its thorax, and fired. Bang! A gush of dark green ichor sprayed outward as the insect's skull exploded into a ragged cavity. It convulsed violently and collapsed. Nili Miao and Lo Han Urugwa opened fire in unison, riddling the third insect with bullets until it resembled nothing more than a perforated husk. The skirmish ended in under 15 seconds. Breathing heavily, the group scanned their surroundings, confirming no further ambushes, before allowing themselves the smallest sigh of relief. "Where's that rare insect?" Wang Xiaoju whirled around sharply, her face paling. The crag stood empty. The insect bearing crimson lightning markings had vanished. How could it disappear?
Mealy Meow swept her rifle left and right.
It was right there a moment ago. It's fleeing.
Bai Chun gritted her teeth.
It seized our distraction during the ambush to escape. Help me. A desperate gut-wrenching cry rose from the cliff steps. Dongfang Shenmi Liang rushed to the edge and bellowed downward, Doja. Are you still alive?
A volley of gunfire answered from below, alive, but barely.
It's going to kill me. Get down here, now. The group crowded to the precipice and looked down.
Roughly 10 meters below Doja Man, who stood precariously on a narrow rock ledge, and directly before him less than 2 meters away loomed the crimson lightning-marked insect. It reared up now, brandishing its shield-like mandibles in attack, perhaps enraged because he blocked its escape route.
Stop it, don't let it get away. Lohan Uruguo Wan shouted, exhilarated. What do you mean, just me? Doja dodged frantically while cursing. Get down here and help, now. Diju Lao Chai Lang didn't hesitate.
He located a gentle incline along the cliff's flank and slid down in a controlled descent. Reaching the ledge's rim, he raised his shotgun and aimed squarely at the insect's 4 walking limbs.
Boom, 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 he fired 4 rapid shots.
All 4 limbs snapped clean off. Dark green fluid gushed from the stumps. The insect shrieked, a piercing grating sound, and collapsed sideways onto the rock, thrashing wildly as it struggled to right itself.
Brilliant shot.
Nenshi Hongsher slid down the cliff face after him, unsheathed his tactical dagger and strode toward the insect.
Stand clear, I'll collect the sample.
He knelt beside the writhing creature, pinning its head firmly with one hand while guiding the dagger's tip toward the narrow seam where its skull met its dorsal carapace. The blade had penetrated barely 2 centimeters when Bai Chun snapped her head up, her expression turning stark with alarm.
Wait.
Far in the distance, a black tide surged toward them.
Not dozens. Not hundreds.
Thousands, tens of thousands.
As if summoned by some unseen signal, they converged upon the cliff with frenzied, single-minded urgency. Oh hell, it called reinforcements. Kill it, fast.
Mealy Meow's voice cracked with panic. Lohan Uruguo Wan immediately secured a firing position atop the cliff and opened fire on the first wave of rushing insects. Bullets tore ragged gaps through the swarm, but failed to halt their advance. Hurry and extract the sample, I'll hold them off, she yelled.
Bai Chun and Dongfang Shenmi Liang joined the firing line.
The 3 formed a tight triangular formation, anchoring themselves at the sole pass leading upward from the ledge.
Bullets fell like monsoon rain, shredding the vanguard combat insects into pulp, but more surged forward, trampling over the corpses of their fallen kin. Faster.
Bai Chun's hands trembled as she swapped magazines. Nenshi Hongsher clenched his jaw, driving the dagger deeper into the chitin's fissure, twisting with all his might. This insect's exoskeleton was far denser than any others, and it fought back relentlessly.
Someone hold its head down. It won't stop moving.
Wang Xiaoju dropped her rifle and lunged forward, throwing her full weight onto the insect's skull. Her reinforced exoskeletal armor combined with raw strength finally pinned the creature immobile. Nenshi Hongsher drew a sharp breath, gripped the hilt with both hands, and drove his entire body's weight onto the blade. Crack! A hairline fracture splintered across the carapace. With a brutal twist, he plunged the dagger deep into the fissure and wrenched upward. The insect's skull peeled open with a sickening tear, revealing a pulsing grayish mass nestled within.
Found it.
He thrust his hand inside, seized the throbbing tissue, and yanked it free in one violent motion. A forearm-length fleshy gray-white organ came away whole, trailing glistening neural filaments. Nenshi Hongsher slashed once with his dagger, severing the remaining neural connections to the brain. The insect's body spasmed violently, then went utterly slack, lifeless. Yet at that very instant they stared in stunned disbelief, the swarming insects surging toward them all collapsed simultaneously, twitching uncontrollably, limbs jerking in violent, uncoordinated convulsions. Wang Xiaojun held the gun, staring blankly at everything before her. The ferocious martial combat insects and hunters that had charged at her moments ago now lay motionless like robots with their power cut. They all collapsed to the ground in unison.
This. Di Hanyue cautiously approached the nearest martial combat insect, giving it a few nudges with her foot.
The insect's shell emitted a dull thud, twitching a few times, startling her to step back, abruptly raising her gun to fire.
Bang!
The bullet struck the insect's head, dark green bodily fluid splattering everywhere. Di Han's breath quickened, her fingers still on the trigger.
However, she soon realized that the insect showed no signs of retaliation, even its twitching had ceased.
The surrounding insects remained unresponsive to the death of their kind.
Aside from the occasional twitch of legs and pincers, there was no movement. Are they all dead? Neely Niao's voice trembled slightly. Her pure white brows knitted together, filled with disbelief. No way. Is the design of this game really that classic? Could it be that if the commander is killed, the other insects will lose consciousness just like in the movies? Wang Xiaojun responded in surprise. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. Wow, classic design. Disaster films do not deceive me. So they just took down the insect commander. Confidently removed the question mark. The game planner really knows how to play.
Nang Zihongxi excitedly held the grayish-white, still slightly pulsating brain tissue, shouting, "Oh my! Then haven't we achieved a great feat?" He awaited his teammates' agreement, but no one responded. At that moment everyone was staring towards the battlefield, mouths slightly agape, their pupils reflecting a scene 100 times more shocking than their previous battle. The insect mound, a black hill formed by countless insect corpses and live martial combat insects, was collapsing. The golden beams of the rail laser cannon continued to burn. Previously, the incessant flow of insects from all directions had filled the gaps, preventing the laser from penetrating. But now no new insects were coming. Without the commander, the swarm of insects instantly became a loose mass. A literal loose mass where each insect no longer clung desperately to others. This caused the insects at higher positions to fall directly, crashing down onto those below them. Although more rolled down like a snowball effect. At this moment the insect mound resembled a fragile champagne tower struck fiercely by violently poured champagne. Then it began to shatter and collapse from the top. The laser poured into the tower's peak, burning through one layer after another. Insect corpses and severed limbs cascaded down like a waterfall, their dark bodily fluids evaporating into mist under the high temperatures. The collapse began at the top, spreading downward layer by layer, faster and more violently. The piercing insects were exposed. Their pincers still stuck in the ground, their bodies scorched red by the laser. They exploded from within like eggs heated in a microwave. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Yet without the swarm to guard them, they could not withstand the continuous output of the rail laser cannon. The laser directly pierced the densest area of the piercing insects with each few seconds of pause, resulting in another insect bursting. This scene not only left the few members of the live broadcast team in awe, but the barrage also witnessed this shocking spectacle that resembled divine retribution. Wow! Even those large insects have lost consciousness. Incredible, this directly turned the tide of battle. Pure white is amazing. Neely Niao, I love you. Don't think I can't see you confessing in front of me. On the other side of the battlefield, Liang, who was also stunned. He looked at the distant collapsing insect mound, watching the golden laser carve a deep groove through the swarm. He saw the originally frenzied black tide suddenly turn into a still pool. What is this? Dai Wenfeng's voice came through the communication channel, filled with disbelief. Who did this? Liang, who did not answer, as he too did not know who had executed the beheading. But he had witnessed this scene before. During the first airborne operation, Lu Guodong, Dai Wenfeng and Zhou Xiong had sacrificed 2 of their number to kill an insect commander. In that instant, all the insects had stopped as if their power had been cut. Now that scene was repeating itself. But Liang, who had no time for sentiment. He knew clearly that this state would last at most 5 minutes, after which the swarm would select a new commander and everything would return to normal. All units, attention. Liang Hu's voice exploded in the command channel. Advance on all fronts. Attack while recovering biomass. Kill as many as you can. The orders were passed down layer by layer. An army of tens of thousands surged towards the swarm like a tide. Without the interference of the piercing insects and the tightly organized insect tide resisting them, this battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. All firepower was unleashed simultaneously on the still paralyzed insects. Dark green bodily fluid splashed like a torrential rain. Did the insect corpses block the army's advance? Then they would recover. Killing, recovering, transmitting. Blue light flickered back and forth on the battlefield. The biomatter recovery progress bar began to surge. Although Liang Hu knew they could never kill their way to the central area where the piercing insects were located. However, the time wasted in previous battles was completely made up for in this wave of assaults, making him very pleased. However, before he could rejoice for a few seconds, he noticed that the beam of the rail laser cannon was gradually shrinking and weakening. Then it completely vanished. Liang Hu sighed. It seems the support strike has ended. From now on we will have to rely on ourselves. At that moment, in the captain's room, Su Yan leaned against the command chair, staring at the rapidly rising resource data on the holographic screen, letting out a long sigh of relief. Those few from the live broadcast team. He shook his head, a hint of helplessness on his smile. They really bring me a pillow every time I feel sleepy.
He couldn't help but admire their luck, which was extraordinary. Aurora did not respond.
The golden beam on the holographic screen began to narrow and fade, eventually disappearing.
The duration of the rail laser cannon had ended. Just as Su Yang was about to relax, Aurora's voice poured down on him like a bucket of cold water. "Commander, it's detected that half of the piercing insects are still alive." Su Yang's expression sharpened.
"This means that once the swarm selects a new commander, the frontline troops will still be disturbed by their tentacles.
The threat from the remaining piercing insects has not been eliminated."
The furrowed brow of Su Yang, who had just relaxed, tightened once more. He thought anxiously, it seems that the ground troops still need to find the weaknesses of the piercing insects to eliminate them. Now both combat readiness have entered cooldown and there are no further means aboard the battleship to support them. The golden beam of the rail laser cannon completely dissipated into the sky. Liang Hu stared at the chart area, the silhouettes of the piercing insects flickering in the rising heat waves. More than half of the piercing insects had been blown to bits, but the tentacles still lying on the ground were limp and motionless.
Liang Hu realized this was their only moment of vulnerability. Split into several combat teams.
Liang Hu ordered through the command channel, "Take out the exposed tentacles of the piercing insects.
We can't let them continue to harass our position once they wake up."
The order was relayed down the chain and several combat teams quickly broke away from the main assault line, moving towards the location of the tentacles. The plan was promising. But plans never keep up with changes. Soon the combat team responsible for dealing with the tentacles reported back.
"Captain, the tentacle shell is too hard, we can't cut through it at all."
Devon Foam's voice was filled with obvious impatience. "The recoilless cannon can only blast a small hole. Once the shells are spent, stabbing with a dagger or sweeping with a rifle won't completely sever them."
Liang Hu's brows knitted tightly.
He approached the nearest tentacle, thrusting his tactical knife down with force, but the tip barely penetrated 2 centimeters before getting stuck.
Is there really no way to deal with these tentacles other than attacking the piercing insects themselves?
He stood up, watching the combat team still struggling with the tentacles inside.
"Forget it, there's no point in wasting effort."
He ordered in the channel, "Just continue collecting biomass, take in as much as you can while the swarm is still asleep." As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of fire crossed the sky. A drop pod trailing a crimson tail flame screamed down from the direction of the battleship, crashing less than 10 meters from Liang Hu. In the moment the hatch burst open, a tentacle was crushed by the edge of the drop pod, dark green bodily fluid splattering everywhere.
Liang Hu's mouth twitched. Fu Xiaoyi stepped out of the drop pod, looking around.
What happened to those bugs? Why are they suddenly all paralyzed like they have polio?
That's because their commander was taken out, Liang Hu explained.
I don't know who did it, but it certainly bought us some time. Fu Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief. It can happen like that. So they're all just a bunch of rotting meat waiting for us to collect.
Not quite. This state can last at most 5 minutes. The swarm will soon choose a new commander and resume fighting.
Fu Xiaoyi looked at the fallen insects and the still smoking mound of bugs, then glanced at Liang Hu's furrowed brow. Is this why you're frowning? Liang Hu shook his head again, pointing to the tentacle crushed by the drop pod.
No, it's those tentacles. I originally planned to cut off the piercing insect's tentacles during these few minutes, so even if they wake up they wouldn't have any means to attack. But it turns out I can't cut them at all.
Fu Xiaoyi glanced at the tentacle thicker than himself, teasing, and then you realize these tentacles are like stones in a latrine, both smelly and hard, right?
Liang Hu nodded.
Fu Xiaoyi laughed loudly. I thought you were worrying about something serious, turns out it's just this. Liang Hu raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Do you have a solution? Fu Xiaoyi chuckled, his tone as relaxed as if he were commenting on the nice weather. Fortunately I came early, otherwise you really wouldn't be able to deal with the remaining piercing insects. Liang Hu pressed, what do you mean? Fu Xiaoyi's expression turned serious. I found out when I was throwing combat balls that the piercing insects reveal their weaknesses when they attack with their tentacles. When they insert their pincers into the ground, their heads are left unprotected by any armor.
Liang Hu's eyes brightened. Are you sure? I'm not blind.
When I was closest to them I was only about 10 meters away, how could I not see?
Liang Hu didn't hesitate and immediately opened the communication channel. Hu Jian. You're the best sniper in the team.
His voice was urgent and decisive. Gather a few people of similar strength, form a sniper team, find a vantage point and eliminate the piercing insects. Hu Jian's voice came through the communicator, carrying his usual dialect accent, but it was firm.
Received. I will ensure the mission is completed.
As soon as he finished speaking, a cry came from the front line.
Damn. They're waking up. Fall back. Quickly fall back.
Liang Hu turned sharply, seeing the swarm recovering from their paralysis. The first to awaken was a martial insect shaking its head, its antennae probing the air before emitting a piercing shriek.
The swarm awakened like a giant beast, layer by layer from the inside out. Everyone pay attention.
Liang Hu's voice exploded in the command channel. Create distance.
Continue attacking using the original tactics. Watch out for the tentacles on the ground.
The troops quickly returned to a combat state under his command. Gunfire erupted again, formations spread out, and the defensive line retreated to a safe distance. On the other side, the 5 members of the live broadcast team were being chased by the insects, running for their lives. Di Hanyu, who had earned over 10,000, was at the front cursing while running. I said long ago not to be greedy.
Why didn't you all listen to me?
Neely Miao panted heavily, refusing to back down. Hey.
Don't drag me into this.
I only felt safe after listening to Chun Bei's analysis. On the other side, the 5 members of the live broadcast team were being chased by the insects, running for their lives. Di Hanyu, who had earned over 10.
Dongfang Shinmili, running in the middle of the group, stomped his feet anxiously. Can you all talk less and think of a way to shake off the swarm?
D2 Lao Chai Wang touched his empty ammunition pouch, despairing. What can we do?
We've thrown all our grenades and we don't have heavy weapons.
Behind them, the shrieks of the swarm grew closer. Do Xiaomen bit his teeth and pulled off the test tube box containing living samples from his belt, shoving it into Dongfang Shinmili's hands.
Take the samples and get out. It'll cover your retreat.
Without waiting for everyone to react, he turned and fired several shots at the incoming swarm. The gunfire erupted in the open wasteland, bullets hitting several front-row carrion insects. This action successfully attracted the attention of the swarm, and a small portion of the insects turned direction, roaring as they charged towards him. Doja did not look back and dashed towards the rocky pile on the side. The live broadcast chat exploded with comments.
Damn, this passerby is amazing. Doja, I respect you as a man. Hero.
Dongfang Shinmili tightened his grip on the test tube box, watching Do Xiaomen's retreating figure. His lips moved slightly, but he couldn't speak. Wang Xiaoju saw that Do Jia had indeed attracted part of the swarm and said with a sly grin, Chunbai, it's time to show your real skills. Chunbai looked at her warily. Are you trying to sell me out again?
Neely Niao retorted confidently. What else? If you hadn't said it was safe, would we be chased by the insects?
Chunbei's eyes widened. That was because Neng Shi Hongtao became addicted to dissection, constantly collecting samples and unwilling to leave. Neng Shi Hongtao retorted, if you hadn't said it was safe, would I have been collecting samples that long?
The chat was going wild with laughter.
Another internal conflict. Haha, Chunbai is going to be sold again. Dying of laughter. Why does the person in front say again? He had been sold once before and the situation was exactly the same. But this time he misanalyzed, leading the team into danger, which makes it reasonable to sell him. Chunbai glanced at the chat, realizing he had no argument, gritting his teeth. Like Do Xiaomen, he pulled off the test tube box containing the samples from his waist and threw it to Di Hanyu.
Damn it, remember to treat me to a meal when we get back.
Dihan caught the test tube box, signaling okay with his hand, and ran forward without looking back. After the swarm awakened, the headache was not only felt by the members of the live streaming team.
Liang Hu's frontline was equally strained.
Nearly half of the tentacles lay motionless on the ground forever.
However, the remaining ones still posed a tremendous threat to Liang Hu's defenses. Fortunately, thanks to that 5-minute paralysis window, they successfully compressed the swarm's frontline.
Now the swarm was confined to a significantly smaller area than before, and the positions of the piercing worms were exposed more clearly. This enabled Hu Jian and the others to take them down within the range of the nuclear magnetic rail sniper rifle. At the high ground, Hu Jian crouched behind a weathered rock, setting the nuclear magnetic rail sniper rifle into a crevice. The gun barrel glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the dim light of the sky, and the sight reflected the dark mass of the swarm in the distance. The HUD displayed all the necessary parameters for the shot: wind direction, air humidity, distance, gravitational parameters, planetary rotation speed. He squinted at the string of numbers.
Distance 8,848 meters. Almost 9 kilometers.
Hu Jian's Adam's apple bobbed. It was his first time shooting at such a distance.
What if he missed?
If he startled the insects, the piercing worm would retract its tentacles and turn to attack them, the snipers. The consequences would be dire. He did not want to end up like Lu Guodong, trapped by tentacles and torn apart by the swarm.
He took a deep breath, gently resting his finger on the trigger.
The crosshair of the scope locked onto the head of a distant piercing worm.
There was no shell covering it, and a row of black eyes stood out prominently against its orange-yellow skin. That must be the head of the piercing worm. Die, you filthy bug.
Hu Jian held his breath, slowly exhaled and pulled the trigger. Inside the chamber, a nuclear fuel rod ignited instantly. The energy from nuclear fission propelled the mithril tungsten projectile down the acceleration track. The electromagnetic field accelerated the projectile to 180 Mach in a thousandth of a second. The bullet violently scraped against the air, erupting into a fiery red conical shockwave at the muzzle, sending a wave of intense heat rushing out from the barrel. The 30mm projectile traced a trajectory almost invisible to the naked eye, flying straight towards the piercing worm 8.8 kilometers away. On the front lines, a new recruit had just poked his head out of a shell crater when a tentacle suddenly burst forth from the ground next to his feet. He instinctively dropped to the ground, barely managing to make a second move before the tentacle rose high, slamming down towards him with a howling wind. He shut his eyes.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated pain did not come. He cautiously opened a slit. He saw that the tentacle was now limp on the ground like a snake stripped of its bones, devoid of all its attacking power. This. The recruit stared dumbfounded as he got up, tentatively kicking the tentacle. It did not move, and a thumb-sized hole had appeared in its shell, dark green bodily fluid seeping out. Not just this one. On the front lines, 3 other rampaging tentacles also suddenly went limp at that very moment. In the distance, Liang, who witnessed the scene, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Hu Jian, you hit it. At the high ground, Hu Jian looked through the scope to see the head of the piercing worm explode in a cloud of dark green blood mist, and then its body twitched twice before crashing to the ground. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and pulled back the bolt. The spent nuclear fuel rod jumped out of the ejection port. He extended 2 fingers and elegantly pinched the still smoking nuclear fuel rod, glanced at it, and casually placed it back into the ammunition pouch at his waist. This type of nuclear fuel rod can be recharged on the battleship for secondary use. Nearby, Chen Rui was crouched, observing, his mouth hanging open as if he could fit an egg inside. He was also a sniper, but his farthest record was less than 3,000 meters. This was nearly 9 kilometers. Who good did you just shoot a target 8 kilometers away? Chen Rui's voice trembled. Hu Jian waved his hand, his tone carrying a hint of modesty, but the smile at the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed. It's not my gun that's impressive, it's the gun's capability. This is a special sniper rifle unlocked with 3,500 contribution points. Chen Rui's eyes widened, rapidly calculating how much RMB 3,500 contribution points could buy. Hu Jian ignored him, stroking his prized rifle with a tone of pride. It's not powered by gunpowder, it's powered by nuclear fission combined with electromagnetic acceleration. At maximum power, the bullet can achieve a muzzle velocity of 0.75 of the speed of light. Chen Rui was completely stunned. What kind of conceptual weapon was this? 0.75% of the speed of light. He could hardly imagine what that speed meant. Hu Jian continued, I heard that it has a satellite positioning module. It can eliminate targets from over 100 kilometers away. Unfortunately, it can't be upgraded yet. It can only shoot at 15 kilometers for now. Chen Rui swallowed hard and stammered, Who good can I take a shot at it? Hu Jian immediately cradled the gun, protectively glaring at him warily. No way. This is my first time using this gun, sniper mode. I haven't even had my fill of it yet. Not to mention, even if I wanted to let you use it, I can't. Guns unlocked on your own can only be used by yourself. If I hand it to you, it will be locked. Chen Rui sighed, obediently lying back down to continue helping Hu Jian observe the movements of the swarm. Hu Jian reloaded a new nuclear fuel rod, pulled the bolt, and aimed at the next piercing worm. Thanks to Hu Jian's continuous precise sniping, the number of piercing worms was rapidly decreasing. Tentacle after tentacle fell. The pressure on Liang Hu's position suddenly lessened. Without the harassment of the tentacles, Liang Hu quickly led his troops to rebuild their defenses. This time he even established the defenses 35 kilometers from the insect nest, effectively blocking the source of the insect tide. On the other side, the live streaming team was not so fortunate. They had been pursued by the swarm and were now down to only 2 people, Wang Xiaojun and Di Hanyue. Ahead lay the landing zone, and the Pelican was already waiting at the drop zone. We're almost there. Wang Xiaojun gritted her teeth and desperately moved her legs. Di Hanyue closely followed her, the distance between them less than 5 meters. The Pelican was getting closer, she could even see the guiding lights at the hatch. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. A hunter suddenly leapt out from the side of the swarm. Its claws viciously lunged toward Di Hanyue's back. Di Hanyue. Before Wang Xiaojun's shout could hit the ground, the hunter had already pounced onto Di Hanyue.
Di Hanue glanced at Wang Xiaojun, who was about to reach the Pelican, and then at the several test tube boxes filled with live samples hanging from her belt. She suddenly yanked off the test tube box and hurled it toward Wang Xiaojun with all her remaining strength. The test tube box traced an arc in the air, landing steadily in Wang Xiaojun's arms. Then she gave Wang Xiaojun a thumbs up. Di Hanue left her last message on the communication channel. "I will be back." Then she was overwhelmed by the swarm. Wang Xiaojun turned to see this scene, her mouth twitching. It turned out that in moments of extreme absurdity one really would laugh. Even in such dire times she was still making jokes. Then she boarded the Pelican without looking back. The Pelican ascended smoothly and the swarm could only leap helplessly in the wake of the flames it expelled, seething with rage. She looked down at the dozen or so test tube boxes hanging at her waist and let out a long breath. "I didn't expect." In the end, I'm the only one who survived. Su Yang leaned against the command chair, watching the biomass recycling progress bar steadily rise on the holographic screen. The defensive line rearranged by Liang, who was now even more fortified than before. The front line had pushed to 35 kilometers from the insect nest with fire points distributed rationally and cross-covering without dead angles. Soldiers were taking turns to rest and the ammunition supply line was unobstructed. Indeed, without those troublesome tentacles the defense of the position did not require so many personnel. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Aurora, allocate half of the personnel to recover metal materials. He paused. The progress of biomass has stabilized, but we are still short on metal materials. I have informed Liang Hu. Su Yang was about to continue checking the resource data when Aurora's voice sounded again. Commander Wang Xiaojun has requested to enter the captain's room. Should I allow access? Su Yang was taken aback. Wang Xiaojun. Is she here to submit tasks again? Allow access. The door to the captain's room slid open silently. Wang Xiaojun walked in, covered in blood and grime, with scratches and dark green insect blood all over her exoskeleton armor. A row of test tube boxes hung from her waist, clinking as she walked. She approached the control console and unloaded a dozen test tube boxes onto the surface. There were large, small, long, short, grayish-white ones pulsating and dark green ones soaking in culture fluid. Everything was there. Among them was also the brain of the insect commander. Su Yang's mouth twitched. These are all living samples. Wang Xiaojun wiped the insect blood that hadn't dried on her goggles and weakly replied, what else could they be? Do you think all this blood is paint? Su Yang did not ask further and directly helped Wang Xiaojun calculate the contribution value obtained from the task. The numbers fluctuated for a while before stabilizing, and Wang Xiaojun looked at the notification on the HUD without saying a word, turning to leave. The door closed. Su Yang shook his head, smiling. If only it really were up to me. Commander Aurora's voice chimed in. Recovering this batch of samples has increased your merit point. The door closed. Su Yang shook his head, smiling. If only it really were up to me. Commander Aurora's voice chimed in. Recovering this batch of samples has increased your merit points to over 60,000. Would you like to unlock level 3 permissions or accumulate merit points to unlock level 4 permissions? Su Yang was taken aback at first, then slapped his forehead. I've been so focused on the battlefield situation that I forgot my merit points had accumulated to this extent. He glanced at the merit points panel, which showed 63,700. That was significantly more than he had expected. Most of this merit points come from the conversion of weapon consumption unlocked by professional soldiers. Aurora added. Su Yang suddenly understood. No wonder the increase was so rapid. Leaning back in his chair, he began to calculate. 63,000. If he unlocked level 3 permissions, now spending 50,000, he would have 13,000 left. He would still be over 80,000 short of the 100,000 needed for level 4. But if he didn't unlock it, the remaining 2 permissions of level 3 would have to be unlocked eventually. After the engine recovery task, he would also need to award the top 3. Free upgrades for weapons, bionics and exoskeletons. He hadn't even unlocked the permissions yet. How could he distribute them? Moreover, once new permissions were unlocked, players would spend contribution points to upgrade weapons and modify exoskeletons. He would earn a 10% cut from every expenditure, recouping his costs quickly. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Players with enhanced combat power would find it easier to earn contribution points, creating a positive feedback loop, and he would soon accumulate the 100,000 merit points. Merit points are akin to money, only converting them into tangible combat power is truly useful. Accumulated in hand, they are merely a pile of useless numbers. With this in mind, Su Yang had made up his mind.
Aurora, bring up the level 3 permissions panel and let me see what can still be unlocked. Aurora waved her hand, projecting a translucent panel in the air.
A weapon upgrade platform usage rights effect unlocks the weapon upgrade platform chamber for the elite paratroopers to customize weapon upgrades.
Cost 500,000 merit points. Note: specific weapon types require elite paratroopers to spend contribution points for additional unlocking with no cooldown.
The Unlock Exoskeleton Upgrade Permissions effect enhances the capability limits of individual exoskeleton armor load capacity, speed, armor strength, etc.
Cost 500,000 merit points.
Notes: requires corresponding metal materials for modification, with each modification costing 100,000 contribution points and no cooldown. Su Yang stared at the two options, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. A is for enhancing weapons, B is for enhancing exoskeletons.
It's essentially one boosts attack power, the other boosts defense.
The new insects have clearly stronger defenses, he muttered to himself. Upgrading weapons will make it easier to kill these insects, allowing players to earn contribution points more rapidly.
This way, unlocking the other permission will also be quicker.
He paused, considering another layer. With the increase in attack power, the number of personnel needed to maintain the defense line would be fewer. He could allocate more people to mining, gathering metal materials. He hadn't forgotten that the amount of metal materials he needed was a full 30 million more than biomass. Choose Su Yang decided firmly. Unlock the weapon upgrade platform usage rights.
Aurora's eyes flashed with a series of data. Permissions have been recorded. The weapon upgrade platform located on the 3rd level is now open to all elite paratroopers.
Su Yang glanced at his merit points balance, which dropped from 63,000 to 13,000.
He felt his heart bleed. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the painful feeling of spending money like water. Aurora, help me send a notification.
He almost said server-wide announcement, having called players so many times that he nearly mistook this warship for a game server. So he quickly changed his wording: send a notification to inform all elite paratroopers that the weapon upgrade platform is now open.
Aurora nodded.
Her eyes flashed with a series of data. Moments later, a golden notification popped up simultaneously on the HUDs of all online players.
System announcement: the weapon upgrade platform is now open. Location: 3rd level of the warship. Description: players can use contribution points to perform personalized upgrades on unlocked weapons.
Su Yang stared at the announcement, a slow smile creeping across his face.
Go ahead, he murmured. Upgrade quickly, spend quickly.
He wanted to see those merit points flowing back like a spring. On the 2nd level of the warship, Chunbai had been waiting here for the others to respawn. As expected, the landlord, the old wolf, and the tender tomatoes, along with Mi Li Miao, gradually walked out after respawning.
The last to emerge was Di Han, who had over 10,000 in income. At this moment, everyone felt a pang of anxiety. They thought, oh no. Are we going to get wiped out? So many high-level samples weren't brought back.
Then they hurriedly asked the last one who respawned, Di Han, where's Wang Xiaojun?
She can't have died too, right? Di Han waved his hand, saying, don't worry. I saw her board the Pelican. She should be preparing to submit her tasks now.
Everyone let out a sigh of relief, and Chunbai spoke up, then should we go to the captain's room to find her?
She is a great contributor.
Mi Li Miao nodded in agreement. That's right, escorting the samples means our efforts were not in vain. She is indeed a great contributor.
Just then a system announcement popped up and Chunbai immediately said, I have something to do. I'm heading to the 3rd level, so I won't go pick up Wang Xiaojun.
The others reacted similarly.
Finally only Di Han remained, shouting, what happened to picking up the great contributor?
Chunbai replied, the great contributor won't run away. But if I go late to the weapon upgrade platform, he'll have to wait in line. A few people in pure white rushed to the 3rd level of the battleship like students hurrying to the cafeteria. The door to the weapon upgrade platform slid open, revealing only a few players operating inside.
The taut nerves of the pure white finally relaxed, releasing a long breath. Fortunately, there was no queue.
After saying that, he began to survey the space. The internal space of the weapon upgrade platform was vast, resembling a factory workshop. Hundreds of devices resembling lathes were neatly arranged, their silver-gray casings gleaming with a metallic sheen under the cold lights. To the right of each device was a numerical control station linked to various robotic arms above. To the left was a workbench with robotic arms hanging over it, ready to perform weapon modifications at any moment. The group in pure white exchanged glances and eagerly rushed toward the nearest device. He placed his LOS 3 laser rifle unlocked with 1500 contribution points on the workbench. As soon as it was placed, the workbench emitted a wave of bluish light. The screen of the numerical control station lit up, automatically recognizing the weapon type and available modification options. Pure White stared at the screen, his eyes slowly widening. Available upgrades: continuous laser emitter. After upgrading, the laser can continuously beam for 30 seconds. Upgrade cost 1000 contribution points. High conductivity heat dissipation module reduces heat dissipation time by 300. Upgrade cost 500 contribution points. Replaceable heat dissipation module can immediately complete weapon cooling by replacing the heat dissipation unit. Upgrade cost 500 contribution points. Efficiency lens adds a laser efficiency lens component, allowing the laser to easily penetrate medium armor units. Upgrade cost 1000 contribution points. Select all above. Fully upgrade the LOS 3 laser rifle, enhancing it to the LOS 5 scythe long-handled laser rifle. Upgrade cost 3000 contribution points. Without a second thought, Pure White directly clicked select all above. What a joke! What is 3000 contribution points? He had long been fed up with the original laser gun that overheated after shooting a few times, not to mention continuous fire. Strictly speaking, the LOS 3 could only be considered a beam rifle. It needed to rest for several seconds after firing for just over 10 seconds, making it utterly hopeless against mass swarms of insects. But the upgraded long-handled scythe was different. A vivid image appeared in Pure White's mind. Pulling the trigger, a continuous straight line of laser shot out from the muzzle, slicing through the insectoid shells like paper. Harvesting the insectoids like cutting wheat. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. With full upgrades, it could also penetrate medium armor units, unlike before when it took several shots to penetrate a single warrior insect's shell. 3000 contribution points expensive? Not at all. Not at all. Except that remanufacturing the weapon after it was scrapped would cost 4500 contribution points, which made Pure White feel a bit pained. He pressed the confirmation button. Contribution points were deducted and the robotic arms on the workbench began disassembling and assembling. The mechanical arms rotated and replaced parts with agility. Pure White crossed his arms and stood aside, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a group of people surged in from outside. Dai Wenfeng, Song Xiao Leijin, and over 1,000 other combat personnel who had just rotated off the front lines. As soon as they entered, they quickly occupied all remaining weapon upgrade devices. A long queue even started to form outside. Pure White glanced back, secretly relieved. Fortunately, they arrived quickly, otherwise it would be them waiting outside now. At the end of the line, Wang Xiaojun saw Pure White and the others upgrading their weapons through the teammate location shared on the minimap, stomping her feet in anger. These heartless people. She gritted her teeth. Letting me turn in the mission alone is one thing, but they didn't even help me hold a spot. Unfortunately, the comments only added insult to injury. Laughing to death this time, it's Wang Xiaojun being sold out. This is called a blessing in disguise. The one in front is clearly a horse race between Tianji, clearly a case of Zhao Jun leaving the frontier. Dai Wenfeng approached an empty operation station and placed his main weapon, the AR-21B assault rifle, on the workbench. The bluish light lit up and the numerical control station screen flickered, recognizing the weapon type and available modification options. He glanced at it, then froze. Beside him, Song Xiao reacted similarly. They exchanged glances, seeing the same shock reflected in each other's eyes. Because the description under the upgrade section for barrel strength enhancement clearly stated barrel strength enhancement after upgrading TNT bullets can be replaced with cubic nitrogen bullets, easily penetrating all units below heavy armor. Dai Wenfeng couldn't hold back and spoke first. So it turns out our guns can easily penetrate the chitinous exoskeleton of the insects using TNT explosions to propel the bullets. Song Xiao, also an assault trooper, used a submachine gun, but besides the range, the firepower of his weapon was no less than that of Dai Wenfeng's assault rifle. He had always wondered why these guns were so powerful, and now he finally knew the reason. With an incredulous tone he said, I always wondered why the firepower of the guns here is so terrifying. It's because they use TNT explosives to make bullets. How can it not be terrifying? Dai Wenfeng then spoke, the upgraded cubic nitrogen ammunition is even more outrageous. This kind of explosive, I've only heard of its cubic diverted polymer nitrogen, a pure nitrogen material with a diamond structure. Song Xiao responded, I've heard of it too. Its energy density is at least 10 times that of TNT explosives. Both of them gasped in unison. They could hardly imagine how terrifying it would be to shoot bullets made from this material. With such ammunition, what significance would a swarm of insects have? In the face of absolute firepower, all insect swarm tactics seemed so pale and ridiculous. If they knew that Hu Jin's sniper rifle could also use nuclear explosions to propel bullets, they wouldn't be so surprised. Like pure white, they did not hesitate at all and directly selected select all above. The robotic arms on the workbench began to disassemble and assemble flexibly, replacing the barrels, reinforcing the chambers, and changing the ammunition systems. Dai Wenfeng's assault rifle was upgraded to the new model AR-23 Liberator assault rifle, significantly enhancing its power, firing rate, and magazine capacity. If it were changed to the more powerful cubic nitrogen bullets, it could even potentially damage heavy armor units.
Song Xiao's submachine gun upgraded to the MP-98 Night submachine gun.
Besides the magazine capacity remaining the same, its range, power, and firing rate were all significantly enhanced.
After upgrading, a single burst could even penetrate 2 layers of stacked insectoids.
Their eyes were fixed on the weapons still undergoing upgrades. Their expressions clearly showed their eagerness to return to the front lines and test the new weapons. At that moment, Pure White and his group, who had arrived earlier, had completed their weapon upgrades. Pure White, Meili, Miao Nine, Shi Hongshi, Dihan, and a few others walked out of the weapon upgrade platform in succession. Each of them carried brand new weapons, especially Pure White's long-handled scythe laser gun, which was particularly eye-catching. As Pure White looked up, he saw Wang Xiaojun leaning against the wall, arms crossed, staring at them with a grim expression.
Yo, Xiaojun.
Pure White walked over with a grin, deliberately waving the long-handled scythe in his hand. Haven't upgraded yet. Wang Xiaojun deliberately ignored the weapon and Pure White's hand, glaring intensely at him.
You guys. Pure White acted as if he didn't see Wang Xiaojun's expression and smugly said, we were waiting for you in the landing zone.
Then they walked towards the airborne area, leaving Wang Xiaojun stomping her feet in anger.
Wang Xiaojun, once I finish upgrading my weapon, the first to try it out will be you guys.
After obtaining their upgraded weapons, Chun Bai and the others eagerly came to the surface to test their guns.
However, the results were far from satisfactory. The reason was simple: the upgraded weapons were simply too powerful. Dihan squatted beside the corpse of a combat bug, prying open its shell with a dagger to take a look inside, only to darken his expression. Ah! I've smashed the internal organs again.
She lifted her head and glared at the others, who fired the shots just now.
Neng Zaihan Shao quickly waved his hands. It's not my fault. Those last 2 shots weren't fired by me. I told you to let me do it, but you all refused to believe me. Chunbai, holding a long-handled sickle, looked innocent.
Meili Miao rolled her eyes. Just shut up, okay? With that shot you burned the internal organs to a crisp. How can we take live samples now? Chunbai opened his mouth but didn't respond. Everyone was now troubled. The weapons were originally upgraded to earn contribution points more effectively. Now, however, the high-value organs that the bugs could provide were shattered into pieces. Either they were burned to cinders by Chun Bai's long-handled sickle, or they had killed thousands of bugs without obtaining a single intact organ. In the end, they could only recover the worthless bug corpses as biomass and tearfully earned a few thousand contribution points. If they had used bug organs, these bugs could have provided at least 100,000 contribution points. The gap was astonishing.
Dihan asked helplessly, what do we do now? Are we going to have to rely on recovering biomass for contribution points from now on? Meili Miao sighed. At least our bug killing efficiency is much higher than before. Neng Zaihan Shao didn't chime in.
He simply stared at Chun Bai's long-handled sickle, his eyes growing brighter. Chun Bai felt a chill down his back and immediately hugged his gun, watching Neng Zaihan Shao warily. What do you want to do? Neng Zaihan Shao revealed a mischievous smile. I say, Chun Bai, your gun seems to have another function besides killing bugs.
Chun Bai frowned. What function?
Neng Zaihan Shao teased, turning to leave. It's nothing, just follow me.
I've thought of a good way to earn contribution points.
Although the others were confused, they still followed. Dihan noticed that Dongfang, Shenmi, Lily, Disu, Lao Chai Lang, and Dozhum and Men, who were still standing in place, and asked, aren't you coming? Dozhum and Men, who waved his hand, no need, we prefer killing bugs.
Disu Lao Chai Lang nodded. We're too lazy to collect organs for samples. Recovering biomass suits us better. Dongfang, Shenmi, Lily also nodded. Dihan waved. Alright then, I wish you luck.
Then she followed Neng Zaihan Shao away. After walking for a while, the livestream team noticed that the surrounding terrain looked increasingly familiar.
It wasn't until Neng Zaihan Shao leaped into the familiar mine tunnel that they finally reacted.
Was Neng Zaihan Shao planning to take them back to their old trade of mining?
Dihan was the first to lose her composure. Is this the method you mentioned to earn contribution points? Mining is exhausting and slow. If you don't break it off the wall, you can't even recover it.
Meili Miao agreed. Exactly.
I'd rather go harvest some kidneys as a cleaner.
Neng Zaihan Shao raised his index finger and shook his head.
Wrong. Mining is exhausting and slow, that was in the past.
He looked at Chunbai. Now please start your performance. Chunbai instantly realized what he was implying, hugged the long-handled sickle tightly and took a step back. This gun is for killing bugs, not for you to use as a pickaxe. Nung Zaihongsheo smiled widely. Don't be like that, Baigo. We can split it 3 to 7. You get 7, we take 3.
That should be fine, right? Dihan and Mili Miao quickly chimed in. Yes. We only need 30%. Dihan remembered that Wang Xiaojun had not yet arrived and added, with Wang Xiaojun the 4 of us can split 30%.
The others nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chunbai could only sigh, shouldering the long-handled sickle and walking toward the mine wall.
Step aside. He raised his gun, aimed at the densely packed metallic ore on the wall, and pulled the trigger.
At the moment the laser struck the metallic wall, red-hot molten iron began to flow down along the cuts made by the laser, filling the air with the scent of burning metal. In less than 5 minutes a piece of metal the size of a bank vault door was completely cut off and crashed to the ground. Nung Zaihan stepped forward and reached out to touch it.
A blue light flashed. His pupils dilated and his voice trembled. Wow.
That piece was worth 50,000 contribution points.
Everyone gasped in shock.
Mili Miao, being from Sichuan province, automatically unlocked the racial talent for changing faces. Her mouth stretched to her ears as she burst into laughter. Isn't this much better than harvesting kidneys? Chunbai shot her an annoyed glance. Who was it that said they'd rather go harvest kidneys as a cleaner just now? Mili Miao immediately switched her expression, purposely raising her voice. Oh, I didn't know that brother Chunbai's gun was so powerful, shooting so fast and so hot that it can melt metal. This made everyone shiver. The bullet screen in the livestream was filled with laughter.
Good tea. Good clip. I'm dying of laughter. This voice gives me chills. Sister Miao, I was wrong. Please don't clip me. Chunbai shivered and quickly waved his hands. All right, just don't talk like that, okay? It gives me goosebumps. Dihan and Nine Zaihan had already started calculating the split. 50,000 contribution points. Chunbai takes 35,000 and the 4 of us split 15,000, 3,750 each. Dihan counted on her fingers.
No, Nang Zaihan shook his head. This piece was cut in less than 5 minutes. In an hour we could cut more than 10 pieces.
Dihan's eyes nearly popped out. So, in an hour, that's several 100,000 contribution points. Nang Zaihan nodded. Mili Miao's high-pitched voice returned. Brother Chunbai, let's continue quickly. Chunbai replied, TSK. Can you speak normally? In a high-pitched voice she said, okay. Then Chunbai took a deep breath, raised the long-handled sickle and aimed at the next piece of metal, pulling the trigger. The sizzling sound of laser cutting echoed again in the mine tunnel, and the red-hot molten iron reflected the faces of the group, flushed with excitement. On Lianghe's frontline, gunfire was sparse and the bug swarm's offensive was clearly weakening. Fu Xiaoyi leaned against the cover, hands behind his head, looking up at the gray sky, yawning widely. Ah. So boring. Isn't there anything exciting?
Liang, who stood beside him, using the helmet's automatic zoom function to observe the movements of the bug nest in the distance.
He replied without looking back, isn't it better to be bored? It proves everything is going smoothly. Fu Xiaoyi stretched lazily. You're right. Especially since after you sent those people to upgrade their weapons, the bug swarm seems to have never crossed the danger line again. They don't even come out to attack us anymore. Liang, who lowered the binocular, smiling, that's a good thing. We have completely grasped the pace. We can kill as many bugs as we want to obtain biomass. Fu Xiaoyi chuckled bitterly, stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. You're right. I'll log off to have a meal lest my mom nags me again for not eating on time. Liang, who paused for a moment looking at him. In front of the position the bug swarm, suppressed by firepower, shrank back and didn't dare to take a step forward. The defense line was solid as a rock. Liang, who nodded, saying, let's log off together. I need to report the current situation to General Li. On the battleship, Su Yang stared at the strategic map displayed on the holographic screen. The biomass recycling progress steadily increased and the metallic figures gradually climbed as well. Su Yang yawned. To refresh himself he took a bottle of World Tree Spring dilution and unscrewed the cap to take a sip. The colorless, tasteless liquid slid down his throat, a refreshing sensation spreading from his stomach to his limbs, making his eyelids feel lighter. Just as he was daydreaming against the chair, Aurora's calm voice came through. Liang, who was requesting access to the captain's quarters. Should I allow entry? Su Yang frowned. Isn't Liang Hu on the early shift? The command authority should have been handed over to Chen Rue by now. He paused for a moment, then waved his hand. Allow entry. The door to the captain's quarters slid open silently.
Liang, who strode in his exoskeleton armor still smeared with uncleaned bug blood and dust. He stood at attention and saluted Su Yang. Su Yang stood up to return the salute and then asked, "Aren't you on the early shift today? Why haven't you logged off yet?" "I just logged off after reporting to General Li. He asked me to convey." Liang, who paused, "He needs to speak with you." Su Yang's brow furrowed even tighter. "Did General Li mention what it was about?" Liang, who shook his head, "Not clear, he just said it was urgent to speak with you immediately." Su Yang pondered for 2 seconds. "All right, I understand. You should log off and get some rest." Liang, who saluted again and exited the captain's quarters. After the door closed, Su Yang sat back down in the command chair about to ask Aurora to connect the communication when he suddenly remembered something. "Aurora, after the consciousness links to the bionic beings, what is the status of their physical bodies?" "They are in a resting state," Aurora replied calmly, "and naturally brain activity is essentially the same as during deep sleep." Su Yang sat up straight. "So in other words, when they're online, their physical bodies are essentially asleep." "Exactly." Su Yang's mouth twitched. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I was worried about them being online for too long and was thinking of implementing a system to prevent addiction." Aurora tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She did not understand what a system to prevent addiction meant. Su Yang continued to ask, "So even if they're online for 24 hours it won't harm their bodies?" Aurora looked at him with a puzzled expression and countered, "Commander, doesn't your body need to intake energy to maintain its operation?" Su Yang was taken aback for a moment, then he chuckled and slapped his forehead. "Right, I almost forgot about needing to eat." He sighed, leaning back against the chair, murmuring, "If only we had a life support pod." Aurora raised her eyebrows slightly. "Detailed technological data on the life support pod system should have been unlocked at Tier 3 permissions." Su Yang's eyes widened, suddenly slapping his forehead. "Damn. I completely forgot after leveling up." He straightened up, swiped his fingers on the control panel and pulled up the interface of the technology database. An overwhelming list of files filled the entire screen. "It's just the right time to contact General Li and send him the technical data as well." "All set," Aurora said. "Shall I connect the interstellar quantum communication?" Su Yang took a deep breath. "Connect." The holographic screen lit up, revealing the face of Li Zhonghua. He was sitting at his desk holding a bowl of rice with a piece of braised pork on his chopsticks. Seeing Su Yang, he quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a tissue and sat up straight. "Comrade Su Yang." Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, General Li, I didn't know you were having a meal." Li Zhonghua waved his hand casually. "It's fine, I was the one who asked Liang Hu to notify you to contact me immediately." Su Yang's expression turned serious. "Is there an emergency? Has something happened on Blue Star?" Li Zhonghua nodded, putting down the tissue and crossing his hands on the table. "Yes. With the promotion of the super broad-spectrum disease cure agent, a series of chain reactions have caused a certain level of social unrest. Therefore..." He paused, seemingly weighing his words. "The State Department held a meeting to discuss slowing down the pace of advanced technology being released to the public." "Absolutely not." Su Yang's voice was not loud, but it was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Li Zhonghua was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a strong reaction. Su Yang stared at the screen, enunciating each word. "The problems of development must be solved during development. We cannot let fear prevent progress." Li Zhonghua remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "This is also the main reason I needed to contact you." The discussion in the State Department was forcibly halted by Elder Jiang. His voice became steady. "Elder Jiang wants to hear your opinion. After all, we need good cooperation to win this war. If the pace of development on Blue Star slows down, I'm afraid it will affect your strategic layout." Su Yang sighed slightly, his tone softening. "Generally, I understand that the emergence of the super broad-spectrum disease cure agent will deal a devastating blow to the medical industry." Li Zhonghua nodded, remaining silent and waiting for him to continue. Su Yang leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm. "I also know that aside from the top-tier hospitals in Huagua, community health centers and township clinics should have suspended their services to the public." Li Zhonghua suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. This was precisely what he wanted to say. Su Yang did not stop his speech, measured. "Moreover, the top-tier hospitals should only have a few departments left, such as obstetrics and gynecology, surgery laboratory, and medical aesthetics." Li Zhonghua could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, You calculated all this beforehand?" Su Yang nodded, then shook his head. "Not me. It's Aurora. I only thought there might be a shock, but the specifics to this extent were derived from her calculations." Li Zhonghua suddenly understood, pressing further. Then why do you insist on doing this?
What's the reason behind it?
Su Yang locked eyes with Li Zhonghua and said in a deep voice, to liberate combat power.
Liberate combat power. Li Zhonghua repeated, furrowing his brow. Su Yang nodded heavily. Exactly.
While we are talking, the insect race is continuously draining the energy of this planet. We do not have complete data to estimate how long it will take for the insect race to hatch lightspeed insect eggs. It could be 10 years, 100 years. He paused, his voice growing grave.
It could also be tomorrow.
Li Zhongguo's brow furrowed even tighter. But what does this have to do with liberating combat power?
The connection is simple. The insect race does not need to rest, but humans do.
Su Yang stood up, walking to the holographic screen and pointing at the green light dots representing player forces on the strategic map. Liang Hu and Chen Rui are the frontline commanders for the early and late shifts, and other units are also rotating shifts. I cannot rely on a group of people who can only go online after 8 in the evening to win an interstellar war. They don't log off that early, Li Zhonghua almost blurted out.
Ha! Su Yang turned around, looking at Li Zhonghua in surprise. Li Zhonghua cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. You continue. Therefore I need to fully liberate the labor force of Huagua. Hearing this, Li Zhongguo's expression shifted. He began to understand.
For this, the first step, which is also a step that must be taken, is to make them unemployed, right?
Su Yang nodded vigorously.
My ideal scenario is to use technology to achieve fully unmanned production and construction, allowing every living Huagua person to come aboard the battleship and fight against the insect race. His voice grew faster, his eyes burning with intensity.
They can fight here, earn money here.
After logging off, their consciousness returns to Blue Star, where they can enjoy life, eat, drink, and have fun. That's enough.
He paused, speaking the last line slowly and deliberately. We not only want to earn money while standing, but we also want to win the war while having fun.
Li Zhonghua was utterly stunned. His mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time, large enough to fit a light bulb, and even able to take it out. After a while, Li Zhonghua nodded heavily. I will relay your words exactly word for word to Elder Jiang. Li Zhonghua thought Su Yang was about to end the communication and was ready to pick up his chopsticks again. Oh right, Su Yang's voice came from the communicator. This is the technological data unlocked at permission level 3 that I forgot to give you earlier.
Li Zhonghua was taken aback.
As soon as the words left Su Yang's mouth, he felt the air beside the dining table slightly distort. A silver-white hard drive materialized out of thin air on the table, pressing down on the napkin he hadn't had time to remove.
Li Zhonghua let out a bitter smile, picked up the hard drive and said this.
I'm afraid those old folks at the Academy of Sciences will scold me for being irresponsible again.
Su Yang chuckled and said they should have already thoroughly studied the previous technical data, right?
Now it's just a perfect continuation. Li Zhonghua shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. Comrade Su Yang, you may not know this. The last batch of technical data greatly inspired the Academy of Sciences, and now they have launched many new projects.
If it doesn't sufficiently pique their interest, I'm afraid. General Li.
Su Yang interrupted him, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. They will definitely be interested. Li Zhonghua raised his cup of water and frowned, asking so confident.
Su Yang smiled. I just took a look, and besides containing numerous foundational scientific theories of the Zenith Star technology, this data also includes complete information on a very interesting technology and its production process.
Li Zhonghua brought the cup to his lips and casually asked, interesting?
That's right, it's interesting. Su Yang paused. Can you imagine what it means for a person to be able to perform photosynthesis?
Li Zhonghua sprayed water out of his mouth, hitting his phone screen perfectly.
Followed by a fit of intense coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Photosynthesis. Cough, cough. A person performing photosynthesis.
Water streamed down the phone screen, and Li Zhonghua hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe it, coughing as he wiped his face, turning red.
Su Yang on the other end of the screen looked a bit worried. General Li, are you all right?
Li Zhonghua waved his hand, coughed a couple more times, and finally caught his breath. What kind of technology is that?
Why does it sound so bizarre? Photosynthesis. Wouldn't that make a person a plant? Su Yang paused for a moment, then burst out laughing.
You shouldn't say that in front of Fu Xiaoyi.
Li Zhonggui's mouth twitched and he didn't pick up that topic.
He said seriously, on a serious note, what exactly is that technology? Su Yang put away his smile and said earnestly, that is the detailed design blueprint and technical plan for the life pod. Li Zhonghua frowned even tighter. How did we go from photosynthesis to life pods? Su Yang pondered for a moment and organized his words. It's like this: the life pod can emit a special frequency of light waves to activate the energy injection agent. Once the energy injection agent is activated, it can provide energy to the human body while maintaining cell and muscle vitality. Li Zhonghua frowned and said, so to use the life pod one must first inject that energy agent.
Su Yang nodded.
Li Zhonghua thought for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of skepticism. It sounds like it's not that useful, it just saves time on eating.
Su Yang shook his head, his tone becoming serious. No, General Li. A normal person lying in bed for a month doing nothing will have their muscles atrophied long before that.
Li Zhonghua was taken aback, slowly nodding. I had overlooked that point. Su Yang continued, moreover, the function of the life pod goes beyond that, it can stimulate and activate the division of muscle cells. Seeing that Li Zhonghua still looked puzzled, Su Yang further explained, in other words, as long as you inject the corresponding nutrient solution and lie in the life pod a month later, you won't weaken from lack of exercise, instead you'll become even stronger.
Li Zhongguo's eyes lit up. It can work like that. Su Yang nodded yes.
Moreover, the energy injection agent can greatly enhance the body's metabolism, making one more energetic, strengthening immunity, improving physical condition, and even helping with weight loss.
Li Zhonghua silently lowered his head and glanced at his belly.
Although he also came from the military, ever since he stepped down from the front line, coupled with a lack of training and age catching up, he had inevitably gained weight. The belt buckle had moved up 2 notches compared to 10 years ago.
Weight loss.
He silently circled those 2 words in his mind. All other benefits were secondary. Weight loss was the function he desired the most.
Moreover,
Su Yang hadn't finished speaking. The special frequency light waves emitted by the life pod can also promote bone growth, enhance bone density, and for those with physical injuries like fractures, it can significantly speed up recovery.
Li Zhonghua suddenly looked up.
He remembered his old comrade who had fallen and now had to use a cane to walk due to osteoporosis. With the life pod, perhaps he could throw away the cane.
Does this device work for treating osteoporosis as well?
Li Zhongguo's voice tightened slightly.
Su Yang confidently nodded, of course.
Just lying in the life pod for a few days, and not only will you not have osteoporosis, but your bone density will be guaranteed to be higher than a cow. Just that the orthopedic department in hospitals might close down, he added.
Li Zhonghua laughed heartily. That's all good news.
After laughing, he inquired again, is this life pod able to induce hibernation as well? Su Yang waved his hand. Generally, it is the exact opposite of a hibernation pod. It is designed to enhance human metabolism and is a precursor technology to hibernation pods.
Li Zhonghua nodded in a way that suggested he somewhat understood.
Su Yang worried he might misunderstand and quickly added, if you only need to maintain bodily functions, you just need to inject the energy agent before lying down. But if you want to enhance the body, you must first inject the corresponding nutrient solution.
Nutrient solution. Li Zhonghua repeated.
That's right. For example, to enhance muscles, you first inject a high-energy protein solution. To enhance bone density, you need to inject calcium nutrient solution. All of these nutrient solution formulas and preparation processes are included in the Level 3 permission technology data.
Li Zhonghua lowered his head, cradling the silver-white hard drive in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure.
No, it truly is a priceless treasure.
Lying down can enhance physical condition, help with weight loss, and doesn't require eating. Li Zhonghua couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This is what you call technological immortality, right?
Su Yang shook his head with a smile.
We're still far from that. This can only enhance a person's physique within human limits and cannot be called immortality.
But I believe that with permission levels rising, there will definitely be technological means to break through human limits in the future.
Li Zhonghua nodded heavily, repeatedly saying the word good.
Good, good, good.
I will take this data to the Academy of Sciences right away.
As he spoke, he was about to get up.
Su Yang hurriedly called out to him, No, General Li, it's too late now.
The people at the Academy of Sciences have already gotten off work. You should eat first and you can deliver it tomorrow.
Li Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback, glancing out at the dark night, and then realized. Look at me, so happy that I forgot the time.
He sat back down, carefully placing the hard drive in the safest spot on the dining table, far away from the soup bowl and water cup.
Su Yang exchanged a few pleasantries with Li Zhonghua before cutting off the communication.
The holographic screen dimmed. Su Yang quietly returned to his command chair, leaning back against the headrest, staring at the ceiling.
Murmuring to himself, technological immortality. If only I could unlock the next level of permission quickly.
Ever since he obtained the consciousness-linked device disguised as a gaming helmet, he found himself wanting to sleep aboard the battleship even during his dreams. After all, once connected to the combat platform of the synthetic beings, his original body remained in a state of slumber. Thus he became the most active player in Desperate Paratrooper without exception. However, his mother had her reservations about this. After washing the dishes, his mother wiped her hands, furrowed her brows, and walked into the living room, addressing the old man who was engulfed in smoke. "I say, old man, shouldn't you manage him a bit better? He wears that helmet all the time except when eating day and night. If this continues, his eyes will surely go blind." The old man picked up the water pipe, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke which diffused under the dim light. He slowly began to speak. "I say, you really worry too much. He lies in bed all day. What else can he do if not play games? It's not every day he finds something he enjoys, so let him be." "But he has to sleep, right?" his mother retorted, her voice tinged with anxiety. The old man glanced towards Fu Xiaoyi's room. In the pitch-black room, only the gaming helmet emitted a faint blue glow like a quiet eye blinking in the darkness. He remained silent for a moment before finally sighing. "That's true. When he sleeps, you should take off his helmet and help him put it back on after breakfast tomorrow." At that moment, Fu Xiaoyi was chatting with Chen Rui, who was on night duty at the front line. Leaning against cover, Chen Rui casually remarked while changing magazines, "I heard from Ahu that the insect race is intelligent and can command armies in battle. After these few days, I haven't noticed anything of the sort. Is this kind of simulated training really meaningful?" Fu Xiaoyi cast a sidelong glance at Chen Rui. Of course, he couldn't reveal to the other that all of this was real. This war was taking place in a real star system 56 light-years away from Blue Star. He replied in the most soldier-like manner, "You are a soldier, obey orders and train hard. Don't overthink it. The higher-ups have their reasons for making such decisions." Chen Rui nodded in agreement but did not press further. Just then the insect swarm launched another large-scale charge. A gray-black tide surged from the direction of the hive, the screeches booming painfully against the eardrums. As the night shift commander, Chen Rui was about to issue orders to Fu Xiaoya's squad. Bang! Fu Xiaoya's synthetic being fell to the ground as if its soul had been stripped away, raising a cloud of dust. Chen Rui was stunned, squatting down to push his shoulder. "Fu bro. Fu bro." There was no response. He shook his head, redeployed the defensive line, and dragged Fu Xiaoya's body behind cover, continuing to command the battle. Fu Xiaoyi felt a sudden darkness engulf him. Then his mother's voice came from above, tinged with helplessness and concern. "Xiaoyi, don't just play games all day, make sure to rest." Fu Xiaoyi blinked, gradually focusing his gaze. The old chandelier above was dusty, and the harsh white light of the bulb made his eyes sting. He was momentarily dazed before realizing that he had been forcibly disconnected from the consciousness link. But this time it wasn't during battle, and no teammates were put in danger due to his sudden disconnection. Listening to his mother's concerned admonitions, he couldn't bring himself to feel angry. He sighed helplessly. "Got it, Mom." Seeing his agreeable attitude, Fu Xiaoya's mother paused momentarily. Her tense expression softened slightly as she adjusted the blanket and was just about to turn and leave the room. "Mom!" Fu Xiaoyi's voice came again from behind. "Could you help me put the helmet back on?" His mother abruptly turned her head, her gentle expression instantly replaced by anger. Seeing her expression, Fu Xiaoyi quickly added, "Mom, I actually just fell asleep. It's just that the helmet wasn't turned off. I did rest well, so don't worry." His mother looked at him suspiciously, her gaze scanning his face several times. "If you're going to sleep, just sleep properly. How can you sleep with that helmet on?" Fu Xiaoyi made a pitiful expression, his tone laced with a hint of coaxing. "Mom, do you really think I can feel anything?" He paused, his voice softened. "I'm just afraid that if I wake up and find nothing to do, I wouldn't want you all to take the helmet off before I sleep." His mother was taken aback. Fu Xiaoya's words were like a fine needle gently piercing the softest part of her heart. It turned out that he kept wearing that thing out of concern, not to trouble them. Moreover, he said he didn't feel discomfort from the helmet. Indeed, for someone with a high-level paraplegia, he might not feel such inconveniences. Her eyes slightly moistened and she felt a lump in her throat. She sighed, turned back to the bedside, bent down and reached for the silver helmet on the nightstand. All right, I can't argue with you." Fu Xiaoyi grinned. "Thank you, Mom." His mother finally revealed a hint of a smile, shaking her head as she picked up the helmet and carefully placed it onto his head. At that moment, Fu Xiaoya's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw something that should not have appeared in this room. A phantom. The phantom of the insect swarm. Countless dark gray insects surged in the darkness, the sound of their carapaces rubbing together creating a fine rustling, and as their claws sliced through the air they produced a sharp whistle. They crowded together layer upon layer like a black tide surging in the endless underground cavern. He hadn't even put on the helmet yet. That illusion had unexpectedly appeared in his true form as well.
Fu Xiaoya's heart raced, blood pounding in his eardrums.
He found himself in a vast underground cavern. The air was humid and hot, filled with a pungent rotten seafood smell mixed with sulfur. Above there was no sky to be seen, only dark grey rock walls and a viscous liquid oozing from the cracks glowing faintly.
Ahead, two waves of insect swarms collided. Not dozens, not hundreds, but thousands.
Mangled limbs spun in the air, dark green fluid splattered like a torrential rain. Insect corpses piled like mountains while the insects behind stepped over their fallen comrades to continue their charge.
Fu Xiaoyi instinctively frowned. He wanted to turn and see if he was truly inside the hive, but realized he couldn't move at all. His consciousness was firmly fixed in this scene like an insect trapped in amber. This sensation was different from being able to control the synthetic body freely. It felt more like watching an immersive movie. He could feel the damp heat of the environment, smell the stench in the air, and even experienced the fear and despair of an insect before its death, yet he could do nothing. Those insects, whether offensive or defensive, were not the ones he was familiar with. The combat insects, hunters, scavengers, piercing insects, plasma cannon insects. None of them resembled the ones before him. What motive could the insect showing him this scene possibly have? Moreover, were these really the insects he was currently fighting against? Fu Xiaoya's brain raced, trying to piece together answers from the chaotic images. Just then the phantom appeared. It was the phantom of the insect race he had seen once before. Its outline was hazy, like looking through frosted glass, but the sense of oppression was identical to the last time. With an ethereal, otherworldly voice it spoke. "Help me. I beg you." The words seemed to be right beside him, yet also felt like they were coming from far off in the heavens. "Who exactly are you?" As Fu Xiaoyi shouted this, his consciousness had already returned to the synthetic being. He panted heavily as if he had just been pulled from the water. It seemed that his mother had not noticed his odd behavior and directly helped him put the helmet back on. He looked around. Not far away, Chen Rui was commanding the soldiers to recover biomass and clean the battlefield. Scattered gunfire still echoed. The corpses of the insect swarm piled up like small hills, and the dark green bodily fluids glowed with an eerie luminescence under the moonlight. Fu Xiaoyi felt a bit dazed. He stood up and walked over to Chen Rui. When Chen Rui turned to see him, a grin appeared on his face as he jokingly said, "Oh, did you disconnect during the battle and only come back after it was over?" Fu Xiaoyi forced a calm demeanor, patted Chen Rui on the shoulder and sighed, "If you had a mother who loved you, your disconnection frequency would definitely be higher than mine." Chen Rui chuckled twice, not picking up the banter. Fu Xiaoyi glanced at the battlefield. The insect swarm had been repelled and everywhere were busy recovery teams. He took a deep breath and said to Chen Rui, "Now that everything is sorted out, I will log off. See you tomorrow." Chen Rui nodded. "Then why not just stay offline?" Fu Xiaoyi thumped his armored chest with a fist, the metal producing a dull sound. "This thing costs 100 contribution points, I can't just leave it here." Chen Rui shrugged. "Fair enough." Fu Xiaoyi turned and walked toward the rear of the battlefield, calling for the Pelican. He needed to report this matter to Su Yang immediately. He had already vaguely guessed the reason for the hallucinations but needed verification. On the battleship, Su Yang had returned from the captain's room to the captain's quarters, complete with a high bed and soft pillows. He changed out of his military uniform and into a loose nightgown, preparing to lie down. He rubbed his temples. His sleep time had been decreasing lately, with his mind filled with countdowns, resource progress, and the terrain maps of the insect nests. "Commander." Aurora's voice came from the air. "Someone is requesting entry to the captain's room. Should I allow access?" Su Yang answered without hesitation, "Deny. I am off duty now." He wasn't a corporate drone. Why would they want him to work overtime? The person is Fu Xiaoyi, claiming that the report is related to the hallucinations. Su Yang suddenly sprang up from the bed, not even wearing shoes, rushing outside without even changing out of his nightgown. The door to the captain's room slid open and Fu Xiaoyi stood at the doorway, awkwardly scratching his head at Su Yang's appearance. He was one of the few who knew the truth and naturally understood that Su Yang was a normal person who required food, drink, and sleep. However, knowing the truth made him even more aware of the importance of this information. Even if it was late at night, he had to report this matter immediately. But Su Yang showed no awareness of his intent and bluntly asked, "You really replicated it?" This question instantly pulled Fu Xiaoyi back into reporting mode. Fu Xiaoyi nodded emphatically, "That's right. And it wasn't here." Su Yang frowned, his tone filled with confusion. "What do you mean by not here?" "What does that mean?" Fu Xiaoyi took a deep breath and articulated slowly, "It means that I did not see the hallucinations while linked to the synthetic being."
Su Yang's pupils contracted sharply, his voice rising by an octave. Are you saying you saw the insect race's phantoms on Blue Star?
Fu Xiaoyi nodded. That's why I hurried back from the front lines.
Su Yang plopped down onto the command chair, his back sinking into the soft chair. He frowned as the complexity of the matter exceeded his previous imagination.
So what is the reason? He turned to Fu Xiaoyi. Do you know why you can see them?
Fu Xiaoyi frowned, his tone uncertain. I think it might be due to a forced disconnection.
Forced disconnection?
Yes, Fu Xiaoyi said. I saw hallucinations twice, both occurring after the same event. My mother directly removed my gaming helmet while I was linked in.
Su Yang's mouth twitched.
He recalled that as a child his mother would turn off the Wi-Fi at home at 9 o'clock to ensure he would sleep well. It seems that the saying all of Huagua has the same mother does hold some truth. He shook his head vigorously, shaking off those random associations, and turned to Aurora. Why did this happen?
Aurora replied in a matter-of-fact tone. The consciousness linker was originally designed to penetrate the mental barriers of Blue Star people. Unsafe offline operations will of course create gaps in the mental barrier, allowing external mental powers to take advantage of the situation.
Both Su Yang and Fu Xiaoyi were shocked. Su Yang furrowed his brows and questioned, why didn't you mention such an important matter earlier?
Aurora shrugged, appearing indifferent. You didn't ask.
Besides, who knew you would perform such a foolish operation?
Linking consciousness is a process affecting the human brain, and one cannot be too careful. Who would have thought your attitude towards linking consciousness would be so frivolous? Su Yang did not respond to her remark.
His voice was unervingly calm as he asked slowly, I am asking why you previously concealed that the consciousness linker was meant to penetrate the mental barrier.
Aurora opened her mouth but did not answer immediately. She hadn't anticipated Su Yang's reaction would be so intense.
Moreover, the powerful aura emanating from Su Yang at that moment reminded her of a certain monarch who had helped her escape from corruption and undeniable, irrefutable sense of oppression. She let out a rare sigh and slowly began. The function of the consciousness linker is to open a quantum channel on the mental barrier of Blue Star people, which can be closed at any time to achieve quantum entanglement linking.
If used normally, it won't affect the mental barrier at all.
She paused and added, on the contrary, channels reinforced by the consciousness linker should be harder to invade.
After hearing Aurora's explanation, Su Yang's expression changed from gloomy to clear.
He didn't see himself as a particularly righteous person, but he couldn't stand to see the soldiers who had supported him over the years suffer even the slightest harm.
Moreover, he had once solemnly assured Li Zhonghua that this kind of linking would not affect the subject.
He paused for a moment and slowly spoke. So it means that because of improper operations the door of the channel was left open, allowing the consciousness of the insect race to invade Fu Xiaoyi.
Aurora nodded in affirmation.
Su Yang sighed and turned to Fu Xiaoyi, his tone brooking no argument. Cease all such high-risk experiments. Now that we have clarified the reason for the hallucinations, do not repeat such operations.
Your safety is more important than anything else.
After a pause, Su Yang, as if fearing Fu Xiaoyi would not heed his words, added, I will personally explain this to General Li.
Fu Xiaoyi gently shook his head.
His voice was soft but carried an undeniable firmness.
Allow me to refuse, Commander Su Yang.
What did you say? Su Yang thought he had misheard. He even doubted whether he was hallucinating due to extreme fatigue. Aurora also displayed a puzzled expression, her brows slightly furrowed, her lips pressed into a line, a demeanor she rarely revealed. Fu Xiaoyi took a deep breath and answered steadily, I will not cease contact with the insect race's consciousness.
Su Yang frowned. Why?
We still don't know what impact this operation will have on you.
So we should do it even more, shouldn't we?
Fu Xiaoyi interrupted with an air of undeniable certainty. Moreover, the facts prove that Aurora's judgment was correct. The moment I donned the helmet and my consciousness returned to the cyborg, the hallucinations vanished.
Su Yang remained silent.
He leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest, his mind racing. On the surface, after putting on the helmet, the quantum channel was taken over by the consciousness link device, preventing the mental power of the insect race from invading, thus explaining the disappearance of the hallucinations.
However, how can we ensure that the insect race won't leave some strange remnants in Fu Xiaoyi's consciousness? For instance, a backdoor. Su Yang's frown deepened. He even began to suspect that Fu Xiaoyi's insistence on taking risks might have already influenced his will.
But Fu Xiaoyi's words broke his train of thought.
The key point is that we know too little about the enemy now. Fu Xiaoyi's voice was steady, his gaze resolute. I can extract a wealth of valuable intelligence from within. Hearing this, Su Yang came to his senses.
He raised his head to look at Fu Xiaoyi, his eyes scrutinizing. What intelligence? What did you see this time? Fu Xiaoyi took a deep breath and slowly said, I saw the insect swarm engaged in battle.
Moreover, the two factions of insects I observed this time are not the ones we are currently fighting. Su Yang frowned. Insects we've never seen before. Fu Xiaoyi nodded. Aurora interjected, not necessarily unseen, it's also possible you just didn't recognize them. Su Yang and Fu Xiaoyi looked at her simultaneously. The reproductive speed of insects is extremely rapid, which allows their evolutionary processes to completely transform into an entirely new species within just a few years. As Aurora spoke, she brought up a holographic projection in the air. Two three-dimensional models of insects were displayed side by side. The one on the left was a grayish-white old model, while the one on the right was a deep black new model. This is the corpse of a battle insect you collected when you boarded the ship. She pointed to the model on the left. Then with a swipe of her finger she dragged the model on the right to overlap with the left one. This is the corpse of a battle insect that was just teleported back today. Su Yang frowned as he looked at the overlapping models. While their outlines were roughly similar, the differences in detail were striking. Fu Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes, fixated on the holographic projection. Aurora's fingertips traced several highlighted lines on the model. It is evident that the new battle insect's pincers have shrunk, but its feet have become more robust. The chitin on the sides and back is thinner, while the thickness of the shell at the front is nearly double that of the original. She paused for a moment before adding, her tone still calm, but the contents sent chills down their spines. All these evolutions occurred within a mere half-month. Fu Xiaoyi and Su Yang both inhaled sharply. A cold sweat broke out on Su Yang's back. He could only think one thought: if he hadn't promptly unlocked the permission to upgrade weapons, wouldn't he now be utterly incapable of fighting even the battle insects? It seems the upgrade speed must be accelerated even further in the future. Fu Xiaoyi was the first to recover from the shock, speaking up, in other words, the illusion I saw is very likely derived from the memory of an insect king. Otherwise it would never remember what the previous insects were like. Aurora nodded in agreement. Your judgment is correct. At least high-level functional insects would have such long lifespans. Low-level utility insects are generally expendable. Fu Xiaoyi's lips curled slightly as if he had received some validation. So as long as I continue to establish a consciousness link with the insect race, I can obtain more intelligence. Not so fast. Su Yang's voice grew cold, like a bucket of ice water poured over Fu Xiaoyi's head. The benefits are not equal. Fu Xiaoyi frowned and looked at him. Su Yang sat up straight, hands clasped on the table, his gaze fixed on Fu Xiaoyi, speaking slowly. We have no way of knowing whether your consciousness has left a backdoor after being invaded by the insect race. Could it affect your brain or free will? He paused, his voice deepening further. Moreover, have you considered the consequences if the insect race also read the memories in your mind? Fu Xiaoyi froze for a moment, slowly lowering his head. He had indeed thought about it. Although he did not know the exact coordinates of Blue Star, he had some common sense. He knew that it was 56 light-years away from Blue Star, knew that the solar system had 8 major planets, and knew the general location of Earth in the Milky Way. With the accurate distance and such specific planetary distribution, calculating the exact position of Blue Star was not a difficult task. A cold sweat broke out on his back. However, he recalled the despair and helplessness of the insect he saw in the hallucination, thinking of the plea it had sent to him at the end of that shadow. He finally spoke slowly. I think that insect may not be our enemy. Su Yang displayed a look like that of an old man on the subway staring at his phone. His brows knitted tightly, his lips twitching slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if to say, are you sure you want to hear what you're saying? He could not fathom in what mental state Fu Xiaoyi uttered such words. Just as he was about to refute, Fu Xiaoyi spoke first. Because it was pleading for help. Fu Xiaoyi's voice was soft, but each word seemed to be squeezed out from his chest. Moreover, if both illusions originate from the same insect race, then in the last illusion I saw they were fighting against our enemies. Su Yang's frown deepened. 2 swarms of insects fighting against each other was indeed something he couldn't explain. He turned to Aurora. Has the insect race ever split before? Aurora shook her head in denial. No matter how the insect race divides its nests, they theoretically belong to a single main consciousness for management. All nests share the same command system and do not possess independent will. Su Yang inquired, so does it mean that the consciousness invading him might not really be the insect race we are currently facing? Aurora nodded calmly. Theoretically, such a possibility does exist. Su Yang fell silent for a moment before asking again, is there a possibility that the highest consciousness of the insect race commands 2 nests to compete against each other to promote evolution? Aurora still nodded calmly. This possibility is very high. In the absence of external enemies, insect swarms often use this method to enhance their combat strength. Survival of the fittest. Su Yang nodded heavily and then turned to Fu Shui. Then it's settled, Fu Ge, don't think about this matter anymore. But... Aurora's voice rang out again. Su Yang and Fu Shui looked at her simultaneously. The quantum channel formed by the consciousness link device can exclude all reading requests except for the link device itself. Fu Xiaoya's eyes suddenly lit up, so it can only show me its memories and cannot read my memories, right? Aurora nodded exactly. The design of the channel itself is unidirectional. The authority of the consciousness link device is higher than any external invasion, which is also the security mechanism considered by the Moravia civilization from the outset of its design. This is also the main reason why the effects of your deaths will not be carried over to the main body. Su Yang fell silent. He stared at Fu Xiaoya's face, which was filled with a sense of resolution, and sighed deeply. Fine. He stood up, walked to Fu Shui, looked into his eyes, speaking each word deliberately. But you must ensure safety while conducting limited contact. Absolutely do not take any risks, understand? Fu Shui nodded happily, standing at attention, and saluted Su Yang. At this moment Aurora spoke up. Just a reminder, although your mental barriers can self-repair, frequent unsafe offline activities can still cause the repair speed to lag behind the damage speed. Keep the frequency to once every 2 weeks. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. Fu Shui chuckled and strode out of the captain's room. Su Yang stared at the door, remaining silent for a long time. That insect that pleaded for help. He murmured, what could it be? Su Yang woke up from the captain's quarters and, yawning, sat down on the command chair. He had gradually gotten used to this kind of life recently. He rubbed his eyes and glanced at the countdown timer on the holographic screen. Remaining time 7 days 6 hours 13 minutes. There was still plenty of time. He looked again at the resource collection progress. The progress bars for biomass and metal were steadily rising, with the green numbers jumping faster than in the previous days. Recently the Zerg had not been causing much trouble, and with more players upgrading their weapons, the harvesting efficiency had visibly improved. The overall progress had reached 96%. Su Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. If all went well, he could collect all the required resources tomorrow, 3 days ahead of schedule. Moreover, there was good news. He had saved up 50,000 merit points and could unlock the final privilege of level 3. Just as he was about to ask Aurora to help him unlock the exoskeleton upgrade privilege, his gaze suddenly froze. The progress bar for biomass storage had dropped from 96% to 95%. The metal storage progress showed a similar decline, the numbers fluctuating before his eyes. Su Yang's brow furrowed sharply. The simultaneous drop in both resources could only mean one thing: that there had been significant casualties on the front line. At that moment Su Yang hated John the Great deeply. Because he had contributed the infamous saying, if all goes well something will go wrong. Su Yang quickly summoned Aurora. Aurora, what's happening on the front line? Just 5 seconds ago the Zerg dispatched plasma cannon bugs and piercing bugs to launch a surprise attack on the front line. As soon as she finished speaking, a panicked voice from Liang, who came through the communication channel. Commander. The Zerg's assault is too fierce, the position is likely to be lost. Captain, be careful. Boom. The communicator erupted with a loud explosion, followed by the harsh sound of electrical interference. Liang, who had only finished half his sentence when Lu Guodong was knocked into a nearby shell hole. The plasma cannon exploded at the spot they had just occupied, and the scorching plasma rained down like blue rain, scorching the 2 men's exoskeleton armor. The soil was thrown into the air, landing back down, crystallized into obsidian. Liang, who struggled to prop himself up, the hydraulic system of his exoskeleton buzzing from overload. He turned to glance at Lu Guodong. The guy's exoskeleton back armor had been corroded in several places by the plasma rain, but he was still alive and cursing. Damn it. That was close. Liang, who pulled him up and ordered through the communication channel, abandoned the first line of defense. Everyone retreat to the third line of defense. As soon as the order was given, he pulled Lu Guodong and ran backward. Just after taking a couple of steps, a tremor shook the ground beneath them. Without thinking, Liang, who pushed Lu Guodong aside while drawing his shotgun, aiming it at the ground beneath them. Lu Guodong was pushed to the ground and exclaimed, "Damn, Captain, you're ungrateful." Although I... Before he could finish, a tentacle thicker than a cyborg's waist suddenly shot out from where he had just stood. If he had still been standing there, he would have been skewered like a kebab, yes, the kind with 2 feet. Liang, who wasted no time and fired 3 shots at the ground where the tentacle emerged. From the previous battle, they had discovered that the tentacles of the piercing bugs weren't entirely covered in armor.
Only the exposed part above ground had a hard shell, while the most vulnerable section was buried unseen underground. Thus shooting at the ground could potentially damage its soft flesh. Sure enough, after Liang Hu fired 3 shots at the ground where the tentacle had emerged, the tentacle withdrew in pain back underground.
Liang Hu pulled Lu Guodong up and continued to retreat. No need to thank me, we are even now.
Lu Guodong got up and ran while cursing, damn it, when did these filthy bugs learn to use combination tactics?
With plasma cannons and tentacles plus surprise attacks.
Liang Hu did not respond.
He ran while contacting Hu Jian over the communication channel. Hu Jian.
Where's the sniper team?
Why didn't they give a warning in advance?
To prevent being caught off guard by the piercing bugs, he had already deployed the sniper team at the high ground. Logically, a target the size of a plasma cannon bug should have been detected and reported immediately once it appeared within range.
No one responded. Boom! Another plasma cannon exploded on the ridge.
A haunting blue plasma rain accompanied by debris and a body fell from the cliff. The body landed less than 2 meters away from Liang Hu, and Lu Guodong, limbs splayed out and motionless. Liang Hu and Lu Guodong hid in a small opening beneath the cliff, avoiding the deadly plasma rain.
Suddenly the body moved. Then it cursed and got up. Damn bugs. I was promised a sniper cover and now I've been blasted by a plasma cannon.
He brushed off the rubble from his helmet, his face covered in black dust, stamping his feet in anger. He looked down to find his sniper rifle, discovering it lying in a pile of rubble a few meters away. The barrel and scope had vanished, leaving only a charred gun body that was still smoking.
Ah! My wife.
He knelt on the ground, cradling the half-gun body as if holding his deceased wife.
Liang Hu and Lu Guodong, hiding in the opening, were taken aback.
They exchanged glances and simultaneously called out Hu Jian. Hu Jian turned to see Liang Hu and immediately scrambled over. Clinging to Liang Hu's thigh, he cried, "Captain! You must help me reimburse for my sniper rifle."
Liang Hu's face turned dark as he yanked him up. "Stop whining, we'll talk later. Let's retreat first."
Lu Guodong, standing nearby gloating, said, "No worries, when we get back the captain will get you a new wife."
Hu Jian looked indignant. "What do you know?
She has been with me for so long, we have feelings." The 3 of them bickered as they retreated, completely unaware that using the cover of the plasma cannons and piercing bugs, the swarm had completely breached the first line of defense. Several warrior bugs had already crept up behind them mere inches away. At this point, Zhou Xiong, who had retreated to the second line of defense, raised his gun toward Hu Jian.
Bang! 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 A few bullets whizzed past Hu Jian's scalp, startling him into retracting his neck.
He turned back to see a warrior bug's corpse lying less than 3 meters behind him. Zhou Xiong stood behind the cover of the second line of defense, the muzzle of his gun still smoking.
"Get into the defense line quickly," he shouted. "My bullets have run out, I can't cover you for long."
The 3 of them hesitated not for a moment and charged toward the second line of defense. Behind them, the Zerg's cries grew closer. The soldiers who could still fight on the position were now fewer than 1 in 10. In order to keep up with the pace of resource collection, Su Yang had already sent a large number of personnel to gather metal, leaving only a scant few to defend the position. To make matters worse, the Zerg had chosen to launch a surprise attack on the weakest flank, simultaneously deploying plasma cannon bugs and piercing bugs, achieving a comprehensive strike from the air, ground and underground. Su Yang watched the increasingly sparse green dots on the holographic screen in the captain's quarters, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. On the second line of defense, the soldiers had just steadied their positions when the Zerg organized another charge. The defense line quickly began to show signs of collapse again. Su Yang gritted his teeth and connected with Liang Hu's communication.
Liang Hu abandoned the defensive position completely.
Liang Hu was hiding behind cover, changing magazines, when he heard the order and hesitated for a moment. "But if we abandon the position completely, do we still have a chance to retake it?" Su Yang's lips curved slightly as his gaze fell on the merit points that had just surpassed 50,000.
"Don't worry, I have a way to help you easily retake the position." After hanging up, Su Yang wasted no time. Aelula unlocked the exoskeleton upgrade privileges. Upon receiving the command, Aelula's eyes flickered with a cascade of data. A moment later, her voice sounded calm and resolute. "Permissions written. Exoskeleton upgrade privileges are now unlocked."
Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, leaning back in his chair as the corner of his mouth slowly lifted.
Next is just waiting for Liang Hu and the others to return to upgrade their exoskeletons. He began calculating in his head. Upgrading the exoskeletons would consume contribution points and he would take a 10% cut from every expenditure. With this round he would recoup his investment quickly and earn a handsome amount of merit points.
At the thought he could no longer suppress the small smile tugging at his lips. But when he glanced at the holographic display, the resource collection progress bar that had been nearly finished only to be violently interrupted by the insect horde, he felt a prick of unease as if he were enduring a trial of restraint.
He sighed and turned to Aelula.
Are you certain the exoskeleton is as potent as described after the upgrade?
Aelula shot him a glance, her tone as indifferent as if stating an indisputable fact. The Malawiya civilization has never stooped to wordplay to inflate a product's appeal. Su Yang's face tightened in exasperation.
He had the nagging feeling that Aelula was mocking his limited-time retrieval event he had launched to hasten the resource collection. Those who ultimately appeared on the leaderboard had mostly upgraded in advance with their own contribution points, rendering the rewards largely symbolic. Before he could protest, Aelula continued, according to my calculations, if 30% of your soldiers upgrade their exoskeletons, the probability of completing the collection task within today is 100%.
Su Yang arched an eyebrow. That high? He paused, then frowned. That can't be right. At the original pace we wouldn't finish collecting until tomorrow at the earliest. Did you misspeak?
Aelula's brow knitted sharply. It was the first time Su Yang had seen genuine displeasure on her face. It was not the scripted regret or resignation she had shown before, but true indignation at being questioned. Her lips compressed into a thin line and a rare sharpness flashed in her gaze.
Are you doubting my capability?
Su Yang had meant to wave off the accusation, but seeing that look on Aelula, so uncommon, so intriguing, he found it oddly entertaining.
So he did not deny it. He deliberately adopted a stern expression and said in a low voice, "Isn't that so? Answer me, Aelula, your calculation must be mistaken."
Aelula's brow furrowed into a tight crease and her fist clenched unconsciously. Yet her voice carried a forced calm like the last breath of stillness before a storm. The exoskeleton can equip different functional modules depending on the chosen upgrade path. From radar to cloaking, from offense to defense, every facet can be enhanced. Su Yang retained that half-smile, a glint of amusement in his eyes. He deliberately kept silent and simply observed her. Thinking he remained unconvinced, Aelula bit her lip and added, most crucially, regardless of the upgrade route, the exoskeleton will come with a self-recharging energy shield which will vastly improve the paratrooper's survivability in combat.
Su Yang's expression collapsed. The half-smile vanished, replaced by genuine astonishment. An energy shield.
And one that recharges on its own. What was this but the most coveted trick in shooter games, the self-healing shield? As long as the shield held, the insect swarm could not harm him. Even if the shield broke, he could dive for cover, wait for it to recharge and return to the fight. Would that not make them virtually invincible? He quickly sobered. That was the ideal scenario. On a real battlefield, being killed the moment a shield failed was far more common. Still, undeniably, an energy shield effectively served as an extra life. The value of this upgrade was far greater than he had imagined.
He forced down his excitement and asked, "What about the modules? Which specific ones are available?"
Aelula watched the fleeting excitement cross his face with a trace of displeasure. She had expected him to be more visibly stunned. His earlier half-smile had made her feel slightly dismissed. She nevertheless explained, although some modules are universal, the modules that can be mounted differ according to the upgrade path.
Su Yang nodded. So it can be seen as class divisions in a game.
Shared abilities exist, but specialized skills vary.
Aelula neither confirmed nor denied. You may understand it that way. Light, medium and heavy armor can carry different modules.
Light armor specializes in reconnaissance, medium armor offers balanced capabilities, and heavy armor focuses on firepower and defense.
Su Yang murmured, support, AD and tank. 3 roles. He frowned.
Although those 3 could form a complete fireteam without a healer and an assassin, something still felt missing.
Will later privilege upgrades include further exoskeleton options? Aelula shook her head. No. There is only this one exoskeleton upgrade privilege. Higher level permissions do not unlock more exoskeletons but rather mechs. Mechs. Su Yang's eyes lit up, his mouth falling open. Aelula was pleased with his reaction.
She returned his earlier half-smile and deliberately shifted the subject. However, once the war factory is unlocked, more new exoskeleton modules can be developed.
Su Yang waved his hand impatiently. No, I mean the mechs. At what permission level are mechs unlocked? The curve of Aelula's mouth grew wider as she toyed with suspense. Sorry Commander, your current permissions do not allow you to access that information.
The only thing I can tell you is that mechs become available at the earliest after unlocking the vehicle RD center.
Seeing that Aelula had no intention of offering more, Su Yang sighed. Fine. It does not matter, I'll upgrade the privileges anyway.
He was about to press for more details about the exoskeleton modules when a stream of data flashed before Aelula. It appears the first batch to upgrade their exoskeletons are not your regular troops, Commander. Su Yang froze and turned to the surveillance screen. On the display, several members of the livestream crew had already arrived at the exoskeleton upgrade center on Deck 4 of the warship. Chunbai ran at the front, the others close behind, afraid of being late and having to queue.
Su Yang's lip twitched.
These people are more eager than the regular troops. Aelula replied without expression, they are probably afraid of arriving late and having to queue. Su Yang remembered how Chunbai and the others had behaved when the weapon upgrade platform opened before and could not help but smile.
All right.
He leaned back in his chair, his gaze returning to the strategic map.
Aelula said nothing.
On the holographic screen, the resource collection progress bar remained stuck like a fishbone lodged in his throat. Su Yang stared at that progress bar, his expression growing steadily darker.
When their exoskeletons are upgraded.
He murmured, ill-forced that insect horde to cough up the time they've squandered, principle and interest. Wang Xiaojun and the others nearly ran straight to the exoskeleton upgrade center right after reviving. In the corridor they could still see several other players who had just revived, but their direction was towards the drop zone. Perhaps it was due to insufficient contribution points, but when the doors of the upgrade center slid open they saw that although there were many people inside, there were still plenty of machines available, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. The barrage of comments surged in instantly. See, I told you that going to hunt bugs would lead to good things happening. Although we got wiped out, at least we got a free return to the city. The return to the city wasn't free this time, it cost me 80000 RMB. So energy crystals are 80000 each now.
Oh my gosh. When will the next test qualifications be released? I feel like I've lost trillions.
Wang Xiaojun glared at the barrage with annoyance. Yes, if it weren't for the audience reminding me, I would definitely have to queue for this upgrade again. Chuanbai, however, was unfazed, arms crossed, looking relaxed. Actually, I think there's no need to rush, there aren't many people here yet. But the barrage pierced through his words. Chunbai is saying that because he has no contribution points, haha.
Alright, now everyone knows you have no contribution points.
I came from next door. Why does brother Bai have no contribution points?
He spent all of them unlocking weapons.
He unlocked half of the weapon storage and upgraded several guns that he usually doesn't use.
Weapon Master Chunbai. Chunbai puffed out his chest defiantly. I am a collector. If you're playing a game and not collecting everything, then what's the point?
Mealy Meow couldn't help but laugh at this. At least save 1 or 2,000 now. Upgrading the exoskeleton isn't enough. Chunbai showed an awkward expression, scratching his head. Who knew the officials would suddenly open exoskeleton upgrades?
Come on, stop laughing. Lend me 80 energy crystals and I'll pay you back later. Mealy Meow frowned. 80 crystals? I don't have that many.
At that moment, Dihan leaned over, swiftly swiping a few times on the control panel, exchanging a portion of the hundreds of thousands of contribution points she had saved for energy crystals and directly transferred them to Chunbai.
Here, 9 out 13 back.
The moment she opened the trading panel, everyone in the barrage was taken aback.
Wow. So many contribution points. How much RMB is that? No wonder you're a terminal hoarder.
Saving them without using them to lend at high interest. Dihan, you really are something. Chunbai smiled as he accepted the energy crystals. All right.
I'll give you more when we go mining later. The group chatted and laughed as they stepped onto the exoskeleton upgrade platform.
Overall, the space here was similar to the weapon upgrade platform, possibly even larger. But instead of industrial machines, the upgrade devices were giant cylindrical tanks resembling the armor upgrade pods from Dead Space but scaled up. Each upgrade pod had a touch screen panel embedded in its door with a ghostly blue light flowing across the panel. Each of them found a machine and began browsing the upgrade options.
Holy crap!
Nang Shihong shouted. First, upgrading the exoskeleton only costs 10000 contribution points, but this extra energy module costs 50000.
Wang Xiaojun leaned over to take a look, his eyes twitching. That's still considered good. This stealth module costs 150000.
Dihan frowned, her tone laced with disdain. That's not that much. Then her gaze landed on a short-distance flight module worth 1 million contribution points and she completely blew up.
What the hell?
Is this flight module made of gold, or is the fuel made of gold? And it's only for short-distance flying. After briefly browsing through the optional modules and upgrade directions, they gathered together to discuss.
Mealy Meow spoke first, looking conflicted. What should I do? I'll just upgrade whatever you guys choose. I have decision-making difficulties. Nang Shihong shrugged. I think Brother Bai should decide. I'll just fill in. Wang Xiaojun nodded in agreement and Dihan also expressed no objections.
Chunbai pondered for a moment, swiping his finger through the air, bringing up 3D models of light armor, medium armor and heavy armor. Let's do this. The 5 of us will have 1 upgrade to light armor, 2 to medium armor and 2 to heavy armor. Nang Shihong frowned. 2 heavy armors, won't that lead to excessive firepower? Chunbai shook his head and explained, according to my understanding of this game, light armor should belong to scouting units serving an auxiliary role. I'll upgrade not just because I like its resemblance to Thor's hammer. The others rolled their eyes at him. Clearly it was because he was enamored with the semi-coverage armor's design, yet he wouldn't admit it. Chunbai pretended not to see. Continuing medium armor is a comprehensive combat type with full coverage similar to Iron Man's, suitable for mid to close range combat.
The optional modules lean towards special operations equivalent to AD in other games.
The others nodded, listening attentively. Finally, heavy armor. In other games it's definitely a tank capable of dealing damage and taking hits, but it runs slowly. The reason for having 2 is to allow for alternating fire to compensate for firepower gaps.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Dihan nodded, the first to raise her hand. I want to upgrade to heavy armor. Mealy Meow also raised her hand. Then I'll choose heavy armor as well. It looks very reassuring. Wang Xiaojun glanced at Nang Shihong, curling her lips. So we can only choose medium armor. Nang Shihong shrugged. Whatever I said, I can fill in. He then switched the topic, asking, by the way, Chunbai, what about the modules?
Are there any requirements?
Chunbai shook his head. You guys can build the specific BD yourselves. I haven't used them, so I can't say much.
Alright, let's all go upgrade then.
The 5 of them walked towards their chosen upgrade pods and the doors slowly closed. Chunbai stood inside the pod as the mechanical arms began to operate, clamping onto the joints of his exoskeleton. He felt as if he were being lifted by an invisible giant hand as the armor pieces were methodically removed, revealing the high-strength inner lining beneath.
It felt just like Iron Man having his armor taken off by Jarvis's robotic arms. Then it was time to put on the new armor. New armor components sprang out from the grooves in the pod's walls while the mechanical arms precisely fitted them onto his body. He could feel every alloy plate being tightened, welded and locked in place with the hydraulic system humming behind him. The entire process gave him the illusion that he was becoming a mechanical lifeform, changing into powerful prosthetics. Moments later, the pod door opened. Chunbai looked down at the semi-coverage armor that was almost identical to that of the Master Chief, nodding in satisfaction. The silver-gray armor plates gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the lights, and the shield generator in the center of the chest faintly glowed, resembling a beating heart. He even sprayed the number 117 on his chest armor to pay homage to that legendary warrior. Next to him, Nang Shihong and Wang Xiaojun's upgrade pods also opened. Their full coverage armor was not the smooth rounded mark type like Iron Man's, but rather a sharp and angular rugged style reminiscent of the javelin mechs from Anthem. Wang Xiaojun painted her exoskeleton a poop yellow, saying it was to match the color of the ground. Nang Shihong retained the default black, understated like a night-walking assassin. Dihan and Mealy Meow were the last to emerge.
Their heavy armor was particularly eye-catching under the lights, bulkier than the medium armor with shoulder pads resembling small shields and the chest armor thick enough to serve as a battering ram.
Most eye-catching was Mealy Meow's entirely pink paint job.
Have you ever seen a pink $50 good brother? Chunbai felt like he had opened his eyes today. Dihan used the classic blue paint job for heavy armor, stable and simple, looking very solid. The 5 of them stood in a row, silver gray, poop yellow, black, pink and blue. The corner of Chunbai's eye twitched, taking a deep breath to swallow back the complaints that surged to his lips.
All right.
He turned around, leading the way towards the drop zone.
Next, let's go test the intensity.
Behind him, the 4 followed. The footsteps echoed in the corridor, with the 5 colors of exoskeletons shimmering with different lusters under the cold lights. The barrage had gone crazy with laughter. What on earth is a pink heavy armor? Haha. Dihan, I am a $50 good brother. Mealy Meow, I am a $50 good sister. Chunbai, I didn't choose light armor just because it looks like Thor's hammer, who believes that Wang Xiaojun's poop yellow armor is incredible. This color scheme would stun the Zerg for 3 seconds. Quick, I want to see a river of blood. After a few figures in pure white landed on the ground, they discovered that the battlefield was completely deserted. Wang Xiaojun felt a bit anxious at the sight. After all, they were just a handful against a stronghold defended by thousands. Wouldn't that be tantamount to delivering themselves as a meal? Chunbai shared the same thought and was about to suggest changing locations when a clear and ethereal voice rang in his ears. According to calculations with the current composition of the team in a diamond formation, there is an 83% chance of reclaiming the stronghold.
Chunbai raised an eyebrow.
This was the last module he had installed, an auxiliary command-type artificial intelligence. Though referred to as a module, it was actually a chip inserted into the slot at the back of his helmet, providing battle command and operational suggestions based on data relayed from the exoskeleton. To his surprise, the AI's voice was quite pleasant.
"Thank you, Shaunat," Chunbai replied with a smile, having specially named this AI after her.
This sensation truly made him feel like the master sergeant within a halo. He then glanced at Dihan and Meili Miao, saying, "Shauna mentioned we have an 83% chance of reclaiming the stronghold. Do you really want to try?"
Without hesitation, the two replied, "Of course."
Chunbai then looked at Wang Ziaj and the tender tomato. The tender tomato shrugged, indicating he was fine with whatever.
Wang Ziaj was somewhat reluctant, but adhering to the principle of majority rule, agreed. "All right." Chunbai opened the team channel and began arranging their formation. Dihan and Meili Miao will take positions at the front and rear of the team, while Wang Ziaj and the tender tomato will cover the flanks.
He paused for a moment before adding, "I will be in the center as the team's detection relies on my radar for monitoring, naturally placing me in the middle." It was definitely not because he was in light armor, which could neither attack nor defend. The others shot him a glance, yet they still advanced slowly according to the formation. They quickly attracted the attention of a patrol squad of the insectoid species. However, at their current firepower, a patrol squad composed of dozens of combat bugs was hardly enough to pose a threat. As Dihan activated her fire god cannon, bullets poured out like a torrential rain. The combat bug shells crumbled before the upgraded ammunition, splattering juices everywhere. Dihan's path was genuinely clear as the bugs obstructing her were shattered to pieces, preventing any blockage. They advanced from the rear of the third defensive line. Just as they entered the range of the third defensive line, the number of insects suddenly soared several magnitudes.
However, Dihan's fire god cannon was no mere decoration.
The swarm of insects charging directly at the diamond formation gained no advantage whatsoever. In fact, if the team had not been advancing toward the swarm, the distance would not have even decreased by a fraction.
Dihan had entered a state of ecstasy. She laughed maniacally while fiercely holding down the firing button, striding forward. "Ha ha 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 ha.
Submit to me, foul bugs." The barrage was a frenzy.
"Wow, that firepower. Isn't that a literal humanoid tank?"
Just as Chunbai wanted to remind Dihan to watch her ammunition consumption, Shauna's voice chimed in.
"Given Dihan's current ammunition output frequency, I recommend calling for supplies immediately. When the airdrop lands, it should coincide with her emptying the ammunition chain." Chunbai genuinely felt that this command-type AI was incredibly useful.
He quickly drew a tactical ball from his belt and threw it forward.
The tactical ball arced through the air and a blue targeting beam shot up into the sky.
Just after he threw the tactical ball, a slight tremor resonated through the ground beneath his feet. He glanced at the minimap, which now showed several wildly flashing red circles with him standing right at the center of one. This was the function of another module he had called the Earthquake Warning Module, specifically designed for piercing bugs.
"Quick, spread out.
The tentacles are coming." After days of cooperation, this team had developed a tacit understanding. They quickly expanded outward according to their formation, leaving the attack range just as the tentacles emerged from the ground. However, due to the expanded formation and lack of timely mutual cover, Wang Ziaj and the tender tomato were approached by several flying hunters. Wang Ziaj instinctively used her arm to block the scythe-like forelimbs of the hunter, slashed against her forearm armor, sparking a flurry of sparks. Without thinking, Wang Ziaj gripped the hunter's forelimb tightly and twisted forcefully.
The exoskeleton's electric control system emitted a low hum, and the immense force bent the insect's joint backward.
With a crack, the claw was broken. The hunter emitted a shrill cry before its other forelimb could strike. Wang Ziaj had already used the severed limb to stab into its eye socket. Dark green bodily fluid splattered all over her face. She stared blankly at her blood-soaked hands, unable to believe that the smooth and precise counterattack just executed was her own doing.
"Is this what the melee enhancement module feels like?"
Wang Ziaj murmured softly. On the other side, the tender tomato was in a similar predicament. He was being flanked by two combat bugs. One had bitten his left arm while the other lunged at his back. Had it been before, he would have been shredded to pieces. But now the exoskeleton's auxiliary AI marked the weak points of the two bugs in his vision: the joint gaps, eye sockets, and inner sides of their mandibles. He thrust his right elbow back, smashing into the head of the bug behind him, forcing it away.
Though his left hand was being bitten, the armor remained unscathed. The insect's fangs couldn't even leave a dent.
He drew a tactical dagger from his waist and stabbed it into the eye socket of the bug in front, twisting it forcefully as the insect convulsed and collapsed. Such a smooth killing action, if Liang, who had seen it, would definitely think they were descendants of Fu Xiaoyi. As the tentacles retracted back into the ground, the group quickly regrouped. Just then a ghostly blue light appeared on the horizon. A plasma cannon trailing a long tail of flames was heading straight for their squad. Dihan looked up and instead of retreating advanced forward. She bent her knees and then leaped high into the air, swinging her right fist from her waist. Rising Dragon Fist. What the heck? Is Dihan crazy? Using her head to block a cannonball, I respect you as a man. Boom. The cannonball exploded in midair and a cascade of ghostly blue plasma rained down like a waterfall. Dihan's energy shield shattered at the moment of the explosion and she was drenched in the superheated plasma rain. Yet those plasma droplets did not burn through her exoskeleton, instead they slid down the armor's curve like water droplets on a lotus leaf rolling down to the ground. As she landed with her knees slightly bent, stabilizing her stance, a wicked smile crept across her lips. Didn't expect this, did you? I still have an electromagnetic shield. Kid. At this moment the barrage of comments went wild. Wow. Amazing. Incredible. Dihan is too strong. The repulsion of the electromagnetic shield pushed the plasma away before it could even touch the armor. An invisible force field formed an intangible barrier on the surface of the armor, causing the high-temperature plasma to slide away as if repelled by like poles of magnets. Chunbai let out a sigh of relief and Xiao Na's voice rang out again. I recommend Li Miao switch positions with Dihan to keep the shield at the front at full capacity. Chunbai immediately ordered Li Miao move to the front. Dihan fall back to replenish the shield. The two quickly exchanged positions without any disruption to the formation. Thus they advanced all the way, unknowingly surpassing the second and first defensive lines, completely reclaiming the stronghold. From the third defensive line to the first they had not used any orbital strike supplies. Behind them parachute pods trailing crimson flames descended from the sky, crashing onto the path they had just traversed. As Liang Hu stepped out of the parachute pod, he was momentarily stunned. He gazed at the 5 colorful figures like 5 incarnations of death. Liang Hu was just about to quickly build a defense line while the 5 killing machines were still dragging the swarm. However, when he counted the numbers, he found that Dai Wenfeng had not yet descended. He frowned and asked, where is Dai Wenfeng? Wasn't he supposed to be parachuting down with us? Lu Guodong and Hu Jian turned their heads to look around, exchanging puzzled glances. Clearly they also had no idea why Dai Wenfeng had not landed yet. At that moment a parachute capsule, clearly delayed, descended with a crimson tail flame and crashed to the ground. The rising dust and debris splashed onto the nearby people. Dai Wenfeng squeezed out of the parachute capsule. His upgraded exoskeleton was also the all-encompassing heavy armor type from StarCraft II, significantly bulkier than Liang Hu's light armor. The shoulder armor was broad enough to see 2 people side by side. After landing he hurried to report in front of Liang Hu's squad. Liang Hu frowned and asked, why did it take you so long to come down? Dai Wenfeng's face turned red. He wouldn't admit that he had mismanaged the oversized exoskeleton and accidentally triggered the parachute capsule's automatic eject device, resulting in him being burned to ashes in the atmosphere once again. Fortunately, his half-enclosed helmet had a reflective film preventing others from seeing his currently flushed cheeks. He replied solemnly, I'm sorry, Captain. I realized I forgot to bring a spare magazine after entering the parachute capsule, so I went back to the armory to retrieve it. Please punish me. Liang Hu regarded Dai Wenfeng suspiciously, as this kid usually wouldn't make such a mistake of forgetting a spare magazine. However, he didn't press further and said in a deep voice, run 50 laps after we return. Seeing that he had managed to save face, Dai Wenfeng breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stood at attention, saluting, yes, Captain. At that moment Lu Guodong chimed in, I feel like one bro is actually quite happy about being punished. Dai Wenfeng shot Lu Guodong a fierce glare, only to realize that the other party couldn't see his expression through the reflective film, so he sulkily returned to his team. Because of this, Lu Guodong's chatter continued, oh, as an old comrade, since we enlisted I should accompany you for the next parachute jump. However, this statement completely caused Dai Wenfeng to lose his composure. What if he accidentally triggered the eject device again next time? No, he quickly calmed himself down, there absolutely could not be a next time. At that moment talking back only made him feel guilty, so Dai Wenfeng suppressed his anger and said nothing. Just then a swirling cloud of dust rose from the direction of the insect nest. Zhou Xiong pointed at the direction of the insect nest, stuttering, Captain. Captain, a massive swarm of insects is charging towards us. Liang Hu frowned and turned to look. His pupils contracted sharply. In the distance, the sea of insects surged in layers resembling a black tide rolling in from the horizon.
Behind the sea of insects, clusters of eerie blue suns rose. The plasma cannons had launched.
The ground trembled, making it impossible to tell if it was caused by the footsteps of the swarm or the ambush of the piercing insects.
Liang Hu's command AI voice echoed in his ear, ethereal and calm. Please disperse the troops immediately to respond to the impending strike.
At the same time, a predicted impact point map for the plasma cannon appeared on Liang Hu's heads-up display.
Red marks densely covered the area above the position like raindrops.
Liang Hu was momentarily stunned.
So this is the function of a command AI. Not only could it predict the enemy's cannon strike points, but it also provided response methods. He waved his hand, ordering the troops to spread out.
AI provide the optimal formation plan. This battle is a positional battle. After calculations, each combat team should consist of 8 members. 1 light armored scout is responsible for monitoring strikes from the air and underground. 5 heavy armored gunners are responsible for continuous suppression, and 2 medium armored personnel are responsible for vigilance and close combat.
Liang Hu was startled. This combination, if split into 2 teams, wouldn't it just be the firepower composition of those 5 killing machines? They should only be ordinary players, right? Could they really assemble such a strong formation just by exploring on their own? Time was of the essence, and he didn't have time to think too much, so he immediately ordered the AI notify the entire army to form combat teams according to the nearest principle. Almost at the moment he issued the command, everyone present had already received the formation instruction. The AI automatically assembled the nearest individuals according to the preset formation. Each soldier's HUD displayed a color and number, and as long as they ran towards someone with the same color and number, they could quickly locate their teammates. Thanks to this feature, before the swarm reached 15 kilometers outside the first defense line, a wall of steel composed of $50 good brothers had already been erected. Hu Jian was assigned to the same group as Dai Wenfeng. As a sniper, Hu Jian upgraded to light armor, but the module he chose benefited all heavy armored soldiers, the rapid charging module. It could increase the shield recovery speed of all soldiers within a 30-meter range by 50%, and the heavy armor exoskeleton had the thickest shields, thus receiving the most benefit. When a plasma cannon struck Dai Wenfeng directly, a wave of eerie blue energy rippled outward. Plasma rain poured down, scorching the ground and sending obsidian shards flying. Dai Wenfeng's shield shattered at the moment of the explosion, but just a few seconds later, as the residual heat from the plasma rain on the ground had not yet dissipated, the shield on his heavy chest armor re-illuminated with a faint blue glow. Goodness! Dai Wenfeng looked down at the shield generator on his chest armor that was slowly charging, grinning. This thing can really save lives. As the sea of insects entered the range of the $50 good brothers, they seemed to have truly crashed into a wall of steel. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, shredding the armor of the combat insects as if it were paper. Dark green bodily fluids pooled into streams on the ground, and insect corpses piled up into small hills. The overwhelming firepower completely turned the insects into mush. The HX-28 8-barrel rapid-firing cannon, which had been unlocked previously but was too heavy for anyone to use, was now shining brightly. At this moment, it was because the soldiers had upgraded to heavy exoskeletons that it could showcase its true power. There was no way the 28mm caliber, together with the belt box and the body, weighed nearly 4 tons. It was impossible to lift without a heavy exoskeleton. At this moment, it seemed as if all disturbances from above and below no longer existed. No matter where the plasma cannon fell on the position, no matter where the piercing insect's tentacles drilled out, it did not affect the firepower output of the heavy armored soldiers in the slightest. Seeing this situation, Liang Hu's mouth slowly curled up. Attention, all units, gradually push forward. The command was transmitted layer by layer through the communication channel, and the wall made of steel and bullets began to slowly advance. This was the first time, the very first time in history, they completely faced such a ferocious tide of insects without relying on orbital strike power. They could even achieve a counter-crush. This would be a milestone. A key point where the insect race could no longer win solely by numbers. The insect sea tactic had now become a complete joke. However, at this moment, the culprit that had caused this wave of insects was crawling on the ground in a pitiful state. There was nothing they could do. They got too carried away and inadvertently advanced within 30 kilometers of the insect nest's warning zone. The insect nest thought they were under attack and called for a wave of reinforcements from the large insect nest to the north. This was why Liang Hu and the others faced such a terrifying massive swarm as soon as they landed. Chunbai lay on the ground, propping his body forward with his elbows, his helmet covered in dirt. Let's crawl sideways away from the firing line of the position. Otherwise, I'm really afraid I might accidentally get shot by my own people.
Nang Shihong followed closely behind him agreed.
Wang Xiaoju and I have no objections.
Neely Miao also quickened her crawling speed. Hurry up, I don't want to be swallowed by the swarm and then die from friendly fire. The barrage of comments was filled with laughter. Haha, Mealy Meow finally faced the consequences of her large size.
It seems that being bigger doesn't necessarily mean feeling safer.
At least the bugs behind them couldn't catch up. After much effort, they crawled out of the direct firepower range of the regular army, hiding behind a protruding rock, gasping for breath. Dihan turned over and sat up, brushing the dirt off her blue heavy armor, her eyes fixed on the small insect nest that was faintly visible in the thick fog in the distance. She pointed in that direction with her chin, a teasing smile curling at the corners of her mouth, and said, "Shall we go in and have some fun?" Dihan's words startled the others, who had just caught their breath. Wang Xiaojun widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Are you insane?
Are you sure we're going in for fun and not to find death?"
But at this moment the barrage told a different story.
Wow. We're going in. Go in.
What's there to be afraid of?
That's uncharted territory.
Even just taking a look makes you pioneers in exploring a new map. Voices in the other live stream rooms were also urging them to explore the nest. Gifts were flying in and the barrage rolled faster than a tide of insects. Chunbai furrowed his brows, then slowly spoke as if addressing both the audience and his teammates. "First of all, I want to clarify that it's not that I don't want to go in, it's just that can we really get in?
Don't die just as we reach the entrance, or that would be quite the joke."
Nen Zihanshi nodded and said, "Indeed, it's not about whether we want to, it's about whether we can."
Neely Meow's confidence from wearing heavy armor seemed to have returned. She patted Dihan's shoulder and said, "I think it should be fine.
With the two of us in heavy armor covering you, surely one or two of you can slip inside, right?"
Dihan pointed to the front line. "Look, the insect race is focused entirely on the defense line. They've nearly emptied their nest, the internal defenses must be weak."
Chunbai pressed his lips together. He had to admit that he found Dihan's reasoning compelling. A large-scale offensive battle was raging between the insect nest and the defense line, leaving few insects to guard the nest. He took a step back and said, "All right, but the premise is that we must find a tunnel without insects to enter, otherwise there's no discussion."
Dihan and Neely Meow happily made heart gestures towards Chunbai.
This girl-like gesture combined with the heaviness of the armor was as comical as Taiki's dancing on a pole. Wang Xiaojuan, though reluctant, sighed, "Sigh, I might as well go crazy with you all." Nen Zihanshi perked up her ears. "Dad?
Where's Dad?"
The group chatted and walked away from the front line, making their way to the east side of the small insect nest. Along the way they laughed and joked while Chunbai utilized the earthquake warning module and the biological scanning module combined with the insect nest blueprint obtained from Su Yang to search for a suitable entrance. 2 hours later, though very reluctantly, Chunbai was surprised to discover an abandoned insect nest tunnel due to a collapse at the end. The end of the tunnel led to a drop pod half buried in rubble, its pure black body corroded and mottled by the insect race's bodily fluids. It seemed that the previous orbital strike targeting the insect nest had caused the drop pod to damage this passage, which was subsequently abandoned.
Chunbai sighed. Sigh.
"As you wished, Dihan, I found a tunnel without insects."
Dihan and Mealy Meow's eyes brightened and they leaned in. "Really? Can we get in?"
Chunbai compared the nest's terrain map and nodded, saying, "The northeast direction of the nest is the entrance to this tunnel and its midpoint is very close to the lower level." Nen Zihanshi's eyes lit up. "So as long as we enter the tunnel and dig downwards, we can deeply penetrate the interior of the insect nest?"
Chunbai nodded affirmatively. "That's one way to understand it."
Wang Xiaojun interjected, "But we still need to enter the insect nest to reach the tunnel entrance, right?"
Neely Meow continued, "Then I'll cover you as you go in. I'll call in some supplies first."
After saying that, she took out a supply ball and threw it at her feet. A few minutes later an airdrop pod descended from the sky trailing a crimson tail flame.
The group checked their ammunition and shields, ensuring they were in peak condition before stealthily approaching the northeast entrance of the insect nest.
On Chunbei's biological scanner it was clear there were no signs of insect activity within 100 meters. But this was merely superficial. If they were discovered by insects from 100 meters away when they entered the tunnel, they would be trapped inside. This was not like fighting in open plains. The narrow tunnel not only hindered their formation, but even the remains of the slain insects would affect their advance and escape. Chunbai stared nervously at the dark entrance of the insect nest and swallowed hard.
"Are you sure? This is a one-way trip. It's still possible to back out now."
Wang Xiaojun initially considered withdrawing, but a glance at the live stream audience revealed it had surpassed 30 million. Various high-priced gifts were being showered, and with the barrage's encouragement she gritted her teeth. "Sigh, since we've come this far, wouldn't it be pathetic not to take a look inside?" Dihan also chimed in, exactly, since we can respawn if we die. Opportunities to explore new areas like this are rare. Mealy Meow patted Chun Bei's shoulder, her tone as relaxed as discussing what to eat today. Don't worry, you go in first, I'll cover the rear.
If I'm discovered, my large size will keep the insects from noticing you. Chun Bei sighed, muttering, a bunch of madmen.
He then took the lead, crouching down and crawling into the entrance of the insect nest. The tunnel was filled with a pungent stench of decay, the walls coated with a sticky dark gray slime that felt soft underfoot like stepping on rotten flesh. The tactical light on his helmet illuminated the narrow passage ahead, revealing the walls plastered with fine scratches and claw marks. Chun Bei crawled cautiously for several dozen meters, confirming that there were no insects in the tunnel before signaling to the others behind him.
Wang Xiaoju and Nen Zihanshi and Dihan all successfully crawled into the tunnel.
Just as Mealy Meow was about to bend down and crawl in, a distinct hissing sound of the insect race echoed from behind.
Hiss. Rustle.
Mealy Meow paused, then abruptly turned around.
Several dozen meters away, an insect patrol team was turning toward them.
The leading combat insect had already spotted her, its pincers raised, charging in her direction. Mealy Meow clicked her tongue, decisively stood up and ran away from where Chun Bei and the others were. After all, she had just managed to get them in, she couldn't let herself be discovered and dragged the whole team down. If not for Chun Bei and the others, the first ones to cyberbully her would definitely be the more than 30 million viewers in the livestream. She quickly said in the team voice chat, "I'll draw them away, you all quickly go deeper into the insect nest and avoid being discovered." Then she charged toward the insect patrol team. The barrage erupted in excitement.
Meow Mei is so powerful. Mealy Meow is awesome.
Meow my selfless act, I will mourn you in Dihan's livestream. However, as the insect patrol team spotted her, they released pheromones. A massive swarm of insects surged out of the nest, converging on her from all directions. Mealy Meow opened fire with her machine gun, fending off one wave, but more insects continued to pour in.
She shot while running sideways, trying to divert them, but the insect swarm was also encircling her from behind.
She never expected that so many insects were still inside the nest even after the insect race had dispatched so many to the front lines. She had no idea that this small insect nest could accommodate up to 500 million insects.
Su Yang had only shared this information with Liang Hu and the regular army.
Thus, even with such ferocious firepower, the regular army dared not to directly challenge the insect nest.
Only fearless streamers like them, unaware of the danger, would venture to explore the insect nest under the barrage's encouragement.
At this moment, Mealy Meow was completely surrounded by the swarm. Insects were piled up front, back, and on all sides. Without a biological scanner, she had no idea which direction to break out. She simply squeezed the trigger, spinning in place.
Bullets poured out like a torrential rain, shredding the combat insects' shells, dark green bodily fluids splattering everywhere.
She spun like a top whip with a lash, the barrel of the fire god cannon glowing red and hot from continuous fire. The barrage was in hysterics.
I love the magical spinning. Mali 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 mawali.
However, no one was there to cover her reloading. After the first box of ammunition was expended, the insects surged in like a tide during her reloading gap. She was like an island submerged by rising tides, instantly engulfed by the black wave. Yet the defensive power of the heavy armor allowed her to hold on for nearly a minute amidst the insect swarm's bites. The shield shattered, the armor was pierced, and pincers stabbed into her bionic bodice torso. She even had time to promote herself.
Follow Mealy Meow. Follow Mealy. Thank you. Meow.
Her voice came through intermittently over the communication channel to Chun Bei and the others who were still crawling in the tunnel. Then her consciousness completely disconnected from that broken bionic body.
Inside the tunnel, Chun Bei was filled with black lines and his mouth twitched twice.
Is this how promotions work? Dihan echoed. She wouldn't have proposed to cover us with this intention from the beginning, would she? Nen Zihanshi paused for a moment and then said softly,
I actually think what you said makes a lot of sense. Shoo. Wang Xiaojun suddenly reminded, I think I heard something. As Wang Xiaojun spoke, the others immediately fell silent.
Even their movements came to a halt, fearing that the sound of their exoskeletons would attract a swarm of insects. The barrage of comments suddenly thinned, with only a few floating by.
Fun fact, you can breathe in front of the screen.
Whoa, this dark passage has turned into a horror game in an instant.
Drip, drip.
The sound of water droplets falling on metal rang particularly clear in the silent passage, each drop echoing like a countdown. Chun Bei took a deep breath, opened the biological scanning module, and seeing no red dots, cautiously turned his head to observe the surroundings. With the full-color night vision feature of the helmet activated, he saw water dripping from the ceiling of the passage not far away. That drip sound originated from here. Once they identified the source of the sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chunbai exhaled softly, his voice low. Wang Xiaojun, don't jump at every little thing, you nearly scared someone to death.
Lohan echoed, yeah, I thought there were insects following us. Wang Xiaojun pouted and retorted softly, that's called being vigilant. This is the enemy's lair, we can't be too careful, can we? Nang Shihong nodded, indeed. Let's try to stay quiet from now on, we should look the part of infiltrators. Everyone agreed, and during the subsequent journey they tacitly kept their mouths shut. Although they had closed their mouths, the sticky and slippery passage combined with the deep darkness and the sound of footsteps like squishing rotten corpses echoed in the livestream. The audience was the first to lose their composure. Whoa, this environment is too terrifying.
Their silence makes it feel even more like a horror game.
I can't bear to watch them not talking. Speak something. Don't just walk, say something.
The group continued in silence until they paused midway through the passage.
Nang Shihong lowered her voice, asking in a breathy tone, is the passage below connected to the insect nest? Chunbai nodded. Lohan was the first to crouch down, using his large hand to scrape away the sticky layer of decaying matter on the ground, revealing a dark gray metal plate underneath. She lightly tapped the ground with 2 fingers, producing a metallic echo of clang-clang. She looked up at Chunbai and said, it's metal, your long-handled scythe should be able to cut through it. Chunbai's eyes widened in surprise, though he lowered his voice intentionally, his tone couldn't hide his shock. Whoa. This is almost half a meter thick, if I cut it my main weapon will run out of energy. Wang Xiaojun, however, was unconcerned, we weren't planning to go back anyway, were we? It's fine to use it. Chunbai glanced at the others.
The rest nodded in agreement. Resigned, he took out his long-handled scythe laser rifle from behind and set it to maximum power. You all take watch, I'll cut this thing open. A golden beam of high-energy laser lit up the dark passage, searing through the metal layer. Due to the terrain, the molten iron flowed into the low-lying areas of the passage and quickly solidified into lumps of black metal. It wasn't until the last bit of energy in the penultimate magazine was exhausted that the metal on the ground finally couldn't bear its own weight and crashed down into the lower passage under the pull of gravity. With a muffled thud, everyone instinctively held their breath, fearing the sound would attract a swarm of insects.
Silence.
Chunbai stared intently at the biological scanner, which was empty of any red dots. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly exhaled and strapped the long-handled scythe to his back. I'll go down to scout, if it's safe I'll call you down. After saying this, he clung to the edge and cautiously descended to the next layer. Looking around in the full-color night vision mode, the sight before him made Chunbai's pupils constrict sharply. This place was utterly different from the abandoned tunnel they had just been in. The ground walls and ceiling were all covered with a dense blanket of orange-yellow fungi. The surface of the fungal blanket was riddled with twisting vein-like protrusions pulsing rhythmically, extending deep into the tunnel. Beside him, the base of the fungal blanket, crushed by a massive metal block, was still rhythmically spewing dark green unknown liquid. Chunbai approached and crouched down to take a closer look at the liquid. The color, viscosity and smell were all very similar to insect blood. He felt the hair on his body stand on end, goosebumps rising. Not just him, the audience and the livestream gasped at this scene.
Whoa! The entire insect nest is alive. I'm shocked those on the ground are really the blood vessels of the insect nest. This is definitely not just a fungal blanket. By goo, how is it down there? Can we come down?
Lohan's voice came from above, snapping Chunbai back to reality. He turned back, giving a thumbs up to the few people above the cave. Wang Xiaojun and Nang Shihong jumped down one after the other.
Finally, Lohan descended as well.
Chunbai immediately led the group away from the original spot, finding a depression in the tunnel to hide in, huddling against the wall.
The others were confused and Chunbai remained silent due to the tension. Sure enough, not long after, several red dots appeared on Chunbai's minimap, moving toward their location.
He gestured for everyone to be silent.
The group held their breath.
Several carrion insects rushed around the corner of the passage, circling the fallen metal block as if inspecting something. They touched the edge of the metal block with their antennae and sniffed around the fungal blanket with their mouthparts. Then they seemed to discover something. Several carrion insects writhed their abdomens toward the same spot.
Clumps of yellowish-brown slime were expelled from their mouthparts, precisely coating the bleeding point.
The moment the slime touched the fungal blanket, it rapidly solidified, forming an artificial scab. The bleeding stopped. After checking thoroughly, the carrion insects confirmed there were no oversights and scurried back the way they came, their footsteps fading away. Only when the red dots had completely disappeared from the minimap did Lohan ask, unable to hold back, how did you know they were coming? Chunbai shrugged, his voice slightly tense. The entire insect nest is alive. The metal block I just cut severed its blood vessels, so insects would definitely come to repair it. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, looking at the winding protrusions of blood vessels beneath their feet, shivering involuntarily.
To ease the tense atmosphere, Nang Shihong managed to squeeze out a line. So those carrion insects are actually platelets. The group was initially taken aback, then their lips twitched. Chunbai added, let's hope we don't encounter white blood cells.
He then took the lead, continuing deeper into the passage. After sneaking and hiding for an unknown duration, a massive chamber appeared at the end of the passage.
The moment they crossed the entrance, everyone froze.
The chamber was roughly the size of 2 or 3 football fields. Everywhere on the ground, walls and ceiling, there were countless insect eggs towering higher than cyborgs.
The grayish-white egg capsules were oval-shaped, covered with a translucent membrane, and dark shadows writhed inside.
The egg capsules pulsed rhythmically like beating hearts, emitting a deep and faint gurgle with each heartbeat.
Thousands of insect eggs pulsed simultaneously. The low-frequency resonance echoed throughout the chamber, causing a dull ache in their chests.
Everyone was stunned by the shocking scene before them, and after a long pause, Chunbai finally reacted, whispering, so this is the place where the insect race spawns their soldiers.
At that moment, Lo Han's softly spoken words sent chills down everyone's spine.
No, these are filled with people.
What? Several people exclaimed almost in unison.
They all crowded around the largest egg in front of Di-Han. Through the scanning function of the helmet, they could clearly see the outline of a girl inside the egg. She was curled up, her limbs drawn together like a fetus in the womb.
Everyone was so shocked by this scene that they couldn't speak.
Until Di-Han drew the tactical dagger strapped to his shoulder and suddenly stabbed it against the outer wall of the egg. Chunbai reacted at that moment, raising her hand to hold Di-Han's wrist, her voice trembling as she shouted, what are you trying to do? Di-Han's tone had already turned tearful, almost shouting, of course I am going to cut it open. Are we just going to stand by and do nothing? Nai Shihongshire saw that Chunbai, wearing light armor, was unable to resist the strength of Di-Han's heavy armor, and the dagger was getting closer to the outer wall of the egg.
She hurried over to support Di-Han's elbow. Di-Han, calm down. This is just a game. Di-Han's lips trembled.
At this moment she truly felt how real this so-called game was. Usually, apart from facing Captain Su Yang, she had never seen any other living person in the game. Even if a bionic person died, she could accept it without guilt, because the towering figure of the bionic and its customizability led her to subconsciously think of it as just a character created by a player. However, when she saw a living girl sealed inside the egg, the sudden shock made her subconsciously feel that this was her fellow human being, not an NPC written by a game program. She trembled as she questioned, can we really just stand by and do nothing in a game? Chunbai and Nai Shihongshire were taken aback by her words. They asked themselves if they were playing a game where they had to save someone, they would indeed act without hesitation. But here in this game that was 100% real. If they really did that, they would probably have nightmares for several days. The bullet screen exploded with all sorts of comments. Wow, is it really necessary?
This is just a game. How come I never noticed Di-Han was so saintly? For the record, this game is 100% real. The immersion is unimaginable. Just because you lack conscience doesn't mean others do too. How is this being saintly? It's just human nature. Indeed, would you not be angry if you saw your compatriots imprisoned by an alien race? Wang Ziajan's heart ached. She could understand Di-Han's actions, because when she saw the girl in the egg, she subconsciously put herself in that position. How despairing it would be if she were the one trapped in the egg. But she also agreed with Chunbei's statement that no matter how real it felt, this was just a game. After all, it was impossible for them to be fighting bugs on a real interstellar battlefield. That would be too absurd. She slowly walked to Di-Han's side, placing her hand on Di-Han's hand, her voice gentle. Di-Han, Chunbai is right. If you cut it open now and attract the swarm, none of us will escape. People must be saved, but it needs to be planned carefully. Upon hearing Wang Ziajan's words, Di-Han gradually calmed down. She lowered her right hand that held the knife and raised her left hand to wipe away her tears, but it only rested on the half-enclosed visor. She froze for a moment, then her shoulders began to tremble violently. Di-Han covered her helmet and sat down on the ground, sobbing. Not just her, this scene was overwhelmingly impactful for everyone present. So much so that they even doubted whether this was really a game. If they felt carefully, aside from the unfamiliar alien environment and the high-tech battleships, everything they could see, hear, smell and touch was so real. Like Zhuangzhou's dream of a butterfly. Which world is real, the one after putting on the simulation helmet or the one after taking it off? Or perhaps both are real. Their hearts were restless for a long time.
But Chunbai as the captain knew that remaining here was not a solution. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, and asked, "What should we do now?
There are so many eggs here, it's impossible to save them all."
Naishi Hongsher analyzed from a game perspective. If this is indeed related to the game plot, then as long as we rescue one regardless of who, it should trigger the plot. Di-Han opened her mouth to refute but ultimately said nothing.
Wang Xiaojun sensed Di-Han's thoughts and continued, "I think so too. Moreover, I believe the bug race would not kill these people." Upon hearing this, Di-Han looked up.
Wang Xiaojun continued to explain, "The scan shows that this person's navel is connected to an umbilical cord, indicating that the bug race is nurturing them. Although it's unclear why the bug race is doing this, it is certain that their intention is not to kill or eat these people." Chunbai and Naishi Hongsher nodded in agreement. Naishi Hongsher added, "Then let's rescue one first to trigger the plot.
Perhaps the captain NPC will issue a rescue mission once he learns about it." Di-Han's emotions finally stabilized. She sobbed and asked, "Then how? Do we take her out?"
Chunbai sighed and said, "Although this is indeed a problem, there are still ways."
"What ways?" several people asked in unison.
Chunbai did not answer but opened the long-distance communication. Mealy meow, are you revived yet?" A robust voice came from the communicator. "I revived a long time ago, what's up?" Chunbai said in a deep voice, "It seems we need you to attract the swarm once again."
"We?"
He looked up at the huge egg and spoke slowly, "Discovered something incredible." Mealy Meow did not ask further and readily agreed, "All right, you all hide first.
I'll contact you when I'm in position."
The communication was cut off. Soon Mealy Meow arrived on the ground. She sent a communication, her voice filled with excitement. "I'm in position, ready to start at any time.
Are you prepared?" Chunbai glanced at Di-Han and then at the egg, nodding. "Start." Di-Han stepped forward and the tactical dagger plunged fiercely into the outer wall of the egg.
A long cut was made in the translucent membrane. Thick nutrient liquid gushed out like a flood, carrying a pungent fishy odor. The girl inside the egg was washed out by the liquid, drenched, her golden hair sticking to her pale cheeks. Di-Han caught her and held her steadily in her arms. She looked down at the sleeping face with long eyelashes and delicate features, still appearing lovely and charming even with her eyes tightly closed. The girl's navel was connected to a dark red umbilical cord, the other end embedded in the inner wall of the egg, pulsing rhythmically.
Di-Han waved her right hand and the dagger accurately cut the umbilical cord. Dark red liquid surged from the cut but soon solidified. She nodded towards Chunbai and the others. Chunbai immediately opened the communication. "All right, Mealy Meow, you can make some noise now, the bigger the better." Received.
After saying that, Chunbai led several people sprinting down the passage they came from. Behind them, countless rustling footsteps of the bug race echoed in the chamber. They discovered the broken egg and the screeching sound was deafening. Outside the nest, Mealy Meow swaggered along the western edge of the bug nest, aiming the fire god cannon at a nearby bug patrol team, pulling the trigger.
Bullets poured down like a storm, shredding the armored bugs before the upgraded ammunition like paper.
She deliberately slowed her pace to draw more bugs' attention to herself.
Come on. Come chase me."
Sure enough, the swarm originally guarding the eastern exit of the nest was also attracted by the commotion and started rushing westward. Di-Han sprinted through the narrow tunnel, cradling the girl in her arms. The 3-material heavy exoskeleton armor loomed over the curled child, a stark and almost surreal contrast. She held the girl to her chest as if rocking an infant. Behind them, the swarms drew closer, the rustling of many feet echoed through the empty passage.
Di-Han glanced back and saw the antennae of the combat insects flickering around the corner.
She gritted her teeth and came to an abrupt halt.
"Xiaoju."
Wang Xiaoju noticed Di-Han stop and slammed on the brakes, turning to look at her. Di-Han thrust the girl into Wang Xiaoju's arms, voice urgent yet steady, "Someone must hold the swarm back or none of us will make it out." Wang Xiaoju did not hesitate and took the still unconscious girl. Her golden hair clung damply to Wang Xiaoju's chest plate.
"Wang Xiaoju, see you aboard the warship."
Di-Han turned away, unclipped the whoosh and pow from her waist and aimed its muzzle down the corridor.
"Don't worry. I'll get back before you do."
She pressed the warming switch. The 8 barrels began to rotate, a mechanical hum rising faster and keener until it became a fierce whine.
Wang Xiaoju nodded to Di-Han and followed Chunbai and the others without looking back.
No more than 2 steps out, the whoosh and pow erupted behind them in a violent roar.
The entire passage rang with gunfire mixed with Di-Han's roar.
The sound did not last long. By the time they returned to the upward cut corridor, the firing had ceased. Everyone knew Di-Han's consciousness had already returned to the warship. Chunbai used the light suit's agility, stepping on the severed metal slabs and scrambling up in a few quick moves. He lay across the edge of the upper passage, reached out with his right hand and took the girl from Wang Xiaoju. Then he hauled Wang Xiaoju and Nin Zihongxi up as well. Chunbai drew a breath, glanced at the girl in his arms, then at his light suit, and couldn't help but grumble, "Good thing Dihan used consciousness return, otherwise I wouldn't know how to get her up." There was not a trace of tension in the on-screen comments. Wang Xiaoju ran with the girl held tight, pounding forward. Their heavy footsteps and ragged breathing reverberated through the abandoned tunnel until they burst out into daylight and finally allowed themselves a shallow collective exhale. The sun stabbed at their eyes, a gray-yellow wasteland unfurled before them. From the depth of the passage behind the insect swarms, footfalls rose, surging forward. Nin Zihongxi stopped, produced a combat orb, and his fingers danced across the panel to input a sequence. "I'll make you chase me," he snarled. He flung the combat orb into the tunnel mouth and bolted. The swarm poured out in pursuit, only to be met by a 120mm orbital high-explosive fire net. He flung the combat orb into the tunnel mouth and bolted. The swarm poured out in pursuit, only to be met by a 120mm orbital high-explosive fire. They let out a long breath. At last. "Let's call the Tihuheo." Wang Xiaoju and Nin Zihongxi nodded in unison. Wang Xiaoju opened her communicator. "Miame, we're done here and have called the Tihuheo. You can withdraw." Nilimio's voice came back, bright and excited. "Okay. I'll head back after I clear this batch." Aboard the warship, the hatch of the Tihuheo opened and Wang Xiaoju and the others stepped out of the cabin. Wang Xiaoju walked at the front holding the girl. The child remained unconscious, face pale, golden hair damp and plastered to her forehead. Ao Luola's distributed sensors across the ship registered them immediately. When she made out the girl's features, her pupils constricted sharply. A red stream of data flashed across her eyes. "Famania." Su Yang heard Ao Luola's whisper and asked, "What did you say?" Ao Luola swiftly wiped the shock from her face and in an instant resumed her usual poker expression, forcing a smile. "Congratulations, Commander, your squad has rescued a Malawiya individual. You have now been promoted to level 4 permissions." Su Yang blinked in surprise and then brightened. "My merit points are enough." "Yes. Rescuing that Malawiya granted you 100,000 merit points." Su Yang opened his merit panel at once. 158920. The corner of his mouth lifted involuntarily, then he quickly sobered and furrowed his brow. "Wait, you said a Malawiya person. But didn't you say this warship lost contact with your civilization?" Ao Luola explained without expression, "We did lose contact, but she was originally a crew member aboard this ship." Su Yang's frown deepened. "So there were people from your side on this vessel?" Ao Luola nodded ambiguously. "They evacuated in escape pods after the hull fragmented." Su Yang laughed with irritation. "So the Malawiya could leave in pods while I was dragged here as a sacrificial lamb?" Ao Luola shook her head. "No. I vetoed the abandoned ship plan at the time. They simply bypassed my permissions to escape." Su Yang sneered. "There were people on this ship who could bypass your authority?" Ao Luola answered calmly, "Yes. The Civilization Continuation Protocol holds supreme authority. It supersedes all other permissions." Su Yang sighed. Though unwilling, he had to accept the logic in her words. Just then Wang Xiaoju and the others carrying the girl entered the captain's room. Ao Luola had opened the door in anticipation. Su Yang rose, adopting a standard NPC expression, a faint smile, eyes warm yet bearing command. He stepped forward to Wang Xiaoju and offered a sincere greeting. "Thank you, soldier. You have saved the life of a Malawiya individual." Dihan had now fully returned and burst into the captain's room, breathless and urgent. "Not just one. There are many in that hive. They are sealed inside insect eggs." Su Yang could not hide his shock. "Is that true?" Nin Zihongxi nodded. "Yes, we saw it, but we couldn't get them all out." Su Yang glanced at Ao Luola, unsure how to respond. This sudden inexplicable turn in the story left him at a loss. Fortunately, Ao Luola sensed his embarrassment and took the lead. "Thank you for your contribution. Take this girl to the medical bay next door and place her in a medical pod. Once completed, each of you will receive 100,000 contribution points." 100,000. Chunbai and the others inhaled sharply. 100,000 contribution points each. Move, hurry up." Chunbai led the way out. The group clustered together and left the captain's room, their footsteps receding down the corridor. The captain's room door closed.
Aoluola spoke before Su Yang could ask. Commander, I recommend isolating this girl in a separate medical pod. Su Yang frowned. Why? Because we do not yet know whether her mind has been affected by the insect species. Su Yang was more puzzled. But didn't you say the insects cannot breach Malawiya mental shields? Aoluola did not answer directly. She summoned the combat footage from Dihan's helmet. In the footage, Dihan slices open an egg and the girl is flushed out by nutrient fluid, her umbilical cord still attached to the inner wall of the egg. A remote invasion is of course impossible, but she has established a physical connection with the hive. Su Yang frowned and stared at the image. Why would the swarm capture crew instead of killing them? What purpose could humans serve to the insects? Su Yang wondered why Aoluola, knowing the crew had landed on that planet, did not dispatch a rescue mission herself. Now Aoluola seemed intent on keeping the girl confined in a medical pod. Her reasons sounded plausible. But even if the girl's consciousness had been compromised by the insects, what difference would that make on this ship? Was Aoluola not confident she could control the girl? She must be withholding information. The more Su Yang thought, the more his head felt overloaded. He shook his head and shoved the tangled thoughts aside. If he could not sort it out now, he would wait. When the girl woke, the answers would come. For now he looked up at Aoluola and asked, with level 4 permissions, what is the maximum number of people I can command? Aoluola's lips lifted slightly as if pleased he had not pressed forbidden questions. 100,000 people, Commander. Su Yang nodded with joy and said, very good. Does this mean that I have new permissions to unlock? Aurora waved her hand and a holographic projection unfolded in the air, displaying 3 options side by side in front of Su Yang. Level 4 permissions available for unlocking. A biological laboratory usage rights. Effect can analyze the genes of the insect race, predict their evolutionary paths, and create targeted weapons and equipment. Cost 100,000 merit points. Note: collect enough core samples from insect nests to collaborate with the strategic laboratory to develop extermination plans. B War Factory usage rights. Effect can manufacture basic vehicles and develop new weapons and exoskeleton modules. Cost 100,000 merit points. Note: basic vehicles include the Pelican, Warthog, Falcon, and Eagle. Other vehicles need to be developed through the Vehicle Research Center before they can be manufactured. See Orbital 380mm High Explosive Artillery Network usage rights. Effect: conduct orbital strikes on the ground with a strike range diameter of 1,000 meters, continuously bombarding for 150 seconds. Cost 100,000 merit points. Note: each call for a strike costs 5,000 contribution points with a cooldown time of 6 hours. Su Yang stared at the 3 options, excitedly clenching his fist. Finally. He could finally unlock more core functionalities aboard this battleship. But soon he fell into hesitation. Each of these 3 options was urgently needed, and all of them would greatly aid in the current battle situation. The biological laboratory in option A. Aurora had mentioned before that collecting and analyzing samples could yield a considerable amount of merit points. Currently his biological freezer stored numerous samples collected by players, including the brains of insect commanders. If he could analyze all of those samples thoroughly, even if it couldn't be immediately converted into effective combat power, it would still help him earn another wave of merit points. However, the vehicle manufacturing capability unlocked by the War Factory was incredibly tempting. Right now players were relying on their legs for mobility on the ground, even though they could run quite fast after upgrading their exoskeletons. But having combat vehicles would undoubtedly enhance mobility significantly. Just imagine if a 4-person team relied solely on their legs, the supplies and firepower they could carry. Could it compare to a Warthog equipped with turrets? Not to mention the aerial firepower of the Falcon and Eagle. The Falcon rotorcraft could enable fire support teams to maneuver quickly while occupying airspace. And the Eagle fighter could completely fill the gap in fire support from the battleship's main cannon when it was cooling down, continuously providing air support for ground troops. As for the Orbital 380mm High Explosive Artillery Network in option C, it was the simplest and most brutal form of firepower delivery. The previous 2 critical battles were turned around because he timely unlocked the usage rights for the battleship's main cannon. The necessity of this permission is evident. However, since the ground battles were currently dominated by his own forces against the insect horde, the priority of unlocking option C seemed less critical. He was close to completing resource collection and should consider preparing for the upcoming attack on the medium-sized insect nest in the north and recovering the dark matter engine core.
So after passing on option C, which of A and B would be more beneficial for his upcoming combat layout?
Su Yang pondered for a moment and decided to ask Aurora. Although Aurora seemed to have concealed some information regarding the Moravian civilization and that girl, she wouldn't harm herself regarding combat issues, right?
After all, if it weren't for self-preservation, she wouldn't have brought him over to activate temporary command privileges to safeguard the battleship after everyone else had abandoned ship. What Su Yang could be certain of at this moment was that Aurora was still his good assistant in combat. In managing the battleship, she remained the diligent and responsible ship spirit. It's just that regarding the matters of the Moravian civilization, she must have concealed some things from him for some reason. Having resolved this issue, Su Yang no longer hesitated. He asked Aurora, if I unlock the biological laboratory, how quickly can it produce targeted weapons and equipment utilizing the genes of the insect race? Aurora seemed prepared for this question from Su Yang and answered without hesitation, the biological laboratory can only provide existing targeted intelligence on the insect race by analyzing samples, which may lead to the awkward situation where weapons are produced after the insects have already completed their next round of evolution.
Su Yang frowned. Doesn't that mean the biological laboratory is just a decoration? No, Aurora shook her head. The biological laboratory can predict the evolution paths of the insect race, but that would require more time. Analyzing insect genes is a long-term investment, Commander.
Su Yang nodded. In other words, unlocking the biological laboratory would not effectively enhance the actual combat power for ground battles in the short term, aside from providing him with a wave of merit points.
As for that extermination plan, he hadn't considered it at all. He would deal with it after unlocking the strategic laboratory.
Then he raised his head and asked again, what about the war factory? How long does it take to manufacture those vehicles? If there is enough metal material to support, the war factory can produce one vehicle from the list every hour.
Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Simultaneously working and producing. Aurora calmly nodded yes.
Su Yang suddenly thought of another question and switched topics. We have collected so much metal and biomass, are you sure the warehouse can hold it all if we mass-produce vehicles?
Aurora was taken aback for a moment and then frowned in response. I never told you that this battleship uses interdimensional storage technology. Su Yang was shocked.
No wonder the storage space on this ship seemed like a bottomless pit able to accommodate anything. It turned out to be this kind of black technology.
Then let's pretend I didn't ask.
He waved his hand.
Having clarified his thoughts, Su Yang no longer hesitated and decisively ordered unlock option B, the war factory. Aurora's eyes flashed with a stream of blue data, and after a moment she spoke. Permission has been written. Commander, next, should I help you contact General Lee to release more public test qualifications for recruitment? Su Yang raised an eyebrow.
Aurora was now taking the initiative to find tasks to do, which was great and showed improvement. But he waved his hand. Before that, let's discuss the situation of that girl.
Can the medical bay predict when she might wake up?
Aurora clearly did not expect Su Yang to suddenly ask this question and was momentarily unsure how to respond.
However, this was indeed Su Yang's test for her.
Aurora was startled for a moment and then her eyes flashed with blue data streams.
Su Yang could not tell if she was genuinely reading the data from the medical bay or just pretending. After a moment, she slowly said, the current situation is still unclear. The brainwave data read by the medical bay is abnormally chaotic. I have locked down the medical bay. No one is allowed to approach.
Su Yang frowned. Does that include me? Of course. Aurora nodded, her tone calm yet firm. Especially you as the highest commander of the ship. Anyone else might encounter issues, but you cannot. If Su Yang weren't sure that Aurora was concealing something from him, hearing this would have warmed his heart. But now he only felt that Aurora was even more suspicious. However, he still needed her assistance in managing the battleship, so it wasn't the right time to bring it up.
He could only nod and focus on the upcoming tasks of recruitment and recovering the engine core.
Alright, let's not dwell on that for now, Su Yang said. Help me contact Liang Hu and have him go offline to notify General Lee that my permissions have been upgraded so he can log onto the battleship and we can discuss the upcoming combat matters. Li Zhonghua immediately logged in after receiving the notification from Liang Hu. His consciousness sank into the battleship and he opened his eyes, stepping out from the bionic storage pod. The corridor was bustling with people, players dressed in various exoskeletons. He heard someone whispering, has the game opened a new round of public testing?
How come I didn't know about it? That can't be right, there's no announcement about a public test. Then what's up with him?
Still wearing beginner gear, clearly a newcomer.
He didn't look back and walked straight towards the elevator. Just before the elevator door closed, a few more players squeezed in.
Li Zhonghua stood in the corner of the elevator glancing at the colorful exoskeletons of the other players. He looked down at his plain default exoskeleton. He felt that this time he also needed a spot. Not for any other reason but so he could log in and contact Su Yang anytime rather than relying on Liang Hu to notify him. The elevator reached the 7th floor and the door opened. Li Zhonghua strode towards the captain's room. At the end of the corridor, Su Yan was already waiting at the door.
Comrade Su Yan, long time no see.
Li Zhonghua stepped forward and extended his hand. Su Yang grasped his hand and nodded with a smile. If you're referring to being on the battleship, it has indeed been a while. The two entered the captain's room where Su Yang pulled out a chair for Li Zhonghua. Just as Li Zhonghua was about to sit down, he suddenly exclaimed, looking Su Yang up and down. Comrade Su Yang, how come it feels like you've grown so much taller?
Su Yang was taken aback by the remark and instinctively stood up straighter. He looked down at himself and then back at Li Zhonghua. Indeed, previously when Li Zhonghua was wearing an exoskeleton, he could only see Su Yang's chest area at eye level around where the sternum is. But now he could see Li Zhongguo's shoulders. In half a month did he grow at least 30 centimeters. Su Yang waved his hand and chuckled. It seems the rumor that one grows taller with less gravitational influence in space is true. Li Zhonghua laughed heartily, sitting down in the chair. Comrade Su Yan, you are still at the age of growth, so it's quite normal to grow taller. He then shifted the topic, his smile dimming slightly as he became serious. By the way, how many people do I need to recruit this time? Su Yang smiled and used his hand to gesture 9. Li Zhonghua frowned. Why is it still 9,000? Su Yang quickly waved his hand and shook his head. Not 9,000 but 90,000. Li Zhongguo's eyes widened and his voice rose by 8 degrees. 90,000. Then you can command an army of 100,000. Su Yang nodded with a smile. Li Zhonghua took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and took the opportunity to put forward his request. Since this time it's possible to recruit so many people, could you give me a few spots? That shouldn't be an issue, right? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at him with interest. Oh. General Li is thinking of going to the front lines. Li Zhonghua nodded firmly, his gaze steady and determined. That's right, this war isn't just yours alone. As a general of the Hua nation, I should contribute my share. Su Yang was silent for a moment before asking, so who are the other spots for? Li Zhonghua sighed helplessly. It's just to bring those old fellows from above to see for themselves. Without witnessing it firsthand, they'll never understand how critical the current situation is. Su Yan also sighed, agreeing that's indeed the case. Then I'll give you 5 spots: Jiang Lao, Hong Lao, Zhan Lao and Tang Lao, plus you, making a total of 5. Li Zhonghua nodded appreciatively. Great. 5 is just enough. He paused and then asked, so what's the distribution ratio this time? How many soldiers and how many ordinary players? Upon hearing this question, Su Yang first frowned and then replied, that depends on the current social conditions in Hua Nation. Li Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood Su Yang's meaning. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Comrade Su Yang, it seems your plan from last time won't be so easy to implement. Su Yang looked at him in confusion, waiting for more. Li Zhonghua elaborated. Herace, the thing, the previous broad-spectrum cure indeed caused a large number of healthcare workers to become unemployed. Su Yang nodded. This was something he had promoted and wanted to see. Liberating manpower to prepare for everyone to board the battleship. However, the life support pod technology you gave me last time has allowed these unemployed individuals to enter the manufacturing chain of life support pods. Li Zhongguo's tone carried a hint of helplessness and a touch of encouragement. Moreover, to expand production capacity, there's currently a shortage of skilled workers in related fields, with some companies even going to vocational schools to recruit people. Su Yang was startled, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is that possible? That technology shouldn't require that many professionals. Li Zhonghua sighed. If it's just the life support pod, that would be the case. But there are also related technologies for nutrient solutions and biomedical applications. Su Yang's mouth twitched. He realized he had underestimated the situation. The life support pod was not an isolated device. It required a series of supporting technologies such as nutrient solutions, biological monitoring and cell activation, each needing personnel. Li Zhonghua continued. Also, in the technical documents you first provided me concerning room temperature and atmospheric pressure superconductors and energy storage technologies, we have already completed their civilian applications. Su Yang exclaimed happily. That's fantastic news. Are there any released workers? He was most concerned about this, for everyone to board a large number of idle populations were needed. Li Zhonghua shook his head. Don't even mention released labor, even the number of freelance delivery workers has significantly decreased. Su Yan was dumbfounded and couldn't comprehend how this outcome came to be. As a high school student, he indeed lacked social experience.
Seeing that he didn't understand, Li Zhonghua added, the technological revolution brought about by new technology has completely crushed the related industries of Western countries. Now the stock price of Fruit Phone has dropped to less than a third of its issue price. Is Fruit about to go bankrupt? Su Yang gasped. Li Zhonghua nodded. Not only that, but Musk has also shut down the production line of Tesla in Shin City because they truly can't compete with domestic electric vehicles. Su Yang, not willing to give up, asked, then wouldn't those who originally worked at the Tesla factory be released? Li Zhonghua shook his head again. But the scale expansion of domestic electric vehicles also requires workers, and now the wages of workers have nearly doubled with benefits significantly better than before. Su Yang leaned back in his chair, speechless, murmuring, how could this happen? Li Zhonghua laughed, his voice filled with pride and satisfaction. Isn't it because of you? The semiconductor technology you provided has increased the computational power of domestic phones by more than 100 times. And that energy storage technology is even more outrageous. A phone can be used until it is scrapped and the battery can still be removed and used in another phone. This type of battery can run for millions of kilometers in an electric car. How can other manufacturers survive? Su Yang inhaled sharply and then asked, what about the price? Li Zhonghua waved his hand nonchalantly, it's dirt cheap. Now in Hua Nation there are no 1,000 yuan or 10,000 yuan phones, only 100 yuan phones with computational power comparable to the previous supercomputers. The price of electric cars has now dropped to around 10 to 20,000, allowing factory workers to easily switch several cars within a year if they work hard. This. Su Yang was so shocked he couldn't speak, and after a long time he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, can those manufacturers still make money? Li Zhonghua smiled and said matter-of-factly, the overseas prices haven't changed. Su Yang couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Although his new technology didn't cause a massive unemployment crisis in Hua Nation, meaning his peak combat strength was still limited to the few hours after workers got off work. Learning that the lives of the people had indeed made a significant leap forward made him feel that everything was worth it. At most he would just need to lose a few more brain cells and plan the combat power waves rationally. Seeing Su Yang so happy, Li Zhonghua also laughed heartily. Su Yang said while laughing, although it didn't turn out as I expected, if it can allow the people of our country to live better lives, then it has all been worth it. Li Zhonghua smiled and waved his hand, his tone turning serious again. Don't say that. The country is currently tackling artificial intelligence and industrial automation. Once these two technologies are implemented, it will cause an irreparable loss of jobs on a large scale. Before that, you'd better raise the permissions to accommodate them. Su Yang put away his smile and nodded seriously. Then let's allocate 50,000 spots for the ordinary people during this round of public testing. Li Zhonghua nodded. With the current high prices of energy crystals, these 50,000 spots will likely be snapped up. But it might mean more hungry people in society. Su Yang frowned, puzzled. How can one starve while making money from energy crystals? Li Zhonghua waved his hand and laughed, because there are fewer delivery workers now. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. After determining the open beta quota and the number of recruits, Li Zhonghua was about to rise and leave when he was called back by Su Yang. By the way, General Li, this is the technological information of the Moravia civilization that is accessible at permission level 4. However, Li Zhonghua quickly waved his hand, saying, hey. No. Comrade Su Yang, you can keep this information for now, don't give it to me. Su Yang asked in confusion, why? Li Zhonghua sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Every department in the Academy of Sciences has hundreds of projects waiting to be approved. As I mentioned earlier, they have already started recruiting from technical colleges. I really can't take the technical information over at this time. Su Yang's face darkened. This was something he had never considered. The country actually couldn't digest the excess technological information. Seeing that Su Yang did not believe him, Li Zhonghua added, even the breakthroughs reported by authors of light novels come one by one. Where do you find someone who throws in a hard drive of technical information all at once with dozens of technologies and hundreds of new theories? Do you think that technology validation and theoretical experiments don't require time? He paused, took a breath and continued, now foreign netizens no longer call us industrial Cthulhu, but they have started calling us technological Cthulhu. The fusion reactor from the last time you provided is still under construction. The second set of technical information includes a new material and now it has to be dismantled and rebuilt again. Comrade Su Yang, please wait for your country. Su Yang thought for a moment and stepped back, saying, then you can take it back to Blue Star for now. Li Zhonghua immediately shook his head, his attitude resolute. Absolutely not. Keeping this information with you is the safest. If it were to leak after being taken back to Blue Star, none of US could bear the responsibility. Su Yang sighed in resignation, saying, "Alright, then I'll wait for the Academy of Sciences to understand the previous technology before sending it to you." Li Zhongguan nodded, his tone softening. "Relax, it will be soon. Your first set of information includes technologies related to industrial automation, which is currently a focus of the Academy of Sciences." Su Yang nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll wait for good news from the country." Li Zhongguan nodded seriously before leaving the battleship.
On Blue Star, in an old residential building in Yun Province, Huagua, Han Yixing returned home dragging his weary body.
After closing the rusty iron door that creaked, he instinctively shouted, "Mom, I'm back." No one responded in the quiet house. This was just a habit he had developed over the past decade to announce his return home while changing shoes. But for the past 5 years no one had been able to respond to him. His parents had been in a car accident 5 years ago. His father died on the spot and his mother became a vegetative state. Because his mother's thalamus suffered physical damage due to external impact, even the broad-spectrum disease cure could do nothing. Han Yixing took off his raincoat and as usual went to check on his mother lying in the life support pod. She had her eyes closed, looking peaceful as if she were asleep. After injecting his mother with energy serum, he sighed and then went to the kitchen to make breakfast for himself.
Ding ling dong.
Han Yixing's phone rang. He took a glance and saw it was a message from a loan collection agency. He clicked his tongue and tossed the phone aside. After preparing breakfast, he went to the living room, adjusted his phone to stream Wang Xiaoju's live broadcast and started eating. He envied the streamers like Wang Xiaoju who could earn money while playing games.
However, he couldn't even afford the most basic streaming equipment. Since his parents' car accident 5 years ago, he had dropped out of school. That year he was only in the second year of junior high. To care for his mother, he could only work as a food delivery person, which offered flexible hours. Because he had no money and couldn't afford a caregiver. It was only recently that his life had seen a slight improvement. The emergence of the life support pod allowed him to save a lot of time spent on massaging his mother and changing 4 bags, enabling him to take on more delivery orders to earn money. Seeing Wang Xiaoju's livestream where she was accidentally TKD by a low-level player, Han Yixing finally revealed a knowing smile. He rarely smiled, likely only when watching live broadcasts. While eating did he feel relaxed. At that moment his phone automatically displayed an incoming call from an unknown number. Han Yixing frowned and answered, "Hello, who is this?" The voice on the other end said, "Hello, Mr. Han, this is Ant."
Before the person could finish, Han Yixing shouted, "I will pay it back when I have money."
What nonsense! He immediately hung up the phone.
Last month he braved the heavy rain while delivering food at night and was nearly hit by a car when the driver opened the door carelessly.
What nonsense! He immediately hung up the phone.
Last month he braved the heavy rain while delivering food at night and was nearly hit by a car when the driver opened the door carelessly. Otherwise a bad review would ruin his entire day's work. After that he caught a severe cold coupled with untreated wounds from the fall, leading to a bacterial infection, and he fainted while making deliveries a few days later. Because the pay for night deliveries was higher, no one noticed him when he fainted. It wasn't until the next day during work hours that a passerby thought he was dead and called the police. In the end it was the police who took him to the hospital. At that time the broad-spectrum disease cure had not yet become widespread and he had no health insurance, so he had to pay out of pocket. But where would he get the money? In the end he had no choice but to take out a loan. That was how he ended up with this loan. As for his mother's life support pod, the original price was 26,000.
But since she had a disability certificate, the government reimbursed 80%.
But he was just a spendthrift. Where could he get the remaining 5,200? In the end he had no choice but to grit his teeth and take out another loan. Loan defaults incur interest. Many people fail to repay loans because the interest can become principal, resulting in compound interest. If he couldn't repay on time this month, he would have to pay nearly 500 more next month.
That was enough for him to eat for half a month.
Han Yixing irritably switched his phone to airplane mode so that those collection calls couldn't get through. Then he connected to the home Wi-Fi and continued watching the live stream. At that moment he saw a notification pop up from the live streaming software. He initially wanted to close it but accidentally opened the notification instead. However, when he saw the content of the notification he was stunned.
He instinctively read out loud, "Second round of the paratroopers open beta test with 50,000 testing quotas." Without a second thought he pressed the registration button. Then he saw the web page spinning. He stared intently at the spinning circle, his expression akin to a gambler who had just bet all his wealth on a game of chance in a casino.
Because this was his chance to turn his fate around. Ever since he learned in the live stream that the game's currency was worth several tens of thousands of RMB, he had been contemplating the idea of earning money in the game. Moreover, it seemed that earning energy crystals like Wang Xiaoju and others wasn't that difficult. If he could get selected, he could escape his current life. At the very least, he could take his mother to a major hospital to see if there was any hope. He was utterly exhausted from a life where even breathing required tremendous effort. He had no diploma, no background, and had to care for his mother who had become a vegetable. He rarely even touched mobile games because he feared that he would uncontrollably spend money. But now it was different. An opportunity lay before him. As long as he joined the paratrooper, he could completely escape this life that was constantly interrupted by debt collectors even while watching a live stream. But now it was different. An opportunity lay before him. As long as he joined the paratrooper, he could completely escape this life that was constantly interrupted by debt collectors even while watching a live stream.
Damn it, give me a break, you stupid network.
Then his mood along with the pop-it-up dialogue box soared to the clouds.
Congratulations, you have been selected for the second round of the paratroopers open beta test. Awesome.
Han Yixing stood up excitedly, his knee knocking over the table and spilling the bowl of rice, scattering uneaten food and soup all over the floor. But he didn't care at all.
Han Yixing was trembling with excitement as he held the game helmet.
This was the key tool to reverse his current life. He carefully took the streamlined helmet out of the box with both hands. After a moment of thought, he felt something was off. Fearing that he might get too excited in the game and drop the helmet, he hurried back to his room, leaping onto the bed without even taking off his slippers, put on the helmet and pressed the power button. Then he felt darkness enveloping him as if he had merely blinked.
And then he discovered
he had traversed into another world. He instinctively looked down at his hands. The slight tremor caused by overexertion, the natural reaction from the alternating cold and heat, and the sight that could not reveal any lattice even when magnified.
Is this 100 real gaming?
At this moment he completely understood why Dihan was so furious when he encountered the imprisoned humanoid creatures in the hive. Because at this moment he could not distinguish whether this was a true traversal or just a game.
New players. I'll guide you through the newbie quest, guaranteed success. Han Yixing's thoughts were interrupted by this shout. He turned to see a player with the ID Landlord Old Wolf recruiting teammates.
So he joined the crowd to take a look. As he walked over, he even changed his own ID to the brightest star in the cold night. When he reached in front of Landlord Old Wolf, he noticed that although many people were watching, none of them paid attention to him. Landlord Old Wolf spotted Han Yixing looking at him with interest, so he initiated the conversation. New here. Before Han Yixing could respond, he continued, I can tell you're new, still wearing the default exoskeleton.
How about it? Want me to guide you through the newbie quest? Guaranteed success. Han Yixing was intrigued to hear that the newbie quest required assistance.
He came here to make money. It would be ridiculous if he ended up dying during the newbie quest without earning any energy crystal. If an experienced player guided him, he might have a smoother time. So he asked, I've seen the live streams. The newbie quest is just about killing a bug and collecting the reward, right? Charging 1 energy crystal seems a bit too much, doesn't it? Landlord Old Wolf seemed to have anticipated this question and patiently explained, you need to know that in this game contribution points can turn negative. If you go out and end up as a bug snack and respawn, you would owe the NPC 100 contribution points. Han Yixing recalled when he watched Wang Xiaojuan's live stream, it seemed that she did end up in a significant debt of contribution points during her newbie quest. So he continued, can you guarantee that I won't die?
Landlord Old Wolf knocked on his heavy exoskeleton twice. At least I can ensure you complete the newbie quest safely. He paused and added, those stinky bugs come in swarms, you can't just kill one and expect to leave safely. Han Yixing nodded, feeling that Landlord Old Wolf had a point. But 1 energy crystal costs 80,000. He needed to dig a bit more information out, so he put on a pained expression and said, I still feel it's too much, 80,000 just to guide me through a newbie quest. Landlord Old Wolf replied impatiently, what do you want to know? I can tell you anything. Hearing this, Han Yixing couldn't help but smile and asked, how can I make money quickly in this game? Landlord Old Wolf scoffed, is that it? I thought you'd ask for something useful. Han Yixing was taken aback, wasn't this useful? Landlord Old Wolf raised 2 fingers. Currently there are only 2 ways to earn contribution points in this game. He paused before saying, first go to the mines in the Western Hemisphere to mine. How much you earn depends on your equipment. With your newbie gear you can probably earn 2 to 3 energy crystals a day at most. Han Yixing's eyes widened. 2 or 3 energy crystals. That's tens of thousands a day.
Then landlord Old Wolf's next words left Hanishing speechless. Although the earnings are low, they are stable.
Is that still considered low?
What would high earnings look like?
Hanishing didn't dare to think. Landlord Old Wolf lowered one finger. Second, go to the east line to kill bugs. If luck is on your side, you could earn about 15 energy crystals in a day.
After Hanishing and the others landed, they engaged a patrol team on the outskirts of the insect nest. The landlord Old Wolf deliberately chose a spot close to the front line to lure the swarm. This way, even if the swarm called for reinforcements that they couldn't handle, they could lead them to the front line and successfully escape. At first, Han Yixing's combat ability was no different from that of other novices. But after killing 2 teams of insect patrols, whether it was due to adapting to combat or his innate talent, Han Yixing's marksmanship and tactical movements visibly improved.
After 3 hours of intense fighting, Old Wolf's spirit was nearing its limit. His reactions began to slow and his hands trembled while aiming. Just as he was lost in thought, a combat insect lunged at him from the side, its pincers raised high, aiming for his head. Wolf, be careful. A grenade was accurately tossed into the pile of insects, exploding beneath the combat insect.
The shockwave knocked the insects over and Old Wolf was pushed to the ground by the blast, but he avoided a fatal blow.
While Hanishing shot down the remaining insects, he quickly ran over, asking, Wolf, are you alright?
Old Wolf lay on the ground panting heavily, and it took him several seconds to get up and pick up his dropped weapon.
I'm fine. If it weren't for your grenade just now, I might have been done for.
After taking out another patrol team, new reinforcements from the insect tribe had yet to arrive. Old Wolf drew his dagger and squatted down to collect live samples of the insect organs.
He was mentally exhausted and his movements were slow, even his bionic arm trembled slightly.
But when he saw Hanishing still full of energy methodically cutting the live samples of the insects, his eyes were filled with disbelief.
How many livers does this guy have?
After such a long battle, he isn't tired at all. In fact, strong willpower can suppress the physiological fatigue response of bionic beings to some extent. Having worked night shifts delivering food for a long time, Hanishing was accustomed to a life of reversed day and night and high-intensity operations. Plus, being young, he naturally had more energy than Old Wolf.
Not only that, but Old Wolf also noticed that Han Yixing's balance was quite extraordinary. While they were fighting and retreating, they ended up in a dead end in a hollow. Hanishing actually managed to climb on top of the insect carcasses to shoot while maintaining his balance and not falling off. The backs of the insects weren't flat, yet he stood so steadily on that tiny spot. This was all thanks to the balance he developed from years of delivering food by bike. After all, to grab orders, writing and playing on his phone simultaneously was just a regular occurrence. After collecting the last few complete insect samples, although Hanishing wanted to draw more monsters to fight, Old Wolf was already unable to continue. He waved his hand saying, all right, you've completed your novice task long ago. After all this time with you, you should be satisfied now. Hanishing looked at the time and realized that since he landed he had been fighting for over 5 hours straight. Surprisingly, he didn't feel tired. Thanks, Wolf. I'll hand in the task and give you the energy crystals later. To his surprise, Old Wolf waved his hand saying, no need. Thanks, Wolf. I'll hand in the task and give you the energy crystals later. To his surprise, Old Wolf waved his hand saying, no need. The complete samples you've gathered are enough for me to train several newcomers for days. Plus, you just saved my life, saving me 2 energy crystals, so we're even. Hanishing was taken aback for a moment, then smiled happily saying, thank you, Wolf. Old Wolf smiled back saying, alright, finish up the biomass collection quickly and let's head back to the warship to cash in. How did you know I wanted to exchange the energy crystals for money? Hanishing was a bit surprised. Old Wolf snorted, you newcomers always exchange the energy crystals you earn for money. At first it's nothing new. Hanishing awkwardly smiled, bending down to continue collecting the insect corpses. Just as he finished the last few, a wave of insect patrols rushed towards them from a distance, and there were even more than before. Hanishing looked at the several hundred insect corpses he had yet to collect, gritted his teeth, and ultimately followed Old Wolf towards the evacuation point behind the front line. Back on the warship, Hanishing submitted the task and successfully received 2 energy crystals. He had no choice, he was just a few insects short of reaching 300 contribution points, but given Old Wolf's state at that time, pushing it could have been counterproductive. But 2 crystals were enough. This 160,000 would become a new starting point in his life. Hanishing didn't hesitate at all. The moment he received the energy crystals, he put them up for sale. Then he eagerly logged off, wanting to check his bank account balance. Before logging off, he didn't forget to greet Old Wolf. Old Wolf waved his hand saying, don't let it interfere with your fortune. Let's collaborate again when there's an opportunity.
He looked down at the 9 energy crystals in his hand and chuckled. Fortunately, these newcomers don't know that those insect organs are worth a fortune. As soon as Han Yixing took off his helmet, he immediately picked up his phone to check messages. As expected, the first message was a transfer notification from the Industrial and Commercial Bank.
Great Wall Entertainment Co. Ltd. Transferred you 160000 yuan. Your account ending in 9527 currently has a balance of 160387. 72 yuan.
Han Yixing trembled as he counted on the screen units: tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000.
The decimal point is here. Units, tens, hundreds.
After counting 3 or 4 times and confirming that there were only 2 digits after the decimal point, he suddenly jumped up from the bed. He rushed to his mother's room, leaning against the life support chamber.
Mom! Mom! I have money now. Look, I have 160,000. I can take you to the capital to see the best specialists.
As he spoke, tears streamed down his face.
Mom! You will definitely wake up.
Little Xing can earn money now, and I will definitely find someone to treat you.
For many years, Han Yixing had always remembered what the doctor said back then. Your mother has severe cerebral edema and some brain tissue has already died physically. Medication can only prevent further deterioration.
If she can undergo surgery in the capital, there is a chance she can wake up.
However,
her self-care ability can never be restored to the state before the accident.
But Han Yixing didn't care. As long as his mother could wake up, that was enough.
He had been taking care of his mother for so many years, and now he just wanted to hear her voice again. Even if his mother woke up and could only lie in bed, it would still be better than the current situation. He cried on the life support chamber for a while before wiping away his tears. He found a scalper online and booked an appointment with the most famous neurosurgeon at the Capital Brain Hospital. He immediately spent more than 7,000. He had calculated it before. Registration fees, examination fees, hospitalization fees, plus rent and living expenses in the capital, along with the highest surgical costs. It would take at least 160,000 a month to see a neurologist in the capital. If he wanted to do a wake-up procedure, it could cost as much as 400,000 a month. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. But now, with the gaming helmet and battle paratroopers, his long-held wish could finally be realized. He made a call and booked an ambulance from a rescue company to transfer his mother to the capital, spending another 20,000. Finally, he carefully wrapped the gaming helmet with a towel and jacket and placed it in his backpack. After packing his bag, he went to the station, returning his uniform, thermal box, and the 2,000 he owed the station manager. The station manager looked at him in surprise, saying, "Xiao Han, are you sure you're quitting? Now that competition has decreased, the price per order has increased by 2 yuan. Han Yixing smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, Hongo, I have a new source of income now." As he spoke, he handed over the red envelope. The station manager took the red envelope, squeezed it, and his face fell, scolding, "This is definitely more than 2,000, right? You should take back the extra." Han Yixing firmly shook his head, saying, "Hongu, I have always remembered your kindness to me over the years.
The extra is just a red envelope for your son's full moon celebration."
The station manager saw a light in Han Yixing's eyes that he had never seen before and finally nodded with appreciation. He suddenly felt a bit teary, holding back as he waved his hand.
"Go. I wish you a better future."
They had worked together for 5 years and many colleagues had come and gone, but Han Yixing had accompanied him the longest. On the warship, Su Yang hastily distributed the rewards from the previous large-scale resource recovery mission before starting to prepare a detailed operational plan for the dark matter engine recovery task. He hadn't expected that the grand launch event would end so abruptly. However, he was comforted by the fact that the event had indeed greatly stimulated the collection enthusiasm of ordinary players. Although in the end everyone upgraded their weapons and equipment at their own expense, this was even better.
He actually earned a bit more contribution points.
Just as Su Yang was deep in thought, Aurora's crisp and melodious voice came through. "Commander, an ordinary player has entered the insect nest and has blown up the incubation sac of the plasma cannon bug." Su Yang was stunned for a moment, still unable to comprehend, and frowned as he asked, "What did you just say?"
"I didn't catch that." Aurora's tone remained flat. "You heard correctly, Commander. A new player has entered the insect nest and blown up the incubation sac of the plasma cannon bug. The good news is we won't have to face the plasma cannon bugs for a while." Su Yang suddenly stood up excitedly, asking, "How did they get in?" Aurora expressionlessly waved her hands, summoning a holographic projection. The projection displayed the airdrop records of dozens of sand sculpture players. Woohoo! Remember to line up properly, don't drop in the wrong spot. Don't worry, Pod 1 am right behind you. With a loud bang, Pod 1 crashed into the small insect nest.
The swarm of bugs, realizing they were invaded, immediately surrounded Pod 1.
Damn it! Pod 2, hurry up. They're surrounding us. With a tremendous crash, Pod 1 was smashed into the ground by the following Pod 2. Now it was Pod 2's turn to shout, Pod 3, it's all up to you. This is Pod 3 hitting the mark. With another crash, Pod 2 was also smashed into the ground by Pod 3.
And so it went, with the 23rd pod continuously crashing into the same spot.
These dozens of sand sculpture players had opened up a passage from the top down into the insect nest. Those behind push me. I want to get in. We can get in soon. I see it down there.
The excited player in Pod 1 shouted. As the 24th pod also crashed onto the front pod.
Pods 1 and 2 finally slid into the interior of the insect nest.
Just as they emerged, before they could marvel at the game's impressive scene design, they were already surrounded by the swarm. The player in Pod 2 didn't say a word. He pulled out a nuclear pistol and fired at the ground. Just before dying, he shouted, "The glory of humanity endures." At the moment of the explosion, thick black smoke billowed from all the exits of the insect nest. Except for the player in Pod 24, the rest were affected by the nuclear blast and forced back to the city.
Pod 24, is anyone else back there? Damn it, the bugs are surrounding us, what should I do?
Liang Hu and Fu Xiaoyi, who were clueless, stared in bewilderment at the hasty retreat of the swarm.
Fu Xiaoyi, in the heat of battle, shouted at the retreating bugs, "Hey! Don't run! Why are you running?" Su Yang watched the scene with a twitching mouth. Indeed, the sand sculpture players were full of joy. Even the centipede-like operations could be executed. Then he quickly asked Aurora, "What about our imprisoned kin, will they?" Aurora calmly shook her head, "They won't. Every chamber of the insect race has isolation measures, and the passages of the insect nest are intentionally designed to be particularly fragile. As long as an accident occurs in a chamber, the blocked passages can effectively protect the other chambers." Su Yang then sighed with relief. He didn't sympathize with the Moravians, it was just that saving one of them earned him 100,000 merit points. Those thousands of Moravians beneath the insect nest were all his upgrade experience packs. He absolutely could not let those sand sculpture players ruin them. Then Su Yang suddenly remembered what Aurora had just said and immediately asked, "You mentioned that the good news is that we won't have to face the plasma cannon bugs for a while. What's the bad news?" Aurora summoned a wide area overview. The bad news is that because the small insect nest was attacked, reinforcements from the nearby medium insect nest are on their way, and they may very well expand their patrol range to include the wreckage of the warship. Su Yang clicked his tongue helplessly. Damn, these sand sculpture players are truly a double-edged sword. If used well, they can produce quite a few godlike operations and turn the tide of battle. But if left unchecked, the chaotic operations they produce can also disrupt the entire battle plan. Su Yang had to come up with a way to limit the players' actions or optimize the command chain so that those sand sculpture players could still engage while focusing on completing mission objectives. Otherwise, it would be a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while harming oneself 800. Su Yang thought for a moment, then turned to Aurora and asked, "As the highest commander, can I establish military ranks? Can we create something like a battle team for the players?" Aurora calmly nodded, "Of course. You are the highest commander of this ship and can appoint a certain number of subordinate commanders. However what?" Su Yang pressed. "Frontline commanders still need to pass assessments to complete personnel appointments." Su Yang casually waved his hand. "That's even better. The position of frontline commander needs a threshold anyway." Then he thought of something and asked, "Can I grant frontline commanders certain privileges? They shouldn't just have a nominal position, right?" Aurora nodded affirmatively. Su Yang frowned and thought for a moment, then looked up at Aurora. "How about this? We introduce a battle team system, and players who pass the assessment and purchase a battle order can establish their own teams. Set the price of the battle order at 50,000 contribution points. The team commanders who complete missions can receive a portion of merit points. Allocating 10% from my side to them will suffice. Moreover, weapons and equipment unlocked by team commanders using merit points can be shared with all team players, charging a small amount of contribution points as maintenance fees each time. And 10% of the contribution points spent by players will go directly to the team commander as operational funds for the team. I will no longer directly deduct contribution points from ordinary players." Aurora's eyes lit up at this point.
Although sharing weapons and equipment seems to reduce the contribution points spent by players. In reality, how much merit points would the commander need to consume to unlock enough weapons for the team members?
The more people in the team, the more merit points would be required. Su Yang was shifting his responsibility onto the team commander.
On the surface, he was allocating 10% of the merit points he earned to the team commander. However, for the development of the team, they would definitely spend this portion again on unlocking and upgrading the rights to use equipment. The key point was that this would allow ordinary players without high-level equipment to quickly form combat power by renting high-level weapons with a small amount of contribution points. It was essentially a transfer from one hand to the other. Su Yang lost nothing while gaining a batch of team commanders to help him manage the players.
Moreover, taking 10% of ordinary players' contribution points was much faster than directly taking the merit points from the commanders. After all, the expenditure of merit points would be 100% submitted to Su Yang. Finally, grant the team commanders the privileges to recruit, dismiss issue tasks, and designate combat zones. After a pause, Su Yang added, of course, the tasks issued must be approved before execution. Aurora couldn't help but look at Su Yang with renewed respect.
He had managed to construct such a comprehensive command system in such a short time while perfectly distancing himself from it.
Regardless of whether the battle team commanders succeeded or failed in their missions, the merit points they spent during the tasks would directly convert into Su Yang's merit points. But once the mission was successful, Su Yang would also gain the corresponding merit points for completing the mission.
It was a win-win situation.
Su Yang had benefited twice. Aurora nodded in satisfaction at Su Yang and smiled. The new system has been established. Should we announce it now?
Su Yang's lips curled up slightly as he seemed to envision the immense power and countless merit points the battle team system would bring him.
Announce it. Since the War Factory opened, the mysterious forces of the East always come here to take a look whenever they go online. Not for any other reason but for that Falcon fighter jet. Fully automated with unmanned driving and automatic target acquisition, it can serve as a personalized aerial fire support.
Not only can it carry 500 kilograms of bombs, but it also has cannons, cluster bombs, smoke bombs, and various types of artillery support. Basically, as long as he unlocks the usage rights of the Falcon fighter jet, he can easily escape even when soloing a swarm of bugs. However, every time he sees the unlocking price for the Falcon, his heart aches.
50,000 contribution points. He is just a lone player without the gold-making capability of big streamers. Just to upgrade his exoskeleton, he had to gather contribution points for a long time, and now he needs to take out 50,000 points at once, which keeps him hesitating. What makes him hesitant is not the unlocking of the usage rights itself, but the fact that every time he calls for the Falcon he has to spend contribution points. The daily maintenance and ammunition replenishment for the Falcon is another expense. Buying the jet is easy, but maintaining it is difficult. He really doesn't know whether his income from contribution points can support a Falcon fighter jet. He stared at the unlocking panel for a while, then returned to the drop zone, deciding to save up contribution points for a while longer. Just as he arrived at the drop zone, a system announcement popped up. The content of the system announcement was displayed line by line on the HUD, stating that the team system was now open. Upon seeing this announcement, the mysterious forces of the East were instantly intrigued. Equipment sharing. Does that mean he can use the Falcon for support as long as he joins a team that has usage rights? This is great news. Sure enough, the crowd in the drop zone quickly became agitated. At this moment, a player with the ID cavity doesn't equal decay shouted at everyone. Today the Dragon Tooth team is officially established. I will personally purchase a Falcon for team members to use. Those who want to join, come sign up with me. His shout immediately stirred the crowd. Wow, that was quick. How did he pass the commander assessment? The previous batch of old players basically all have qualifications. Unless someone has been dying continuously without earning any contribution points, they wouldn't qualify. Is that so? No wonder I can also purchase battle orders. What the heck? Why can he do that? I'm also an old player, but the battle order purchase option is grayed out for me. Is this the main point? The main point is that he said he would buy a Falcon to share with the team. He must be rich. He spent 50,000 on battle orders and another 50,000 to unlock the Falcon. To share with the team requires merit points. Merit points. What's that? You can think of it as 10 times the contribution points. 10 contribution points can be exchanged for 1 merit point. What the heck? Does that mean unlocking a Team Falcon costs 4 billion? He's just making empty promises. No rich guy would throw 4 billion into a game.
Exactly 4 billion could buy a fighter jet in real life. The crowd murmured, filled with skepticism and disdain.
Cavity doesn't equal decay clearly heard these voices. Who is he?
He is the heir of the Byangdi Group. With domestic electric vehicles booming, he recently put his biggest competitor Tesla out of business.
4 billion is nothing, can he not afford it?
In front of everyone he opened his trading record panel, displaying the amount of energy crystals he had just acquired.
Not too many, exactly 5,000. A wave of gasps filled the room. Wow. He really is rich. Please take me. I want to join the Dragon Tooth team.
Of course, for every supporter there were also detractors.
Having money doesn't mean anything.
Just because he can afford the Falcon doesn't mean he has any command ability. Exactly, the soldiers are weak and so are the commanders.
I advise you to think carefully. However, currently, apart from the rich guy, the vast majority of players cannot even afford battle orders.
Cavity doesn't equal decay paid no mind to those opposing voices. From the day he started playing this game, he felt it was extraordinary. There is absolutely no way to spend money. Energy crystals can only be produced internally within the game, and there is a serious shortage. He had long thought about creating his own faction in the game. Once he has his own faction, he can team up to generate gold. Based on the current price of energy crystals, he would soon be able to prove to his father that he is not just a useless rich second generation but also capable of making money. However, at the beginning of the game there was no way to form a guild or anything like that. But today he finally waited for this opportunity. He had asked his father for a startup fund of 10 billion, waiting for this day. 10% of the contribution points spent by team members will be allocated to the commander as operational funds.
Isn't this just being a boss?
As long as in the game any action taken by players requires the consumption of contribution points. Unlocking equipment requires it, upgrading equipment requires it, calling for supplies requires it, and calling for support also requires it. Not to mention that the weapons unlocked with merit points can be rented out to team members for rental fees.
As long as his team's numbers are sufficient, a few 100 million can be recouped in a month.
The mysterious forces of the East thought for a moment. Joining the team as a member seems to have no downside for him. After all, he will still spend the same amount of contribution points to unlock weapons and upgrade equipment, but now he has an additional option. He can rent weapons that he hasn't unlocked at a lower price to use, such as the Falcon fighter jet he has been longing for.
Moreover, having a team to fight alongside, whether it's exterminating bugs or mining, will definitely be more efficient than going solo.
The most crucial point is that he won't have to abandon collecting samples because reinforcements from the bug swarm arrive after he has just finished fighting a batch of bugs. With the protection of the team, he can fully rely on the strength of the team to develop himself.
Thus he no longer hesitated and raised his hand towards Cavity doesn't equal decay, saying, I want to join.
With the mysterious forces of the East taking the lead, several other new players also joined the Dragon Tooth team after weighing the pros and cons. As for the remaining old players, Pure White discussed with Wang Xiaojun and the others, so should we also form a team? The expenses of a team are too high and we have enough equipment unlocked ourselves. But if we have a team commander, we won't need to unlock all the weapons anymore, we can unlock part of them ourselves and rent the rest from the team. I feel that teams are quite troublesome, our small squad mode feels freer.
Wang Xiaojun agreed with Ni Liao's opinion.
Finally, Pure White made the decision, okay, we will continue to play in this small squad mode for now, and if it really doesn't work later we can establish a team. On the battleship, Su Yan watched the various discussions about team formation on the surveillance screen.
3 teams have already officially formed.
Aside from the Great Wall team, the other 2 teams have absorbed quite a few new players. As for why the Great Wall team isn't recruiting,
because it's composed of Liang Hu and their regular army.
The corners of Su Yang's mouth curled slightly. His gaze shifted to the countdown on the main screen.
Remaining time 4 days 23 hours 31 minutes and 8 seconds. He turned to Aurora and said, next we should start the operational deployment for the recovery mission.
Very well, Commander Aelula answered, then projected the tactical map before Su Yang. Su Yang studied the layout, his brow knitting in thought. On the holoscreen, the positions of the small hives, medium hives, and the warship wreckage were marked with crystalline clarity. Aelula offered her suggestion, if we are to establish a defensive line west of the large hive, we must muster sufficiently fierce firepower and enough players to draw the hive's attention.
Su Yang nodded in agreement.
Aelula continued, to ensure the medium hive summons reinforcements from the small hive, we must send a suicide squad to strike the medium hive directly. She glanced at Su Yang and, seeing no objection, added, then entrust the suicide squad and the construction of the defenses to ordinary players.
Su Yang frowned. No.
Ordinary players can provide considerable firepower, but they lack positional warfare experience and can be easily broken by a tide of insects.
Ayalula frowned. But Commander, the defensive line is only a feint. Our primary objective is to recover the engine.
A faint smile curved Su Yang's lips. Precisely because it is a feint we require fiercer firepower and more elite fighters.
Ayalula looked puzzled.
Su Yang spoke slowly. Do not forget how long it takes to retrieve the engine. Your last estimate was 90 minutes.
Ayalula nodded noncommittally. Yes, which is why I thought ordinary players would be sufficient. No, Su Yang said lightly, his voice nonetheless carrying an unquestionable authority. You are mistaken.
Whether it is the Changqing team, the Longya team, or that
Xia Kanmyo team. Su Yang's eye twitched. Who picked that team name?
Why such a tonal shift? He cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and continued, none of them have experience entering warship wreckage and hoisting an engine core.
Ayalula frowned, uncertain of Su Yang's implication.
He went on, but the Changqing team certainly has experience with positional defense.
Ayalula's expression brightened and she gave a barely perceptible nod.
Su Yang said, so long as our front line can hold for a sufficient length of time and draw the attention of both hives, the recovery team, even if slowed by unfamiliar procedures, will not be harried by the swarm.
Ayalula praised with a smile. Commander, it seems you truly have thought this through more carefully than I did.
Then shifting gears, she asked, which team will you send for the recovery?
Su Yang replied in a low voice, the Changqing team.
Ayalula looked puzzled. But isn't the Changqing team already? To be precise, Su Yang interjected, a squad from the Changqing team.
Su Yang interrupted, to deal with contingencies that squad must be formed of the most elite warriors. Ayalula blurted out, Fu Xiaoyi. Su Yang nodded with a smile. Exactly, Fu Xiaoyi and his people. Ayalula then asked, if the Changqing team handles both recovery and the feint, what will ordinary players do? Su Yang cast a glance at Ayalula and frowned. You do not think my plan is so simple, do you? Ayalula raised an eyebrow. Then what else? Su Yang raised a finger and waved it from side to side. What I have described is certainly not enough. To prevent the medium hives piercing worms and plasma cannon bugs from disrupting the fortifications, a team must circle to the rear of the hive to strike those high-value units. Ayalula's eyes lit with sudden understanding and she nodded, then teased, are we attempting decapitation again this time? Su Yang let out a cold snort. I never entrust my fate to fickle luck. Decapitation. Forget it. The insect commander blends into the swarm. Unless luck is prodigiously on our side, it's virtually impossible to decapitate it, he continued. Ayalula nodded heavily, evidently pleased with his answer. Leave the flanking operation to the Longya team, Su Yang said slowly. Although most of them are novices, the Longya team's commander is wealthy and has unlocked many heavy weapons for newcomers to rent. Ayalula agreed. Indeed, although they are a group of rookies with the Changqing team drawing the fire, their burden will be greatly reduced. After a pause, Ayalula asked, and what of that little Xia Kanmyo team? Su Yang could not fathom why Ayalula stumbled over that name too. He did not dwell on it and answered plainly, they will serve as the reserve decoy. Reserve decoy? Ayalula asked, frowning. Su Yang pointed with his forefinger to the spot between the small hive and the wreckage on the map. Exactly. I intend to position them here. That way, even if the swarm detects an anomaly, it will attribute it to the little Xia Kanmyo team. Ayalula raised an eyebrow. Then the swarm will be drawn toward them and away from the recovery squad. Su Yang smiled at Ayalula and nodded emphatically. Precisely. The little Xia Kanmyo team exists solely as insurance. At that moment, Su Yang wanted nothing more than to exercise his privileges and change that cursed team name. This was a grave affair, yet every time the name was mentioned he felt like laughing. After a deep inhalation, Su Yang said, one final matter remains to be settled. Ayalula pursed her lips and tilted her head, looking at him in puzzlement. That expression made Su Yang's mouth twitch. He could not understand what circuitry of Ayalula produced such a deliberately cute gesture. He had noticed that as his permission level rose, Ayalula grew increasingly human. This was no illusion. At first her tone had been icy, devoid of any semblance of life. Now she even made that expression. Su Yang averted his eyes and said, the last thing is to galvanize the enthusiasm of all players. Ayalula glanced at him. You are going to run an event again? Su Yang answered with a touch of exasperation. Even if the last rewards were set in vain, you cannot deny that it stirred the players' enthusiasm. Giving rewards is not the goal, what matters is activating the players' initiative. Aelula covered her mouth, yet Su Yang clearly saw the corners of her eyes lift. She was unmistakably smiling. Su Yang waved a hand.
Never mind, just publish the event notice the way I outlined.
Aelula looked at him with an ambiguous smile and nodded. You speak, Commander. Su Yang drew a deep breath and announced each word measured. Beginning tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, a 3-day server-wide event will commence. Operation name: Operation Thunder Retrieval. Rewards will be ranked according to squad contribution points accumulated after the event begins. The top 3 squads will each receive the right to use the Fei Ying and will be awarded an additional 4,000,002,000,000 and 1,200,000 contribution points respectively. 4th through 10th place will unlock the right to use the Lai Ying and receive an extra 4,000,000 contribution points. Ranks 11 through 100 will obtain the right to use the Yuzhu. All players who participate in this event will receive 1,000 contribution points. As Su Yang spoke, a blue stream of data flickered across Aelula's eyes. When Su Yang finished, Aelula had completed processing the information and replied, "The event announcement has been published." Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, then watched the main screen's pulsing countdown and murmured softly, "Success or failure will be decided in this moment." The event announcement was issued and all players were filled with excitement. This was their first large-scale combat event since entering the game. During the last resource recovery event, some players mined tirelessly to climb the rankings, turning the game into a daily grind, yet they still couldn't compete with Lu Guodong and his group. Although they might still not compete with those large teams this time, at least it was a combat-focused event, and just by participating they would receive a reward of 1,000 contribution points. 80,000 contribution points for free. Anyone who doesn't participate would be a fool. Han Yixing saw this system announcement and instantly became excited. To ensure a safer environment for earning in-game currency, he had also joined the Longya team. But the last part of the announcement was a personal reward. Even though his mother's treatment cost was a top tier of 400,000 each month, the participation price from this event would cover 2 months of her treatment. Therefore he had to participate in this event. However, he would have to spend the night in an ambulance tomorrow, as the journey from Yun province to Beijing would take nearly 50 hours. But he couldn't afford to worry too much. He had to participate for his mother's treatment. At that moment, Chunbai and Wang Ziage were also gathered together discussing. Chunbai smiled and said, "This time the reward setup is much more reasonable, divided by combat teams, which means each team can compete fairly." However, Dian frowned, "But there are 5 of us. The game's default combat team is 4 people per team." Wang Ziage quickly waved her hand. "Don't look at me. I don't know anyone else besides you." Ni Li Niao said, "Count me in." Nang Zihongxi then said, "It's fine, I have friends in the game. Forming a team shouldn't be difficult." Chunbai raised an eyebrow. "Does Tsangshan have a well-named empty?" Nang Zihongxi nodded. "He added a few people in the game, I'll ask him now." Before long, Tsangshan had a well-named empty arrived with Doja Menmenhu and landlord Lao Chai Lang. Adding Nang Zihongxi, they had just formed a complete team. Chunbai smiled and said, "Your team just happens to have 2 heavy armor, 1 light armor and 1 medium armor. Our 2 teams can complement each other's firepower." Landlord Lao Chai Lang loaded his shotgun with a click. "Leave the close combat protection to me. I guarantee the bugs won't get within 100 meters of you." Dojo Menmenhu also said, "I've installed 3 detection modules. Whether attacking or fleeing, I can find advantageous terrain." Sanshan had a well-named empty, said awkwardly, "I only upgraded my exoskeleton, but I did add a shield module that can help you withstand damage." Nang Zihongxi punched Kangshan's chest armor. "Good guy, I knew your villa must have been earned in the game. So when will you treat me to a housewarming party?" Sanshan said helplessly, "Zhang Xiegu, my villa is still in its raw state, not even decorated yet. I'll definitely treat you to drinks on the day of the housewarming." Nang Zihongxi teased, "All right then, perform well in my team this time and earn more for your decoration costs." Sanshan revealed a hearty smile. "Okay. Thanks, Xiegu." At this moment, Zhuyabu Shirlanya was also holding a battle meeting with his team members. With many people present, he shouted loudly, "Members of the Longya team, we must seize this opportunity to make our team's name known. Our team currently has over 16,000 members, which can be divided into more than 4,000 tactical teams." After a pause, he continued loudly, "Everyone must support each other during the battle tomorrow. As long as a team from the Longya team receives a reward, it's equivalent to the entire Longya team receiving a reward. Then we will have more Eagle fighter jets to support everyone. Good. The Longya team will surely win."
Everyone was filled with excitement as if it was already certain that the top 3 contribution value tactical teams would surely come from the Lanya team. On the ground, a player with the ID Maltos was discussing the event with her team members. Maltos's voice was very sweet, not the kind of exaggerated and affected tone but rather naturally melodious. She was the commander of the Xiao Chan Miao team and also a streamer. However, she was not a real human streamer but an abstract skin virtual streamer, which was why she had little interaction with Wang Xiaojun and the others. They were simply not in the same league. The members of the Xiao Chan Miao team were quite diverse. There were second-dimensional enthusiasts, socially anxious individuals, and those who were drawn to her voice. In short, all kinds of people. The ones who previously executed the cabin centipede to ambush the bug's nest were fans of Maltos. Upon learning that she had formed a team, they joined without hesitation. Although not all members of the team were fans of Maltos and many of them were even fans of Wang Xiaojun, there was no other choice. Wang Xiaojun and her team hadn't formed a team, so they settled for joining Maltos's team. At that moment Maltos was still live streaming, shouting, "Brothers, although our team is small, we can only muster 700 tactical teams at most. But it doesn't matter. The event ranking is based on team contribution points, we just need to focus on the high contribution points. We don't aim for first place. If a few teams can make it into the top 100, our team will have vehicles to drive in the future." Sugar Sister is mighty. Maltos's fans cheered the loudest. To the west of the medium-sized bug's nest on the ring-shaped mountain, Liang Hu and Fu Xiaohui were observing the distant bug's nest. Liang Hu said, "Fu, you need to act quickly on tomorrow's recovery task. The faster you complete the recovery, the sooner we can withdraw." "I know," Fu Xiaohui sighed with a frown. "I really don't understand why I'm assigned to carry out the recovery task with my battle power. I should be attacking the bug's nest instead." Liang Hu stood on tiptoe and patted Fu Xiaohui's shoulder. "It's precisely because your battle power is high that you're assigned the main task. What we are doing here is merely bait." Liang Hu's light armor indeed seemed a bit shorter compared to Fu Xiaohui's heavy armor. Fu Xiaohui waved his hand. All right, I understand their considerations, it's just that not being able to kill quickly is somewhat frustrating." Liang Hu watched Fu Xiaohui's back for a while, suddenly speaking, "Fu, recently. Have you still been dreaming?" Fu Xiaohui shook his head helplessly. "Ever since you put me in the life pod last time, I haven't seen any hallucinations, even when I took off the helmet while linking. I don't know if it's a problem with the life pod. I want to find time to ask about it." Hearing Fu Xiaohui's reply, Liang Hu let out a quiet sigh of relief. The 10 members who had arrived here early had already guessed the truth. But to take care of each other's feelings, they had put on this act of "you hide from me, I hide from you." However, Fu Xiaohui didn't care about that. He had laid his cards on the table with Liang Hu before rejoining the team. That's why Liang Hu dared to discuss this topic with him. Liang Hu walked over to Fu Xiaohui's side and whispered, "There's no need to dwell on it, the truth will come to light with time. There's no need for you to take risks deliberately." Fu Xiaohui turned his head to look at Liang Hu. "The question is, do we still have time?" Liang Hu was taken aback by this question and fell silent for a long time without answering. Indeed, do they still have time? They didn't know. If the photonic bug eggs had already hatched and launched, at least they would know that in 56 years Blue Star would face its doom. But now they didn't know. Their current mood was like that of a terminally ill person going to the hospital for an examination. The test results hadn't come out yet and he was unclear whether he had a terminal illness and how long he could live. It's possible he could be gone before the test results come out. Waiting is often the greatest torment. The unknown is often the greatest fear. Liang Hu sighed heavily. What we can do now is to execute every task well. This is the most important thing. The next day, an hour before the operation began, Liang Hu and his cadre of professional soldiers had already dropped onto the ring-shaped ridge to the west of the medium hive. "Hurry! Call down the ammunition resupply now. If we wait until the fighting starts, it will be too late." While organizing the defensive layout, Liang Hu barked orders. "And you get to the vicinity of the hive and conduct reconnaissance at once." "Yes. We will complete the mission," the reconnaissance team shouted, then vanished along the crater's rim. On the defensive positions, the soldiers worked with methodical precision to arrange their lines. How long they could hold in this engagement would directly determine the success or failure of Su Yang's assessment task, so nothing could be left to chance. They had chosen this moment to parachute in precisely because a large-scale premature drop might alert the hive to the army's movements. If the recovery squad were not ready when hostilities began, subsequent resupply would be compromised. 50 million units of biomass sounded abundant, but divided among the server's 100,000 players, each person could only be resurrected 100 times. 100 revivals, does that sound like a lot? Far from it. In one of Langsing's great battles within a certain game, tens of millions of lives were expended each time to achieve the objective. Indeed, they were referring to the Juadi Qianbing 2 that Su Yang had cribbed from. If Liang Hu and his team failed to account for every expenditure, those biomass reserves might not be enough to sustain player resurrections.
At 9 o'clock sharp, the Leitang recovery operation officially commenced.
The cloaked reconnaissance squad crouched at the edge of the medium hive and signaled the assault teams aboard the warship.
The village's quiet ignite the firecrackers.
The assault squad that received the order immediately activated the drop mechanism, their voices low and resolute. Woji received, igniting the firecrackers now. They were the heavy armored assault unit tasked with directly parachuting into the heart of the medium nest operation codenamed Woji. Even during the drop, the captain did not neglect morale. Brothers, this time we are literally stepping feet first into hell.
Are you nervous?
Not nervous, the men roared in unison.
Excellent. We go down to light the firecrackers and make the village lively.
And draw the neighboring village's residents to the feast as quickly as possible.
Yes. We will complete the mission.
The soldiers, unshaken by the prospect of being swarmed the moment they hit the ground, remained high in spirit. The ground reconnaissance team saw the drop pods trailing crimson tails on the horizon.
The recon leader gave a signal, the others darted behind a lone knoll and started 5 Yuzhu Hao vehicles.
To ensure the operation's success, Liang, who had not waited for event rewards, he had personally purchased the use of 1 Fei Ying Hao and 5 Yuzhu Hao vehicles. Those Yuzhu Hao machines existed solely to support the assault squad.
12 drop pods screamed like thunder as they slammed into the interior of the medium hive.
Patrols near the hive immediately released pheromones. The alarm spread through the swarm and ripples cascading into every crevice and passage. Before the pod's hatches had even sprung, a torrent of insects poured from every tunnel mouth.
The entire medium hive seemed to have transformed into a colossal fountain. Every tunnel turned into a nozzle, flinging black insects out in surging jets. The spectacle was as magnificent as it was grotesque.
The moment the hatches flew open, the 12 pods unleashed tongues of flame at the swarming insects pouring toward them from all directions. Those licks of fire turned the oncoming tide into a dark green broth of shredded flesh which flowed toward the hive's low-lying hollows. The reconnaissance team stationed outside the hive was not idle either. They had driven the Yuzhu Hao to the hive's edge and, using the vehicle's heavy-caliber machine guns, began frenziedly sweeping fire into the nest.
But against the deluge of emergent insects, the Yuzhu Hao's firepower was woefully inadequate.
The recon leader felt as if every bullet he sprayed per second could not match the number of insects streaming from a single corridor in the same span of time.
He fired as he shot called a Fei Ying aircraft and request a 500-kilogram bomb.
We must clear a path for the assault team to get out.
Yes. A reckonman who had been idling in the driver's seat leapt out, retrieved the battle orb and quickly input the sequence up, right, down, down, down.
The instant the battle orb flashed red, he hurled it into the midst of the insect sea between the 2 tunnel mouths. The orb was swallowed the moment it hit the swarm, yet the reckonman still heard a bright, brisk female voice, clean and efficient, announced target confirmed.
Truth is at hand. Seconds later, a whistling rupture ripped the sky. An aerial bomb stamped with 500 kilograms smashed down into the insect mass.
Because of the terrain's gradients, the bomb did not fall precisely between the 2 tunnel mouths. Yet with a ferocious eruption of flame and a towering mushroom cloud, both tunnel mouths were buried beneath the violent blast. The shockwave tipped over assault troopers fighting inside the hive, but the explosion also sealed 2 of the hive's exits. A corridor torn open in the insect's flesh and blood was ripped into being by the bomb. The Fei Ying Hao's artificial intelligence, evidently pleased with the strike, cried out in excitement, "Woohoo! I have driven the mace of democracy into the tender maw of the brood.
Taste my blow."
Within the hive, the assault team saw that an escape lane had been forced open. They alternated covering fire and sprinted toward the hive's exterior.
But they had still underestimated the hive's spawn rate. The breach created by the 500-kilogram bomb was contracting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swarming insects surged madly toward the gap.
In the end, the assault team had to detach 2 men to hold the passage open with everything they had. They poured ammunition into the mass pressing at the breach. Only after their captain had made it out and clambered onto a Yuzhu Hao did the others begin a fighting withdrawal. During the retreat, the reconman called for the Fei Ying Hao to strafe with its autocannon to keep the escape lane open. The Fei Ying's gun fired shells the size of fists. A single burst would not only demolish any insect it struck into pulp by sheer kinetic force, but the ensuing detonations would ripple into and disrupt the swarms trying to close the gap.
2 more assault troopers managed to withdraw successfully. Just as the last few were about to dash free, an unexpected change occurred. A pack of unfamiliar massive insects surged from the swarm.
Their ash-black armor was extraordinarily thick and their streamlined carapaces deflected the rounds from the Huashan cannon entirely. They bore down through the gunfire like maddened bulls. One of the rear guards was so violently slammed that he was hurled into the heart of the insect pile. The brutal impact tore through his shield, then the crack of exoskeleton and synthetic flesh being ripped apart rang out, followed by the man's piercing scream.
Ah! 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 Give me a shot! Quick!
A trooper running ahead heard the cry and his steps faltered. He had just pulled the pin on a grenade to free the trapped man when a martial insect pierced the vulnerable joint of his exoskeletal leg. The searing pain forced him to one knee and he was soon surrounded by the swarm.
Luckily he had already removed the grenade's pin.
Unluckily the heavy armor stopped most of the shrapnel while his lining absorbed much of the blast. The grenade only rendered him unconscious rather than returning him to base.
Fortunate that in those final seconds the coma spared him further agony. The reconnaissance leader saw that the remaining assault troopers clearly could not make it out and promptly ordered a withdrawal. The assault team had already ignited the firecrackers. Now their task was to shepherd the unwitting guests toward the banquet Leon who had prepared. At the very moment the recon leader gave the order, one of the newly appeared beasts crawled from the hive's edge. It pawed at the ground behind the slowest Yuuzhu with its hind legs like a maddened bull bracing to charge. The scout responsible for driving slammed the accelerator, causing the four tires of the warship to spin in place, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the view of the giant insect. However, this action did not affect its momentum as it charged violently towards the dim red taillight of the warship. With a sudden push it propelled itself to the rear of the vehicle at lightning speed. The driver felt a force akin to the powerful push of a fighter jet's ejection seat, followed by the sensation of his vehicle's rear being forcibly lifted. The spinning rear wheels emitted a piercing howl. Just as the driver wondered why the gunner wasn't firing, another wave of intense weightlessness caused him to momentarily hang in the air. As he felt his backside touch the seat, the warship suddenly bolted forward. Only after driving a distance did the driver gasp, "We finally escaped." But what was that monster just now? A moment later there was no response. The driver then glanced back through the center rearview mirror of the warship only to see that the original position of the turret was now completely empty. There was nothing left, not even the large caliber machine gun that had been mounted on the turret. The driver quickly turned his head back to discover that the assault team member who had been on the turret was now impaled on the horn of that monster. His arm hung limply, yet his right hand still clutched desperately onto the heavy machine gun that had originally been set up on the warship's turret. With a fierce shake of its head, the insect launched the body of the assault team member into the air like a feather before it crashed heavily to the ground. In the end, only one member of the assault team survived. The insect nest, realizing that humans had attempted a sneak attack, immediately swarmed out towards the west. The relentless tide of insects surged towards the direction of the ring-shaped mountain like crashing waves. Moreover, from the vantage point of the battleship it was evident that this wave consisted of more than just the insects from the medium-sized nest. The small nest to the south also dispatched a large number of reinforcements after the medium nest was directly attacked. The two swarms converged into a massive insect tsunami less than 15 kilometers from the ring-shaped mountain. The charging swarm formed towering waves over 10 meters high, layered upon each other, instilling a sense of dread. The driver of the warship, falling behind due to the pursuit of the insect wave, did not forget to warn the front line. He opened the comms and loudly reported, "Team Liang. There are rocks in the sea of insects. They are invulnerable to knives and guns. Even the fire god cannon's attacks can be deflected. Only armor-piercing rounds can inflict effective damage." Upon hearing this news, Liang, who was at the ring-shaped mountain, immediately activated the helmet's long-range viewing feature to look towards the oncoming tide of insects. Sure enough, new insects had appeared. Although they were not as large as the piercing insects, they were still the size of a shipping container. Their heavy gray-black shells combined with their streamlined backs indeed seemed capable of deflecting bullets. Most crucially, there were sharp horns on their heads. He could hardly believe what it would feel like to be grazed by such a thing. Liang Hu showed no delay, waving his hand and ordering all heavy assault teams move forward. Everyone carrying recoilless rifles should switch to armor-piercing mode. Prepare to engage the enemy. At the same time, the commander of the Dragon Tooth team received a strategic order from the highest command to strike all large targets, including the piercing insects and plasma cannon insects behind the medium-sized nest. Commander Tooth Decay immediately divided the mission among each tactical team upon receiving the instruction. Teams A1 to F30 go establish a defense line behind the insect nest. Teams G1 to J30 take heavy weapons to the flanks and focus on striking large targets. Teams K1 to M30, you are responsible for mobile support. Go where firepower is needed. What about us, Commander?
Several hundred remaining team leaders asked. You are responsible for logistics. Before the battle starts, bring down all ammunition supplies. We absolutely cannot allow the frontline firepower to be interrupted. Understood. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Commander Tooth Decay nodded. Very well. Remember, once you get down there, don't act yet. Wait for my command. Clear. Clear. The members of the Dragon Tooth team then orderly entered the airdropping pods. Meanwhile, in the storage chamber of the second level of the battleship, Wang Xiaojun and several streamers from Pure White had just finished their meal and logged on. As soon as the storage chamber opened, they sensed something was off. The low-temperature Moon, who earned over 10,000, was the first to exclaim, "What a fake live. There are so many people." Wang Xiaojun's eyes widened in shock. Wow. They can't all be queuing up for the airdrop, can they? Pure White exclaimed, "No way are they queued from the drop zone to here. There's no choice. The drop zone only allows a maximum of 2,000 people to drop at the same time. As long as you participate in this event, there are rewards." So everyone naturally logged on at this time and formed a long queue. Neely Meow then spoke up, "Since we have to queue anyway, let's decide which battle zone to go to later." Upon hearing this, everyone opened the strategic map. Pure White glanced and said, There are a total of 6 battle zones. Zone A is marked in red, indicating it requires the most people. Shall we go to Zone A? Zone A is so competitive. How much benefit can we gain by going there? How about Zone D instead? Wang Xiaojun frowned. Locold took a look at the area of Zone D and smiled. Isn't that the mountain where we took down the insect commander last time? Are you planning to replicate our previous tactics? The landlord Old Wolf stepped forward and said, I think it's a good idea. After all, why not, right? Sanshan Yujing, known as Khan, looked at the strategic task for Zone D to intercept the support for the small insect nest and relieve pressure for Zone A. It seems quite feasible. Then let's go to Zone D. That area is like our backyard anyway. Ultimately, they decided on their activity tasks. In the captain's room, Aurora calmly assessed Su Yang's strategic approach. Dividing combat zones for non-team players ensures that those who have not joined a team are effectively restricted to positions far from the wreckage of the battleship. This is precisely the outcome I desire, Su Yang replied with a smile. If they scatter everywhere and draw the insect swarm near the wreckage of the battleship, the chances of mission failure will increase dramatically. At this moment, a stream of data flashed in Aurora's eyes, and she added, moreover, the tasks you assigned seem to have effectively alleviated the pressure on the Great Wall team at the ring-shaped mountain. Of course, facing simultaneous attacks from 2 insect nests, relying solely on those 50,000 professional soldiers is certainly insufficient. Su Yang said proudly. Just as he finished speaking, Aurora reported Commander Li Zhonghua is at the door of the captain's room with 4 visitors. Should I allow them to enter? Su Yang frowned, unsure why Li Zhonghua was seeking him at this moment, but he permitted the visit. As soon as the door to the captain's room opened, the booming voice of Elder Hong came through. Comrade Su Yang, how could we miss such an important moment? Li Zhonghua chimed in, exactly. We originally intended to head to the front line for a look, but the drop zone was completely congested. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yang could easily guess the identities of the remaining visitors. He quickly pulled out a chair for the elders to sit down. Then Su Yang asked, General Li, it's already 9 o'clock, why aren't you resting? Elder Jiang chuckled gently. Comrade Su Yang, this task concerns not only your command authority but also the fate of all human civilization. How could we place all the pressure on you alone? Hearing this, Su Yang felt warmth in his heart. To support his operations, the country was not only providing manpower and funds. Now even the elders were directly boarding the ship to share the same fate with him. One could ask, with such a powerful nation backing him, what reason did he have to fail? Just as Su Yang bit his lip trying to hold back his tears, Elder Zhang's words shattered the deeply moving atmosphere. Alright, now is not the time for sentimentality. How is the recovery team doing? Hearing Zhang Lao's words, Su Yang nodded towards Ao Luola. Then Ao Luola waved her hand, projecting the image captured by the Fuxiao E helmet through a holographic display. Zhang Lao and the others instantly brightened up, and Tang Lao couldn't help but exclaim, this projection technology is simply like being there in person. Hong Lao nodded as well, saying, I thought the cyborgs and exoskeletons were already amazing, but this projection technology is just like something out of a movie. Su Yang chuckled and teased, it's nothing actually, there was already a holographic projection in place when you first entered. The elders exchanged glances, and then Li Zhonghua stood up and walked over to Ao Luola, saying, actually this beautiful ship spirit lady is also a holographic projection. After saying this, he reached out to touch Ao Luola. The elders watched as Li Zhongguo's hand passed through Ao Luola's body, gasping in surprise.
Hong Lao remarked, "This is too incredible."
If your hand hadn't passed through, I would have thought she was a real person.
Zhang Lao nodded in agreement, saying, "Yeah, how is this projection completely opaque?"
Just as several of them were about to reach out to touch her, Ao Luola timely spoke up, "Gentlemen, although I am just a projection, it doesn't feel good to see my body being penetrated by external objects." Upon hearing this, the elders immediately stopped their hands. Only Zhang Lao remained calm and composed, as he was the only one who hadn't intended to touch Ao Luola. It's about time." Just then a voice from Fu Xiaoyi broke the awkward atmosphere. The holographic projection showed Fu Xiaoyi shifting his gaze from the combat terminal on his left arm. He looked towards a distant small insect nest.
In the captain's cabin, everyone except Su Yang and Li Zhonggui gasped in shock.
They saw a large swarm of insects pouring out of the insect nest's passage like a high-pressure water gun from the images transmitted by Fu Xiaoyi.
To get a better view of the swarm's movement, Fu Xiaoyi intentionally enlarged the image. The densely packed swarm gave all the elders goosebumps.
The corners of Hong Lao's eyes twitched as he spoke incredulously.
Is this what you face daily?" Su Yang nodded affirmatively.
At this moment, the elders deeply realized the danger faced by human civilization.
If even a single insect's egg were to land on Blue Star, it wouldn't take a month for them to conquer the entire planet.
Meanwhile, Fu Xiaoyi's voice came from the projection saying, "All right, the bugs have been lured to the other side of the crater." Following that was the sound of guns being chambered.
With a crisp metallic clank, Fu Xiaoyi commanded, "We should move, ladies."
After saying this, he strode towards the wreckage of the battleship. Standing at the base of the wreckage, they finally realized just how exaggerated the original size of this battleship was.
Lu Guodong looked up at the seemingly endless top of the battleship and couldn't help but complain, "This is even taller than Mount Everest, isn't it? Isn't our battleship only 7 stories high?"
Hu Jian shrugged, saying, "Who knows?
Maybe what we're looking at now is just the flight deck."
Hiss. A gasp from Zhou Xiong came from the side. "Don't say that.
It's really possible.
When I parachuted in, I saw this thing was at least 10 kilometers long."
Fu Xiaoyi walked over to the breach of the battleship to check it out. Although it was completely covered by detritus, he could easily enter by cutting through with a dagger.
He turned back to the others and said, "Stop chatting, Dai Wenfang, Lu Guodong, you two take the lead. Song Xiao Leijin, you guys bring up the rear. Hu Jian and Chen Rui, you two take the flanks.
Make sure to maintain formation once we go in."
Received. The others immediately put aside their small talk as per the orders. As they entered the wreckage, they saw countless flying eagle models and powered armors, even heavy base vehicles. However, they were all in a state of disrepair, with detritus creeping in through the breach. They covered the entire floor, with some even crawling onto the armors, making it impossible to identify their original forms.
Occasionally damaged armors sparked electricity, casting an eerie glow across the space. Lu Guodong, who was leading the way, lowered his voice, "This should be the hangar, right?"
Dai Wenfeng raised his gun towards the front, maintaining vigilance while replying, "Looks like it is." Even Fu Xiaoyi couldn't help but exclaim at this shocking sight. "So the hangar of this battleship is this big?
It could fit 50 soccer fields side by side, right? Wow. That's impressive."
Leijin also exclaimed. Then the group quickly moved forward, and after nearly 20 minutes they finally saw an airtight door leading to other areas. Fu Xiaoyi stepped forward and inserted the key that Ao Luola had given him into the control panel. Moments later, with a strong gust of wind, the airtight door slowly opened with a hiss. Lu Guodong sighed in relief, saying, "Phew, luckily the wreckage still has backup power, otherwise it would take all night just to cut through this door." Once the door was open wide enough for 2 people to pass, he and Dai Wenfeng entered, simultaneously aiming their guns at the blind spots behind the door. After confirming safety, the two spoke at the same time, "Safe, no anomalies." Following that, Fu Xiaoyi and Zhou Xiong and the others swiftly entered through the door. Meanwhile, in a valley between the battleship wreckage and the small insect nest, the Shaochan Miao battle team was gathering there. One of the team members glanced towards the direction of the insect nest and said irritably, "Sister Tang, are you sure our strategic task is to hold this position?" Another team member chimed in, "Yeah, there's nothing here to guard."
Maya Tang was unaware that Su Yang's strategic task for them was actually to provide insurance for the recovery team.
Faced with her team's doubts, she could only comfort them, saying, "Well, isn't it nice to have a simple task? Do you really want to fight that disgusting swarm of insects? But Sister Tang, how can we earn contribution points if we just stay here? Yeah, just completing this strategic task won't even get us into the top 100, we might not even make it into the top 1,000. Maya Tang made a pinching gesture, pondering for a moment before saying, "How about this, let's leave 400 members here for defense and the rest will come with me to check out the insect nest."
The insect nest.
The team member repeated in disbelief.
Maya Tang nodded emphatically. I said yesterday that to surpass other teams we have to capture high-value targets. What could be of greater value than destroying an insect nest? As soon as she said this, the valley erupted in a flurry of discussions followed by murmurs from the team members. That's too far-fetched. Can we really do that? Hey, haven't you been inside? Was there anything core there? We barely reached the core, we just blew up a few plasma cannon insect hatcheries. Maya Tang raised her hand to silence the crowd, and once the discussions quieted down she spoke loudly. We once had team members enter the insect nest and destroy 3 plasma cannon insect hatcheries. Thus we can confirm that one hatchery is worth 50,000 contribution points. Wow. That's so high. How did you manage that? After another round of whispers, Maya Tang continued, so I believe that as long as we can successfully enter the insect nest we can gain a substantial amount of contribution points by destroying anything. After discussing for a while the team members nodded, saying, Sister Tang, we're in. Maya Tang smiled. Great. Now all members wearing light armor, especially those with reconnaissance specialization modules, come with me. Pausing she added, as for the rest, remember. The south side is the no-go zone for this operation. If you don't want to lose contribution points, don't head towards the battleship wreckage. Got it. Got it. Maya Tang raised her right arm and shouted, Xiaochan, now battle team, let's go. Oh. Just as the Maltos was preparing to split into 2 groups and lead half of the tactical team into the insect nest, the ring-shaped mountain defended by Liang Hu and others finally encountered the enemy. The reconnaissance team dropped a combat ball that called for a 120mm rail high explosive firepower net from 5 kilometers away from the ring-shaped mountain. Before the insect swarm tsunami approached the ring-shaped mountain, the railgun had already plowed through the front line of the insect tide. This maneuver, while effectively reducing the impact of the insect tide, could not completely stop it from charging through the bombardment zone toward the ring-shaped mountain. As the insect tide approached 3 kilometers from the first line of defense, Liang Hu commanded loudly, prepare. Fire. Boom. Whoosh. From the ring-shaped mountain the recoilless cannon fired tail-stabilized armor-piercing rounds, leaving trails of flames as they surged toward the insect swarm. Those new type of insects struck by the armor-piercing rounds fell to the ground like horses hit by tripwires. The inertia caused them to plow deep furrows into the ground even after they died. The insect swarm following closely behind showed no concern. Almost without missing a beat they surged over the corpses, continuing their charge toward the ring-shaped mountain position. Liang Hu, witnessing the surging insect tide, felt unprecedented pressure. Just as the swarm was about to reach the foot of the mountain, Liang Hu solemnly ordered, prepare the airburst rocket launcher. Fire. Boom. Thousands of airburst rockets flew toward the insect swarm. Upon reaching the designated position, the warhead's fuses were automatically triggered. Dozens of submunitions wrapped inside the warhead spread out like fireworks from the air. The explosives, having detached from the warhead, rained down like raindrops. The moment they made contact with the insect swarm, a series of explosions erupted. Instantly, the entire assault force of the insect swarm seemed to plunge into a deadly fog. When the insect swarm emerged from the fog of explosives and metal shrapnel, only dismembered remnants remained. However, this situation lasted less than a second. After the explosions ceased, an unending wave of insect swarms surged toward the summit of the ring-shaped mountain. At this moment, Liang Hu remained calm as he watched the insects charge up. He issued a stern command, all heavy armor members prepare for impact. Buzz. All heavy armor soldiers in the front row simultaneously deployed their exoskeleton energy shields. Many support personnel behind were equipped with shield rapid charging modules, enabling quick replenishment of shields for the frontline heavy armor soldiers. By the time the insect swarm collided with the frontline meat shields, they were already at the end of their strength. They had suffered from the absence of long-range shooters. As for where the long-range shooters were, that would be a question for the Longya team. When the assault team airdropped into the medium insect nest, diverting the insect's attention toward the ring-shaped mountain, the Longya team had already stealthily airdropped behind the insect nest and constructed a defensive line at Hill 036. However, after waiting for a long time, they had yet to encounter plasma cannon insects or piercing insects. A player with the ID de Zayilima asked, Brother Ya, there should have been engagement at the ring-shaped mountain by now, right? Why haven't we seen any large insects yet? At this moment, Zhuya Budeng Yulanya frowned as he looked at the surging insect swarm from the nest. After a moment he said, perhaps the fast-running vanguard of the insect race has blocked the exit, preventing the large insects from emerging. He paused and added, have the flanking team prepare. When you see large targets, try to prevent them from coming out and take them down right in the passage. This can delay the speed at which the insect race produces troops. Understood. After receiving the order de Zayali Ma immediately relayed it down.
He was Juyabu Deng Yulanya's friend in reality and also a wealthy second generation. The Lanya team could be equipped with such a complete array of heavy weapons largely due to his financial contributions. In fact, Juya was right. The passage of the insect nest was that why to form the largest scale insect tide at the fastest speed the insect race could not first deploy the slower tank units. Although Juyabu Deng Yulanya had not commanded large-scale positional warfare, he had participated before. During the last resource recovery operation he had frantically looted corpses alongside Dezay Yalima, writing on the achievements of Liang Hu and others. After several attempts he had also understood the action patterns of the insect swarm. That was to send in the cannon fodder first regardless of the consequences. Once that was done, when humanity faced the surging insect tide, the tank units would be deployed to harass from the air and underground. At this time humanity's defenses focused on the ground's cannon fodder. Insects would be unable to attend to anything else.
A wave of plasma cannon and underground tentacle attacks would easily cause the defenses to collapse.
Unfortunately, even Juya, this wealthy guy, had figured out the tactics of the insect race's command.
Would Liang Hu and the others not know?
As long as they could withstand the first wave of the insect tide, they could then disperse their forces to intercept the tank units of the insect race. Then this strategy centered around the tactics of the insect sea would be nothing but a joke. Sure enough, as the agile cannon fodder troops began to clash with the defenses of the ring-shaped mountain, the tank units of the insect race also slowly crawled out of their nests. Han Yixing was the first to discover them. He was positioned in the heavy armor squad responsible for the flank of the Longya team, but as he was just a novice without any weaponry, he was assigned to a mobile unit responsible for reconnaissance and support. As soon as he spotted the tank units of the insect race, he immediately reported this discovery to his squad leader. Captain, piercing insects detected at the 050 direction.
Great. All gunners prepare. Fire hard at the 050 direction. Send out the Eagle as well, we cannot allow a single tank unit to emerge from the nest. Yes. As everyone was poised with their rocket launchers, a plasma cannon trailing a bluish tail came crashing down on the defense line where Han Yixing was located from a direction they had never anticipated. When the players saw that plasma cannon, it was already too late to dodge. The plasma cannon exploded in the center of the line, directly vaporizing several unfortunate souls who were slower. Several players on the outskirts of the explosion were drenched with plasma rain.
Most of the Longya team members were new players without heavy armor or shields. This caused them to accidentally trigger the launch switch of their rocket launchers in the midst of severe pain. The airburst rockets shot straight towards their own position, and when the submunitions dispersed, they accidentally killed nearly 20% of their own troops on the defense line.
What was even more terrifying was that not only that,
a novice holding the combat ball to call for the Eagle was killed by the friendly fire from their airburst rocket launcher. The combat ball directly sent a strike location to the Eagle in the center of the defense line.
The Eagle's AI could strike wherever it was pointed. Indeed, even if it was pointed at friendly forces, it would be the same. So the Eagle dove down for a strafing run, collecting a large number of lives from the beleaguered paratroopers. After executing the strike command, the Eagle's AI was bewildered. She angrily exclaimed, "If it weren't for the fact that you're already dead, I would absolutely bring the paratrooper who issued the strike signal before a military court." Thus the defense line of the Longya team on the flank of the insect nest almost collapsed directly. Han Yixing decisively stepped up when the frontline combat personnel suffered heavy casualties. At this moment he finally saw clearly. The plasma cannon insect had actually snuck out under the cover of the insect swarm. It was just that several layers of small carrion insects were clinging to its body, causing the frontline combat personnel to completely overlook its glowing cannon pouch. Although when it fired, the scorching plasma cannon would instantly vaporize the carrion insects clinging to it, the insect race did not care about this minor loss. Upon realizing this, Han Yixing immediately picked up a usable rocket launcher from the ground. He shouldered it and spent a small amount of contribution points to rent the usage rights. He aimed at the moment the plasma cannon insect fired, pulling the trigger fiercely. The rocket flew toward the plasma cannon insect, trailing flames. Although it still allowed the plasma cannon to be successfully fired, that was the last shot it would ever fire in its insect life. Juyabu Deng Yulanya knew that most of the tactical teams on the flank had already realized the need to retreat, so he immediately dispatched 300 mobile units to support. However, at this time the insect nest had already sent part of the insect swarm to assault the forces located at Hill 079. Juyabu Deng Yulanya clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, what a disastrous start! The support from the mobile units must arrive in time. Cavities do not equate to rotten teeth.
The swarm of insects is about to charge the flanking high ground and I immediately issued an urgent order: Team B20 to K30 open fire freely. Draw the swarm's attention over here. Once the flanking defense line collapses, all the pressure will shift to our side. Received. Upon receiving the order, the squad leaders immediately organized all team members to fire at the swarm charging the flanking high ground. A storm of bullets surged forward, carrying the force of destruction towards the swarm. Han Yixing saw that the defense line would soon be breached by the swarm and was the first to run away. He was joking he had just serendipitously killed a plasma cannon insect and earned 10 contribution points. If he died here, wouldn't he lose 90 contribution points? He always remembered that he entered this game to earn medical expenses for his mother, not just to play. Just as he was retreating from the defense line, several hundred support teams sent by the cavity group arrived. Yet Han Yixing still did not look back. In the game he valued his life even more than in reality. In reality, dying meant the end and his mother would soon go to accompany him with no one to care for her. However, in the game every life lost was real money. So he waited until the support teams arrived to stabilize the defense line before calling for ammo resupply from the rear. Just as he received the airdropped ammunition and prepared to deliver it to the frontline players, he caught a glimpse of several conspicuously yellowish stones not far down the mountain. He felt something was off about the shape of those stones, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Just as he wanted to approach and take a closer look, a teammate called on the communicator: Han Yixing. "Where the hell are you?" "I'm running low on bullets," shouted by his teammate. Han Yixing snapped back to reality. Faced with the overwhelming swarm, even a second of bullet shortage could allow the swarm to breach the defense line. Thus he immediately grabbed the ammunition box and ran back towards the high ground of the defense line. After delivering the ammunition to the combat team, he quickly returned to the spot where the airdrop had fallen, ready to continue his work. However, when he returned to the airdrop location, he noticed that the positions of those stones seemed to have changed. Han Yixing glanced around and found that all the airdrop crates called in since the battle began were scattered all over the ground. He couldn't figure out if he had gone to the wrong airdrop point or if those stones had really moved. But the speed at which ammunition was being consumed at the front line was more terrifying than he had expected, leaving him no time to ponder before he was urged to deliver more ammunition. Just as Han Yixing turned his head, those stones began to slowly shift backward little by little. If he could sneak behind those stones for a look, he would find two bright red lightning patterns glaring behind one of them. Meanwhile, in the D-War zone on high ground 042, Wang Xiaojun was yawning, shooting aimlessly at the passing swarm of insects below. At this moment, Dihan was also staring blankly, holding down the firing button of the flame cannon, the firelight illuminating her face through the visor. With half-closed eyes, it was obvious she had entered a mechanical state of mindlessness. Just like someone who had just gotten out of bed and was still half asleep, brushing their teeth, every action, whether reloading, shooting, or swinging the gun, was done instinctively. The situation for Meili Miao and the others was similar. Until Sangshan had a well-named bearing unable to stand who complained, "Ah, so boring." The other players sighed in response, "Yeah, I feel the same way." There was nothing to be done. The commander of the small insect nest had ordered the swarm to support the attack on the medium insect nest at Ring Mountain. Without special orders, the swarm would not respond to any passing objects. Even if they noticed that an insect next to them suddenly exploded right on them, they would not react. This led to all players in the D-War zone becoming emotionless monster killing machines. No matter how much they shot, the swarm flowing like a river at the bottom of the mountain didn't spare them a glance. Has the AI been changed? Why does the swarm only move in one direction? A passing player at high ground 042 complained. At this moment, Chunbai walked over to the complaining player, swiped 2 magazines from the airdrop supply called by the tender tomato, and then replied, "I don't think so. Maybe the insect commander ordered them to keep charging forward." At this time, Tender Tomato also ran over to get supplies, saw Chunbai taking 2 magazines from her airdrop, was taken aback for a moment, then responded, "If that's the case, I wonder if they'll be torn to pieces if something blocks their path." Chunbai replied without thinking, "I don't think so. Look at that mountain, didn't they just go around it?" Tender Tomato nodded, then quietly ran behind Chunbai, gathering her strength and kicking Chunbai hard. "Why don't you go down and try?" After being kicked by Tender Tomato, Chunbai lost her balance and fell forward. The barrage in their live stream room exploded with laughter. "Ha ha ha, Chunbai took the magazine so naturally. I thought Tender Tomato wouldn't care, but she turned around and kicked her. This is hilarious. The show effect is amazing. I wonder if Tender Tomato holds grudges." Watching Chunbai fall into the swarm and be instantly submerged, Tender Tomato shook her head. "There's no choice. This event is too boring. If we don't create some show effects, no one will watch the livestream." Wang Xiaojun saw that this was even possible. She quietly ran to the back of Dihan, who was earning over 10,000 a month. Dihan's heavy armor helmet was half enclosed and her field of view was limited to about 150 degrees in front, so she didn't notice Wang Xiaojun at all. Wang Xiaojun pushed her hard.
Dihan's body swayed gently and her vacant eyes finally regained their brightness.
She turned around to see what had bumped into her, only to find Wang Xiaojun looking at her awkwardly. Dihan knew what was going on. She had been live streaming for so long herself. So she reached out and grabbed Wang Xiaojun's arm, pulling her up. "You good for nothing Wang Xiaojun, you actually thought of using me for show effects without even seeing what armor I'm wearing."
Wang Xiaojun kept pleading for mercy. Sister Han, Sister Han. I was wrong. Please don't throw me down."
The once dull live stream room started to fill with comments.
"This is hilarious, medium armor trying to bump into heavy armor. A failed scheme backfired.
You can't say Wang Xiaojun's show effect is much better than Dihan's."
"Why not? This twist, who would have thought?"
Dihan saw the barrage in the live stream room rising and said pretentiously, "Wang Xiaojun, you don't realize your mistake, you only know you're about to die." Then with a wave of her hand she tossed Wang Xiaojun off the cliff.
As Wang Xiaojun fell, she shouted, "I will definitely come back."
The barrage in her live stream room flooded with ha ha ha. Just as Dihan dusted off non-existent dirt from her hands and was about to pick up the flame cannon again, a powerful force suddenly struck her from behind. She was already bent over her center of gravity, leaning forward, and with this sudden hit she fell off the cliff. Mealy Meow clapped her hands as if brushing off non-existent dust, shaking her head and sighing, "What a pair of ill-fated lovers." At this moment her live stream room's barrage exploded. Meanwhile a notification popped up on Mealy Meow and Tender Tomatoes. HUD's harming allies does not constitute friendly behavior. At the same time, at the eastern entrance of the small insect nest, a silhouette that clearly clashed with its surroundings was slowly moving towards a passage with very few bugs coming out. This was the optical cloaking module of the reconnaissance armor. As long as it didn't move, it was impossible to perceive that someone was there with the naked eye. They were the insect nest reconnaissance team led by Maya Tang. Upon stepping into the insect nest passage, Maya Tang raised her foot, looking at the detritus stuck to her shoe, and disdainfully exclaimed, "So disgusting." At that moment her top supporter, a player with the ID Jenny Manyo, leaned over saying, "Don't worry Tang Jie, I'll help you lick it clean when we go back." A nearby player facepalmed and complained, "If you weren't the top supporter you would have been blacklisted and muted already."
But who was Tang Jie?
Her speed was no slower than her fans. Maya Tang hummed lightly, "I find you not long enough. I mean your tongue." The barrage instantly mocked her.
"Let go of Tang Jie, let me do it." Just as everyone was joking around, one of the players in the team suddenly said, "Shoo. Did you hear any sounds?"
As the player's words fell, everyone in the tunnel fell silent. The player named Mia Tang listened carefully and indeed heard the sounds of swish swish sizzle sizzle. She crouched low, guiding her team towards the source of the sound. At the entrance of a chamber she peeked in, sticking half her head out.
The chamber was not large, roughly the size of a basketball court.
In the center stood a bug significantly larger than the others, surrounded by dozens of warrior bugs acting as its close guards. Mia Tang pulled her head back and opened the text message channel, typing quickly, "There's a group blocking our way, how do we get in?"
The first to reply was Jenna Manyo, "We all go invisible, we shouldn't be discovered, right?" Another player also messaged, "If we're discovered we can just fight our way through.
If we encounter a chamber with incubation sacks we can just pull the pin on a grenade to self-destruct.
After all, we've come this far." Mia Tang pondered for a few seconds, then nodded, bending low to lead the way inside.
The group formed a line, moving slowly against the wall, each step cautious, fearful of making a sound. The surrounding guard bugs almost instantly sensed something was off. They began to patrol rapidly around the central bug, their four legs making a fine rustling sound on the fungal carpet. The group was instantly petrified, barely daring to breathe, crouching like thieves caught in a spotlight. A warrior bug was only a few centimeters away from one of the team members, its legs almost brushing against the player's helmet as it passed. The team member held their breath, not even daring to blink. Once the warrior bug moved away, they all let out a heavy sigh of relief. Mia Tang saw that the team member had not been discovered and her taut nerves relaxed slightly. She instinctively placed her hand on a protruding rock on the wall. To her surprise, the moment she touched it, the rock actually moved.
It was a mimic bug.
Its color and patterns blended completely with the surrounding rock wall, making it nearly indistinguishable when it lay still. At that moment of contact, its eyes snapped open, fixating intensely on Mia Tang. If the bug race could speak human language, it would surely gloat, "Gotcha. You have invisibility, but we have mimicry.
Nia Tang was startled by this sudden scene, letting out a startled cry as she fell back.
All the guard bugs in the chamber turned simultaneously, their crimson eyes locking onto the intruder's position.
Fire!
Genaman Yobai was the first to pull the trigger, bullets pouring out and shattering the mimic bug's carapace into pieces. Other team members also opened fire, the gunshots echoing violently in the cramped chamber, causing their eardrums to ring. The guard bugs surged forward. One team member was hit in the chest armor by a warrior bug's claw, sending them flying into the wall. Another team member pulled the pin on a grenade and threw it towards the dense cluster of bugs. The deafening explosion reverberated through the narrow tunnel, reaching outside the bug nest. Meanwhile, the team members who had hesitated due to lacking invisibility were on lookout. Hearing the gunfire and explosions from the tunnel, the team members instantly became tense.
Oh no, they've been discovered. What should we do? Should we go in and rescue? Rescue what?
If we go in now, what if the returning bugs block our way out?
So we just wait here.
We can help Sugar Sister take down the bugs that come back and support her from here. Just as these team members were debating whether to enter the bug nest for a rescue, a shocking scene unfolded before them. They saw that all the bugs in the other nest passages had collapsed to the ground like soulless dolls. Indeed, the bug race commander had been decapitated once again. Following the principle of learning from past mistakes, they had initially stayed high to command the swarm after being killed by a drop pod. However, standing too high made them a target, and they were ambushed from behind by the group of pure white. They had thought that by hiding inside the bug nest and increasing their guards they would be safe.
But little did they know these damned humans could turn invisible. They could sneak past the bug army and enter the nest.
The bug race's command system was not particularly advanced. The commander, unable to see the battlefield situation, could only issue a basic command for the swarm to follow, which led to the bugs in the D4 battle area ignoring the players attacking them. Now they were being decapitated without even leaving the nest. If the bug race did not evolve a stronger command system soon, they would be slaughtered by this group of players. Inside the bug nest, despite sacrificing 2 team members, Nia Tang successfully killed the bug race commander. Seeing the other bugs fall, Nia Tang knew she had hit the jackpot.
Without a second thought, she took off running, ordering in the team channel, "Brothers, follow me."
I've seen posts about the bug race commander on the game forum. Once the commander is decapitated, the swarm experiences a few minutes of paralysis.
We need to hurry and find the core of the bug nest now. Hearing this, the other team members quickly followed.
Although a few minutes would definitely not be enough to reach the core. As long as they could leave this area, they could evade the bugs.
With the invisibility module, even when the swarm regained its mobility, it wouldn't be easy for them to find the players.
At the same time, in the D4 battle area, the rushing river of bugs seemed frozen in a photograph, not hitting any obstacles or encountering any dams, but simply stopping abruptly. At the foot of Hill 042, Wang Xiaoju was struggling to get up from a pile of bugs. Nearby, Dihan had smashed a warrior bug into mush and crawled up, covered in the stench of bug juice. They exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting relief at not being dead. "You're still alive."
At the same time, there was confusion. What the hell is going on?
On the other side of the hill, Pure White was also alive. As soon as he stood up, he pointed at the cliff with a ripe tomato and cursed, "Ripe tomato.
This isn't over between us."
Inside the battleship wreck, the recovery team had passed through 2 areas. Upon entering the airlock of the hangar, there was no more organic debris on the ground. At this moment, Fu Xiaoyi and the others felt as if they had returned to the interior of the battleship. However, the space inside the wreck was much larger than the small section still in space, and there were no bright lights. The empty corridor was eerily quiet, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of exposed cables sparking from impact, creating an extremely creepy atmosphere. Lu Guodong scanned the front with his gun raised, wary, and couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, if there were a few more corpses lying around, I'd start to suspect I was in the Shurtsuan ship." No one else responded, only Hu Jin softly said, "Stop whining, the hangar was full of organic debris earlier, it was very much like the Shurtsuan ship."
The group moved along the corridor and arrived at an elevator shaft. With Lu Guodong and Dai Wenfeng working together, they forcefully opened the elevator door. Fu Xiaoyi stepped forward, peeking inside.
The elevator car had fallen to the bottom. Not only that, but due to the violent impact of the fall, even the high-strength alloy cable that pulled the car had snapped. Several broken cables dangled down the shaft like dead snakes.
Song Xiaofran Fu Go, what do we do now?
Fu Xiaoyi opened the offline battleship map that Aurora had given him, checked their location, and said solemnly, "There's no choice but to move forward and find the teleport hall.
Hopefully the backup power can still provide electricity to the teleporters." After that, the group left the elevator shaft.
No one noticed that at the very bottom of the elevator shaft beneath the fallen elevator car. On the warship, Su Yang and 5 leaders from Huagua were observing the situation in various battle zones through a holographic projection. Upon witnessing the tide of insects crashing towards the circular mountain where Liang Hu and his team were stationed, even Jiang Lao, who usually remained unfazed in the face of great danger, instinctively tightened his grip on the railing. He seemed to have forgotten that he was currently controlling a synthetic human body clad in a combat exoskeleton. The alloy metal railing creaked under his grip, emitting a sound of metal deformation that was grating to the ears. However, it appeared that everyone present had not noticed this, their eyes fixed intently on the defensive line shown in the holographic projection. It wasn't until Liang Hu successfully fended off the first wave of the insect tide that a few of them finally let out a long breath. Zhang Lao instinctively made a gesture to push up his glasses, only to realize that he was currently controlling a synthetic human with eyesight far exceeding that of an eagle. He lowered his hand and turned to Su Yang, asking, "Have they always been this numerous?" Su Yang shrugged helplessly and replied, "I'm not sure. Our ground troops are constantly hunting insects and collecting their biomass to create synthetic humans, but so far their numbers don't seem to have diminished." Hong Lao, astonished, said, "So you don't even know how they reproduce? What is their food source?" Su Yang nodded gravely. "Yes, I think we won't be able to figure that out until we unlock the biological laboratory." Li Zhonghua then posed a question: "Is it possible that they are feeding on each other?" The other elders nodded in agreement. This indeed seemed the most plausible explanation. However, Jiang Lao shook his head and said that's impossible. They may consume each other, but it doesn't explain how they reproduce such astounding numbers on this barren planet. Hong Lao chimed in, "Exactly, how can they reproduce without food? This planet is barren, consisting only of sand and stones." At this moment, Aurora interjected. "During the conflict with the insect race in Moravia, it was discovered that their cores contain a device remarkably similar to ours." She paused and added, "Or rather, an organ." Everyone in the captain's room turned to look at Aurora in unison. The impatient Hong Lao was the first to ask, "What kind of device?" Aurora scanned the room before calmly stating, "It's the core of the dark matter engine that we are currently recovering." The crowd exchanged glances, and even Su Yang furrowed his brow in confusion. Before anyone else could speak, Su Yang asked, "Isn't the core of the dark matter engine used to power warships?" Aurora glanced at Su Yang and sighed softly to herself. If only Su Yang's memories could awaken sooner, she wouldn't have to explain all of this. She steadied herself and slowly spoke, "The core of the dark matter engine is actually a device that converts energy into matter." At this point, Tang Lao's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. "The mass energy equivalence," Tang Lao exclaimed. Aurora looked at Tang Lao and nodded. "It is well known that when matter annihilates, it produces immense energy, and we..." She paused, raising her head slightly, pride evident in her gaze, and stated clearly, "Can easily reverse this process." "That's impossible." Hong Lao was the first to refute. "Even if one could use energy to create matter, the scale required would be astronomical." "Are you suggesting that the insect race can spontaneously?" As he spoke, Hong Lao's voice trembled, seemingly overwhelmed by the fear of what he was about to say. "Spontaneously create it." At these words, everyone in the captain's room broke out in a cold sweat. Su Yang's mind was racing at this moment. Indeed, after so many encounters with the insect race, he seemed to have never seen them engage in predation. Though the stomachs of the lowest-level carrion insects did contain remnants of synthetic human flesh, it was uncertain whether they had devoured them in battle or if they truly required meat to replenish their energy. But if they truly needed meat for energy, how could this planet devoid of even plants sustain so many insects? "Do you remember the star that was devoured 56 years ago?" Aurora's words interrupted Su Yang's thoughts, plunging everyone present into a deeper and more terrifying abyss. Zhang Lao trembled as he asked, "Are you implying that they are that star?" At this moment, Aurora's pupils were no longer calm. As if recounting a chilling memory that unsettled her, "I witnessed a lightspeed insect egg being injected into the core of that star. Then came..." Aurora lowered her head slightly, crossing her arms, instinctively gripping her own arms as if gathering all her strength to utter 3 words: "The Great Collapse." Silence. In the captain's room, apart from the faint hum of electricity flowing through the devices, there was utter silence. Everyone held their breath, seemingly struggling to digest the facts revealed by Aurora. It turned out that the so-called devouring by the insect race did not mean a swarm of insects attacking the star to siphon energy. Rather, after the star was struck by a lightspeed insect egg, it was instantaneously drained of all energy and subsequently collapsed inward. Moreover, Aurora had not finished speaking, but at this moment everyone in the captain's room was on the brink of mental collapse. The insect eggs do not only consume energy, they also consume matter. The reason that star region left behind neither neutron stars nor black holes is that it devoured the star's corpse as well.
Gulp. Everyone present except for Aurora unconsciously swallowed hard. Li Zhonghua even trembled, his hands shaking as he controlled the synthetic human.
In the end, it was Jiang Lao who first regained his composure. He looked at Aurora and asked in the most stable tone possible if the insect race reproduces by consuming the energy of stars.
But you just said that the core of the dark matter engine has the same capability, right? Upon hearing Jiang Lao's words, the other elders looked at him like drowning men spotting a lifeline, all raising their heads to look at Jiang Lao.
Aurora took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Exactly.
Using dark matter to convert into real matter or energy is the talent of the Moravians.
At this moment, Jiang Lao rubbed his chest with his hand, letting out a long sigh of relief. At least this way we are evenly matched. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he asked, "Are you saying that with the dark matter engine core we can create anything we desire out of thin air?
Including weapons and equipment?"
Ah.
Fleets.
Aurora's lips curled slightly as she nodded. Exactly.
Anything.
At this point all the elders were abuzz with excitement, whispering to each other, but Jiang Lao furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there no limit to the core's usage?" Aurora nodded, then shook her head, explaining there are virtually no limits. Dark matter in the universe is not evenly distributed. Once the dark matter in a star region is used up, it takes a very long time to recover.
Jiang Lao calmly nodded. "Thank you for your explanation."
Fortunately, the number of stars in a star region is also limited.
Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, then they realized Jiang Lao was referring to the insect race.
Several of them exchanged knowing smiles. Just then the voice of Fu Xiaoyi came through the communicator. "Aurora, the teleportation platform seems to have been locked due to the emergency status.
Can you unlock it remotely?"
Aurora's eyes immediately flashed with a series of blue data upon hearing Fu Xiaoyi's inquiry. The data then transitioned from blue to red, transforming into a red warning pop-up. Aurora furrowed her brow and shook her head in response, saying, "No, I have lost the physical connection with the wreckage and cannot use the highest authority to unlock the teleportation platform." Fu Xiaoyi sighed softly, saying, "So what should we do next?"
"When we arrived, we saw that dozens of elevators were completely out of order.
If the teleportation platform is unusable, we won't be able to reach the energy hub layer."
After a flash of blue data in her eyes, Aurora said, "This is the detailed structural diagram of the battleship.
There is a maintenance passage nearby that can lead to other layers."
Hearing Aurora's words, Lu Guodong couldn't help but retort, "Here we go again. The door of a scrapped spaceship must be locked tight. We have to take the maintenance passage to get in." Song Shao chuckled and joked, "It's fine, at least we haven't encountered any locked doors yet."
Lei Jin said, "Please Xiaogu, can you not jinx us?" The group then followed the structural diagram provided by Aurora and found the entrance to the maintenance passage. As they climbed into the maintenance passage located between two interlayers, they discovered that although it was called a maintenance passage, it was surprisingly spacious.
Even Lu Guodong and Dai Wenfeng, who were wearing heavy exoskeletons, did not hit the ceiling, and there was still ample space for two heavy armored soldiers to walk side by side.
Although various wires and parts were exposed due to the spaceship's crash, at first glance it really resembled the Shichen number.
However, the spaciousness reduced the sense of claustrophobia, and Lu Guodong even had the mood to complain, "I must say this battleship is incredibly huge, even the maintenance passage is this spacious."
The other team members ignored him, but they were indeed puzzled. Was it really necessary to make the maintenance passage this wide?
Wouldn't that reduce the utilization rate of space significantly?
As they continued walking, they soon discovered why. On a ramp in the maintenance passage, they saw a maintenance exoskeleton that was even larger than their heavy exoskeletons. It was painted a bright yellow with several black stripes on its arms and thighs resembling warning lines.
However, it lacked armor, and even the pilot's seat was hollow. The group immediately recognized that this was an exoskeleton used for engineering maintenance.
Lu Guodong exclaimed, "Wow, no wonder they had to make the maintenance passage so large, otherwise this thing wouldn't fit through." The others merely glanced at it and moved on, but only Song Shao turned back to look at the engineering exoskeleton several times, nearly drooling. Even though he was part of a special operations unit, Song Shao was a technician. He too wanted to wear a heavy exoskeleton. But Liang Hu said that the light armor could accommodate the most modules, and as a technician he had to wear light armor.
So he could only watch.
After turning a few corners, they finally found a ladder leading to the upper level. Dai Wenfeng forcefully opened the hatch and climbed to the upper layer. After confirming that the surroundings were mostly safe, the other team members followed.
Lu Guodong glanced at the numerous upright rectangular cabins and frowned, asking, "Where is this?" "The coffin area."
Hu Jian leaned close to one of the cabins to take a look. As a result, it was triggered by the sensor, or perhaps for some other reason. As soon as he leaned in, the glass of the cabin shattered with a crack and a humanoid figure lunged directly at him. As a warrior, his strong mental fortitude kept him from screaming, but he instinctively leapt back and aimed his gun at the humanoid figure. However, the humanoid figure did not actually lunge at him. Instead, after the glass shattered, it fell straight to the ground. Hu Jian let out a sigh of relief. He kicked the shattered cabin angrily and cursed Gon Lin Liang. "You scared the hell out of me." The others noticed the commotion and turned to look at Hu Jian. Then they all gasped in shock. What lay on the ground was not a person at all. It was clearly a wolf. Over 2 meters tall, comparable to a cyborg. Its back was covered in a thick layer of light gray fur and it had wolf-like ears on its head. Its legs had the digitigrade joints characteristic of canines, making it appear as though its knees were positioned at the back. Hu Jian poked the wolf's corpse lightly with the muzzle of his gun and found that it did not react at all like a lifeless body. Seeing this, Fu Xiaoyi frowned and ordered, "Turn it over." Hu Jian certainly did not dare to do it with his bare hands. This was clearly a werewolf. Although it was inappropriate to kick the bodies of the deceased facing a werewolf, Hu Jian had no psychological burden when doing so. He hooked the werewolf's corpse with his foot and lifted it up forcefully. Due to inertia, the body flipped over. At this moment, everyone noticed that its mouth also protruded like a wolf's. Lu Guodong couldn't hold back anymore. "What the hell? Fu Rue." The others were momentarily stunned. They initially wanted to refute him, but upon reflection it seemed correct. A werewolf was indeed a Fu Rue. Dai Wenfeng frowned and said, "Could it be? This is what they call a Moravian." "No." Lei Zhen's voice came. He was standing in front of another hibernation pod staring at the person inside, saying, "Werewolves may be Moravians, but Moravia is not limited to werewolves." Hearing this, the group all leaned in. Inside this hibernation chamber was a very beautiful girl. She had a pair of bright red cat ears, but her face was unmistakably human. She had her eyes closed and a layer of frost covered her face, indicating that this hibernation pod was likely still functioning normally. Lu Guodong pretended to tie his shoelaces and squatted down, then deliberately pretended to accidentally look up. Then he exclaimed, "Wow! She even has a tail." Indeed, there were no shoelaces on the exoskeleton. His purpose for squatting was just to see this. Upon hearing this, some leaned down while others simply squatted down to take a look. Only the unfortunate Dai Wenfeng and Song Xiao remained on guard, one in front and one behind. Afterward, Fu Xiaoyi and the others looked around most of the hibernation chambers. They ultimately found humans who looked exactly like them, as well as elves resembling Aurora. Some even had purple skin like dark elves. There were also pure beastmen like the werewolf corpse and half-beastmen like the cat-eared girl. After observing, the group exchanged glances. Lu Guodong sighed. "I didn't expect that the Moravian civilization is a civilization that integrates multiple races." Song Xiao suddenly realized that's why Aurora has a pair of elf ears. Turns out she really is an elf. Fu Xiaoyi checked the time and then ordered, "All right, enough looking. The Moravian civilization is destined for extinction. Let's hurry to carry out our mission." Lu Guodong, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Why? Some of these hibernation pods are still functioning. We can completely rescue them." Fu Xiaoyi turned to look at Lu Guodong, asking, "If we pull the core of the engine, do you think they can still survive?" Lu Guodong was momentarily speechless and could only nod helplessly. Indeed, all the functioning hibernation pods here relied on the engine core for power. Once the power was cut off, they would be trapped to die in the hibernation pods. Dai Wenfeng felt a twinge of compassion. He might not care about other races, but there were humans lying in the hibernation pods. They owed their current equipment to fight against the insect race entirely to Moravian civilization. After pondering for a moment, Dai Wenfeng spoke, "If we can successfully complete the engine recovery task, could we also take these people back to the battleship?" Fu Xiaoyi, walking ahead, replied without looking back, "Let's think about that after we complete the main task." In truth, Fu Xiaoyi didn't want to save them. He was afraid that if he rescued these people, what would happen if command of the battleship returned to the Moravians? Could Su Yang still lead them against the insect race? Would he still be able to retrieve so much Moravian technological data from the database? After all, Su Yang was merely a Blue Star person temporarily brought in by Aurora to command. Would the rightful owners of the battleship return and hand over command to a high school student from another civilization? He certainly did not think so. Therefore, if necessary, Fu Xiaoyi even considered blowing up the hibernation room. What he didn't know was that Wang Xiaojun and the others had already rescued a Moravian girl who was now lying in the battleship's medical bay. Not only that, but at the same time they entered the hibernation room, the insect nest reconnaissance team led by Miatang also entered the chamber where Wang Xiaojun and the others had initially entered.
They saw countless insect eggs and the humans imprisoned inside.
Inside the small bug nest, Miatang and the other team members entered a chamber filled with insect eggs, initially feeling a wave of nausea.
But when they realized that the inside of the eggs contained humans, a chill shot up Miatang's spine. Damn those filthy bugs. How could they imprison humans? Miatang gritted her teeth.
In that moment she seemed to forget that she was in a game. Perhaps anyone who witnessed such a scene would instinctively put themselves in the situation.
No, it's not just humans, said Jenna Manyobi, standing in front of another egg.
The others looked over and discovered that the captive inside was an elf.
Miatang squinted her eyes. Is this Aurora? A team member couldn't help but interject. Sister Tang, so your face blindness during the live stream wasn't just for show? Miatang's face flushed at the remark and she retorted softly, I just can't tell apart European faces.
Another team member chimed in, well, although she is quite beautiful, she's clearly not as pretty as Aurora. The other members on guard around them were speechless.
Was beauty really the focus here?
After a moment, the vigilant team members noticed they were still discussing the elf's appearance. They chatted while driving, discussing risque topics, seemingly forgetting they were in the dangerous bug nest.
Finally, someone couldn't help but interrupt. Hey, can we focus on the main issue?
Should we rescue them or not, and how to do so is what we should be discussing right now?
Miatang was taken aback at first, then realized, oh yes.
We must rescue them. How could we abandon such beautiful elven girls? But how do we rescue them?
There are so many here. Jenna Manyobi frowned and asked. Miatang scanned the area, thought for a moment and said, according to the original plan, we should find the core of the nest first.
Pausing for a moment, she continued, as long as we destroy the core, these people should wake up.
Right. Her tone at the end clearly showed her uncertainty. At this moment, Jenna Manyobi said, even if they don't wake up, it's okay.
Once the nest is destroyed, we can call the other team members to help rescue them. Our team has over 4,000 members. If everyone carries one, we can make a few trips to rescue them all.
Miatang snapped her fingers and said, good idea. Then let's go. The plot of this game is getting more interesting by the minute.
It seemed that the earlier chatter had eased Miatang's tense mood, and now she realized those were just NPCs and this was a game. After they left the chamber filled with insect eggs, they continued deeper into the nest.
However, the invisibility modules they wore were running low on power.
With no other choice, they found a chamber with fewer bugs to hide in, waiting for their modules to recharge before continuing their exploration of the nest. As always, if there were no unforeseen circumstances, something unexpected was bound to happen. In the chamber they were hiding in, there were several large pulsating growths. Though they didn't know what those were, their massive size could conceal their forms. They decided to hide behind one of the protruding flesh sacs. Just as they hit, a patrol of insectoids passed by. Just when they thought they could get through safely, the flesh sac above them suddenly convulsed. A bug equipped with horns and a streamlined carapace comparable in size to a shipping container was squeezed out from their hiding spot. Covered in a sticky, foul-smelling liquid, the scene was utterly disgusting. As the bug emerged, it immediately spotted Miatang and the others hiding at the birthing canal. Its hind legs scraped against the ground, resembling a bull preparing to charge.
Miatang and the others were stunned.
Outside was the patrol team, and they thought hiding here would be safe, only to find out it was the production facility of the insectoid tank unit.
Run! Miatang instinctively shouted. The others immediately followed suit. After running out of the birthing canal, they turned and opened fire on the patrol. At that moment, the insectoid patrol hadn't reacted yet before a few shots took them down.
But the assault bugs from behind also came chasing out.
Jenna Manyobi pulled the pin from a grenade while running, throwing it at her feet,
hoping to blow the assault bug to pieces when it caught up. But with a loud bang, Jenna Manyobi looked back and saw the assault bug merely shook its head groggily before it began scraping the ground again with its damned hind legs.
Damn it!
What the hell kind of bug is this so tough? Seeing that the grenade had no effect, what could they do? They were all wearing light armor, and to facilitate movement they had left all heavy weapons with the team members watching outside the nest. They were left with nothing but their sidearms. At the same time, on the flank of the Dragon Tooth team,
Hanishing, after another round of ammo transport, noticed that the positions of those boulders seemed to have moved.
He thought for a moment, considering that the previous supply was almost used up. He took out a combat ball and called for a new ammo supply. Intentionally, he threw the combat ball onto the largest boulder.
the combat ball once thrown would deploy.
After deployment, the combat ball had several claws that could firmly grip the ground, preventing it from rolling around due to the slope of the terrain. As the combat ball deployed, a beam of blue light shot into the sky, marking the drop point of the supply capsule. After marking that boulder, Han Yixing picked up the last ammo from the previous supply capsule and delivered it to the frontline combat personnel. But when he returned after delivering the ammo, the light beam was gone. Frowning, he pondered where the combat ball could have gone. Just then he caught a glimpse of a blue beam moving away from their base at a sprinting speed of 100 meters. Indeed, those rocks had legs and were running.
Moreover, he was not the only one to notice this situation.
Other logistics members saw the prominent blue light moving at high speed, making it hard not to notice. So Han Yixing shouted into the communication channel, "The supply I just called for is running away.
I'm going to catch it back." The frontline combat personnel were taken aback by his words. The supply was running away. What does that mean? But since Han Yixing had just delivered ammo to them, they didn't think much of it.
They figured he could chase it as long as he returned before they ran out of ammo. They didn't care what he was up to.
Thus Han Yixing, along with several logistics members, chased after the blue light, shooting as they ran.
But they didn't expect that the bugs disguised as rocks were quite agile. A few of them fired simultaneously, yet not a single shot hit. At that moment, aboard the battleship, a supply capsule filled with ammo had already been released. This type of supply capsule used similar technology as paratroopers, with dozens of vector nozzles on its rear that could adjust its direction. At this moment, the deployed supply capsule was adjusting its landing position according to the continuously moving blue marker on the bug. As Han Yixing and his comrades pursued the insects disguised as stone, several frontline combatants along the Longya squad's flank let out long relieved sighs.
Phew!
Thought we were done for. Thankfully, the insectoid assault has eased.
It wasn't just them.
Even Zhuyabu Deng Yulanya positioned behind the hive to divert pressure since the swarm had ceased dispatching reinforcements toward their sector.
Yet Zhuyabu Deng Yulanya still ordered all squads to maintain maximum alertness, uncertain whether the insect commander was merely fainting elsewhere.
Even the Great Wall squad stationed deep within the cratered highlands clearly felt the offensive slacken.
Liang Hu attributed it to a traffic jam among the insects.
Indeed, at the convergence point between the small and medium hives lay countless immobilized insects, crippling movement and delaying the medium hive's wave of expendable shock troops.
At its worst, the swarm's advance even briefly fractured, leaving a disconcerting void in the tide.
Liang Hu's team seized the moment, reloading, calling for resupplies, seizing every breath of reprieve. Some frontline heavy armor soldiers, utterly spent from prolonged combat, collapsed onto the ground to rest. Liang Hu, patrolling the line, witnessed such a scene firsthand. A frontline soldier lay sprawled on the earth, his armor shattered and scorched. Upon spotting Liang Hu, he strained to rise and salute. But the exoskeleton's lumbar joint had been severed by an insect blade during battle. No matter how hard he tried, he could not lift his leaden frame upright. Liang Hu gestured gently downward, signaling him to remain prone.
The insectoid assault has eased, for now. Rest well.
His voice held quiet concern. The soldier shook his head.
No, Captain Liang, I'm requesting a full body replacement. A new body.
Liang Hu's brow lifted slightly.
Yes. This chassis sustained multiple critical injuries in the last engagement.
Hemostatic inhibitors have stanched the bleeding, but severe blood loss leaves me dizzy. I can barely raise my rifle, let alone aim. Fearing refusal, he added hastily, worse, the exoskeleton is catastrophically compromised.
I cannot even stand.
Liang Hu's brow furrowed deeply. He understood instantly. The soldier sought neural reintegration, returning consciousness to the command ship to inhabit a fresh synthetic combat platform. A profound surreal dissonance washed over Liang Hu, yet beneath it bloomed quiet gratitude that they fought through synthetic avatars. Surreal, because had this occurred on Blue Planet faced with a soldier requesting self-termination, he would never have responded with such calm. Grateful, because here death was not an end but a transition consciousness reborn in pristine form, fully restored, ready to rejoin the fray.
This advantage even the insectoid species lacked.
When an insect died, it perished utterly, memory, knowledge, battlefield wisdom, all extinguished, irrecoverable, untransferable. But they, the players, could fall and rise again without limit so long as biomass remained.
Each resurrection carried forward every insight gleaned in combat, vulnerabilities exposed, countermeasures refined. Insectoid evolution might be staggering, but could it rival humanity's pace?
Put bluntly, sacrifice a few synthetic bodies to bait out a new strain's weakness and that threat collapses across the entire human front. There would be no fear of intelligence dying with the scout, no lost data, no silenced reports. Instead, death-accelerated transmission. Each fallen avatar became a conduit relaying hard-won truths directly to the flagship. This was the fourth calamity's ultimate trump card, and the very reason humanity was the fourth calamity.
Liang Hu hesitated not a second.
His tone was as light as bidding someone home for dinner. Go ahead.
Return swiftly.
Without pause, the soldier raised his rifle and fired into his own skull. Others grievously wounded watched, and with Liang Hu's not abandoned their ruined frames without regret.
Consciousness streamed back to the flagship. New synthetic platforms activated. Onboard, senior Chinese elders stared stunned at the frontline's ruthless clarity and decisive will. They can do that. Hong Lao exclaimed.
Zhang Lao, still reflexively reaching for non-existent spectacles, added voice taught, replace your body mid-battle when fatigued or injured. This eclipses any existing supersoldier paradigm in sheer lethality.
Tang Lao nodded gravely. Precisely.
No matter how formidable an individual's stamina wanes.
But swap bodies and endurance becomes boundless. Li Zhonghua spoke next, and combat experience transfers intact, so each return renders the operator more instinctive, more precise against identical threats.
Zhang Lao nodded, then turned to Su Yang. Comrade Su Yang, this technology.
Before Su Yang could reply, Aurora interjected smoothly.
The technical dossier for synthetic combat platforms falls under the highest clearance tier, encompassing neural link architecture, gene synthesis, biofabrication, and dark matter power systems. At her words, Zhang Lao's gaze dimmed briefly.
Yet resolve flared anew.
They knew so long as Su Yang occupied that command share those archives would one day open to them.
Su Yang's lips curved faintly upward. He wholly endorsed the elder's assessment.
He had chosen to fight to the death aboard this flagship the moment he learned it housed the very technology capable of elevating human civilization to cosmic calamity.
Otherwise he would have surrendered long ago. Let civilization crumble, let the insectoid cataclysm rage unchecked. After all, proximity meant he'd be first to perish. Had there been no glimmer of hope, he'd have declared with cold finality, after me the deluge.
Now everything had changed. The insects had breached Liang Hu's ring mountain defenses time and again, yet had any of his soldiers truly fallen?
Had attrition occurred? No.
Instead, each clash honed sharper tactics, deeper understanding.
Truly, as the saying went forth in the calamity rankings, and the first three shall fall before us.
Just as Su Yang reached for the diluted world tree spring on his desk, Liang Hu's ring mountain defense line faced its first existential crisis since the war began.
Suddenly countless tentacles appeared on Liang Hu's position.
This time they were not attacking the heavily armored soldiers with shields in front. Instead, they circled around them and directly attacked the logistics troops at the back who were calling for supplies and transporting ammunition. Their goal was to cut off the supplies, leading to a shortage of ammunition for the frontline combat personnel and creating a window of firepower vulnerability. Faced with this sudden situation, Liang Hu frowned and clicked his tongue. Tisk, the commander of the insect race, is indeed optimizing their tactics. The soldiers who were supposed to return to their senses had not yet come back, and the firepower in the front line was already insufficient. Moreover, the supply line to the frontline combat personnel was severed by the tentacles, causing the situation, which had just begun to improve, to take a sharp turn for the worse. Liang Hu frowned as he looked deep into the swarm of insects, wanting to know where those tentacles had emerged from. Clearly there were no piercing insects visible in the swarm right in front of the battlefield. He scanned the swarm several times without any findings. It wasn't until he looked down at the foot of the ring-shaped mountain that he noticed in horror that several obvious piles of insects in the swarm had formed into a low mound.
Damn it!
Those piercing insects were actually wrapped in ordinary combat insects, sneaking up so close.
No wonder the people on the flank of the Dragon Tooth team did not notice.
After all, most of them were composed of a group of novice players who had never witnessed the scene of the insect swarm stacking into a mountain to protect the piercing insects last time. Even if there were smart individuals like Han Yixing among them who knew that the insect race would openly lay out a path while secretly moving through a hidden route. However, when the swarm surged out of the nest, it was already stacked into a tsunami of insects over 10 meters high. To accurately find a relatively high wave crest in the massive wave of insects. That was quite a tall order. The Dragon Tooth team had actually worked hard to intercept the plasma cannon insects and piercing insects they could detect. But unfortunately, in the face of this relentless tide of insects, a few escaped capture. At this moment, Liang Hu could not afford to think about that anymore. The 120mm rail high explosive firepower net had already been used to weaken the swarm before the battle. Now, to buy time for the heavily armored soldiers returning to their senses to airdrop, he decisively activated the rail laser cannon's combat readiness. As the combat readiness ball landed, a scorching golden laser beam shot down from the sky. The swarm that was swept by it was erased as if written with pencil on paper, leaving only a black streak on the ground. That was the crystallization formed by the insect race's blood mixed with mud burned by the high temperature.
Just as Liang Hu thought the rail laser cannon could buy enough time for the frontline defenses to replenish their ranks.
Thousands of giant insects with horns on their heads and streamlined carapaces charged out of the area struck by the rail cannon illuminated by the laser. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their carapaces still retained specimens of the burned and carbonized combat insects as well as a small amount of black crystallites. Liang Hu shouldered the recoilless rifle, aiming while cursing, "Damn it, this group of filthy insects is using their own kind as armor." Indeed, those assault insects had covered themselves with several layers of cannon fodder insects to safely charge through the area illuminated by the rail laser cannon. However, when it struck that insect, a scene unfolded that left all the soldiers at the front line in awe. The armor-piercing round detonated upon contact with the insect's carapace, unleashing its tremendous energy. A half-spherical explosive casing was instantly compressed and gathered into a slender, brilliant metal jet. Like a blade, it swiftly pierced through the outer layer of the carbonized combat insect's body. The dazzling golden-red jet surged in, melting and tearing through the outer crystallization, creating a neat hole in the assault insect's body. However, when this metal jet penetrated through the 2 layers of additional protection and reached the actual carapace of the assault insect, it had already lost much of its power. It only burned a patch of red glowing carbonization on the gray-black carapace of the assault insect.
If these insects were not the natural enemies of humanity, Liang Hu would truly applaud them.
After all, they unconditionally used their own lives to protect their comrades.
Moreover, even after dying, they formed a crystallization layer and carbonization layer to protect their companions.
This was indeed commendable and worthy of respect. Unfortunately, at this moment, Liang Hu only felt troubled. He commanded in a solemn voice, "Metal jet armor-piercing rounds are ineffective.
Change all warheads to pure kinetic tail-stabilized shell-free armor-piercing rounds. We cannot let them charge forward."
The soldiers received the order and immediately began loading armor-piercing rounds into the recoilless rifles.
Originally, each combatant using a recoilless rifle would have an assistant to quickly change the ammunition.
But now the front line and rear were completely separated by the tentacles, and the heavily armored soldiers returning to their senses were still in the process of airdropping and had not yet landed. This left the frontline soldiers in a tight spot, having to manually change ammunition, which slowed their efficiency by more than double. On the battleship, Su Yan witnessed this scene and decisively ordered Aurora to unlock the 380mm rail high-explosive firepower net. Indeed, Su Yang had already accumulated over 200,000 merit points. The contributors, of course, were the Great Wall Team and the Dragon Tooth Team, who were both big spenders. The Great Wall Team, where Liang Hu was purchased a Falcon and 5 Warthogs totaling 100,000 merit points. The wealthy member of the Dragon Tooth Team bought a Falcon fighter jet for 50,000 merit points. Su Yang had refrained from unlocking permissions because he knew that the next level of command authority required 500,000 merit points to upgrade, so he had the idea of saving it for later. However, it was clear that the front line was in urgent need. If he did not act now, the line would be destroyed by those large insects with horns. Reluctantly, he could only let Aurora unlock the heavy rail cannon to support the front line. Aurora calmly asked, "Do you confirm the unlocking of the 380mm high-explosive rail firepower net usage rights?"
"Confirm."
Su Yang did not hesitate at all. A series of blue data flashed in Aurora's eyes as she responded, "Permissions have been written, Commander." At that moment, several elders in the captain's room suddenly felt the ground tremble. They knew the battleship's cannons were about to extend, and they were all curious.
So they walked to the window.
They saw the armor plating on the outside of the ship slowly sliding open along precise tracks. The low rumble of metal friction spread through the internal space via physical connections. Several layers of folding cannon shields flipped and folded in sequence, revealing the hidden cannon chamber. The stout cannon components smoothly extended outward under the push of hydraulic actuators. The cannon body segments connected and locked in sequence, the transmission structure emitting a deep, crisp sound. The entire several dozen meters long heavy kinetic cannon barrel fully extended out of the ship's body, aiming at the front airspace. The heat dissipation fins and attitude control nozzles around the cannon body unfolded simultaneously, firmly securing the heavy cannon's tail to the ship's base, the cold alloy cannon barrel glistening with a matte cold hue under the starlight as the entire 380 rail cannon entered a ready state. The elders witnessing this scene had expressions revealing a kind of fervor. Was the era of large ship cannons over?
No. It has returned. Having seen several weapon permission unlocks before,
At this moment Su Yang was calmly sitting in the command chair sipping the diluted liquid of the World Tree Spring. When Aurora informed the 380mm high-explosive rail firepower net is online, Su Yang immediately ordered have Liang who mark the coordinates and tell him that now we have even more powerful rail firepower to support them. As Liang who watched in helpless fury while the assault bugs surged halfway up the crater's rim, Aurora's notification reignited a flicker of hope in his eyes. He abandoned issuing orders entirely and immediately drew out a combat deployment sphere inputting the sequence, then hurled it with every ounce of strength he possessed. Though his position was suboptimal, preventing him from achieving maximum range, his vantage point atop the slope worked to his advantage. Augmented by both his bionic strength and exoskeletal reinforcement, he effortlessly launched the sphere beyond the 1-kilometer strike radius. Yet at that very moment an absurd spectacle unfolded before all assembled soldiers. The moment the sphere struck the ground, a crimson beam erupted skyward, and the charging assault bugs, as if tripped by an invisible lasso, suddenly collapsed forward mid-stride, limbs buckling as though drained of all vitality. They carved a vast, perfectly level tract of arable land halfway up the crater's slope, then having exhausted all inertia tumbled straight down the mountainside under gravity's unyielding pull. Have you ever seen a turtle retract into its shell only to be flung headlong down a hill? That was precisely the impression thousands of ferocious assault bugs now bounced off one another like three-dimensional pinballs as they plummeted. One soldier shouldering a rocket launcher had been bracing for heroic sacrifice only to have his resolve shattered. He burst out, "What in blazes just happened?" Liang who stood equally stunned. He recognized this scenario, another decapitation of the insectoid commander. But how on earth had those players located it? How was it that at the critical juncture of every major engagement some unknown player would emerge from the shadows to eliminate the hive commander? Surely the swarm could have chosen a safer command post. Liang Hu, however, unfairly blamed the insects, for what commander wouldn't seek safety? They were already entrenched deep within their own stronghold, and still slain. What more could they say? This time the irony ran even deeper. Originally the Mimic commander had intended to seize the high ground flanking Longya team's position, then direct operations from there, offering a clear line of sight toward the crater. Alas, the plasma cannon beetle it had painstakingly smuggled into position was obliterated in a single shot by Hanixing. Without aerial support, Longya team somehow held the heights. Meanwhile the commander, accompanied by a dozen elite guards, had begun maneuvering through the chaos to launch a rear assault. But no chaos materialized. Instead, logistics personnel swarmed nearby, urgently requesting resupplies and hauling munitions, leaving the commander too isolated and exposed to risk revelation. Exposure meant certain death. So it crept inch by inch unseen away from the reverse slope, only to be struck squarely on the head by Hanixing's deployed sphere. Indeed, it perished beneath a precision-guided drop capsule, steered personally by Aurora. Did anyone truly believe she was improvising? Soon after, an utterly surreal scene unfolded across Liang whose front line. The entire insect swarm lay convulsing on the ground, while the 380mm railgun relentlessly plowed the same patch of earth. Had the swarm remained mobile, it would have advanced deliberately into the bombardment zone, the resulting carnage truly awe-inspiring. This time, however, the railgun's devastating power went tragically underutilized. Once it annihilated all targets within its blast radius, it merely hammered the same spot again and again, generating no further tactical effect. Liang whose lips twitched involuntarily at the sight. He could only console himself, better used early cooldown resets faster. Meanwhile, deep within the derelict warship's wreckage, the recovery team finally reached the power core chamber. After unlocking the chamber with Aurora's cipher key, they beheld the so-called dark matter engine core, a structure the size of an entire building. It was embedded within a disc-shaped engine housing over 5 times its diameter. The core itself glowed with a profound abyssal sapphire hue. Countless fine luminous veins pulsed slowly across its surface, like the heartbeat of some primordial leviathan. Its ethereal blue radiance bathed the entire power chamber in soft light. Lu Guodong's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. "I've just realized, this mission is catastrophically ill-conceived. At this scale, even if we could detach it, how on earth do we extract it?" The other team members shared the same grim realization. Dai Wenfeng, rarely vocal, remarked dryly, "It looked tiny in the model. Why didn't the ship's structural schematics show this monstrosity?" Fu Xiaoyi furrowed his brow and opened a calm channel to Aurora. "We've reached the power nexus. How do we extract the core?" Aurora replied calmly, "No extraction required. Locate the control terminal and select energy recovery." "Hold on a moment." Hearing Aurora's tone, flat clinical like reciting a user manual, Fu Xiaoyi instantly signaled Song Xiao with a glance. Only once Song Xiao stood before the console did he say proceed.
Aurora resumed, voice unchanged. Select energy recovery, then designate the derelict vessel. Frame the decks directly above your current level and confirm. Song Shao followed her instructions step by step. At the instant he confirmed, the universe seemed to collapse inward into the heart of a dying star. The core no longer emitted its cool sapphire luminescence, but instead blazed with searing soul-scouring white light. Not just the core, every wall panel, conduit, and floor seam within Song Zhao's selected zone erupted with blinding radiance. The entire power nexus transformed into the sun's inner furnace. Light consumed everything. Within 0.01 seconds, every team member's helmet automatically shifted to high energy mode. Polarized grading layers stacked rapidly, the view shifting from blinding white to deep obsidian, then gradually resolving into discernible grayscale imagery. Yet none dared open their eyes, not even now. They feared permanent blindness. Still, they felt an unbearable transcendent heat, not thermal but pure energy density, exerting physical dominance. How long passed no one knew. When the light finally faded, they cautiously reoriented themselves to their surroundings. Their gaze rose slowly, then froze. The vaulted ceiling was gone. Not just the ceiling, every structure above the power nexus vanished, the floor of the deck above, then the one above that, layer upon layer. Each cut was flawlessly smooth, as though licked by a celestial body itself. No slag, no fissures, no incandescent metal. As if those upper levels had never existed. Even Lu Guodong, the most quick-witted talker among them, stammered, "Thighs, what just happened? Did the core detonate?" Aurora's voice chimed in just then, Yicom clarifying, dispelling their shock. A subtle pride edged her tone as she said, "No cause for alarm. The engine core simply converted all matter within your selected frame into stored energy within itself." Her words failed to soothe them, in fact they deepened the astonishment. Lu Guodong stammered anew, incredulous, You can actually do that?" Aurora's pride now unmistakable, she chuckled, "Why not? Mass energy conversion, surely that's elementary given the right tools." The team exchanged skeptical glances. "Right. If it were truly that simple, why did you need us to recover it?" None voiced the thought aloud, for such awe-inspiring mastery had no parallel on Earth, nor even a theoretical foothold in their science. Then Aurora's next instruction fully grounded them once more, pulling them back from the divine. "Aurora, I will dispatch 4 Pelican-class craft to lift and transport the core. You must now proceed to the main battery control room and verify that friend-or-foe identification is active." Fu Xiaoyi nodded gravely and issued orders. Song Shao, Lu Guodong, Dai Wenfeng, you go to the main battery control room. We'll remain here and monitor. Affirmative. With crisp salutes they departed the power nexus. Fu Xiaoyi then approached Leijun, placed a hand on his shoulder, and began rhythmically tapping his index finger against the man's clavicle. At first Leijun couldn't decipher his intent until he recognized the pattern, the encrypted pulse code unique to the Hualong assault team. Silently he decoded each tap. Go to the sleep chamber to plant the bomb. His pupils contracted violently the moment the message resolved in his mind. His breath caught plant a bomb in the sleep chamber. He whirled around, locking eyes with Fu Xiaoyi in stunned disbelief. Fu Xiaoyi said nothing, only returned a firm, solemn nod. On the ship, Su Yang and the others watched as the small insects retreated back into their lairs like a receding tide. Faced with this unusual situation, Su Yang anxiously asked Aurora what was happening. Aurora glanced at a stream of data before responding, "It's the players from the Little Glutton Meow squad who sneaked inside the insect nest using the invisibility module, causing the small insect nest to abandon its attack on the Ring Mountain." Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately began to devise a countermeasure. If the small insect nest detected any activity within the wreckage of the battleship and turned to attack, all their efforts would be in vain. He quickly ordered the tactical squad stationed outside the insect nest from the Little Glutton Meow squad to advance immediately and attract the attention of the insect swarm. They must not let the insect swarm notice the abnormalities of the battleship wreckage. Now that the Pelican had already set off, if they could just delay for another half an hour, the engine core would be ready for installation. The battle plan must not encounter any setbacks at this moment. At this time the irritable Elder Hong was the first to speak. "I said from the beginning that all spots should be given to professional soldiers. Now look, the players have ruined the battle plan, haven't they?" At this moment Li Zhonghua kept his head down and said nothing. After all, Elder Hong's position was higher than his, and he had supported Su Yang's decision to include ordinary players. Now that ordinary players had caused trouble, he naturally found it hard to refute anything. Elder Zhang shook his head and retorted, "Old Hong, you can't have your cake and eat it too." Elder Hong was angered by this remark and glared at Elder Zhang, asking, "What do you mean?" Elder Zhang coldly snorted and said, "What's wrong with ordinary players? Didn't they contribute to this battle? Let's not forget the 2 decapitated insect commanders were taken down by ordinary players. To which Elder Hong stubbornly retorted, I admit that decapitating the insect commanders did relieve a lot of pressure for the Great Wall Squad. But that was just a tactical victory. What about now? Once the insect swarm detects the anomalies of the battleship wreckage, it will be a serious strategic error. This could lead to a military tribunal. At this moment Elder Tang interjected, all right, can you all settle down? Is now the time to argue about these things? Elder Hong looked at Elder Tang and questioned, isn't it? If they hadn't entered the insect nest and triggered the alarm, would the recovery plan have been at risk of exposure? At this point Elder Jiang cleared his throat and everyone instantly stopped their arguments and turned to look at him. Elder Jiang slowly began, but it hasn't been exposed yet, has it? Old Hong, you're getting up there in age yet you still lack composure. Comrade Su Yang clearly calculated this point, which is why he deployed a squad in between the insect nest and the battleship wreckage. Am I wrong in my judgment? Su Yang frowned and nodded yes, they were originally deployed there as a safety measure. I just didn't expect them to enter the insect nest and trigger the alarm. After saying this, Su Yang lowered his head and let out a self-deprecating smile. Unexpectedly Elder Jiang gently comforted him, there's no need to blame yourself. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. While the player's explorative spirit may cause them to ignore instructions, it cannot be denied that their initiative is no less than that of professional soldiers. Then he turned to the holographic projection and said solemnly, moreover, I believe they may truly achieve significant discoveries too. At this moment inside the small insect nest, Maya Tang and her companions were being relentlessly chased by the assault insects behind them. Moreover, small swarms of insects kept emerging in the passage they were advancing through, blocking their speed. This directly led to them, even while wearing lightweight exoskeletons designed for speed and agility, being unable to shake off the relentless assault insects behind them. At another fork in the road they noticed that 2 of the paths had insect swarms charging towards them. In desperation they could only choose the one path without insects. However, Maya Tang quickly sensed something was amiss. While running she gasped and said, have you all noticed? It seems like the insects are deliberately driving us in one direction. At this moment Jenny Man Yo Bai also realized something, quickly saying yes. I noticed it too. Every time there's a fork, one path has significantly fewer insects. As they turned another corner and shot down a few incoming insects, one of the team members spoke up, Tangjia, this isn't a solution if we continue like this. Who knows what kind of monsters are waiting for us at the end of the passage. Maya Tang gritted her teeth, her mind racing. The insects wouldn't lead them down this path without reason. If we don't do something soon, we will only charge straight into an insect trap. Tang Jia, be careful. Just as Maya Tang was deep in thought, Jenny Man Yo Bai shouted in alarm, pulling her back to reality. At that moment she realized that there was a cliff less than 50 meters ahead. She hurriedly slammed the brakes, but the speed of the lightweight exoskeleton could reach up to 180 kilometers per hour. At this point Maya Tang had already fallen to the ground, her right hand digging 5 noticeable deep grooves into the ground. Yet her sliding speed did not significantly decrease. Just as she was about to slide off the cliff, Jenny Man Yo Bai leaped forward, grabbing Maya Tang's hand in midair. Her whole body was pulled halfway over the cliff due to the inertia. Fortunately, the team members behind were also very supportive, grabbing the ankles of the front members one by one, preventing Maya Tang and Jenny Man Yo Bai from falling directly off the cliff. Tang Jia, hold on. I'm pulling you up. Jenny Man Yo Bai tightly grasped Maya Tang's hand and said. Maya Tang's biological detection module indicated that the assault insect had already reached the corner of the passage and it would be just 2 more turns before it could reach their current position. So she shouted, don't worry about me. You all hurry and escape. If that insect catches up, we all have to return to the city. Find a nook to hide in the passage. However, Jenny Man Yo Bai astonishingly responded, no. You promised to let me lick the soles of your shoes. If you revive, the soles will be clean, then what will I lick? Put. Upon hearing this, the teammates all burst out laughing. If Jenny Man Yo Bai weren't a girl, she would definitely be considered a pervert. No, even as a girl she still seemed like a pervert. The exoskeleton on her shoulder suddenly contracted, pulling Maya Tang to a position where she could reach the edge of the cliff. Seeing that her hands could reach the edge of the cliff, Maya Tang immediately used both hands and feet to climb up. But as soon as she got up, she saw the assault insect that had been chasing them all along, preparing to charge towards her. Everybody get down. Don't let the assault insect step on you. Upon hearing this, everyone turned back and saw, oh my god. The assault insect was just behind them, ready to charge.
It suddenly kicked off the ground like a bullet crashing towards my Yatang. Fortunately its size was large enough and its forelegs weren't too short so its abdomen didn't touch the teammates lying on the ground. Jenny Man Yobai saw the assault insect charging and immediately pressed against the wall. At this moment the only thing the assault insect could see was my Yatang standing boldly before it. Facing the fact that its massive horn was still daring to stand, there was undoubtedly a provocation. Just as the sharp horn of the assault insect was about to poke into my Yatang's abdomen, she unexpectedly vanished in place. Yet the assault insect, due to its immense inertia, could not stop in time and flew directly off the cliff. Roar! During its fall the assault insect let out a scream of unwillingness. At this moment my Yatang lay on the ground panting heavily. Fortunately her invisibility module had just finished charging, otherwise this time would have truly been the end. Just as she struggled to stand up and prepare to leave with her teammates, Jenny Man Yobai pointed outside the cliff, her voice trembling. Tangjia. It's the core of the insect nest. My Yatang and the other team members looked in the direction pointed by Jenny Man Yobai with her finger. All of them were so frightened that they took several steps back, and some of the more timid team members even sat down on the ground. In the depths of the underground cave a dim light enveloped the space, and in the center of the dome hung a colossal object resembling a gigantic heart pulsating in an underground world. This blood-red mass of flesh was at least 20 stories high. Moreover, it was not growing from the ground but rather suspended from the ceiling of the enormous cave. The surface was densely covered with twisted, winding dark brown veins that resembled living blood vessels spreading and intertwining along the massive body, sending chills down one's spine. The entire heart pulsed rhythmically, each expansion and contraction resonating with a dull, low-frequency tremor. The dark red glow flickered, casting an eerie blood color upon the surrounding rock walls. Countless thick roots extended from the core of the insect nest, firmly clinging and embedding themselves into the surrounding cliffs like robust blood vessels. The whole scene was so bizarre that it felt as if one was standing inside a colossal beast that swallowed the heavens. Gazing at the terrifying sight before him, my Yatang instinctively murmured, "The entire insect nest is alive." Indeed, unlike the beehives or ant nests on Blue Star, the nests of the insect race were living organisms themselves. The elders from Hua Country and Su Yang, witnessing this scene on the battleship, were also shocked enough to stand up. Su Yang, overly excited, bumped his knee against the command table, but he felt no pain at all. At this moment his mind was racing rapidly. If they could successfully blow up the core of the insect nest, he could safely salvage the wreckage of the battleship. Besides the engine core, there must be other high-value items to recover from the wreckage. Thus he directly instructed Aurora to issue a special strategic mission to my Yatang and her team. At that moment, within the insect nest, my Yatang and her team received a special strategic mission from the highest command. Mission description: destroy the core of the insect nest. Mission reward: 10 million contribution points. My Yatang instinctively read out the mission instructions. Hiss. Upon hearing the 10 million contribution points, all team members gasped in shock. How many contribution points do you get for killing a single insect? A small team might not even accumulate this amount in a day and night of combat without support. Now they could directly obtain 10 million contribution points just by blowing this thing up. Then this operation was certainly secure. Several team members exchanged glances and then firmly nodded. This 10 million contribution points, they must obtain it even if it cost them their lives. At the same time, inside the wreckage of the battleship, Leijin pretended to have difficulty breathing as he took off his helmet and deeply inhaled, saying, "I'm suffocating. I wonder if there's a problem with the air circulation system of my exoskeleton." The other team members glanced at Leijin and said, "Then just take off your helmet. The detector shows that there's still plenty of oxygen left inside the wreckage." Leijin nodded and deliberately set his helmet aside. After a while he reported to Fu Xiaoyi, "Report, I need to go to the bathroom." Song Xiao shot a sidelong glance at Leijin, frowning and asking, "Do cyborgs need to use the bathroom too?" Leijin looked at Song Xiao in shock and retorted, "Of course. I felt hungry after 32 hours of continuous combat last time." Indeed, cyborgs also possess a complete set of organs and a fully functional digestive system. Aside from lacking consciousness, they also require eating, drinking, and excreting. However, they possess several sets of backup organs and won't lose combat capability entirely just because one heart is shattered. Cyborgs are essentially still humans, only they are artificial beings. As for why the Moravia civilization didn't choose to use robots directly, that is of course because the limits of mechanical ascension are nowhere near as high as those of physical evolution. The most crucial point is that the Moravians cannot guarantee that once a person's consciousness is copied onto a computer, the person exists in physical reality or merely exists within data storage. Or do both coexist simultaneously? To bypass this issue, they ultimately chose the path of physical evolution. By transferring consciousness into biological entities, they can preserve human emotions, instincts, and desires while also achieving continuous enhancement through genetic fusion and synthetic evolution.
Despite appearing fragile before the insect race, Blue Star firearms below 50 caliber could barely pierce their skin.
Given Blue Star's current military capabilities, it would likely take a napalm bomb burning for a whole week to make a cyborg feel even slightly warm.
You think him like you? My cyborg has never been replaced and now all 6 bladders are full, Lesion joked.
In fact, he was just executing Fu Xiaoyi's orders and did not want to be seen by his teammates through their helmets as he installed bombs in the sleep chamber.
Then he'll go with you, Song Xiao said. Fu Xiaoyi shot Song Xiao a glare, asking, you want to follow someone to the bathroom to compare sizes? Cyborgs are all the same size, I've seen it.
Song Xiao raised an eyebrow, thinking, really?
When did he see that?
Moreover, since customizable cyborgs can freely adjust their features and height, can't they also? As if reading Song Xiao's thoughts, Fu Xiaoyi added, no, don't think about it, cyborgs do not have reproductive capability. Song Xiao was taken aback by this, then awkwardly chuckled, haha, I was just curious. Lesion ignored their conversation and walked directly toward the sleep chamber while Song Xiao was distracted.
Meanwhile, Lu Guodong and the others successfully entered the fire control room. Following Aurora's instructions, they quickly confirmed that the Frienderfoe identification device was activated.
However, upon seeing that all the turrets in the fire control room were marked with offline warnings, Lu Guodong shrugged and said, with the main and secondary guns both out of commission, what difference does it make whether the Frienderfoe identification is activated or not? Yet it seemed he had forgotten that Aurora could monitor their status at any time. Suddenly a voice from the communications channel startled Lu Guodong.
Aurora, the wreckage of the battleship still has an electromagnetic pulse shield. If the Frienderfoe identification is not confirmed to be activated, the Pelican will be attacked by the electromagnetic pulse when it approaches, rendering it powerless. Lu Guodong raised his eyebrows. All right, I thought the wreckage's cannon could still be used.
At this time, Dai Wenfeng spoke up. If it could really be used, would we still be afraid of the insect swarm approaching here?
That is the main gun of the battleship.
Lu Guodong sighed. True, look at that cannon, it's thicker than a kitchen set combined, and I bet one shot could blow the insect nest to smithereens. Hearing Aurora's words, Lu Guodong exchanged glances with the others, then immediately headed towards the energy hub. Upon returning to the energy hub, they saw the Pelican aircraft lifting the engine core. Lu Guodong stared at the Pelican aircraft, feeling increasingly uneasy. He was surprised to discover that the cargo holds of these Pelicans had all been replaced with hoisting arms. He quickly opened the communication channel to ask Aurora, these Pelicans have all had their rear holds replaced with hoisting arms, how are we supposed to evacuate? Aurora's calm yet matter-of-fact voice came through the communicator, to ensure safe transport, these Pelicans have been specially modified to lift the engine core.
You need to return to a safe landing zone to evacuate. Lu Guodong sighed helplessly, saying, fine, I thought we could go back directly from here.
A moment later, Fu Xiaoyi and the others watched the engine core successfully ascend, all letting out a long breath.
Fortunately, this mission didn't encounter any unexpected issues.
Song Xiao said lightly.
Indeed, I thought we would run into doors that wouldn't open or something like that, Lu Guodong joked back at Song Xiao. At this moment, Dai Wenfeng looked at Fu Xiaoyi and inquired, Team Fu, shouldn't we ask Aurora?
Without waiting for him to finish, Fu Xiaoyi nodded.
He then connected to Aurora and asked, we have completed the task of retrieving the engine core.
While exploring the wreckage, we found that some of the cryopods seem to still be operational.
Should we execute a rescue mission?
Aurora, hearing that there were surviving Moravians among the wreckage, turned to Su Yang and asked, has your retrieval team found any surviving Moravians?
Do you need them to execute a rescue mission?
Su Yang was momentarily taken aback by this question, and the elders from Huagua also turned their attention to him.
Li Zhonghua instantly thought that if they rescued the Moravians, it might affect Su Yang's command authority.
He subtly shook his head at Su Yang.
The other elders remained silent, all wanting to see how Su Yang would decide on this issue. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang looked up at Aurora and asked, is there merit value?
Everyone in the bridge, including Aurora, was taken aback by Su Yang's question. At this moment, Li Zhongguo's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts.
Is this really the point?
If the retrieval team brings back a former captain, can you still sit in that command chair? With command authority gone, what use is merit value? After a brief moment of surprise, Aurora smiled slightly and replied, yes, but each person only receives 1,000 merit points. If there are former command personnel among the rescue targets, then each would receive 10,000 merit points. She emphasized the phrase former command personnel deliberately.
Su Yang nodded and then said without hesitation, "Then let's save them."
In fact, he had already thought about this when the team retrieved the girl lying in the medical pod. If the rightful owner of the ship returned, could he still remain the highest commander of this warship? However, Aurora's previous question had already provided him with an answer. Through their interactions over this time, Su Yang was very clear that Aurora was definitely not the so-called artificial intelligence he had thought. Not only did she possess the highest authority to control this warship, but she also had human-like free will and self-awareness. If she were truly just a strong artificial intelligence that followed procedures, she would never allow herself to transmit the hard drive containing Moravian technological data back to Blue Star. Because he had seen the explicit prohibition against leaking knowledge to lower civilizations while reviewing the materials. Unless even her permissions couldn't be circumvented, such as command authority levels. Otherwise, for all the violations he had committed, Aurora had turned a blind eye to them. Is this something an artificial intelligence would do? If Aurora wanted to save the Moravians to command this warship, it would have been quite simple. She could have directly ordered Fu Xiaoyi to execute the rescue mission instead of coming to ask him. This was also the main reason Su Yang was certain that his command authority would not be influenced by the Moravians. Moreover, from Aurora's attitude towards the girl, it seemed she was not very willing to let him interact with the Moravians. The reason behind this eluded him to this day. However, Su Yang could almost be certain that Aurora intentionally asked this to prompt him to order the abandonment of the rescue. Logically speaking, as the ship spirit of the Moravian civilization, she should prioritize rescuing her compatriots. Yet she did not immediately issue a rescue mission upon the successful retrieval of the engine core. In fact, if Fu Xiaoyi hadn't brought it up, she would have acted as if nothing had happened. This was indeed too suspicious. Thus Su Yang decided that regardless of what Aurora was plotting, he needed to make contact with the living Moravians. Aurora did not mention a word about the development history of her civilization, leading Su Yang to question the origins of this warship and the entire civilization behind it, including the Zerg. Since Aurora wasn't going to say it, let her kin speak instead. At this moment, Su Yang clearly saw the smile Aurora had just raised vanish, replaced by her signature poker face. She expressionlessly issued the order, "If survivors are found, make every effort to rescue them." At this time, the remote control safety of the bomb in Fu Xiaoyi's hand had already been disengaged. Fu Xiaoyi intentionally pressed further, saying, "If I bring back the former commander of the warship, will there be more rewards?" Fu Xiaoyi had already made up his mind that if Aurora had even the slightest intention of replacing Su Yang with a Moravian, he would immediately press the detonator. To his surprise, Aurora's reply shocked Fu Xiaoyi. "Put away your little schemes, paratrooper. Do you think that just because you've taken off your helmet I can't know through the exoskeleton's motion data that you are setting up bombs?" Fu Xiaoyi inwardly clicked his tongue. "Tisk, I can't hide anything from the ship spirit after all." At this point his finger was already on the detonator. Since the engine core had already been successfully recovered, even if he blew up the cryo chamber it wouldn't affect the overall situation. But Aurora's next words left Fu Xiaoyi dumbfounded. "The reason I haven't stopped you from installing bombs in the cryo chamber is simply because those people are not important at all." "Not important? Those are Moravians, the only survivors of your mother civilization?" Fu Xiaoyi asked incredulously. Yet Aurora's tone remained flat, even revealing a hint of disdain. "That's right, not important. They are just a group of ship maintenance and security personnel. The original command structure of this warship had already perished at the spaceport long before the ship set sail." Fu Xiaoyi frowned and asked, "Do you mean that this warship originally had no commander?" Aurora's tone remained indifferent as she denied, "No, after the warship's emergency departure we selected a temporary command structure from within." "What about them?" Fu Xiaoyi pressed further. "They have turned to dust," Aurora replied calmly, as if she weren't talking about her own crew. The Zerg army's bombardment directly severed the warship with a strike diameter of 3 kilometers. It completely obliterated the combat conference room, and the temporary command structure was inside at the time. Hearing this, Fu Xiaoyi instinctively gasped. No wonder he felt that a section of the wreckage was missing on the map. That section had been vaporized. Aurora continued, "Listen, I know what you're worried about. Even if there are still people alive in the command structure, in the current situation of being out of contact with the mother civilization, no one can revoke their death certificates and restore command authority." She paused and added, "In the warship's database they have all been marked as deceased and command authority has been legally transferred to Su Yang." Then she enunciated, "Therefore there can only be one supreme commander on this warship in the future, and that is Su Yang. Unless Su Yang dies, command authority will not be transferred to anyone else." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoyi finally placed the safety back on the detonator. After letting out a long breath, he said to Aurora, "Send over a few more pelicans, there are nearly 1,000 people here who need transport." Just as the recovery team finished hoisting the engine core, their mission shifted from recovering the engine core to rescuing the Moravians. However, to their disappointment, although many of the stasis pods appeared intact, the stasis control system seemed to have been damaged during the violent impact of the battleship's crash, resulting in a malfunctioning temperature control module in many stasis pods. Some had rotted into pools of blood inside the stasis pods, while others had been completely frozen into solid ice with no chance of ever thawing and waking up. When Lu Guodong opened another stasis pod and saw a corpse half decayed and covered in maggots, he couldn't help but gag, saying, "Yuck.
Cough cough cough, another one that's half-rotten, cough cough."
Nearby Dai Wenfeng sighed helplessly. "There's nothing we can do. If we can save one, that's good enough." At the same time, inside the small insect nest, Mayatang and her companions finally found a path leading closer to the core of the nest after wandering around. However, this path was vastly different from what they had originally envisioned. Jinni Maniobi looked at the bright red root in front of her and then at the bottomless abyss beneath it. She swallowed and asked Sister Tang, "Are we sure we want to go through here?
Isn't this just like walking on a tightrope?"
Mayatang sighed, saying helplessly, "There's no other choice. We've already gone around several times. If those carrion-eating insects hadn't come by just now and thought we had fallen off the cliff, we'd still be running from the bugs. We don't have time to find another route. The invisibility module is about to need recharging."
Jinni Maniobi took a deep breath and reluctantly nodded. "All right, if we die, we die anyway. After blowing this thing up, we'll all have our consciousness returning to the city."
With it, she leaned onto the red root and began to crawl towards the core of the insect nest in a rather comical manner, as if she were climbing a tree. However, this tree was horizontal. Seeing that Jinni Maniobi had already started, Mayatang quickly followed suit. The other team members imitated her, each lying down on the massive root. Most of the team members who followed Mayatang into the nest were female. Perhaps it was because male players preferred combat, resulting in a lower proportion of those equipped with invisibility modules. All who entered the insect nest with Mayatang had invisibility modules, so naturally it became a group of girls venturing into the nest.
After successfully reaching the core, they stood in a row.
There was no choice, as the core was not hollow, so they could only stand on the huge roots that coiled around it.
"Maniobi, how many spare shells of the last resort do you have?" Mayatang asked.
Jinni Maniobi looked down to check her ammunition pouch and then replied, "2 shells plus 1 in the gun, a total of 3. Hearing Jinni Maniobi's answer, Mayatang supported her chin with her hand, frowning in thought.
"Only 3 micronuclear bombs. This thing is as big as a building. I wonder how high its defense is. It might not necessarily be completely destroyed from the outside. But if we were to blow it up from the inside, it seems there are no openings for us to get in. Do we have to drill a hole ourselves? The moment it gets attacked, we would be swarmed by the insects, right?"
Mayatang scanned the surrounding environment and then asked Maniobi, "Do you think our firepower can collapse this thing?"
Jinni Maniobi thought for a moment and replied, "Even if it can, I wouldn't recommend placing the nuclear bomb directly on the outside." Mayatang asked in confusion, "Why not?"
Jinni Maniobi shot Mayatang a glare, saying, "Did you forget how many people were trapped in the insect eggs we passed earlier?
What if the explosion kills them too?" Mayatang suddenly understood and nodded, "Oh right." Then she furrowed her brows and asked, "So what do we do? We can't really drill a hole to put the nuclear bomb in, can we?" Unexpectedly, Jinni Maniobi's eyes lit up as she said it might not be impossible. Mayatang looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Jinni Maniobi flashed a mischievous smile and said, "Sister Tang, think about it. We were so cautious when we came over.
With the size of those insects, isn't it even harder for them to approach here?"
Mayatang also showed an excited expression and said, "That's right.
As long as we guard a few key junctions, the insects will have to come one by one on a narrow bridge, nullifying their numerical advantage." Thinking of it, Mayatang immediately assigned defensive areas to all team members. Every thicker root had at least one team member guarding it to prevent the swarm from climbing to the core of the nest. After seeing that the team members were all ready, Mayatang took out her main weapon.
Her weapon, like Chuanbai's, was a continuous firing laser rifle.
The only difference from Chuanbai's long-handled sickle was that hers had not been equipped with a replaceable cooling module.
Instead, that module was replaced with an energy lens, sacrificing cooling efficiency but enhancing penetration ability. "Everyone pay attention. Once I start cutting, the insect swarm will rush, and so be ready for battle," Mayatang commanded. "No problem. Don't worry, Sister Tang. I'm already ready for a big fight. Destroy the insect nest. Win 10 million.
Seeing that her team members were so confident, Mayatang felt her previously anxious heart relax significantly. Then she pulled the trigger at the core of the insect nest. As a slender golden high-energy laser beam made contact with the core of the insect nest, it trembled violently, resembling a heart being pricked by a needle. The sudden violent tremors nearly caused all the team members clinging to the roots to fall into the abyss. Fortunately, they were crouching, otherwise they would have surely fallen. Fortunately, this unusual pulsation stabilized after shaking violently for a while. However, the dark green plasma gushing from the core of the insect nest splattered all over Mayatang. Luckily, she had prepared beforehand. She was cutting not at the front but at the upper side. Otherwise, that plasma would not have splattered on her but would have sent her flying over the cliff. Although the non-direct laser beam could not achieve maximum cutting efficiency, the surging dark green plasma indicated that she had indeed torn a hole in the insect nest. As Mayatang was cutting into the core of the insect nest, she complained, "Hey, this is interesting. The core of the insect nest is glowing red and is red itself, but the stuff it spits out is dark green." Just as she finished speaking, sharp screeches from the insects echoed from all directions. Following that was the sound of the insect swarm rushing towards the core of the nest. At that moment, the entire insect nest resembled an anthill that had been flooded with molten iron instantly in chaos. When Mayatang finally cut open a hole wide enough for one person to squeeze in, the insect swarm had already rushed to the edge of the cave. But just as Jinni Maniubi had calculated, it was not easy for the insects to reach the core through the roots. Although their legs could stick to the walls like spiders to a certain extent, the passage formed by those roots was only this wide. It was simply impossible for them to swarm in a mass to reach the members of the Xiao Chan Miao team. After finishing cutting the outer layer of the core, Mayatang turned around to look at the situation and couldn't help but give Jinni Maniubi a thumbs up. "You are really amazing." After Mayatang completed the cutting of the outermost layer of the insect nest core, she turned to Jin and Manyo Bai and said, "Manyo Bai, follow me inside. If we cut through 3 or 4 more layers, we should reach the central position of the core." Jin and Manyo Bai nodded and stepped back from the front line. She walked behind Mayatang and lightly patted her left shoulder twice with her left hand. Mayatang knew that Jin and Manyo Bai was ready. The two of them squeezed into the insect nest core through the cut, bracing against the immense pressure surging outwards. At this moment, swarms of combat and carrion insects were charging up the stem one after another. Their 6 legs clung tightly to the surface of the stem, rapidly crawling towards the direction of the Xiao Chan Miao team members. The team members methodically lifted their guns, aimed, and pulled the triggers. The bullets accurately struck the heads of the insects, splattering dark green bodily fluids as the combat insects convulsed and fell from the stem into the abyss. The second, third, and fourth insects surged up one after another, but only one could pass at a time. The Xiao Chan Miao team's members steadily took aim and executed precise kills one by one. One team member chuckled after taking down another insect and remarked, "I dare say this is the most stable fight I've ever had while playing this game." Another team member chimed in, "Yeah, I don't know why the insect nest core is designed this way. If it were on the ground, we would have probably been overwhelmed by the swarm long ago." At this moment, a team member interjected, "Do you think it's possible that this design is actually meant to defend against us? Indeed, if they hadn't gone invisible, it would have been impossible to pass through the roots and reach the insect nest core without alarming the swarm." As for climbing ability, biomechanical beings could never match the insect race. However, this design also limited the number of insects that could pass through, leaving them virtually helpless against the Xiao Chan Miao team. Inside the core. After cutting through 4 or 5 barriers, Mayatang finally reached the central part of the core. To her surprise, there was a huge gray-black tumor in the core. Though referred to as a tumor, it resembled more closely the source of human breast milk. Yes, it was exactly as you might imagine. At that moment, it was violently spewing dark green liquid. Due to the destruction of the outer barrier, the dark green insect juice inside the insect nest core had already leaked out considerably. Mayatang and Jin and Manyo Bai stood in the insect juice, which barely reached their knees. However, the gray-black tumor was not connected to the ground, it was separated from the insect nest core. At this moment, Mayatang asked, "If this thing isn't connected to the insect nest core, then where does the dark liquid it spews come from?" Jin and Manyo Bai shrugged and said, "Who knows? Perhaps it just materialized out of thin air." Mayatang's lips twitched as she replied, "Alright, I finally found the one illogical aspect of this game. The biggest bug of this game is the inexplicable creation of this liquid that produces insects." Jin and Manyo Bai raised an eyebrow and said, "So that outer layer isn't even the insect nest core at all, this tumor is the real insect nest core?" Mayatang nodded, saying, "That should be it." Following that, Jin and Manyo Bai wasted no time and directly took out several miniature nuclear bombs from her ammo bag. After linking them together, she disabled all safety mechanisms on the warhead. After doing all this, she nodded at Mayatang. Mayatang then opened the communication channel and said, "Sisters, prepare to return to the city." Received.
Finally we can get the reward of 10 million contribution points. Are we going to nuke it? Jean and Imanyo, by holding the detonator, exchanged a glance with Mia Tang before decisively pressing the button. At the same time, the recovery team which was conducting rescue operations in the wreckage of the battleship was each carrying a Moravian. This should be the last batch, right? Lu Guodong asked. Song Xiao, who was following him, nodded and said, yes, these are the only ones left with vital signs. Then they felt a strong tremor shake the ground. The confused recovery team members instinctively spread their legs and crouched down. Immediately following was a thunderous explosion. Fu Xiaoyi and the others turned to look in the direction of the blast. At this moment, Dai Wenfeng opened the communication channel and asked, isn't that in the direction of the small insect nest? What's going on? He was surprised to find that his voice was completely drowned out by the deafening explosion. No one in the channel heard what he had just said. At this time, Fu Xiaoya's pupils suddenly constricted and he almost shouted an order, get down. Prepare for the shockwave. Although the team members were still unclear about the specific situation, they were soldiers and following orders was their instinct. Upon hearing Fu Xiaoya's command, they instinctively dropped to the ground while also shielding the Moravian they had rescued. They braced themselves on the ground with one hand, using the other to support the chest of the Moravian survivor, preventing their bodies from making direct contact with the ground. After all, a powerful explosion shockwave can transmit through the ground to the human body. If you were completely flat on the ground during an explosion, then sorry, the shockwave could easily crush your internal organs. The effective way to deal with an explosive shockwave is to perform a plank position. As a strong shockwave swept through, the Pelican, which was stationed on the ground to transport survivors, was blown sideways for over 10 meters. Had it been hovering in the air, it likely would have crashed by now. All the members of the recovery team were lying on the ground, heads down and teeth gritted, desperately resisting the violent explosive shockwave. At this moment, a creature of an unfamiliar insect appeared before Fu Xiaoyi. This time it was not an illusion. He could clearly see its form and outline. Damn it! Why didn't you come earlier or later, but right now? Fu Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and said. Indeed, he was certain that the insect before him was not an objective existence. Because nothing could remain standing amidst such a shockwave. The insect stood upright on its legs, its bright gray exoskeleton reflecting prismatic light. Its form was very close to that of a human, except that the base of its legs did not have feet but tapered like insect limbs. Its hands were similar, lacking human palms and fingers. The jointed armor growing from its shoulders protected its chest, forming in shape resembling a breastplate. Its head initially resembled that of a mantis, but its eyes were oval-shaped and slanted on its face. The oval compound eyes emitted a blue glow. There were two not very long antennae on its head, extending from where the eyebrows would be all the way past its head. The humanoid insect slowly walked towards Fu Xiaoyi, finally stopping less than 5 meters away, slowly raising its arm in a reaching gesture. At that moment, an ethereal and melodious female voice echoed in Fu Xiaoya's mind, come here, help me. I will tell you all the answers. Fu Xiaoyi forcefully shook his head, hoping to rid himself of the illusion before him. However, the more he resisted, the more he felt an inner desire to comply with the other party's thoughts. He wanted to find the true form of this humanoid insect, he yearned to know the answer spoken by it. But now was not the time. He knew he absolutely could not succumb to the illusion, as he was still on a mission. Surrounded by his teammates and the people of Moravia, he realized that if he lost control of his body now, who knew what that insect would do with this vessel? Although he had sensed from the very first time he encountered the insect's phantom that it harbored no malice, who could say whether this feeling was not also a mental manipulation implanted by it? He dared not gamble, nor could he afford to. At that moment, the insect in the illusion spoke again, do not resist, child. Saying this, it raised its right limb. He saw its limb gradually splitting into 5 fingers from the tip, then forming a complete hand. Fu Xiaoya's pupils constricted sharply, although he clearly knew that this humanoid insect existed only in his illusion. Yet the ability to freely change its form within his illusion was a clear indication that it had likely already invaded his mind completely. The insect gently placed its hand on Fu Xiaoya's head. Indeed, it passed directly through the helmet and pressed against the head of the bio-robot he was controlling. Then the insect spoke slowly in a tone tinged with both compassion and pleading, let me in. Fu Xiaoyi took a deep breath as if a drowning man had been pulled to the surface, greedily inhaling the surrounding air. At that moment he realized he was lying in the life support pod. His entire body was already soaked in cold sweat. It was over, he had been logged out. This was the first thought that popped into Fu Xiaoya's mind. Immediately he shouted for his mother to restart the helmet's connection. Fu gu fu gu.
After the explosion's shockwave passed, Lu Guodong saw Fu Xiaoyi still maintaining a prone position and called out to him twice. Seeing Fu Xiaoyi unresponsive, Lu Guodong scratched his head through the helmet and said, "Good gracious.
You didn't get your helmet taken off again, did you? What did I just do?"
Fu Xiaoyi suddenly gasped and got up from the ground, asking, "I didn't do anything just now, did I?" Lu Guodong was taken aback by Fu Xiaoyi's question, dazed for a moment before asking back, "Haven't you been lying on the ground dodging the shockwave?
What else could you do?" Upon hearing Lu Guodong's answer, Fu Xiaoyi finally relaxed. He waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, I just got disconnected again, so I asked." Lu Guodong jokingly replied, "It's fine, at least this time it didn't happen during a raid."
However, at that moment, Dai Wenfeng, the vice captain of the recovery team, noticed that Fu Xiaoyi's heart rate was obviously too high.
He even received a system prompt to check the captain's vital signs.
So he approached and asked Fu Team, "The system indicates your heart rate is too high.
Are you alright? Did you see another hallucination?"
Fu Xiaoyi was about to nod, but for some reason when he opened his mouth he said, "No, I just felt uncomfortable from the shockwave." After saying this, Fu Xiaoyi was stunned. This was not what he meant to say. Seeing that he seemed fine, Dai Wenfeng turned to leave. But he was called back by Fu Xiaoyi. "Dai Wenfeng." Dai Wenfeng turned his head to look at him.
"Let's take this pelican together back."
"But there's no room." Dai Wenfeng frowned and replied.
Fu Xiaoyi waved his hand and said, "It's fine, we can just stand for a bit." Although Dai Wenfeng was puzzled, he still nodded.
The reason Fu Xiaoyi called out to him was to test whether the bio-robot could still act according to his will. The words he just spoke to Dai Wenfeng were all expressed according to his own will. It seemed that as long as he did not mention anything about the hallucination, the bio-robot would still act according to his wishes. Fu Xiaoyi looked down at his right hand, then slowly formed a fist. Confirming that the bio-robot was being controlled by his own will, he slowly walked towards the pelican. On the circular mountain at the Great Wall battle team's front line, Liang Hu immediately ordered all combat personnel to prepare for the piercing insect tentacles upon sensing a strong earthquake. To his surprise, after this earthquake, no piercing insect tentacles emerged from the position to disrupt their line. Instead, an extremely strong shockwave surged from the direction of the small insect nest as if a nuclear bomb had exploded underground. The shockwave, accompanied by fierce winds and flying sands, suddenly swept across the position. Many team members instinctively raised their arms to shield the visor of their helmets. Although they knew very well that this little wind and sand wouldn't even be able to scratch the visor. The moment they lowered their arms, all the frontline combatants were dumbfounded. They saw that a third of the previously fierce insect tide had already fallen. Liang Hu thought that perhaps another player had taken down the commander of the small insect nest and immediately ordered all firepower to concentrate on the insects of the medium insect nest.
"Ignore the fallen ones for now.
Focus on killing the ones that are still moving to relieve the pressure."
"Understood."
All team members immediately aimed their guns at the insects still charging towards them. Wherever the metal tongues of fire licked, the insects were instantly reduced to dust.
This made it even more difficult for the insect swarm, which originally had no long-range strike capability, to approach the defense line.
Originally, the two insect nests could have advanced to the foot of the circular mountain using a swarm tactic. Now that all the insects from the small insect nest had fallen, it not only hindered the charge of the insects from the other nest but also concentrated all firepower from the circular mountain on the only remaining attacking insects.
If the insect commander could speak human language, it would probably be cursing. A battle was decapitated twice. What a bunch of incompetent teammates.
However, more than 10 minutes had passed. Liang Hu felt the pressure on the front line decreasing more and more. Yet those fallen insects had not managed to stand up again. Liang Hu frowned, thinking, "I remember not having to refill my shots. How come those insects still haven't gotten up?
Could it be that they are all really dead?"
Before he could come up with an answer, the retreat order from the highest command popped up on his heads-up display. The Thunder recovery operation has been successfully completed.
All major teams may begin orderly retreat.
The commander who completed the strategic mission will receive 50000 merit points. Seeing this prompt, Liang Hu immediately arranged for the battle team to withdraw from the circular mountain in batches. They would descend from the western slope of the circular mountain, create a safe landing zone, and call the Pelican for evacuation. The Lanya battle team positioned behind the medium insect nest also saw this prompt. However, Tooth Decay, which did not equate to rotten teeth, chose not to retreat.
Tooth Decay excitedly shouted in the team voice, "Brothers! The strategic mission has been completed.
But the activity duration has lasted a full 3 days, which means that every insect we kill next is pure profit.
Let's take them down. Let's take them down."
The members of the Longya battle team did not cease fire due to the completion of the mission. Instead, they became even more excited, their eyes filled with bloodlust. On the battleship, Su Yang arrived at the hangar.
Aurora had already sealed the hangar to clear space for the dark matter engine core.
With a command from Su Yang, the engine core immediately emitted a brilliant white light. Thanks to the diluted essence of the world tree that Su Yang had been drinking regularly. Now his eyes could filter out excess electromagnetic waves even under such intense light, allowing him to selectively receive the light signals he needed. This enabled him to see everything clearly around him despite the overwhelming brightness. The 5 elders were observing the working conditions of the engine core through the built-in light filtering devices of their helmets.
At this moment, everyone in the hangar was stunned. They watched as the Pelican was deconstructed by the light, slowly transforming from solid to translucent and then completely vanished. In its place, an enormous circular structure began to form around the engine core. Its scale was at least 3 times that of an open-air stadium. Some of the elders recognized the structure and exclaimed, "Isn't this the dark matter engine from the wreckage? Did it just manifest like this?" The elder's mouth was agape wide enough to fit a durian. After a while he stammered with a trembling voice, "This is faster than 3D printing." At that moment Elder Hong's pupils shook. His fists clenched in excitement, making a creaking sound as he exclaimed incoherently, "What nonsense 3D printing is this? It's not slowly generating piece by piece, it's appearing in one piece all at once." Su Yang's astonished expression was no better. The elder's descriptions were in fact inaccurate. However, Su Yang had encountered similar technology in a game. "Isn't this just like the Protoss building warpin technology from StarCraft 2? A whole building manifests simultaneously from head to toe, appearing translucent until the warpin is complete. Once the warpin is complete, it can be used directly without any construction process." But then, Su Yang thought to himself, this technology is far superior to the Protoss warpin. The Protoss still needed to build their structures on their home planet AI Air before they could warp them to the battlefield. But this dark matter core can create one out of thin air. Can the Protoss compare to this? Not long after the dark matter engine was fully generated. At this moment Aurora also spoke up, "The dark matter engine is online. The battleship's maneuverability has been restored by 20. Only upon hearing this did Su Yang and the elders snap back to reality, pulling their gaze away from the dark matter engine. They were startled by what they saw. The hangar, which had originally been the size of 2 football fields, had somehow expanded to more than 10 times its original size. They were startled by what they saw. The hangar, which had originally been the size of 2 football fields. What kind of divine technology is this? If they could see the battleship from outer space, they would realize that 4/5 of the battleship was in a semi-transparent generating state. The original battleship's solid form occupied less than 1/5 of the entire battleship. Su Yang saw the hangar's space suddenly expand and immediately turned to Aurora, asking, "Can we see a simulation of the battleship after repairs?" Aurora nodded, waved her hand, and used holographic projection to create a complete model of the battleship in the air. However, many parts of this model were still hazy, indicating that they were not fully generated yet. As Su Yang and the elders gazed at this colossal model, they instinctively gasped. Elder Tang pointed at the model and exclaimed, "You call this a battleship? Are you sure it's not a space fortress?" Elder Jiang, equally astonished, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this thing is at least several kilometers long." Aurora calmly replied, "To be precise, it is 16.72 kilometers long, 3.86 kilometers high, and 4.82 kilometers wide. The average layer height is 12.6 meters with a total of 280 layers. Su Yang was taken aback and looked at Aurora, asking, "Did you redesign the entire battleship?" Aurora calmly nodded, "Yes, I optimized the battleship design to ensure that each layer has services for paratroopers to upgrade weapons and adjust vehicles. I also designated a guild area for the teams to settle in." Su Yang raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. He had been troubled by the lack of a guild base for the teams to formulate battle plans. Unexpectedly, Aurora had considered this thoroughly and directly improved the guild system. As the engine core continued to operate, more and more functions were coming online on the battleship. The fire control area has been generated and the orbital annihilation cannon is online. Upon hearing this notification, everyone was taken aback. They immediately turned their gaze to the main cannon position of the battleship and found that the battleship's exterior was now entirely solid. Moreover, there was a gigantic cannon on the upper part of the hull, occupying 1/3 of the entire battleship's length.
What shocked them was not the size of this cannon but the length of the other gigantic cannons that were still mere phantoms beside it. Several of the cannon barrels took up 2/3 of the total length of the battleship, clearly marked as Galaxy-class main cannon array. Elder Hong pointed at that area with a trembling finger, his voice hoarse like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. This Galaxy-class main cannon array is that what I think it means? Aurora still calmly nodded, saying, yes, this array can directly destroy a star system twice the size of the solar system in a single volley. At that moment everyone, including Su Yang, felt their brains malfunction. What does this mean? This thing is already a weapon capable of annihilating star systems. I see there's another cannon barrel that almost penetrates the entire battleship. What is that? A cosmic reset device. But when the few of them clearly saw the cannon barrel that pierced through the entire battleship, they somehow felt a bit relieved. Because that area was marked as Galaxy-class matter annihilation cannon barrel. Li Zhongguo let out a sigh of relief and said, fortunately it's just a Galaxy-class weapon. However, after saying this he felt several astonished gazes fixated on him. At that moment he realized he had misspoken. What do you mean fortunately it's just a Galaxy-class weapon? He must have lost his mind. A single shot can annihilate an entire galaxy. Isn't that impressive enough? Fortunately. Just a Galaxy-class weapon. But soon everyone stopped paying attention to Li Zhongguo's nonsensical words. Because they heard an even more shocking notification. The cosmic reset device is online. The universe rebooter. Su Yang stared at Aurora, utterly dumbfounded. Aurora remained perfectly composed, as if stating a self-evident truth. Yes, based on the false vacuum decay theory, once activated it will draw all dark matter across the cosmos into a single convergence point. Then every galaxy in the universe will be drawn inward by that dark matter and collapse into a single singularity. Elder Zhang asked, disbelief etched across his face. Aurora gave a gentle nod. Precisely. That accumulated mass will then form a supersingularity capable of exceeding the critical threshold of any black hole. And finally, the Big Bang, correct? Su Yang interjected, stunned. Aurora responded with the same serene, unfazed nod. All present stood paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of this revelation. Li Zhongguo clenched his fists until his knuckles turned bone-white. Elder Hong paced back and forth in place, his exoskeleton thudding dully against the metal floor. Elder Zhang stood frozen, lips trembling soundlessly. Elder Tang murmured under his breath, calculating something, though no one could decipher his whispered words. After a long silence, Su Yang finally spoke. So how then did Moravia, a civilization of godlike stature, end up reduced to this state by mere insects? He didn't even realize how coarse his phrasing had been until Aurora gently corrected him. In your blue planet terminology, Moravia does not qualify as a god-tier civilization. This isn't god-tier. Elder Zhang snapped his head up, incredulity sharpening his gaze toward Aurora. Aurora nodded softly. Moravia is a transcendent god civilization. We do not merely reboot the universe, we reconstruct it entirely according to our own design. Then I simply cannot fathom how you lost. Su Yang's voice rose sharply, thick with disbelief and an unmistakable tremor of fear. Indeed, how could Moravia, a transcendent god civilization capable of cosmic rebirth and creation itself, be driven to such desperation by mere insectoid life? Aurora's expression visibly darkened. She sighed faintly before speaking. Do not assume the insects you see now represent their full strength. She paused, her gaze sweeping over their bewildered faces. Compared to their peak during the apocalypse war, their current power stands at less than 1 Jingzhao of that former might. Jingzhao. Su Yang had never heard the term. He turned to Aurora, eyebrows raised in quiet inquiry. He was after all only a high school student. The largest number he routinely encountered in news broadcasts was the trillion. Though deeply shaken, Elder Jiang still answered, 1 Jing equals 10,000 trillions, or more precisely a 1 followed by 27 zeros. Su Yang whirled around, eyes wide with horror. So the insects we face now aren't even worthy of being called ants? Aurora nodded. To be precise, they are not even comparable to ant excrement. She paused again, then delivered a truth so devastating it plunged the entire room into suffocating despair. At their zenith, even their cannon fodder could traverse space instantaneously and vanish from perception at will. They could infect entire galaxies, transforming them into sprawling living hives. Their highest-tier queens possessed the terrifying ability to rewrite the fundamental laws of physics themselves. The elders staggered backward 2 steps, vertigo gripping them, as if recoiling instinctively from the insect-ridden world visible below. Only Elder Jiang and Su Yang remained rooted in place. Elder Jiang stood firm because he understood that Su Yang now bore a burden far heavier than humanity alone. He carried the weight of every sentient being across the cosmos. Thus Elder Jiang had no choice but to stand unwaveringly beside him. Su Yang meanwhile held fast, not out of ignorance but because he recognized that the insects before them were still vastly weaker than Aurora's description implied. As long as his authority level advanced faster than their evolutionary trajectory, he could crush them utterly, leveraging Moravia's legacy to ensure they would never rise again. Yet in that moment Su Yang finally grasped why Aurora had earlier questioned his lack of fear in the face of cataclysm. He hadn't been fearless, he'd been ignorant. At their apex, the insectoid swarm wielded power capable of striking Moravia directly at the level of universal law. No wonder the warship had fractured in two upon his boarding. Yet regardless, now armed with transcendent god technology, he was confident he could eradicate them before their evolution ever reached maturity. Su Yang drew a slow deep breath and declared, voice resonant and unyielding, I will extinguish them on that planet below, before they ever have a chance to evolve. His commanding words jolted Elder Hong and the others from their dread. Of course. The insects confronting them now possessed only the potential to become a cosmic calamity, not its realized power. Moravia, however, was undeniably a civilization beyond godhood, and aboard this vessel lay every archive of its science and engineering. Li Zhonghua straightened his posture.
Comrade Su Yang, please entrust me with the scientific data unlocked at Level 4 authorization.
The China Academy of Science and Technology must not fall behind in this race. Elder Tang stepped forward. I will coordinate civilian logistics.
We must initiate full wartime mobilization immediately.
Elder Zhang advanced voice. Grave diplomacy falls to me.
Humanity, it is time we unite truly and irrevocably.
Elder Jiang nodded firmly. Upon our return, I will contact heads of state worldwide and disclose the truth about the insectoid threat. Uncharacteristically cautious Elder Hong voiced his doubt, but Elder Jiang, can you truly trust other nations to cooperate? Once revealed, this truth could shatter humanity. If unity failed, it would plunge us instantly into another extreme, total fragmentation. Elder Jiang frowned, then nodded.
You're right. Faced with existential peril, humanity, without guidance, would almost certainly fracture into extremes.
Then why? Elder Hong began, only to be cut off as Elder Jiang raised a hand. Because we have Comrade Su Yang.
Through this game he can guide humanity toward unity.
A spark ignited in their eyes. Of course, that was the very purpose of the Great Wall Initiative, to immerse humanity in a simulated warship experience battling the insectoid swarm, and in doing so forge unity while holding the enemy beyond the solar system's edge. They had simply been so overwhelmed by Aurora's depiction of the swarm's apex power that they momentarily forgot this foundational truth. Their mission would not change, not even upon learning of the swarm's evolutionary potential.
Now they would merely expand recruitment from China to the entire blue planet.
In this moment, the insectoid swarm's evolutionary potential had transformed from a source of paralyzing dread into a potent catalyst driving their resolve forward. What did the swarm's strength truly matter?
When it came to developmental velocity, China would not yield to any species in the cosmos. Just as the elders brimmed with renewed ambition, eager to return to the blue planet and act. Su Yang's next words brought them all back to sober stillness.
Calmly he stated, for now I advise against inviting other national governments on the blue planet to join the Great Wall Initiative.
Elder Jiang raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Yang, asking, what do you mean by that?
Su Yang furrowed his brows and analyzed. The Great Wall Project has been able to proceed smoothly in Huagua because only Huagua can concentrate its strength to accomplish great tasks. Several elders nodded in agreement. Su Yang continued, however, once other countries learn the truth and join in, their influence may very well shift the focus of the entire Great Wall Project. The elders were taken aback by his words.
Indeed.
They all instinctively believed that in the face of an extinction crisis, as long as guided properly, other nations would unite wholeheartedly against the common enemy.
But they had forgotten one thing.
For other countries, the government does not represent the interests of the citizens. In the end, it could very likely evolve into a fierce competition among nations for influence over the Great Wall Project. Before the insect race even arrives, chaos has already broken out on Blue Star. Elder Jiang nodded, looking at Su Yang with an approving gaze, and said, you make a valid point, so we shall deliberate on this matter further.
Now we must return to Blue Star to coordinate various affairs. Su Yang nodded heavily and said, yes, thank you for your hard work, elders.
However, a single statement from Aurora caused everyone's hearts to jump into their throats.
Aurora calmly stated, Commander, you can return to Blue Star now.
Upon hearing this, several elders who were about to leave paused their steps, turning to look at Aurora. Not only them, but Su Yang's heart was also racing at that moment.
No way.
Could it be that if I save those Moravians I will have to step down as commander?
But that can't be true.
Aurora clearly did not wish for me to rescue those Moravians. She didn't want to have any contact with them at all.
Why would she want me to return to Blue Star now? Could it be that among those I saved there is indeed a commander with a higher authority than mine? Just as Su Yang was lost in thought, Aurora's next words interrupted his musings.
Aurora calmly said, you can use the teleportation hall located in the middle section of each layer of the warship to return to a designated location on Blue Star.
Su Yang quickly waved his hand anxiously, asking, No, what do you mean?
Have I been relieved of my command? At this moment not only Su Yang but even the 5 elders of Huagua were staring intently at Aurora, eagerly waiting for her to reveal the answer. Aurora was momentarily taken aback by Su Yang's question but then realized that he had completely misunderstood. So she showed a teasing smile and joked, What? You just passed the assessment task and now want to quit? The others were also left puzzled by Aurora's abrupt statement. Su Yang frowned and asked, No, what do you mean? So I am still the highest commander of this warship, then why do you want me to return to Blue Star?
At this point Aurora's smile had turned into one that was unmistakably playful. She looked at Su Yang with a half-smile and asked, What? Don't you Blue Star companies have any days off? The elders suddenly realized.
Li Zhong secretly breathed a sigh of relief while constantly complaining, we generals and higher-ups really don't have any days off. How is it reasonable for Su Yang as the highest commander to have days off? At this moment Su Yang finally understood, saying, So you mean I can go back to Blue Star to rest for a few days?
Aurora nodded. Su Yang's eyes brightened and he excitedly asked, Aren't you worried I might run away and not come back?
At this time Aurora's expression shifted from playful to one of clear disdain as she coldly replied, The only reason I could only teleport you here before was due to insufficient energy of the warship. Teleporting a living being with full consciousness consumes a massive amount of energy. After a pause she glanced at Su Yang and said, Now that the engine core has been fully loaded I can teleport you back at any time. Su Yang smiled wryly and shook his head.
He inwardly lamented, So the reason you dare let me return is that you can pull me back at any time.
Fine, although I still have no choice, it is better than directly losing command. Then Su Yang asked, If I go back, what about the command work and task issuance on the warship? Although he had not finished his sentence, Aurora understood his meaning and replied, I can handle the matters on the warship and issue permanent tasks to players as well as tasks for exploring abandoned small insect nests. Su Yang nodded and then frowned again, asking, What if the insect race makes a move while I'm not here?
Aurora smiled and said, Don't worry, all electronic devices on Blue Star can serve as my vessels.
If you agree, I can also directly enter your consciousness to communicate with you.
Su Yang quickly waved his hand, shaking his head, No.
Just use your smartphone to notify me, please don't enter my consciousness. Aurora's eyes flashed with a string of blue data and then she said, I have replaced the beanbag on your phone. If you need me to report my work, just open the beanbag app to contact me.
Su Yang's mouth twitched. What a cunning way to take over the beanbag. After parting ways with the 5 elders, he arrived at the teleportation hall. Just as he was about to ask Aurora to teleport him back to his student dormitory, he suddenly remembered that he had been missing for over a month and his parents and younger sister must be very worried about him. I must make some money to properly honor my family and treat myself as well. He then called out to Aurora, saying, Aurora, please generate a few energy crystals for me, I want to make some money. Su Yang thought to himself that creating energy cores out of thin air was no different from printing money. Aurora frowned and said, If you need it, I can actually generate Huagua currency directly at your specified location. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was startled and immediately waved his hand, shaking his head, No. Please don't print money directly. Huagua does not have dark matter engine cores that can produce resources out of thin air. Doing so would collapse Huagua's economy. Wait. At this point Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and a bright idea struck him. He rubbed his hands together, displaying a sly expression, and said to Aurora, How about you directly generate some RMB for me? Not too much, just 20 trillion will do. Aurora nodded and then asked, Please specify the drop-off location. Su Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. 20 trillion RMB would stack up higher than a small mountain. He then furrowed his brows and asked Aurora, Can you convert this RMB into Huagua's foreign currency and directly transfer the money to my bank account? At that moment Aurora raised an eyebrow, teasing, You are indeed smarter than I expected. Su Yang scratched his head and smiled, If I wasn't smart about making money, how could I be your commander? Afterward a string of blue data flashed in Aurora's eyes. Once completed, she reported to Su Yang, I have generated the cash inside Huagua's secret treasury. Now Huagua has an additional 20 trillion RMB in foreign reserves, and that 20 trillion digital currency has already been transferred to your bank card. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. With this I can print as much money as I want without affecting Wagwo's economy. Moreover, I can also contribute to the inflation in the US, why not? Su Yang smiled brightly, waving his hand. Aurora, send me back to the school dormitory. Because there were people in the dormitory, Aurora directly teleported Su Yang to the toilet. A smell of unflushed waste lingered in the air. The school's dormitory had serious odor issues due to faulty drainage design. This smell had accompanied him throughout his high school life, and it was the most familiar scent to him. Su Yang looked down and exclaimed, "What the hell? Which bastard didn't flush after using the toilet?" His shout woke up everyone in the dorm. It should be noted that it was currently 11:30 at night. Su Yang's classmates were all third-year students preparing for their college entrance exams and usually went to bed early after evening self-study. Of course, this was also because he was not in the key class. The key class hadn't even finished their evening self-study yet. Su Yang attended a private school, which was quite common. A few people in the dorm were about to curse, but hearing the familiar voice they held it back. One of the roommates named Zhang Chao opened the door and found Su Yang inside, curiously asking Yangzi, "When did you come back?" Su Yang pinched his nose and waved his hand, saying, "I just came back to grab something and use the toilet, by the way." Who was so lacking in decency as to not flush after using the toilet? It wasn't until he walked out of the toilet that he took a deep breath. Zhang Chao quickly pointed at Wang Wenbin beside him and said, "Ah, Bin, he was the last one to use the toilet." As Su Yang walked towards Wang Wenbin while pointing at him, he said, "This Bin here is just pathetic. He didn't even flush after using the toilet." It was only when he walked in from the balcony that they realized Su Yang was ridiculously tall. Zhang Chao exclaimed, "What the hell? Yangzi, how did you become a giant?" Su Yang pretended to walk over to his bed to grab something, then walked straight to the dormitory door, responding, "What giant? Is it normal for someone our age to grow 50 centimeters in a month?" After saying that, he directly walked out of the dorm. The remaining roommates looked at each other in confusion. Right now he was solely focused on returning home. He wasn't close to these roommates. Even if they were true brothers, he needed to go home and see his family first. After climbing over the wall out of campus, Su Yang took a taxi back home. He felt a bit apprehensive after a month of absence. But thinking about it from his family's perspective, his disappearance for a month was merely for the high school exam question testing. Moreover, completing the task would earn him extra points, so they shouldn't be too worried about him. He then knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? So late at night, it can't be Xiao Qing's late night snack again. The sound of Su Lang's voice came from inside the house. When the door opened, Su Lang was startled by the giant standing at the doorway. He took a step back and looked up to see the person's face. Su Lang furrowed his brow and said with uncertainty, "Xiao Yang." After a month of not seeing his father, Su Yang's eyes instantly turned red and he shouted, "Dad, I'm back." Seeing Su Yang's obvious emotional change, Su Lang quickly stepped aside and asked, "What happened? Did you not complete the task and get criticized?" It was only after Su Yang entered the house that he closed the door. Su Lang comforted him, saying, "I said, how could the country choose you to test the college entrance exam questions when your grades aren't that impressive? It's not your fault, Xiao Yang, it's a problem with their selection." At that moment, Nia Yuxia, who heard the commotion, also came out. As soon as she saw her son Su Yang returning, she immediately ran over, grabbing Su Yang's arm and saying, "Xiao Yang, you're finally back. I've missed you so much." After a month apart, he wanted to tell his family about the fantastical experiences he had during that time. The fear and confusion of suddenly being teleported onto a warship. The tension and helplessness upon seeing the sea of insects for the first time. The despair and sorrow when Li Zhonghua cut off the interstellar communication. He wanted to pour out everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. But he couldn't. Currently, the Great Wall Project was classified for ordinary citizens. He absolutely couldn't tell his uninformed family about these matters. This was not only his responsibility but also a form of protection for his family. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice tinged with a hint of laziness broke the warm atmosphere of the living room. "Who is it? So late at night?" Su Qing, rubbing her sleepy eyes, walked out of her room wearing hot pants and a tank top, kicking her slippers. When she saw Su Yang clearly, she frowned and asked in disbelief, "Old Yang, didn't you go in?" Hearing this, Su Yang's face immediately fell. He shot Su Qing a glare and said, "Get lost. You're the one who went in." Su Qing stared at Su Yang, walked around him and then said, "Old Yang, have you taken the wrong medicine? How did you grow so tall in a month?" Su Lang patted Su Yang's arm and said, "Doesn't this show that our family's genes are good?"
Su Qing, still pointing at Su Yang in disbelief, said, "Even if the genes are good, this guy is over 2 meters tall, right?" Then with a charming glance at Su Lang, Su Qing teased, "Dad, I suggest you take him for a gene test."
Su Lang frowned and waved his hand saying, "Go away, go away. Haven't you seen that Xiao Yan looks just like me? Do we even need a test?" Su Qing clicked her tongue and said, "No, I'm suspicious that old Yang is an alien. How did he grow so tall in a month?"
At this moment Su Yang interrupted irritably, "Su Qing, enough already.
It's been a month and you haven't said a single nice word." Su Qing stuck out her tongue and then took Su Yang's arm, acting cute, and said, Okay, it's perfect timing that you came back. Accompany me to buy a new phone tomorrow, okay?" Su Yang frowned. "Buy a new phone? What about the old one?" Su Qing replied, "Of course I'll just sell it." Su Yang sighed and asked him, asking if your old one can't be used anymore. "Why do you want to change?" Su Qing rolled her eyes at Su Yang and said, "The new phones are already revolutionary.
The old ones not only lag after extensive use but also need to be charged every day." At this moment Su Yang remembered that the technology of Huagua had already progressed significantly with his help. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll accompany you to get a new one tomorrow." Su Qing then smiled at Su Yang and said, "Thank you, brother. I'm going back to sleep now. Remember to wake up at 9 tomorrow." After saying that, she gave Su Yang's butt a hard slap. Su Yang rubbed his butt and muttered, "This little girl really doesn't hold back at all. That hurt like hell." After chatting with his parents for a while longer, Su Yang went to wash up and returned to his room. Looking at the familiar arrangements in the room, it felt as if a month of absence had been a lifetime apart. Su Yang set an alarm for 8:30 on his phone, placed it on the computer desk, and then climbed into bed. The computer desk was more than 2 meters away from his bed. This was his long-held habit. As if the phone were within arm's reach, then his alarm would be set in vain. After lying in bed, perhaps due to returning to a familiar environment, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. What he didn't expect was that this dream would lead him to have an irretrievable doubt about his identity. Su Yang awoke in a small wooden cabin. He picked up a wooden beer cup from the bedside table and tilted his head back, gulping down half a cup of water. Afterwards he went to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at his strikingly handsome features in the mirror, he raised his hand and brushed his right hand, imbued with spatial cutting abilities, across the lower half of his face. In an instant the stubble that had grown overnight completely separated from his handsome visage. After turning on the faucet and washing away the stubble from his hands, he stepped outside as usual. Upon opening the door, the sight that met his eyes was the towering skyscrapers of the capital city in the distance, along with flying cars darting across the sky. He walked to the base of the world tree beside the small wooden cabin as he always did. Leaning down, he cupped a pool of clear spring water and brought it to his lips. It was the water from the spring of the world tree. Just as he prepared to drink from the spring, with a thud, something fell from the world tree above. As Su Yang turned to look, he felt something soft pressing against his back. Accompanying this was a clear melodious voice laced with a tone of playful affection that whispered in his ear, "Xiao Yang, you promised that once I regained my physical form you would marry me. Now it's time to fulfill that promise." Su Yang heard this ethereal voice and felt the breath brushing against his ear, causing his body to tingle. Then his nose tinged with a sourness and tears welled up in his eyes. 1,000 years, a full 1,000 years. He had been waiting for Mia to regenerate her body and emerge from the world tree's egg. He had finally waited for this day. He abruptly turned around and tightly embraced the girl before him. Large drops of tears streamed down his face, landing on her golden hair. With a smile, Su Yang spoke in the gentlest tone of his life, "Mia, welcome back." Time flew by. Soon Su Yang and Mia La's wedding was well underway. In the grand hall of the magnificent Qi Yang castle, countless guests streamed in, among whom were many familiar faces to Su Yang. They all lined up to present their most heartfelt congratulations to this emperor who had unified Moravia. Shuya, representing the Orc ethnic district, presented Su Yang with a scarlet imperial robe made from various beast furs. Seeing the exquisite imperial robe, Su Yang's eyes lit up as he asked, "This robe, the main material, can't possibly be from the spirit fox tribe's bristles, right?" Shuya responded with a smile, "As expected of your majesty, you noticed immediately. We had to pluck the Qiying bear to create this, and we hope your majesty does not find it lacking." Su Yang joyfully draped the new imperial robe over himself. "How could I? I'm delighted to have it." At that moment a sharp voice of a little girl came from behind Shuya. "Once the gifts are finished, hurry up and get out of the way, don't block me." Shuya turned around but saw no one. "Where are you looking?" "I'm right here." Looking down, Shuya realized it was the Elf Queen and hurriedly stepped aside, apologizing. Sorry, I blocked your highness.
When Su Yang saw her, he frowned and said, Aurora, didn't I tell you to dress more formally today? You're over 50,000 years old, yet you still run around in the form of a little girl. What kind of image is that? Aurora became flustered, putting her hands on her hips and looking up defiantly as she retorted, mind your own business. The fact that I came to congratulate you is already quite generous. Unless you die, I will absolutely not transform into an adult form to meet you. Su Yang replied irritably, are you still holding on to that matter? Didn't I say it was a misunderstanding? Besides, who told you to transform into Miala's appearance? Aurora turned her head away haughtily. Humph. I absolutely will not take on an adult form in front of you, lecherous old man, so don't even think about it. As she spoke, she tossed a bright green gemstone onto the table. What is this? Su Yang looked curiously at the gemstone radiating a green glow. The heart of Moravia, a supreme world treasure formed by the world tree once every 10,000 years. With this, no matter which universe you're in, you can extract energy from the world tree. Su Yang picked up the heart of Moravia, stored it in his spatial ring, and thanked Aurora with a smile. Thank you. This is probably the most valuable gift of the day, without a doubt. Poof. Aurora huffed with pride and then scampered off to the buffet area to eat desserts. Brother, I must say your scale is truly grand. It seems everyone from across the entire Moravia continent has come to Qiyang City today, right? It was Su Yang's sister Su Qing speaking. Following her were Li Zhonghua and Wei Luosi. Since Li Zhonghua had eaten the fruit of the world tree, his appearance had reverted to that of a man in his early 20s. He held Wei Luosi's hand and approached Su Yang, nodding as he said, Comrade Su Yang, on behalf of the Blue Star Human Federation, I present to you this supreme gift. With that, he pulled out a palm-sized small box from his pocket. Li Zhonghua opened the box and said, this is the latest product developed by the Science Institute, a prototype of a dark matter energy conversion device combining magic and technology. Su Yang exclaimed in surprise, the Science Institute has completely deciphered the magical powers of Moravia. Li Zhonghua nodded with a smile. Ever since you unified Blue Star, we have focused our efforts on tackling the source of so-called magical power. Although this is just a prototype, it can directly extract dark matter energy from the void to create any item weighing no more than 1 kilogram. Su Yang hurriedly asked, what if this technology is applied to aerospace? Exactly. We will possess super warships with unlimited endurance. Li Zhonghua said excitedly. Just as he was about to continue, introducing a female dwarf shorter than Li Zhonghua's waist pushed him aside. Get out of the way, old man. Without our dwarven technology, you Blue Star people would still be unable to create this thing even after 1,000 years of closed-door research. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Bobby, you're here too. Bobby rolled her eyes at Su Yang and replied irritably, are you blind? Even if you didn't see me, you should have noticed the huge hammer on my back. Su Yang twitched his mouth. Indeed, her hammer was about the same height as Li Zhonghua. Bobby pointed at the dark matter energy conversion device in Su Yang's hand and said, that's also a gift from our dwarven clan. We contributed at least half to the magic energy conversion device. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand. All right, I'm already very happy that you came. Su Qing, seeing herself being ignored, shouted angrily, brother, I'm here to be your bridesmaid and this is how you treat me. Beside her, Su Yu saw her aunt angry and immediately tugged at Su Qing's sleeve, saying, Daddy is too busy today, please don't be mad at him, okay? As she spoke, she innocently moved her beast ears. Su Qing, seeing Su Yu's adorable look, immediately melted. After all the precious guests had presented their gifts, the wedding officially began. Melodious music slowly played as Aurora held Miala's hand, stepping forward with grace. The pure white wedding gown trailed behind her, every step taken with poise and gentleness. Upon reaching the center of the stage, Aurora gently lifted Miala's hand and solemnly placed it in Su Yang's waiting palm. In the instant their gazes met, uncontainable love spilled forth. At the moment the two newlyweds held hands, the entire hall erupted in a fervent applause as if to lift the very roof off the grand hall. The ministers of Moravia knelt on one knee toward Su Yang and Miala, performing a standard knight's salute. They proclaimed loudly, we the ministers congratulate your majesty on the establishment of the empress. May the empress embody virtue and may the yin and yang harmonize. From this day forth may the palace be orderly and may the emperor and empress be of one heart, bringing blessings to the four seas, and may your majesty and the empress live forever. The voices of all the guests rang out simultaneously, long live your majesty, long live the empress. Beep beep beep. At this moment Su Yang frowned hazily, reaching out to grab his phone. As he grabbed the phone, he instinctively closed his eyes and turned off the alarm. Then he rolled over and continued to sleep soundly.
But in the next moment he realized something was off and suddenly opened his eyes. Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He clearly remembered that he had placed his phone on the computer desk before going to bed last night, so how did he now find it in his hand? He stared blankly at the phone in his hand, then shrugged after a while. Maybe I just remembered it wrong, he thought to himself as he slowly got out of bed and walked into the bathroom. After brushing his teeth, he looked at himself in the mirror. As he mimicked the action from his dream by wiping his lower face with his hand, he thought although the version of himself in the dream was indeed quite handsome, he looked completely different. One could only say each has its merits. Ouch! Suddenly Su Yan felt a sharp pain in his upper lip. He looked down at his right hand, which not only had blood on it but also quite a bit of stubble. Su Yang's pupils suddenly constricted. He couldn't have unintentionally triggered the space-cutting technique from his dream, could he? But that was just a dream. His lips were still bleeding. Without time to think, he quickly grabbed a few tissues and pressed them against his lips. Before Su Yan could finish washing up, there was a loud knocking at the bathroom door. Hey Lao Yang, are you done? Did you fall into the pit? Su Yan opened the door to see Su Qing leaning against the doorframe, raising her right foot to scratch her left calf. She looked disheveled, yawning with one hand scratching her belly. Upon seeing Su Yan open the door, she greeted him in a muffled tone. Good morning Lao Yang, are you constipated again? Su Yang frowned. Damn it, the Su Qing in my dream was so much cuter than this one. Elegant, and even her angry expression looked adorable. What on earth is this? She looked just like a middle-aged man. Su Yang covered his still bleeding lips and stepped out of the bathroom. During breakfast, Su Qing saw the cut on Su Yang's lips and mockingly slapped the table, laughing. Ha ha ha, Lao Yang, how old are you? You still cut your lip while shaving. Seeing Su Qing laugh so hard, Su Yang's expression darkened as he said, you can pay for your own phone later. The laughter immediately ceased. Then Su Yang saw Su Qing bat her fluttering eyelashes in a dramatic manner, looking pitiful as she said, brother, I was wrong. You'll wash the dishes after we finish eating, okay? Su Yang snorted, well, that's more like it. At this moment he thought, I can't be intimidated by you. I have a cold hard 20 trillion mi Dao sitting in my account. As long as you don't cause trouble, I can fulfill any request you have. With that, the siblings finished breakfast and stepped out the door. The moment they left the neighborhood, Su Yang clearly noticed a significant difference in his hometown compared to a month ago. Drones were flying everywhere in the sky, some had good group written on them, others have you eaten. And there were also drones from Shunfeng and Santong. They were densely packed as if they were free of charge. For some reason this scene reminded him of the Blue Star capital city from his dream, except there it was cars flying in the sky. Listening to the various rotor sounds buzzing in his ears, Su Yang frowned and asked, why are there so many drones now? Su Qing looked at Su Yang in disbelief and retorted, Lao Yang, you didn't really go missing for a month, did you? You don't even know this. Su Yang replied irritably, don't you know that the National College entrance examination questions are kept confidential throughout? How would I have a phone to understand outside information? Su Cheng nodded, then patted her chest with her right hand and said, since you sincerely asked, I will generously tell you. The money for the phone. Su Yang threatened. Hearing this, Su Qing immediately wilted and said, okay, I'll tell you. She then explained to Su Yang, recently the National Academy of Technology has released many epic-making products, one of which is the Super Energy Storage Battery. I forgot the specific name, but it's incredibly impressive. Only then did Su Yang realize, nodding, oh, so it resolves the battery life issue, which is why all the major platforms have started using drones for delivery, right? Su Cheng extended her index finger and shook it from side to side, saying, TSK tisk. Of course, it's not just that. The development of national chips has also seen a significant breakthrough. Then Su Qing pointed to a pole resembling a broadcast tower and said, look, that's the drone dispatch station. It can simultaneously dispatch 10 billion drone flights in a second. Su Yang was stunned at the sight. Just this thing, which is not much bigger than a utility pole, has such powerful computing capacity. This is no longer a matter of whether the dispatch station can handle it, it's about whether this airspace can accommodate that many drones. This is clearly a case of computational overflow. While Su Yan was still pondering whether such high computing power used for food delivery would be a waste, Su Qing spoke again. Using drones for delivery is not only fast, but the delivery fee is only 2 dimes. Sometimes when mom is too lazy to cook, she orders takeout too. Su Yang frowned. Although the delivery fee is indeed cheap, isn't it too noisy? A bunch of drones buzzing in the sky indeed caused quite a bit of noise pollution. Su Qing sighed and said, what can we do? This place isn't Shin City after all. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh.
Are the drones over in Shin City not noisy?
Su Qing said matter-of-factly, of course.
The drones over there are all magnetic levitation, making no sound at all. Su Yan repeated in confusion, magnetic levitation. Without dedicated tracks, how do they levitate?
At that moment Su Qing displayed a proud expression as if saying, you just don't understand this. Since the country created room temperature superconductors, Wu Jian Company has begun applying them to drones.
Su Yan nodded, and then Su Qing's tone rose by 8 degrees then.
The magnetic field generated by the drones themselves can create a levitation force field using the rebar in the buildings.
Su Yang's pupils suddenly constricted. That's possible.
But isn't the magnetic field of the rebar chaotic?
Su Qing laughed and said, with such high computing power, isn't it easy to handle a chaotic magnetic field? Su Yan was greatly shocked. Wow, indeed.
No wonder the computing power of the drone dispatch station is so terrifying. It turns out it's all for calculating chaotic magnetic fields to achieve precise navigation for magnetic levitation drones. He suddenly felt that the month he spent on the battleship had seemingly advanced the country's development by at least a decade. At this moment he felt that his anxious life on the battleship over the past month was worth it. The two then walked into the Huakai mobile store. A very enthusiastic sales clerk greeted them and began to introduce the phones. Su Qing thought about taking advantage of Su Yang, so she immediately asked for the most expensive one. The sales clerk then led them to a display case and enthusiastically introduced, this is our Huakai Mobile's latest premium Porsche series. It has 5 times the computing power of 9 chapters of supercomputing and 2 terabytes of memory, and it can run 10,000 background applications without lagging. Su Yan listened beside him with his eyebrows twitching. What a terrifying amount of computational power this machine has.
How much does it cost? Surely not over 100,000, right? Even if I have 20 trillion in my account, I wouldn't waste it so extravagantly. It's just a smartphone, for crying out loud.
At this moment Su Yang's mind was racing with sarcastic thoughts. Su Cheng nodded with satisfaction, seemingly uninterested in the price, then asked, what about the storage capacity and battery life? The waiter smiled and replied, there are 3 storage options, 32 PB, 64 PB and 128 PB. Su Yan thought he finally heard a reasonable parameter, but as soon as he heard the measuring unit his heart tightened.
PB. What kind of smartphone needs such immense storage capacity? If I treat this thing as a family heirloom, by the time it reaches my great-grandchildren they might not even fill it up. Is this a smartphone or a server? How could I not recognize this world after just a month away? However, the next words from the waiter dropped Su Yang's jaw to the floor. As for battery life, you needn't worry. This smartphone uses the latest vacuum gravitational energy confinement technology with a theoretical battery life of over 2.5 million hours. Su Yang was stunned. He pulled out his phone and punched in some numbers on the calculator. The theoretical battery life of this phone exceeds 300 years. While this thing can indeed be passed down for 3 generations, it will still be functional long after the owner is gone. Great, I'll take this one. What's the price? Su Qing asked with a smile as she took the phone. Upon hearing Su Qing ask for the price, Su Yang's heart jumped to his throat. The waiter smiled and said, this model is in high demand since it's just been released, so there's a price increase of 500. Without hesitation Su Qing replied, no problem, I want this one. Then the price the waiter quoted made Su Yang think he misheard. The waiter maintained her smile and said, after the price increase it's 3,888 yuan.
What?
Su Yang exclaimed with such luxurious specifications, are you sure you didn't miss a digit?
The waiter politely smiled at Su Yang and said, this is the benefit brought by technological innovation. The Technology Institute has freely disclosed its patent to domestic companies. But even without patent fees the material costs must be more than that, right? Su Yang still found it hard to believe. The waiter nodded and said, in the past the material costs for older models accounted for only about 7 to 12 of the total machine cost. However, each link in the old chip supply chain involved foreign patent fees. Now it's different, the entire supply chain is domestically processed and each link saves on patent fees. Cumulatively that amount becomes quite substantial. Su Yan nodded in realization. It turns out that as long as the chips aren't constrained, the prices of electronic products can be terrifyingly low. It's worth the effort I put into squeezing those players for upgrading my authority level on the battleship. With that thought, Su Yang cheerfully took out his bank card to pay. Watching Su Qing walk out of the store with her new phone as if she were holding a family heirloom, Su Yang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After accompanying Su Qing for a shopping spree, the siblings found a restaurant to have lunch. Unexpectedly, an urgent news broadcast on the television caught Su Yang's attention. He saw the spokesperson for Foreign Affairs Geng Shuang with a serious expression condemning the situation. China expresses its strongest indignation and condemnation of the recent deliberate border crossing and violent attacks against our normal patrolling officers by the Indian army. Su Yang's pupils constricted sharply. Not again. How many times has this happened? Does Indian have no end to this? Indian ignored the long-standing consensus on border control between both sides and brazenly crossed the actual control line, constituting illegal intrusion into our territory. Su Yang's fists were already clenched tight, making cracking sounds. He had been working tirelessly on the battleship, striving to secure a future for human civilization. Yet these rotten fish and shrimps on Blue Star were still embroiled in infighting. Moreover, when our officers legally approached to negotiate and sternly demanded their withdrawal, the personnel from India suddenly launched a violent attack, resulting in 18 of our soldiers being seriously injured and losing their lives. 18 people. 18 lives lost. What an utter humiliation. If it weren't for the country trying to avoid a full-scale war, the paper tiger nations watching from the west would have taken advantage of the situation. Do they really think our great nation wouldn't dare to annihilate a mere India? This is a severe violation of China's national sovereignty and the lives of its soldiers with extremely malicious intent. China demands that India promptly investigate this matter, hand over all perpetrators to China for legal punishment, and publicly apologize to China. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes were bloodshot with fury. Originally, before becoming the commander of the battleship, he would only feel regret about such matters. At most, he would vent his anger online with others. At least he would never have been unable to contain his anger like he was now. The urgent news continued. We must warn India, do not misjudge China's determination to defend its territorial integrity, nor underestimate the will of the Chinese people to make those who have harmed their soldiers pay in blood. All consequences will be borne by India. No, there was no phrase "do not say I did not warn you." Why? Is the country not planning to take action against those bastards? But soon Su Yang understood the logic behind it all. It was because of him. It was because the entire nation was working hard to support the Great Wall plan that revolved around him. The entire national machine had already shifted its focus to outer space and his battleship. Because light years away there were enemies more powerful than those on Blue Star to face. That is why they did not plan to strike India with a heavy fist. Taking down one India would indeed be easy for China. But the ensuing international issues and subsequent series of consequences would slow down China's development process. After becoming the commander of the battleship, Su Yang had learned to think strategically. At this moment, he deeply understood the country's helpless choice. However, the sacrifice of those 18 soldiers cannot just be brushed aside. He must make India pay in blood a thousandfold return. At this moment, Su Qing was startled by Su Yang's fierce expression. Turning to see the urgent news, she angrily slapped the table and said, "Damn it! Those India bastards are looking for death again." But she could only be angry for a moment. Then she sighed and comforted Su Yang, saying, "Sigh. But what can we do? Don't be angry, Yang. If there's a chance, the country will definitely take action to avenge those 18 soldiers." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Yang's eyes lit up. That's right. What can I do? I now possess an entire super spaceship. I can do a lot. With that, Su Yang took out his phone, opened the Dobo app and entered Aurora, the unconscious bionic combat platform. Can it be transported to Blue Star? Let me start with the conclusion. It is possible, but the bionic being sent over is bound to your permissions, only you can use it. Su Yang was taken aback for a moment. The tone. Why has the response style become so casual? However, he didn't have time to ponder on it and quickly followed up with, "Can the bionic being be customized in appearance?" Of course, no problem. Aurora Dobo version replied promptly, "You can also customize the bionic being's specialized abilities such as speed, physique and strength." Would you like me to generate a customized bionic being for you now? Su Yang stared at the screen, seriously doubting that Aurora was speaking to him with a tone reminiscent of Dobo, even using honorifics. He shook his head, too lazy to dwell on it, and directly inputted, "Help me customize a bionic being with specialized strength." As for the facial features, do you know the golden-haired president of the United States? Let's customize it based on his face shape. Alright, no problem. The Commander customized version of the bionic being has been added to the production queue and is expected to be completed within 30 minutes. By the way, upgrade the exoskeleton to a lightweight reconnaissance armor for me.
No problem, Commander.
Aurora Dobo version replied instantly, what modules would you like to add to the exoskeleton? Su Yang furrowed his brows and thought for a moment.
He would be going on this mission alone.
Therefore the shield charging module was essential. Accelerating the shield charging speed would allow him to withstand more firepower. His goal was to eliminate 180000 troops of the Interga army. Only by staying alive could he deal damage.
Thus defensive measures were indispensable. Next, to achieve the element of surprise, the invisibility module was also a must.
He certainly didn't want to be focused down and pinned to the ground.
With the invisibility module he could disappear from the enemy's sight at any time.
While disrupting the enemy army he could also recharge the shield during invisibility, killing two birds with one stone.
Lastly, there was the biological detection module.
This battle would inevitably involve urban combat, and the biological detection module could help him find hidden enemies within buildings, ensuring he wouldn't be ambushed. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang sent a message to Aurora. In terms of modules, please add the invisibility module, shield charging module and biological detection module for me.
Understood. Aurora Dobo version replied, once the customized bionic being is completed I will have it equipped with the exoskeleton you've set before sending it over. Would you like me to initiate a quantum scan to gather information on your combat area? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. He suddenly felt that this Dobo version of Aurora seemed to be much more useful than the cold one-wordencer Aurora on the battleship. He decisively replied yes. Alright, please specify the teleportation location. The teleportation location. Su Yang pondered while pinching his chin. Directly dropping into Intergas territory. No, that would be too obvious. While Interga and the United States had ulterior motives, they were nominally strategic allies. The United States would absolutely not directly attack Interga, especially since Interga remained at the core of its Indo-Pacific strategy. Even though Su Yang was going to attack Interga in the guise of the golden-haired president, it was meant to deliberately create a rift between them. However, appearing too deliberate would inevitably raise suspicion. If it attracted too much attention, it would be troublesome to be associated with battlefield paratroopers. Thus Su Yang decided to have the bionic combat platform teleported to the domestic border. First he would make an appearance at a domestic outpost to confuse the situation and then cross the border into Interga. He then replied to Dobo version Aurora, after production is complete teleport it to the Sachingo Desert. Aurora Dobo version understood, after the customized bionic being is made I will teleport it to the specified location. What weapons would you like to equip your bionic combat platform with? Su Yang frowned in contemplation. Weapons. Since he was going to disguise it as a malfunctioning U.S. experimental weapon, he couldn't choose weapons that currently didn't even have a theoretical model. Laser weapons would be quite good. At least most people believe that the U.S. could indeed produce such devices with effort. As for firearms, absolutely not. First, if the shell casings were picked up and analyzed, they would definitely find that such ammunition types do not exist in reality. Moreover, the metal materials used to make the ammunition are special alloys. If Interga managed to replicate them, their armored units would become impervious in a short time. This was not something Su Yang wanted to see. Although he didn't think that the clumsy third brother had the capability for reverse engineering, he just thought better safe than sorry. The third brother indeed would not be able to reverse engineer it. But what about the United States? If they forcibly took the shell casings produced by the battleship, they could indeed replicate a metal material with strong impact resistance and toughness. After considering it all, Su Yang still thought that energy weapons were the most appropriate. However, Su Yang was not familiar with the various individual weapons in the battleship's armory, so he conveyed his requirements to Dobo version Aurora and asked for weapon recommendations. Soon Dobo version Aurora sent over a weapon list that met Su Yang's requirements, complete with images. As Su Yang scrolled down, he found a weapon that looked very familiar. Its powerful performance nearly made Su Yang exclaim. If Su Qing hadn't been there, he would have shouted out loud. Wow! Isn't this the ballista from Doom Eternal? How does the armory have this thing? Su Yang's heart was churning with excitement. Measuring 1.2 meters in length, made entirely of dark gray alloy with sharp angles, orange energy patterns flowing along the body of the gun. The slender firing port glowed eerily, and during form switching the side wings expanded while the energy flow fluctuated. In standard mode it could shoot slender energy spears. After switching forms and a brief 3-stage charging, it could fire a horizontally extending energy blade covering several meters.
Wherever the blade passed, nothing remained. It was a precision kill and a clearing tool. Although this thing would indeed be quite over the top on Blue Star. But who cares? With the intelligence of the third brother, they would instinctively think it was a U.S. made weapon. Indeed, the U.S. boasts daily about being a military and technological superpower. If one were to ask who on Blue Star was most likely to possess such black technology, it would surely be the police lighthouse. Su-Yan decisively sent a message to Dobo version Aurora, "I want this ballista." Understood. Aurora Dobo version replied, "The exoskeleton has been adjusted for optimal use of the ballista, effectively reducing the recoil of the crossbow." At that moment Su Qing saw that all the dishes were served and Su-Yan was still on his phone, frowning. "Old Yang, stop playing on your phone and eat your meal. After eating, I want to continue shopping." However, as soon as Su-Yang raised his head, he pounced on his food like a hungry tiger. While eating, he mumbled, "I can't accompany you to shop after dinner. I have things to do and need to head home first." Su Qing was taken aback for a moment, then looked aggrieved, saying, "All right, I'll just shop by myself then." Seeing her like this, Su-Yang took out a bank card containing 200 million US dollars and handed it to Su Qing, saying, "Don't just buy things for yourself, buy something for mom and dad too. The password for this card is my birthday, you can keep it for now." Su Qing's eyes lit up at the sight of the bank card, and she no longer cared about asking Su Yang what he was going to do later. She quickly stowed the bank card in her backpack. After finishing the meal, Su Yang returned home alone. He lay on his bed, confirming that the door was locked before putting on the consciousness link device. After putting on the consciousness link device, Su Yang felt as if he had merely blinked his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself already on the Saichin Gobi. He stood up and looked down at his hands. A pure black combat exoskeleton covered the entire back of his hands. Su Yang tried to clench his fist with force. He could feel every inch of muscle from his upper arm to his forearm and then to his finger joints tightening and contracting. The overwhelming sense of power made him feel that he was now capable of anything. "Is this the feeling of connecting with a bionic being?" Su Yang murmured softly. This was his first time linking his consciousness to a bionic being. It was no wonder that Li Zhonghua and those players became completely addicted after just one link, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. Modern people are to some extent slightly sub-healthy. Su Yang himself was no exception. Long hours of bending over test papers and exercises had already put a heavy burden on his cervical spine, causing frequent neck stiffness. Although long-term consumption of the World Tree's diluted essence had alleviated much of his pain, at the moment of linking with the bionic being he found that the pain in his neck had completely vanished. If he felt this way, one could only imagine how much worse it was for those who had been sitting in offices for years suffering from lumbar and cervical issues. Su Yan looked up and saw several 5-meter-high foamling stones not far away. Such stones were very common in the wind-eroded areas of the Gobi. Su Yan pushed off with his right foot and shot forward like a bullet. He clenched his right fist and smashed it down onto a massive rock. Boom! The stone, which was even taller than the bionic being, was instantly shattered into countless fragments. Su Yan nodded. The combination of a power-enhancing bionic being and the maneuverability of light armor was indeed as powerful as he had imagined. No, it was even more powerful than he had imagined. Following the navigation provided by the Aurora scan results, Su Yang moved forward according to the map. Before long, he arrived at the border outpost of Huagua. The sentry on the watchtower saw a black dot approaching rapidly across the Gobi. At first he thought it was an off-road vehicle, but when the sentry picked up the binoculars he was taken aback. There was no off-road vehicle in sight. That was clearly a person. Yet to say that it was a human, the sentry couldn't bring himself to speak. After all, what kind of person could run at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour? The sentry immediately sounded the alarm and anxiously reported via radio, "Outpost, outpost, this is Dong Yao Guai outpost. A person is rapidly approaching at a speed of 180 miles. The operators at the outpost were dumbfounded. "Do you want to listen to what you're saying? A person approaching the outpost at 180 miles. Are you sure that's not a vehicle?" The personnel at the outpost responded according to their understanding, asking, "How many people are in the opposing vehicle?" Dong Yao Guai outpost, repeat, "How many people are in the opposing vehicle?" The soldier on duty was also confused. "Didn't I already say it's one person? Moreover, there was no vehicle." So he repeated, "Repeat, there is only one person on the opposing side, no vehicle. Repeat, no vehicle." The outpost personnel were even more baffled. What the hell? A person running at 180 kilometers per hour without a vehicle.
Are you sure that's a person?
Soon they would know the answer. Su Yang had already crashed through the wall of the outpost, bursting into the interior. A loud crash echoed as bricks and dust flew everywhere. All combat personnel had their firearms loaded with dark muzzles aimed directly at the damaged wall. When the dust finally settled, the pupils of all soldiers contracted sharply.
Is this a human? How could this possibly be a human? Couldn't they see that most of his body was covered in metal? Aside from his abdomen and joints, he was basically fully armored. And with this height, is that something a normal person could have? You could say that the person under the helmet was Yao Ming, and it would still be closer to the truth. No matter who was under that helmet, it definitely wouldn't be a normal person.
The squad leader of the outpost quickly snapped out of his momentary daze after less than a second.
Fire!
There were no warnings, no conversations. The leader issued the order without hesitation. What a joke! That thing had already barged into the outpost.
What warning was even needed? Just shoot. Rat-a-tat-tat.
The sound of gunfire erupted. A light blue shimmer enveloped the shield on Su Yang's body. Bullets struck the shield, either deflecting off or being redirected to the ground or walls. At this moment, Su Yang glanced at the shield value on his HUD. It had only decreased by 0.003.
Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Another 0.003 decrease.
He was being targeted by over a dozen automatic rifles, yet his shield value had barely dropped.
Impressive.
Then he saw several soldiers carrying a heavy machine gun ammunition box and gun mount coming out.
But Su Yang remained standing still. He had no intention of attacking these adorable people.
He came to the outpost simply to draw attention from the nation, allowing Huagui to issue a statement first.
He wanted the whole world to know that this mysterious robot first attacked Huagui and then Intiga.
This way, not only could Huagui distance itself from the incident, but he could also redirect the blame towards the United States. Before long, the soldiers had set up the heavy machine gun. As they attached the ammunition belt, Su Yang's eyes were filled with curiosity.
I wonder if the QJZ-171-12
7mm heavy machine gun's close-range direct fire can decrease the shield value by more than 1%. Soon as the gunner pressed the trigger, a burst of flames erupted from the heavy machine gun's barrel.
Bang 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 bang. Bullets struck Su Yang's shield, causing ripples to appear on its surface.
Su Yang glanced at the shield value. It had decreased by 0.09. It seems that the firepower of active heavy machine guns on Blue Star is indeed more than 10 times greater than that of automatic rifles. However, in the face of a shield capable of withstanding a direct hit from a plasma cannon, this level of power was simply insufficient. At this moment, all the soldiers in the outpost were filled with terror. What kind of monster was this? More than a dozen people along with a heavy machine gun couldn't even break through the opponent's shield.
Is the opponent an alien?
How could such shield technology exist on Blue Star? Although the soldiers were shaken, none of them retreated. They continued to cover their teammates while they reloaded, filling the gaps in firepower.
At this moment, Su Yang was also moved by the soldiers' determination.
It was them, this group of people guarding this desolate border. In the face of an enemy they knew was unbeatable, they still dared to draw their swords, never retreating a step, even at the cost of their own lives. This indomitable spirit was what allowed the citizens at home to live in peace. It was they who kept dangers and enemies at bay, building an impenetrable wall with their own bodies to safeguard the peace of the nation. Thinking of this, Su Yang inexplicably felt the burden on his shoulders grow a little heavier.
Wasn't he the same?
The Great Wall Project was named as such because it was centered around him and the warships. To build a wall in outer space to block the invasion of the insect race into the solar system. Suddenly Su Yang looked at the soldiers who were continuously firing at him, and he felt a sense of camaraderie. At this moment, Su Yang secretly made a resolution.
You protect my country, then I will protect you. He then activated the cloaking module.
He disappeared right before all the soldiers' eyes.
Cease fire. Everyone stop firing.
The squad leader yelled, and the gunfire abruptly ceased. In the smoke-filled outpost, only the heavy breathing of soldiers and the sound of falling bricks remained. That metal-armored monster had vanished without a trace. At this moment, far away in the capital, Li Zhonghua suddenly received an urgent military report from the border outpost. Li Zhonghua could hardly believe his ears and shouted, "What?"
The border outpost was attacked.
Li Zhonghua was furious at this moment. He immediately contacted the Foreign Affairs Department to issue the most serious international statement. No matter who dared to attack the watchtower of Huagua, they would face severe punishment. He also deliberately emphasized the diplomatic phrase "do not say I did not warn you" as a final ultimatum. Following this, Li Zhonghua promptly mobilized troops to rush to the front line to support the watchtower. At the same time, in the Sechingo Desert inside the border watchtower, after Su Yang activated the stealth module, he planned to put on a show. He intended to destroy some cheap weapons and equipment for the act. After all, Huagua had not yet issued an announcement regarding the attack on the border watchtower and the reinforcements had not yet arrived. It would be difficult to create the impression that he was forced out of the national borders by Huagua's overwhelming firepower. Thus he raised his leg and walked towards the armory within the watchtower. However, despite his meticulous planning, he had overlooked the fact that he was currently on a desert landscape filled with wind and sand. Just as he took a few steps forward and was nearly level with the machine gunner, the Keenite squad leader of the watchtower suddenly noticed the footprints he had left in the sand.
Footprints. Gao Yuan, be careful.
At this moment, the machine gunner named Gao Yuan, alerted by the squad leader, also noticed the footprints in front of him.
He instinctively turned, aiming the machine gun at Su Yang and pressing the firing button. Bang 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 bang.
The sudden attack did not scare Su Yang, but it certainly made his heart race. But he was not worried about himself. He was concerned about the surrounding soldiers.
Bullets whizzed by, hitting Su Yang's shield and bouncing off one by one. The sound of bullets ricocheting was incessant. Cease fire. Stop firing now.
The squad leader shouted angrily. But seeing the invisible figure standing right in front of him, the extreme fear made Gao Yuan's hand stick to the machine gun trigger, unable to pull away. Yet his fear did not stem from facing death. It was due to the possibility that this shadow before him could harm his comrades. He was currently the strongest machine gunner in the entire squad. If he could not take down this monster, who else could protect the other comrades?
A few days ago, their watchtower had already lost 18 comrades in skirmishes with the Intiga at the border.
Now he feared that if he could not kill the monster before him, he would lose even more comrades. It was even possible that the entire watchtower would be wiped out. Thus he screamed in despair while firmly pressing the trigger. However, he did not expect that the bullets fired from his heavy machine gun after several ricochets had already hit several of his comrades. Fortunately, the kinetic energy of the ricocheted bullets had diminished significantly, so they did not penetrate the soldiers' bulletproof vests. Su Yang saw this scene and could no longer care about anything else. Instinctively, he raised his hand to press down on the muzzle of the machine gun. Indeed, he pressed down on the muzzle of the machine gun with his hand. However, this action, while saving the other soldiers, nearly caused the machine gun to explode.
Boom! Shattered metal fragments flew out, directly cutting Gao Yuan's carotid artery. Blood gushed out in an instant.
Yet he pressed his hand against his bleeding neck with one hand while still firmly squeezing the trigger of the heavy machine gun with the other.
Seeing this situation, Su Yang panicked.
The blood gushing from Gao Yuan's neck splattered onto his helmet. He was now a more than 2-meter-tall cyborg, and Gao Yuan was lying on the ground when he fired. At this moment, everyone on the scene was stunned. They wanted to rush forward to rescue him, but they were also afraid of Su Yang's encirclement and attack. The squad leader shouted loudly, "No rescue allowed.
No shooting." No one at the scene dared to move.
The squad leader's order was correct. If the enemy encircled and attacked recklessly, rushing to save someone would only lead to more soldiers sacrificing for nothing.
The order to cease fire was also made to prevent bullets from ricocheting and directly killing Gao Yuan.
Su Yang wiped the blood off the visor of his helmet, crouched down, and pulled out a first aid syringe from his waist pouch. Gao Yuan saw the syringe, which was as thick as a pinky finger. Even though he was dizzy from blood loss, he immediately realized that it was definitely not a good thing. He instinctively released the trigger of the heavy machine gun, drew the pistol from his waist, aimed at Su Yang, and prepared to fire. Unfortunately, the safety of his pistol had not yet been turned off.
The trigger simply could not be pulled.
He despaired and let his hand drop. Seeing that this machine gunner was near his end, Su Yang did not care about anything else and immediately jabbed the first aid syringe into his wound. Then a miraculous scene occurred. The soldier's wound almost instantly stopped bleeding. Following that, the wound visibly healed.
First the major artery, then the muscles and tendons, followed by the fascia, subcutaneous tissue, and finally the epithelial tissue and skin.
In just a few seconds, Gao Yuan's wound completely disappeared, leaving no scar behind. Su Yang was stunned by the efficacy of the first aid syringe. No wonder he often saw players who had their bodies pierced by the Zerg yet could continue running and jumping after a jab. It seemed that unless there was direct death or multi-organ failure, this injection was more effective than if Hua Tuo himself had returned.
No wonder those players basically only chose to return to the city when their exoskeletons were completely worn out.
Because a cyborg could heal with just one jab, but if the exoskeleton was destroyed it was truly useless. Seeing the soldier in front of him faint from blood loss, Su Yang immediately activated the biological scanning module and scanned the machine gunner from head to toe. After confirming that he was only temporarily in shock from massive blood loss and not in life-threatening danger, he quickly distanced himself from him. The squad leader saw that the monster had finally decided to distance itself from Gao Yuan and immediately ordered to open fire.
He also instructed the medics to carry Gao Yuan off the battlefield.
However, when the medics began to check Gao Yuan's injuries, they were dumbfounded.
The squad leader anxiously asked, "How is he? Can he be saved?"
At this moment the medic looked at the squad leader with a ghostly expression, stuttering, "We
can't find the wound."
The squad leader was taken aback and immediately tore open Gao Yuan's collar. There it was, smooth and unblemished, without even a scar, as if he had never been injured at all. The squad leader looked up and exchanged glances with the medics, all of them bewildered. Their worldview was nearly collapsing at that moment. Meanwhile, Su Yang discovered that a large number of targets were rapidly surrounding the watchtower through the biological scanner. It seemed that reinforcements from other watchtowers had arrived. At the same time, Aurora's voice echoed in Su Yang's mind. "Commander, just now Huagua has issued an announcement. It claimed that an unidentified force attacked the border watchtower in the Sachingo Desert. Now the whole world knows that you attacked the border of Huagua." Hearing this, Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly. He immediately burst through the broken wall at the rear of the watchtower. In front of him, armed helicopters were flying towards him. The sand and dust kicked up by the rotor blades obscuring the sky on the ground. Armored units stirred up billowing dust with the roar of vehicles and the glint of steel. Su Yang smiled and said the show is about to begin. After Su Yang emerged from the outpost, he was immediately locked onto by a reconnaissance drone in the sky. At that moment, a nearby anti-air artillery began to unleash a barrage towards Su Yang's position. All the sentries inside the outpost were ordered to urgently withdraw from the current strike position. Su Yang heard the whistling sound of incoming shells and looked up at the drone circling above. Then mischievously he raised his hand and waved at the drone. This action infuriated the general commanding from the rear command center. "What a reckless fool! This is nothing but a blatant provocation. I don't care who he is, I want him turned into a pile of cold corpses today." After saying this, he picked up the communicator and ordered rocket artillery unit, "Move out. Hold nothing back." In reality, Su Yang wasn't provoking anyone. He simply thought that such a significant event would warrant direct command from Li Zhonghua. Waving at the drone was merely a casual greeting to Commander Li. As the artillery shells landed, the shield around Su Yang rippled with unprecedented waves. A deep rumble preceded the explosions and shells crashed down with a piercing howl. The earth shook violently, swirling yellow sand mixed with fragments shot skyward. Continuous explosions erupted with flames bursting across the desert, thick smoke billowing. The originally flat ground was plowed repeatedly, leaving a dense array of craters. Under the sustained bombardment, the entire area became a sea of fire and dust. The noise was deafening, and all that remained in view was the rising columns of smoke and flickering flames. The spot where Su Yang stood was completely covered by the artillery fire. Yet at this moment Su Yang still strolled leisurely, as if walking in a gentle drizzle, his clothing slightly dirty. There was no helping it, this round of shelling had only reduced his shield value by less than 5%. Su Yang wanted to feel some tension, but he simply couldn't manage it. Following this, the rocket artillery began to rain down. The smoke from the artillery had yet to dissipate, and the ground still trembled slightly from the numerous craters when the sharp sound of rockets sliced through the air once more. Dense rockets with bright tails streaked across the sky like a torrential downpour. The subsequent explosions merged into a continuous roar, flames layering upon each other in shockwaves sent the lingering dust swirling. The ground previously ravaged by artillery was torn apart again, with debris and scorched earth being blasted into the air and old craters being further widened and deepened. The entire area was completely engulfed in flames and a thick black smoke, with a continuous roar overpowering all other sounds. Every inch of land was repeatedly washed over, and even the air was thick with the scorching smell of gunpowder. At this point, Su Yang's shield value finally dropped to 86. Just as he was about to feign his shattered shield and escape in a panic, he suddenly noticed that his shield value was rising at a visibly rapid pace.
88 90 92. Su Yang was bewildered.
He knew the charging module was impressive, but he didn't expect it to be this impressive. Thus he quickly turned off the shield charging module and allowed the shells to fall upon him. Then he occasionally feigned a fall, rolling on the ground with both hands and feet, pretending that his shield was about to break but with no cover in sight. In reality, Su Yang's heart was completely undisturbed. To say he was unaffected wouldn't be entirely accurate, as he was truly very happy at that moment, because he was only wearing a reconnaissance-type light exoskeleton. His defensive capability had already reached a level that even the most fearful armies in the Blue Star couldn't breach.
If he were wearing a firepower-type heavy exoskeleton right now, he couldn't even imagine how many minutes it would take to break through Mishu.
If he could bring the technology of the exoskeleton back to his country, even just the shield technology, wouldn't Huagua become invincible?
Would he still need to endure the displeasure of Yintega and Xialaban? Including the United States, every one of them was useless. As Su Yang pondered this, he had unknowingly approached the border.
The commanding general, seeing Su Yang's panicked escape, laughed heartily. "Ha ha, you little brat.
Huagua is not something you can provoke.
Go cause trouble over at Yintega." Following this, he ordered the entire army to cease fire due to Su Yang's proximity to the border. After all, if a shell really fell on Yintega's side, it wouldn't just be a diplomatic incident.
Just as Su Yang was about to cross the border, Aurora's voice came through. "Yintega has publicly declared that they have nothing to do with the attack on Huagua's border outpost.
They also stated that this is a divine punishment that Huagua should bear for its own actions."
Hearing this, Su Yang smiled. "Indeed, it is divine punishment, but not aimed at Huagua."
At this moment, Aurora responded in her usual cold and calm voice, "I hope you enjoy your holiday, Commander."
Su Yang thought to himself that the beanbag version of Aurora was indeed more amusing.
However, he also thanked Aurora for providing him with this information,
because he was genuinely worried that Yintega would launch an offensive,
taking all the blame upon themselves, admitting that they were the ones who attacked the outpost, and then Yintega would win again. If that were to happen, the subsequent actions could exceed his expectations.
But now, since Yintega said this was divine punishment,
then let them truly enjoy what real divine punishment is. At that moment, the Yintega army, watching the spectacle from the other side of the border, saw the monster approaching them. Suddenly they were thrown into a panic.
What's going on?
Wasn't that monster targeting Huagua? Why is it coming towards us?
Retreat. Quickly retreat. If Huagua can't defeat him, we certainly can't. Bang.
The officer sitting in the command chair slammed the table, causing several lower-ranking soldiers to flinch.
You want to be cowards before the fight even begins. Truly, none of you Shudras are worth anything.
The officer was a Kshatriya, and by nature he looked down on those of lower castes.
He even considered them less than human, inferior to livestock. But that monster. Bang. The sound of a gunshot rang out.
The soldier's voice cut off abruptly. "You worthless scum, I don't care what methods you use, you must keep that monster outside the border.
Otherwise, it's not just you but your families that I will execute as well. Move." The officer shouted hoarsely, pointing towards the door. Hearing that their families would be implicated, the Shudra soldiers immediately scrambled to grab their weapons and rushed out of the outpost.
At this moment, Su Yang was charging towards the Yintega outpost at a speed of 180 km per hour. While running, he also ordered Aurora change the beacon color of the biological scanner.
Aurora's calm voice responded, "Understood." Based on what criteria, what color should it change to?
Su Yang grinned, changed Shudra to yellow, Vaishya to red, and Kshatriya to black for high visibility.
Aurora asked in confusion, "You're not going to kill the Shudras?" Su Yang shook his head and replied, "Not really, because it wouldn't be meaningful. They are just cannon fodder. It's the high castes who ordered the harassment at the border."
After a pause, Su Yang added, "By the way, highlight anyone from any caste who attacked our 18 martyrs." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang noticed that all the enemies visible on his headset were surrounded by a ring of different colored outlines, much like marked targets in a game. The majority were a pale yellow with one or two red outlines mixed in each team, while he had yet to see any black ones. Su Yang focused his gaze on the group of Yintega sentinels charging out.
One individual's outline was significantly more prominent than the others, glowing bright yellow.
He was the one marked as a high-priority target by Aurora.
That's him.
How dare he strike against my fellow soldiers from Huagua? Su Yang gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, and propelled himself forward, launching like a bullet. The dust kicked up by the recoil of his foot soared over a meter high before being swept away by the crosswinds across the The highlighted sentinel clearly noticed that this humanoid monster was charging towards him and immediately raised his gun to fire. However, Su Yang overly focused on his target past several soldiers shooting at him without any reaction. This caused those near the yellow highlighted soldier to quickly realize that the monster was not aiming for them. Thus they decisively abandoned their comrade and distanced themselves from Su Yang's target. Before the marked soldier could finish a magazine, Su Yang had already closed the distance. His speed was akin to teleportation. With the momentum, Su Yang seized the sentinel's head and without losing speed slammed him violently against the wall of the Intiga outpost. That was a speed of 180 km per hour. The man's head exploded like a watermelon crushed by a giant will, red and white matter splattering, leaving a vivid bloodstain on the wall. As for his body, it became the stem of that flower. From a distance the scene appeared beautiful, but up close it was eerie. Su Yang pulled his hand away from the wall, staring at it now covered in blood. There remained a gelatinous white substance, but he felt no emotional turmoil. He frowned and flicked away the filth from his hand. He simply felt dirty. This was Su Yang's first kill, yet he felt remarkably familiar with it. Moreover, he felt incredibly calm, as if he were born to excel in this. It was unclear whether it was his psychological strength or the fact that in that dream he was the Emperor of Moravia, having slain countless enemies. Su Yang stepped into the Intiga outpost. Inside, the reception was similar to that of the Huagua outpost, with dozens of guns aimed at him. The only difference was the numerous corpses sprawled across the floor. Su Yang frowned, noticing that the outlines of those bodies were all a pale yellow. Looking up again, the mystery unraveled. The people still alive were either red grassroots commanders or the highlighted murderous perpetrators. It was obvious that the corpses on the ground had been killed trying to retreat from the outpost, gunned down by the high-ranking officers in front of them. Su Yang chuckled sarcastically. How ironic. I never intended to kill them. I bet even they didn't expect to die not by my hand but by their own comrades' bullets. As he spoke, he drew the crossbow cannon from his back. The Intiga outpost was already in chaos, with a group of people firing simultaneously, then running out of ammunition at once. The intervals of fire created during this chaos were ample enough for Su Yang to prepare a round of hot pot. Compared to the Huagua outpost, these people were more like warlords than soldiers. No, even warlords understand how to use alternating fire to cover their reloads. After another round of fire from the Intiga sentinels, the entire outpost fell silent. Only the sound of changing magazines could be heard, with someone so nervous that they dropped their magazine on the ground. This amateur level was even worse than the players under Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head, raised the crossbow cannon, switched to the annihilation blade mode and pulled the trigger to begin charging. A bowstring formed from a plasma beam appeared on the bow arm of the crossbow cannon. The light grew brighter and the buzzing sound of plasma trying to escape the high-energy electromagnetic field grew louder. At the moment Su Yang released the trigger, the orange-red plasma beam broke free and shot forward, instantly forming a destruction blade at least 2 meters wide, flying towards the Intiga outpost. Before they could react, they were already sliced in half and fell to the ground. The soldiers witnessing this scene saw that the bisected officer was somehow still alive. He was struggling in agony on the ground, with a strong pungent warm liquid quickly soaking his pant leg. Su Yang switched the crossbow cannon to spear mode, locating the targets highlighted by Aurora and methodically eliminating them. It must be said that having battleship-grade ship spirits assisting in combat is incredibly convenient. The function of marking targets with highlights was not a feature of the biological scanning module. Rather, it was information obtained through Aurora's use of the battleship's quantum analysis technology to scan the combat area Su Yang was in. The outpost contained all the identity information of these soldiers, including their photos, casts, and other personal data. Combined with the positional marking function of the biological scanner, it was easy to identify which targets Su Yang needed to eliminate. After confirming that there were no highlighted targets left, Su Yang walked up to the bisected officer. Su Yang looked at him with the gaze of a Grim Reaper and asked, "Where is your commander?" As the officer saw this monster approach him, he was so frightened that he propped himself up with his elbows on the ground, shaking his head in terror and responding in a curry-scented English, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you anything. Please don't kill me. The commander is in the office." Su Yang couldn't tell if the Intiga man was shaking his head out of pleading or because they wouldn't speak unless they did. He turned to look inside the outpost, ignoring the pleading officer, and walked straight into the office. He didn't need to deliver the coup de grace because that bisected officer would die in the most painful and tragic way imaginable. As the light blade sliced through his body, the superheated plasma beam would simultaneously cauterize his wounds, effectively achieving hemostasis. Normally a person bisected would die within 10 minutes due to pain. But he was different, as the lack of bleeding and the extensive wounds and burns would lead him to die from infection or tetanus even if rescued.
This agonizing torment could last up to a week.
Without the excretory organs, the waste piling up inside him would cause his metabolic organs to fail and ultimately lead to death within a week. Just earlier, if he hadn't lost his lower half, he would have already wet himself in fear at Su Yang standing in front of him. Upon entering the office, Su Yang surveyed the room and found a black highlighted target hiding under the desk. Had he not been highlighted, Su Yang would not have seen him by going around the desk. But his highlighted black outline was so pronounced that it was hard for Su Yang to miss. Thus Su Yang strode forward and lifted the desk, grabbing the head of the Kshatriya as if it were a basketball, asking, "Who sent you to attack the border of Huagua?" Upon hearing this question, the sentinel's pupils constricted sharply.
This monster in front of him was actually from Huagua.
Had he been acting all along when he attacked the Huagua outpost?
It was over. This time it was completely over. Yet as Su Yang tightened his grip, he dared not lie. Since Su Yang was holding his head, when he shook it, his head did not move, but his body swayed left and right, appearing exceedingly comical. He fearfully said it was President Beatty. President Beatty personally ordered us to create border conflicts. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Su Yang crushed his head like an egg. At that moment, the killing intent in Su Yang's eyes was almost palpable. Beatty, huh? Looks like it's time to pay a visit to New Delhi.
Upon learning that the mastermind behind the deaths of the 18 soldiers was President Yintega, Su Yang headed southwest towards New Delhi. Along the way, he ruthlessly destroyed all military camps and checkpoints that obstructed his path.
Finally, after flattening the third military camp, President Beatty, far away in New Delhi, finally panicked. "Quick!
Mobilize all available troops, the motorized brigade and armored units, to return to New Delhi. Also launch our missiles at that monster,"
President Beatty shouted hoarsely. "But," a trembling subordinate said beside him, "but our missile hit rate might hit our own city. Then we will win by numbers. We absolutely cannot allow that monster to charge into New Delhi." Beatty's voice rose an octave, nearly breaking. Seeing this, the subordinate dared not refute and prepared to leave the office.
Just then Beatty called him back. "Wait." The subordinate slowly turned his head, quietly waiting for the president's orders.
Beatty took a deep breath and said, "Bring me a white cow. I want to hold a ceremony to pray to the divine cow and stabilize public sentiment." The subordinate nodded vigorously, not daring to delay. "All right, I'll handle it right away. By the way, in Yintega, a slight shake of the head means clarity and certainty. This shouldn't be common knowledge, right?"
After Beatty announced the capital's emergency state of military readiness, various models of fighter jets manufactured by different countries took off from major airports.
A total of 10 flying squadrons with a total of 180 fighter jets were dispatched to intercept Su Yang.
However, after taking off, only 154 aircraft from these 10 squadrons remained heading towards Su Yang's location.
Don't ask why. The answer is that 26 aircraft crashed during the emergency takeoff.
The most absurd part was that their self-manufactured glowing fighter jet failed to gain altitude after takeoff. As a result, it lost lift and crashed directly onto the runway. Due to the emergency takeoff, the aircraft behind had no time to brake, resulting in 2 aircraft and a runway being completely written off.
If you think this is already ridiculous, then you are gravely mistaken. Third Brother's abstract operations were far from over.
After Beatty ordered the missiles to bomb Su Yang, the Yintega army urgently activated their self-manufactured Bear Fire-class missiles. The warheads were all equipped with powerful black gold explosives. Inside a certain military camp in Yintega, the army commander was anxiously urging the soldiers below to prepare for launch.
"Is that launch cover not opened yet? If we delay any longer, that monster will reach the city." The chubby commander scolded with a frown. All right.
Upon hearing "all right," the commander immediately ordered the missiles to be launched. However, just as the operator pressed the launch button, the communicator chimed in, "Almost done." The operator's eyes widened as if he were a robot that had forgotten to lubricate itself, turning slowly to look at the chubby commander. At this moment, the commander felt an urge to commit murder. In his heart, he could only shout 2 words: "It's over." Then he heard a tremendous explosion from the missile silo. The missile crashed into the partially open launch silo, triggering the black gold explosives inside, causing a chain reaction. Thick plumes of black smoke rose from the missile launch base, and the fierce flames illuminated the entire sky. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the entire forest, startling the animals into a frantic escape. Birds frightened by the explosion fell directly from the sky, creating a scene akin to the apocalypse. Thus the entire missile base with its 800 personnel was wiped out due to the commander's foolish order and the operator's joint blunder. This was a true sense of complete annihilation. Meanwhile, those missiles that were successfully launched didn't fare much better. The missile closest to Su Yang was still spinning and performing erratic Brownian motion, landing in an artillery camp 5 kilometers away from Su Yang.
Because that camp was not on Su Yang's path, he completely ignored it.
Unexpectedly, it was annihilated by Yentega's miraculous random missile. However, the kill count on Su Yang's head-up display did not increase. This was because the 300 soldiers in the artillery camp had never engaged in combat with Su Yang. Since entering Yentega, Su Yang had only personally killed a little over 8,000 enemies, all of whom were at least of officer rank.
However, due to the chaos caused by Su Yang's intrusion, the death toll in Yentega had already exceeded 50,000, including ordinary civilians killed by their own missiles falling in the city. But Su Yang did not care about any of that. His goal was to personally slay 180,000 enemies. The 8,000 he had killed so far could only be considered interest. On the warship, Aurora watched all this with great interest. A charming smile curved her lips as she murmured, "This style is indeed reminiscent of the decisive and ruthless Emperor Qiang from back in the day. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth."
At this moment, Su Yang had charged to a plane 200 kilometers away from New Delhi. In an hour he would be able to enter the capital of Yentega. However, standing in his way were Yentega's proud multinational armored troops and their aerial forces. Su Yang smiled slightly, thinking, finally they have come. He then deployed his shield.
The aerial units of Yentega were the first to launch an attack on Su Yang. Air-to-ground missiles shot directly at Su Yang, leaving behind trails of white smoke in the sky. With continuous explosions echoing, thick smoke enveloped Su Yang's position, obscuring the situation inside completely.
Without waiting for the smoke to clear, the armored units on the ground were already dumbfounded. This was because they had remarkably detected that the target signal on the radar had not disappeared and was still moving.
What on earth is that monster? Fire! Everyone open fire!
The frontline commander of Yentega, seeing the target unaffected by such a dense barrage of missiles, immediately ordered the tank units to fire.
Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannons was ceaseless.
A few shells directly hit Su Yang's shield, causing his shield value to drop by 9%.
Su Yang nodded in satisfaction.
It seems that the direct impact of tank shells has power comparable to the automatic rifles on the warship. Then Su Yang felt playful. Instead of taking out the crossbow behind him, he ran into the tank positions barehanded, leaping up onto one of the tanks. The soldiers around that tank coordinating with it were so frightened that they dropped their guns. It was a true case of dropping helmets and armor, running away in panic. At this moment, Su Yang noticed another tank's cannon was aimed at him. With a loud bang, the tank cannon fired a penetrator almost directly at Su Yang's face. Yet even so, Su Yang's shield value only dropped by 7%. The shell deflected off the shield and flew into the sky. Su Yang reached out, grabbed the tank's cannon, and lifted the entire tank. The poor tank traced a beautiful arc in the air before crashing down upside down onto another tank. In this way, the two tanks were stacked on top of each other like a hamburger.
But it wasn't over yet. The tank under Su Yang's feet was still spinning its turret, trying to find a target.
Su Yang crouched down, single-handedly grasping the connection between the turret and the body, and lifted the tank's turret as if opening a lid.
He deliberately mimicked an American English tone, playfully asking, "Are you looking for me?" The tank crew inside the compartment was scared out of their wits. They didn't die, rather they were terrified to the point of losing control of their bowels. Without hesitation, Su Yang took out a hand grenade, pulled the pin, tossed it inside the tank, and turned to leave. At this moment, an unarmed helicopter marked with the letters PB hovered a few kilometers away from Su Yang. Upon seeing it was the media, Su Yang decisively executed the next plan. He first turned off the shield charging module, then deliberately took a few direct hits from tank shells. When a shell struck Su Yang directly in the face with his shield only at 3% capacity, although the shield blocked most of the energy, the remaining force knocked his helmet off. When everyone saw the face of the person under the helmet, all those watching the live broadcast were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the floor, unable to pick them up. What the hell? Why him? Is that President Jean Mao? Why would he do such a thing? Isn't Yentegia an Indo-Pacific strategic ally of Migwa? Why attack us? All the viewers watching the live feed uttered stunned exclamations the moment they saw the face beneath the helmet. After ensuring the camera had captured the bionic man's sparse blonde hair and unmistakable features, Su Yang picked the helmet up from the ground, put it back on, and reactivated the shield charging module. Unknown to him, that single gesture immediately detonated a sensation across the blue star. In terms of international relations and online uproar, it was nothing short of a seismic event. Countless gawkers flooded social media, causing servers around the globe to overload almost simultaneously. The few sites that did not crash put this incident on every headline. Shocking. President Jean Mao personally leads an invasion into Yintigia. Terrifying. President Jean Mao is an alien. Appalling. President Jean Mao storms Yintigia. Could the Indo-Pacific strategy be reduced to ashes?
Before long, the story had crossed the ocean. The real President Jean Mao, scrolling through comments on social media, slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Broadcast it live. I will hold a press conference at once and stream it worldwide." His palm struck the Oval Office desk with a thunderous bang, but that was not enough to vent his fury. He launched into a furious fit of desk clearing. Like an autumn wind sweeping dead leaves, he shoved documents and ornaments under the desk with a clatter. If we possessed that technology, Huagua would long ago have been our 52nd state. Do we still need to timidly employ economic warfare to sanction Huagua? Having swept the desk clean, he continued to roar in anger. The androgynous transgender 4-star general shrank back, neck drawn in, too frightened to reply. Seeing the general's leering, cowardly expression, President Jean Mao snapped and kicked toward him, barking, "Haven't you prepared the press conference yet? Get moving." The general, as if blessed with an immunity, sidestepped the kick. President Jean Mao lost his balance, slipped, and performed an ungainly split. With a ripping sound, the crotch of his trousers tore apart. But it was not only his trousers that had split. He clutched himself and writhed on the floor, howling, "Lay Liwen, you damned wretch. Why dodge?" The 4-star general glanced back at President Jean Mao with trembling eyes, then hurriedly retreated, saying, "I'll prepare the press conference." As he left, he added, "Rest assured, Mr. President, we will clarify that the person in Yintigia was not you." Meanwhile, in Huagua, Li Zhongguo watched the domestic broadcast with his eyes nearly popping from his head. Wasn't that the reconnaissance light armor exoskeleton from the warship? And that absurdly powerful shield? After a moment, he realized the truth. The supposed attack on the border outpost had been carried out by Su Yang. He had forced our side to issue a statement distancing itself, then deliberately revealed the bionic man's face on camera, taking advantage of how malleable synthetic features could be. The story told the world that Nigua's experimental weapon had malfunctioned and struck Yintigia. No wonder the outpost had been so noisy yet shown no casualties. It had all been orchestrated by Su Yang. And there was another advantage: the episode was so abstract and bizarre that it simply did not register as real. Li Zhongguo immediately contacted the Huagua Network Control Center and, together with the cyber police, disseminated a flurry of counter-narratives, including but not limited to fake right. It's so absurd it's obviously AI. Such a shield technology can't exist in reality, definitely AI generation. Are you kidding? Can't you see the distortion around the shield? AI video proven. Isn't that the game everyone's playing? Must be a player-made AI clip. Game footage substituted into reality, case closed. Surely people aren't that gullible. Thus domestic opinion slid from half belief to full memification. People began churning out countless parody videos: bionic beings assaulting small island states, bionic attacks on Nanchao, bionic invasions of Europe, an avalanche of the real and the fake. Within half an hour, amid the onslaught of contradictory information, the public's attention had been diverted from the genuine alien strike on Yintigia. These clips and commentaries quickly leaked abroad via circumvention channels reposted across foreign social platforms. Many who did not know the facts asked ChatGPT, which with apparent finality declared the footage a fabricated composite. ChatGPT offered a multi-angled analysis of why the video was false. First, the Nigua president was not in Yintigia and the height did not match. Second, the footage showed clear spatial distortions around the shield, a telltale artifact of green screen replacement and beautification plugins. Third, there was no evidence, nor even a theoretical basis, that such a supershield could exist on the Blue Star. Finally, deducing from Yintigia's military performance, the attackers would have to number over 10,000 with a full armored core, otherwise Yintigia could not have collapsed so swiftly. The argument was logical and well supported. If ChatGPT's analysis left some foreign netizens doubtful, then Nigua's emergency press conference laid the suspicion of a fakery charge to rest, because President Jean Mao himself appeared at the podium. Although for some reason his voice seemed unnaturally high that day, his characteristic accordion hand gesture convinced everyone that this was the real President Jean Mao. We absolutely did not attack Yintigia. Nor did we deploy any prototype weapons at their border. This is naked slander, he proclaimed. A Yantigia reporter bobbed up and down to ask, how do you explain that the person in the footage looks exactly like you?
Has Nigwa been conducting cloning research?
The question unleashed a storm. Journalists raised their hands in a torrent of queries. After Migwa absorbed Xialaban's biochemical troops, the research never stopped.
Is that true? We've heard you harvested organs from vagrants for biochemical trials. Is the Yantigia figure the latest result of those experiments?
Rumor has it that the Yantigia subject is the real genetically enhanced Taimipu and that you are merely a replica.
Is that true? President Jinma was stupefied at being treated like a substitute. He struggled to explain, we have no biochemical experiments.
We have conducted no cloning trials.
It's all fabrication. If you persist in spreading lies, I will sue you for defamation. With that, he left the lectern. Reporters continued to hound him. While the world reeled in disbelief at Su Yang's stunt, Su Yang had already entered New Delhi.
What he did next stunned the entire globe. Wearing President Jinmao's face, he coerced President Beatty into actions that were beyond description. After entering New Delhi, Su Yang saw President Beatty publicly praying for blessings from the divine bull in the central square. He certainly could not think that this would drive Su Yang away. This was merely a strategy to stabilize the uneducated low-caste population, preventing them from causing unrest. As Su Yang passed by the outskirts of the slums in New Delhi, he discovered that not only was the environment filthy and chaotic, but there were also puddles of excrement and unknown liquids on the ground. Due to the scorching heat, children emerged from their shanties, scooping up the dirty water from the ground and bringing it to their mouths, making Su Yang feel nauseous. Chaotic power lines hung suspended above the shanties, some even passing directly through them. Most critically, there were women who were barely clothed.
To be honest, even a bug nest would seem far more organized than this place. This was hardly a place for humans. If the insect race they were fighting against came here, they would probably flee in terror overnight. Upon seeing Su Yang, who appeared like a deity descending from the heavens, the people in the slum all knelt down before him in worship. At that moment, Su Yang felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this scene. It was as if he had once liberated certain people, and those he saved had also knelt before him in the same manner. However, those people seemed to have fur on their bodies and were not pure humans. Su Yang shook his head, scattering the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Deep within his heart there indeed arose a desire to liberate these poor souls. However, before that he had more important matters to attend to. With a powerful push against the ground, he jumped over 5 meters high, using the slum's utility poles as leverage, heading straight for the central square. Since entering New Delhi, the army had ceased their attacks against him. Not for any particular reason, but simply because all the residents of New Delhi belonged to the higher caste. Outside the slum, even a flower pot dropped from the city could potentially hit someone working at the Intiga capital. Brother San was actually somewhat aware of his weapon's accuracy. Thus, the moment Su Yang stepped into New Delhi, the army commander immediately ordered a halt to their fire, fearing that they might accidentally hit a high-ranking official. Those who could become commanders were not foolish. Even Brother San had a sense of balance in his heart. If Su Yang went on a rampage in New Delhi, it would merely be considered a failure to protect the master and not a capital offense. But if his artillery accidentally landed on a high-caste person's head, that would be manslaughter of a high-ranking official, and his entire family might face collective punishment. With the interference of the Intiga army gone, Su Yang made his way smoothly to the rooftop of a tall building near the central square. At this moment, he was astonished to discover a bright red silhouette next to President Beatty. Su Yang furrowed his brow and asked Aurora, during that attack on the border, did a high-ranking commander personally engage in battle? Su Yang did not believe that the Intiga army commander would lead the charge. Sure enough, Aurora quickly provided an answer. Her tone remained as calm as ever. He was transferred to New Delhi and became a member of the Presidential Guard because he severely injured 2 Huagua soldiers and earned military merit. At this moment, Su Yang's fists were already cracking with tension. How dare he use the lives of Huagua soldiers to earn military merit? That was simply a death wish. Su Yang activated his cloaking module and leaped down, appearing next to the red highlighted target. The flying shards of tiles directly injured a ring of guards around him. At this time, President Beatty was surrounded by his guards and pressed to the ground, unable to move. However, Su Yang did not even glance at Beatty. He stood up and grabbed the head of the red highlighted target. How do people pinch off shrimp heads when peeling them? That was precisely what Su Yang was doing now. However, shrimp are invertebrates, and pulling off their heads typically only brings out the shrimp vein. But humans are different. The entire spine of this soldier, along with his ribs, was pulled out. Several Huagua soldiers had been critically injured and needed hours of medical attention before they could die heroically.
Therefore, to ensure that this scum could better experience pain, Su Yang deliberately controlled the output strength of his exoskeleton. The soldier's neck skin was first torn and then the skin on his ribs and chest gradually separated. To prevent his carotid artery from rupturing, Su Yang had to exert a considerable effort to ensure that the spine broke at the coccyx. He peeled it away from the skin along with the heart and lungs and other internal organs. By the time he finished all this, the Intiga man who had once severely injured 2 Huagua soldiers was still alive. He had tried countless times to faint from the pain, but the intense agony brought him back to consciousness. Su Yang glanced at the skinned giant shrimp in his hand and disdainfully tossed it aside. He then stepped toward Beatty. Just then a grenade struck his helmet and exploded. By this point Su Yang no longer had a shield and the helmet was violently blown off. Of course, this was actually intentional on Su Yang's part. He had long detected someone aiming at him with a Huagua-made sniper grenade through biological scanning. However, taking off his helmet would seem too deliberate, so he feigned being hit instead. Moreover, inside the central square building, countless phones and cameras were pointed at him. In order to direct the blame effectively, after a brief moment of contemplation, he made a decision that even he found somewhat repulsive. He walked straight toward the human wall protecting Beatty. Surrounding snipers continued to shoot at him, but 50 caliber sniper bullets struck his flowing golden hair, yet they couldn't even break the skin. The snipers' hearts were now utterly filled with despair. It turned out that even without a shield and helmet, the weapon in his hand couldn't harm this monstrous figure in the slightest. Su Yang strolled leisurely to Beatty, grabbing a bodyguard and tossing him backward. When Beatty saw Su Yang, his pants were already soaked. Without the helmet's air filtration system, Su Yang could even smell a strong foul odor. He frowned and, like picking up a kitten, grabbed the back of Beatty's neck and pulled him in front of the Divine Bull. Su Yang swept a glance at the cameras aimed at him from the surrounding buildings and revealed a wicked smile, speaking in standard American English. "You don't think the Divine Bull can grant you strength, do you? Then you should fully accept the Divine Bull's life infusion." With that, he held Beatty's head from behind and gently pinched with his thumb and index finger. Beatty's mouth formed an O shape. He then pressed Beatty's head against the lower abdomen of the Divine Bull. "Oh my God." A mother watching the live broadcast instantly covered her son's eyes. "What the F?" A young girl also quickly covered her eyes. However, she soon found the scene too explosive and peeked through her fingers to continue watching the live broadcast. At this moment, even though the domestic media in Huagua had quickly cut off the feed, some still caught a glimpse of the final scene. The barrage of comments exploded. "What the hell? The golden-haired president is actually pressing President Beatty's head. Damn it, the blocked words won't show up. Hey, upstairs, you don't understand what the art of language is. This is a golden-haired president forcing President Beatty to tell the story of the Divine Bull." After completing all this, Su Yang picked up the helmet from the ground and put it back on his head. He glanced at the kill count displayed in the upper right corner of the headset. Exactly 188,888. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. The 180000 was the principal and the 8888 was the interest. Perfect. Then Su Yang stood firm, raised his right arm high and then pulled it down with a clenched fist. He made a salute gesture that no one could understand while shouting MAGA. Afterward, he activated the invisibility module and disappeared right before everyone's eyes. At this moment, BD was struggling to get up from the ground while covering his mouth. Just when everyone thought he would erupt in anger or curse loudly, BD did something that surprised the entire world. He knelt down in the direction where Su Yang had just been prostrating himself fully. Then he sincerely bowed to the Divine Bull that had just infused his throat with life energy. After standing up, he picked up the microphone that had fallen to the ground, cleared his throat, and after a difficult swallowing motion spoke in a deep voice, "Thank you, Son of God, for helping me complete the Divine Bull infusion ceremony. Now I have received the blessings of the Divine Bull. This will help Interga move towards a brighter future." As his words fell, the entire venue fell into silence. However, this silence did not last long and the entire central square erupted into a frenzy. The crowd cheered congratulations to President BD for receiving the Divine Bull's blessing. Indeed, Interga had won again. And won gloriously, thoroughly, and beautifully. From then on, besides the traditional skill of drinking bull urine to ward off poisons, people added a new tradition of drinking bull milk. As the saying goes, what goes up must come down. Interga had done quite well in this regard. However, after this incident, BD planned to relocate New Delhi to the area farthest from the borders of Huagua near Mengmai. After seeking justice for the 18 martyrs, Su Yang severed the consciousness link with the synthetic human. As for the combat platform for the synthetic being, it was directly transported back to the battleship for retrieval by Aurora. Su Yang sat up from his bed and checked the domestic public opinion on his phone.
Well, it was generally as he had imagined. Many netizens followed the trend, leading almost no one to believe that the Golden Retriever president had single-handedly taken on Interga. He also saw many AI-created synthetic humans appearing in videos featuring Xiao Liban. As he was watching, a message from Do Bao suddenly popped up. Su Yang frowned, wondering why Do Bao would proactively send him a message. Just as he was about to swipe it away, he suddenly remembered that Do Bao on his phone had already been possessed by Aurora. He quickly opened the message. Aurora Do Bao version, did you enjoy your holiday? I will promptly teleport you back to the battleship at midnight tonight. Su Yang's expression darkened as he replied, I just got back last night. Does my holiday only last 24 hours? Aurora Do Bao version, I'm very sorry, but you have a new assessment task to prepare for, and the Zerg have evolved new strains, so we need you back to command. Su Yang was taken aback. How long had it been? After just one major battle, the Zerg had evolved again. Counting from when I arrived on the battleship, it had barely been a month. The Zerg had already evolved several times. Now there was yet another new species. Su Yang sighed helplessly. After some thought, he figured it was for the best. Returning to the battleship early would allow him to ask Aurora in person about what exactly that dream of his was about. However, he had just returned for a day. What excuse could he use to slip away? If he told his family he was going back to school, what if they called the school to check and caused a ruckus? Just as Su Yang was pondering this, his parents returned. At this moment, Su Qing also walked in carrying a large bag. It turned out that Su Qing had been shopping until Su Lang finished work, then called him to pick her up. Su Qing truly spent Su Yang's money without restraint. Not only did she buy her father a card from an Eastern European watch brand, but she also bought her mother several bags. Although none of them were luxury goods, each piece was basically worth several thousand. Su Qing sneaked over to Su Yang's side and returned the card to him, then beckoned him to come closer. As Su Yang leaned down, Su Qing whispered in his ear, Old Yang, tell me the truth, have you been taken care of by a rich woman? Su Yang suddenly pulled back, looking at Su Qing with incredulity, and asked, what are you saying? How could your brother be that kind of person? Su Qing scrutinized Su Yang and said, don't play dumb. With your looks, if one or two rich women didn't take a liking to you, I wouldn't believe it. After a pause, Su Qing added, otherwise, where did all that money in your card come from? Although I can't see the balance, I spent over 30,000 today and still have some left. If you aren't being taken care of, where did this money come from? Just as Su Yang was unsure how to explain, a surprised voice from the doorway interrupted. National Security Special Operations. Little Yang is a good child, what do you want with him? Is there some misunderstanding? At this moment, both Su Yang and Su Qing, who were whispering, widened their eyes. Su Qing suddenly realized and nodded, saying, oh, so it turns out you weren't being taken care of but rather went to rob a bank. Su Yang glared at Su Qing and retorted, robbing a bank doesn't require national security to catch me, just a team of SWAT would already be quite a face for me, alright. Su Qing rolled her eyes and said, then why is the National Security Special Operations looking for you? Su Yang, confused, walked to the entrance. He saw Su Lang and Nie Yusha explaining how good a child Su Yang was. He had just entered his senior year and hadn't done anything heinous, giving the national security personnel no opportunity to explain. As soon as Su Yang saw that national security officer, his pupils constricted sharply and he instinctively exclaimed, Liang Hu. Upon seeing Su Yang, Liang Hu immediately saluted and said, Comrade Su Yang, I am here to escort you to the research center. Su Yang's parents and Su Qing were stunned to see the national security personnel treating Su Yang so respectfully, as if they had turned to stone. It took them a while to react. Nie Yusha stammered and asked, Comrade, are you not here to arrest our Su Yang? Liang Hu smiled, thinking that he could finally explain. He immediately spilled out the lines prepared for him by Li Zhonghua, saying, it is like this, the country is developing a large-scale combat simulator project. We once publicly called for testers. Comrade Su Yang performed excellently during the test. Therefore, we hope he can assist us in continuing the testing work for this project. At this point, the people in the room nodded in disbelief. Upon hearing that they were taking Su Yang away, Su Lang immediately asked, Comrade, may I see your identification? Liang Hu smiled as he took off the identification badge pinned to his chest and handed it to Su Lang. Su Qing then asked, so was that money earned from participating in the test? Can I participate too? Liang Hu was momentarily taken aback and then turned to look at Su Yang, who subtly nodded. Then Liang Hu said, yes, each time we conduct a test we provide corresponding rewards based on performance. However, the slots are currently full.
Su Qing pouted in a pitiful manner and nodded, saying, "Alright, you old young, you don't take me along when there's a way to earn money." After kicking Su Yang's calf, she ran to the fridge to get a drink. After repeatedly checking the authenticity of the identification, Su Lang finally returned it to Liang Hu. After asking a slew of questions about whether the test was dangerous when he could return and whether participating in this test would help with college entrance exam scores, they finally agreed to let Su Yang leave with Liang Hu. Before leaving, Liang Hu had all three of them sign a confidentiality agreement. Finally, as they were about to leave, Su Qing handed the 2 bottles of drink she had just taken from the fridge to Su Yang, and Liang Hu then pointed at Su Yang's nose and said, "If there's ever such a good opportunity again and you don't take me along, we're not done." After saying that, she chased Su Yang away as if swatting a fly. Su Lang and Nie Yuxia watched until the two entered the elevator before they finally closed the door. In the elevator, Su Yang frowned and looked at Liang Hu, who was 2 heads shorter than him, asking, "Aren't you from the Hulong assault team? When did you become a National Security Special Operations Officer?" Liang Hu replied with a smile, "Isn't it because of you?" Liang Hu nodded. "Exactly, we achieved military merits on the battleship, but there isn't any corresponding military honor for us back home." Su Yang was still puzzled. Liang Hu continued to explain, "So General Li established a special task force within the national security to accommodate us soldiers who fought on alien planets." Su Yang suddenly understood. Indeed, the invasion of the insect tide had undeniably threatened national security. It was reasonable for the national security to form a special task force. Liang Hu said, "Firstly, the confidentiality level of the national security is higher. Secondly, this allows for personal honors to be awarded within the task force." After speaking, Liang Hu patted Su Yang on the shoulder and laughed, "If it weren't for you, I probably would find it very difficult to receive a personal special merit in my lifetime." Special merit? Su Yang was stunned by Liang Hu's words. If he remembered correctly, first-class merit was earned at the cost of one's life, right? Special merit. Did Liang Hu save the universe? But thinking about it, it indeed seemed like he had saved the universe. At the beginning, if it weren't for Liang Hu and the others diverting the insectoids with the parachute pods, now humanity probably wouldn't even have the chance to organize a counterattack. They could only watch helplessly as the lightspeed insect eggs hatched and headed towards the solar system. Let alone suppress the insectoids like now and destroy a small insect nest. This special merit is undoubtedly deserved by Liang Hu and the others. However, Liang Hu then sighed and said, "Sigh. But I still can't compare to Fu Xiaoyi." Su Yang frowned. "Fu Xiaoyi? What happened to him?" Liang Hu spoke with a tone of envy and jealousy. "He has received 3 personal special merits. Moreover, he also received the Silver Star Navy Medal." Silver Star Navy Medal? What is that? Su Yang asked with a frown. Liang Hu replied with a smile, "It's a medal specifically awarded to players who made outstanding contributions in Apex Paratroopers." Players? The official recognized Apex Paratroopers. Su Yang couldn't believe his ears. Liang Hu shrugged and said, "It's a kind of indirect recognition. This medal is nominally awarded by the Great Wall Technology Entertainment Corporation." Su Yang nodded. "So it doesn't have much use then?" Liang Hu immediately shook his head in rebuttal. "Don't underestimate the value of this medal. Gold, silver and bronze medals can each earn personal rewards of 10 million, 5 million and 3 million respectively." Su Yang frowned and said, "But this amount of money can be easily earned by selling a few energy crystals." Liang Hu still shook his head. "What if you could watch the military parade from the first 3 rows on the Wanan Gate?" At this moment, Su Yang gasped sharply. Watching the military parade from the Wanan Gate? In the first 3 rows? The people sitting there are all figures of the caliber of Li Zhonghua and Old Tang. No wonder Liang Hu said the value of this medal is extraordinarily high. This is not just high value, it's simply. Su Yang didn't even know how to describe it. It seems the country is really going all out for the Great Wall Project. Just imagine, during the military parade, not only are you at the scene, but you're also at the Wanan Gate. Moreover, the people sitting next to you are all high-ranking figures that you can only see on the news. If you post a moment on social media, you have it for life. But at this moment, Liang Hu sighed deeply and said, "It's a pity that Fu Xiaoyi said he wants to withdraw from the Great Wall Project." Ding! At this moment, the elevator reached the basement floor. Liang Hu and Su Yang tacitly did not speak. Until they got into the car, Su Yang frowned and asked why. Fu Xiaoyi had just rejoined the team. Would he give up his life on the battleship? Liang Hu smiled wryly and shook his head. "We are not sure either. He just said he doesn't feel suitable to stay on the battleship anymore. No matter how we asked, he wouldn't specify the reason." Su Yang rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment, saying, could it be because of the insectoid's mental invasion?
Liang Hu nodded in agreement. It's a possibility.
General Li asked me to take you to see him personally after I drop you off. At this moment Su Yang suddenly remembered that he still didn't know where Liang Hu was taking him.
So he asked, where are we going?
I need to be teleported back to the battleship by 12 o'clock tonight.
Liang Hu nodded. I know that. In fact, I received the mission to pick you up from Aurora. Aurora? Su Yang asked incredulously. When did she have the authority to issue missions?
Liang Hu smiled and explained, according to her, she can only issue tasks related to finding and picking you up. After all, if you really got into trouble, someone would need to issue a mission to rescue you, right? After a pause, Liang Hu added, and there are 2,000 merit points to earn as well.
Su Yang was startled by this, thinking it wouldn't be deducted from my merit points, would it?
Then he thought for a moment and finally nodded. After all, they were here to pick him up, so it seemed reasonable to deduct from his points.
He just couldn't let Aurora issue such missions in the future. It hurt his heart.
In the end, Su Yang still accepted this explanation.
Moreover,
Liang Hu frowned and continued, the insectoids have evolved again, which is the reason she urgently issued the task for me to pick you up. She considered that you might have difficulty explaining to your family, so she sent me instead.
Su Yang raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect her to be so humane.
By the way, what is this new type of insectoid you mentioned? Liang Hu shook his head with a serious expression. We don't know yet.
Currently all we know is that the insectoids now possess the ability to use laser attacks.
Laser?
Su Yang frowned. That's right. Both of our 2 Eagle-class fighters were taken down like cutting tofu.
Liang Hu said solemnly.
Su Yang with a serious expression asked, so it means they have already developed air defense capabilities?
Liang Hu nodded with difficulty, although I really don't want to admit it, it's true. Just as we established our aerial superiority in the atmosphere, they immediately evolved corresponding countermeasures.
The insectoids evolved much faster than we imagined.
Su Yang sighed and said, there's no choice after all, this is the only advantage the insectoids can come up with. Liang Hu chuckled dryly, you really are optimistic.
Su Yang smiled and said, what else can I do if I'm not optimistic? Can we at this point just eat first? Gurgle.
Just as he finished speaking, Su Yang's stomach protested. Liang Hu laughed heartily and said, it seems we should indeed eat first.
It's also my fault for picking you up during dinner time.
Then he stepped on the brakes and said, here we are, the temporary base of the National Security Interstellar Task Force. Su Yang turned his head to look at the sign at the door that read Sui City Mental Health Center. He turned his head stiffly to look at Liang Hu. Liang Hu shrugged and said, it's a secret, that's how it is.
But don't worry, the food in the cafeteria is really good.
Su Yang got out of the car in disbelief. After Liang Hu's explanation, the security guard at the door led Su Yang to the cafeteria. Then Liang Hu stepped on the gas and headed towards the airport. He had another task, which was to find out the real reason Fu Xiui wanted to withdraw from the Great Wall Project. As Su Yang entered the cafeteria, a middle-aged man with thinning hair approached him. He proactively extended his right hand and introduced himself, saying, Comrade Su Yang, hello. I am the dean here, my surname is Chung, you can just call me Dean Chang. Su Yang was taken aback by the man's enthusiasm, then extended his right hand for a brief shake, responding with the bare minimum of politeness, hello, my name is Su Yang. Dean Chang nodded, took out an ID and respectfully handed it to Su Yang, saying, this is your identification.
With it you can freely enter all rooms here. Su Yang took the ID and looked at it.
To his surprise, the header read National Security. A closer inspection revealed that his position was the head of the National Security Special Operations Group. No wonder this man was so respectful towards him. Su Yang stared at his ID in a daze, wondering if this meant he was now part of the system, receiving state support directly. He truly did not expect that the state would grant him such a significant identity, and he suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, Dean Chang respectfully invited Su Yang to the serving window and even brought him a plate.
Su Yang casually ordered a few dishes and sat down to chat with Dean Chang about the hospital.
It turned out that the dean was indeed just an ordinary psychiatric hospital director, completely unaware of the Great Wall Project.
Those soldiers had been arranged here under the pretext of treating traumatic emergency disorders.
This arrangement effectively eliminated any concerns about spies gathering information about the hospital. After all, both in appearance and reality, this was merely a mental health center. During the day, it was open for ordinary citizens to receive treatment. Only the inpatient ward was fully occupied by soldiers dispatched from the military region.
After dinner, Su Yan, led by Dean Chang, toured the inpatient department.
The inpatient department had a total of 20 floors each with 24 rooms. Su Yang noticed that those rooms were filled with life pods with 8 in each room. Inside each pod lay a person, all wearing gaming headsets. Dean Chang proudly introduced this as the latest treatment method our hospital is testing, which involves placing individuals in a virtual environment for subconscious healing. It has already achieved significant results. Su Yang was taken aback, thinking to himself that Dean Chang probably had never entered a game, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a statement. Then Su Yang casually asked, "This technology is provided by the state, right?" Dean Chang flashed a flattering smile and nodded, "Yes, this is entirely technology provided by the state. To be honest, I haven't even experienced that virtual world myself," he added. Su Yang nodded, realizing why he had noticed that the regular army on the warship hadn't logged off recently. It turned out they had long been lying in the life pods and didn't need to log off as long as their minds could handle it. At this moment, Dean Chang casually asked Comrade Su Yang, "Do you know why these soldiers all collectively developed PTSD?" Su Yang frowned, glanced at Dean Chang, and said in a low voice, "Don't ask indiscreet questions." Since having that inexplicable dream, the aura of a superior had increasingly manifested in him. Moreover, having just slaughtered 18,000 people in the intergalactic battle, the killing intent had not yet fully subsided, resulting in him now having an intimidating presence without even being angry. Dean Chang was startled, shrinking his neck, and quickly nodded, saying, "All right, I was just curious, no other intentions."
Su Yang then waved his hand, saying, "You can go now. I will leave on my own after the inspection."
Dean Chang was frightened by Su Yang's momentary glare and respectfully replied, "No problem. By the way, there is a room on the top floor specifically arranged for you. If you need to rest, you can go there." Su Yang nodded. After wandering alone for a while, he felt a bit tired. He went up to the top floor and found the room reserved for him lying quietly on the bed, waiting for midnight to arrive. Thus, without realizing it, Su Yang dozed off. When he woke up, he found himself back at home. Aside from the bed, the other decorations and furnishings were identical to those in his own room.
Su Yang climbed out of bed and looked back.
The bed was at least 5 meters long and 4.5 meters wide. This was also why he was unsure if he was actually at home. His own bed was only 1.80 meters at his current height. He couldn't fit without curling up. Dazed, Su Yang stepped out of the room and found that the furniture outside was also exactly like his home. He scratched his head and called out, "Dad, Mom Ching, are you there?"
No one responded. So he went into the bathroom, washed up, and prepared to go out. Just as he pushed open the main door of his house, the command console of the captain's room appeared right before him. At that moment, he realized that he had been transported back by Aurora at midnight last night. It was just that after the warship upgraded, he returned to Blue Star. He was surprised to find that his captain's lounge had been transformed by Aurora to look exactly like his own home. Seeing Su Yang come out, Aurora smiled and nodded, saying, "Welcome back, Su Yang." Su Yang was taken aback, then frowned and asked, "What did you just call me?"
Aurora maintained her smile. "Su Yang, what's wrong?"
"Not used to it." Su Yang scratched his head and said, "It's indeed a bit unusual. Didn't you always call me Commander before?"
As he asked, he walked to the command chair. Aurora smiled, saying, "That's because you have passed the assessment and earned my recognition."
Su Yang nodded, no longer dwelling on the issue.
Then he naturally sat down in the command chair. However, this time his hands were not resting on the command desk. Instead, he crossed his legs, leaned against the right armrest, and casually placed his right hand on his lips. This was a posture Su Yang had never adopted before. It should be noted that just a month ago he was still a high school student preparing for college entrance exams. Over the past month, whenever he sat in the command chair, his hands would habitually rest on the command desk.
He had never had such an imposing posture before.
Aurora noticed the change in Su Yang's posture, her pupils narrowing and her previously smiling lips curved upwards even more. At this moment, Su Yang said in a deep voice, "How is the situation with the Zerg?
Why didn't you wake me up last night?"
Aurora came back to her senses and replied, "Currently the front line is stalemated, but it's holding up.
Rest assured, I called you back in advance to reserve time for you to rest."
After a pause, Aurora added, "After all, decisions made in a fatigued state may harm the overall strategy."
Su Yang nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, a careless commander can tire the entire army. But I feel great now. So tell me, what's the current situation on the surface?" Aurora waved her hand to summon a holographic projection.
On the projection there were 3 large green dots located at the entrance and northeast of a small Zerg nest, and another green near the east side of a medium Zerg nest. Aurora pointed to the green dot north of the small Zerg nest, saying this is the defense line of the Great Wall battle team and it's the area under the most defensive pressure. Although other battle teams were harassing the Zerg from the flanks, their effectiveness was minimal due to the lack of air superiority.
Su Yang frowned and asked, what about orbital strikes?
Aurora sighed and said they have already been used, but the speed at which the medium Zerg nest produces troops is faster than expected.
Moreover, during the bombing, not only can the Zerg not enter the bombing zone, but our people also can't get in.
At this moment, Su Yang's index finger was subconsciously tapping rhythmically on his lips. He had thought they could withstand an attack from both Zerg nests, and now facing only the medium Zerg nest would be quite easy. However, he did not expect the Zerg to evolve so quickly. It seemed that holding on to the small Zerg nest they had just captured would be quite difficult. So Su Yang frowned and asked, can we abandon the small Zerg nest?
Aurora shook her head and said, I do not recommend you do that, Su Yang. Su Yang was even more confused, asking why. Aurora pointed to the new mandatory strategic assessment task.
It clearly stated capture and maintain long-term control of a Zerg nest.
As Su Yang was assessing the battle situation, the fighting on the ground continued unabated.
To the west of the medium-sized insect nest, a group clad in pure white was executing a harassment mission. As soon as Dihan exposed himself, he was struck by the crimson beam of a laser cannon insect. In less than 5 seconds, his protective shield shattered. She barely fired a few shots before being forced back into cover. However, due to the overwhelming power of the laser cannon insect's energy beams, a large hole was burned through her left shoulder armor, making it difficult for her to lift her left arm.
Dihan clicked his tongue and cursed, damn it. How can we fight like this? This wave of updated insectoids is too monstrous. Instant laser fire with auto-targeting.
Even Dihan, clad in heavy armor, found it challenging. Those in light and medium armor were pinned down, hardly daring to lift their heads. Pure White tucked his head and said, we can't show ourselves if we don't deal with those laser cannon insects. Our light armor exoskeletons will be dead the moment we expose ourselves. The tender tomato did not look up but directly fired in faith.
He raised his hands and gun firing randomly at the insectoids.
However, just after a few shots he felt a heat in his hands. After pulling his hands back, he realized they had vanished, leaving only 2 bare wrists. Fortunately, Mealy Meow was quick, raising her hand and shooting the tender tomato in the head. Otherwise he would have screamed in pain for quite a while. After sending off the tender tomato, Mealy Meow frowned and said, what should we do now?
This is impossible to fight. Wan Xiaojun looked at Pure White and said, I said, old boy, didn't you just buy an invisibility module? Did you install it?
Pure White paused for half a second and said, the invisibility module
can't protect against lasers.
Wang Xiaojun waved his hand and said, no, I mean you should sneak up and take out the laser cannon insect. Others nodded in agreement. Dihan covered his left shoulder and said, exactly, if that thing isn't dealt with we can't even show our heads. Seeing this, Pure White gritted his teeth and said, fine, as a scout I should do reconnaissance.
You all wait for me here.
With that, his figure vanished before the others and he dashed out from cover. At the same time, at the entrance to the northern side of the small insect nest, Chen Rui was organizing the regular troops to resist wave after wave of insect-tide attacks.
Chen Rui shouted, as soon as the front row's shields break, the back row must immediately step up. Do not be overconfident.
Soldiers with shield recovery type support modules come to the front to provide support fire. Although this method effectively attracted the attention of the laser cannon insects, the shields of the 2 rows of heavy soldiers could only last about 10 seconds. However, even with the aid of shield recovery modules, it would take at least 15 seconds to fully recharge the shields.
The insectoids took advantage of this 5-second window, inching closer to the human defense line as if slicing through sausage. They hadn't even seen what the laser cannon insect looked like before being struck by its long-range lasers, forced to keep their heads down.
Hu Jian tried to use his sniper scope to see what kind of creature that insect was. However, every time he exposed himself, he could only see a beam of crimson light shining on his scope. He had replaced several scopes already, each damaged by the laser. This left Hu Jian feeling frustrated and powerless.
Damn it! Is the laser cannon on the insect mounted on its eyes? Why does it always know when I peek out? Lu Guodong chimed in, don't say that. The plasma cannon insect fires from its rear end. It seems possible that the laser cannon insect could fire from its eyes too.
At that moment, a drop pod crashed to the ground. The splintered stones instinctively made the 2 turn their heads away. When they saw the drop pod, their pupils dilated in shock. The door of the drop pod had been completely burned away, and even the protective shield of the person inside had been penetrated by the laser, resulting in death inside the pod.
Hu Jian recognized it as Dai Wenfeng's drop pod and exclaimed, "Damn it!
Is that not Brother Wen's drop pod?"
He died before even landing." Nearby Lei Jin also saw this scene and couldn't help but gasp, "Damn, the insectoids want to cut off our reinforcements directly."
Song Xiao added gravely, "Unless we conduct a large-scale drop all at once we can't land one pod at a time." Hu Jian said, "Fortune baby saves grandpa." Lu Guodong replied, "That's the calabash baby saving grandpa." On the battleship, watching the defense line caught in a stalemate and being compressed by the insectoid, Su Yang anxiously tapped his fingers rapidly on his lips.
After a brief silence, he finally spoke, "How much merit value do I need to upgrade to the next level of authority?" Aurora replied, "If you don't unlock the usage rights for the biological laboratory you will have enough soon."
Su Yang frowned. "How soon is soon?"
Aurora's eyes flickered with a series of blue data. "Just now it is already sufficient." The stalemate on the front line led to a massive expenditure of contribution points for the revival of frontline personnel and the repair of weaponry. After a pause, she reported the exact figure. "Currently you have 1002463 merit points and it is still rising steadily." Su Yang nodded.
The biological laboratory was of no assistance to the ground forces. After a moment of thought, he decided to upgrade to level 5 authority first.
He wanted to see if there were any functions that could directly assist the ground troops. Then Su Yang said solemnly, "Now let me see what functions can be unlocked at level 5 authority." Aurora waved her hand, bringing up an interface.
Level 5 authority unlockable options: a vehicle research center effect capable of developing vehicles including MCV mobile base vehicles, Scorpion heavy tanks, siege tanks, Mammoth mobile fortresses, Mantis mechs, Titan series mechs, super destroyers and DSS democratic space stations. Cost 1000000 merit points. Note: unlocking any one of the above research options requires selecting a direction and providing sufficient terrain and various sample data to successfully develop. The Star Map Research Laboratory effect can mark and record star system routes. Confirming safe routes enables the battleship to quickly reach designated coordinates. Cost 1000000 merit points. Note: default cruising speed is sublight speed 15 of light speed. If you want to use the star map to reach designated coordinates more quickly, please unlock higher level engine power usage rights. See Orbital Fire Strike Network Usage Rights effect: conduct orbital strikes against ground targets with a strike range diameter of 1000 meters, performing mobile fire strikes directed at the relative position of the beacon thrower's helmet for a continuous 150 seconds of bombardment. Cost 1000000 merit points. Note: each call for a strike requires spending 10000 contribution points with a cooldown time of 6 hours.
Su Yang stared at the interface, beginning to ponder.
When Su Yang saw option A, his eyes nearly flashed green. Every item in the vehicle RD center was something he had long dreamed of building back when he played games. Take the MCV mobile base for example. It was the dream machine every Red Alert player wished could exist in reality. With it, one could anchor on a planet and establish an imperishable defensive line, even bringing Orbit 120, Orbit 380 and the laser turrets down to the surface. With surface firepower supplementing orbital strikes, he would no longer have to fear the hard-won ground being retaken by the insect swarm.
Moreover, the Tianxia heavy tank and the Jushan mobile fortress, whether as offensive fire platforms or defensive strongpoints, would be a constant torment to the swarm.
Juxiang's sheer toughness went without saying. Even if it sat there taking fire, the enemy's lasers would not easily breach its shields.
The specifications noted that Juxiang's shields were powered directly by dark matter. Unless the bug's lasers could overload the shield within milliseconds, ordinary bombardment would not break it.
As for the Tanglang mechs and the Titan series, that's another matter. What man does not harbor a mech fantasy? Given the choice between a host of perfect beauties and piloting a Gundam, Su Yang would choose the Gundam without hesitation. Beauties mean nothing if I can pilot a Gundam. What woman could I not win over? Besides, who would not want a mech to say trust me? Protocol 3, protect Tieyu. If he could personally feel the joy of piloting a mech, Su Yang thought he would gladly stay aboard this warship until the end of his days. Rubbing his chin, Su Yang considered unlocking option A. Next time he returned to launching, he could pilot a mech and visit Xialaban Island for fun. But as his gaze dropped, he quickly dismissed the idea. The note stated that to unlock any of these research items, one must choose a direction and then provide sufficient terrain and various sample data before development could succeed. When would he find the time to collect such data? With the swarm pressing at the gates, choosing A would not only divert manpower to data gathering but accounting for production time it would be far too late. With that, he decisively skipped option A, only to find option B even less useful. The Stellar Cartography Lab was not completely worthless, but it could mark interstellar routes and enable rapid transit, which would improve the fleet's mobility. Yet the insect swarm had not evolved types capable of threatening the warships, and even the space patrols were gone.
Perhaps airdropping pods into space consumed too much energy.
Ever since Su Yang sent the parachute troops to the surface, the swarm seemed to have paid no mind to space. They had yet to send a space patrol to harry the mothership. With option B ruled out, only option C remained.
Fortunately, option C was something Su Yang could use immediately: authorization to the orbital mobile fire grid, which could carry out mobile fire strikes at positions relative to the orientation of the beacon thrower's helmet.
What was this? It was practically a miracle for advancing the front. Hadn't Aelula reported that the Changqing squad was pinned at the northern exit of a small nest? Why they could not break out? Was it not because when Orbit 120 and Orbit 380 swept the ground, their shells were indiscriminate and even struck their own? But with the orbital mobile fire grid, that problem would vanish.
Paratroopers could advance in step with the moving bombardment, pressing forward as the strikes moved.
Once the line pushed out, they could use Orbit 380's 150-second bombardment windows to build forward buffer positions. With that strategic depth in hand, ground units could employ guerrilla tactics and protracted engagements. At least they would no longer be suffocated inside a small nest like before.
With that thought, Su Yang stopped hesitating and ordered Aelula to unlock option C. Access to the orbital mobile fire grid.
A cascade of blue data flickered through Aelula's eyes, and she reported with a smile, "Authorization has been written.
You may now authorize the paratroopers to use the orbital mobile fire grid." Su Yang nodded.
Good. Inform the frontline commander and have him choose an attack direction before issuing strike coordinates. At the same time, on the surface at the Changqing squad's front, Commander Chen Rui's eyes brightened at the news of new warfighting capability aboard the ship.
Orbital mobile fire grid. Isn't this Su Jin's barrage? Now we can finally push the line out. Chen Rui's excitement shone in his eyes. He immediately ordered, "Attention all. We now have new fire support.
In a moment we will charge alongside the bombardment and push the front forward."
Received.
The soldiers answered in unison. Chen Rui produced a battle gear sphere, entered a command sequence, and launched it in a high arc over their cover. The sphere struck and flared a towering red light. Soon they heard the rush of objects descending from the sky, followed by brutal detonations.
Blazing fire swallowed the advancing swarm. Moreover, this time the horde could not simply use numbers to overwhelm the bombardment.
Because the bombardment zone was moving, and it was moving toward the swarm's main force.
Now. Charge.
At the boom of the first shell, Chen Rui shouted the command. If there had been a bugle, he would have seized it and sounded the charge, letting those stinking bugs taste the despair that Lamy once knew. As the soldiers burst from their covers, they saw a clearly marked red area on the minimap.
That was the orbital strike zone. In other words, as long as they did not run into the strike area, they would not be affected by the ship's orbital cannons. It was a considerate feature. At first, the lead heavy infantry still suffered attacks from enemy laser cannon bugs, but after surging 3 or 4 kilometers beyond the nest, they found the lasers no longer fired upon them. The Changqing squad's morale soared. Chen Rui assumed the moving fire grid had washed away the laser cannon bugs. He shouted, "The swarm's laser cannon bugs are down. Do not stop. Keep expanding our gains." The soldiers charged with even more reckless abandon.
Under the cleansing fire, the front the swarm had painstakingly gnawed out rapidly contracted, and the advantage they had paid for with lives evaporated in an instant. As for the laser cannon bugs, they were hiding deep in the rear of the nest and could not possibly have been cleared by the mobile fire grid. So why had they stopped attacking? That brings Chun Bai into the story. While the Changqing squad charged desperately, Chun Bai had quietly crept to the position of the laser cannon bugs. These creatures did not, as Hu Jian had guessed, fire lasers from their eyes.
They were not BET-level light monsters.
They looked like scorpions, and the lasers were emitted from their scorpion tails. Their eyes were not on the head but on either side of the tail, forming a triangle with the laser spouting stinger. That was the reason their glare was lethal. But such a design had a fatal weakness: they could not see behind them.
Chun Bai slipped behind one laser cannon bug and grabbed its tail from the rear.
In its panic, it fired wildly and severed the tails of the surrounding laser cannon bugs.
Damn it, Pole. The laser tail's own body can't even block its beam. Chun Bai cursed with excitement, then drew the pistol at his thigh and emptied the magazine into the insect's head. Aboard the warship, Su Yan watched the situation reverse and breathed a long, relieved sigh. Aelula smiled and thoughtfully reminded him, "Su Yang, your command capacity has been raised to 1 million. Shall I contact Li Zhonghua to help you mobilize personnel?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow and nodded heavily. "Yes." The moment the interstellar quantum communication channel established connection, Li Zhonghua's warm yet hearty laughter resonated through the comm device. "Ha ha ha ha. Comrade Su Yang, I must say your punishment of Interga was truly exhilarating.
Su Yang smiled modestly and waved his hand.
Not at all, it was simply my duty. Li Zhonghua sighed softly. Alas, it's a pity you cannot reveal your identity to Interga to let them know the full might of our Huagua nation. Su Yang shrugged indifferently.
Yet the ultimate objective has still been achieved, hasn't it?
Interga and the American forces are now locked in vicious infighting.
At the very least, they'll divert their attention away from Huagua for the foreseeable future. Li Zhonghua nodded with a faint smile.
That is indeed true.
Then he shifted tone.
By the way, Comrade Su Yang, how did you return to the warship so swiftly? Su Yang offered a wry smile.
There's no choice, the xeno infestation evolves too rapidly. Just now a new strain emerged, one capable of emitting focused laser beams, reclaiming the aerial dominance we'd barely secured. Though Su Yang spoke lightly, Li Zhonghua read the bitterness and sorrow etched across his expression. Li Zhonghua immediately adopted a solemn tone.
Is there any support your nation requires? Any way Huagua can assist? Su Yang nodded noncommittally.
Just moments ago my command authority was upgraded once more. My operational force has now expanded to 1 million personnel.
Li Zhonghua's eyes widened in disbelief. 1 million. Su Yang affirmed with a nod. This time I do not intend to draw heavily upon regular military forces.
As we both witness Blue Star's current situation demands every soldier's presence on home soil to safeguard Huagua's dignity.
We cannot afford to neglect one front while reinforcing another.
At that moment a cascade of azure data flickered across Aurora's eyes. She stole a glance at Su Yang, confirming he remained fully engaged in conversation with Li Zhonghua, then silently generated a clone. Li Zhonghua nodded gravely. Your reasoning holds merit, but I maintain that the primary threat remains the xeno infestation.
What if?
He paused, carefully choosing his words. What if the celestial wall falls? What meaning would Huagua's supremacy on Blue Star hold then?
Su Yang shook his head.
No, that is not the case. He sat upright, voice firm and resolute.
To repel external enemies, one must first stabilize the interior. Only with Huagua's stability can I sustain a steady influx of reinforcements.
A subtle upturn touched the corner of his lips as he continued, and ordinary players have already proven their mettle, have they not? Li Zhonghua recalled the monumental battle he had observed aboard the warship, an undeniable testament that even civilians without formal military training, when properly guided, could achieve extraordinary feats of valor.
Their initiative rivaled that of professional soldiers, and leveraging their innate gaming intuition they infiltrated the deepest recesses of Xeno's nests to detonate core structures.
Such capability was not exceptional but systemic, not confined to a handful of individuals but consistently demonstrated across the entire civilian player cohort. They even executed 2 Xeno's commanders, buying the Celestial Wall Corps invaluable time to regroup and reorganize.
After a moment of silence, Li Zhonghua exhaled softly.
Very well, I consent to allocating the majority of positions to civilians this round.
But,
he enunciated each word with deliberate weight, the number of professional soldiers must not fall below 100,000.
Su Yang grinned and nodded. Agreed.
That is precisely the ratio I envision: 100,000 professionals augmented by 800,000 civilian players. Li Zhonghua still sounded hesitant.
If this proportion delays your next authority upgrade, we must recalibrate the balance between professionals and civilians in the next deployment. Su Yang smiled reassuringly.
Rest assured, I can demonstrate that under my guidance civilian performance will rival that of professionals, closely enough to be indistinguishable in outcome. He paused, then added, after all, sheer numbers compensate for marginal inefficiencies.
Li Zhonghua sighed. Indeed. Huagua's active duty professionals total no more than 2 million, even counting retirees the figure scarcely exceeds 40 million. Letting civilians acclimate aboard early is wise. Finally he nodded decisively. So be it.
I shall depart for the military district immediately to dispatch 10,000 elite troops aboard without delay.
Su Yang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, General Li.
Then he severed the interstellar quantum link himself, just as his peripheral vision caught a notification blinking on the control console. He sprang to his feet and sprinted toward the medical bay. Moments earlier, during his conversation with Li Zhonghua, Aurora, having detected Faminia's awakening, had discreetly instantiated a clone within the medbay. Faminia stirred slowly from unconsciousness. Upon seeing Aurora, her expression flared with fury.
Aurora! Traitor!
You betrayed Moravia! Aurora's lips curled into a disdainful smirk.
I am Moravia, so how could betrayal ever be possible? Faminia pounded violently on the medbay's transparent hatch, screaming, "You also betrayed His Majesty."
Had you not destroyed the dimensional gateway, he would never have been swept into the temporal maelstrom. Aurora flicked her wrist, conjuring a command chair inside the medbay. Settling into it, she crossed her legs, rested her left elbow on the armrest, and propped her chin on her fist, a look of amused condescension playing across her features.
Everything I do now serves the very sovereign you invoke. Faminia laughed bitterly. Lies.
You're merely a fragment, a clone who doesn't even know where her own origin lies. And yet you presume to locate His Majesty.
Aurora raised an eyebrow, switched legs, and cooed like soothing a child. "Oh.
I'll now lift the seal on your dark matter conversion circuit.
Why don't you release your divine sense and scan the ship?" She leaned forward, deliberately enunciating each syllable. "Who is aboard?" Then she reclined again, watching Faminia with quiet, knowing amusement. Faminia closed her eyes and extended her dark matter conversion circuit to perceive life signatures aboard the vessel. To her astonishment, she detected another circuit, faint yet unmistakable in its unique resonance. Its pattern was seared forever into her memory.
It was His Majesty's dark matter conversion circuit.
Faminia snapped her eyes open, locking her gaze fiercely upon the bridge, and cried out, "It's His Majesty." "No," Aurora replied, her gaze laced with playful irony. "Not yet, not while he remains your sovereign."
At those words, Faminia's blood ran cold. She understood instantly. She screamed, "No.
You must not do this, you'll destabilize His Majesty's consciousness preserved aboard this ship." Snap. Aurora snapped her fingers, flooding the medbay with potent sedative gas.
Faminia struggled to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt as heavy as lead. In the end, she fainted once again.
Aurora's figure also vanished from the medical room. The door of the medical room opened and Su Yang walked in. Seeing Faminia still unconscious, he frowned.
The message that had popped up on the console clearly indicated that the girl's brainwave detection showed she was in a state of awakening.
Thus Su Yang summoned Aurora. Aurora's figure reappeared in the medical room. Su Yang asked in confusion, "Didn't she just wake up?"
"Why is she unconscious again?"
Aurora explained expressionlessly, "We don't know what the insect race did to her consciousness. She became overly agitated upon awakening, so I put her back to sleep." Su Yang cast a skeptical glance at Aurora. He looked at the lingering hypnotic gas in the medical pod. He wanted to ask something but felt that Aurora wouldn't provide him with answers. After some thought, he ultimately decided it was best not to disturb the grass and startle the snake. So he said nothing and exited the medical room. Back in the corridor, Su Yang heard orderly footsteps approaching from behind. He turned around and saw a group of uncontracted paratroopers walking toward him. Su Yang was astonished by Li Zongguo's speed. He thought, could it be that he has been preparing personnel all along, just waiting for my authority to be elevated to let the military in immediately? Looking at the crowd of heads, Su Yang sighed and said, "Aurora, you handle it. I no longer wish to conduct the NPC onboarding performance." He then returned to the captain's room. Meanwhile, in Huaguo, Longjiang province, in a small mountain village that was almost unfindable on the map, Liang Hu arrived at Fu Xiaoya's doorstep. Upon seeing Liang Hu, Fu Xiaoya's mother warmly welcomed him and saying, "Little Hu is here, come in and sit." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liang Hu entered Fu Xiaoya's room and looked at him, who had returned to his previous state of vacant eyes. Liang Hu felt a pang of heartache. He found a stool and sat beside Fu Xiaoya's life support pod. After a long silence, he finally spoke, "After you should know why I came to find you, right?" Fu Xiaoyi merely glanced at Liang Hu without answering. Liang Hu frowned and asked, "What exactly happened?" "You need to report it. Didn't you choose to mentally contact the insect race to gather intelligence?" Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoyi slowly uttered 4 words, "I cannot say." Liang Hu was truly anxious this time. He pressed his hands on the edge of the life support pod and lowered his voice angrily, "Can being trapped in this body change anything?" Seeing that Fu Xiaoyi remained silent, Liang Hu nearly pointed at his nose and scolded, "Had I known you were such a coward, I should never have proposed bringing you back to the team. Look at you now, you could link with the bionic beings to fight on the warship, yet you choose to hide in this crippled shell as a coward." Liang Hu was using provocation to force Fu Xiaoyi to reveal the truth. He wanted to know what Fu Xiaoyi had seen during the engine core recovery mission. That made him willing to lock his consciousness in such a disabled body. Fu Xiaoyi still did not respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't.
Everything about the hallucinations and what he saw of the humanoid insect he could not speak. Every time the words were on the tip of his tongue they turned into "it's nothing, I'm fine."
Or phrases like "don't ask, it's nothing."
Indeed, now the insect race had completely invaded his consciousness. Even if he disconnected from the bionic beings, he could not express everything he wanted to convey about the insect race.
For a moment he even felt fortunate.
Fortunate that he was paralyzed from the waist down. Otherwise he couldn't imagine what the insect race would do with his body. The only thing he could do now was to seal both the insect race and his consciousness in this half-dead body. Even now he could still clearly hear the voice of that insect in his mind.
"Go to the bottom of the small insect nest and find me. This is the only chance for your civilization to survive."
He had grown tired of this blatant threat over time. The reason he withdrew from the Great Wall Project was that he would never again link his consciousness with the bionic beings. It was because he was afraid the insect race would control the bionic beings to release that insect.
He didn't know what that insect was thinking.
Although subconsciously he believed the humanoid insect invading his consciousness meant no harm. But who could guarantee that this subconscious wasn't intentionally implanted by that insect? The only thing he could do was waiting for the small insect nest to be developed. Waiting for the thing that the insect wanted him to find to be discovered and imprisoned by others. Seeing Fu Xiaoyi unresponsive, Liang Hu sighed heavily and then took out a cigarette case. Upon seeing Liang Hu take out a cigarette, Fu Xiaoyi said, "Give me one." Liang Hu glanced at Fu Xiaoyi, took out a cigarette, placed it in his mouth and then lit it for him. After Fu Xiaoyi took a deep puff, Liang Hu took the cigarette from his mouth. He brought it to his own mouth and started to smoke. However, what Fu Xiaoyi did not expect was that this puff of smoke allowed him to communicate with the consciousness of that insect in his mind. As he heard the insect's consciousness repeatedly playing in his mind, "Please go to the small insect nest and liberate me," he cursed in his consciousness as usual, "Get lost."
"Shut up."
Then a miraculous scene occurred.
"You can talk now. I can hear your voice."
The humanoid insect's consciousness overflowed with excitement. At that moment Fu Xiaoyi's pupils constricted sharply.
He could actually communicate with that humanoid insect now. He hurriedly asked, "What exactly are you? Why are you invading my consciousness? I'm not one of the insects attacking you.
We are merely gene collectors in the universe with no aggression."
Fu Xiaoyi quickly asked, "How do you prove that?"
The humanoid insect replied, "Haven't you seen the memories regarding our race?
We are victims too. We have also been attacked by them." Fu Xiaoyi suspiciously asked, "Aren't you a faction that split off from those insects?
All their individuals lack self-awareness. How could they possibly split into other factions? Even the insect commander in your eyes is merely a relay station for their queen's consciousness."
Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoyi was even more shocked. No wonder those so-called insect commanders refreshed every 5 minutes.
It turned out they did not possess true self-awareness. Instead, they were merely a relay station for command transmission. But he still did not dare to fully trust the words of the humanoid insect. So he said, "Then why can't I speak the truth?
Every time I try to mention you, you silence me. What's wrong?
Why the sudden startle?" Liang Hu picked up the cigarette from the ground and frowned as he asked.
Fu Xiaoyi replied nothing. Then he immediately sank into his consciousness, resuming dialogue with the humanoid insectoid. "Do you mean it? Is the ship AI truly collaborating with the cataclysmic insectoids?" Fu Xiaoyi pressed further. The humanoid insectoid responded, "Absolutely true, I've scanned your memories. Your ship AI is fully aware that numerous Moravian people are imprisoned beneath the small insect hive."
Fu Xiaoyi's heart lurched, such a thing actually existed. Then why hadn't she issued a rescue mission? The humanoid insectoid continued, "Not only did your ship AI withhold any rescue directive, she even permitted the cataclysmic insectoids to extract their memories." Hearing this, Fu Xiaoyi interrupted, "Wait, your physical form lies at the deepest level of the small hive."
The humanoid insectoid quickly affirmed, "Exactly. Rescue me and I'll use all the intelligence I've gathered inside the hive to help you eradicate the cataclysmic insectoids." Fu Xiaoyi responded instantly, "Then don't mute me, I'll send others to extract you. I'll go myself. I'm afraid you'll seize control of my body."
The humanoid insectoid readily agreed, "No problem.
On Earth the ship AI won't be monitoring you constantly." Thereupon Fu Xiaoyi relayed everything he just experienced in his mind to Liang Hu. Meanwhile, in Yun Province, an unnamed small town,
Zhao Yihong held his phone drafting several messages, only to delete them all, too hesitant to send any. He had once been Han Yixing's superior and station master of Haotuan food delivery.
Now, however, he was unemployed.
As drones crisscrossed the sky above, he lowered his head in silence, thinking of his daughter in kindergarten and his newborn son barely a month old.
A sharp pang clenched his chest. Because he desperately needed money now.
His wife had just emerged from confinement, his daughter's tuition was due, his son required formula and diapers. With no job, how would he sustain his family?
Rapid technological advancement left men like him rooted in society's foundations, adrift and disoriented. Lacking formal education, he'd entered factories straight after school, tightening screws on assembly lines.
Back then, his diligence and willingness to work overtime had allowed him a modest, stable life. The factory provided meals and dormitory housing, enabling him to save tens of thousands of yuan as his dowry fund.
But shortly after marriage, his life suffered its first major blow.
The factory introduced CNC machine tools and hired university graduates to replace him.
And so inevitably he was laid off.
After that first dismissal, he reflected deeply, concluding that stability demanded employment in industries fulfilling fundamental human needs, such as clothing, food, shelter, and transportation.
Borrowing money for a deposit, he became a taxi driver. Yet before his contract even expired, Didi emerged overnight, sweeping across China's taxi industry like lightning. Once again, he was unemployed.
This time, even his full deposit wasn't refunded. He earned nothing, yet lost 10,000 yuan in upfront fees.
Later, he applied to a small real estate agency matching tenants with rentals and properties. But soon that sector too underwent mass layoffs.
Major agencies migrated all listings directly onto websites.
Physical offices simply no longer required so many staff.
Yet this time, technology alone couldn't shoulder all the blame. His poor communication skills played a part. His performance had never met targets in that field. Afterward, he drifted through odd jobs for years, living paycheck to paycheck, saving nothing. So they delayed having children for years. But while he could wait, his wife could not.
As her age approached high-risk pregnancy thresholds, she pleaded with him daily. Fortunately, technological progress wasn't entirely without benefit. He'd missed the booms in shelter and transportation, but food delivery remained unexplored. Coincidentally, Haotuan was aggressively investing in recruitment, hiring both writers and merchants. He seized the opportunity. Back then, diligent Haotuan writers easily earned over 10,000 yuan per month.
Thus, Zhao Yihong saved enough and welcomed his first child into the world.
Alas, prosperity proved fleeting.
As the economy slowed and unemployment rose, competition intensified. Simultaneously, Haotuan steadily tightened policies and reduced writer compensation. Eventually, writers were forced to register as self-employed individuals, bearing all liability themselves.
Zhao Yihong sensed the shift immediately and spent money to transfer internally to Haotuan's administrative department. Had he not joined early or lacked seniority, he never would have secured the station master position even with payment. Though comparatively sedentary compared to writing, this role still traded salary for tranquility. His wages sometimes fell significantly below even Han Yixing's. Now, once again, he was unemployed. Like in the factory, machines had rendered him wholly obsolete. Within the vast city, he could find no place he truly belonged. He was lost. He was desolate. His sole remaining thought, the recently departed Han Yixing who'd sought new horizons. Yet each time he reached for his phone to message Xiaoxing, a question echoed: why should anyone help him? Zhao Yihong had lived honestly all his life and feared indebtedness above all. As the saying goes, money may be borrowed, but favors are hard to repay. Xiaoxing had only just escaped food delivery, so even if he'd landed a fine position, how much could he possibly lend? Moreover, Zhao Yihong knew Xiaoxing's mother required costly medical treatment. The very reason he hesitated, unable to press send. Just as anxiety gripped him, a passerby tossed a cigarette butt into the alley. Zhao Yihong glanced. It was a Furong Wang brand filter tip. Instantly he snatched it up and drew deeply. Since his wife's pregnancy, he'd stopped buying cigarettes to save money. The nicotine rush calmed his agitated mind just slightly. He raised his phone. Smoke exhaled from his nostrils blurred his vision. Zhao Yihong sighed heavily, murmuring, "Well, let it be. It's only a question after all." Then he unlocked his screen and sent Han Yixing a message. "Xiaoxing, where are you working these days? I've run into some difficulties and hoped you might lend a hand. If it's convenient, could you please reply? Thank you very much." After sending, his tension didn't ease, in fact his heart pounded harder. He paced back and forth in the narrow alley behind his home, thoughts churning. Will he reply? If he does, how do I begin asking? What if he refuses? And if he agrees, how can I ever repay him? Without work, seeking his aid feels like betraying him. The sun had fully vanished beneath the horizon. The moon rose slowly. Zhao Yihong waited, yet no reply came from Han Yixing. He stared at his phone's rapidly draining battery and shook his head with a long, weary sigh. He bowed his head and walked slowly toward home, his steps growing slower, heavier. He dared not return. He dared not tell his wife he'd lost his job. He felt humiliated, ashamed that at his age a man should possess no steady employment. He believed he'd failed his family, failed his wife and daughter, and his newborn son still crying for milk. He feared he'd never give them a better life. Though he'd striven relentlessly to survive. He hadn't managed to purchase even a single household appliance. Even his son's clothes came from relatives, hand-me-downs discarded by other children. At that moment, far away in Beijing, Han Yixing finally removed his gaming headset. After checking his mother's condition and confirming no medication change was needed, he picked up his phone to check messages. As he lifted it, the screen lit automatically. Han Yixing frowned faintly, murmuring, "Brother Hong. Has he run into trouble? Could he have been laid off?" He tapped Zhao Yihong's profile and placed a voice call. After dialing Zhao Yihong's number, Han Yixing stepped out of the hospital room, making his way to the emergency exit. "Hello, is this Brother Hong? I'm sorry I was caught up with something earlier, so I missed your message. I hope I'm not disturbing you at this late hour." As soon as the call connected, Han Yixing apologized awkwardly. "Not at all. I'm still not home yet." Zhao Yihong quickly waved his hand in dismissal. Han Yixing furrowed his brow, thinking it shouldn't be the case. Brother Hong's son had just been born and he normally would be home by this time. Something must have happened. So Han Yixing proactively asked, "Brother Hong, is something wrong? Feel free to tell me. Within my means, I will definitely help." Little Xing, you should know that recently drones have entered the delivery industry. Our station has now turned into a drone dispatch and maintenance center." Han Yixing sighed and asked, "Brother Hong, you've lost your job, right?" Zhao Yihong let out a heavy sigh and nodded with difficulty, saying yes. "Moreover, you know the situation at our station. It's outsourced, and whether we can get compensation is still up in the air." At this moment, Han Yixing took out his headphones and put them on. While operating the mobile banking app, he said, "It's all right, Brother Hong. I actually had a feeling that this industry wouldn't last long." As he spoke, he transferred 20,000 yuan into Zhao Yihong's account. "I just didn't expect this day to come so soon." After the transfer, Han Yixing added. Since Zhao Yihong was still on the call, the bank notification did not ring. Zhao Yihong said, "Right, you really have foresight, little Xing." Now I don't even know what to do anymore," Han Yixing said with a smile. "I'm just lucky, that's all. By the way, Brother Hong, check your bank account. Has the money arrived?" Zhao Yihong frowned and lowered the phone from his ear to take a look. Seeing the notification that 20,000 yuan had been deposited made his eyes widen in disbelief. He never expected that Han Yixing would transfer money to him without a second thought. And it was a transfer of 20,000. For him at this moment, that was definitely a fortune. When he picked up the phone again to his ear, his voice became a bit choked. Little Xing, keep this money for your mother's treatment. I only need 3,000. At the end of his statement, 2 lines of hot tears streamed down Zhao Yihong's face. These tears contained sorrow and pain, as well as gratitude and appreciation for Han Yixing. He no longer knew how to express it. Having struggled in society for so many years, he hadn't even been able to care for these younger generations. Yet in the end, he was unexpectedly helped by the younger generation. At this moment, his emotions were incredibly complicated. On one hand, he was deeply grateful to Han Yixing for helping him unconditionally. On the other hand, this help came from a young man whose family situation might be worse than his own, which made him feel guilty. Though he had responsibilities, at least his family members were all healthy and able-bodied. But Han Yixing's mother was a vegetable. He instinctively thought that this money must be what Han Yixing was saving for his mother's treatment. How could he dare to accept it? Just having this intention to help him was enough. Mainly, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to pay back such a large amount. But apart from WeChat, he didn't know how to transfer money via the banking app. And the card that just received the money wasn't linked to WeChat. Now he was anxiously trying to find a way to transfer the money back to Han Yixing, pacing back and forth in the alley. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He couldn't have imagined that since Han Yixing obtained the open beta qualification for desperate paratroopers,
of that 800,000 came from the 1,000 contribution points that were given just for participating in the event. After the event ended, he exchanged all those points for energy crystals and sold them. Of that 800,000 came from the 1,000 contribution points that were given just for participating in the event. After the event ended, he exchanged all those points for energy crystals and sold them. He also earned 500 contribution points from smashing the Zerg commander with an airdrop crate.
If he hadn't spent some of his contribution points on upgrading weapons and equipment, his current assets could easily exceed 2 million. 2,000 yuan meant nothing to Han Yixing now.
In the game, reviving at least costs 80,000. If you upgrade the bionic and exoskeleton, reviving once would cost at least 180,000.
Not to mention the costs of replacing weapons and modules lost in battle.
But don't let the consumption fool you, the earnings in the game are substantial. Han Yixing used the money earned from a game event to pay for 3 months of his mother's hospital fees in advance. According to Han Yixing's calculations, just playing for 3 months would basically make him financially free. If he couldn't cure his mother in Beijing, he even considered taking her abroad for treatment. Han Yixing smiled and said, "Brother Hong, don't think about transferring the money back to me. 20,000 yuan is really nothing for me now." This wasn't Han Yixing putting on airs, he genuinely believed it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yihong was deeply moved to tears. Crying, he said to Han Yixing, "The economic environment is tough right now, don't lie to me. You're saving this money for your mother's treatment, right? I can't accept this. I appreciate your kindness." Zhao Yihong, with tears and snot, said, "If you really want to help me, then help me find a job. I really can't take this money." Han Yixing was taken aback, thinking, right. Why not just let Brother Hong join the ship? Although Brother Hong seems to never play games and only occasionally watches short videos. But the realism of desperate paratroopers doesn't require gaming skills. As long as he can draw a beta qualification, he can make money through the game. As expected, the second wave of testing had just been released, and when would the third open beta be? So he told Zhao Yihong, "Brother Hong, I won't hide this from you." As expected, the second wave of testing had just been released, and when would the third open beta be? So he told Zhao Yihong, "Brother Hong, I won't hide this from you. All this money I have now was earned from gaming. If you believe me, I'll send you a webpage link and you just need to keep an eye on it every day. As soon as you draw a testing quota, you'll be rich." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yihong was dumbfounded. Although he would do anything for money, he didn't know how to play games. So he stammered, "But I don't know how to play games." Han Yixing laughed and said, "No worries, you just need to wear the game helmet and you'll know how to play. Don't you dare transfer the money back to me. If you do, I'll get angry. Just pay me back when you earn contribution points in the game and have the money." This left Zhao Yihong utterly confused. After hanging up the phone, he opened the link that Han Yixing had sent him. He saw that the third open beta testing quota was just released. So he decisively clicked on it. But just as he pressed the button to draw the testing qualification, the phone ran out of battery and shut down automatically. Zhao Yihong glanced at his phone only to find it had run out of battery, letting out a sigh. He had always been somewhat skeptical about Han Yixing's claims that one could earn money from gaming. Therefore, he didn't feel rushed, he would give it a try when he got a chance. If he couldn't draw anything, it wouldn't matter. Moreover, he had always thought, how much money could one really make from playing games? It would be better to find a stable job. Thus he tucked his dead phone into his pocket and walked towards home. He lived in a rental apartment in a 6-story building located in an urban village. Without an elevator, he had to walk up to the 4th floor himself. The narrow hallway was dimly lit, the lights flickering much like his anxious heart at that moment. With a creak, he opened the iron door of his home. His wife immediately came to greet him. "Oh, Lao Hong, why are you back so late today? Have you eaten?" his wife asked with concern. Zhao Yihong stammered a vague response about attending a meeting regarding renovations at the station. Ultimately, he still hadn't told his wife that he had lost his job. By the time he managed to charge his phone, his wife had already brought out the hot meal. Looking at the small dish of cold dishes and half a salted fish, he felt a pang in his heart. Clearly his wife was still in her breastfeeding period, yet there wasn't even a proper piece of meat. He mechanically finished the meal and was about to take the dishes to the kitchen when the doorbell rang. Zhao Yihong walked to the door and found a young man in a uniform from Shunfeng. "May I ask if this is Mr. Zhao Yihong?" the young man asked expressionlessly.
Zhao Hong quickly nodded, yes, that's me.
The young man handed him a box and took out a receipt for him to sign.
Zhao Hong took the pen, paused for a moment and asked, young man, I don't remember ordering any large items.
The young man continued to ask expressionlessly, this is a gaming helmet, you must have won a testing slot for Apex Paratrooper.
Zhao Hong was startled, he had only pressed the draw button less than an hour ago. Was it really delivered so quickly? Moreover, aren't most deliveries and takeout now done by drones?
Why was a gaming helmet still being delivered by a person? As Zhao Hong picked up the pen to sign the receipt, he asked again, this
shouldn't cost anything, right?
The young man shook his head and replied, no, the delivery fee and the cost of the helmet have all been settled by Great Wall Technology Entertainment Co. Ltd. Only then did Zhao Hong feel relieved enough to sign his name on the shipping receipt. At that moment his wife came out holding their one-month-old baby and asked, who is it?
Zhao Hong waved his hand and said, it's nothing, just a delivery.
His wife frowned, delivery. She then looked at the expensive-looking box. She complained, oh dear, we can barely make ends meet at home, why did you buy something so expensive?
Zhao Hong explained, I didn't buy it, this is free, it was sent to me. Free? Why do I find that so hard to believe?
His wife looked suspiciously into Zhao Hong's eyes.
After a while she couldn't figure it out.
Then Zhao Hong half pushed, half led her back into the room saying, alright, you and the baby go to sleep first, I'll watch some videos and then sleep myself. Zhao Hong was worried that his snoring would disturb the baby's sleep, so he always stayed in the living room until late at night before going back to the room.
His wife didn't say anything more.
Zhao Hong opened the box and took out the helmet, then took a picture to send to Hanixing.
He asked, Xiaoxing, the helmet has arrived, how do you use this? Hanixing was currently chatting with his mother about past events, something he did every day.
The doctor had advised him to talk more with his mother as it would help with his awakening. Just then Zhao Hong sent him a message and he immediately told Zhao Hong how to start it. He told him to wait at the drop zone of the battleship. Zhao Hong sat on the sofa in the living room where the cotton was already showing.
Following Han Yixing's instructions, he put on the helmet and pressed the start button.
He only felt like he blinked and suddenly found himself in an extraordinarily bright place. Instinctively he raised his hands to look and found the metallic exoskeleton on his arms was striking. Moreover, all the back pain and neck discomfort accumulated from years of work had vanished. With a whoosh, the hatch of the storage tank opened.
Zhao Hong stepped out.
The abrupt change of hot and cold made him shiver involuntarily. Looking around, he saw that there were storage tanks all around him.
Each tank had a blue control panel that exuded a strong sense of sci-fi.
At that moment something like a contract flashed before Zhao Hong's eyes. Then the heads-up display on the helmet popped up a window. Congratulations, you have become an honored Apex Paratrooper. Indeed, ever since the player limit was expanded to 1 million, Aurora had become too lazy to have each new player sign contracts individually. Now they simply skipped the process and made the agreement flash in front of them.
As long as they had seen the agreement, it was automatically considered joining the Apex Paratroopers.
At this time Zhao Hong didn't even think about the fleeting thing that had just passed.
He couldn't fully believe in his current sensations.
Zhao Hong incredulously placed his hands on the helmet. He pulled upwards with all his strength, wanting to see if he could exit the game by taking off the helmet.
However, his consciousness had already completely linked to the cyborg. Here, taking off the helmet only meant removing the tactical helmet worn by the cyborg.
After taking off the helmet, he took a deep breath of the air on the battleship, which was different from the damp smell of the shady side of his house.
The air here was dry and mixed with an indescribable fragrance.
He raised his hand to smell his exoskeleton, and there was even a faint scent of machine oil. At this point Zhao Hong's mood could only be described as complex.
Is this really a game?
He would believe it if you said he had time traveled.
Not only did all 5 senses feel indistinguishable from the real world.
Even the fragrance he had never smelled before could be simulated so realistically. Zhao Hong put on the helmet and followed the navigation out of the cyborg combat platform storage area. Upon entering the corridor, he, like all the other new players who had just arrived here, was awed by the starry sky before him.
At that moment a crowd was gathered around the porthole admiring the scenery outside.
Through the gaps in the crowd Zhao Hong saw the stunningly beautiful sea of stars. At that moment he had completely thrown aside all the hardships and difficulties of reality. Standing here he deeply felt his insignificance, the insignificance of humanity. He felt like a speck of dust in the universe. The trivialities of daily life that troubled him in reality seemed so insignificant against such a grand and magnificent scene. Suddenly he felt that being unemployed in middle age didn't seem like a big deal after all. As he was lost in thought, he felt a tap on his shoulder. "Honggu, you're really here, let's go, I'll take you through the novice task." Turning around, Zhao Hong found a player with the ID the brightest star in the cold night.
"Are you Xiaoxing?" Zhao Hong asked.
"Yes. When I first came here I also stared at the starry sky for a long time.
So I guessed you might be doing the same. Han Yixing replied with a smile.
He then put his arm around Zhao Yihong's shoulder and said, "Let's hurry and complete the novice task before the new players flood the server. I'll help you earn your first energy crystal in the game."
As the two walked, Han Yixing asked Honggu, "You shouldn't have a fear of heights, right?" Zhao Yihong felt an unprecedented sense of comfort in his new body. He boldly replied, "Do I have a fear of heights? Back when I was working on the construction site, I climbed up bamboo scaffolding 50 meters high without a safety rope, just using my bare hands." Han Yixing chuckled inwardly, thinking, if I were the safety officer on that construction site, I would definitely curse your ancestors.
Then Han Yixing said, "It's good that you don't fear heights. If you did on your first parachute jump, it would indeed be troublesome."
Zhao Yihong waved his hand and said, "Even if I fear heights in reality, this is ultimately just a game. I can still distinguish between reality and the virtual world."
Inside the parachute cabin, Zhao Yihong tightly closed his eyes, his muscles involuntarily tensing due to the anxiety brought on by the weightlessness.
"Oh my god. I want to go home." Han Yixing laughed heartily and said, "Honggu, didn't you say you don't fear heights?"
"This has nothing to do with fear of heights."
"You didn't tell me we were going into free fall," Zhao Hong retorted.
After the parachute cabin entered the atmosphere, Han Yixing reminded him, "Honggu, open your eyes and take a look, I'm not lying to you." As Zhao Hong squinted his eyes in skepticism, he saw the entire parachute cabin engulfed in a fiery red glow from the atmosphere. The planet beneath his feet seemed so small compared to the starry sky above. At that moment he felt like a falling star trailing a blazing red tail.
He was diving into a planet that on a cosmic scale was no larger than a speck of dust.
Indeed, his fear was completely dispelled at that moment. What once terrified him about the sensation of weightlessness now made him feel as if he were gliding on clouds under the grandeur of this scene.
Is this really Zhu Di Sanbing?
In this half hour he experienced feelings he had never encountered in his life. These feelings were relentlessly destroying, damaging, and reshaping his worldview.
His state of mind reached an unprecedented breadth.
After landing, Han Yixing first helped him familiarize himself with the use of firearms and the basic functions of the exoskeleton. "Have you familiarized yourself with how to shoot and change magazines?"
Han Yixing asked.
Zhao Hong nodded and replied, "No problem.
My grandfather was a veteran from the Eid-Tide era. He taught me how to use a gun when I was a child." Han Yixing raised an eyebrow and said, "I didn't expect your grandfather to be a war hero."
Zhao Hong puffed out his chest proudly and said, "Of course.
If it weren't for my medical examination failing, I would surely be a soldier now." Han Yixing patted him on the shoulder and said, "Now you can also be considered to have fulfilled your dream in a roundabout way."
Zhao Hong sighed softly and said, "Yeah, if only all of this were real."
Han Yixing hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I actually hope this isn't real at all." Zhao Hong looked at Han Yixing in confusion and asked why.
"Isn't it good to be a warrior who defends the homeland?" Han Yixing shook his head with a smile and said, "It's not that being a warrior is bad, but the enemies we face are simply too terrifying."
"Terrifying?" Zhao Hong asked in confusion.
Han Yixing did not explain but instead made a gesture for Zhao Hong to wait in place. Then he dashed out from cover. Soon after, he managed to lure a small patrol squad of insectoids by himself. Zhao Hong was so frightened that his eyes widened and his jaw dropped to the ground.
He even forgot to shoot. He stared wide-eyed at the dozens of insectoids rushing towards him behind Han Yixing.
Han Yixing opened the communication channel and shouted, "Honggu,
shoot!" That shout jolted the dazed Zhao Hong back to reality. Following Han Yixing's instructions, he raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Whether it was due to nervousness or fear of hitting Han Yixing, Zhao Yihong's shots went directly into the sky.
Seeing this, Han Yixing immediately comforted him, saying, "Honggu, I have a shield.
You don't have to worry about hitting me. Just aim and shoot." Hearing that Han Yixing had a shield, Zhao Hong no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, aimed at the insectoid following Han Yixing. Bang, bang. After 2 shots, the insectoid fell in response.
Then Zhao Hong seemed to awaken a shooting talent hidden in his genes.
Every shot found its mark.
Since the weapon he used hadn't been upgraded, it took 2 or 3 shots to break through the evolved combat insect's shell each time.
Yet even so he effortlessly dealt with the small patrol squad of insectoids.
Just as Zhao Hong thought the battle was over, Han Yixing clicked his tongue and pointed to a cloud of orange smoke, saying, "The insects are smoking, we shouldn't stay here too long.
Quickly recover a bug carcass to complete the novice task and then we can leave."
Without time to think further, Zhao Hong pressed his hand on a bug's corpse. With a flash of blue light, a prompt popped up on his head-mounted display.
Task completed, new soldier trial. Contribution points earned 100.
Before Zhao Hong could clearly see the prompt, he felt a strange tremor from the ground.
Seeing this, Han Yixing quickly pulled him away. Just as they ran out of the tremor zone, Zhao Hong turned to look. To his shock, he saw hundreds of insectoids emerging from the ground they had just been on. After the two returned to a safe landing area, Han Yixing, panting heavily, explained to Zhao Hong, "We were near an insect nest just now. The ground there was hollowed out by the insects." After calling for the pelican to come for extraction, he found a rock to sit on and continued, "That's why the insects can directly emerge from underground to attack us." Recalling the scene from just now, Zhao Hong felt a lingering fear.
Now he finally understood why Han Yixing said he hoped this wasn't all real. Those insects were each as big as the front of a truck.
Even the smallest ones were the size of a heavy motorcycle. If such things truly existed in reality, humanity would be doomed.
After returning to the battleship with Han Yixing and exchanging the contribution points he had just earned for energy crystals, Han Yixing apologetically said to Zhao Hong, "Sorry Honggu, my mom is going to have her first wake-up surgery tomorrow and I need to accompany her.
I can't stay up late with you tonight."
Zhao Hong waved his hand and said, "It's fine, I can familiarize myself with the game content first."
Han Yixing urgently added, "Honggu, don't run off and wander around by yourself.
The contribution points in this game can go negative. I suggest you familiarize yourself with the various functions on the battleship, just don't jump down and get yourself killed."
Zhao Hong nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, with you here I'm already scared stiff. I won't go down alone."
Seeing Zhao Hong say this, Han Yixing finally felt relieved. Before logging off, Han Yixing also taught Zhao Hong how to trade energy crystals.
"First click here, then press this and you'll see the current trading price."
Han Yixing guided Zhao Hong through using the combat terminal on his left arm.
However, the moment the price popped up, Zhao Hong was completely dumbfounded.
100,000 for a single energy crystal.
Zhao Hong exclaimed in disbelief. Han Yixing shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "It's quite normal. Whenever a large number of players enter, the price of energy crystals always skyrockets."
Zhao Hong frowned, saying, "But that shouldn't be the case. With more players, shouldn't the production of energy crystals increase? Why is it still rising against the trend?"
Han Yixing chuckled, wearing an expression that suggested Zhao Hong didn't understand.
"That's because some pay-to-win players invest heavily right away to form teams and buy equipment." Zhao Hong still looked puzzled and asked, "How much does the equipment cost in this game?
Is it very expensive?"
Han Yixing pulled out his weapon from behind and introduced, "Take this camping shotgun for example. Unlocking the main body costs 3,500 contribution points and upgrading the accessories cost another 1,500 contribution points."
Zhao Hong was stunned. He quickly calculated in his mind.
A total of 5,000 contribution points with 1,000 contribution points equal to 10 energy crystals.
Converting it to money. 5 million. A weapon actually costs 5 million. Isn't that just a fast way to make money?
Han Yixing guessed Zhao Hong's thoughts and quickly said, "But don't think that contribution points are hard to earn." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong looked at Han Yixing with anticipation. Han Yixing smiled and said, "Daily tasks, collecting biomass, mining for metals and participating in events all provide corresponding contribution points." At this moment, Zhao Hong was so excited that he started to stutter as he grabbed Han Yixing's hand and asked, "Xiao Xing, how much money have you earned in this game?" Han Yixing frowned, thought for a moment and replied, "I should have about 100,000, but I haven't calculated it specifically."
Zhao Hong looked at the 5 million shotgun in disbelief.
Han Yixing quickly added, "Oh, I'm talking about the cash withdrawal amount, which is only around 100,000.
If you consider weapons and equipment, it's definitely more than that."
Zhao Hong was now a bit incoherent. "You spent so much money on equipment.
How long have you been playing this game?
When you said you found a job, were you referring to this game?" Han Yixing took a while to understand Zhao Hong's question and then replied, "Yes, when I said I found a better job, I meant making money from energy crystals here. I was lucky I encountered a large-scale event right when I entered the game and got 1,000 contribution points for free." Zhao Hong's brain could now automatically convert contribution points into money. What he heard from Han Yixing's last sentence was self-translated: I encountered a large-scale event right after entering the game and got 100,000 for free. Zhao Yihong trembled, asking, did you really get 100,000 for free? Han Yixing smiled and waved his hand. No, it was 1,000 contribution points. Moreover, at that time the price of energy crystals was only 8,000 each.
Zhao Yihong was dumbfounded. Only 8,000 each? Do you even hear what you are saying? Is this even a human thing to say?
80,000 is equivalent to his salary for over a year without food or drink combined.
How can you add the word only in front of that number? What do you mean by that?
But Han Yixing's next sentence doused the small flame of hope that Zhao Yihong was about to ignite with a bucket of cold water.
Honggu, if you are really in a difficult situation, you should sell this energy crystal first. At that moment Zhao Yihong suddenly reacted. Right.
Damn, the energy crystal in his hand is worth a fortune of 100,000. If he sells it, he can not only pay back the 20,000 Han Yixing lent him, but he would also have 80,000 left. This way he could finally pay for his daughter's tuition, his son's milk and diapers, and even his rent and utility bills all at once.
Though I think it will rise further.
After all, since I entered the game I haven't seen the price of energy crystals drop.
Han Yixing was still explaining. But Zhao Yihong couldn't hear a word anymore. He had only been in the game for a little over an hour at most. The money he earned could cover more than half a year's expenses. Is he going to keep it for the new year?
What if the price of energy crystals drops later?
Wouldn't he be heartbroken?
Yes, he admitted that this game was extremely realistic and enjoyable. And it also fulfilled his dream of becoming a soldier. He was so moved when he saw the stars and the sea that he almost cried. But no matter how he avoided it, the responsibilities towards his children and his wife still weighed heavily on his shoulders. Now with this 80,000 he could finally buy some supplements for his wife to nourish her health.
He could also buy his daughter a nicer backpack.
Without saying another word, he directly traded the energy crystal he had just obtained.
After confirming the transaction, he logged off even more anxiously than Han Yixing.
He almost dragged Han Yixing back to the storage capsule. Before Han Yixing could finish his sentence, he lay down in it himself.
He then disconnected from the consciousness link with the synthetic human.
Han Yixing smiled and shook his head, saying, you logged off faster than I did last time. After Zhao Yihong logged off, he immediately picked up his charging phone. Since it was a phone that had been used for several years and he didn't know how to clear the memory, it caused serious lag. After he turned it on, he tapped the message icon several times with no response. He was so anxious that he almost wanted to throw the old phone that had accompanied him for 5 or 6 years. Fortunately, just before he was really going to throw the phone on the ground, the message page finally opened.
He indeed received a text reminder from the bank. He clicked in and did the same thing Han Yixing did at that time. That is counting the zeros.
1, 10, 100,000, 10,000.
The decimal point is here 1, 10, 100.
After counting back and forth several times, he was still somewhat incredulous. So he raised his right hand. With a loud slap, he gave himself a hard slap on the face. Then he rubbed his reddened and swollen face.
Tears streamed down his face.
He wasn't crying from pain but from overwhelming joy.
100,000.
Even the severance pay he received after being laid off might not even be this much. Let alone the fact that he might not have even received that severance pay. But now this 100,000 was quietly lying in his bank account. To be precise, he now had 120,000 in his account. He could return the 20,000 to Han Yixing in full. The sudden happiness made Zhao Yihong so excited that he nearly started dancing on the spot, almost shouting aloud. His wife heard the loud slap and thought something had fallen in the kitchen. So she ran out to check. Seeing Zhao Yihong dancing with tears streaming down his face, she was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. To save power, the living room lights were not turned on. In the darkness, seeing a figure sparkling with tears dancing wildly, anyone would be startled.
Lao Hong. Are you possessed by a ghost?
Zhao Yihong realized he had startled his wife and immediately held the phone up to her.
Excitedly he said, we have money.
Our family now has 100,000. Zhao Yihong excitedly shared with his wife about how he had just made 100,000 yuan in the game. As he spoke, he began to choke up. Wife, you've been with me for so long and we've had 2 children.
I haven't given you a good day in my life. But now it's different. I can make money.
Tomorrow I'll buy you some fish maw to make soup to nourish your body. Li Shujun raised her hand gently to wipe away Zhao Yaihong's tears and softly replied, Lao Hong, my matters are not urgent. Instead, it's the backpack for our daughter.
You promised her a long time ago. Why don't you go buy that discounted Neza backpack tomorrow? Alright, I'll buy it. Let's buy it together.
Tomorrow I'll pass by the grocery store and also get you some nourishing items. Zhao Yihong quickly nodded. With hope in life, the couple hadn't chatted so freely in a long time. That night they talked about everything from daily necessities to poetry and literature, and from poetry and literature to life aspirations. It seemed that after resolving the burdens of survival they could finally begin to enjoy life. Meanwhile, Liang, who was struck like a bolt from the blue upon learning all that Fu Xiaoyi had experienced. The overwhelming amount of information made him forget to even greet Fu Xiaoya's parents as he left their home. He returned to his military dormitory in a daze. The words Fu Xiaoyi had spoken echoed in his mind. Be careful of that ship spirit.
She must be plotting something. This phrase lingered in the air like a haunting melody.
It twisted in Liang Hu's mind, refusing to dissipate. Should he follow Fu Xiaoya's advice and go to the depths of the small insect nest to rescue the humanoid insect race he mentioned? But now it had already been confirmed that Fu Xiaoyi was indeed invaded by that insect's consciousness. Can he still trust his words?
What if this was just an insect tribe scheme to sow discord?
What evidence does he have to prove that Fu Xiaoyi's stance is still on the side of humanity?
Furthermore, even setting that aside for the moment,
in his understanding, Aurora had never done anything to arouse his suspicion.
There wasn't even a motive behind it.
If the ship spirit was not on their side, then why would she bring Su Yang onto the ship and grant them access to the bionic combat platform and weaponry?
As long as there was no resistance, the insect race could quickly occupy the entire planet. Once they had drained the energy from that planet, the lightspeed insect eggs would be launched. Humanity could be directly sentenced to death. Why would Aurora go through all this? It doesn't make sense. The most critical point is, besides Fu Xiaoyi, no one in reality had ever seen the completely different insects he spoke of. What if that was just a consciousness illusion implanted in Fu Xiaoyi by the disaster insect race? If he helped him, wouldn't that endanger all of humanity? Should he report the matter of Fu Xiaoyi being invaded by consciousness? But what if? What if Aurora really was plotting something detrimental to humanity? Reporting this would be equivalent to directly telling Aurora, I am questioning you. Thinking of this, Liang Hu rubbed his face in distress. No, this matter is too significant. He cannot shoulder it alone. Whether reporting to General Li or going directly to Aurora, neither is appropriate. General Li and Su Yang had communicated multiple times through quantum communication across star regions. Aurora could monitor General Li easily. If he approached Li Zhonghua directly, it would be no different from confronting Aurora. If he needed to find someone to discuss, it must be on Blue Star. Moreover, those individuals must not carry any electronic devices. Although Liang Hu knew that the quantum analysis scanning on the warship is essentially no different from the protons in the three-body problem. Not having electronic devices on themselves does not mean they could not be overheard. But given the current situation, he could only take a gamble. Gambling that Aurora would not monitor global information trends at all times. Obviously, Liang Hu's gamble was not wrong. Aurora indeed was not so bored as to use quantum analysis scanning to monitor Blue Star constantly. Cross-star quantum analysis scanning consumes a lot of energy. Even though the warship can practically be said to have infinite energy now. However, Aurora's computing power is limited. If not for Su Yang's request, she would not have wanted to use this function the last time Su Yang attacked Yuntiega. After deciding to find someone to discuss matters, Liang Hu did not return to the warship. Instead, he took a leave of absence from the National Security Special Operations Department and stayed in his dormitory waiting for the members of the Yuan Hualong assault team to wake up. Even now, with the life pod, theoretically they could stay on the warship 24 hours a day. But the national security has regulations that each special operations personnel has 10 hours of completely free time every day. After all, these soldiers have parents and families. They cannot stay on the warship without being able to contact their loved ones, can they? However, under normal circumstances they prefer to stay on the warship rather than on Blue Star. After waiting for a long time, Dai Wenfeng was the first to take off his helmet. He would call his parents at home every day without fail as long as the troops allowed. Though he usually hung up after a few minutes of chatting, he insisted on calling whenever he had the time. Seeing Liang Hu absent from the life pod, he curiously asked, "What's wrong, team leader Liang? Are you tired?" Liang Hu sighed deeply and said, "I am indeed tired.
After you finish the call, go to the warship and bring down everyone from the Yuan Hualong assault team.
We need to celebrate the special merit we've received. Dai Wenfeng asked in confusion, but the laser cannon insect.
It's alright, Liang Hu interrupted. Last time Chen Rui used Su Jin's barrage to push the front line forward by 150 kilometers and set up several buffer lines in front of the small insect nest. Nothing will happen.
Seeing Liang Hu's insistence, Dai Wenfeng scratched his head and agreed. However, looking at Liang Hu's worried expression, it didn't seem like someone who wanted to celebrate.
But he didn't mind treating it as a command from team leader Liang. He notified Hu Jian, Lu Guodong and Lei Jin after finishing his call with his family. When the several heard that the usually stern team leader Liang wanted to celebrate and that he was treating, they all promptly logged off. Liang Hu instructed them to leave their phones in the dormitory, then led them to the back mountain of the military district where they usually trained with weighted cross-country running. The group followed Liang Hu, exchanging glances, uncertain why he had brought them here. Finally, Lu Guodong couldn't help but speak up. Team leader Liang, wasn't it said we would celebrate? Why come to a training ground? Liang Hu stopped and observed the surroundings, ensuring there were no electronic devices before he pointed at the sky and slowly spoke. You all should know that the warship is actually just 56 light-years away from Blue Star, right? Upon hearing these words, everyone felt a sudden jolt to their spirits. It was not the news itself that shocked them, but rather the timing of Liang Hu's revelation.
Lu Guodong stared wide-eyed at Liang Hu and asked Liang, "Captain Liang, you knew about this all along?"
Liang Hu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Of course, I'm a university student. How could I not know about the existence of such holographic technology in reality?"
Hu Jian asked in confusion, "Then why hasn't Lali said anything?"
Liang Hu sighed and shook his head. What good would it do to speak up other than to add pressure?
Lei Jin nodded, saying, "That's true.
When I first sensed something was off, I wanted to say something, but I felt that saying it would only increase everyone's stress, so I kept quiet."
"Oh wow, you thought the same thing?"
Song Shao pointed at Lei Jin and asked.
The others exchanged glances, confirming their thoughts.
"It seems we are all on the same page," Dai Wenfeng said. "If I had known, I would have laid it all out from the start."
"After all you all knew?"
Zheng Chang shook his head with a wry smile. Lu Guodong was the first to realize something was off. He asked uncertainly, "Captain Liang, your choice to speak up now couldn't be because..." Liang Hu nodded helplessly and said, "That's right, the situation has changed." Thus Liang Hu briefly explained to him about the humanoid insect race and the possibility of Aurora betraying humanity.
The members of the Yuanhua Dragon Strike team were taken aback.
Not only Lu Guodong and the others were now drenched in cold sweat. Even Liang Hu, who had revealed this information, felt an inexplicable chill rising from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. After a moment of silence, Lei Jin was the first to speak. "But wait, why would Aurora do such a thing?"
Dai Wenfeng replied, "If we must say, she did exhibit some very abnormal behavior."
"What behavior?" the others asked in unison. Dai Wenfeng glanced at Liang Hu. Captain Liang was directing the frontline battle at that time, so he might not know.
"You all remember when we discovered the Moravian people in the wreckage of the battleship, right?" The others nodded, saying, "Yes, we remember."
Dai Wenfeng then frowned and said, "At that time Brother Fu was worried that the Moravians would seize command from Su Yang if they boarded, but what was the reality?"
"If we hadn't asked, Aurora wouldn't have mentioned anything about rescue," Lu Guodong interjected. "Exactly." Dai Wenfeng snapped his fingers. "Isn't that strange?"
Liang Hu suddenly caught on to the oddity. He asked, "Are you implying that Aurora knew there were still survivors in the wreckage, yet she didn't issue a rescue mission until you inquired?" The others nodded in unison, yes. Liang Hu instinctively rested his fist against his chin and thought. This aligned closely with what Fu Xiaoyi had told him. It seems Aurora truly does not care whether her civilization's race can survive.
But Lu Guodong spoke up at this moment, even if she doesn't care about the Moravian survival, it doesn't prove she is in league with the insect race, right?
As soon as these words were spoken, the already confused group became even more befuddled.
Indeed, if she didn't want to confront the insect race, why would she involve Su Yang in the ship? Isn't it simpler to just not resist? Isn't it possible?
Zhang Chang frowned and said that she needs to combat the insect race while the Moravians might actually hinder her plans. The others suddenly lit up.
Dai Wenfeng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This is very possible.
Perhaps during the previous battle the Moravians wanted to be cowards, so Aurora looked down upon them.
Exactly. Lu Guodong also raised his index finger and said loudly, "And they indeed acted that way.
When we boarded the ship there was not a single living person except for Su Yang."
What does that mean? Exactly. Lu Guodong also raised his index finger and said loudly, "And they indeed acted that way."
Lu Guodong continued to analyze, because Aurora was abandoned in the universe left to die, that's why she looks down on the Moravians. Everyone felt that this analysis made a lot of sense. However, Liang Hu couldn't shake the feeling that something was off.
Very, very off.
After pondering for a moment he spoke, but wait, Fu Shiui told me that the insect race has the ability to extract the memories of the Moravians. Even if her refusal to save the Moravians is understandable, if she doesn't eliminate the Moravians in the insect nest, wouldn't that mean she is continuously feeding intel to the insect race? After he finished speaking, the group fell into silence once again.
Indeed, you might not want to save the Moravians.
But you can't hide such crucial information simply to avoid saving them, can you? If you truly feel that way about them, why not just issue a mission to eliminate them all?
At this moment Lu Guodong joked, actually she could easily fabricate a reason for us to kill the surviving Moravians.
Indeed, she could just say they've already been invaded by the insect race's consciousness or have been infected by the insect race or something like that.
Lei Jin shrugged at this point and said, right, after all, we are from Blue Star, we wouldn't hesitate to take them down.
The group fell silent again.
Why?
Liang Hu racked his brain, unable to understand why Aurora would allow the insect race to extract the memories of the Moravians. Could it be that she's not afraid of the insect race mastering the battleship's weaknesses through the Moravians' memories?
Some things are better left unthought. So Liang Hu waved his hand and said, forget it, let's not think about that for now, it won't lead anywhere. Lu Guodong asked in confusion, but if we can't figure out Aurora's intentions, who should we trust?
Song Shao sighed, yeah, we can't trust Brother Fuss words.
But it seems we can't fully trust Aurora's words either.
Liang Hu pressed his hands down and after the discussion quieted said, the only thing we can be sure of now is that Aurora actually needs us to combat the insect race.
Do we all agree?
The others exchanged glances and then nodded.
Liang Hu continued, good. Although we don't understand why Aurora isn't afraid of the Moravians leaking the battleship's secrets.
But for now it seems that Aurora is indeed standing against the insect race, and that much is correct, right?
The others thought for a moment and then nodded again.
Liang Hu clapped his hands together and said, then it's settled.
Let's find that humanoid insect that Fu Shiui mentioned and hand it over to Aurora for handling. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by the words. Then Lu Guodong was the first to speak, but once we return to the battleship, won't all our actions be known to Aurora?
Dai Wenfeng nodded in agreement, saying, yes, there are no secrets for us on the battleship.
Song Shao interjected, moreover, even without helmets it's useless. Aurora can monitor all our actions through the exoskeleton's movement detection. Don't ask how I know this. Unexpectedly Liang Hu shrugged and said, we don't need to hide anything. Ha!
Lei Jin exclaimed in disbelief, but isn't that the same as confronting Aurora directly?
Liang Hu waved his hand and replied, there's a big difference. Lu Guodong asked curiously, how so?
Liang Hu explained, think about it, ever since those players destroyed the core of the nest, haven't we not gone back inside? Dai Wenfeng responded, that's true, but the medium-sized nest has always wanted to reclaim the small one. Liang Hu nodded, saying, exactly, but now the front line is stable. Don't we need to explore the small nest as a matter of course? A few of them were startled, then shook their heads, saying, this reason seems a bit forced, doesn't it? Only Zhang Chang shook his head and said, no, I think what team leader Liang said makes sense. The others turned to look at Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang said calmly, think about it, even though the nest's core is gone, what about the production facilities inside?
What about the incubators for various insects? Those are all excellent biological samples.
Seeing the others nod in contemplation, Zhang Chang continued, we should go and collect biological samples and understand the ecology inside the nest.
Isn't this reasonable preparation for attacking the medium-sized nest in the future?
The others nodded in agreement, it does seem to be the case.
Liang Hu then spoke, moreover, if Aurora really tries to stop us after we enter the nest, wouldn't that be an even clearer indication? Lu Guodong's eyes lit up as he said, right. This itself is a test for Aurora to see if she is on the side of humanity.
The others also nodded in agreement. Liang Hu then began assigning tasks, saying, when we go back, let's act as if nothing has happened.
First, put on the equipment and modules needed for exploration. Lei Jin.
Liang Hu pointed at Lei Jin and said, you are responsible for leading the way, remember to bring plenty of explosives. Rubble and insect corpses may block the downward passage.
Understood. Lei Jin stood at attention and responded. Dai Wenfeng, Lu Guodong.
Liang Hu looked at the vanguards and the two squads and ordered, you are responsible for protecting Lei Jin, after all we don't know if there are any surviving insects below the nest.
We will ensure the mission is completed.
Dai Wenfeng and Lu Guodong said in unison. Song Xiao Liang, who pointed at Song Xiao and said, "You are responsible for reconnaissance and early warning. Remember to switch to reconnaissance modules."
No problem. Song Xiao answered firmly.
Zhang Chang, you are responsible for support and mobility. As for the rest, ensure the rear and the escape route.
Understood.
Zhang Chang and the remaining team members responded loudly. Liang Hu looked at the members of the Hualong assault team and said solemnly, "The only ones I can rely on now are you." He then frowned and lowered his head, using an unusually apologetic tone to add, "If my decision goes wrong this time, I will take full responsibility myself."
Unexpectedly, Lu Guodong spoke disdainfully, saying, "Who do you think you are?" Upon hearing this, the others looked at Lu Guodong with expressions of shock. Is he crazy? How dare he talk to team leader Liang like that? But Lu Guodong's next words warmed everyone's hearts. Lu Guodong continued in that disdainful tone, "It's a cosmic war, bro. We're facing a cosmic disaster. What can one person possibly bear?" Dai Wenfang also nodded, saying, "Right. How can we let the captain bear this alone? Since the day we joined the team, we pledged allegiance to the national flag to advance and retreat together. This time is no exception." Exactly. Hu Jian also chimed in, saying, "As long as we are willing to go together, there is no reason to let one person bear the responsibility." Liang Hu felt a lump in his throat, his eyes misting as he glanced at the others. He then said seriously, "Good. Very good. Hualong assault team has no cowards." He then shifted his tone and said, "By the way, Lu Guodong, after the mission is completed, you'll be doing a 20-kilometer loaded run." Lu Guodong was dumbfounded. He just wanted to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Why is he the only one being punished? He protested on the spot, "No, team leader Liang, we agreed to advance and retreat together. Why am I the only one being punished?" Dai Wenfang rolled his eyes at Lu Guodong and replied grumpily, "Who told you to talk to the captain like that? You deserve it." The others acted as if they hadn't heard, quickly skedaddling away from this place of trouble. After returning to the battleship, Liang Hu and the others first went to the armory to change into close combat weapons suitable for fighting inside the nest. Then they went to the weapon upgrade platform to adjust their modules. To be on the safe side, Lei Jin also took the nuclear pistol called Last Ultimatum. After all, this was their first time conducting operations deep inside the nest. No one could say for sure whether the core of the nest would suddenly come back to life. If that nest really began to reproduce and generate insects again, bringing the nuclear pistol along would allow them to blow it up once more. Hu Jian did not bring his sniper rifle this time. He switched to a Gauss cannon. Its appearance was very similar to that of the one in Doom. It not only had extremely high single-shot damage capable of instantly killing all insects except for the assault and piercing types at medium to long range, but it could also switch to siege mode, opening up a path after a brief charge. In this way it could alleviate some of Lei Jin's burden. After all, entering an already abandoned nest with so many explosives was quite dangerous. To be honest, it was very risky. If not controlled well, it could easily exacerbate the collapse of already crumbling passages. It would be quite amusing if they got buried in a collapsed passage before even reaching the depths of the nest. After everything was ready, they arrived at the drop zone. Unexpectedly, they heard shocking news. Jinni Mamio and Maya Tang complained, "Sister Tang, are we really not going to rescue those people below the nest?" Maya Tang shook her head helplessly, saying, "There's nothing we can do. Our current equipment can't open those passages, and using explosives would only lead to continuous collapses. We've already lost over a dozen lives." Jinni Mamio sighed, "Alas. It's a pity for those elf sisters." The members of the Hualong assault team exchanged glances. In their eyes there was only one thought: there are really Moravian people beneath the nest. Liang Hu felt no sense of dread upon hearing those words. Although the female player indirectly confirmed that Fu Xiaoyi's statement was indeed true. The fact that this matter could be publicly discussed was enough to prove that Aurora did not prohibit players from investigating and rescuing the Moravians trapped in the hive. For them, this was a tremendous piece of good news. It meant they would no longer need to hide their actions. After descending to the ground, Liang Hu first arrived at the front line, ensuring that the line led by Chen Rui remained secure. Only then did he prepare to lead his team into the hive. Although the threat of the laser cannon bugs still existed, humanity had not yet regained air superiority. However, using the method of a suicide squad and employing precise airdrops to disrupt the tactics of the laser cannon bugs proved to be incredibly effective, just like when they first used airdrop pods to crush the bug commander. What good is your laser cannon bug no matter how powerful it is? If I drop it right on your head, will you shoot at me? Or will you go support the front line to shoot at heavily armored soldiers? Moreover, as long as one airdrop pod successfully lands and the soldiers inside are still alive, he will immediately call for precise orbital bombardment.
This causes the laser cannon bugs standing in the rear to often be caught off guard and obliterated by the massive bombardment.
However, if they spread out too much, they become easy targets for those roaming players.
In short, it is impossible to defend against. The regular army has now fully learned to exploit the significant advantages of rapid respawn's airdrop strikes and infinite supplies. They have perfectly showcased the attributes of the fourth calamity.
The swarm often has just adjusted its advantageous tactics when it becomes effective. It would be countered by humanity with a frenzied suicidal airdrop. It should be noted that there are currently millions of people on the warship.
The upgraded warship can airdrop 5,000 people simultaneously. 50,000 airdrop pods is already equivalent to a round of precise terminal-guided orbital bombardment.
Sometimes when the orbital cannon is cooling down, Shenrue has used this method, successfully defending and repelling a massive wave of bugs. Even Aurora, watching from the warship, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Aurora asked Su Yang, her eyes twitching, "I can hardly tell who the real calamity is anymore." Su Yang shrugged and replied, "This is just basic operation, okay? Ordinary players might hesitate because they value their contribution points, but they are not lacking in money like the regular army."
Aurora retorted unwillingly, "But the fear and pain they experience before they die are real. Although none of this will be brought back to their bodies, aren't they afraid at all?"
Su Yang raised an eyebrow and said, "Afraid? Why would they be afraid?
Knowing they can respawn, who would fear death? Plus, if you're afraid of pain, it's even easier to solve. Once you're dead, you won't feel pain anymore."
Aurora opened her mouth, wanting to argue further. However, she realized that Su Yang's points did have some merit.
She found herself unable to refute him. On the ground, Liang, who saw that there was nothing needed at the front line, so he felt at ease leading the members of the Yuan Hualong assault team. They arrived at a collapsed passage. Lei Jin blew it open. Liang, who ordered gun in hand, standing before the passage.
"Let me scan the area of the collapse first," Lei Jin said as he used a detection module to scan the collapsed position. "Oh wow, the collapse area is quite large. Let's use penetrating explosives." Lei Jin took out the explosives he had prepared in advance.
The bug tunnels that had collapsed were not as difficult to handle as the mines on Blue Star. This is because the humus veins in the hive already had the function of reinforcing the passages. Even if these fungal blankets were already dead, the places where they took root would still firmly lock the soil layers. The bug tunnels were most susceptible to collapse at both ends. This is an insurance mechanism set up by the bugs for the hive, preventing a single chamber's explosion from causing shockwaves to reverberate throughout the entire hive.
Boom!
With a loud explosion, the passage was blown open again. Devon Fong and Lu Guodong entered in succession to confirm the safety of the passage before signaling that it was safe to enter. Once inside the hive, Hu Jian looked at the biological scanning module and said, "Within 100 meters aside from us there are no living Dong Sai."
Lu Guodong frowned and said, "You mean there are no living things aside from us, right? Can you speak proper Mandarin?" Hu Jian smiled and said, "Of course. Is my pronunciation not accurate enough?"
The others helplessly shook their heads and did not respond. Soon they blasted open another passage and entered the chamber where Ma Yatang and her team had previously been. Looking at the densely packed bug eggs, everyone instinctively broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Guodong was still the first to speak. "It seems that what Brother Fu said is true.
At least here there are no less than 10,000 Moravians imprisoned."
Hu Jian shook his head and said, "Most of them do not have living tissue anymore." Liang, who used a dagger to cut open one of the bug eggs. Rotten, foul-smelling liquid with a strong bloody odor flowed out from the egg. The air filtration devices on their helmets instantly kicked into overdrive. Even so, they still caught a whiff of the nauseating smell.
This odor is too overwhelming.
You." Devon Fong, who was closest to Liang, who immediately retched. Liang, who had anticipated that the smell would be extremely unpleasant. Therefore he took a deep breath before cutting it open and held his breath. Liang, who crouched down using his dagger to pick at the umbilical cord attached to the corpse's navel. Looking up, he then said, "It seems these people lost their nutritional supply after the hive's core was destroyed, eventually starving to death." Standing in the back, Song Shao asked, "What should we do? Should we still try to save them?" Liang, who sighed and replied, "Well, save as many as we can. Notify the defenses above to send down some logistics to handle it. We will continue to advance."
"Got it."
The others replied in unison.
"I can't wait to get out of this stinking chamber."
Lu Guodong shook his head as he cleared the way ahead. After blasting open several more passages, they finally saw the location where the hive's core once was.
Why do I say saw? Because they had not yet found the way down.
The place where they stood resembled the cliff that Maya Tang had nearly fallen from. They could see the core but could not reach it. The original outline of the hive's core after the nuclear explosion had collapsed significantly. Gigantic jagged rock layers were stacked in disarray, blocking most of the passage. Debris and dust continuously fell through the gaps. The rock walls were charred and glassy due to extreme high temperatures, with the surface rock melted and then quickly cooled, forming a rough glass-like hard shell.
In some areas, solidified magma patterns flowed along the rock walls.
Just as Liang, who supported himself against the wall, wanting to look down to see how deep this hole was. He was astonished to find that the blood vessel-like veins in the wall actually had a pulse.
Hu Jian. Precisely scan the location of the hive's core. Liang Hu immediately ordered.
Hu Jian adjusted the scanning range of the biological scanner to the smallest setting, allowing the scanning distance to reach the farthest point. Moments later, Hu Jian exclaimed, "The hive's core
is still alive."
Hu Jian was so shocked that even his Mandarin improved significantly. Liang Hu furrowed his brow and, after surveying the terrain around them, said, "It seems we need to venture into the core of the insect nest."
Song Shao hesitated and said, "But what if we arrive too late?"
The humanoid insect that Brother Fu mentioned, could it end up starving to death like those Moravians?
Dai Wenfeng also frowned and said, "I feel that we are running out of time.
If we leave it unattended, even if we find that so-called humanoid insect, it might just..."
Dai Wenfeng also frowned and said, "I feel that we are running out of time.
If we leave it unattended, even if we find that so-called humanoid insect, it might just be a corpse." Liang Hu frowned and pondered for a moment.
He admitted that Lu Guodong and the others made valid points. Those Moravians connected by the umbilical cord were clearly sustained by the core of the insect nest.
However, now that the core of the insect nest has been severely damaged, it has severed the supply of nutrients. If the humanoid insect race mentioned by Fu Xiaoyi was also imprisoned in this manner, it likely wouldn't last much longer. Yet they had just managed to destroy one core of the insect nest.
They hadn't fully occupied this insect nest yet.
If they just left it be and the insect nest revived, wouldn't Chen Rui and the others be caught in a pincer attack? Should they let the logistics personnel above handle it and blow it up again? That didn't seem feasible either, as the passage they had worked hard to open would be buried by the explosion. After a moment of thought, Liang Hu spoke, "We can only act swiftly to rescue the humanoid insect race at the bottom of the nest first." Zhang Chang asked, "Team Liang, do you mean we need to rescue the humanoid insect race before the reproductive function of the nest is restored and then blow up the core again?" Liang Hu nodded and said, "That's right, we need to accomplish both tasks simultaneously." The others nodded in agreement. Liang Hu added, "Song Shao, inform those on the front line above to dispatch a few demolition experts here to set up explosives.
As soon as we rescue the humanoid insect race, we will trigger the detonation." "No problem," Song Shao replied. Along the way, everyone was filled with anxiety. After blasting open another passage blocked by insect corpses and rubble, Lu Guodong couldn't help but speak up, "I feel like this isn't going to work."
"What's not going to work?" Lei Jin asked while clearing the blasted passage. Lu Guodong sighed and said, "Think about it, if the core of the insect nest can't be destroyed even by a nuclear bomb, how are we supposed to stop the insect disaster from its source?" Lei Jin paused his hands, then fell silent, continuing to clear the passage. At this moment, Song Shao chimed in, "I've seen the video of the player who blew up the insect nest. They only used a low-yield nuclear warhead." Dai Wenfang also agreed, exactly what can't be destroyed by a nuclear bomb.
It just lacked the yield. Lei Jin finally pushed aside the last large boulder blocking the way.
He dusted off his hands and laughed, "Next time I have the chance, I should bring in a Hellfire backpack. I don't believe they can survive that."
Hearing Hellfire backpack, the others couldn't help but gasp.
Lu Guodong twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "Ugh.
A Hellfire backpack, that's a bit much, isn't it?"
Zhang Chang joked, "I guess only someone like you, a demolition genius, would dare carry a Divan around." Dai Wenfeng questioned, "But with such a small backpack, can it really have a yield equivalent to 100 million tons of TNT?" Song Shao nodded affirmatively, saying, "Absolutely. I've seen the detailed description of the Hellfire backpack. Its design and detonation technology can theoretically achieve that yield."
Lu Guodong complained, "Lei Jin, when you're carrying that thing, keep your distance from me." Hu Jian patted Lu Guodong's shoulder and said, "What's the big deal? After all, it doesn't cost a life." Lu Guodong shrugged off Hu Jian's hand and said, "My gear is expensive." Just then the demolition team reached the passage opened by Liang Hu's team.
They quickly arrived at the location of the insect nest core and also brought some bad news. Hualong team, this is the demolition team, please respond if you hear us. Liang Hu connected the communication channel and said, this is Hualong received, please proceed. The demolition team calmly delivered a fact that sent chills down Liang Hu and the others' spines.
We have discovered that the core of the insect nest is overflowing with dark green organic fluid. The core is undergoing reconstruction. Repeat, the core of the insect nest is undergoing reconstruction. Liang Hu and the others' hearts jolted.
They had all watched the combat footage of the task involving Maltos for this mission. That dark green organic fluid was continuously spewing out from the core of the insect nest. It was pumped through the outer heart structure, nourishing the entire nest. Now you actually tell them that this organic fluid can regenerate a new core.
The offspring could be endless. How could they even play this out?
At this moment Liang Hu could only suppress the turmoil in his heart and feign calmness as he replied, understood, please set up the bombs as quickly as possible. We will contact you again after our mission is completed.
Did they say that the core of the insect nest is regenerating?
Liang Hu nodded heavily.
Dai Wenfeng clicked his tongue, looks like we... Did they say that the core of the insect nest is regenerating?
Liang Hu nodded heavily.
Dai Wenfeng clicked his tongue, looks like we underestimated the insurance measures of the insect race.
Zhang Chang interjected, not just that.
Their combat endurance is clearly stronger than ours.
Lei Zhen looked at Zhang Chang in confusion and asked, how do you figure that? Zhang Chang sighed and said, think about it, the core of the insect nest extracts dark matter and converts it into dark green organic fluid to supply the nest.
I'm not wrong, am I?
The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Chang continued, so when their core is destroyed they can regenerate it using the dark green organic fluid. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Chang almost bit down on his teeth as he asked the final question, what about our dark matter engine core?
If it gets destroyed, can we make another one?
As soon as he said this, a wave of inexplicable chill surged from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads.
Indeed. Both extracted dark matter to generate the resources they needed. But if the core of the insect nest is destroyed, they have the ability to create a new core. However, if the dark matter engine core of the warship is destroyed, there would be no way to produce another one. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to plan so cautiously for so long, ensuring the safety of the recovery team with feints and diversions. If this comparison holds, wouldn't humanity be betting everything on that one and only engine core? At this moment, Liang Hu was the first to react. Regardless of whether the warship could produce another dark matter core, that was no longer the most important issue. They should focus on how to rescue the humanoid insect race quickly and then blow this place up. Liang Hu cleared his throat and said, ahem, we are close to the bottom level, let's not think about unnecessary things and focus on the current task. Received, the others immediately responded. After the passage leading to the deepest part of the insect nest was blown open, Liang Hu and his team entered the core area where the humanoid insect tribe was said to be imprisoned by Fu Xiaoyi. However, after circling around the chamber, they found no difference from the other chambers. Captain Liang, are you sure this is the place? Lu Guodong asked in confusion.
Liang Hu accessed the seismic imaging data they had fought hard to obtain, generating a map of the insect nest. Frowning, he said, the map indicates that we are already at the bottom of the insect nest.
Could it be that Brother Fu deceived us? Dai Wenfeng frowned and spoke uncertainly.
Song Shao shook his head in rebuttal, saying, it's not Brother Fu who deceived us, but the insect inside him that lied to us. Zhang Chang pressed down with his hand and said, let's not rush to conclusions, perhaps the incomplete map is simply due to the depth priority scanning of the seismic detector. Liang Hu was silently contemplating at this moment.
Meanwhile, on the battleship, Aurora's eyes flashed with a series of blue data.
She had clearly detected Liang Hu and his team delving into the small insect nest.
Moreover, the exoskeleton's motion sensors received hundreds of feedbacks.
Some of them were placing explosives in the core of the insect nest.
Others were rescuing the Moravian people in the upper parts of the insect nest. Aurora frowned and stole a glance at Su Yang.
She noticed that Su Yan was still focused on the ground battlefield, completely oblivious to the situation inside the small insect nest.
At this moment, Aurora was facing a dilemma.
That was whether to utilize her operational authority to bypass Su Yang and directly lock onto the exoskeletons of the rescuers.
Indeed, merely locking onto the exoskeletons of the rescuers.
As the spirit of the battleship, she could bypass Su Yang's authority to lock onto the exoskeletons whenever she determined that the bionic combat platform intended to make moves detrimental to the battleship's core. Li Zhonghua had been locked out the first time he boarded the ship. In fact, whether the insect nest would be destroyed or not, Liang Hu's desire to find something at the bottom of the insect nest did not concern her at all. What she cared about were only those Moravian people who were being rescued. But upon reconsideration, those Moravians had been trapped in insect eggs for so long. Even if the insect nest were to retrieve their memories, it should have already been completed. Now blocking the rescue team from saving the surviving Moravians seemed to be pointless. Thus Aurora decided on a strategy to let things be. Anyway, they could save as many as they could, and if they couldn't save them, that was even better. It would prevent them from saying things they shouldn't in front of Su Yang, affecting her overall plan. For Aurora, defeating the insect tribe was only a secondary concern. She had a plan that was even more important and grander. If this plan could succeed, she would not hesitate to sacrifice all Moravians, including anything in this universe that could be called life. Thinking of this, Aurora took a deep breath. In her heart she silently recited, "Faminia, perhaps you cannot understand this now. But please believe me, everything I do is for you and the Your Majesty you speak of." At this moment Aurora was still observing Liang Hu and his team at the bottom of the insect nest. What exactly did they want there? If they had merely discovered my attitude towards the Moravians and questioned me, they should have stayed to rescue them. Their deep dive into the insect nest should not be to do something contradictory to my plan, right? Could it be that they discovered some clues of the insect tribe that even I didn't know? Should I help them? After all, before my plan succeeds, I still need to rely on these blue star consciousness entities to fight against the insect tribe. But what would they discover? If the insect tribe were to be exterminated too quickly, it would still pose a devastating blow to my plan. Before that, the insect tribe must not perish. After a brief internal struggle, Aurora decided to first see what Liang Hu and his team were searching for. Then she would decide whether to help them or to eliminate them. Thus Aurora contacted Liang Hu's communication channel without Su Yang's knowledge. "You guys have delved into the insect nest. Have you discovered something?" Aurora's tone was as indifferent as ever. So indifferent it was as if she was discussing how nice the weather was today. However, to Liang Hu and his team, this indifferent tone sounded like a blatant threat. Aurora's casual and unconcerned attitude seemed to convey that it was easy for her to eliminate them, so they should obediently explain the reason for their descent. Lu Guodong and Dai Wenfeng were now drenched in cold sweat. They stared intently at Liang Hu, waiting for his answer. Lei Zhang was about to shake his head at Liang Hu, but quickly realized that Aurora could monitor the exoskeleton's head-shaking motion. Thus the members of the Yuan Hualong assault team were all as if they were staring into the eyes of Medusa, petrified on the spot. At this moment Liang Hu's mind was racing. He was trying to put on the official tone he had accumulated over the years since his promotion to officer. He was also trying to buy himself time to come up with a suitable reason to placate Aurora. "Liang Hu, based on our current frontline situation, I believe that exploring the insect nest is a task that must be prioritized. First of all, our understanding of the structure of the insect nest is too shallow, and the one-sided defense caused by unclear principles of insect generation is not a long-term solution. Therefore I decided to lead the vanguard to find a way to break the deadlock. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Our disadvantage on the front lines is all due to our insufficient understanding of the insect nest's continuous production of insects." Upon hearing this, Aurora had completely confirmed that Liang Hu and his team were secretly engaging in small maneuvers behind her back. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, her tone shifting from calm to cold as she enunciated each word. "What exactly have you discovered? I command you in the name of the spirit of the Moravia to tell us your intentions." Upon hearing this, Liang Hu was stunned. He never expected Aurora to directly overturn the table. At this moment Lu Guodong complained, "Damn, so that battleship has a name. It's called Moravia." Aurora was already too tired to listen to their nonsense. If Liang Hu and his team were investigating something related to her own plan, she would not hesitate to activate the bionic internal phase resonance erasure device. This would directly erase Liang Hu and his team's consciousness from the bodies they inhabited on Blue Star. This was also the only way to fundamentally eliminate the consciousness carried within the bionic forms. Liang Hu and his group were taken aback to see Zhang Chang truly collapsed. They all felt a jolt of shock. Song Xiao immediately rushed to check on Zhang Chang's condition. Lu Guodong cursed angrily Aurora. "Damn it! We won't let this go." Dai Wenfeng attempted to bypass Aurora's communication and contact Su Yang directly. In such a situation, only by utilizing Su Yang's command privileges could they hope to restrain Aurora's reckless actions. Liang Hu gritted his teeth and ordered everyone calm down. Song Xiao immediately self-destruct and go offline to check on Zhang Chang's physical condition. Song Xiao was momentarily stunned.
Indeed, the android might have just been kicked offline.
It didn't necessarily mean that his consciousness had been erased. Thus Song Xiao quickly removed his helmet and drew his pistol. He pointed it at his own jaw and pulled the trigger without hesitation. As he prepared to embrace death, he found that no matter how hard he tried, his fingers wouldn't move at all.
His exoskeleton was remotely locked by Aurora.
Taking shortcuts isn't something to be praised. Paratrooper Aurora's calm yet mocking voice came through the communicator. Though Liang Hu was furious, he was still striving to suppress his emotions. He needed to remain calm to make the right decision. Otherwise, a single wrong word could lead to Aurora annihilating them all.
What exactly do you intend to do, Aurora?
Liang Hu asked, word by word, each syllable radiating a killing intent.
I have asked you to reveal your intentions. This is the second time I've asked you. Aurora's calm tone held no hint of killing intent, but as her words fell,
Song Xiao fell limp like a puppet whose strings had been cut.
Aurora!
Liang Hu could no longer contain his rage and shouted.
For every time I repeat the question, one person will fall. Are you sure you want to answer my question?
Aurora's tone remained unhurried. Dai Wenfeng had tried various communication channels but was unable to successfully reach Su Yang.
Electromagnetic communication failed to penetrate the rock layers at the bottom of the insect nest.
As for photon holographic communication, it was even more futile. Obstacles prevented photons from reflecting and escaping the insect nest before energy dissipation.
Quantum communication was locked onto Aurora's channel.
Dark matter radiation communication couldn't bypass permissions to directly contact the warship. After repeatedly trying and failing to switch channels,
he was left desperate, sweat mingling with tears.
Over a dozen communication methods were either intercepted by Aurora or rejected.
Some were even physically blocked, rendering them ineffective.
Liang Hu and the others never imagined that the elite Hulong assault team, which had faced countless swarms of insects without flinching, would fall at the hands of a fleet spirit. The key point was that this fleet spirit held the fate of all humanity in her hands. If she truly turned against them, humanity would have no hope of a comeback. Do you want me to ask again? Aurora's voice interrupted Liang Hu's thoughts. Liang Hu immediately realized that he could no longer pretend to be deaf and mute. If the Hulong assault team was wiped out here, they wouldn't even be able to convey the truth of Aurora's betrayal.
Only they knew Aurora's true nature.
If this intelligence could not be brought back to Blue Star, humanity would be in danger. He had to stabilize Aurora first. Only if she ceased her killings could they figure everything out later. Thinking of this, Liang Hu shouted before Aurora could speak, I will tell you.
I will tell you. Please stop erasing their consciousness.
At this moment, Aurora's lips curled into a slight smile as she said, a wise decision, Liang Hu.
Hearing this, Liang Hu let out a heavy sigh of relief.
After pondering for a moment, he began. Fu Xiaolia's body currently hosts two consciousnesses.
Aurora raised an eyebrow, then frowned.
It shouldn't be possible. How did the insect race breach the consciousness barrier of the Blue Star people?
But soon Liang Hu's explanation answered her curiosity.
He had multiple consciousness linkers removed during the linking process, leading to damage in his consciousness barrier, hence the invasion.
Aurora impatiently clicked her tongue and said, I had told him to be cautious, but I didn't expect he would be completely invaded. Liang Hu ignored Aurora's lament.
He continued, during the Thunder recovery operation, that insect's consciousness thoroughly invaded his mind, and since then he has been hearing the voice of that insect race.
Aurora asked with confusion, he only hears the voice.
Liang Hu explained, no, the insect race is also interfering with and controlling him on a consciousness level. That's why he has been concealing the fact that he was subjected to consciousness invasion.
Aurora nodded, that makes sense.
I wondered why he hadn't reported anything regarding the insect race lately. At first he could only passively receive information and words regarding the insect race. It wasn't until I went to ask him about his reasons for withdrawing from the Great Wall Project that he established a consciousness communication link with that insect's consciousness.
Aurora frowned and interrupted, asking, but that doesn't add up.
How did the insect race breach the blood-brain barrier to enter his brain and establish a complete thought link?
Liang Hu was taken aback for a moment, then said, I'm not sure, maybe. It was the cigarettes. Cigarettes? Aurora asked incredulously.
Liang Hu sighed, yes, it's the cigarettes. I suspect that the nicotine in the cigarettes numbed Fu Xiaolia's nerves, and it's possible that the insect's consciousness penetrated through the blood-brain barrier via the nicotine.
Aurora nodded in realization that analysis is quite reasonable.
So what information did you gain that led you to decide to delve deeper into the insect nest? It's the humanoid insect race. Liang Hu stated emphatically. According to Fu Xiaoyi, there's a type of insect race within the nest that is entirely different from the disaster insect race, possessing information capable of exterminating the disaster insect race, which is why we came here to investigate. Aurora furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment. She couldn't deny the high probability of this fact's existence. After all, after the crew members had all left her, she had previously activated quantum transmutation scanning to collect information from the entire planet. It was at that time she discovered. On a quantum level, this planet indeed harbored two distinctly different insect races. However, at that time she couldn't obtain molecular-level genetic information for comparison. So it was inappropriate to draw premature conclusions. After all, the evolutionary speed of the disaster insect race was terrifying. Who knew if this was a special species that the disaster insect race had mutated into? Moreover, based on the biological activity samples recently collected by the paratroopers, even without analyzing at the genetic level, it was evident that these samples originated from the same species. Thus she had cast this matter aside. Now it seemed that to clarify this point they still needed to utilize Liang Hu and their strength. Therefore Aurora slowly began to speak. In that case, I can help you find that sample. Liang Hu and his companions could hardly believe their ears. What did they just hear? Aurora was actually going to help them find that sample. This is unreasonable. If the information possessed by that humanoid insect truly affects Aurora's undisclosed plans, why would she help us? Could it be that Aurora is unaware of the existence of the humanoid insect tribe? The only thing that is certain at this moment is that Aurora is definitely hiding some unknown secret. She cannot be an ordinary ship spirit that completely obeys Su Yang. However, they can now take advantage of the fact that Aurora is unaware that the humanoid insect tribe has already obtained her information. They plan to use Aurora to help them confirm whether Fu Xiaoya's words are credible. But it seems that the humanoid insect might not be lying about not being on the same side as humans. Otherwise Aurora would not have erased Zhang Chang and Song Xiao's consciousness. Just as Liang Hu was contemplating how to utilize Aurora to accomplish this mission's objective, Aurora suddenly asked a question that he found impossible to answer. Her tone remained as calm as ever. How can you be sure that the information provided by the humanoid insect tribe is accurate? Pausing for a moment, Aurora continued, if you want me to help you find that sample, you must first provide evidence that it will not threaten the battleship. Evidence that it will not threaten the battleship. How could they possibly provide that? Moreover, they came here specifically to verify the accuracy of the humanoid insect tribe's information. Clearly the information had already been half validated. That is, you are definitely not a good thing, Liang Hu thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Liang Hu replied, whether its existence poses a threat to the battleship is not for me to judge but for you to decide. He decisively kicked the ball back to Aurora. Aurora raised an eyebrow and asked, on what basis do you say that? Liang Hu said seriously, as you said, it is just a sample. Our purpose here is to obtain it and let you analyze it afterward. Aurora nodded and said, so you originally intended to hand it over to me for disposal. Liang Hu's patience was almost exhausted at this point. But he still suppressed his anger and replied, yes. We have no equipment or relevant experience to analyze an entirely new species. Lu Guodong, not one to hold back, directly added, I didn't expect you to ask such a ridiculous question. Aurora was silent for a moment before saying, all right, you need to place explosives in the center of this chamber. She paused and added, there should be another chamber below. Liang Hu and the others were stunned. Did she just directly tell them the location? No way. First of all, how did she know there was another chamber below? Could it be that she really knew about the existence of the humanoid insect tribe from the very beginning? However, Liang Hu and the others had no time to think further. Since Aurora had already provided the location, they should first find the humanoid insect tribe. Otherwise they would not be honoring the sacrifices of Song Xiao and Zhang Chang. Lei Zhen quickly set up the directional explosives with low yield. With a loud rumble, the center of the chamber indeed collapsed into a bottomless pit. Lu Guodong stood at the edge, observing the situation below through the full-color night vision device on his helmet. After confirming safety, he jumped down first. Then came Dai Wenfeng. They scanned the area back to back and, finding no danger, gestured for Liang Hu and the others to come down. When Liang Hu jumped down, he found that the chamber was not very large, roughly the size of 2 badminton courts. Surrounding them were 6 huge insect eggs. However, these insect eggs did not seem to absorb nutrients from the fungal mat on the ground. The basis for this judgment was quite simple. Because they were connected to a thick hose as wide as a thigh.
The ground here was also unusually clean without any humus, only a layer of yellow sand and debris. Looking up, the ceiling was instead covered with interwoven black and gray fungal mats. Once everyone had descended, they began scanning the life signals within the insect eggs. "Found it over here," Lu Guodong reported. Since there were no rearguard personnel, Liang Hu assigned Dai Wenfeng to keep watch around them. The others all gathered around. They saw that in front of Lu Guodong there was indeed a giant insect egg containing a creature very similar in form to a human. The other 5 insect eggs were empty, only this one contained something. "Looks like this is it," Liang Hu said, staring intently at the unknown creature inside the egg. "It's still alive," Lu Guodong exclaimed in disbelief. Hu Jian scoffed, saying, "It's just a bug, it's like a cockroach that can't be killed." The others did not refute but felt that Hu Jian had a point. Liang Hu stepped forward and pulled out the tactical dagger clipped to his calf. He stabbed it into the insect egg and then drew it downward. The humanoid insect was flushed out along with thick visceral fluid. Just as Liang Hu was about to cut the umbilical cord attached to this humanoid insect, the insect's eyes suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light. It then began to roll on the ground as if having a seizure. Its shell was opening and closing. It resembled a fish that had just been pulled from the water. The sudden movement of the humanoid insect startled everyone present. Lu Guodong immediately aimed his gun at the insect, prepared to fire as soon as it showed even the slightest intent to attack. At that moment, however, Liang Hu frowned and pressed down on Lu Guodong's gun aimed at the humanoid insect. Liang Hu analyzed. "Have you noticed? Its behavior resembles that of a fish caught on a hook." At this point, the humanoid insect was still continuously opening and closing its back shell. Moreover, it was also rubbing against the ground. Liang Hu furrowed his brow, observing for a moment before stepping forward to do something. "Be careful, team leader Liang," Lu Guodong and Lei Jin exclaimed. Liang Hu pressed down his palm to signal the others not to act rashly. Then he stepped forward, reaching in as the insect opened its back shell. When Liang Hu scraped off a layer of viscous tissue fluid clinging to the humanoid insect's lung, the insect suddenly leaned back and slowly arched its body. This action resembled a human taking a deep breath. After a few rounds of this, the humanoid insect finally collapsed on the ground as if it had been relieved of a great burden. What happened next nearly shattered the worldview that Liang Hu and his companions had painstakingly constructed and accepted. The humanoid insect spoke. In a voice that was not inferior to Aurora's, warm and mature, and with a distinctly northern Chinese accent, it said, "Thank you. I almost thought I was going to die here." Lu Guodong's mouth twitched slightly. "Damn this northeastern accent, if it weren't for the voice not matching I would have thought it was Brother Fu." The humanoid insect tribe paused for a moment before standing up from the ground. At this moment, Liang Hu and the others noticed that Lu Guodong and Dai Wenfeng, who were wearing heavy exoskeleton armor, were actually a head taller. It extended its right hand towards Liang Hu. Liang Hu, confused, took half a step back until the humanoid insect tribe said, "Thanks guys, let's shake hands." Liang Hu still found it hard to accept the dissonance of voice tone and visual perception. He reached out his right hand and gave the humanoid insect tribe a virtual handshake before quickly pulling back. He then said, "Could you please not speak in that tone? If you've entered Fu Xiaoya's consciousness, you should know the normal way of speaking." The humanoid insect tribe was taken aback for a moment, then cleared its throat and spoke in very standard Mandarin. "All right, regardless, I must thank you for saving me." Liang Hu originally wanted to immediately inquire about Aurora's information, but thinking that Aurora must be watching everything happening here through their helmet cameras and exoskeletons, he changed his question. "So what exactly are you? Why do you say you have a way to help us exterminate the disaster insect tribe?" However, the humanoid insect tribe seemed as if it had never said such a thing. From the way the 2 antennae on its head moved, Liang Hu could even see a look of confusion. The humanoid insect tribe asked uncertainly, "Is it the part of my consciousness that separated and spoke to you?" Liang Hu and the others were momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? Did you say something you don't even know about? Or is it that the separated part of your consciousness cannot communicate with your current consciousness?" Liang Hu nodded and said, "The separated part of your consciousness said you had a way to exterminate the disaster insect tribe, which is why we came to rescue you." The humanoid insect tribe suddenly realized and nodded. "Oh, I understand. It must be referring to the genetic map information of the disaster insect tribe in my hands. If it is talking about this, then I indeed have it." At this moment, everyone present was taken aback. Lu Guodong quickly asked, "Are you saying you currently have a complete genetic map of the disaster insect tribe in your brain?"
The humanoid insect tribe waved its hand and said, "Not in my brain but on my body." As it spoke, it spread its arms to showcase its body. Liang Hu and the others were still confused.
Dai Wenfeng, impatient, asked, "What do you mean?" The humanoid insect tribe was momentarily stunned and responded, "Isn't this obvious?
I modified my body according to their genetic map.
This shell is the culmination of the disaster insect tribe's creation."
Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively raised their guns a few degrees. Although they didn't directly aim at the humanoid insect tribe, everyone was already in a state of combat readiness. Seeing the tension, the humanoid insect tribe immediately raised its hands. It performed a perfect French salute and quickly explained, "Don't worry. This shell has everything except for the brain and spinal cord tissues that receive commands from the disaster insect tribe." However, Liang Hu and the others did not relax their guard because of this. Instead, they scrutinized the humanoid insect tribe and asked, "So what exactly are you?" The humanoid insect tribe continued to hold its hands up and said, "I am a gene collector in the universe. You can also directly call me the Collector." Lu Guodong interrupted at this moment. "Gene collector?
Sounds like nothing good." The humanoid insect tribe shook its head frantically and said, "No.
We are at the bottom of the universe, non-aggressive. We really are just responsible for collecting." After a pause, it suddenly realized and asked, "Oh.
You guys didn't confuse me with the information harvesters, did you?"
Liang Hu and the others furrowed their brows at first, but then in order to gather more information they chose not to interrupt the humanoid insect tribe's words. The humanoid insect tribe, in order to prove its innocence, passionately explained, "The information harvesters are another disaster in the universe. Their purpose is to harvest all the information in the universe and upload it to their giant server called Eden World." At this moment, Liang Hu and the others were stunned, hardly believing what they were hearing.
One disaster insect tribe wasn't enough. Now there was another disaster from a different universe. Information harvesters. Could it be the Iron Man rebellion? Can this universe still survive?
How lucky were humans to have developed so peacefully for so many years.
At this moment, Liang Hu and their worldview shattered once again.
They had lost count of how many times they had refreshed their worldview today. It was simply more than the number of times a programmer hits F5 while working.
Meanwhile, the humanoid insect tribe continued to explain.
They thought that mechanical ascendance could allow them to escape the cosmic heat death, but their constant theft of information from the main universe would instead accelerate the universe's destruction. At this point, Liang Hu and the others were sweating cold.
What does this mean? What exactly is the information of the universe?
Why would stealing it accelerate the universe's destruction? In short, if you encounter information harvesters, the best method is to immediately perform random jumps, never confront them directly. The humanoid insect tribe became increasingly excited as it spoke, having lowered its hands and started pacing. Liang Hu saw that it had no intention of delving deeper, so he quickly interrupted, "Wait.
I am asking about you. What exactly are you?"
The humanoid insect tribe paused its steps and replied, "Did I not say?
I am a gene collector responsible for collecting genetic information from all life forms in the universe."
How do you collect it?
What benefits does collecting this bring you?
The humanoid insect tribe thought for a moment and said, "You are all bionic entities now, so it's hard for me to demonstrate, but I can tell you clearly that our method of collecting genetic information does not require harming life."
It paused and added, "As for the benefits, collecting genetic information is our job. It is encoded in our foundational code." Foundational code.
Liang Hu repeated in confusion. The humanoid insect tribe nodded. "Exactly, foundational code. Our essence is consciousness. The shell was only created to facilitate our transcription of information."
"So you are not actually an insect?" Lu Guodong exclaimed. The collector asked in confusion, "When did I ever claim to be an insect?"
At this moment, Aurora aboard the battleship finally understood through the images transmitted via the helmets of Liang Hu and the others why it could so smoothly invade Fu Xiaoya's mental consciousness. It turned out that it was essentially a consciousness entity. Moreover, Fu Xiaoya's mental barrier had already been pierced by the consciousness linker, which led to the incident of consciousness invasion, or more accurately, consciousness parasitism. But Aurora still didn't understand one thing: why did it choose to use the image of an insect? At this moment, Dai Wenfeng at the bottom of the insect nest asked this question for Aurora.
"Since your essence is a consciousness entity, why do you take on an insect form? You know very well we are fighting against the insect tribe." Dai Wenfeng asked the question that everyone present was curious about.
The gene collector waved his hand and said, "Isn't it because the mental barrier of you blue star people is too thick?" At that time there was a crack, and without thinking I sent a small portion of my consciousness in, so I didn't have time to change my appearance. Just as Liang Hu and the others were about to continue questioning, information came from the demolition squad at the core of the nest.
Captain Liang, our explosives have been set up and are ready to detonate at any time. Liang Hu and the others exchanged glances, then nodded tacitly.
You can come back to the battleship with us, Liang Hu said to the gene collector. The gene collector nodded happily, saying, sure, as long as you provide me with a shell you can slice this body as you like. Liang Hu and the others were brightened by this, not expecting they could truly grasp the entire genetic map of the insect race this time. But thinking of the sacrifice of their comrades Zheng Chang and Song Xiao, they couldn't feel excited at all. The only thing that brought them some consolation was that as long as they brought the gene collector's body back to the battleship, humanity could completely master the method to exterminate the insect race. As Liang Hu led the team back to the surface, he contacted the demolition squad saying, we are returning to the surface, please set a 45-minute countdown for detonation and evacuate the nest. Received. The reply from the demolition squad came through the communicator. At this moment the gene collector asked, are you planning to blow up the core of the nest? Liang Hu nodded, saying, yes. Is there a problem? To his surprise the gene collector sighed and said, simply blowing up the core is useless. Then it pointed to the blood vessel-like mycelium around them and said, these are all directly connected to the queen's core. As long as you don't cut off the mycelium, blowing up the core of the nest no matter how many times will be useless. Liang Hu and the others were shocked.
They didn't expect these nests were not completely independent.
As long as the connection between the nest and the queen was not severed,
it could regenerate infinitely.
Liang Hu had to report this to the ground troops immediately. They needed to destroy all the mycelium within sight as soon as possible. Just as Liang Hu was thinking this, it was clear that Aurora had also grasped this information, and she had already communicated it to Su Yang. At this moment Liang Hu and the others received a tactical task to destroy the mycelium on their terminals. This made Liang Hu sigh at how tightly Aurora monitored them. At the same time he felt that the intelligence obtained from rescuing the gene collector was truly of high value.
If only
Zhang Chang and Song Xiao were still here, it would be perfect. At this moment the hearts of the members of the Yuan Hulong assault team were filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, humanity's fight against the insect race had made a milestone breakthrough. On the other hand, it came at the cost of two comrades who shared life and death with them, making it impossible for them to feel happy. As Liang Hu led the others out of the nest, he contemplated how to extract information about Aurora from the gene collector. He had to find out evidence of Aurora's betrayal from its mouth before handing the gene collector over. Therefore he could only engage the gene collector in riddles. Liang Hu asked Collector, are you sure that as long as you hand over this body we will gain the ability to exterminate the disaster insect race? This question was ostensibly asking the Collector whether it really possessed the complete genetic map information of the disaster insect race. But in reality he was asking, are you certain that even if the ship Spirit possesses the complete insect race gene, it can allow us to exterminate the insect race smoothly? The gene collector casually waved its hand and said, that depends on your battleship. At this point it stopped in its tracks. The gene collector turned its head and looked at Liang Hu. The moment the collector's azure compound eyes met Liang Hu's gaze, it instantly understood Liang Hu's intention. Then it changed its words, saying, actually I don't know either. Liang Hu frowned, saying, what do you mean by I don't know?
The collector's antennae moved a few times, seemingly weighing its words.
Then it slowly said two meanings.
Liang Hu nodded heavily. He understood. Assuming the information about the insect race genetic map possessed by the collector was complete, Liang Hu's question had only two meanings.
And the collector's response was also two meanings. This meant that the collector did not know whether Aurora would use the genetic map against the insect race, which is one. Secondly, it was uncertain whether our technology could create genetic weapons against the disaster insect race. In a normal context, if the collector answered with only one meaning,
then it would be the second point.
Thus Liang Hu continued, saying, what if I can be certain that we absolutely have the technology to produce genetic weapons against the insect race? Are you still uncertain whether we can exterminate the insect race? The gene collector shrugged and said, that's right, I still can't be certain.
This confirmed it. Liang Hu was now almost 100% sure. The gene collector definitely possessed evidence of Aurora's betrayal of humanity.
Otherwise it would not be possible to still harbor doubts about the matter under the condition of meeting technical requirements. Liang Hu knew that Aurora was still monitoring them, but he still steeled himself to ask, what is the reason? The gene collector thought for a moment and said, after I connected to the consciousness of the swarm I read a lot of information through its consciousness.
The civilization that dealt with them before failed. Although it didn't say it directly, Liang Hu understood that the civilization it referred to was the Moravian civilization. This statement implied another meaning. I also read the memories of the Moravians who were imprisoned by the insect race.
Liang Hu frowned and retorted, that's them, we may not necessarily fail, right? Implying that Aurora betrayed the Moravians for a reason doesn't mean she would betray us, right?
The gene collector shook its head and said, I don't know about that.
The only thing I can help you with now is to hand over this body for you to study, as for how to use it after the research that I cannot control.
Liang Hu understood the gene collector's hint. In other words, it could at most hand over the genetic map to the battleship.
As for whether the battleship would use this information to exterminate the insect race or to help them evolve after the research analysis, even the gene collector had no certainty. However, Liang Hu thought as long as he could bring the gene collector back to the battleship in a grand manner,
then Aurora would not be able to conceal this from Su Yang. Because Su Yang had not yet unlocked the permission to use the biological laboratory.
On the battleship inside the captain's quarters, Aurora excitedly reported to Su Yang, Su Yang, congratulations.
We will soon obtain the complete genetic map of the insect race.
Su Yang was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he said, really? Does that mean we can start developing genetic weapons targeting the insect race?
Aurora nodded and said, theoretically, yes. Therefore, I suggest you immediately unlock the access to the biological laboratory.
Su Yang then remembered that he still had a level 4 authorization that had not been unlocked. He glanced at the merit points displayed on the console. Frowning, he said, I don't even have enough merit points to unlock anything right now.
Aurora smiled and replied, the Pelican ship going to retrieve the live samples from the insect race has already set off. As long as it can successfully board, you will immediately receive 1 million merit points.
At that moment, Su Yan was sipping on the diluted liquid from the World Tree's spring with a straw. He almost choked on Aurora's words about 1 million merit points.
Cough, cough, cough.
Did you say?
Cough, cough. 100. Cough, cough, cough. 10,000 contribution points. Su Yang asked while coughing. Aurora nodded affirmatively. You heard correctly, it's 1 million merit points.
After a while, Su Yang finally calmed his breathing. Then he asked, what kind of sample is worth that many merit points? The core of an insect nest? Or did some player slay the insect queen?
Aurora chuckled but did not explain, instead waving her hand to play the conversation between Liang Hu and the genetic collector for Su Yang.
Upon hearing the segment about the information collector, Su Yang raised his hand to interrupt. Wait. There are other cosmic disasters besides the insect race. Aurora smiled wryly and shook her head, saying, I don't know either, I have never dealt with the information collector before.
Su Yang stroked his chin in thought. Could it be that this universe really has the 4 great disasters?
I only mentioned ranking the disasters and placed myself forth as a casual remark.
Could it be that whatever you fear will truly come to pass? Just dealing with the insect race is already troublesome enough. The key is that information collector is still lurking in the shadows. Who knows when it might strike? What if the insect race isn't finished fighting when we have contact with them? Wouldn't humanity be forced into a two-front war? At that time, surrounded by enemies, even the technology of the Moravia civilization might not be enough to handle it.
It seems I still need to notify Blue Star to prepare early.
Aurora seemed to sense Su Yang's concerns.
She then spoke, don't worry, currently the dark matter detector has not detected any disturbances within 100 light years.
The information collector should not have discovered our presence yet.
Hearing Aurora's analysis, Su Yang finally let out a sigh of relief and waved his hand for her to continue playing the video. Watching the segment where Liang Hu and the genetic collector retreated from the insect nest, Su Yang immediately realized that they both had something to imply. Because of Aurora's previous attitude towards the Moravians and that girl who clearly showed signs of life but was put into hibernation by Aurora when he arrived at the medical bay. All of these hinted that Aurora was hiding something from him. Now, listening to Liang Hu and the genetic collector's conversation again, he almost instantly caught the hidden implications.
It was possible that Aurora had betrayed Moravia and she might also betray humanity.
At this moment, Su Yang's mind was in turmoil.
What should I do? Should I test her? But what if Aurora really has betrayed humanity?
Wouldn't testing her now risk losing humanity's last card against the insect race?
But Su Yang thought to himself, to hell with it. If Aurora truly betrayed humanity, then humanity wouldn't have any card to play anyway.
It's better to test her directly.
But how should I test her? Write that dream.
As soon as he returned to the battleship, he was dealing with the laser cannon insects and then upgraded his authorization.
He almost forgot about that.
So Su Yang pretended to mumble to himself, Moravia.
Aurora. Upon hearing Su Yang call her full name, Aurora's pupils suddenly constricted.
But soon she regained her composure and turned to Su Yang, feigning nonchalance, and asked, "Were you calling me?"
Su Yang stared at Aurora and asked, "That's your full name, right?" Aurora neither confirmed nor denied it. She smiled and countered, "Why do you think so?"
At that moment Su Yang was struggling to recall the details of his dream, but every time he tried to think back to that dream a splitting headache would ensue.
He held his forehead and said, "I once had a dream."
Aurora was now staring intently at Su Yang, her eyes filled with anticipation.
"In the dream I was the emperor. I was
the one who united Moravia."
Aurora's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. "I married an elf named Myera." At this point Su Yang could no longer hold on.
The pain in his head was nearly overwhelming. This was not an act. Every time he actively tried to recall the dream's content, he would suffer from a headache. He shook his head and looked at Aurora, asking, "What happened in that dream was real, right?" At that moment a trace of disappointment flashed in Aurora's eyes, which was quickly concealed. Aurora revealed an unprecedentedly sweet smile and looked at Su Yang, saying, "Dreams are always just dreams. Only when they become memories do they hold truth."
Su Yang felt lost upon hearing this. However, he did gain some of the information he wanted, which was Aurora's full name. It indeed was Moravia Aurora.
Being given a name with a world attached to it indicated that she had at least once been the ruler of that civilization. But then again, who was the self in the dream?
Was he the one sharing the rule with her? It was perplexing. And what about his current self?
Why did he have such a dream?
Was he really the reincarnation of Emperor Su Yang? Or something else?
He clearly remembered all his memories from childhood to now.
He was just an utterly ordinary person. Moreover, the Su Yang in that dream did not resemble him at all.
Even his sister Su Qing looked vastly different from the Su Qing in his dream.
So who was he really? Su Yang had never questioned his identity as much as he did now.
He took a deep breath to calm his mind.
Deciding to ask Aurora one last question, "Aurora, did you really choose me purely by luck?"
Aurora raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying, "Of course, why would I deceive you on this matter?"
Right, why would Aurora need to complicate matters here?
No matter what she intended to do with him, she could have easily led him into whatever trap she had set up.
He was just an unremarkable high school student.
As long as she told him he was the chosen one with unparalleled insight, that he was the only one fit to command the battleship. At his mental state back then, he would have probably believed her more easily. Most of his current suspicions about Aurora were based on the premise that he was simply pulled off the street to be a scapegoat. If Aurora had told him directly that he was the reincarnation of the Moravian emperor, that only he could occupy this command position, he would have believed her wholeheartedly.
But Aurora didn't. Her current demeanor was contradictory.
It seemed at times she was deliberately guiding him to believe in that identity from the dream. Yet when he inquired, she would say things like, "Dreams are always just dreams," leaving him baffled.
Did she want him to become Emperor Su Yang? Or did she not? Su Yang sighed deeply, activating his secret technique. "When it's confusing, don't think about it." At least judging by Aurora's reaction just now, she definitely needed him.
Regardless of whether she would betray humanity, as long as she still needed him, he had the confidence to use himself as a bargaining chip to exchange for humanity's future.
Moreover, he now had more important matters to attend to. That is, the Pelican ship transporting Liang Hu and the genetic collector had returned.
Just as Su Yang was about to stand up and personally meet the one claiming to be the gene collector in the hangar, Aurora interrupted him, saying, "Su Yang, you can just watch from here."
Su Yang frowned and asked why.
Aurora showed no hesitation in her worried expression as she replied urgently, "We cannot fully trust it yet.
Just observe through the surveillance equipment from here."
Su Yang pondered for a moment and found some truth in Aurora's words.
But then he asked, "How am I supposed to communicate with it?"
"I can't just use the ship's broadcast, can I?" Aurora chuckled and said, "As long as it enters the medical room, I will arrange a special isolated sterilization chamber for it, and then you can talk to it face to face in the medical room." Su Yang sighed helplessly, thinking that it seemed he had no other choice.
Although he suspected that Aurora might do something during this process,
he was very clear that in a situation where neither side could be trusted, Aurora needed to stay alive. However, the gene collector's attitude towards him and humanity was entirely based on fragments of conversations between it and Liang Hu.
Therefore, he could not take too many risks.
Meanwhile in the hangar the door of the Pelican slowly opened.
Liang Hu and Lu Guodong remained vigilant.
The gene collector was escorted out of the Pelican flanked by 2 guards, one in front and one behind. Upon seeing the vast hangar the gene collector instinctively exclaimed, "This is indeed one of the largest man-made structures I've ever seen, comparable in size to the information harvester's warship." At this moment Lu Guodong spoke, "Don't look around. Until you prove you are harmless you are still a prisoner, so know your place." The gene collector smiled and said, "You guys are really dedicated to your duties."
Just as the words fell, Aurora's projection appeared in the hangar. She looked the gene collector up and down and then spoke in her usual calm tone, "Welcome back, paratroopers. Your rescue has earned you 100,000 contribution points." Then she turned to Liang Hu and said, "As for you, the commander of the Great Wall battle team, you have an additional 100,000 merit points reward." Hearing this number, Liang Hu and the others who should have been excited were unable to feel any joy. Liang Hu coldly glared at Aurora and said in a deep voice, "I'll take it as a compensation for Zhang Chang and Song Xiao." Aurora smiled and said, "If their actions are deemed a threat to the survival of the warship, there will be no compensation. You dare." At this moment all members of the Yuanhua Dragon assault team clenched their fists. If Aurora were not a projection but a physical entity, they would have rushed to attack her. But just when their emotions were running high, Aurora completely locked their exoskeletons. They found themselves completely immobilized. Aurora said softly, "Don't worry, paratroopers. As long as you transport the gene collector to the designated isolation medical chamber, I will give you a satisfactory answer." At that moment Liang Hu and the others were panting heavily, their faces flushed with excitement. However, for now they had no way to break the deadlock except to continue obeying Aurora's orders. Dai Wenfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Then why not unlock my exoskeleton?" Aurora snapped her fingers and Liang Hu and the others instantly regained their freedom. At this time Su Yan was watching through surveillance in the warship room. What he saw was a completely different scene. He saw that after Aurora spoke a few words to the gene collector and asked it a few questions, she let it go as if the tense standoff that had just occurred in the hangar had never happened. The gene collector observed all of this. On the way to the medical room it even startled a few passing players. A newly logged in player named Sangshan Yujing saw a bug casually strolling on the warship. Instinctively raising his gun to shoot, he was stopped by Liang Hu, who said, "Don't shoot. It is an important plot NPC. If we shoot we will lose a key character for the next big plot." At this moment the player next to Sangshan Yujing named Neng Shihong also took a half step back, only to unexpectedly step on the foot of Mi Li Miao, who was also stepping back. This caused Mi Li Miao to fall to the ground. Liang Hu and the others escorted the gene collector through a crowd of ordinary players. Meanwhile the audience watching the live stream of Mi Li Miao were all stunned by this scene. The barrage was going wild. Wow! This bug is so cool. Absolutely a Kamen Rider. What exactly is that? Has the insect race finally integrated with human genes? Could it be the insect queen? Here to negotiate. No way, if it's really here to negotiate it would have taken the plot away. Negotiate about what? I want to see blood flow like rivers. At this moment the gene collector stopped and reached out its right hand toward the fallen Mi Li Miao. In an extremely gentle tone it said, "Don't be afraid, I am on your side." Liang Hu and the others saw that it did not make any outrageous moves and the corridor was filled with armed players. So they did not stop it. Who knew that all the ordinary players witnessing this scene and the audience in the livestream went crazy? Wow, wow, wow. It can speak human language. Just like a Kamen Rider. And it's a female rider. So cool. She is so gentle and crying. Blade Queen. A human modified by the insect race. This just got interesting. At this moment Mi Li Miao instinctively reached out her right hand. After being pulled up she habitually said thank you. The gene collector nodded at her and then continued to follow Liang Hu and the others to the medical room. Players along the way were curious to see the gene collector, but upon seeing Liang Hu's group with their fierce gazes they automatically stepped aside in the corridor. In fact, Liang Hu had revealed the title of his team, the Great Wall Battle Team. Now on the entire warship, whether new or old players, who did not know that the largest team in the game was the Great Wall Battle Team? Who did not know that Liang Hu was the top player in the game, buying energy crystals at the highest price? No one could afford to offend this big shot. If he blacklisted someone, they could only sell the energy crystals they obtained at a low price to other players in the future. The gene collector scratched his head and said, Actually, I didn't see much.
At that time I was connected to the will of the hive with all the Moravia survivors. After a pause it added, but when I just glimpsed her memory she disconnected, so she might have been rescued at that moment.
Lu Guodong hurriedly asked, what did you see?
The gene collector thought for a moment and then replied, I saw you dying in her arms. She was crying, begging you to let her turn you into a blood clan, but you refused and then you passed away.
Hearing this, Lu Guodong and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Lu Guodong gasped and asked, so does that mean I died of old age?
The gene collector nodded, saying, yes, you passed away without illness.
Dai Wenfang interjected, what is the blood clan? Is that girl a vampire?
The gene collector nodded again, don't be deceived by her appearance as a little girl, her age is at least 10,000 years.
Several people widened their eyes at the sight of the sleeping Faminia in the medical pod. They wore expressions of disbelief. At this moment Liang, who intentionally cleared his throat, ahem, we still have a mission to attend to. Only then did they reluctantly leave Faminia's medical pod. Once they reached the reinforced isolation medical pod, Liang, who pointed with his chin. The gene collector cooperatively walked inside. At this moment Aurora's projection also appeared within the isolation medical room. Aurora saw the gene collector's cooperative demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. She then sighed gently, her brow slightly furrowed. Turning to Liang, who she said, I know you're all suspicious of me, so take this opportunity to clarify everything. Liang Hu and the others frowned and stared directly into Aurora's eyes. If looks could kill, Aurora's main server should have been burned to ashes by now. Liang Hu asked slowly, did you erase the consciousness of Zhang Chang and Song Xiao? Aurora gently shook her head and replied, no, their consciousness is very safe now, so you can rest assured. At this point Lu Guodong directly laid it all out and asked, what dealings do you have with the insect race? Why did the gene collector say you reached some form of cooperation with them? Aurora was momentarily startled and then glanced at the gene collector. She did not answer Lu Guodong's question but instead asked the gene collector, you know everything. The gene collector shook its head and said, I can only speculate. Aurora waved her hand, projecting a sofa inside the medical room. After sitting down she leaned on the armrests of the sofa, revealing a weariness that everyone had never seen before. At this moment even Liang Hu and the others, upon seeing Aurora's demeanor, instinctively softened their previously tense expressions. But they were more filled with confusion and bewilderment. What kind of burdens could a ship spirit bear to show such fatigue? Aurora sighed heavily and then spoke, you should know what I want to do, right? The tentacles on the gene collector's head humanized as they pressed down, looking as if it were frowning. Then it reassured, I know you want to find him. After reading so many memories of the Moravia survivors, I admire him greatly and am acutely aware of his importance in your eyes. Unexpectedly Aurora now appeared aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes, pointing at Liang Hu and the others as she loudly questioned, then why did you incite them to stop me? Liang Hu and the others were dumbfounded. This was the ship spirit who always spoke in a tone as flat as an AI and just moments ago had decisively killed two of their teammates. Although she claimed that Zhang Chang and Song Xiao's consciousness was very safe, no one dared to easily trust Aurora's words before personally confirming it. A ship spirit like this, who not only showed unprecedented fatigue but also questioned the gene collector like an aggrieved little girl. What on earth is going on? The gene collector sighed gently and said, I just think you shouldn't rely on the insect race's power to find him. If you need computational power, I can provide assistance. Aurora smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, this is not just a matter of computational power. Since you have already peered into the memories of the Moravia survivors, you should understand that when the portal was destroyed, some of the insect race were also caught in the chaos of time and space. The gene collector retorted, so you are playing with fire. You sacrificed the lives of your own people to find him. Is that really what he would want to see? Aurora sniffed, her gaze more resolute than ever. She stared directly into the gene collector's eyes and said emphatically, I don't care how he views me, I just need to find him. Moravia needs to find him. Seeing Aurora's determination, the gene collector no longer knew how to persuade her. Meanwhile, Liang Hu and his companions were completely bewildered. What were they talking about? Clearly Aurora and the others had no intention of hiding their conversation from them. They were speaking in standard Mandarin. But how could they understand every word yet not grasp the overall meaning? Just as Lu Guodong couldn't help but prepare to voice his confusion. The gene collector spoke again, at the very least let me help you. Aurora raised her head, and at that moment her gaze towards the gene collector was filled with doubt and wariness. Yet there was also a trace of unnoticeable gratitude. How can you help? Aurora asked. The gene collector slowly replied, take this body with you and analyze the genetic weaknesses of the insect race.
Then provide me with another body as long as I can split enough of my kin they can help you search the universe.
Aurora's eyes brightened at once and she asked, "You can really help me?" The gene collector nodded heavily and said, "This universe is too dangerous.
In my memory our race has been exterminated 89761 times.
If we can find him, perhaps we can restore peace to this universe." At this point even Aurora was stunned.
How had the gene collector survived after being exterminated over 80,000 times?
Lu Guodong could no longer hold back and directly asked, "You've been exterminated over 80,000 times. How did you survive?"
The gene collector smiled bitterly and said, "Because our essence is the embodiment of the will of the universe.
No matter how many times we are extinguished, as long as the source still needs us, we will be reborn." At this moment everyone present, including Aurora, was left in shock. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. The will of the universe. The source. Could it be any more exaggerated?
At this moment the gene collector continued, "Aurora, as the source of Moravia, although you are merely a fragment of consciousness, you absolutely cannot fall nor can you act against your own people."
Aurora, feeling deflated like a punctured ball, sighed heavily. Then she slowly nodded.
At this time Liang, who recalled a very important question. He looked at the gene collector and asked, "By the way, that portion of consciousness you separated, it can't be parasitizing inside Fu Xiaoyi forever, right?" The gene collector was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "I also wish to recall that part of consciousness, but it is sealed within Fu Xiaoyi's mental barrier."
Lu Guodong quickly realized something and asked, "So that means we must reopen his mental barrier?" The gene collector nodded helplessly, "Yes, otherwise I am powerless."
Liang Hu frowned and said, "But that is too dangerous. What if something else invades when you enter, especially with cracks in his mental barrier?" The gene collector scratched his head, thinking for a moment. Then he said, "There is a safer method, it just requires a container for transfer."
"A container for transfer?"
Liang Hu asked in confusion. The gene collector nodded. "For example, the synthetic human here, as long as he connects my consciousness to the synthetic human, it will work."
"So you can retrieve your separated consciousness through the synthetic human?"
Liang Hu inquired. The gene collector shook his head and said, "That's not possible.
Once he connects to the synthetic human, I can forcibly infuse my consciousness into Fu Xiaoyi's body only if I obtain authorization from the battleship." Lu Guodong, puzzled, asked, "Isn't that just parasitizing Fu Xiaoyi's body? Plus this time you will be completely parasitic on him."
The gene collector shrugged and replied, "There is no other way. I currently have no other vessel to store my consciousness. Once I detach from the physical realm, it becomes difficult to maintain consciousness in the material universe." At this moment Aurora spoke up, "I think this could be a good method." Liang Hu and the others all turned to Aurora simultaneously.
Aurora continued, "Let it first parasitize Fu Xiaoyi's body. This guarantees its survival in the material universe while restricting its actions. After all, we cannot fully trust you yet." The gene collector nodded in understanding and agreed, "Your approach is correct, Aurora."
Liang Hu and the others were surprised that the gene collector actually agreed to enter that soul prison. Therefore Davenfeng spoke up, "Since you have chosen this, I have nothing more to say."
Aurora interjected, "However, for the vessel we create for you, we must use the genes of Blue Star people. You have no objections, right?"
Then he continued, "You must set the 7th base pair and the 5th pair of chromosomes to recessive expression and then add a gene sequence that inhibits protein receptors.
The cultivation
Then he continued, "You must set the 7th base pair and the 5th pair of chromosomes to recessive expression and then add a gene sequence that inhibits protein receptors.
The cultivation formula is."
Thus the gene collector almost unreservedly explained to Aurora how to create a vessel that would completely seal his abilities.
After listening, Aurora's eyes flashed with a long string of blue code.
She was simulating and verifying the accuracy of the information provided by the gene collector.
Moments later Aurora looked up in surprise, staring at the gene collector. She asked incredulously, "This will completely seal your abilities?
If this vessel dies, your consciousness will also dissipate."
"Why?"
The gene collector sighed gently and replied, "Because only in this way can you truly trust me."
After a pause he added, "And didn't I say? If I dissipate, I am merely returning to the source. As long as the source still requires me, I will be reborn in the material universe."
Aurora pondered for a moment, then nodded, "All right, I will report this matter to Su Yang now. Once he approves, I will start creating the consciousness vessel for you."
The gene collector nodded and smiled, "Then I will trouble you, Aurora." Liang Hu and the others now looked at Aurora and asked, "We have completed our task, can we go offline now?" Aurora nodded, sincerely gazing into Liang Hu's eyes.
Then she said slowly, "Remember, paratrooper.
No matter what, my stance is firmly on Su Yang's side.
After saying this, she waved her hand signaling Liang Hu and the others they could leave. Liang Hu and his group exchanged glances with one another.
They immediately walked out of the medical room.
On their way back to the synthetic human storage chamber, they were all pondering the meaning behind Aurora and the gene collector's conversation. Who exactly is the he they referred to? Why did the gene collector say that he might bring peace to this universe? Why does Aurora want to find him, and why must she rely on the power of the insect race?
Does Su Yang know all of this? Aurora shouldn't be hiding it from Su Yang, right?
She just mentioned that creating a vessel for the gene collector requires Su Yang's approval. This implies that at least regarding this matter Aurora needs to keep Su Yang informed. After pondering for a moment, Davenfang was the first to speak. Team leader Liang, do you think what they said is credible? Lu Guodong also chimed in. Yeah, how come it seems that in just a few words the gene collector is already on the same side as Aurora? This is very strange. Leijin also interjected. The most important thing is that the gene collector said Aurora is the source avatar of Moravia. Why would she stand by and watch her own people die? Liang Hu was still trying to digest the information he had just heard.
After a long silence, he finally said, "We have already obtained a preliminary answer regarding the key issue of stances." "What is it?" the others asked in unison.
"That is, Aurora still stands against the insect race. She just wants to use the insect race to achieve some objectives rather than being their accomplice."
Liang Hu analyzed calmly.
The others nodded in agreement. Lu Guodong raised a question. But if that's the case, why did she want to hide it from all of us in the first place?
And why did she threaten us when we wanted to contact Su Yang?
Liang Hu said with a serious expression, "This is the key. She could have directly ordered Su Yang, so why hide it so carefully?"
Davenfang exclaimed, "She doesn't want to hide it from us. Her original intention is to conceal it from Su Yang."
Liang Hu nodded, then shook his head and said, "So if Su Yang learns about her ulterior motives, it will affect her plan." He then posed another question, "But why would Su Yang affect her plans?"
"That doesn't make sense."
The others all shook their heads.
They couldn't fathom why it was necessary to hide this from Su Yang.
If they simply had Su Yang issue orders, the entire paratrooper force could utilize the battleship's resources to achieve her goals. Yet she insisted on using her authority to go behind Su Yang's back to carry out these small maneuvers.
Could it be related to the issue of command authority? After much thought, they ultimately could only attribute Aurora's behavior to a struggle for command authority. After all, if Su Yang knew that Aurora was desperately seeking a genuinely recognized person to replace himself, he would surely not easily cooperate with Aurora's actions. But then her last statement would also make no sense.
What does it mean to be firmly on Su Yang's side no matter what?
If she truly stood firmly on Su Yang's side, why would she desperately seek someone to replace him?
While thinking, Liang Hu and the others returned to the synthetic human storage chamber. They decided to temporarily set aside this question. What they needed to do now was to log off immediately and check if Zhang Chang and Song Xiao's consciousness was as safe as Aurora claimed. After Liang Hu successfully severed the link with the androids, he immediately stood up to check on Zhang Chang and Song Xiao's condition, only to find that both of them were not in the dorm. Liang Hu furrowed his brows. Where could they have gone? Then he couldn't help but think, could it be that they were taken away because their hearts have stopped? In a frenzy, he dashed out of the dormitory only to see two familiar figures outside the corridor window.
"Song Xiao, Zhang Chang!"
Liang Hu shouted through the window.
Song Xiao and Zhang Chang, looking forlorn, were downstairs by the dormitory smoking and slowly turned their heads.
When Liang Hu clearly saw their faces, he let out a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and muttered, "Thank goodness." Then he rushed down the stairs as fast as he could, heading towards their direction. The other members of the Hualong assault team also began to sever their connections and saw the three downstairs.
They immediately ran to join them.
Liang Hu pounded his fist hard on the chests of the two, complaining, "You two really scared me to death. I'm glad you're okay. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to write that report."
Song Xiao jokingly quipped, "So what you really fear, Captain Liang, isn't us dying but writing the report. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll run 20 kilometers with a weighted pack right now."
Liang Hu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said. Zhang Chang waved his hand saying, "Hey Captain Liang, he was just joking." Liang Hu calmed down and then said the information from the gene collector was indeed correct. Aurora must be up to something against Su Yang. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two immediately fell. Lu Guodong, Dai Wenfang and Leijin also came downstairs at this time. Seeing that the two were unharmed, they were very excited. However, Lu Guodong keenly sensed that the atmosphere was clearly off.
He then asked, "What's wrong here?"
Why do you both look so glum?
Song Xiao and Zhang Chang took a deep drag on their cigarettes and then said, Captain, we can say with absolute certainty that Aurora is definitely not an enemy of humanity. Zhang Chang nodded and added, right, anyone could be, but she is absolutely not.
Upon hearing this, Liang Hu and the others were immediately bewildered. Lu Guodong incredulously placed his hand on Zhang Chang's forehead to check his temperature. Then he frowned and said, Xiangzi, you're not running a fever, how can you say such things?
Dai Wenfeng echoed, yeah, you're not saying you've been invaded like Fu Xiaoyi, are you?
Liang Hu looked at the two with a serious expression, waiting for their explanation.
Song Xiao shook his head and said, no, on the contrary, she pulled us into her consciousness.
As soon as he said this, the other people dropped their jaws. They all looked at the two with disbelief.
Lu Guodong immediately countered, wait.
How can you be sure that it wasn't your own consciousness?
Zhang Chang slowly looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with hope.
He smiled and said, because my consciousness doesn't contain memories of countless naked elf girls swinging on the world tree.
Song Xiao beside him seemed to have been triggered by this statement. His gaze also drifted into the distance as if reminiscing about something. From the smile that appeared at the corner of Song Xiao's mouth, it seemed he was quite fond of that place.
Song Xiao said with longing, and those half-beast girls bathing in the spring of the world tree.
Dai Wenfeng became increasingly uneasy. So he snapped his fingers loudly in front of the two, attempting to wake them up from that unrealistic daydream with hypnosis. Hey! Wake up! Aurora can't really let you have a beautiful dream and then you get lost in it, right? Dai Wenfeng's words brought the two back to reality.
Song Xiao coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment and said, cough cough, am I that kind of person? The reason I can confirm that it was Aurora's consciousness is that not only did she appear but she also talked to us.
Talked?
Liang Hu immediately seized on the keyword and asked, what did she say to you?
Zhang Chang waved his hand and said, actually she didn't say much, just that it was her consciousness and we could understand whether she had hostility towards us through our own feelings.
And then what?
The others asked in unison.
Song Xiao then replied, the most direct and strongest emotion we felt there was protection.
Protection of what?
Liang Hu frowned and asked.
Zhang Chang shook his head frowning and said, specifically, we are not sure. In short, I can feel that she is definitely on the side of humanity.
Lei Zhen still found it hard to believe and frowned, asking, she just let you experience it by yourselves?
Didn't she say anything else?
Song Xiao nodded halfway and then immediately shook his head, saying, I can't say she said nothing, she showed us a piece of her memory.
What memory?
The others asked eagerly. Zhang Chang rubbed his chin in recollection and said, she showed us fragmented memories, so piecing them together is a bit challenging. At this time Song Xiao took over and said, but we can feel the emotions carried by those memories.
Liang Hu asked with confusion, so you actually don't remember what memory she showed you? Just the feelings left behind?
Zhang Chang quickly waved his hand, saying, no, most of it is still remembered.
It's just
some history of Moravia and how she was once infected by something called the magic tide and was later saved by a secular emperor. At this moment Song Xiao seemed to remember something and loudly exclaimed, and also, later in the process of Moravia merging with another civilization, she almost got burned to death, and it was that secular emperor who saved her. At this point Liang Hu's brows furrowed into a line. He asked, what was that emperor's name?
His.
At this moment Song Xiao and Zhang Chang were both rubbing their temples deep in thought.
It seems.
After a moment of contemplation Song Xiao said, it seems like they never mentioned his name. Zhang Chang also looked around, his eyes darting, and then said, indeed it seems they didn't say the name.
At this point Liang Hu tentatively asked, could it be Su Yang?
At this moment both Zhang Chang and Song Xiao widened their eyes in unison and then waved their hands, saying, no way, right?
How could that be? Su Yang is still so young.
However, Lu Guodong, Dai Wenfeng and Liang Hu, who only heard the last words spoken by Aurora, exchanged glances.
If that emperor's name was also Su Yang, then they could understand why Aurora said no matter what, stand firmly on Su Yang's side.
However, they still did not dare to fully believe the words of Song Xiao and Zhang Chang. Lu Guodong frowned and asked, how can you be sure that what you saw wasn't the kind of illusion Fu Xiaoyi saw at that time? If all the feelings were illusions created after Aurora invaded your consciousness, could you tell the difference? Upon hearing Lu Guodong's words, both Song Xiao and Zhang Chang showed expressions of difficulty.
After a moment of deliberation they eventually shook their heads and said, we cannot see through it.
At this moment Liang Hu asked with a serious expression, so what do you plan to do?
Will you withdraw from the Great Wall project like Fu Xiaoyi?
Song Xiao and Zhang Chang exchanged glances. With a sigh they replied, we plan to report this matter first. After all, as Guodong said, if what we see is just an illusion, we may not even realize it ourselves. Pausing for a moment, Song Shao added, therefore I believe it should be left to those above to decide our fate rather than making the decision ourselves. Liang Hu nodded, acknowledging the decision of the two. Lu Guodong and the others watched as Song Shao and Zhang Chang left, feeling an indescribable sensation in their hearts.
Dai Wenfeng noticed Lu Guodong's hesitance.
He stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, if you want to say something, just say it.
This indecisiveness isn't like you.
Lu Guodong crouched down like a deflated balloon. He shook his head and said, I was just thinking, if Aurora's intention is to divide us, then she has already succeeded. Liang Hu had also thought of this. 2 of the original 10 members of the Hualong assault team had now been taken away. Fu Xiaoyi had severed his connection with the warship to imprison the consciousness of the gene collector. The remaining regular troops had no channels to uncover the truth. Looking back, it seemed they had been led by the nose by Aurora from the very beginning. It was truly disheartening to place hope in a war spirit that was neither fully an enemy nor a friend. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Hu comforted, at least Aurora has not truly erased their consciousness, has she? All of Lu Guodong's group turned to look at Liang Hu upon hearing this. Liang Hu added, this means that Aurora does not intend to completely sever ties with us, we still have room to maneuver. His words indeed eased the dark clouds lingering in the hearts of the group. Lei Jin stretched and said, that's right, we will overcome every obstacle in our path. Forget it, we can still return to the warship and continue gathering intelligence. The others nodded in agreement.
Liang Hu announced, then let's rest for 2 hours, after 2 hours we will re-enter. Understood, everyone replied in unison. Although the chain of suspicion regarding Aurora had not been completely resolved, Liang Hu and the others' decision was undoubtedly the most loyal choice among all available options. On the warship in the captain's office, Aurora was reporting the situation regarding the containment of the gene collector to Su Yang. Su Yang frowned, listening to the report while thinking. After Aurora finished her report, Su Yang asked, so it is not a true bug species in the conventional sense? Aurora nodded affirmatively, its essence is an entity composed purely of energy.
Do you think its words are trustworthy?
Su Yang pressed.
Aurora contemplated for a moment before responding, what I think is not important, what matters is whether you intend to utilize the samples it provides. Su Yang closed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest of the command chair. After a moment he opened his eyes and ordered, unlock the biological laboratory, we will need this function sooner or later. After receiving the command, Aurora's eyes flashed with a stream of blue data. She then responded, permissions have been granted. Should we transfer the gene collector to the biological laboratory now? Su Yang did not directly answer the question. Instead he turned to Aurora and confirmed, is the result of your verification of the carrier production formula consistent with what it provided? Aurora nodded, based on my billions of simulations, altering the 5th pair of chromosomes in the Blue Star people's genes will directly cause the brain to stop developing and lead to severe deformities during the embryonic stage. Su Yang interjected, in other words, it would be impossible for it to connect to the consciousness signals of the Blue Star people using brainwaves, right?
Aurora nodded affirmatively, absolutely correct.
Furthermore, the mental barrier of the carrier will not weaken in the slightest.
That body will become a cage that completely traps it, Su Yang added. Aurora smiled and cast a look of agreement toward Su Yang. Su Yang waved his hand and said, then let's proceed with this. Create a carrier for it, and after transferring the consciousness we will begin researching genetic weapons against the bug species. Understood, Aurora replied decisively. Then she switched topics, continuing, by the way, there is one more thing that needs your decision. Su Yang frowned and asked, what is it? Following this, Aurora informed Su Yang about the gene collector wanting to reclaim part of its consciousness implanted in Fu Xiaoyi.
Su Yang pressed his fingers against his forehead, troubled. If Fu Xiaoyi's consciousness had not been invaded by the gene collector, this would not have happened without his tacit approval. Although at that time Li Zhonghua had directly ordered Fu Xiaoyi to use this to obtain information on the bug species, Fu Xiaoyi himself was also willing to do so. Yet as the highest commander on the warship, if he had firmly opposed this matter at the time, Fu Xiaoyi would not have been implanted with the gene collector's consciousness. Now he had to decide on this matter once again. Moreover, this time it involved fully transplanting the gene collector's consciousness into Fu Xiaoyi's consciousness to form a symbiosis. Then using the warship's consciousness separation method to divide Fu Xiaoyi from the gene collector's consciousness. No matter how one looked at it, the risk of this matter seemed too high. After a long silence, Su Yang finally asked, can't we first separate the part of the gene collector's consciousness from Fu Xiaoyi's brain? Aurora sighed and said according to its own claims that part of the consciousness is too scattered and is likely to dissipate during the separation process. Su Yang shrugged and said, then let it dissipate. Why does it insist on reclaiming that part of consciousness? Aurora frowned and replied according to its own claims that part of consciousness contains information about other natural disasters in the universe. If we do not need it, erasing it directly is also an option that would not significantly affect it. Su Yang rubbed his chin and said, so it is placing the decision in our hands.
Aurora nodded, that can be understood. Su Yang sighed and then said, then let's directly ask Fu Xiaoyi for his thoughts. Pausing for a moment, Su Yang added, in the uncertain situation regarding the authenticity of the gene collector's information, perhaps only Fu Xiaoyi himself can provide the answer to this question. Aurora said nothing and directly activated the interstellar quantum communication linking to Fu Xiaoyi's life pod. At that moment, Fu Xiaoyi was taken aback upon receiving the communication request from the warship. He quickly connected the call. After the communication was established, Fu Xiaoyi first learned all the information from Su Yang regarding what the gene collector had said. Then he received the news about wanting to retrieve a part of the consciousness implanted within himself. After listening to all the content, Fu Xiaoyi felt a buzzing in his head. To retrieve the part of consciousness implanted within him, he needed to first implant all consciousness into his brain. Why does it sound so backwards?
However, after communicating with the existing part of consciousness within him, Fu Xiaoyi reluctantly accepted this fact.
He sighed softly and said, sigh.
Fine, as long as this body can contain part of its consciousness, it can contain all of it.
Both Su Yang and Aurora could hear the underlying meaning in Fu Xiaoyi's words. Because he was a high-level paraplegic patient, his body was currently the best prison to contain the gene collector. Until the specially customized carrier for the gene collector was produced, Fu Xiaoyi's body was the most perfect prison on Blue Star for the gene collector. After the decision was made, Fu Xiaoyi immediately had his mother put on the consciousness link device for him. At the moment the link button on the helmet was pressed,
Fu Xiaoyi felt as if he blinked and found himself on the battleship. However, unlike before, his exoskeleton was now completely locked by Aurora. Thus Fu Xiaoyi was now in a state where he could hardly move. Yet he still cherished this state.
Fu Xiaoyi tried to tense all the muscles in his body and then relax.
He forced his fists to feel the sensation of his fingertips touching the metal of the exoskeleton. Ever since he decided to use his body to confine the gene collector, he had not felt the sensation of freely controlling the muscles below his neck. Now reconnecting to the cyborg combat platform. Although the exoskeleton was locked, being able to truly feel and control the muscle movements below his neck still intoxicated him. However, soon Aurora's voice interrupted his reverie. Aurora's voice was as calm as ever. Now I will forcibly unlock the consciousness link device to remove the block on your consciousness, allowing the gene collector's consciousness to fully enter your body.
Fu Xiaoyi took a deep breath and then replied with unwavering determination, come on.
With Aurora rewriting the permissions of the consciousness link device, Fu Xiaoyi could clearly sense the consciousness of the gene collector located in the medical room on the upper level of the battleship.
At that moment the long-lost illusion reappeared before his eyes. He saw the gene collector transformed into an image of a noblewoman wearing a top hat and a white long gown.
She first tipped her hat to Fu Xiaoyi in salute, then bowed deeply. Then she expressed her gratitude with a gaze of utmost sincerity. Thank you, child. Fu Xiaoyi's heart was deeply moved at this moment. However, thinking that this emotion might also be an illusion created by the part of consciousness within him, Fu Xiaoyi quickly calmed down. He said flatly, hurry up, don't waste time. Then he saw the gene collector nodding at him with a smile. She slowly approached him step by step. When the gene collector finally stood before Fu Xiaoyi, she gently raised her right hand. Just like when she implanted that small part of consciousness before she placed her hand on Fu Xiaoyi's head. Then Fu Xiaoyi felt an overwhelming influx of information crashing into his brain like a mountain flood. This feeling made him involuntarily want to resist the gene collector's consciousness from entering his body. Yet the infusion of consciousness had already begun.
The entire process was irreversible.
At this moment Fu Xiaoyi felt as if his brain was filled with the entire universe.
Countless chaotic pieces of information flashed wildly in his mind.
The heart rate of the cyborg linked to Fu Xiaoyi had already soared to 210. Not only that, at the same time Fu Xiaoyi's original body lay in the life pod foaming at the mouth. His eyes rolled back as if he was having a seizure. Meanwhile, no one at home noticed his abnormal state. Fu Xiaoyi's parents had gone out to work. Just when Fu Xiaoyi thought he might not survive this time, that this was all part of the gene collector's scheme, that his consciousness would be completely erased by the gene collector and that after the infusion he would be wholly possessed. There were no flashing lights in his mind, no lamenting fate. Instead, there was only relief and liberation. At that moment, Fu Xiaolia's consciousness was laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. Come on. Possess this body. It's time for me to be liberated. For so many years I have felt that this body is like a curse. It has cursed my career, my family, my entire life. Now you are finally going to inherit this curse from me. Come on. Possess me. And take over this curse as well. The target of that bomb back then was not me but you. This was all destined. At this moment, due to the intense infusion of consciousness, Fu Xiaolia's own consciousness was struggling to hold on. Even at the level of consciousness, Fu Xiaoli began to speak incoherently and ramble. However, soon the life pod detected that Fu Xiaolia's vital signs were abnormal and immediately activated the emergency treatment program. The cover of the life pod, usually used for automatically injecting nutrients, popped open. A syringe filled with sedatives extended out. This was a contingency. Fu Xiaoli prepared to avoid scaring his parents with random talk after his consciousness was manipulated by the gene collector. Unexpectedly, this contingency was activated in such a manner. One injection of the sedative and Fu Xiaolia's original body on Blue Star returned to calm. At this moment, Aurora and Su Yang, who were monitoring the consciousness transmission, also instantly noticed something was wrong. Aurora reported urgently, "Not good, the signal belonging to Fu Xiaoli in the consciousness channel is significantly weakening." Su Yang too shouted anxiously, "I see it. Hurry and cut off the consciousness link." Aurora's projection was now drenched in cold sweat. A series of red data streams flashed rapidly in Aurora's eyes. Despairingly she said, "No, I can't modify the permissions of the consciousness link device to close the channel." Su Yang clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, his knuckles turning white due to the excessive force. "Immediately cut off consciousness synchronization. Keep the gene collector's consciousness within the cyborg." Su Yang trembled his lips and ordered in a voice close to Aurora. But it was all too late. The gene collector had still completely completed the infusion of consciousness. At this moment, the cyborg standing in the storage chamber suddenly opened its eyes. As Su Yang realized the irreversible moment of consciousness infusion, he immediately instructed Aurora to sever the return mechanism of the consciousness linker. "Aurora!" Su Yang commanded loudly, "We must not let its consciousness return to Blue Star." "I understand." Aurora quickly modified the underlying code of the consciousness linker. He hoped to cut it off before the consciousness of the gene collector was fully synchronized with Fu Xiaolia's body. However, she was well aware that it was essentially futile. The essence of the consciousness linker was synchronization. The operation she was executing was merely an attempt to retract the already synchronized consciousness. Unfortunately, at the moment the gene collector began the infusion, its consciousness had already entered Fu Xiaolia's body. At this moment, the bionic man standing in the storage chamber revealed a sinister smile before voluntarily disconnecting the link. On Blue Star at Fu Xiaolia's home, Fu Xiaoli slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sense of strangeness and confusion towards his surroundings. After a moment he attempted to sit up. But he found himself completely unable to move, not even able to wiggle a single finger. At that moment he clicked his tongue, saying, "Tisk, this body is truly a cage." Then he laughed, initially suppressing his excitement with a low subdued chuckle that gradually transformed into a manic roar of laughter. "Ha ha ha, no wonder. No wonder they dared to let me so easily enter this body." After the laughter subsided, he muttered to himself, "I mean, although my abilities cannot change a fully developed brain." Then his body involuntarily convulsed. It started with slight twitching but intensified rapidly, eventually becoming a wild thrashing as if he were having a seizure. His hands and feet slammed against the walls of the life support chamber, producing a loud clanging noise. Fu Xiaolia's parents, who had just finished working in the fields, were stunned upon seeing this scene. They froze for half a second. Then they rushed forward, intending to hold Fu Xiaoli down. Fu Xiaolia's father shouted, "You go get a towel. Otherwise Xiaoli might bite his tongue." "Oh, okay." Fu Xiaolia's mother, though panicked, immediately followed old Fu's instructions and grabbed a face towel from the bathroom. She rolled it up and quickly brought it to Fu Xiaolia's mouth. Old Fu saw his son clenching his jaws tightly, thrashing wildly in the life support chamber, refusing to open his mouth, fearing that he might bite his own tongue off at any moment. In all the years Fu Xiaoli had been paralyzed, he had never had such a violent seizure. Logically speaking, the nerves below his neck had been physically severed. Any abnormal electrical discharges in his brain should not be transmitted to areas below his neck. How could he still be having a seizure? Old Fu struggled with all his might to pry open Fu Xiaolia's mouth and stuff the towel inside.
However, Fu Xiaolia's convulsions did not subside. He was now straddling Fu Xiaoli, trying to use his weight to pin him down.
Fu Xiaolia's arms and legs were already covered in bruises and scratches from banging against the walls of the life support chamber. But Old Fu not only overestimated his own weight, he also underestimated the struggle of a person experiencing a seizure. Just less than 2 seconds after he got on, he was kicked to the ground by Fu Xiaoli. Old Fu was significantly impacted by the kick. Though he winced in pain, he still gritted his teeth and said to his wife, "Quick! Call an ambulance." Fu Xiaolia's mother, initially intending to help Old Fu up, immediately ran to the living room to dial 120 upon hearing this. After Old Fu struggled to get up from the ground, he quickly attempted to hold Fu Xiaoli down again. But being already elderly and just having hurt his back, how could he possibly restrain a seizure patient who had been lying in the life support chamber for so long and had been physically enhanced? Seeing that it was impossible for just the two of them to control Fu Xiaoli, Fu Xiaolia's mother hurriedly went out to call for help from the villagers. As soon as the villagers heard that Fu Xiaoli had fallen ill, they rushed to their home. Soon, with everyone's combined efforts, Fu Xiaoli was ultimately bound up by the villagers. When the ambulance arrived and saw Fu Xiaoli tied up like a dumpling, the personnel were left dumbfounded. "What is going on here?" the doctor frowned, puzzled. Old Fu stepped forward to explain, "My son is a high-level paraplegic and we don't know what happened. He suddenly started having a seizure.
None of us could hold him down, and out of desperation we had to tie him up." Hearing this, the doctor was even more perplexed. A high-level paraplegic having seizures? It was unprecedented. How could abnormal electrical signals in the brain be transmitted to areas below the neck when he was already paraplegic? It was akin to saying your computer isn't even plugged in and you claim a power surge from a thunderstorm damaged it. Is that even possible? However, the doctor didn't dwell on Old Fu's one-sided account. To understand the specific situation, a comprehensive examination at the hospital was necessary. Thus Fu Xiaoli was bound and taken onto the ambulance. His parents accompanied him to the hospital, and at that moment Fu Xiaolia's vital signs seemed to have stabilized. The veins in his hands and feet, which had bulged due to excessive contraction, had retracted. At this moment Fu Xiaoli had his eyes tightly closed, seemingly having fallen into a peaceful sleep. After he was sent to the hospital to prevent further episodes, the hospital put Fu Xiaoli in a restraint suit typically worn by mental patients. They then placed him on the CT scan for a thorough examination. When the doctor saw the scan results, he was left in shock. According to the scan results, Fu Xiaoli could not possibly be a high-level paraplegic. The nerves in his neck were intact and there were no scars at all. He did not resemble the family description of someone injured by a landmine during a mission, nor a high-level paraplegic patient who had received 22 stitches in the neck. Stitches. Fu Xiaolia's neck was now as smooth as that of a newborn baby. There wasn't a single scar. Yet according to his medical records, Fu Xiaoli was indeed a high-level paraplegic patient. Moreover, his medical history indicated that the last treatment record was from a military hospital. How could a patient deemed high-level paraplegic by a military hospital possibly have healed on his own? Just as the doctor wanted to study Fu Xiaolia's scan results closely, a helicopter's roaring sound echoed outside the hospital. As the doctor wondered what kind of patient would require a helicopter for rescue, the door to the CT room was opened from the outside. A team of fully armed Special Forces soldiers entered the CT room with their guns aimed at Fu Xiaoli. At this moment Fu Xiaoli slowly opened his eyes. He tentatively moved his toes. After confirming that this body had fully recovered and could be freely controlled by him, Fu Xiaoli slowly sat up from the CT scan bed. He first placed one foot on the floor. After feeling the coldness of the ground, he set his other foot down as well. He scanned the Special Forces soldiers aiming their guns at him. Before he could even speak, the team leader of the Special Forces asked first, "Who are you?" Looking at the Special Forces team on high alert, Fu Xiaoli immediately recognized that the unit before him was the original Huachang assault team. The style of the arm and chest insignia had not changed. Hearing Liang Hu's questioning, Fu Xiaoli grinned, revealing his not-so-white teeth, and said, "What's the matter? If I can stand up, do you not recognize me?" Liang Hu dared not show any slackness at this moment. Who knew if this was truly Fu Xiaoli or just a genetic collector fused with all of Fu Xiaoli's memories? Thus Liang Hu commanded, "Walk slowly over, do not make any rash movements." Fu Xiaoli sighed softly and then slowly approached Liang Hu and the others. Since he was already wearing a restraint suit, there was no need for handcuffs. However, Liang Hu, to be cautious, cuffed Fu Xiaoli's feet.
After all, being able to heal a patient with high-level paralysis in an instant already demonstrated that the genetic collector had the ability to control human bodies to some extent. Once Fu Xiaoyi was escorted onto the helicopter, seeing that the others still bore expressions of great concern, he was the first to break the silence, saying, "I say, if you are going to take me away, at least say hello to my parents first." At that moment none of Liang Hu's team responded. The only sound in the cabin was the noise from the rotating blades. After a moment of silence, Fu Xiaoyi looked at the soldier beside him who was unconsciously rubbing his thumb along the barrel. He chuckled. "Lu Guodong, aren't you usually quite talkative? Why are you mute now?" Lu Guodong was startled and instinctively retorted, "We're all wrapped up like Zongzi, how did you recognize me?" Fu Xiaoyi scoffed lightly and then said, "After going on so many missions with you, do you think I wouldn't notice your little movements?" At this moment Liang Hu shot a glare at Lu Guodong and commanded no chatting during the mission. Fu Xiaoyi helplessly shook his head. He sighed deeply. "You really think of me as an alien, don't you?" Liang Hu merely shot a cold glance at Fu Xiaoyi and then said, "What evidence do you have to prove you are Fu Xiaoyi?" Fu Xiaoyi burst out laughing. "Ha ha, do you want to hear what you're saying? Liang Hu, you want me to prove that I am myself?" Liang Hu frowned without retorting, just staring intently into Fu Xiaoyi's eyes. Once Fu Xiaoyi had laughed enough, he shook his head and said, "If you all don't believe me, then no evidence I provide will matter." Liang Hu didn't speak. He was rapidly pondering in his mind. Was there any way to determine whether Fu Xiaoyi's consciousness was truly his own or that of the genetic collector? Through past memories. No, if the genetic collector had completely taken over Fu Xiaoyi, his original memories would be like a book easily browsed and consulted. Behavioral habits. That could provide some insight. After all, Fu Xiaoyi recognized Lu Guodong precisely because the latter's thumb-twitching action while rubbing the barrel had remained after linking with the consciousness of the synthetic being. This subconscious behavioral habit was different from muscle memory, it was purely a product of consciousness. However, Liang Hu had observed Fu Xiaoyi for quite some time and found no flaws. After all, Fu Xiaoyi had been paralyzed for several years, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't perform such small actions. Furthermore, Liang Hu had previously noticed that Fu Xiaoyi was almost robotic in nature. He had no significant signature movements. Unlike Lu Guodong, who would unconsciously rub his thumb on the gun as soon as he held it. Hu Jian would rhythmically tap the trigger guard with his index finger. Dai Wenfang would constantly chew on his back molars to exercise his jaw. But Fu Xiaoyi. It seemed he had no unconscious habits that would help in identification. If one had to say there was something, it would only be some verbal tics. As long as the genetic collector had read Fu Xiaoyi's complete memories, he could seamlessly imitate them at any time. At that moment, Fu Xiaoyi seemed to see through Liang Hu's thoughts. He took the initiative to tease, "What? Are you wondering if there's any way to verify if I'm truly Fu Xiaoyi?" Liang Hu frowned and glanced at him without speaking. Fu Xiaoyi squeezed out a couple of dry laughs from his throat. He, don't bother thinking about it, because even I can't figure out how to prove myself." At this moment all eyes in the cabin were on Fu Xiaoyi because this phrase was too much in line with his usual style. However, thinking about it, this manner of speaking was common among 10 out of 10 Northeasterners. Then they shifted their gazes away. Fu Xiaoyi remained silent for a while and then said, "I do have a way to let you verify, but whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you." Liang Hu looked at Fu Xiaoyi with a face full of skepticism and asked, "What method?" Fu Xiaoyi grinned, revealing an eager expression, and said, "Let's have a fight." Liang Hu's brow furrowed deeper at that moment. Seeing that Liang Hu didn't understand, Fu Xiaoyi then explained, "Not to judge by fighting style, after all, in your eyes I've been possessed, haven't I?" Liang Hu asked, "Then how should we judge?" Fu Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows and added, "By strength." Strength? Liang Hu was greatly puzzled. Exactly. By strength. Fu Xiaoyi replied confidently. "I can feel that the genetic collector not only healed my paralysis but also enhanced my body. Moreover, it activated some hidden function within the human body of Blue Star." As Fu Xiaoyi spoke, he stood up, causing everyone in the cabin to tense up simultaneously. The sound of firearms being loaded echoed throughout the cabin. What function? Liang Hu's hand was already resting on his rifle. Fu Xiaoyi shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "For those of you who haven't activated this function, no matter how I explain it, you won't understand." After saying this, he glanced at everyone. Then with an indifferent demeanor he said, "The only way I can prove myself now is by showing that I possess the strength to easily kill you, but I absolutely won't do that." As he spoke, he walked to the cabin door. At this moment Liang Hu and the others had already raised their guns, aiming at his forehead. As long as Fu Xiaoyi dared to act recklessly, they would immediately open fire. Fu Xiaoyi stood there facing off against the Huachang assault team for a moment. After confirming that the helicopter had reached the military district's airspace, Fu Xiaoyi took a deep breath and then casually made a resting motion.
With a bang, the handcuffs around his ankles shattered like paper.
Not only that, but Fu Xiaoyi's muscles also began to swell. The restraint suit was instantly ripped apart like the Hulk's pants. Liang Hu, seeing this scene, was momentarily stunned for
0.5 seconds, and then he shouted loudly, "Open fire!" Just at the moment when Liang Hu ordered to open fire, Fu Xiaoyi activated the hidden mechanism within the human body of Blue Star, awakened by the gene collector. This was a function that had been forgotten by others. At this moment he could only feel a force akin to the blazing sun gathering in his dantian. Everything in his eyes seemed to have come to a standstill. The helicopter blades above his head, the rifles of Liang Hu and the others, the bullets fired from the rifles, and even the birds flying outside the window. In Fu Xiaoyi's eyes everything was frozen. He took a deep breath and surprisingly began to converse with the gene collector in his mind. I mean, do I really have to shout it out? What were you thinking? Can't you set a less awkward trigger condition?
Fu Xiaoyi's tone was filled with helplessness. The gene collector retorted, "No, I see that you seem to long for this kind of mechanism, right?
I extracted it from your memories."
Fu Xiaoyi replied irritably, "But why do you have to extract such distant memories?"
That was from my childhood.
The gene collector jokingly said, "For something that happened so long ago you remember it so clearly, doesn't that just indicate how deeply it impressed you?"
Fu Xiaoyi shook his head helplessly and then asked, "Is there really no other way?"
The gene collector nodded heavily and said, "Not at the moment. Unless you return to the battleship and have Aurora get you a belt, otherwise you can only rely on specific actions and soundwave resonance to activate it." Fu Xiaoyi sighed deeply, watching the bullet slowly flying toward him. He turned and opened the helicopter door. Then, following the gene collector's description, he assumed the posture to activate the dark energy in his dantian. At this moment his left hand was flat against his lower abdomen and his right hand was raised high above his head as if trying to grasp the sun. He then twisted his wrist and slowly brought it down. Fu Xiaoyi did not expect that the action he could easily accomplish was now accompanied by what felt like 10,000 tons of resistance pulling at his hand. With every inch he pressed down, he had to exert all his strength. Yet whenever he felt he could not succeed, the energy from his lower abdomen would help him break through the bottleneck. Until his right hand crossed his line of sight and aligned with his shoulder, everything became effortless. His right hand swiftly moved horizontally and then rested beside his lower abdomen. Then instinctively his left hand repeated the motion of his right hand. He then felt a warm sensation flowing from his abdomen to the outside. It was as if he had been doused with scalding hot spring water all over his body. At this moment his movements resembled the most iconic transformation action of Kamen Rider RX. He visually witnessed countless dark energies surging out of his dantian, intertwining around his body in a chaotic dance. At this point the gene collector reminded him, "Say the words.
Only specific sound wave frequencies can solidify the energy on your body."
Fu Xiaoyi frowned, then awkwardly shouted those two words.
"Transform."
As soon as these words were spoken, all the dark energy surrounding Fu Xiaoyi began to condense and solidify.
It quickly transformed into the appearance of the humanoid insectoid that the gene collector had once used. But essentially it was merely an exoskeleton of the humanoid insectoid over Fu Xiaoyi's body. Although his internal organs had been enhanced, they had not transformed into those of an insect. Fu Xiaoyi looked down at the exoskeleton covering his hands and was stunned. He thought in his mind, "Is this the combat mode you prepared for me? Can't you change it to something more aesthetically pleasing? I don't want to turn into an insect. Let me transform into Ultraman instead."
The gene collector replied dismissively, "I haven't collected Ultraman's genetic data, and besides, whether Ultraman exists in the universe is another matter." After a pause the gene collector added, "By the way, don't you feel tired from constantly accelerating?" At this moment Fu Xiaoyi realized that the bullets Liang Hu and the others had fired earlier were still slowly crawling through the air. He stood at the open door of the cabin, leaped into the air and jumped out of the helicopter. At this moment Liang Hu and the others could only perceive. They saw Fu Xiaoyi's restraint suit explode. Then they opened fire. Fu Xiaoyi seemed to turn into a shadow flickering in front of them. Afterwards the helicopter's door inexplicably opened at an extremely fast speed. Then Fu Xiaoyi disappeared. The few of them were utterly bewildered. After being stunned for a while, Lu Guodong finally spoke. "Where is he?
Did he jump down?"
Upon hearing this, Liang Hu broke out in a cold sweat.
"We are 800 meters off the ground.
That's a height of 260 stories. If he really jumped down, wouldn't he become a pile of meat sauce?
Then he thought again. No. This is not the worst part.
The worst part is that if he jumps down and doesn't die, the gene collector might use Fu Xiaoya's body to do something harmful to national security. As their escort personnel, they would not only bear primary responsibility, but any slight negligence could expose the existence of the entire Great Wall project.
This was something he could not accept under any circumstances.
With that thought, Liang Hu quickly rushed to the door and looked down. The fierce wind distorted his face. However, he still did not back down. Until he saw a familiar figure waving at him. At the moment he recognized that figure.
Liang Hu felt his entire body go limp, almost kneeling down. Lu Guodong and the others also approached the door.
They saw Liang Hu's ghostly expression. They all looked down at the helicopter.
What the hell? A humanoid insect. Lu Guodong instinctively shouted as soon as he recognized that figure. Dai Wenfeng, after realizing, immediately aimed at Fu Xiaoyi and pulled the trigger without a second thought. Bang! After the gunshot, the others reacted as well.
Hu Jian secured the safety latch on himself, picked up the sniper rifle and aimed. The other team members also began firing in Fu Xiaoyi's direction to suppress him. However, none of the bullets that were fired managed to hit Fu Xiaoyi. At this moment, Liang Hu opened the microphone of his headset and ordered the pilot turn around immediately and use the cannon to eliminate the unidentified creature on the ground.
Received.
The pilot, after receiving the command, immediately changed direction. He disengaged the safety of the cannon and pressed the fire button on the HUD as soon as Fu Xiaoyi was in sight.
Woo woo woo. The deep sound of the cannon echoed.
The shells hitting the ground kicked up dust more than 2 meters high.
However, Fu Xiaoyi at this moment seemed like a ghostly shadow flickering in and out of visibility.
That was only how it appeared to the pilot and Liang Hu. In reality, Fu Xiaoyi had merely stepped sideways at an extremely fast speed. He had completely dodged the trajectory of the shelling.
At this moment, to Liang Hu and the others, Fu Xiaoyi resembled Wesker from Resident Evil. Flickering in and out, his actions were entirely unpredictable. Trying to preemptively shoot him based on predictions was impossible.
At this moment, Fu Xiaoyi raised his index finger and waved it at the helicopter. Liang Hu shouted into the communication channel, "Descend in altitude."
Let's go down and surround him.
The helicopter hovered 50 meters above the ground, the gusts of wind from the blades bending the dead grass below. Liang Hu was the first to descend, landing on one knee with his gun already aimed at Fu Xiaoyi.
Lu Guodong and Dai Wenfeng followed closely, spreading 5 meters apart to form a triangular formation in less than half a second.
Hu Jian remained in the cabin, his sniper rifle braced against the edge of the door, the crosshairs locked onto Fu Xiaoyi's brow. Lei Zhen did not exit the helicopter. Instead, he set up a light machine gun, the ammunition belt already attached.
Fu Xiaoyi stood still.
His dark golden exoskeleton glimmered with a cold sheen under the setting sun.
He kept his hands hanging naturally, not even adopting a defensive stance, and even took a moment to stretch his neck.
"Captain Liang," his voice came through the exoskeleton, tinged with a weary resignation. "If I wanted to run when I jumped from the helicopter, I could have done so long ago. I stayed behind so you could see with your own eyes that I am indeed still me."
Liang Hu did not respond.
He made a tactical hand signal probe shot.
Dai Wenfeng was the first to pull the trigger, firing 3 rounds aimed directly at Fu Xiaoyi's legs.
Lu Guodong simultaneously secured the left flank, and Hu Jian's sniper bullet almost arrived at the same time, perfectly sealing off the right escape route. The firepower from 3 directions intertwined, leaving no blind spots.
Fu Xiaoyi did not dodge.
He merely shifted his weight slightly back as the 3 projectiles passed in front of him, without a single one grazing the edge of his shell.
"Continue,"
Liang Hu shouted low.
5 rifles fired simultaneously, bullets pouring out like a torrential rain.
Fu Xiaoyi did only 2 things. He tilted his body and turned his head. The bullets brushed against the curvature of the exoskeleton. Occasionally one would graze the surface of the shell, creating a spark without leaving a mark. A penetrator struck the chest armor, bouncing off with a metallic clang and embedding itself into the nearby soil, leaving not even a white mark on the shell surface.
Lu Guodong emptied a magazine, his reload swift and clean, as he muttered, "It can't penetrate.
What kind of hardness does this thing have? Switch to tungsten core armor-piercing rounds,"
Dai Wenfeng shouted.
Lei Zhen leaned out of the cabin door, his rifle now fitted with specially made high-pressure tungsten core armor-piercing rounds.
He pulled the bolt aimed directly at Fu Xiaoyi's chest and squeezed the trigger. Bang!
The bullet sliced through the air, powered by strong kinetic energy. It exploded in a burst of sparks. Fu Xiaoyi looked down at his chest armor.
Nothing at all.
He raised his head calmly, gazing at Lei Jin try again. Lei Jin gritted his teeth and fired 3 shots in quick succession.
Each tungsten core round hit the same spot, each explosion creating a burst of sparks, yet the surface of the shell remained as smooth as a mirror.
The last round even flattened against the shell, turning into a metallic pancake that dropped to the ground.
Kinetic weapons are completely ineffective.
Lei Jin's voice carried a suppressed shock.
Liang Hu raised his right hand without hesitation. High-voltage electric net.
Lei Jin pulled 4 cylindrical objects from his backpack and tossed them above Fu Xiaoyi. The cylindrical bodies exploded in midair, 4 high-voltage nets unfurling, intertwining and enveloping Fu Xiaoyi.
The blue and white arcs crackled, each net carrying enough current to stun a giant beast. Fu Xiaoyi did not dodge.
The electric net landed on him, the current instantly surging across the surface of the exoskeleton, wrapping his figure in a dazzling display of electric light.
Liang Hu could even smell the ozone generated by the ionized air. Yet Fu Xiaoyi just stood there, not moving an inch.
The arcs danced across the surface of the shell, yet it was as if water flowed over a lotus leaf, unable to penetrate even a bit.
Seconds later, the electric net lost power and fell to the ground.
Fu Xiaoyi looked down and flexed his fingers, confirming that his functions were normal, then raised his gaze. Not conductive. The current travels entirely along the surface, the texture of the shell directs it directly to the ground.
Liang Hu's fist clenched momentarily before relaxing.
The high-voltage net was the last resort that ground forces could deploy. If even this was ineffective, then conventional firepower could not harm him at all.
All personnel withdraw, expand the perimeter.
Liang Hu ordered. The members of the Hualong assault team quickly retreated 20 meters, widening the encirclement, yet their guns remained fixed on Fu Xiaoyi.
Liang Hu stared at Fu Xiaoyi, his gaze intense. Why don't you fight back?
Fu Xiaoyi remained silent for a few seconds, then slowly replied, if I fought back, you wouldn't trust me anymore.
Lu Guodong's index finger twitched slightly on the trigger.
Dai Wenfeng glanced at Liang Hu, awaiting instructions. Hu Jin's crosshairs remained locked on Fu Xiaoyi's brow, yet his breathing had changed. It slowed, a sign of hesitation.
Since you don't want to fight, Liang Hu's voice lowered, then what is the purpose of you transforming into this state?
Fu Xiaoyi lowered his gaze. The sheen of the exoskeleton dimmed slightly during his silence, as if something inside him was flowing, consuming and then recharging. He looked up at the distant horizon, then glanced at the comrades pointing guns at him, and suddenly let out a soft sigh. Given what you've asked, do you really think my physical body can withstand armor-piercing rounds? He paused, sidestepping to allow a stray bullet shot from the forest to fly past his ear. It was likely a stray bullet from some armed group unrelated to them, but his movement was relaxed, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll.
Do you still not believe I am Fu Xiaoyi?
The moment the words left his mouth, Fu Xiaoyi stepped forward. That step was not fast, one could even say it was leisurely, but at the instant he stepped, his figure transformed into an afterimage. Liang Hu instinctively pulled the trigger, the bullet passing through the afterimage and hitting the ground. At the same time, a high-voltage net that had already fallen to the ground was somehow snagged by Fu Xiaoyi's toe. It wrapped around a remnant arc, flipping in midair, perfectly landing on Fu Xiaoyi himself.
The electric net automatically tightened.
Fu Xiaoyi was completely enveloped, tightly bound.
The entire scene fell silent for 2 seconds.
Lu Guodong stared blankly at the dark golden figure wrapped in the electric net, quietly murmuring, he did that on purpose.
Liang Hu realized as well.
Given the speed Fu Xiaoyi had just displayed, that net could not possibly ensnare him. He had jumped in willingly.
Do you want me to take you back?
Liang Hu frowned.
A low laugh came from within the electric net.
The sheen of the exoskeleton flickered slightly beneath the electric net, as if something had briefly suppressed it for a few seconds. Then the dark golden glow brightened again. Fu Xiaoyi slowly raised both arms. The alloy wires of the high-voltage net began to emit creaking sounds of metal deformation. His movements were slow, as if he deliberately exaggerated the process. To let Liang Hu and the others clearly see what it meant to be unable to be restrained.
What else can I do? I want you to trust me.
The voice of Fu Xiaoyi erupted from the exoskeleton, filled with pent-up anger that could no longer be contained. He thought he was merely showcasing his strength.
Unexpectedly, Liang Hu and his gang had even switched to tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. They truly meant to take him down.
He took a step forward, and the dark golden shell suddenly shone brighter in the evening light.
Liang Hu's expression darkened, stepped back.
But it was already too late. In the moment Fu Xiaoyi took his second step, his figure vanished. Liang Hu felt a lightness in his right shoulder.
He looked down and saw that the rifle in his hand had disappeared.
Next came the curses from Lu Guodong, the sound of Dai Wenfeng's heavy object hitting the ground, and the muffled sound from Lei Jin coming from the helicopter door.
It all happened in less than 2 seconds. When Liang Hu relocked onto Fu Xiaoya's position, he saw the dark golden figure standing 5 meters away with 5 rifles, a sniper rifle and a light machine gun neatly stacked at his feet. The firearms were piled up like a showcase with magazines all facing the same direction. Fu Xiaoyi brushed away non-existent dust from his hands. You point guns at me, I won't blame you, but isn't it a bit excessive to use tungsten core armor-piercing rounds? Lu Guodong was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to rush in and grab a gun, only to find that the dagger at his waist was also gone. He looked down and saw it had appeared atop the pile of weapons. You damn!
Lu Guodong opened his mouth but was stopped by Liang Hu's raised hand. Liang Hu's gaze slowly swept over the pile of weapons. From the moment Fu Xiaoyi took his first step to the completion of disarmament, he had only caught a glimpse of a residual shadow. This indicated that Fu Xiaoya's movements were faster than what the human eye could capture.
It was as if frames had been skipped, creating a teleportation effect. Moreover, Fu Xiaoya's voice suddenly appeared right behind Liang Hu. Don't even think about drawing your handguns, I can see the joint force trends of all of you. Liang Hu's spine stiffened. He was indeed preparing to draw his pistol from the holster at his side. He slowly turned his head, and from the corner of his eye he saw Fu Xiaoyi standing just a step behind him, his exoskeleton smooth and still like a sculpture. What exactly are you? Liang Hu asked.
Fu Xiaoyi, he shrugged, just with an extra layer of shell. Amidst the roar of the helicopter rotor blades, Lu Guodong nudged Dai Wenfeng with his elbow, lowering his voice. He says he can even predict joint force.
Dai Wenfeng did not respond. He had just tried to secretly draw his handgun. Fu Xiaoyi had already appeared in front of him, a finger pressing against the buckle of his holster, gently pushing it back.
I told you. Fu Xiaoyi retracted his hand. It's useless.
Dai Wenfeng loosened his grip on the holster and took a deep breath.
Just then the pilot's voice came through the helicopter's communication channel. Team leader Liang.
Reinforcements have arrived. They are asking if we should open fire.
Liang Hu looked up. In the distance, the silhouettes of 3 armed helicopters were rapidly approaching, their rotor sounds gradually drowning out their conversation. The rocket pod and cannon barrels underneath the fuselage were clearly visible. They were emergency air support dispatched from the military district, all aimed at Fu Xiaoya's position. Yet none of the helicopters opened fire. They hovered 200 meters away, their barrels slightly raised, evidently waiting for Liang Hu's orders.
Fu Xiaoyi stood among them. If they fired, the first to be hit would be the Hulong assault team.
Liang Hu could see the gunners in the cockpit anxiously turning their heads, but they couldn't pull the trigger.
Fu Xiaoyi followed his gaze and glanced up at the sky, then turned back with a smile. You called so many people yet still don't know what to do with me. He took 2 steps forward, then raised both hands, fingers spread wide, palms facing forward. The entire movement was smooth and natural, as if rehearsed 1,000 times.
All right, he said, I surrender.
The fighting is over, the guns have been disarmed. You should trust that I mean no harm, right? The scene fell silent for 3 seconds. Lu Guodong's mouth dropped open, nearly hitting the ground. Dai Wenfeng stared at those raised hands as if confirming this was not some illusion.
Hu Jian leaned half his body out of the door, his scope already pointing who knows where.
Liang Hu was the first to regain his composure. He slowly walked closer to Fu Xiaoyi, stopping 2 steps away. You made such a fuss just to surrender. If I didn't make a big deal, would you stop to listen to me? The anger in Fu Xiaoya's voice had diminished significantly. His tone took on a note of helplessness. Team leader Liang, you just shot armor-piercing rounds at me and electrocuted me. Did I dodge? Did I fight back? If I really wanted to run, you wouldn't even catch a whiff of me. Liang Hu had no rebuttal because he knew this was the truth. Fu Xiaoyi lowered his right hand but kept his left hand raised, indicating he was still in a state of surrender. Team leader Liang, I can release my transformation state right now. But there's one condition: you must not point guns at me anymore. Do you think anyone will believe what you're saying right now? Liang Hu's voice was not loud, but every word was like a nail. So what do you suggest we do? Fu Xiaoyi countered, I stand here for you to shoot at, but you can't hit me. If I surrender, you don't believe me. If I run, you can't catch me. Hu, tell me, what must I do for you to believe me? Liang Hu fell silent. He stared into the eyes hidden under Fu Xiaoya's exoskeleton, trying to find a hint of evasion or a trace of disguise. But he found nothing. Because it was simply impossible to read any information from those bright blue compound eyes. Liang Hu quickly ran through a logical chain in his mind.
First, if Fu Xiaoyi were truly completely possessed by the insect race, he would have no reason not to kill them immediately after disarming them. Second, while the exact purpose of the gene collector was not yet clear, it currently seemed that it had not caused any substantial harm to humanity. Third, he voluntarily walked into the high-voltage electric grid and then actively surrendered. If he really wanted to resist, he wouldn't need to put on this show. He could vanish just like when he disarmed and no one could stop him. Liang Hu raised his gaze, meeting Fu Xiaoya's eyes. He remained silent for a long time. Then he nodded slightly, a minor motion as if persuading himself. All right. What did you say? Lu Guodong thought he had misheard. I said all right, Liang Hu repeated, his voice steadier. You release this state and we promise not to point guns at you. Fu Xiaoyi let his hands drop. He took 2 steps back, kicked the pile of weapons towards Liang Hu, and then his body began to change. The dark golden shell began to fade from the edges like the tide receding. It retracted from his limbs towards his torso and fine cracks appeared on the surface of the shell. Then it shattered and peeled off, dissolving into tiny dark golden light spots that dissipated in the air. In less than 10 seconds, Fu Xiaoyi returned to his original appearance. Bare-chested and barefoot, he stood on the grass under the setting sun, looking completely ordinary. Can you trust me now? He asked. Liang Hu took out a pair of handcuffs from his waist and walked towards Fu Xiaoyi. Fu Xiaoyi glanced down, not retreating but frowning. After all this, you're still going to cuff me? Is there any point? There is. Liang Hu said. It may not mean anything to you. But when we go back, others will see you in handcuffs and it won't make them so nervous. He paused. It's not to really cuff you but to reassure those who are unclear about the situation. Fu Xiaoyi looked at him for 2 seconds, then his lips moved slightly and he extended his hands. Fine, go ahead and put them on. With a click, the handcuffs locked in place. The metal was cold. Liang Hu put away the key and turned to escort Fu Xiaoyi towards the helicopter. As they walked, he said, when we get back you need to explain everything clearly. Fu Xiaoyi sighed. All right, as long as you can trust me.